When I suddenly opened my eyes, I found myself traveling back to the ancient times 2,000 years ago. The original owner's mother, who was holding my hand tightly and crying, said, "Li Zheng, please don't die. If you die, I will not live either." Looking at the house in front of me, with even the roof leaking, to be honest, I would rather die than suffer this. But when I saw the despair in my mother and brother's eyes, I finally softened my heart. Thus, I arrived in ancient times, becoming the breadwinner of a poor peasant family. There was no rice, the roof was leaking, my father had just died, and my mother and siblings were living in poverty. "Brother, you're awake." I heard my younger brother's voice, his eyes full of anticipation. I looked down at the original owner's mother, feeling powerless and unable to accept all this. "Li Zheng, you're awake." The mother's voice was filled with endless pain. I took a deep breath. Although I felt dizzy, looking at my mother and two children, I knew I couldn't retreat. "Mom, we can't fall down, we have to live." I tried to cheer myself up and looked up at my mother. My mother looked at me with an incredible light in her eyes, as if she finally saw my transformation, and said, Okay, I'll clean it up right away." I was so weak that I walked to the water tank and looked at my fair face, feeling a pang of sadness in my heart. The autumn wind blew, and I couldn't help shrinking my neck. My mother was wearing coarse clothes, and her tears were still wet, but she said firmly, "Xiaojing, there's only one bowl of rice left at home. We have to go to my uncle's house." My mother's eyes were downcast, and I felt a pang of sadness. This scene seemed to be repeating itself. My family had no money or rice, and could only rely on the help of relatives. "Oh my God, our family is not the same as before." I nodded and secretly made up my mind to change all this. The only way was to borrow money from my uncle. My father had been a country gentleman when he was alive, but now he had sold all his land, leaving only this dilapidated mud house. When we arrived at my uncle's house, my mother's eyes were full of humility, and this scene made me furious. "Brother, you have to help us. We really have no way out." There was a tremor in the mother's voice. Li Tai, my uncle's housekeeper, looked displeased and replied with a sneer, "Why? Just because a sick person died in your family, you want to come and eat at our house?" I was shocked. I remembered that over the years, my eldest and second uncles treated our family's bankruptcy as a show and showed no concern at all. "Mom, let's go. I'll find a way." I took my mother's hand and left with a heart full of helplessness and anger. "Our family is not the same as before. What should we do?" My mother's voice touched my heart again. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in my head. "Congratulations to the host for launching the Super Farm System." I was stunned for a moment. My eyes suddenly lit up, and two words popped up in my mind. "Hang up." What is the Super Farm System? I couldn't help but ask, with countless questions in my mind. "Host, you have a virtual farm space where you can plant, water, control pests, and harvest. The system will also provide a warehouse to store your harvest." The system's voice was clear and calm. "Can this warehouse store an unlimited amount of things?" My heart tightened. Is it really that magical? Not exactly, but you could buy more space with money. I touched my chest and remembered that when I woke up, I found 2 copper coins in my purse. "Can copper coins be used?" I asked. "Copper coins, silver coins, gold coins, all are fine." I was stunned for a moment and thought to myself, there is such a magical place. "Where do you buy those seeds?" I asked. "Supermall, which is seeds of all crops, and the price depends on the grade of the crop." I looked at the entrance of the supermall and saw 4 words hanging there in big letters, Supermall. I opened them all and saw rows of glittering crop seeds. Suddenly, I saw a line of words that stunned me. Level 0 crops, Level 1 crops. What does this mean? I asked subconsciously. "Host, the level of crops is related to the level of your super farm. A level 1 farm can only grow crops below level 1. Everything suddenly became clear. It turned out that this system was very similar to the games I had played before. The host currently has a level 1 farm with 1 piece of land, which can be used to grow crops below level 1. I couldn't help but laugh. I must make good use of this kind of farm. So a level 2 farm can have 2 plots of land? I asked. Yes, the host can accumulate experience and upgrade the farm through planting and harvesting. I felt that my future suddenly became much brighter. It takes 1 experience point to upgrade from level 1 to level 2, and 10 experience points to upgrade from level 2 to level 3. I was so excited and felt that I was simply invincible. The host can choose seeds based on price. The system reminded again. I saw the price displayed on the cabbage seeds. Cabbage seeds, 1 copper coin, maturity period 14 hours. How many cabbage seed can I buy with 1 copper coin? I asked. The system was silent for a moment before replying, 1 copper coin can buy an acre of cabbage. An acre. I couldn't help but gasp. It was truly terrifying. Plant cabbage. Plant it now. I made the decision without hesitation. Do you want to spend 1 copper coin to plant 1 acre of cabbage? Asked the system. Yes. As soon as I finished speaking, a rustling sound came from the system space. I looked at the originally bare land, which gradually became full of vitality, and green buds quietly emerged. There's still 13 hours, 59 minutes, and 50 seconds until harvest. I couldn't help but look at the progress bar excitedly, my heart beating faster. The harvested crops will be stored in the warehouse and can be extracted to the real world at any time. I suppressed the excitement in my heart and wanted to see the cabbage immediately. Kid, what's wrong with you? Suddenly, a scream pulled me out of the system space. My son, why are you possessed again? It was the mother's cry, and her pale face made my heart tighten. Li Tai's sneering face appeared before my eyes, and he and a group of villagers stood not far away. Seeing their expressions, I felt a sense of unease, as if all this was destined to pass me by. It's okay, let's go home. I supported my mother and turned to leave, but I could hear Li Tai's sneering voice behind me. Our poor relatives still relatives? He sneered. My heart suddenly sank, but I didn't plan to turn back. Along the way, the villagers kept talking. How did the third son of the Li family end up in such a situation? I listened silently, but my heart was filled with powerlessness. The mother's tears flowed again. Okay, I'll listen to you. She looked very weak and could hardly stand. As soon as the 2 little ones saw my mother and I coming back, they immediately ran out of the house. Brother, we are here, they cheered. Brother, I'm so hungry. Li Dan hugged my thighs, and Li Qing tightly grasped my sleeves, both of their eyes full of desire. I looked at them and couldn't help but smile widely. Don't worry, have some rice porridge today, and I'll buy you something delicious tomorrow. Really? Li Dan jumped up excitedly and started running around. Li Qing stared at me intently, his eyes full of anticipation. My heart moved, and I touched the only penny on my chest. Don't worry, Mom. I have a plan. I smiled and comforted her, my heart filled with new resolve. If I just waited 14 hours, that 1 acre of cabbage would become the starting point of everything for us. The thin, brown rice bubbled in the pot. Li Dan and Li Qing stared eagerly, their mouths watering. It was clear the little ones were starving. A pang of sadness washed over me. This once wealthy family had fallen into such dire straits in just 6 months. In the past, everyone had enough to eat, but now even rice soup was a luxury. Reflecting on my merged memories, I seemed to understand why my former self had become obsessed with seeking immortality. The pressure of sudden family change often leads to a desire to rely on spiritual beings for peace of mind. But now, I understand, relying on oneself is the most practical option for survival. The rice porridge was finally cooked. I picked up a wooden spoon and scraped the bottom of the pot, scooped out the porridge, and put it in a bowl. Li Dan and Li Qing looked at the bowl of rice soup, their eyes almost spitting fire. This is for Mom. Yours is in the back. Mother was so thin that she leaned on the chair when she got home. She didn't have the strength to stand up, and even the chair creaked. I handed the remaining 2 bowls of rice soup to Li Dan and Li Qing. Come on, don't spill it. Eat something. Li Dan was so excited that he almost jumped up. Oh, rice soup. Drink rice soup. Li Qing pursed his lips obediently and wiped his little hands on his clothes. Thank you, brother. Looking at them, a warm current surged in my heart. Although they were not rich, at least they could eat their fill. Carefully carrying the bowl, I approached Wang. Her eyes were hollow, as if all the pain in the world was concentrated on her. If anyone could understand her anxiety and pain, it would be me, Li Zheng. Thinking back to my childhood, I often saw my parents' sleepless nights trying to make ends meet. Under the moonlight, my father's sighs and my mother's sobs echoed in the silent night. Mom, it's time to eat. I called softly, my eyes determined. At this moment, my heart was no longer as hesitant as before. I had a superpower, the super farm system. Wang came back to her senses and whispered, Xiaojing eat. I shook my head. I'm not hungry. I already ate when I went next door to see Arya. Arya, the little girl who had always been with me. Her family was known for their exquisite tofu-making skills. Everyone on the street knew it. Eat more. The child is growing. Don't worry, mother. Eat. Wang's arms had become so thin that they looked sickly. I didn't want her to worry about me anymore. Good boy. Be obedient, she whispered softly, a hint of helplessness in her eyes. I didn't eat the rice soup. After all, that little bit of rice wouldn't sustain me. I wanted my mother and the two little ones to have enough to eat. Women's tears flow easily. Wang cried again as she looked at the rice soup, her tears falling into the bowl. I said nothing more, but quietly found a bed and lay down, watching the sky darken outside. The system interface appeared before my eyes, and the number on the progress bar kept decreasing. 9 hours and 42 minutes until ripe. I looked at the number, a surge of hope rising in my heart. System, how do I weed? How do I water? I couldn't help but ask. Host, weeding and watering can be controlled by mind. I controlled the flow of water with my mind and saw the well water slowly flowing out, forming a small stream and flowing into the cabbage field. On the leaves, a fat caterpillar was nibbling at the tender greens. Suddenly, as if something had grabbed it by the neck, it was flung away and vanished in a thin air. Watching the scene, I couldn't help but laugh. This cabbage is so much better than those grown with chemical fertilizers and hormones. It's truly natural and pollution-free. The autumn nights gradually grew cooler, and dew quietly condensed on the yellow leaves in the dilapidated courtyard. Though it was only the end of August, autumn seemed to have arrived early. On August 28th, the first year of the Jingguan reign, a small flame quietly emerged in Qinghai County. This land, perhaps, was destined to become a part of history. At the Qinghai County government office, Magistrate Chui Mu's face was grim, his brow furrowed. The drought has lasted a month. If it continues like this, there will be absolutely no harvest. He looked up and sighed helplessly. Your Excellency, shall we write 2 more memorials? I've already written 3, but no one reads them, no one cares. Chui Mu's eyes were hollow as he gazed at the empty government office, as if he could see the despair of the entire county. County Master, why don't we try the sea water? Although Chui Mu is uneducated, he is not stupid. Can sea water be used for irrigation? What's more, there is no water in the well now. Are we going to drink seawater? Master Song, why don't you try drinking seawater? County Magistrate qui musnird. Faced with this unreliable proposal, he responded bluntly, go drink seawater. Who can use seawater as drinking water? To be honest, the situation in Qinghai County is worse than expected. Even water cannot be pumped out of the wells, and the lives of the people have become extremely difficult. At this moment, I was lying on the bed, staring at the countdown on the screen. 1 minute, 30 seconds, 10 seconds. I hadn't slept a wink all night, but my heart was filled with excitement. Ding! The cabbages are ripe. Do you want to harvest and store them in a warehouse? I took a deep breath and pressed yes. In an instant, my eyes blurred. The lush farmland suddenly became empty, and a large field of cabbages appeared in the warehouse. 1 acre of cabbage yields 10,000 caddies. 10,000 caddies. I almost jumped up, so excited. This is my first pot of gold for my comeback. The key is how to use this wealth well. The morning sun shone through the broken window onto my face, looking like a copper coin. Li Zeng, come out. Aria's voice came from outside, as clear as an aureole. I rubbed my eyes, washed my face with water from the jar, and ran out quickly. Standing at the door was Aria, holding a large basket in her hands, standing there shyly. Aya, I've known her since childhood. Her family wasn't well off, but she always remembered me helping her in the past. Today, she must have seen my family's recent difficulties and sent me tofu soup. Li Zheng, I made tofu soup, a full clay pot. Aria's face was as red as an apple. She knew that my family was in a bad situation recently, so she made so much specially for the 4 of us in my family to eat together. I can't take you things for free, I said with a smile, but I felt a little touched. Aria must be very kind. What? You think my cooking isn't tasty? She pouted, clearly annoyed. I jokingly said, no, I just think you're having a hard time, and I can't take your food for free. She was clearly getting anxious. Hurry up and eat it. I'll bring you lunch at noon. I have something to exchange with you. I smiled mysteriously and suddenly grabbed a handful of my hand behind my back, and my wide sleeves suddenly bulged. Can you perform magic tricks? Aria widened her eyes. Of course, I learned this from the old immortal. I took out a huge cabbage from my sleeve. Aria was stunned and couldn't close her mouth. Is this cabbage? I said with a smile. Yes, we call it Chinese cabbage. Aria held the Chinese cabbage and couldn't believe it at all. Take it, and don't tell anyone that I made it. I told her. She lowered her head, her face full of shyness, and hurried back home with the cabbage in her arms. Watching her running away, I felt incredibly warm. In the early years of the Jingguan era of the Tang dynasty, people's lives were difficult, especially with a severe drought, which almost made everyone lose hope. Back home, I looked at the withered sycamore tree in the yard, its leaves falling. There was only a little water left in the water tank, and I wondered how to use this limited resource. Qinghe County is only 7 or 8 miles from the sea. Perhaps I can extract fresh water from the seawater. This might help the people of Qinghe County overcome their current difficulties. Mother, Arya just brought me food. Upon hearing this, Wang's body stiffened and her eyes grew serious. Arya brought me food. She sighed. Arya is a good girl. When my family fell on hard times, I was so lost in my search for the immortal that I neglected Arya's kindness. Wang's gaze deepened. Xiaozheng, if you become capable in the future, don't forget her kindness. Don't worry, Mother, I won't be ungrateful, I replied with a smile, but I'd already made up my mind. The cabbages are ready now, but we need to be careful how we present them, otherwise they'll look awkward. Li Dan and Li Qing were delighted as bunnies when they saw they had tofu soup, forgetting the adults' worries. Wang served the soup to me and the little ones, then finally took a sip of the remaining broth, remaining silent. Xiaozheng, I'll go to the village entrance later to see if the workshop needs anyone to look after my younger brothers and sisters for me. I nodded, and, while she was out, I prepared to move the 5,000 kilograms of cabbage out of the system warehouse. As soon as Wang left, I quickly cleared the dishes and turned to the two little guys. Have you eaten? Yes. Li Dan wiped his nose and wanted to jump into my arms. I grabbed him and said, Remember, don't wipe your nose on others. He grinned and said, Got it, brother. I patted their heads and said, Sit by the door. Call me if anyone comes in. After making the arrangements, I went to the dilapidated room and cleared out the pile of discarded wood, sweeping the dust from the floor. Finally, I thought about it, and 5,000 kilograms of cabbage appeared out of thin air, filling the entire room, leaving only a small gap at the door. With a smile on my face, I picked up 3 cabbages and walked out. Li Dan and Li Qing ran out right after me. This old house was once the pride of the Li family. As the family fell into poverty, they moved to this dilapidated courtyard. When I arrived at Arya's house, I heard her mother sigh, Shisher scolding her. Is that enough for 4 people? Why didn't you tell me? Arya responded a little aggrievedly. Mom, I don't know if it's enough. Sai Shisher said unhappily. The Li family helped us before, and we have savings. Don't be so stingy. I walked to the door and suddenly burst out laughing. Sai Shisher, what's wrong? Did Arya mess up the tofu again? Seeing me, Sai Shisher's face immediately changed. Although she had a good impression of the Li family, she was always sharp-tongued. Hey, isn't this Li Zheng? What's wrong? You didn't sleep well last night. Your eyes are swollen. Didn't you go out to steal cabbage? I smiled unceremoniously. Steal cabbage? How can it be cabbage? This is mine. I don't want to let outsiders take away the good things. Sai Shisher was stunned. She looked at me as if she had discovered something unusual. Haha, take it. Didn't Arya bring me food this morning? I can't just take your things for free. Sai Shisher was stunned. Li Zheng, if this cabbage was stolen, I can't have it. You're not a child anymore. You have to behave yourself. I smiled. The 2 little guys behind me started to cheer. This is brother's cabbage. Brother is the best. Don't worry. The cabbage comes from a clean source. I grew it myself. Sai Shisher looked at me and shook her head. Do you know how high the price of vegetables is this year? Cabbage is almost 5 cents a pound. How much tofu can 6 cabbages exchange for? I looked relaxed. If you don't want it, forget it. I don't need it anyway. Sai Shisher rolled her eyes and said with a smile, Look at what you can do. Come, let your aunt weigh a few pounds of tofu for you. I took the tofu home, already planning my next move. The 2 little ones were drooling over the tofu, their mouths watering. I frowned, hold still. Wait until Mom comes back. They sat obediently at the door, staring longingly at the end of the street. Suddenly, a surprising voice came from the super farm system. Congratulations, host. The super farm system has completed the upgrade to level 2. I couldn't believe it. Amount of land that can be owned, 2 pieces. Actual amount of land owned, 1 piece. I have food, at least I'm not hungry anymore, but where's the money? I felt my purse. There was only 1 copper coin left. Never mind. The system store suddenly opened, and rows of vegetable images appeared in my mind. I took a quick look, and what caught my eye was the rice seeds. By rice seeds, I muttered to myself, and the last copper coin vanished in an instant, and the land underwent a profound transformation. Paddy fields appeared, a cool breeze filled the air, and the gurgling sound of water filled me with hope. 13 hours, 59 minutes, and 31 seconds left for the rice to mature. The system's notification chime rang out. Make money. Make money. Money is the most important thing. My goal was simple: earn money and expand the farm. Just as I logged out of the system and turned around, I found two chubby little guys standing before me. Brother, you're drooling, Li Dan said with a mischievous smile. Brother, mom's back. We can have some toy. Li Qing looked at me eagerly and asked expectantly. I smiled helplessly and walked over to see Wang sitting in a chair, sewing in hand, a worried look on her face. Xiaozheng, mother is so useless. I walked up to her and whispered soothingly, Mother, don't think so. I'll show you something interesting. She followed me into the house, her face full of confusion. When I pushed open the crooked door, I saw her expression change from suspicion to astonishment to confusion and finally to daze. Where did this come from? Wang looked at the cabbage that had suddenly appeared in the room in surprise. Li Dan and Li Qing excitedly shouted, Brother made it! Brother made it! He even gave Arya a few. Li Qing couldn't count them, but he knew there were a lot. I smiled faintly and said nothing more. Wang was completely confused and asked in a low voice, This, how many 100 pounds does it weigh? I shrugged, about 5,000 pounds. Wang took a breath and was completely stunned. Her eyes widened and her breathing became rapid. Where did this 5,000 pounds come from? Wang practically roared. I kept smiling. Don't worry, I didn't steal it. She opened her mouth, and suddenly, tears streamed down her face. My son, he's really made it, she muttered, her face filled with relief and emotion. I was also touched by her words. My heart warmed, and I sighed softly. Today, I will take you to eat good food. Wang's eyes lit up, but Grandpa and Grandma are also running out of food. They have helped us a lot. We have to repay them. I smiled slightly. No problem, we'll send them some. Wang was a little hesitant. Should we just send some? I smiled and shook my head. Sending cabbage can only solve the problem temporarily. We have to help them find a long-term solution. It is better to teach a man to fish than to give him fish. I had to find a way to make life better for my grandparents and uncles. Mother, from now on, our family will never have to worry about food and clothing again, I said to her confidently. I will make your life better. Wang's eyes were filled with tears. Xiaozheng, you have grown up. From now on, I will listen to you. I had a cart full of cabbages, and along the way, I was thinking about how to get my uncle's family to help me sell them. After all, selling vegetables alone is too time-consuming and laborious. I figure my uncle's family, who have nothing else to do, would be a good fit. With cabbages, I could become wealthy, and my mother's family would also benefit. I patted my thigh. Mother, I have an idea. Wang looked at me, her eyes full of confusion. Xiaozheng, what do you have in mind? I smiled mysteriously. Let's go to Grandpa and Grandma's house. Wang's family lived in Wangjia village, on the edge of Qinghai County. The land was so dry and cracked that few could survive. Along the way, I drove the ox cart with Wang sitting atop, while Li Dan and Li Qing dozed on the amble cloth in the back. Looking out at the parched earth, I couldn't help but feel heavy. Brother, I'm thirsty. Li Dan licked his lips, his nose running. I stopped the car. The oxen rested under a tree, panting. Open your mouth wide and drink some water. Don't waste it. I poured them some water, sighing inwardly. Qinghai County was running low on water. Mother, have a drink. We still have a long way to go. I handed Wang the water bag. She took a cautious sip and said, Water is precious right now. We have to keep it safe. I smiled and said, Mother, don't worry. We'll have water soon. Wang looked down at the scorching sun and sighed. I know it hasn't rained in 2 months, but I have faith. As long as I persevere, the drought will soon be over. I continued driving, the oxen's hooves clattering on the cracked dirt road, kicking up clouds of dust. Suddenly, I wondered if the water in the system could be retrieved. I immediately opened the system. System, can the water in the super farm be retrieved? Host, other than mature crops, nothing else can be retrieved. I felt a little disappointed, knowing that none of these items could be used. I had to rely on myself. Finally, we arrived at my grandparents' house. As soon as I walked in, I was overwhelmed by their pale complexion. Are you hungry, old lady? Grandpa asked, his eyes filled with fatigue. Yes, Grandma whispered. We're out of food. We'll just have to wait for the children to come. Just as I was about to speak, I heard someone outside the door shouting, Dad, Mom, I found something to eat. I immediately looked towards the door and saw my eldest son coming in with a bag of old rice. Where's Erlang? I asked. My eldest brother went to fetch water. There's no water left in Qinghe County. My heart tightened, knowing that the disaster years were tough. Grandpa looked at his eldest son and suddenly shouted angrily, "Get out! Take your rice and get out. I won't eat it." The eldest son was stunned, obviously not expecting his father to be so cruel. Old Wang's voice was low and angry. Only by living can there be hope. The prerequisite for bringing honor to the family is to stay alive. I felt a mixture of emotions. Yes, that's what disaster years are like. If you can survive, you can live well. If you can't survive, then you can only die. Plop. My eldest brother suddenly knelt down, his eyes filled with pleading. "Mom and Dad, please don't do this. Let's save some food, and we'll definitely make it through." Hearing this, my heart sank. Old Wang's family had run out of food. Tears flowed uncontrollably in Old Wang's eyes, but he refused to accept the food my eldest brother sent. These days, when natural disasters strike, there's only enough food for a few days. Where can I find it if I want to buy food? Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. "Mother, your daughter is here to see you." Wang and I returned. Our cart of cabbages slowly drove into the yard, ready to bring a glimmer of hope to the family. Looking at the dilapidated yard, I felt an indescribable pain in my heart. Old Wang and the old lady sat on chairs, as thin as two sticks, while my eldest brother knelt on the ground, holding a bag with only a few grains of yellow rice. "Sister, look, this is the food I found," my eldest brother whispered, his eyes filled with helplessness. A flash of understanding flashed across Wang's eyes, finally understanding why her parents had refused to accept my eldest brother's food. "Dad, Mom, don't worry. I brought food today." I smiled and pointed to the cloth covering the ox cart. I lifted the cloth, and suddenly, a cartload of cabbages came into view, filling the yard with a refreshing green. "This is cabbage. Haha, we don't have to worry anymore." "Uncle Wang," Qian shouted excitedly. The old woman was choked with sobs, her eyes fixed on the cart of cabbage, tears welling up in her eyes. Old Wang's face darkened, and he angrily yelled at his eldest son, "Keep your voice down. Go and close the door." He knew that in this year of famine, these cabbages might spark a bloody fight. My uncle, Wang Qian, reacted quickly and ran to close the door in shame, occasionally peeking out to see what was happening. "Grandpa, it's okay. I was careful along the way, and no one saw us." I smiled and said easily. Wang Er looked at me with a serious expression. "Where did these cabbages come from? Does anyone else know?" "Grandpa, I grew them myself, no one knows." I answered frankly. Wang Er nodded. "Okay, we can't let anyone else know. How many of these are left?" I smiled and said, "We still have several thousand kilograms at home." Wang Er was stunned, but he was a well-informed farmer. Although he was surprised, he quickly calmed down, and a glint of wisdom flashed in his eyes. "These cabbages must be hidden well. A man is innocent, but he is guilty of possessing a treasure." I casually picked up a cabbage and stuffed it into the old ox's mouth, and it began to chew it. "Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle, I really grew this cabbage myself." I knew the value of this cabbage, but I also knew that if the news got out, it might bring unforeseen consequences. My uncle Wang Qian muttered at this time, "Dad and Mom, what should we do? We can't let Xiaojing be in danger." He knew that I could keep my family alive, and this cabbage was a life-saving thing, but it was also dangerous. Old Wang was silent for a long time, and finally said, "Grandson, this cabbage is yours, but you have to think about how to deal with it." I nodded, and I'd already made a plan in my mind. "Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle, Mother, I have thought about it. Although it may be dangerous outside the county town, my home is in the county town where there are many orphans and widows, and officials often patrol. This way, things will be easier. If you need anything, take the cabbage to the inner city of Qinghe County and sell it. Don't be greedy, just enough to survive." I smiled faintly, knowing that although I was weak and alone, survival was the most important thing. Yes, Grandpa is right. Sticking together is the key to survival. These words echoed in my mind over and over again. I was alone and weak now, so I had to keep a low profile and not act rashly. Bang Yan nodded. "You're still young, but your eldest and second uncles are honest men. Let them work with you. As long as they can make a living, that's enough." I also understood that what Grandpa said made sense. After all, in these turbulent times, survival in a group is the only way out. I nodded and agreed. "Don't worry, Uncle, our family won't starve to death." Grandma Du hugged me and said tearfully, "You have made it. Our Wang family finally has hope." On the way back, Wang finally relaxed and looked at me with pride. Qinghe County remained prosperous, unaffected by the drought. As we entered the inner city, Li Dan and Li Qing couldn't wait to eat. In the past, every time we went into the city, the two little ones always had a delicious meal, and today they were just as eager. My family originally lived in the outer city, but our old house no longer belongs to us. It's been converted into someone else's residence. Walking the inner city streets, listening to the hawkers' cries, I think back to the old days. This was the safest place, but now it's hard to survive. Cabbage. Cabbages from the cellar. 5 cents a pound. I was drawn to the hawker's call. Seeing my simple attire, he clearly assumed I was a poor country bumpkin. 5 cents a pound. That's expensive, I said nonchalantly. The vendor, clearly dissatisfied, responded, "Don't you know how expensive things are during a disaster? 5 cents a pound is already cheap." I picked up a cabbage, looked at it carefully, and smiled. "This cabbage is wrinkled, 3 cents a pound, no more." The vendor sneered dissatisfiedly. "Boy, are you here to find fault? Do you understand what a disaster year is like?" I didn't respond anymore, knowing in my heart that vegetables are scarce nowadays, and the Tang Dynasty people's diet mainly relied on rice and flour. Vegetables are simply a luxury for them. Passing a pastry shop, Li Dan and Li Qing immediately stopped. "Brother," I asked with a smile, "do you want to eat?" Wang frowned a little. "Do you know how expensive the pastries here are?" I waved my hand. "Not expensive, not expensive. We don't have money now, but we have cabbage. Wait here." I walked into the pastry shop. A greasy smell filled the air at the door, making me feel uncomfortable. I guess it was made with lard. However, since Wang and the two little ones wanted to eat it, I didn't mind. "Shopkeeper." As I walked in, a lean, white-faced, middle-aged man came out, looked me over and frowned. "Young man, what can I do for you?" How can poor people afford cakes these days? I thought to myself. My clothes were tattered and patched. They were once blue, now washed pale. I looked like someone from a poor family. 1 box of osmanthus cake, 1 box of apricot cake, and 2 boxes of everything else. Wang liked osmanthus cake. Li Dan and Li Qing loved apricot cake the most. The rest would go to area. "Young man, our shop may not have what you were talking about." I smiled inwardly, knowing that the shopkeeper knew what was going on. Looking at my appearance, he knew at a glance that I couldn't afford to buy pastries. "Oh, it's okay, I can wait," I said lightly. The shopkeeper frowned. "Where are you from? Why do you look unfamiliar?" I smiled and said, "I'm from Qinghe County." The shopkeeper is worried that I don't have enough money, right? Seeing through it, I pointed it out directly. "I don't have enough money, but I have something here that I can exchange for your cakes." The shopkeeper looked at me suspiciously and said, "Young man, our shop can't withstand any more trouble. Let's go back." I smiled and said, "No hurry, boss. Take a look." These days, rice is very expensive. The price of grain has increased. Even in years of disaster, it's hard to find food. The shopkeeper frowned. "I don't quite understand what you mean, young man." I smiled and continued, "What do elegant people usually give as gifts when they open their hearts to each other?" The shopkeeper sighed. "You're making me less and less understandable." I smiled and replied, "During the Wei and Jin dynasties, when elegant people exchanged gifts, they would give plum, orchid, bamboo, chrysanthemum, and pure cabbage." "Huh, a shopkeeper, you're very clever." I then picked up a cabbage and gently placed it in front of him. "Here, can you exchange it for a pastry?" The shopkeeper was stunned. Looking at the crystal clear cabbage, his eyes lit up. "This cabbage is good, and the quality is excellent." I smiled, knowing in my heart that this cabbage was directly brought from a super farm and was definitely much better than the vegetables on a stall. "Hey, shopkeeper, did you hear me right? The market price of this cabbage is only a few cents. If it doesn't work, forget it." The shopkeeper's eyes flashed, and he suddenly said, "Come here, 2 boxes of osmanthus cake, 2 boxes of apricot cake, and 4 boxes of other cakes, and send them to the boy." I smiled faintly. "Oh, didn't the shopkeeper say that they were out of stock?" I immediately took over, knowing that this opportunity was not to be missed. The shopkeeper smiled and said, "Huh, you misunderstood, little brother. I just said no. I didn't have it in the store, but I did have it at home." Soon, the pastries arrived, their aroma wafting through my nose. I took them with a smile and asked, "Boss, how much do you think this cabbage is worth?" The shopkeeper replied with a smile, "You only need to pay half for today's pastries, and the other half is just a token of friendship. My humble name is Gao Yang." I nodded, knowing full well that the shopkeeper wasn't interested in the small sum. He was hoping to make a useful friend out of my cabbage. I took out 6 large cabbages from my back and the shopkeeper's eyes lit up instantly when I saw them. Young man, so many cabbages? Haha, shopkeeper, it's not that I want to take more, it's that you want more. I smiled and said, although these cabbages are delicious, we should not delay, otherwise things will change. The shopkeeper's expression changed. Young man, what do you mean? I smiled and said, actually, I heard that you have encountered some difficult problems recently, and you may need some help. The shopkeeper's face changed instantly, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. How did you know? I was beaming. The streets were buzzing with activity, while I sat in the pastry shop, leisurely and completely oblivious. Haha, that's easy, but as the saying goes, delay can lead to unexpected events. With that, I picked up the pastries and prepared to leave, clutching the empty sack. Sir, stay. You'll see me off. The shopkeeper was fuming. He was a businessman, and seeing this deal was about to fall through, he was as anxious as an ant on the hot pan. Tonight, I said calmly, then laughed heartily and walked out the door. Before the shopkeeper could even ask where I lived, there was no one outside. I knew my two uncles would probably come tomorrow. Then, they'd go to the city to sell some cabbage, and shopkeeper Gao's plan would be ruined. Scarcity makes things valuable. We have to seize the opportunity. I took the ox cart and went home with the cakes. On the way, Li Dan and Li Qing were so greedy that they shouted, Brother, brother, I want to eat. Wang frowned and said, why eat? We'll eat them when we get home later. But I smiled and said jokingly, no problem, mother. 1 piece each. Let's eat first. Trading cabbage for pastries was a bit risky this time, but exchanging it for anything else wasn't difficult. The butcher's eyes lit up when he saw my cabbage, but he was a bit cautious, not daring to ask directly for the price. Same as the market price. I answered directly. The butcher breathed a sigh of relief. Little brother, you're so kind. As night fell, I returned home. Lanterns were lit for the first time in the Li family's old house, filling the courtyard with a warm glow. I began to cook, and suddenly, Wang Shi hugged Li's father's tablet and secretly wiped away tears. Looking at my mother's back, my heart ached. Her tears have sustained me to this day. The aroma from the kitchen caught her attention. Xiaozheng, what are you doing? Mother, I'm cooking. I smiled mysteriously. This is what the gods eat. Li Dan came over, smelling the aroma. Brother, what's this delicious? It's for the gods to eat, but you have to do it quietly, otherwise the gods won't give it to you. Li Dan and Li Qing immediately covered their mouths and nodded vigorously. Wang smiled, and as she did, tears welled up in her eyes. I made 4 dishes: braised cabbage with vinegar, cabbage and tofu, pork and cabbage, and sweet and sour pork tenderloin. The entire meal cost nearly a guan, a Chinese coin, the cabbage for the meat and other ingredients. Come on, little greedy cats, eat. Li Dan and Li Qing began to devour their food, and Wang couldn't help but shed tears of happiness. Watching Wang's reaction, I sighed. Women are often both the strongest and the most vulnerable. After this meal, I deeply felt the weight and sweetness of responsibility as a man. In the heat of the kitchen, even cats and wild dogs gathered at the door as if they knew how precious this meal was. As night fell, the yard filled with cats and dogs. I stood by the door, holding the remaining bones, smiling at the critters. These days, even cats and dogs have to survive, I thought to myself, tossing out a bone. The yellow-haired dog stared at me warily, as if worried about something. I squatted down, smiling faintly, as it finally cautiously extended its paw and began to gnaw at the bone. As bones were thrown out, a dozen stray dogs appeared, gathered around the door, and devoured them with relish. The cats, on the other hand, wouldn't eat the bones. They preferred leftover vegetable leaves and dough. I fed them secretly, without Wang's knowledge, so she wouldn't call me wasteful. But I knew that cats and dogs needed to survive during the disaster. They were simply part of the world they witnessed. The night was still quiet, and the sound of street bells and drums told me it was time to go home. I carried my basket and walked to Aria's door. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door, followed by the panicked voices of mother and daughter. Who is it? It's me, Li Zheng. I'm here to deliver something, I replied with a smile. The door opened. Aria, clutching a stick, her eyes alert, while Sai Shishir clutched a brick, looking unsettling. Aria, Annie, I made some food today and brought it over. Sai Shishir smiled as soon as she saw me. Okay, Xiaozheng, come in and sit down. I felt a surge of alarm. This stay-over invitation didn't seem right. No. Annie, I have something to do. I'll leave first. I winked at Aria and quickly left. Hey girl, this guy really has a conscience. Sai Shishir smiled as she watched me leave. Aria opened the basket and saw the dishes inside. She was stunned. Did Li Zhang make this? She recalled my mysterious words during the day and fell silent for a moment. No matter how it's cooked, the food looks good, with good color, aroma, and taste. Sai Shi sure smiled. And there are pastries. She looked at Gao Ji's pastries and couldn't help but be stunned. What's going on? Isn't the Li family ruined? Aria's mind was full of magic, and she even fantasized that she could learn some, imagining how easy it would be to cook with magic. Back home, I eagerly entered the super farm and watched the rice ripen. This is the power of the super farm. The rice was almost ripe, with less than an hour left on the countdown. I reached out my hand, and a thought struck me. The well water flowed in my mouth like tea, incredibly sweet. This well water also has the effect of refreshing the mind. The system responded, "This is the essence of heaven and earth, and it can strengthen the body." I smiled, knowing that I had mastered more secrets. In Wangjia village, Wang Qian and Wang Dong knelt on the ground, heavy with worry. If you were half as clever as Xiaozheng, I wouldn't have to worry so much. Old Wang sighed helplessly. His sons were silent, seemingly unable to muster any energy. Don't even think about it, you two. The eldest and second brothers were stunned. Old Wang slammed the table and said, "Go quietly into the city tomorrow and find Li Zhang. Let him tell you to do whatever he tells you to do. Staying alive first." After Old Wang finished speaking, Wang Qian and Wang Dong still looked at each other in bewilderment. "Stupid guy, really? Go back quickly. Each of you take a cabbage and bring it back." After sending his two honest sons away, Old Wang still didn't forget to ask them to take some food back. He was really worried about it. As night fell, the streets of Qinghe County's inner city were silent, the only sound shimmering in the dim glow of lanterns. Gao Yang, carrying a bag of cabbages, had already made his preparations. "Today, I'm going to rely on these cabbages." Gao Yang knew that while Song Zhubu's family wasn't powerful, they were a significant presence in Qinghe County. This time, he wasn't bringing silver. Instead, he was trading the cabbages for some elegant gifts to give to Song Zhubu, hoping to strike some kind of deal. "Why are you here again? My master won't see you." Song Zhubu's servant opened the door and saw Gao Yang, his face filled with disdain. "Please let me know that I've stumbled upon some excellent cabbages today, and I'd like to share them with you." The servant closed the door suspiciously. After a long moment, the door opened again, revealing Song Zhubu himself, his face filled with surprise. "I didn't expect you, Manager Gao, to be such a refined person." Gao Yang smiled. "This is something I stumbled upon. You are a refined person, and you truly know how to enjoy life. Ah, come in, it's cold outside." Song Zhubu smiled as he invited Gao Yang in. His acceptance of the cabbage was clearly an attempt to establish a good relationship with Gao Yang through this elegant treat. "This cabbage is hard to come by. It's truly rare to find one this green and juicy." Gao Yang smiled as he handed it to Song Zhubu, thinking to himself that his bet had paid off. The next day, I was preparing sacks at home when I heard a knock on the door. "Who's there?" I whispered as I walked over. "Nephew, it's me, my eldest uncle." The door opened, revealing my eldest and second uncles, Wang Qian and Wang Dong, two skinny farmhands. "Nephew, we're here." They sat down on the floor, their eyes lit with hope amidst the roomful of cabbages. Wang Dong's eyes glazed over, his mouth opening and closing as if he wanted to say something, but couldn't. I saw their reaction. I felt a little emotional, coming quickly. The two people stared blankly at the cabbages piled up in the room, knowing that this was their life-saving straw. "Don't even think about it, you two." The eldest and second brothers were stunned. Old Wang slammed the table and said, "Tomorrow, quietly go into the city and find Li Zhang. Let him tell you to do whatever you want. Survive first. Survive first." After Old Wang finished speaking, Wang Qian and Wang Dong still looked at each other in bewilderment. "Stupid guy, really? Go back quickly. Each of you take a cabbage and bring it back to eat." Old Wang sent his two honest sons back, not forgetting to ask them to bring back something to eat. As night fell, the streets of Qinghe County were silent, save for the dim flicker of lanterns. Gao Yang, carrying a bag of cabbages, had already made his preparations. Today, it all depends on these cabbages. He knew that while Song Zhubu possessed power, he lacked elegance, and these cabbages would provide him with the opportunity to be elegant. "Why are you here again? My master won't see you." Song Zhubu's servant coldly closed the door. "Hey, please tell them that Gao Yang happened to find some cabbages and wants to share them." The servant closed the door suspiciously. A moment later, Song Zhubu himself appeared, his face full of surprise. Manager Gao, I didn't expect you to be so refined. I'm just pretending to be refined. Song Zhubu is the real refiner. The next day, I was preparing sacks inside, when there was a knock on the door. Who's there? Nephew, it's me, my uncle. I opened the door and saw my two frail uncles, their faces brimming with fatigue. Nephew, we're here. Their eyes, gleaming with hope, stared intently at the piles of cabbage inside. I smiled and said, come in. They walked into the house and saw the house full of cabbages. Wang Dong opened and closed his mouth and was speechless for a moment. Your mission today is to go out and sell cabbages. Each of you should take 10 cabbages. I had already calculated that 10 cabbages weighed about 200 caddies, and at 5 coins per caddy, that was about 1,000 coins enough. Nephew, 10 cabbages isn't enough? Wang Dong hesitated. Just 10. No matter who asks, tell them you only have 10. I finished explaining the precautions. My two uncles had excellent memories and memorized them word for word. Before leaving, Wang Dong suddenly thought, brother, Xiaozhen didn't tell me what to do if you meet someone who wants everything. Wang Qian was stunned and immediately grabbed Wang Dong's head. You idiot. On the streets of Qinghai County, 2 men carrying large sacks were walking down the road. Brother, should we go east or west? Brother said, there are rich people in the west, so let's go west. Wang Qian confidently pointed to the west side of Qinghai County. Wang Dong was startled, realizing he hadn't heard me clearly. Just as the two were hesitating, a young man in gorgeous clothes came over and looked them over. What are you selling? Wang Qian was nervous. Cabbage. Oh, cabbage, how much is 1 pound? Wang Qian hesitated. Our cabbage is really good. You can tell it's good stuff at first glance. Where can you find such good cabbage these days? Let's talk about the price later. The young man stretched his neck and opened the sack. The turtles are really good. Come on, take them all. Wang Qian and Wang Dong were stunned. They didn't expect the other party to be so direct. You don't bargain or ask the price. Do you really want it all? Wang Dong asked cautiously. Brother, what if he doesn't pay? Wang Qian couldn't help sweating. I don't know, let me try it first. The young man smiled. Okay, weigh it, give you the money, and send it to the county government office. County government office. Wang Qian and Wang Dong's legs began to tremble unconsciously, thinking to themselves, is this guy going to cheat people? Finally, Wang Qian and Wang Dong arrived at the county government office with the cabbage. The young man pulled out a string of coins from his sleeve and said, here are 800 coins and 250 coins. That's a total of 1,050 coins for you. Wang Qian and Wang Dong looked at the sudden appearance of money in disbelief. As they were still counting, they had only one thought in their minds. If Xiaozhen were here, what would he do? Aha! Don't worry, the amount is fine. If you have any problems, come to me directly. The man smiled, and Wang Qian and Wang Dong were completely stunned. The county government office? Who would have a time to go to the county government office? At least there was a coin. Thinking of this, the two looked at each other and ran away. Don't let anyone catch us. It will be a big trouble. They fled in panic, fearing that they would be caught. The man looked at their backs, shook his head helplessly, and sighed. At the gate of the county government office, a bailiff stepped forward and said, Sir, you're here. Yes, take the sack inside. Chui Ning strode into the county office. What are you doing in Qinghai County? Chui Mu asked as he flipped through official documents. Hey, brother, come and see some good stuff. Chui Ning said with a mysterious smile. Look at this cabbage. It's freshly pulled from the ground, and the color is really good. Where did you get it? Kui Mu frowned. I met 2 stupid farmers on the roadside. They got it easily. Chui Ning proudly showed off the bag of vegetables. It looks like they were just harvested. Chui Mu's eyes lit up. Do you still recognize those 2 people? Of course, I have a good memory. I haven't forgotten them. When do you plan to go back? No rush. My mother said she wants to help you here. Chui Ning smiled and shook his head. The situation here is complicated. I stood in the yard, listening to the conversation between my 2 uncles, and couldn't help laughing. It was so funny that they could actually lose the sacks. Uncles, go buy some sacks, I said with a smile. A sack costs a penny. I'll give you 50 coins. Go to the city to buy some rice and bring some things to Grandpa and Grandma. Okay, Xiaozhen, we'll be careful. Wang Qian and Wang Dong excitedly took the money, their faces beaming with smiles. I watched them leave, my heart filled with anticipation. These 50 coins weren't for them, but for my parents, just to buy some rice and grain. I sat alone in the yard, thinking about the great droughts in history. In the 9th year of Wuda, there was a 3-month drought. Rain will come in a few days. I secretly plan my future plans. He opened the super farm system and began preparing the second plot of land. System, plant 1 acre of wheat. I'm planning to plant wheat now. Since I already have rice, I need flour. The wheat has been planted successfully, but it's still 14 hours away from maturity. I plan to wait until the wheat is fully grown before making further plans. After all, food is in short supply, so I need to be prepared in advance. After taking a few sips of water, I was about to continue my plan when I heard light footsteps at the gate. Arya, could you please tell me before you come in next time? I jumped. Arya pouted, clearly unhappy. You were laughing so happily just now. Were you dreaming? I smiled awkwardly. No. Huh? Why did you come here? Can't I come and play with you if I have nothing to do? Arya said, her hands behind her back, looking bored. Didn't you help your mother make tofu? I asked. Arya showed a reluctant expression. Tofu is not easy to sell, so we make less. I smiled slightly. It's interesting that tofu is not easy to sell. Tofu is cheap and easy to digest, so it could be sold at a good price at this time. I had some new ideas in my mind. The situation before me might become an opportunity for me to take advantage of. I don't know. My mom said it's getting harder to sell lately. I was stunned. I brought you 10 kilograms. They don't want to eat it, but you can. My mother's tofu is delicious. She smiled smugly, but something in her words always made me feel like something was wrong. I smiled and thought to myself, don't pay too much attention to these details. After all, this is something that happened in the old society. Are you here specifically to deliver tofu? I asked. Arya scratched her head embarrassedly and scratched her hands secretly under her clothes. My mother said that your food is expensive, but it tastes good. We only have a lot of tofu at home, so I'll give you some. I nodded. Okay, I'll cook more meals next time, and you can also send me some tofu. As soon as I finished speaking, I was about to get up when Wang came out of the house with a broom in her hand. Xiaozheng, Arya saw that you were asleep and was embarrassed to wake you up. Can you go to your aunt's house to see if you can help? Wang is always like this, always feeling that only if everyone helps each other can they live long. I nodded and said, Mother, I'll go then. The old house needs to be cleaned up these days. After all, it has been abandoned for a long time and it will cost a lot of money to repair it. Then go ahead and help out. Wang said with a smile. I came to Sixishi's house. This tofu workshop was cleaner than I thought, and there was a handmade tofu board at the door. As soon as I entered the door, I saw Sixisha sighing and looking unhappy. Aunt, what's wrong? I walked over and asked with concern. Oh, Xiaozheng is here. Come and sit down. We still have tofu pudding today. Sixisha smiled a little. I was stunned. Tofu pudding? This thing is actually a specialty snack in the Tang dynasty? Auntie, I won't be polite. I sat down with a smile. The tofu pudding and freshly baked pancakes were really delicious and were finished in no time. Eat it, kid. If you need tofu in the future, just tell me. Sixisha said with a smile, her eyes full of concern. I nodded. Auntie, I heard Arya say that tofu is not selling well now. When she heard this, the sadness on her face reappeared. Yes, Xiaozheng, Auntie relies on this tofu to make a living. But you also know that the weather is bad this year, food is scarce, and everyone has no money. Who will buy tofu? I nodded thoughtfully. Food is expensive these days, so naturally, people won't buy tofu. Merchants are taking advantage of this to raise prices. I understand all these tricks. Aunt, I have an idea called white jade tofu. Would you like to try it? I suddenly had an idea. Sixisha was stunned when she heard it. White jade tofu. I smiled softly. White jade tofu tastes great and is not expensive, perfect for this time of year. Really? 5 cents per pound? Isn't that too expensive? Sixisha was a little surprised. I said seriously, it's not expensive. When people's lives get better, tofu will definitely become a common food in every household. Besides, tofu is rich in protein, which is good for the body, especially at this time to replenish nutrition, I added. After hearing this, Sixishi's eyes showed interest. Then how should we do it? I smiled and said, actually, making white jade tofu is not difficult. The key is the timing and ingredients. The tofu is delicate and delicious. In the afternoon, after I finished cooking, I went to the county town. The streets were very busy today. It seemed that a murder had occurred, and everyone was discussing it. Why are so many people discussing this? I thought to myself as I slowly walked towards Gao Ji pastry shop. As soon as I walked in, the waiter recognized me and said, Young man, it's you? Hey man, please call Manager Gao. As soon as I entered the pastry shop, the waiter responded with a smile. Young man, wait a moment. Mr. Gao has a happy event today, and he will definitely be happy to see you. I was stunned. Could it be that Gao Yang's plan was accomplished? Not long after, Gao Yang came out from the back, reeking of alcohol. Drinking in the middle of the day wasn't common among businessmen, but Gao Yang was clearly in a good mood today. When he saw me, his eyes lit up and he excitedly bowed. "Thank you so much, young sir." I smiled and said, "It's just a small favor, not worth mentioning." Gao Yang smiled even more happily. "Of course, young master, come. Let's talk in the back hall." Walking into the back hall, I couldn't help but sigh. This place is not simple. The back hall here is not just a lounge and warehouse, but a small courtyard with a different world. "Please have some tea." Gao Yang's face was full of joy, and next to him was a little boy of 16 or 17 and a shy girl. "Luer, your brother was able to get out thanks to Mr. Li Zhang," Gao Yang said to the woman with a smile. Luer walked forward and bowed. "Thank you, sir." When she looked up, she saw that I didn't look very old, and she couldn't help but be a little surprised. Gao Yang saw her stunned and immediately said in a stern voice, "Lu San, come over here and pay your respects to Mr. Li Zhang. If Mr. Li Zhang hadn't woken me up yesterday, I really wouldn't have been able to let you out today. Brother-in-law, I'm very powerful in prison. They don't dare to touch me." Lu San looked dissatisfied. Gao Yang was furious, still being stubborn. "Your sister is so worried about you. Don't you have anything else to do?" Lu San knew he was in the wrong, but he still said, "Next time I see that guy, I'll definitely beat him down." Gao Yang was so angry that he was speechless, and Luer could only comfort him. I smiled and said calmly, it's okay. Warrior Lu San is quite chivalrous. Even if he did something wrong, I can understand. Don't blame yourself too much." Lu San was stunned for a moment, but he listened to what he heard. I really couldn't stand those bullies, so I took action. I chuckled. "That's right, little warrior. You have a kind heart, but your brother-in-law has also suffered a lot for you." Lu San said stubbornly, "I didn't suffer any hardship. I enjoyed myself very much in there." But as soon as he got excited, the bruise started to hurt again, and the pain was so severe that he couldn't help but gasp. I stopped worrying and turned to Gao Yang. "Manager Gao, I came to see you today because I have something important to discuss." Gao Yang's eyes lit up. "Young master, you have an extraordinary way of speaking. Just 3 words made this naughty boy obey you completely. I admire you." I smiled slightly and said, "Manager Gao, I'm here to discuss business matters today." Gao Yang immediately became enthusiastic. "I have good tea and good wine here, sir. Please take your time." Gao Yang was obviously an experienced businessman who valued efficiency. "Young sir, what do you want to discuss today?" I smiled and prepared to begin. "I have an aunt here who makes tofu, but the tofu she makes is different. It's white jade tofu. It takes 10 years to sharpen the sword, and the quality is extraordinary." Gao Yang frowned when he heard this. "White jade tofu." I nodded. "But her business isn't doing well, and she can't make a living. I'd like to help her out, and I see there's a lot of open space in front of your store. Could you lend it to her?" Gao Yang was slightly stunned. "Mr. Li Zheng, we have never done any business outside our store before," I said calmly. "But I guarantee that the open space in front of your door will soon be insufficient." Gao Yang's eyes lit up. "Really?" "Yes." I smiled. "When the time comes, everyone will want to come in and take a look, and your business will also improve. Then my aunt's tofu will be extremely popular." Gao Yang thought for a while before asking, "Young master, how is this white jade tofu?" I smiled. "My aunt just made a batch today. I guarantee you won't be able to resist." "Okay, since that's the case, I'll give it a try." Gao Yang finally agreed. Gao Yang looked at me, a flicker of trust in his eyes. I trust Li Zheng. He's the kind of expert who sees through everything, a young man with unfathomable wisdom. If he were truly a fraud, I'd definitely see through him. "Let's eat first," I suggested. "Young man, I can't let you go hungry." He nodded. "Okay, let's eat first." Saixashi kept looking at the tofu in the pot. According to me, the tofu should become crystal clear as soon as the brine is added. But after a while, why is there still no movement? "Mom, why is it still so thin?" Saishisher's words made Arya a little uneasy. I didn't answer, my eyes fixed on the jar. Suddenly, I saw a change. The turbidity of the tofu soup slowly disappeared, replaced by thin threads that became increasingly clear. It's done. I almost shouted. The tofu in front of me was like being illuminated by the light, emitting a white, jade-like brilliance, crystal clear. It was hard to believe that this was the tofu I made. Arya covered her mouth, trying hard not to scream. Suddenly, There was a knock on the door. "Auntie, it's me, Li Zheng." As the door opened, I walked in with a smile, and Gao Liang followed me in, his eyes flashing with interest in tofu. "Aunt, what's wrong?" I asked. I nodded. "It's already been ordered." The principle of brine-making tofu may not be understood by anyone these days, but tofu makers know it's easy to do. I pointed to the vat. The amount of brine and the timing are key. "Li Zheng, who is he?" "Manager Gao." I introduced. I strode toward the tofu vat and saw Arya standing beside it, her eyes full of happiness, staring at the tofu that had just solidified. Gao Yang also followed in and looked at the ink mark of Gao Ji pastry and suddenly realized something. "Manager Gao? No way." I was shocked. Gao Yang was so excited that he almost cried. He reached out and grabbed the edge of the water tank, excitedly saying, "What a good tofu." I sighed softly and exclaimed, "This is a familiar smell. My mother made it this way when I was a child." "Can I have a taste?" Gao Yang asked. Sai Shishi's eyes widened, and she quickly cut a piece of tofu and handed it to Gao Yang. Without hesitation, he took a bite, his expression instantly transformed into childlike happiness. "It's so delicious." Looking at his happy expression, I was also sighing in my heart that the taste of this tofu made even he miss his hometown deeply. I said calmly, "Manager Gao, this is my hometown where my heart is at peace." Hearing this, Gao Yang couldn't stop crying. "Young master, you are right. This smell really makes me unable to extricate myself." At this time, the weather outside was hot and humid, and Qinghe County was at the end of the drought. I knew in my heart that the rain would come in 2 days. He smiled slightly and continued. "After the drought ends, there will be plenty of water, which means future difficulties will be alleviated. This disaster is finally over, but I know that there will be greater challenges next." As night fell, Arya and her daughter were still busy in the tofu workshop. The moonlight cast a charming luster on the tofu. I had already fallen asleep, and the wheat was only a few hours away from ripening. As everyone knows, time waits for no one. "Just do it tomorrow," I said to Sai Shishir. Sai Shishir nodded slightly and looked at me, feeling that he seemed a little different. She was a little confused, but couldn't put her finger on what was wrong. In the suburbs of Qinghe County, Wang Er looked at the copper coins in his hand, his heart filled with joy. "Our Xiaozheng is really promising. Follow him. Not only will I have food to eat, but I can also make money." "Don't be too happy too soon. Our Xiaozheng is more than just this. His future is limitless." Wang Er's wife, Mrs. Du, turned over and said calmly, "Just have something to eat. Don't let your imagination run wild." Chapter 19 Hope appears. Old Wang was startled and scratched his head embarrassedly. That's right. My own child is promising, and I, as a grandfather, am happy too. Alas, the third son of the Li family is also a miserable person. A few years ago, when the family was doing well, my son-in-law was full of vigor and vitality. However, 2 years ago, he suddenly fell ill. He spent all his family fortune on this disease, but it could not be cured. When he passed away, he left behind his daughter and 3 children. Old Wang thought his daughter's life was over. There was nothing he could do but watch his daughter suffer and try to find ways to help her privately. But at this time, it happened to be a disaster year, which made the already difficult family even worse off. Desperate, Old Wang and his wife, Mrs. Du, were ready to die. At this moment, Li Zheng appeared. Old Wang sleeps with a copper coin in his arms. It's not that he has never seen money before. This copper coin is not just a copper coin. It is a symbol of his grandson's promising future. In the pit on the floor above the bed, in the wooden box, were the cabbages left by Li Zheng, as well as the rice and noodles brought by his 2 sons today. There is only 1 dough of rice, as rice was hard to buy these days, and there were 10 kilograms of noodles. If you save them, you can actually get through this disaster year by gritting your teeth. Is this what hope feels like? Li Zheng woke up before the sun came out in the early morning. In a super farm system, Li Zheng looked at the neatly clean land, and his heart was filled with joy. The harvested wheat has been piled up in the super farm's warehouse. Each grain of wheat is plump and thick, and the feeling of fullness when touching in the hand is something that people who have never farmed cannot understand. When he was a child, he was picking wheat in the fields, following other people's carts. The scattered wheat ears on the ground, with their golden grains, were the biggest temptation for Li Zheng. Above the wheat, a blurred character appeared, 1,000 kilograms of wheat. Turning around and standing in the 1 acre of farmland, Li Zheng felt extremely fulfilled. With a thought, A line of water gushed out of the well, suspended in the air, and appeared in front of Li Zhang. Li Jingyi stretched out his hand, took a sip, then grabbed a handful to wash his face, feeling refreshed. After opening the system panel, Li Zhang felt that he should grow some other vegetables. His family couldn't just eat cabbage, right? In a super mall of the super farm system, Li Zhang looked at his farm, which was only level 2, and fell into deep thought. At level 2, the things that can be planted are very limited. Currently, it seems that there are only white radish, carrots, and forage grass, which are the 3 things that can be planted at level 0. Level 1 items include cabbage, while level 2 crops include rice and wheat. This upgrade is too slow. Li Zhang looked at the experience progress bar above his head. He only gained a little experience point for every acre he harvested. No, we have to find a way to make money to expand land. System, plant 1 acre of white radish. Ding! Planting successful. Cost 1 copper coin. Li Zhang saw ripples in front of his eyes, and tiny sprouts appeared in the dark soil. They were the seedlings of white radish. These seedlings had just poked their heads out of the soil and seemed to have just gained the right to breathe. They were extremely cute. Li Zhang is going into the city today, and there are 2 things he has to do after entering the city. One thing was to take his 2 uncles to sell cabbage, and the other thing was to see whether his strategy would work. Gao Yang and Sai Shishir reached an agreement, and the rest was to execute it. Although Li Zhang is not a business genius, he has seen many business stories from later generations, and he can still apply some top marketing strategies. After all, most of the marketing in this world is nothing more than targeting people's desires. Wang Qian and Wang Dong came knocking on the door just as the sun was rising. Wang was cooking, and Li Zhang was teaching the 2 little ones to do radio gymnastics. Li Dan and Li Qing don't like radio gymnastics very much. They think it is a childish game. The 2 little guys are 6 and 7 years old respectively. You say radio gymnastics is childish? Of course, it is also possible that children in the Tang dynasty were all precocious. Big brother, second brother, have you eaten? If you haven't eaten yet, let's eat something together. If it were someone else, they would definitely say I've eaten it, but their body would honestly lean over and do it themselves as if they were very conscious. But Wang Qian and Wang Dong don't have so many ideas. They are honest people by nature. They can only work silently and have no witty words. Without saying a word, he picked up the bowl and started to serve the rice. Rice porridge and cabbage are the best breakfast these days. Xiao Zheng, how much are we selling today? Wang Qian finally couldn't help it, wiped his mouth, and asked Li Zhang cautiously. Li Zhang raised his head and asked, Uncle, do you think we can sell more? Wang Qian nodded vigorously. Yes, look at that guy yesterday. He bought them all in one go. Li Zheng Siga. He was indeed a farmer. In ancient times, luck was sometimes more important than strength when doing business. Planting crops depends on luck. If the time and place are not right, no matter how well-connected you are and how hard you work, it will be useless. Isn't that what happened this year? Someone bought them all at once yesterday, but they may not be available today. Today, we still have 10 pills per person. My 2 uncles, remember to keep a low profile and go to where the clans are. Stay steady and don't act recklessly. This is Li Zhang's current general principle. After eating and drinking, Li Zhang set out alone, while Wang Qian and Wang Dong walked together towards the inner city. The county town was bustling with people. Someone spread the word that the national master Yuan Tiangang said that the drought would end this month and that God was merciful and would not let kind people suffer. Although Li Zhang didn't know whether Yuan Tiangang really said this, he knew that this statement had been tampered with countless times since it was spread from Chang'an to Qinghai County. But this is also a good thing. These days, it is extremely important for everyone to have hope that they can see. When you can see hope, you know how to stand on tiptoe to reach it. When you can't see hope, that's when you feel most confused and helpless. This is also good. After all, Yuan Tiangang is famous, and his reputation has spread throughout the Tang dynasty. His miraculous deeds are everywhere. These stories were passed down orally and embellished, adding a lot of mystery as they spread from one place to another. But they worked. Li Zhang was standing in front of Gaoji pastry shop. When he saw the people queuing up, he laughed heartily. Sure enough, from ancient times to the present, there are still only a few people who do not take advantage of opportunities. Today's strategy for Sai Shishir and her daughter is very simple. 5 pounds of tofu for tasting. As for Gao Yang, a large sign had been hung in front of the shop, on which was written the sales pitch provided by Li Zhang. Chapter 20 Marketing of Dimensionality Reduction Attack. Anyone who buys cakes at Gaoji Cake Shop will receive half a pound of white jade tofu for free. I don't remember the marketing incident, but the next day, after the white jade tofu was recognized by many people in Qinghai County, a message was hung in front of Sai Shisher's stall. Anyone who buys more than 3 pounds of white jade tofu can taste the osmanthus cake from Gaoji Pastry Shop for free. Pastries are more expensive than tofu, so people who buy pastries will not be unable to afford tofu. Half a pound of tofu is not enough to eat, so they will naturally sell more. Those who bought tofu could go to the pastry shop to taste the osmanthus cake. But according to Gao Yang style, there was only one piece of osmanthus cake. Anyway, there is traffic, there is interaction, and naturally there will be mutual promotion of products. After this series of attacks, Sai Shisher and her daughter might soon be able to open a small workshop at home. Arya and Sai Shisher greeted them with smiles. A tall and strong man with bare chest came over and looked at the small piece of white jade tofu suspiciously. Is it really that delicious? Sai Shisher said nothing, but handed him a piece of tofu with the tofu cutting knife. The man stuffed it directly into his mouth like a cow chewing a peony. The people queuing on the side seemed afraid to offend this man. They were cautious, but they also leaned their heads out to know what this man thought of them. Huh, delicious. What a good thing. How much is 1 pound? The man spoke 3 sentences in a row, his face full of anticipation. Just as he was about to reach out to take another piece, Sai Shisher smiled and said, "We are not selling it today. We are just tasting it. We will officially start selling it tomorrow." These words were also taught by Li Zheng, and the man's face changed color in an instant. "What's going on? Do I have to look at your face to get some tofu? Wrap them all up for me." Before he finished speaking, he threw out a silver cake. At this time, all the people in Qinghai County who were queuing and watching were stunned. This, Mr. Zheng is so arrogant. He just gives away a piece of silver cake. See, I told you this tofu is delicious, but you didn't believe me. Master Zheng is very picky. Remember last time at Wangxianglu, Master Zheng was dissatisfied with the poor cooking of their dishes and beat and smashed them. After smashing them, he threw the silver and said only one sentence. The restaurant should cook well. If the food tastes bad, it deserves to be smashed. That's right, Mr. Zheng has tried all kinds of delicious food in the world, but he doesn't even look down on famous places like Wangxianglu in Qinghai County. However, he only praises this white jade tofu. It shows that this thing is really good. Sai Shisher was also a little scared. Arya beside her had already pulled Sai Shisher's clothes tightly. Her big eyes were watery. "Sir, it's not that I don't want to sell tofu, but I only have this much today. I just want to have a good start and invite the neighbors to try it. I'll officially sell it here tomorrow." "Sir, you have lavished me with money. I'm deeply grateful. Please keep the money and come back tomorrow." Sai Shisher's legs were shaking, but she still had a smile on her face and spoke in a neither humble nor arrogant voice. A widow with a daughter. She has seen all kinds of people over the years. If 2 women want to survive in this world, don't they have to have some courage? Just now, when Mr. Zheng got angry, the people around him, even the men, did not dare to say a word. This woman, Sai Shisher, summoned all the courage she had gained in facing ruffians and gangsters over the years. The official Zheng was startled and frowned. "I see. Since the quantity is not large today, I, Zheng Shi, will not force you. Please forgive me for any offense I caused you earlier." Just as Shisher was about to speak, Mr. Zheng whispered, "Could you please leave some more for me tomorrow? This tofu is completely different from anything I've ever had. It's sweet and delicious, and leaves a lingering fragrance. I want to take some back for my mother to try. She has bad teeth and can't enjoy delicacies from land and sea, but she's sure she'll like this tofu." When Sai Shisher heard this, she let out a long sigh and directly wrapped a small piece. "Mr. Zheng is a filial son. Everyone knows that. Today I will give you another piece. Please try it, old lady. If you like it, just come and buy it early tomorrow." Sai Shisher is also very good at doing business. Zheng, she was very satisfied. He took the tofu and left without looking back. After watching this scene, Li Zheng was worried about Sai Shisher at first, but when he saw Sai Shisher handle it easily and finally let out a long sigh, he knew that the biggest crisis of the day had been resolved. Then, those who were queuing became agitated. "Give me some too. I'll have one too. I'll take it back for my child to try. I want to bring some for my wife. I'll bring some for my parents." Sai Shisher was overwhelmed. In order to grab today's white jade tofu, those people almost shouted, "I want to bring some of my ancestors so that they can taste this delicacy in the afterlife." Gao Yang's pastry shop was also packed. The waiter stood in front of the door, shouting, "Buy pastries and get white jade tofu for free. You don't have to queue tomorrow. and it's available. Who doesn't want to take advantage? Who doesn't want privilege? Who doesn't want convenience? Look, isn't that it? When Li Zheng returned home, he found that Wang Dong and Wang Qian had already returned home. Seeing Li Zheng coming back, the two of them looked excited. Xiao Zheng, today's total is 1,000 coins. Li Zheng looked at the pile of money and some scattered copper coins on the table and roughly counted them. Thank you for your hard work, uncles. After counting the 1,010 coins, Li Zheng gave 10 coins to his two uncles and said, with these 10 coins, you can buy some food for the children. Li Zheng was not the kind of person who would make money himself and not let others make money. 10 cents could not buy many things. Wang Qian and Wang Dong were naturally very happy to take the copper coins, but they were too embarrassed to say a word of thanks for a long time. If I say thank you, it seems a bit awkward. If I don't say it, my nephew is really amazing. I made the right choice to join him, and he really helped me. Wang chuckled as she watched from the side. Big brother, second brother, hurry back. Don't forget about mom and dad while you're shopping. Wang Qian nodded immediately. His sister came to his rescue, and his face immediately turned red. Okay, little sister, we will go back first. The two uncles left, and dinner was still a while away. Li Zheng entered the room where the cabbages were placed and logged into the system. It only takes 10 hours for white radish to mature. I planted it early in the morning, and now there are less than 5 hours left, so I can eat it in the evening. At the Qinghai County Government Office, Cui Mu stared blankly at the tofu in front of him. Cui Ning, did you go back to Dengzhou last night? No, brother. After we drank too much last night, I went to sleep in the side room. Where did you get this tofu? Chapter 21, Immortal touches my head. How can Qinghai County have such clear tofu? Cui Mu had been in Qinghai County for at least 3 months, and he was familiar with the place. There were only 2 or 3 tofu makers in Qinghai County, and Cui Mu knew their craftsmanship very well. I've never seen tofu like this before. The imperial court has issued an order, and the imperial preceptor has gone on stage to pray for rain. In a few days, the severe drought will be lifted. It is not known whether rain can be prayed for, but at least there is hope. Brother, let me tell you, this thing is free today. Each person can only get a small piece. I saw that there were so many people, so I want to join the fun. I also bought some cakes. I can get half a pound tomorrow. You just can't change your greed. Cui Ning smiled bitterly. Hee, the cabbage last night was fragrant and delicious. It was really comfortable. Kui Munojid. The cabbage was indeed good. The cabbage grown by ordinary people would become wilted after being stored in the cellar for half a year. One would have to peel off several layers of leaves to see the juicy contents inside. But this cabbage is different. It is fragrant and delicious, and the leaves on the outside even look like they have never been stored. Go buy some tofu tomorrow. I want to take a good look at it. Cui Ning never understood Cui Mu's thoughts, but Cui Ning knew that Cui Mu rarely made mistakes. Brother, what do you want to do? Cui Mu smiled faintly. Don't think too much. I just want to take a look. There were bursts of clanging sounds in Arya's house. Only half of the morning had passed, and all the tofu had been delivered. Although Sai Shisher didn't understand why Li Zheng asked them to deliver the tofu, soybeans were not cheap these days. But this morning, when she saw those people flocking there, she suddenly felt that maybe Li Zheng's method was right. At this time, Sai Shisher and Arya were working quickly. They needed to make more tofu. Judging from the situation today, there might not be enough for tomorrow. Just then, there was a knock on the door, and it's me. Arya, go open the door, it's Li Zheng. Arya was so tired that she felt dizzy and her face was flushed. After opening the door, she saw Li Zheng carrying food and quickly let Li Zheng in. Sai Shisher looked over and saw that Li Zheng had already arrived. So why did he bring food with him? Annie, you've been busy all morning. You must be hungry. My mother just happened to make some extra food for lunch. Come and try it. Sai Shisher wiped her hands and said, Oh, Xiao Zheng, I made you spend money again. I feel bad about this. Li Zheng smiled and said, Auntie, what are you busy with? The white jade tofu can only be kept for a day at most, and changing the water is extremely troublesome. You could do less. Arya got anxious when she heard this. Li Zheng, look at how many people are rushing to eat today. How can we make less? What if there's not enough tomorrow? Sai Shisher didn't say anything, but her eyes were always on Li Zheng. Her expression was exactly the same as Arya's. They were truly mother and daughter. Ha! Li Zheng laughed. I knew you would have this question. Don't worry, take your time, and you'll be fine if you listen to me. Now I tell the mother and daughter that free things are the most expensive. Maybe they don't understand anything, but they have to say something. When Li Zheng laughs like this, although he is confident, There is no guarantee that the mother and daughter will not be able to sleep at night. Look, tomorrow, I estimate that all the tofu will be sold out in less than a morning. One morning? So fast. Saishishir was confused. In the past, a jar of tofu might not be sold out in one day, but now it could be sold out in one morning. Maybe she didn't believe it before, but when she thought about what happened today, she began to believe it a little. White jade tofu is delicious, and with Li Zheng's methods, it seems possible. Do we need to restock then? No, that's all we have. We'll leave once we're sold out. If you ask, just say mother and daughter are weak and can only make that much in a day. Li Zheng paused and continued, haha, if anyone wants it, just let them line up. Then tell them that tofu made in the early morning is the best and that it takes the mother and daughter an entire night to make it, which is time-consuming and laborious. The more this kind of thing is, the more popular it is. Tell a story. Isn't marketing all about telling a story? Li Zheng continued, I've already discussed it with Gao Liang, the owner of Gao's pastry shop. When the time comes, as long as you buy pastries, you can get half a pound of tofu for free every day. Of course, you have to line up early. Only 10 pounds of tofu will be given away each day, which means 20 people. The rest of you could just continue to queue up. It's tomorrow and tomorrow, anyway. Arya covered her mouth and followed Li Zheng's words with her little head. As the days went by, she began to feel confused. Tomorrow after tomorrow, I can't count them with both hands, and even adding my toes doesn't seem to be enough. Li Zheng, has your brain really been touched by an immortal? How come it's so sharp? Sai Shishir gritted her teeth. Now that she was a grown-up girl and had gotten into the bridal sedan, it was too late to get off the bridal sedan. She might as well do it. It was not easy for Li Zheng and the shopkeeper Gao to reach an outcome. So she just did as Li Zheng said. Xiao Zheng, and he wants to ask you, what do you know all this? Sai Shishir finally spoke out the doubts in her heart. You were not like this before. Li Zheng was stunned. In his memory, the previous Li Zheng seemed to be a rather taciturn boy. Even if he wanted to do something, he would do it quietly. The current Li Zheng has indeed changed a lot from before. It seems that I need to keep a low profile. But dealing with Sai Shishir was easy. Annie, you have to keep this a secret for me. I was just pretending before. Didn't I want to see the immortal every day? From ancient times to the present, women have always been the kings of gossip. Arya opened her eyes wide, and her graceful body was almost pressed against Li Zheng's face. Sai Shishir's eyes flickered, and her breathing seemed to stop. Immortal. Li Zheng mentioned the immortal. Oh my god, there really are immortals in this world. Sai Shishir's chest rose and fell, but then stopped abruptly. Xiao Zheng, please tell me. Haha, it's nothing. When I was little, there was an old man with a white beard who said he would teach me magic. Later, he passed away, and I want to go find him. This paragraph explains why Li Zheng liked to seek immortals and ask for advice in the past. Then I found him, and he touched my head and enlightened me. As the saying goes, there's a white jade palace in heaven, with 12 towers and 5 cities. The immortal stroked my head, and I was blessed with eternal life. After Li Zheng finished speaking, he emphasized, this matter ends here with you. You must not tell anyone. How could the mother and daughter listen to what Li Zheng said? All they could think of was the old man with a white beard touching his head, the rosy clouds everywhere, and the beauty of the heavenly palace. Chapter 22 Radish is a good thing. Seeing that he had been fooled, Li Zheng said nothing more. Auntie, it's time to eat. This shout woke up Sai Shishir and Arya. Li Zheng felt that the two women looked so dazed just now that if they were educated in the materialism of later generations, they would definitely think that they looked like fools. Li Zheng spent the whole afternoon planning how to expand his house. He went to the county town and spent 50 cents to buy writing brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone. Li Zheng still felt a little uncomfortable. I can write calligraphy, but my handwriting is so bad that I bought a brush specifically for writing small characters. This way I feel a little less awkward. However, it still took me an entire afternoon to get used to the soft brush. Calculating accounts, writing, and drawing. Write down roughly what you think of in the courtyard so that you will have a reference when you repair it. About 200 steps to the east of the yard is Sai Shishir's shop, which means there are still 200 steps left for me. I need to buy that piece of land. To the west, within 100 steps, it is all barren, with weeds everywhere, and there are wildcats and dogs. It would cost a lot of money to buy the land. Land prices during the Jingguan period are rarely mentioned in history, but according to the land system of the Tang dynasty, buying a piece of land was indeed a bit troublesome. But that was arable land. What Li Zheng wanted to buy was something similar to a residential plot in later generations. Without further ado, let's save money. Wang found a table and a stool for Li Zheng in the room where the cabbages were kept. It was a simple little place, and there was also a bedboard, which was Li Zheng's small room. There weren't many things we could use at home, so Wang was very frugal and didn't forget to save as much money as possible. Li Zheng knew that it was time to harvest the white radishes. Standing in the super farm system, you'll be greeted by lush greenery, bringing a breath of freshness. The taste of white radish is different from that of cabbage, and the feeling is completely different. If cabbage is full of moisture, then white radish is like full of life. The naked breath of life. These two vegetables are rich in nutrients, and Li Zheng wants to ensure that his family will not suffer from malnutrition. As night fell, watching the number on an acre of land return to zero, Li Zheng had an idea. A ripple flashed through the super farm system, and those white radishes were pulled out of the ground one by one as if they were grabbed by something out of thin air. They are so uniform that even their movements are consistent. The most important thing is that the white belly looks very appetizing. Before traveling through time, Li Zheng liked dried radishes and pickled radishes the most. Now that he has white radishes, Li Zheng can try them himself. In a warehouse, white radishes are piled up. In the warehouse of the super farm system, there's no need to worry about refrigerators. This is a perfect storage place. But Li Zheng was a little surprised by the weight of so many white radishes. 10,000 pounds. So much. But soon, Li Zheng understood that one white radish weighed 3 to 5 pounds. This was just some wasteland. In the super farm system, white radishes could be harvested in 10 hours, 10,000 pounds. This amount was really terrifying. You can ask your two uncles to take out some white radishes tomorrow. System, plant 1 acre of carrots. Since we have to satisfy the family's food and drink needs first, we must have essential nutrients, and carrots are definitely necessary. Ding! Planting complete. 13 hours left until maturity. Carrots take 13 hours to mature, which is not bad. If you plant them at night, you can harvest them when you return from the city tomorrow morning. Li Zheng now plans to cultivate more land, save money to buy super farmland, and then renovate the old house. System upgrade is also extremely critical. Only after the upgrade can Li Zheng accumulate experience faster. Li Dan, Li Qing, brother will make something delicious for you today. White radish was quite common in the Tang dynasty, and many people ate it on ordinary days. When Li Zheng took out 2 white radishes from behind, Li Dan and Li Qing jumped up immediately. Wow, bro is awesome. Brother, what is this? Li Zheng touched the heads of the 2 little guys and said, "This is white radish." Wang came back from washing clothes outside and saw this scene. She turned around and closed the door tightly. "Silly boy, where did you get the radish?" "Mother, I grew them myself. Don't ask me about this in the future. As long as I can get the vegetables, that's all." Wang looked at her son and suddenly felt that the child had grown up and there were some things she shouldn't ask him about anymore. "I'm going to cook something delicious today. It just so happened that the soy sauce and vinegar I bought a few days ago were still there, as well as a lot of icing sugar. As for the salt, although it tasted a bit bad compared to the salt of later generations, it became crystal clear after being steamed and purified by Li Zheng in a large iron pot. The aroma of cooking in the big iron wok can really make the wild cats and dogs outside cry with hunger. These wild cats and dogs are also strange. They stay outside their own yards and don't come in. They just stand on the wall and watch. Maybe it's because he's afraid of people. Pork, spare ribs, cabbage. Soon, Wang stared at Li Zheng's skillful operation in amazement and fell into deep thought. How come Xiaozheng is so good at cooking? If Wang felt that Li Zheng's cooking last time was a coincidence, this time it was a real confirmation. Wang looked at Li Zheng with eyes that seemed to say, "There's something wrong with you. You are not my son." There was still an extra portion of food for today, so Li Dan and Li Qing took one and ran to area to deliver it. Then the 2 little guys came back with a basket full of white jade tofu. In the extra part, the wild cats and dogs on the wall were squeaking as if they had been waiting for a long time. Li Zheng took the basket and walked out the door. He poured the bones and some soup into a wooden barrel, dug a hole in the ground, and put the bones in. Li Zheng had just stopped and taken 2 steps back when the wild cats and dogs, led by the big yellow dog, started eating. However, Li Zheng discovered that there seemed to be an agreement between the wild cats and wild dogs. Every time, the yellow dog would eat first, followed by the black dog. After the dogs had finished eating, the wild cats would eat first. Wang stood behind Li Zheng and sighed. After closing the door, the small courtyard was filled with a joyful atmosphere again. The 2 little guys, Li Dan, and Li Qing, always make people hungry when they eat. After tasting the dishes cooked by Li Zheng, Wang finally understood why Li Zheng bought a big iron pot and why he used pig skin to make oil. There's no way to extract oil now, so Li Zheng can only use this primitive method. Li Zheng's family eats well, and Lao Wang's family is also nice. On the outskirts of Qinghe County, old Wang looked at his two sons with a face full of joy. Chapter 23, The Fame of White Jade Tofu. I went out specifically to get a pot of wine today. He was also scolded by the old woman, who said that he had just had 2 days of full meals, but he didn't even know his own name or surname, and started buying wine to drink. Lao Wang argued that it was a low-quality wine that cost 3 cents per pound, but 3 cents is still money, and Mrs. Du was not the kind of person who was easily fooled. Before she married Lao Wang, her family sold wine, and she knew very well how wine was sold these days. But when Lao Wang poured a little bit in her bowl, she shut up, took 2 sips, and fell into a deep sleep. Old Wang looked at his 2 sons and felt a little relieved that they had finally survived in this chaotic world. "Dad, don't worry, my brother and I will definitely listen to Xiaojing and not do anything rash." Lao Wang knew that his son was not the kind of person who would do something reckless. But the problem was that people's hearts were changed. Even the most simple-minded people would have some changes in their hearts when they had extra money in their hands. Although Lao Wang lived a miserable life, most of the time he was drifting in the tyranny of the late Sui dynasty. After the Sui dynasty and the tyranny were finally over, the wars among the princes continued for several years. Later, he finally waited for the establishment of the Tang dynasty and thought he could live a good life for a few days. At this time, there were disasters every 3 years, and God simply didn't treat people as human beings. I have experienced many ups and downs in my life and lived a miserable life, but I've learned a lot of truths. My 2 sons are just like fools. Not only are they honest, but they have also suffered all the hardships in the world and achieved nothing. Hey, Lao Wang thought about this and drank the wine in the bowl in one gulp. Listen, you two, from now on, even if you follow Xiaojing and succeed, you can't have any ideas. We farmers don't have that kind of mentality. If you try to trip up Xiaozheng, you'll be digging your own graves. Old Wang's voice was stern, and Wang Qian and Wang Dong immediately began to tremble. Old Wang has a belt around his waist, made of some unknown leather. He had this belt when he was young. After all these years, it is still as shiny as new. Originally, Old Wang planned to keep it as a family heirloom, but later it became a tool for educating his children. The close relationship between the 2 little Wangs and Lao Wang deepened day by day with the repeated rise and fall of the leather straps and the screams. At night in Wangxianglu, the largest restaurant in Qinghe County, the waiter lit a lamp and whispered a lot in the owner's ear. The shopkeeper's face was gloomy and uncertain, and he smacked his lips. "White Jade Tofu. That's a good name. Do you know where the mother and daughter are from?" "Shopkeeper, how can we possibly know that? But today they will start selling tofu in front of Gaoji Bakery, and we will know the price." The waiter brought back a piece of white jade tofu. A high-end place like Wangxianglu in Qinghe County naturally cannot be without such delicious food. Early tomorrow morning, go line up and ask the mother and daughter how much tofu they can make in a day. We'll take it all. Wangxianglu is very famous in the small Qinghe County. Except for Zheng Tu, who is a very picky eater, everyone has always believed that the food in Wangxianglu is excellent. Of course, not many people can afford to eat in Wangxianglu. For so many years, Wangxianglu has relied on the Song family and the gentry, and their consumption accounts for the bulk of the revenue. Of course, there are also ordinary people. Generally speaking, Wangxianglu is not too big or too small in this small county town. The one-story restaurant is quite decent. If there are any new good things, Wangxianglu must have them. The shopkeeper's face was filled with pride. If he could buy all the white jade tofu, anyone who wanted to eat it would have to come to Wangxianglu. By then, the price wouldn't be up to you. It wouldn't be enough to just eat tofu, so there were other things. The more I think about it, the more excited I get. However, the waiter did not seem to understand the shopkeeper's feelings. He just felt that queuing up to buy tofu early in the morning and asking for all the tofu would anger the people in the county. Li Zheng got up early, grabbed the 2 little ones, Li Dan and Li Qing, and started doing radio gymnastics. Of course, learning to read is also inevitable. The 2 little guys had learned to read and write from a teacher before, but later something unexpected happened in their family, and the 2 little guys stopped going to school. Children will definitely not take the initiative to ask to go to school, and some may even regard not going to school as the true meaning of freedom and happiness. This has been the case since ancient times. What kid doesn't like to play? But Li Dan and Li Qing made Li Zheng worried. Li Qing was a girl, so it wasn't a big problem for her to go to school early or late. But it was different for Li Dan. This guy started school early, but now he is still a mess and just plays all day long. This can't go on. He's becoming more and more naughty, especially his habit of wiping his nose, which is simply disgusting. When the family conditions were better, Li Dan liked to wipe her husband's nose. Brother, my legs feel tired. I want to sit down. Li Dan suddenly made this request when he was doing radio gymnastics. His small arms and legs looked like he was being lazy and funny. No, do it properly. Every movement must be standard. When Li Zhengyi became stern, Li Dan naturally didn't dare to act rashly. His little face was tense and worried, but the movements of his hands and feet were still standard. Li Qing was very interested in this radio gymnastics, but she didn't understand why it was called radio gymnastics. The name was so strange. Do it well, and you can eat delicious food after you are done. The weather is hot now, and many things cannot be stored. The temperature in the cellars of ordinary people is not high enough, so they will go bad in 2 days. The meat that Li Zheng bought last time has been almost eaten by the whole family. Li Zheng made the last thing today into breakfast. Brother, I have to cook well so that I can eat pig's trotters later. Li Zheng nudda. As expected of a girl, she liked to eat pig's trotters. That's right. Eating too much pig's trotters will make your face pale. Li Dan's nose started to run again. Brother, I want to eat meatballs. There are no meatballs. You ate them all last night. Li Zheng had a dark face and stood with his hands on his hips. When Wang Xian and Wang Dong came, they still had smiles on their faces, but Li Zheng smelled alcohol on them. Xiao Zheng, what are you selling today? Don't panic, uncles. Today is still cabbage. Did those people say anything after buying cabbage yesterday? Wang Xian and Wang Dong were stunned. They were only concerned about collecting the money at that time, so why did they care about what others said? Li Zheng was slightly stunned. Aren't these two uncles too stubborn? Ah, it's okay. We'll go back to where we were yesterday. This time, each of us will take 15. 15 pieces weigh a little more than 300 kilograms, and the profit is just over 1,500 coins. After Wang Qian and Wang Dong moved the cabbages, they set off in a hurry. Now that they could eat enough these days, they naturally had more energy to work. Chapter 24. Linkage between tofu and pastries. The reputation of white jade tofu became the most mysterious thing in Qinghe County overnight. Everyone knew that in front of Gaoji Pastry Shop, there was a mother and daughter who were going to sell a kind of tofu called white jade tofu. Those who got the free trial yesterday made great contributions. In this small county town, the news spread like sparks igniting a haystack, and in an instant, gossip exploded. That white jade tofu is so delicious. Hey, I'll get in line in a bit. A group of people were gathered on the street, talking. The drought has not ended yet, and nothing can be done now. Small vendors buying and selling are not affected, but they are also very idle. Most of their previous buyers have lost interest today, so they discussed it one by one, very excited. It's too late for you to line up now. Oh, how do you mean? When I came here just now, I saw that there was already a long line of people there. In an instant, several people looked at each other. We've all just gotten up. Why are you queuing up so early? In front of Gaoji Pastry Shop, next to the white jade tofu stall, there's a line of beautifully written large characters. This was specially prepared by Li Zheng for Gao Yang. White jade tofu costs 5 coins per pound. Shishir and Arya are now in a state of panic. There was only one cart of tofu, and there wasn't much on the cart to begin with. Once people gathered around, the two weak women naturally had no idea what to do. 5 cents a pound, not expensive. What delicious food. That's right, don't squeeze me. Li Zim Fronath. He had not expected this situation. He thought that the people in ancient times were rule-abiding. However, Li Zheng still underestimated the urgency of these people and overestimated the quality of people in this faraway place. Arya was so anxious that she was about to cry. Don't move, don't move. Arya was almost holding a knife in her hand. When the crowd was crowded, Arya's shouts could not be heard at all. Li Zheng took a step forward, intending to go forward and help. People from Gaoyang's shop also came out to help, but a few guys were no match for dozens of people. Just as Sai Shishir and Arya were about to be drowned in the crowd, a roar appeared. Get out of here. Get in line. If anyone pushes me again, I'll chop him to death. The sound was like the mooing of a bison in the wilderness. In an instant, The whole street seemed to be filled with a gust of wind. Everyone was stunned. Li Zheng had just taken a step forward and then retracted it. Here they come. The so-called knights or warriors of this era are here. Li Zheng himself disdains to be a warrior. After all, although the title is good, once the court starts to rectify the situation, the first unstable factors to be rectified are these wanderers and warriors. Zheng Shi, also known as Zheng the Butcher, stood behind the crowd holding a sharp boning knife. His tall figure was as tall as a small mountain. Get in line. People looked at each other, holding money in their hands, and crowded together, looking like starving ghosts. At this moment, when they heard the thunder-like roar coming from behind, they suddenly became like little ghosts seeing the king of hell and dared not move. Zheng Shi roared and put the boning knife in his hand, or more accurately, the pig bone knife, back to his waist. What kind of ability is it to bully an orphan and a widow? I know very well what you filthy fellows are like all day long. Don't think you'll be all right just because there are so many of us. I have a good memory. Tomorrow I'll come to your door one by one and tell you all about your dirty deeds so that all the neighbors can hear. Do you really think that no one can cure you? After Zheng Shi said this, the crowd were noisy just now didn't dare to say a word. Only then did Li Zheng notice that Gao Yang was standing in the pastry shop, touching his chin and smiling. People started lining up, and at the same time, white jade tofu seemed to become even more famous. Shai si si ting get deng si, tang ju, mista zheng. Ah, that's fine. Zheng, can't stand this kind of group of people stirring up trouble. Do you really think the law doesn't hold everyone responsible? There's a God above us, and no one can escape. Sai Shishir was stunned for a moment, wrapped the tofu, and did not forget to add an extra pound. There were quite a few white jade tofu on the cart today, but not too many. They were all sold out in half an hour. Gaoji Pastry Shop was also busy. Usually, this place was only visited by local prominent families, but today, it was also crowded. The guys were very busy, but Gao Yang had a smile on his face the whole time. Traffic is money, and human traffic is the most primitive way of money flow. Li Zheng felt that the time was almost up, so he went to find Wang Qian and Wang Dong. It would not be easy for the two of them to sell the cabbages today. After all, most people in the city went to Gaoji Pastry. After Li Zheng left, Sai Shishir repeatedly promised to do more tomorrow, and then people left in disappointment. Those who bought tofu were naturally happy, and those who didn't buy any at least got a piece of osmanthus cake as compensation. They could just come back tomorrow. No one would have thought that tofu and pastries would form a perfect linkage in the Tang dynasty. Wang Qian and Wang Dong felt a little embarrassed today. At this time yesterday, 10 cabbages had already been sold out. Why did it become so difficult today? When Li Zheng found them, he couldn't help but laugh. It would be strange if you two could get any business squatting at this intersection. The small vendors have their own place, so they don't have to worry about customers. Since you don't have your own place, just go door to door to sell your products. When they saw Li Zheng appear, No Brain and Unhappy immediately panicked. Xiaojing, why are you here? Li Zheng smiled and said, Don't think too much, uncles. I just happened to be passing by. When Wang Qian and Wang Dong saw Li Zheng appear, but they hadn't sold a single one, they naturally panicked. After all, the whole family could only have enough food to eat with Xiao Zheng, and they couldn't let Xiao Zheng think that they were lazy and gluttonous. Xiao Zheng, there really is no one on the streets today. Qinghe County is so big. Where do you think they went? Li Zheng smiled and said, Uncle, don't worry. Something else is happening in the city today, and everyone will be out soon. Yesterday, white jade tofu caused a sensation. People who could afford to eat vegetables and tofu had already started lining up to buy tofu. Wang Dong touched the wrinkles on his face, looking worried. Brother, how about we go to someone else's house today? When Wang Qian heard this, he couldn't help but look embarrassed. Every time these two honest farmers stood at someone else's door, they looked so embarrassed, as if they had done something wrong. Li Zheng didn't say anything. If his two uncles wanted to overcome this psychological barrier, they had to move on. Uncle, I think second uncle is right. Since Li Zheng said so, Wang Qian couldn't be scared. He picked up the sack and walked towards where the rich people lived. The author has something to say. This book is a slow-burning one. The protagonist will not enter the court until the middle to late stages, and that is when the climax comes. I hope everyone will keep reading. Chapter 25, Delicious Carrots. Li Zheng found some food he needed in Qinghe County, threw it into the sack behind him, and carried it home. When they reached the junction of the inner city and the outer city, The patrolling officers stared at the thin young man in front of them and fell into deep thought. Brother, what are you carrying on your back? The officers didn't actually have to interrogate Li Zheng, but this scene was really strange. This year was a year of disaster, and a boy of 15 or 16 years old, dressed simply, was carrying a sack on his back. It was obvious that the things inside were not light. When an ordinary family in the outer city or suburbs allow a teenager to come into the city to buy things. Sir, these are some food. Li Zheng put down the sack, wiped the sweat off his face, and said with a smile. He knew these two officers, who often appeared in the outer city, especially around Li Zheng's old house. Oh, little guy, you look familiar. Are you the neighbor of the mother and daughter who sell tofu? When Li Zheng heard this, he was immediately happy. It seems that Shishir and Arya are already celebrities, but it makes sense that they are two orphans and their widowed mother. If it weren't for these two officials taking care of them, they would probably have a hard time in the outer city. Li Zheng bowed and said, "That's right, young man. Thank you for your hard work, both officers." The officer waved his hand and sighed. "You are the boy from the Li family. I remember now. There are a lot of wild cats and dogs around your house recently. You, your mother, and your brothers and sisters should be careful. Thank you very much. I will pay attention to it." These two officers look very similar. In fact, they're brothers. They are both officers from Qinga County. The two brothers are responsible for the security of the outer city. The rich and powerful people have long been living freely in the inner city. Only those with poor backgrounds had no choice but to do hard labor in the outer city. However, the two brothers didn't seem to care. Their home was also in the outer city, so they just regarded it as a way to protect their own safety. "Well, you little brat, I don't know where you went in the past 2 years. Your mother was worried sick. Go back quickly and don't let the elders at home worry. Eat more. I can't even carry this little food. You're a real man, but you're out of breath after just a few steps." Li Zheng was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. After thanking the two officers, he continued on his way home. Li Zheng knew these two officers. One was named Zhou Meng, and the other was named Zhou Hao. They were both kind-hearted people. When Li Zheng's family was down on their luck, the two officers gave them a little help. When he got home, Li Dan and Li Qing immediately came up to him and asked, "Brother, what delicious food did you buy?" Li Dan's neck was almost stretched into the sack, while Li Qing jumped up and hung on Li Zheng's body. "You two little greedy cats. All you do is eat delicious food. Did you help your mother with work today?" Li Dan puffed out his chest and said, "Brother, I helped mother carry firewood today." Li Qing also said proudly, "I helped my mother wash clothes." Li Zheng Lauga. How much firewood could Li Dan, with his small body, carry? It would be strange if Li Qing, with his small arms and legs, could lift wet clothes. "Oh, then you two are very good. Come, brother will reward you with something good. Close your eyes quickly." Li Dan and Li Qing immediately stood obediently in front of Li Zheng. The two little guys closed their eyes, put their hands behind their backs, and their little gaps in their teeth were exposed. Li Zheng, on the other hand, dove into the system and said, "Carrots, harvest." The carrots are ripe now. In the system, Li Zheng's eyes blurred, and he saw red carrots in the warehouse. They looked delicious. Li Zheng likes to eat carrots very much. They are rich in nutrients, especially vitamins. When he was a child, Li Zheng didn't like to eat green vegetables or spinach, but he had a special liking for carrots. Relatives at home said that Li Zheng was the reincarnation of a little rabbit. With a flick of his hand, Li Zheng took out 2 cleanly washed carrots and said, "Okay, you can open your eyes now." In an instant, Li Dan and Li Qing's eyes lit up. After the two little guys opened their eyes, they immediately jumped up excitedly. "Brother, what is this?" Li Zheng was stunned. Yes, this thing was not introduced to China until the Song Dynasty, but he took it out in advance. "This thing is called carrot, and it's the little rabbit's favorite vegetable." Li Zheng said with great emotion, "This little carrot has a story." The two little guys each held one in their hands. Li Dan had just lost a tooth recently, but he didn't seem to care at all and took a bite. Compared to white radish, carrots taste much better. In an instant, the little guy exclaimed, "Brother, it's delicious." Seeing Li Dan's face filled with joy after taking a bite, Li Qing was not to be outdone. The little mouth opens. With a click, Li Qing's little mouth was full of water, and a smile immediately appeared on his face. "Brother, carrots are delicious. Okay, now that you two have eaten, do you want to get one for mother?" Li Dan and Li Qing nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. Mother also wants to eat. We all want to eat. Today's harvest was good. When Li Zheng's two uncles came back, the copper coins in their hands clattered. which made Wang Qian and Wang Dong very excited. After Li Zhengqing ordered, Wang was just about to make lunch. Xiao Zheng, you're amazing. I was wondering why sales were slow today. Turns out I had to go to people's doorsteps. Wang Qian said excitedly. Wang Dong was not to be outdone. The two farmers finally experienced the joy of doing business. In the past, we just sold our own grain and vegetables at random and didn't make much money. Today, I feel so satisfied. Second uncle, tell me, how did you sell grain before? Wang Dong's face twitched and his face turned red all the way to his neck. The two sons of old Wang were not good at talking. When people came to collect their grain, they wanted a bargain but didn't know how to start. They could only watch with red faces and angry eyes as others left a little money and took the things away. Only after everyone left did they realize that they had suffered a loss and felt extremely regretful. Wang Dong couldn't utter a word for a long time, and then Wang Qian spoke. Xiao Zheng, when the government collected grain in the past, we didn't dare to tell anyone. We just had to accept whatever they said. The grain tax in the Tang dynasty was actually not that high, but due to the limitations of land development and farming conditions, the yield per mu was actually very average. The farmland in the super farm system is almost the best farmland in the entire era. Even so, there's an upper limit. It cannot be said that 1 acre of land can grow infinitely. The maximum yield of cabbage is 10,000 kilograms per acre. Even rice and wheat can only produce 1,000 kilograms per acre. Radishes are heavy and absorb water, so weighing 10,000 kilograms is no problem. But in the Tang dynasty, if 1 acre of land could produce several hundred kilograms of wheat, it was considered a blessing from God. Chapter 26. Don't hit people in the face. Today's lunch includes shredded radish and big steamed buns. Wang steamed the buns because she hadn't finished the noodles she bought last time. Of course, when we say steamed buns, they're actually steamed buns from the Tang dynasty. Compared with the steamed buns of later generations, they're a bit hard and a bit sour. This was not a problem. Wang Qian and Wang Dong ate shredded radish with steamed buns, drank 3 full bowls of rice porridge, and ate 10 steamed buns. Li Zheng didn't think much of it. After all, this was how farmers ate. On weekdays, their meals were not oily, so they had to rely on quantity. The two little guys, Li Dan and Li Qing, opened their mouths wide and stared at their two uncles eating in amazement, with wonderful expressions on their faces. Perhaps every farmer in the Tang dynasty was a foodie. A foodie soul. A foodie only uses a basin to eat. This is true. After the two uncles had eaten and drunk their fill, Li Zheng gave each of them 15 cabbages and continued to go to the city to sell them. There is no other way. Li Zheng really wants to expand the scale of the land in the super farm, which requires a large amount of copper coins. 1 acre of land costs 10,000 copper coins. He only has more than 3,400 copper coins on him now, which is probably not enough. The two uncles were very proud and went out with the cabbages on their backs. With the experience of selling cabbages in the past few days, Li Zheng felt that it should not be a problem to sell a little more today. After dinner, Wang took the two little ones to take a nap, while Li Zheng himself was in a small room, immersed in the system. Now, there is no shortage of food at home. Although there seem to be a lot of vegetables, they may not be enough. This time, Li Zheng plans to continue growing cabbage. System, plant 1 acre of cabbage. As soon as he finished speaking, tender sprouts appeared on the dark and shiny land of the farmland, and water drops were swirling above the sprouts. There are still 14 hours until the cabbage is ripe. In the system, Li Zheng took a look at the mountains of vegetables and grains in his warehouse and clapped his hands with satisfaction. The afternoon sun seemed to become even more scorching. The dog days of summer seemed to be here in the next few days. In previous years, even the hottest days of summer, there would be some rain to reduce the heat. But this year the situation is different. The scorching sun is reluctant to leave, as if there is some unspeakable secret between it and the earth. Wang found 2 craftsmen and planned to renovate the main hall in the old house. The 2 craftsmen were also honest people. They worked diligently and didn't even ask for wages when they entered the door. Xiao Zheng, remember, these 2 rooms were given to you when your father married me. If you become successful in the future and want to expand the old house, you must use this main room as the ancestral hall. Li Zheng nodded. This ancestral hall is a testimony to my mother and father, so I will naturally keep it. What the bricklayer has to do now is to renovate the tiles on the roof of the main hall. Li Zheng and the 2 craftsmen were chatting casually. The 2 craftsmen were named Niu San and Zheng Aci, both of whom were poor people from Qinghai County. The old mother in Niu San's family was in poor health. In the year of the great disaster, there was no harvest. In order to keep his mother alive, he sold his land and exchanged it for food. He was determined to save his mother even if he was starving. You say this is a stupid filial piety? Perhaps people in the future will make such an evaluation. Sometimes it takes courage to do something even though you know it is impossible. At least in Li Zhang's opinion, Nyo-san is a good person and his craftsmanship seems to be good too. Zhang AC had relatively few hardships, but he had 2 children at home who needed food and drink, and food was in short supply. He worked day and night in the county town looking for work just to support his family. Although I got the wages, I couldn't buy food. Brother, it will take a lot of effort to renovate this entire house. Nyo-san lowered his head and spoke in a low voice. Although Li Zhang's family, including mother and son, are now in poverty, they were once glorious. When the family was rich a few years ago, they were also famous gentry in Qinghe County. Whether it was Nyo-san or Zhang ACI, they were still a little afraid when facing the mother and son of the Li family. Haha, don't worry, it's just a little trouble, but I'll pay you normally. That's good, that's good. The 2 craftsmen grinned, with mud spots dotted on their faces and seeping into the wrinkles that could never be smoothed out. The wages of the poor cannot be delayed. Li Zhang is not the kind of person who wants to become a big capitalist, nor does he want to become a nobleman in the Tang dynasty. Many people fantasize about being high and mighty after arriving in the Tang dynasty, treating people as non-human beings and becoming the center of power in the Tang dynasty. That's unrealistic. If a person truly integrated into the power center of the Tang dynasty and connected seamlessly, then this person was not a good person before he traveled through time. Standing at the pinnacle of power and looking at the people is like asking your people to chop wood in a game. You don't care whether they are sick, unwell, or how long they have rested. All you have is only one goal: to cut down trees quickly and build houses quickly. Li Zhang wanted to be a good farmer, so the 2 craftsmen felt relieved after hearing what Li Zhang said. They didn't dare to question it casually. Will you be paid in copper coins or in grain? Li Zhang had just opened his mouth when the 2 hands that were laying tiles stopped. Can we still use food? Their voices trembled, and Zhang AC and Nyo-san stared at Li Zhang blankly. Haha, of course. Nyo-san's eyes were about to turn red. That's a great sentiment. Money can't buy food now, so why not use food as wages? In the current county town, the only place where you can buy rice every day is the business in front of the county government office. But that business is only open in the morning. It was a coincidence that Li Zhang was able to buy grain after making money last time. This is also why after Li Zhang completed the system upgrade and had copper coins in his hands, he decided to plant rice and wheat first. If you have food at home, you won't be worried. Nyo-san and Zhang Esai suddenly felt like they were given an injection of chicken blood, and they worked even harder. Li Dan and Li Qing have to learn to read today under Li Zhang's oppression. The 1,000-character classic and Enlightenment textbook has been commonly used since ancient times, but Li Zhang thinks it would be better to start with 100 family surnames. So, the sound of the 2 little guys mumbling something and reading aloud attracted passersby. In the dilapidated old house, the sound of reading became a rare coolness in the hot weather. The leaves on the big sycamore tree swayed, as if immersed in the atmosphere of the 2 little guys reading. In the back hall of the Qinghe County Government Office, the man in brocade clothes was Chui Ning. His face was covered with bruises, and his neck was red. Brother, that person is too much. I just bought an extra piece of tofu. Why is he so angry? Don't hit people in the face. Chapter 27, all made money. Gui Musaid, his younger brother, actually had a good personality. It was just that in an unreasonable place like Qinghe County, someone like Chui Ning could not fit in. It's okay. I've sent someone to investigate today. That person won't be able to escape. Chui Ning frowned when he heard this. Brother, you must keep your public and private affairs separate. You must never forget this. I've suffered a loss myself, and I want to redeem myself. I'm here to talk and complain to you. Chui Mu was stunned. This younger brother has grown up. Brother, try this tofu. TSK, 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 TSK. I got up before the rooster even crowed. You don't know, there were already more than 10 people ahead of me. When that beautiful lady appeared, a group of people rushed over. With my physique, I almost died. Fortunately, the guys from Gaoji Bakery stopped them in time. Otherwise, the mother and daughter would have been in real trouble. Then a butcher came, and his roar frightened the chaotic crowd, allowing the mother and daughter to go about their business normally. Chui Mu frowned. Why are the people of Qinghe County so disorderly? Although Chui Mu was the county magistrate, Business was not included in his jurisdiction. He did not quite understand the ways of business, nor did he understand why the people of Qinghe County rioted over tofu and almost caused a loss of life. Brother, I have something to say. In impoverished and desolate areas, there are many unruly people. Where there is no morality, there will naturally be evil spirits. But this tofu is really delicious. Chui Ning, with a red face, cut off a piece with a small knife and put it in his mouth. His lips moved gently, as if he was enjoying the endless aftertaste. I'll go over and take a look tomorrow morning. Gao Yang never expected that the revenue of his pastry shop today would exceed that of any previous period. You have to know that it is not easy to do business in the Tang Dynasty. In big places, you are looked down upon, and your interests in small places are not guaranteed. It is difficult to find a place where you can feel at ease after traveling from south to north. Business is also good, but there are many restrictions. Today, Gao Yang saw the light. Boss, we sold more today than on New Year's Day. Gao Yang's face was filled with smiles, and his smile was as big as a chrysanthemum. Today, each of you will be given 10 cents as payment for your hard work. The guys and the accountant excitedly bowed to Gao Yang to express their gratitude. Gao Yang's wife was from Dengzhou and seldom came to Qinghe County. Luer naturally became the person who took care of Gao Yang. When she saw that the income exceeded 50 strings of cash, she couldn't believe it. Husband, what's going on? Haha, this is Mr. Li Zhang's secret. I don't know either, but I can sense that the depths of Mr. Li Zhang's heart are beyond the reach of the likes of us. Gao Yang had mixed feelings. He had been doing business for so many years, and Li Zhang's methods were something he had never heard of or seen before, but they produced immediate results, which was simply a miracle. No, I have to pay a visit today. Although I don't know where Li Zhang's house is, haven't I been to Sai Shishi's house? Manager Gao set off as soon as he said he would, carrying cakes and gift boxes. The hot sun could not make him feel restless. On the contrary, things went so smoothly today that he felt happy and refreshed. At this time in Sai Shishi's small workshop, the mother and daughter were facing a box full of copper coins and fell into deep thought. Mom, there's a lot of money in here. I know. Should we give Li Zhang some? He didn't ask for money when he gave us the recipe, and he didn't ask for money when he asked us to sell tofu at Manager Gao's door. So many ideas, but no money. Arya held her chin up and rolled her eyes. What's wrong? Little girl, you haven't even started thinking about others yet. Oh my, a girl can't be kept at home when she grows up. Arya's face flushed red after hearing what her mother said, but she still insisted on her opinion. It's Li Zhang who doesn't want it. We can't refuse to give it to him. Sai Shishi's heart brightened. Not bad. This little girl has grown up and knows how to apply what she has learned. Not bad. Let's go and visit her later. In Li Zhang's small courtyard, Neo-san and Zheng ACI smeared mud on the walls of the main room, replaced the tiles on the roof, and then prepared to leave. Li Zhang had already prepared 2 large cabbages and a bucket of rice. In the Tang Dynasty, labor costs were not cheap. 2 craftsmen worked for almost a day and only earned about 50 coins each. Ordinary people usually do their own house repairs just to save this little money. After dividing 2 large cabbages and a bushel of rice equally, the 2 men expressed their gratitude to Li Zhang. The young man from the Li family may be young, but he's a kind-hearted person. He's sure to be successful in the future. Yes, good things will happen to good people. Li Zhang had heard this kind of talk many times, so he didn't say much. You 2 have worked hard. After you bring back the vegetables and food, don't spread the news. You 2 live outside the city, and the disaster year hasn't passed yet, so you must be careful. A few days ago, there were thieves outside the city, specializing in robbing food and killing people to get food. Li Zhang seemed to be reminding them to be careful, but in fact he was just using a murder story to shut them up. It's okay to be kind, but kindness must have a bottom line. Neo-san and Zheng ACI looked at each other in shock, their voices trembling with fear. Brother, what should we do? It's okay. Remember, don't say a word about it. Even if your family asks, just tell them you bought it with money. There are natural barriers to information dissemination these days. As long as you don't talk nonsense, there will be no problems. As soon as the 2 left, Li Zhang's 2 uncles came back. Wang Qian and Wang Dong couldn't hide their pride at all. Xiao Zheng, look, we're sold out again. Has anyone ever asked where your food comes from? Li Zhang raised a question. Wang Qian saw that Li Zhang's words were very serious, and he said seriously, if someone asks, I will say that the things stored in my cellar home are from last year, and I can't take them out to sell for money to buy food this year. Li Zhang nodded. This statement was acceptable. No one is following. Don't worry, there's absolutely no such thing. Although my two brothers won't say it, we were both running errands outside in our early years. We know very well whether we were followed or not. Wang Dong patted his chest and made a promise. Being honest doesn't mean having no skills. Wang Dong always runs errands, fetches water and vegetables when he is not busy with farming. Being a porter is very taboo to be stared at. So Wang Dong has indeed developed a set of ways to get away from people. It's just that Qinghai County is too small. Even if you think you have escaped, trouble may still come. Li Zheng gave his two uncles 10 coins for the 1,530 coins and took out a few cabbages for them. Bring them to Grandpa, uncles. Let Grandpa distribute these things these days. Wang Qian nodded and said, Don't worry, Xiaozheng. We will take everything you give us back and let Daddy divide it up. Chapter 28, I don't like money. Li Zheng was actually a little worried about this matter. Lao Wang's family was outside the city. If he had something in his hand and was accidentally spotted by someone, it would be a big trouble. It hadn't been such a problem before. After all, we were all broke and barely making ends meet. Even if we felt a bit envious, the worst that could happen was we'd just keep working in the fields. If the harvest was better than yours this year, we'd be relieved. But the time is not right this year, and the two uncles must have different attitudes when holding the money. If Wang hadn't insisted that Li Zheng give some to old Wang when he was free, Li Zheng would never do so. Compared to copper coins, it is obviously safer to have food and drink delivered every few days. As soon as the two uncles left the house, there was a knock on the door. As soon as the door opened, Sai Shi and her daughter were standing at the door, shy and timid. Sai Shi, who was usually so majestic that even men were afraid of her, and the irritable tigress were laughing. As for Arya, she didn't seem to know what to say and just smiled foolishly. Auntie, what are you doing? Li Zheng noticed that Arya was holding a large basket of tofu in her hands. Xiaozheng, I don't know how to thank you. Sometimes warm things can really change a person. You say Sai Shi is fierce, but that is because she has no way to protect herself. In the past few days, she has experienced ups and downs, from the unsaleable tofu to now suddenly having hope rekindled. It would be strange if she did not have any ups and downs in her heart, and her opinion of Li Zheng did not change. She was a smart person and of course knew why everything was happening to her now. Looking at Li Zheng, she mumbled and wanted to say some words of thanks, but she didn't know how to start. Auntie, please come in first. It's not nice to stand outside. Li Zheng knew and understood the plight of the poor. He had also experienced what Sai Shi had experienced. This is how poor people are. When someone helps them, they want to express their gratitude with their warm hearts, but they always feel like something is missing and they don't know what to say. Since we have traveled to this feudal era, we should try not to repeat the old paths, and let alone let the people around us walk those old paths. Saixishi still needs to adapt to this change. Mr. Li Zheng, I'm here too. Would you like to invite me in and have a seat? Li Zheng frowned when he saw it, wondering when Gao Liang had followed him. How does he know where his home is? Seeing Li Zheng frowning slightly, Gao Liang's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this young man doesn't like being disturbed? He also didn't expect that Li Zheng and Sai Shisher's homes were separated by only a wall. And the most important thing is that he had just arrived in this area when he saw Sai Shisher and her daughter knocking on the neighbor's door. After the door opened, he saw Li Zheng. This is fate. What's the problem, young sir? Gao Liang is not the kind of person who hides things. He has always believed that even if he feels uncomfortable, as long as he speaks out, the situation can be eased. Li Zheng shook his head. No, I just didn't expect that Manager Gao would find my door. Young master, you are blaming Gao Liang, but you have misunderstood. Gao Liang walked into the yard, put the gifts on the ground, turned around and looked around, then closed the door. After closing the door, he bowed to Li Zheng and said, I originally wanted to find Sai Shisher to ask about the young master's residence, but just when I walked nearby, I saw the mother and daughter appear here. I then took a look out of curiosity and found that the young gentleman was right next door. Li Zheng nodded. This statement was credible. Manager Gao is here. Why are you bringing anything? Guests are welcome, and Li Zheng is not incapable of entertaining guests. When Wang heard that there were guests coming, she put a bench under the sycamore tree. Li Zheng poured Gao Liang some cold-boiled water and said slowly, This small courtyard is a bit shabby. I'm afraid we haven't been able to provide good hospitality. Manager Gao, please forgive me. No way, young sir. The environment here is quiet and simple, but there's a lot of mystery inside. It's not simple at all. As a businessman who has traveled all over the country, His words can really turn the world upside down, which makes people astonished. If this trick alone was used in officialdom, Gao Yang would have taken off long ago. Manager Gao, you're not right. This is our old house. We just moved here recently. It's been in disrepair for a long time, so this is the only way. Li Zheng smiled and said, Auntie, Area, you two should drink some water. Don't just stand there. If they were just talking to Li Zheng, Sai Shishir and Area would usually have no scruples, but when Gao Yang was around, the mother and daughter would naturally be a little shy. After all, Li Zheng is an acquaintance, but Manager Gao is different from us. It's okay, Xiaozheng, you said, and he just came to give you some tofu. Gao Yang touched his chin and said, Young master, Gao's bakery has made a great profit today. It's not like Gao Yang has never seen money before, but normally this kind of situation can only happen on New Year's Day. But thanks to your help, even in this year of great disaster, business is still so prosperous. Gao Yang came here specifically to ask for your advice. Li Zheng smiled faintly. Manager Gao, that's not right. This is nothing more than some marketing tactics. Gao Yang nodded. By the way, according to young master's instructions, the profits between the cake shop and the white jade tofu will be quite large. Gao Yang came here specially today to present the silver and money. Thank you, young master, for your help. Li Zheng waved his hand. No, I can't take your money. If Gao Yang wanted to thank Li Zheng, he could have done so. Giving money would leave room for gossip. How many ordinary people in Qinghai County have more than 20 strings of cash at home? Even if Gao Yang did it extremely secretly, wouldn't the accountant know about it? What do you mean, young master? Gao Yang is so grateful. Li Zheng smiled and said, Manager Gao, you misunderstood. I actually don't like money the most. Money is something you can't bring with you when you are born, and you can't take it with you when you die. It's just a tool. Tools? You don't bring them with you when you're born, and you don't take them with you when you die. Gao Yang thought it made sense when he heard it. Although he often heard this from others, who were those people? They were all wealthy country gentry, none of them lacking money. For example, there was once a gentleman in Dangzhou who used to be a schoolteacher. Later, he became inexplicably prosperous in business, becoming truly wealthy and even famous. While drinking with officials from the provincial government, the gentleman actually said, I hate money the most in my life. I have never seen money. The happiest time of my life was when I was teaching in such and such a village. Gao Yang was also present at the scene. When he heard these words, he didn't know whether to smile or cry. Of course, Gao Yang would not understand what Versailles literature is. Chapter 29, even the best wine needs a bush. Anyway, since these words came out of that person's mouth, Gao Yang could say, Why are you pretending? But when Li Zheng said it, it was different. After all, that gentleman was not sure of money. But Gao Yang looked around Li Zheng's house, and Li Zheng didn't look like he was not short of money. In an instant, Gao Yang had a clear conclusion in his mind that this Li Zheng was a real master. Only a wise person will not care about external things and truly achieve a calm mind. Over the years, he has traveled far and wide and met many powerful people, but none of them could resist the temptation of money. The young man Li Zheng in front of us has done it. And Li Zheng is now muttering, Gao Yang, didn't I just reject you? Originally, Li Zheng was not going to take the money, but then he thought that he still needed to develop the land, and he needed the money right away. Gao Yang was willing to give it to him, so he could just return the favor and help each other. Now his eyes were full of clarity. When he stared at Gao Yang, his eyes, which already had a hint of natural wildness, made Gao Yang full of respect. Yes, he misunderstood. What Li Zheng meant was, hurry up and throw money at me. It would be best if I don't accept it and you stay here and don't leave. But Gao Yang pondered for a moment, and there were only two words in his mind. Expert. Young sir, if you don't like money, then Gao Yang will try another approach. It just so happens that Mr. Gao is renovating his house in the city recently. Why not ask them to come over and renovate yours? When Li Zheng heard this, he knew that Gao Yang had misunderstood. It didn't matter. Manager Gao, how much are the craftsmen paid? What wages, what are you talking about? Manager Gao narrowed his eyes and interrupted Li Zheng, as if to say, Why are you talking to me about money? Why are you being so formal? They're all within my project, haha. Feel free to use them, young master. Although the place where the young master lives is simple, with the young master here, even the simplest place will shine brightly. Gao Yang spoke without hesitation, not giving Li Zheng and Sai Shishir any chance to interrupt. But, young master, you have a family too. I just saw two little kids nearby. Are they your brothers and sisters? And my aunt is here too. Young sir, you may not mind, but the family must live better. Gao Yang's mouth is like a machine gun. His purpose today is simple, to make Li Zheng owe him a favor. If it is an ordinary monetary relationship, then it is simple. It comes from money and goes to money, simple and clear, without any entanglement. But debts of gratitude are something that cannot be explained or understood, and it is the most painful to repay them. Gao Yang, Li Zheng, and Sai Shisher have now established a debt of favor with each other, and Gao Yang wants to expand this debt. Li Zheng stared at Gao Liang's shameless behavior in amazement and almost laughed out loud. Since Manager Gao is so willing, I can't refuse. If you have anything to say later, please feel free to ask. Gao Yang was so happy when he heard this that he patted his belly and said happily, "That's right, young master. You are such an expert. You should live in a better place." "I came here today because I have something to ask you, master." Li Zheng smiled and said, "Boss Gao, feel free to speak up. I will tell you everything I know." This shopkeeper Gao is very interesting. He has the style of a businessman from later generations. He is shameless and not afraid of losing face. Li Zheng can almost imagine that even if Gao Yang is kicked out of the house today, he will still come back stubbornly until Li Zheng agrees to his request. Sai Shisher and Arya were at a loss as to what to do. When Wang saw this, she slowly walked out, took Sai Shisher and Arya, and went into the house to talk. Gao Yang saw that there was no one else around, so he waved to the two little guys who were peeking over the wall and said, come on, Uncle brought you some delicious food." To win over a person, you don't necessarily have to force yourself to win over that person. You have to win over his family, his relatives, and his friends. This principle is very simple for a businessman. Li Zheng smiled faintly and didn't mind. The two little guys, Li Dan and Li Qing, came over jumping and skipping, but the moment they saw Li Zheng's face, the two little guys who had just stretched out their hands retracted them. Before Li Zheng could say anything, Gao Liang spoke again. Come, don't be afraid. Listen to your uncle today and take it and eat it." What a lovely child. After all the operations, Li Zheng sighed. As expected, merchants in any era have their own methods. What is shopkeeper Gao doing? Ha! Hey, young master, don't think too much about it. I just think your brother and sister are really cute. A few pastries are nothing. Li Zheng smiled and said, "Manager Gao, please tell me what's the problem." As soon as Gao Yang saw that they had come to the point, he immediately sat up straight and said, "Young master, I have something I don't understand. Could you please enlighten me? It's not like I can give you any advice, but Manager Gao is very knowledgeable, and Li Zheng happens to be having a good chat with Manager Gao. So why not discuss it together?" Gao Yang became more and more certain that the young man in front of him who disdained money was actually a truly worldly wise man. "Young master, when you asked me to write those two signs that day, I didn't quite understand why they had to be tied together with the white jade tofu." Li Zheng smiled slightly. "Is that the only question?" It seems that although the merchants of this era were well versed in the ways of the world, they still had some lack of knowledge about marketing. People in later generations have really figured out all kinds of ways to make money. This question is actually not that complicated. I want to ask Manager Gao a question. What do you think of the saying, "Good wine needs no bush"? Gao Yang was stunned. There's an old saying that good wine needs no bush. It means that talented people or merchants with excellent things in their hands are not afraid of remote places. Gao Yang smiled and said, "Young sir, I deeply agree with the saying that good wine needs no bush. Qinghe County isn't a particularly good place, but Gaoji's pastries here are quite good, not worse than those in Dangzhou." Li Zhen Lauga. This shopkeeper Gao was still too naive. "Manager Gao, I won't ask you. I roughly know that in Dangzhou, Gao's pastry is definitely facing many competitors. In Dangzhou, I'm afraid they're the place to stand, but there's not much ground under the feet, right? Is there any need to think about this? If business in Dangzhou is going well, why did you come to Qinghe County?" However, it seems that Gao Yang must have a shop in Dangzhou, and Qinghe County may just be a branch. When Gao Yang heard this, his expression changed, and then he looked at Li Zheng with a look of admiration. "Young master, you are so smart." Li Zheng smiled and did not deny it. "Manager Gao, even if the wine is good, it will be hard to find a good place to stay." Chapter 30. The Power of Business. "Oh, what do you mean?" Gao Yang opened the box he brought with him, and inside were some side dishes and warm wine, which he placed directly on the table. Li Zheng took a look and found that the side dish contained cabbage and soybeans, but not even a dried radish. So Li Zheng went to his own small room and found that Wang's pickled dried radish was quite good. The food and wine were ready, and Li Zheng started his lecture. It all starts with a story. This story is about an old man who made wine. When he heard about brewing wine, the shopkeeper Gao's face changed noticeably. Young sir, please speak. Li Zheng did not intend to hide it. Gao Yang was a businessman, so naturally everything was based on profit. Anyway, Li Zheng could not figure out Gao Yang's thoughts now. But he thought that using the marketing dimensionality reduction attack of later generations, saying a little and leaving a little behind, there would definitely be no problem. There's a saying, a mountain isn't famous for its height, but for the immortals who inhabit it. A river isn't famous for its depth, but for the dragons who inhabit it. As soon as these four sentences came out, Gao Yang, who was listening to Li Zheng carefully, took a breath of cold air. Hiss! That's what I mean. That's what I mean. This Mr. Li Zheng is indeed a man of many ideas. This sentence is used to describe noble people. If it is used in business, it is not necessarily true. Manager Gao, you know that the old winemaker's secret recipe has been hidden in a secluded alley. The aroma of the wine is so strong that it might attract someone. This shows that the people who are attracted here have good taste and want to drink really good wine. But have you ever thought about this? What if those people just passed by in a hurry and the aroma of the wine didn't have time to waft out? Li Zheng's eyes flickered as he looked at Gao Yang, who was lost in thought, and continued, there are more than tens of millions of people in the Tang dynasty. Sometimes, the people who can make you money are not the rich ones. Gaoji pastry is an example of a good wine that needs no bush in Qinghai County. But beyond the palm-sized territory of Qinghai County, there's an infinitely vast world. A real man should go to Chang'an to do business and make people like his things. Li Zheng paused here. The previous words contain the concepts of quantity and heart. Gao Yang should need to digest them. Give him some time. Sure enough, Gao Yang still couldn't react. Only after a while did he nod seriously, probably because he understood some of the principles. Okay, let's continue. Gaoji Cakes has always been famous in Qinghai County, but ordinary people simply couldn't afford it. The reason for the collaboration with Baiyu Tofu is to help Gaoji Pastry create a people-friendly image. This is called brand image. Manager Gao, take this in your notebook and write it down. When Gao Yang heard this, he was shocked. That's right, you can write down the parts you don't understand. So he took out a simple pen and paper from his sleeve and started writing. Even if the rich have a lot of money, they're still few in number. There are at least 2 million households in the Tang dynasty right now. That's about the right number. Don't worry about these details. Let's assume there are 5 people in a household. Manager Gao, please do the math. If you only make 1 cent per person, how much can you earn? Gao Yang was a little confused today, but when he heard about the account, he suddenly shuddered. A family of 5 people, 1 cent per person, 5 cents per family. There are 2 million households in the Tang dynasty. Hiss! Gao Yang's heart started beating wildly. Sir, are you asking me to sell more cakes to ordinary people? Li Zheng nodded. Gao Yang was quite understanding. The Tang dynasty has a large population of common people. Nobles and wealthy people are only a minority, while ordinary people are the majority. The reason why we asked your pastries to lower their profile and communicate with ordinary people is to let them know that your pastries are really delicious. If the price were to drop a bit, Gaoji pastries wouldn't be so out of reach. White jade tofu is still tofu at its core, but with the connection to shopkeeper Gao, it's naturally not just any ordinary tofu. In this way, each party's shortcomings are made up. That's marketing. Li Zheng only mentioned one point. Gao Yang, a man in his 30s, blushed deeply, and the redness lingered for a long time. Is this the disciple of a god? It's clear. Everything is clear now. I understand what you mean, sir. Come from the people and go back to the people. Gao Yang danced with excitement, poured wine for Li Zheng and himself, and drank 3 cups in one gulp. As soon as I drink alcohol, I get flushed. Sir, that's a great idea. Gao Yang always felt something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Li Zheng smiled faintly at this time. See, the aroma of wine is important, but it's best not to do it in a deep alley. The more people know, the more money you make. Manager Gao, don't you think having too much money is a problem? Gao Yang waved his hands repeatedly. No, there's a huge difference in how much money you have. But Gao Yang gained a lot from having such a conversation with a master like you. Li Zheng smiled and said, cakes and pastries are hard to come by these days, so selling a low profit but high volume is actually quite feasible. Gao Yang was stunned. Li Zheng was going to give him some instructions. Gao Yang immediately wrote it down in his little notebook. He was so excited that his beard was covered with ink. Small profits, but quick turnover require an audience. Manager Gao can start in Qinga County. The people there are not as wealthy as those in Dengzhou. You can give them a small profit margin so that everyone can afford it. Manager Gao, don't underestimate this strategy. When everyone can afford Gao's pastries, you will be successful. Of course, we also need to create some different categories. These categories are extremely expensive so that the buyers can show their different status. Anyway, whoever comes to buy something should feel like they're back home. Li Zheng actually had no idea how to do business, but even if he hadn't eaten pork, he had seen pigs run. There were so many big men in later generations talking about all kinds of business secrets every day. Even if Li Zheng didn't want to listen, his ears were worn out by what he heard by accident. These words seem easy to understand to people in later generations, but to people like Gao Liang who lived in ancient times, they're like heavenly books. Sir, there are some things I don't understand about what you said today. I will study it carefully when I get home. If there is anything I don't understand, please come and ask me. Gao Liang stood up and bowed deeply to Li Zheng. Everyone has their own strengths. When Gao Liang was defeated in the area he was best at, he felt even more respect for Li Zheng. Li Zheng bowed without saying anything. It would take some time to digest these things. Chapter 31 Rain comes. Sai Shishir and Arya poked their heads out of the house and looked at Li Zheng with stars in their eyes. Xiao Zheng, I didn't expect you to know so much. It seems that Auntie underestimated you. When Wang heard Li Zheng being praised, she immediately laughed. Her son was really promising, but she never expected that he would be so promising. Alas, he is just a blind cat that has caught a dead mouse. Wang did not forget to be humble. Sai Shishir waved her hands quickly. Sister, you said he was just bluffing, but he wasn't. I saw Xiao Zheng was very familiar with making tofu earlier. Later, when he was talking to Manager Gao, I was also listening. Although I didn't understand much, the details he said convinced even Manager Gao of Gao's pastry shop. Xiao Zheng is definitely amazing. I envy my sister so much for having such a good son. Sai Shishir was younger than Wang Shi. She glared at Arya and said, Look at Li Zheng, then look at you. Arya felt very aggrieved. She was just a girl, so what could she do? Besides, Li Zheng has also helped our family. Wang held Sixishi's hand and said, When my family was in trouble, you helped us a lot. Xiao Zheng is capable now, so it's normal for him to help your family more. Don't take it to heart, sister. I'll keep the tofu, but you should take the copper coins back. Wang was not the kind of person who was blinded by money. When the Li family was doing well a few years ago, she was a good wife and mother, a truly virtuous person who knew the big picture and right from wrong. Tofu is a favor. There is no problem in exchanging gifts. We still have some cabbage at home, so you and your daughter can take some back with you. But it's not right for you to leave the money behind. Sometimes money is not as important as friendship. Elder sister, needless to say, this white jade tofu is delicious. Although Xiao Zheng has contributed to it, it's mainly because of your excellent cooking skills. Wang said with a smile. Xiao Zheng, go get your aunt 2 cabbages and some radishes as well. Don't be stingy. As the saying goes, stick together for warmth, return a favor, and that's exactly what it means. Gao Yang returned to the shop with an excited look on his face. He threw the box behind him to the accountant and went straight into his study. Master, how did the money come back? Money? Sir, you are a great man, and it is so vulgar to talk about money. Are these 20 strings of cash worthy of you, sir? Go and wrap some cakes and prepare them. I'll go again tomorrow. Gao Yang had just sat down and taken a sip of the tea made by Lu Er when he suddenly remembered something. What was the side dish that Mr. Li Zheng took out earlier? It tastes crisp and delicious, leaving a lingering fragrance on your lips and teeth. This must be something good. You are indeed a master. Masters live with wisdom, while a businessman like me can only rely on hard work. Lao Gao, find a few craftsmen and have them follow me there tomorrow. The master's house is extremely shabby and needs repairs. Fiske, go find a master and ask him to write a calligraphy. A mountain is not famous for its height, but for the immortals living there. A river is not famous for its depth, but for the dragons living there. I want to hang in the main hall so I can see it every day. The accountant was speechless, but it was okay. Manager Gao was as excited today as if he had married a new concubine, which was also a good thing. A gust of wind came at night. This wind was different from the dry wind of the past 2 months. The slight heat was blown away by this wind, and it actually felt a little bit cool. Li Zheng keenly sensed that there was moisture in the air. The drought is finally over. In the early years of Jingguan, the drought continued, and everything was false. As the night fell, Dark clouds obscured the stars in the sky. Li Zheng stood in the yard, looking at the tiles on the roof with a lingering fear. Fortunately, the old house was renovated today. Otherwise, if it rained tonight, he would have suffered a lot. What's more, if it rains but it pours, it will be even more uncomfortable. Brother, I'm cold. The quilts at home are a bit thin, so tomorrow it's time to buy some autumn quilts for the family. Go get your brother's quilt and cover yourself with it. Li Qing rubbed his eyes and took Li Zheng's hand. Brother, that room is dark. I'm scared. Li Zheng touched Li Qing's little head and said, Now you are afraid of the dark. In a few days, our house will become very big. What will you do then? Li Qing's face turned pale with fear. And I want to sleep with my brother then. Li Zheng was stunned. Children's thinking processes are indeed different. After giving Li Qing a quilt, Li Zheng himself was left without a quilt. It didn't matter. After all, whether he could sleep tonight was still a question. The humidity in the sky suddenly appeared, bringing with it a wet and salty smell. According to Li Zheng's idea, if the drought in the Tang dynasty is to be relieved, the first place to be relieved is the seaside. After comforting the two little ones to sleep, Li Zheng sat under the sycamore tree. The leaves above his head were swaying in the wind, getting louder and louder. Above the sky, bursts of strange noises began to be heard. The people of the Tang dynasty all go to bed early, and people like Li Zheng who go to bed late are very rare. After all, there was no electricity or electric lights at night, and going to bed early and getting up early to make babies was the daily life of the people in the Tang dynasty. In the 9th year of Wuda, the drought lasted over a very wide area. The only places in the entire Tang dynasty that could avoid the drought were Lingnan and Nanzhao, which were later known as Guangzhou and Yunnan. Apart from this, the only place that has not suffered from the drought is the seaside near Shandong. If the Central Plains were not close to rivers, droughts would be very frequent. On Earth, the climate changes every few hundred years. You may not feel it when you are in it, but if you can skip these few hundred years, you will find that the changes are extremely huge. Li Zheng, who was thinking, looked up suddenly and felt a coolness on his neck. Outside the courtyard wall, wild cats and dogs suddenly started barking. There are waves of them, especially wild cats, whose meowing makes people feel restless. The rain is coming. Li Zheng looked up and stood under the eaves. When the raindrops fell, the earth still wanted to remain dry. It was simply a joke. The earthy smell, mixed with the damp and hot breath in the air, continued to spread. The smell that came over him was a familiar smell that he had not seen for a long time. Tick, tick. At first, the bean-sized raindrops were just a few spots, and the sound of them hitting the ground was almost inaudible. But after just a few breaths, you could hear crackling sounds, especially the crisp sound when raindrops hit the new tiles that had just been laid today. Then, after a few more breaths, there was already a series of rustling sounds. The raindrops were almost invisible in the dark night. When Li Zheng finally saw the raindrops clearly with the help of the lantern light behind him, they had already turned into a rain curtain. After a long drought in the Tang dynasty, Qinghe County, a place close to the sea, finally ushered in new life. Chapter 32 The Little One Who Loves to Listen to Stories. After a night of violent storms, Li Zheng slept more comfortably than any other day. When I woke up, everything changed. The air was filled with a fresh scent, and cheers were floating in the air throughout Qinghe County. Chui Mu stood in the open space in front of the county government office early in the morning, his feet on the bluestone slabs, and his whole body was dancing with joy. Chui Ning, who was standing by, saw his brother cheering like that, and with a childish look on his face, he started dancing too. One of the two brothers is a direct descendant of the aristocratic family and will enter the court in the future. The other is a descendant of a collateral family. Although it is a bit difficult for him to enter the court, he will not have any problems becoming an official. The two men from the Chui family of Qinghe were dancing and clamoring, not caring at all about the eyes of the people around them. In their eyes, what does the opinion of others matter? The Yamen runners were all exhausted. This rain came at the right time. The whole night was like God had been holding back his urine for a long time and could not relieve himself, but suddenly last night he was able to urinate freely and he could feel refreshed. The whole world is moist and comfortable. Birds chirped, and people came and went on the streets. Chui Mu and Chui Ning changed their clothes early in the morning and came to the door of Gaoji pastry shop. She sure was a little dazed by the rain last night. There was thunder in the second half of the night. The mother and daughter had planned to have a good rest, but the thunder was too loud and the rain was too heavy. They thought that their morning business would be delayed, and they just couldn't fall asleep. It was not until the rain subsided in the second half of the night that the two slowly fell asleep. The sound of roosters crowing in the early morning was particularly loud, and the air was free of that impetuous air. The mother and daughter drove an ox cart to the door of Gaoji pastry shop early in the morning. Some people had been waiting for a long time this morning and formed a long queue. However, this time, the queue seemed to have changed. The red strips of cloth formed a zigzag queue. The people in line were no longer in a straight line to the end, but the queue took many turns. The strips of cloth were connected into a hole, and the final exit was here at Saishishir. Half of the area in front of Gaoji pastry shop was already filled with people. People were so excited because the long drought finally brought rain that even the team became more organized. Saishishir pulled the tofu, wiped the sweat from her head with Arya, and started a new day of selling white jade tofu. People in Qinghe County all like white jade tofu. Chui Ning and Chui Mu stood not far away. Chui Ning had a gloomy face. "Brother, I was so excited following you this morning that I forgot to come and line up. It's over, it's over. I can't eat today." Chui Mu was stunned. "Can I buy some cakes and get some tofu for free?" "Huh? You're overthinking it. You have to queue up for it, and it's only half a pound." Chui Mu felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't figure out what it was, let alone put it into words. Just looking around, you can see people coming and going in the pastry shop, and the white jade tofu shop is packed with people. Gao Yang is very excited today. Just as Li Zheng said, as long as people come in, they will try more than one piece. The price has also been lowered a bit, and more people are buying. Although the profit is smaller, there are too many people. The kids were practically clamoring to come in and eat the pastries. The adults couldn't persuade the children, and they also felt embarrassed in public. Unable to save face, they naturally came in. When they left, they were already holding a big bag in their hands. And he walked out very happily, saying as he walked, "Everyone says Gaoji's cakes are delicious. They are indeed delicious and not expensive." Chui Mu stood there all morning. Chui Ning finally spent money to buy someone else's team and bought the last 2 pieces of tofu. Then he wiped his sweat with satisfaction and said to Chui Mu proudly, "Brother, I still have a way." Chui Mu sighed helplessly. "Keep a low profile. Keep a low profile. Let's go back." Chui Ning smacked his lips. "I didn't expect Qinghe County to be so comfortable. If I had known, I would have come here with you sooner." Just as the two were about to go back, they turned around and saw a smiling face. The thin man bowed and said, "The county lord is here. Please come in and have a seat." "Who are you?" "Oh, I forgot to mention that I'm Gao Yang, the owner of Gao's pastry shop." Chui Mu's eyes lit up. This white jade tofu became famous overnight, and there must be something fishy about the gift between Gaoji pastry shop and it. Now that Gao Yang has appeared, it's a good opportunity to ask him. Today, Li Zheng got up early in the morning, and the craftsmen sent by Gao Yang arrived. There were quite a few craftsmen in the small Qinghe County, but the craftsmen at this time were all part-time. They farmed on weekdays and could earn extra money when they were needed to play the role of craftsmen. Who would complain about having too much money? We are all farmers. The best thing is to endure a little hardship and survive. Li Zheng wanted to give a few more instructions, but Wang already had a plan in mind. She was more familiar with the family compound than anyone else, and she knew exactly what to do in each place. Li Zheng had nothing to do, so he could only take the 2 little ones to feed the cat and dog at the door. Wang Qian and Wang Dong went out with a bunch of cabbages this morning. Li Zheng originally wanted to ask them to take some white radishes, but suddenly remembered something. In the Tang dynasty, white radishes were tribute. Ordinary people can't eat it. If it is exposed rashly in Qinghe County, something bad will probably happen. Moreover, in such a small county, if there are white radishes every day, wouldn't that attract attention? It's still cabbage. I estimate it's a little over 2,000 coins today. Brother, man is born good. What kind of book is this? How come I don't know it? Li Dan looked at Li Zheng with his eyes wide open. Li Qing also grabbed Li Zheng's sleeve. Although he didn't say anything, it was obvious that the 2 little guys were very curious. This is called the 3-character classic. You should memorize it well. Once you've memorized it, I'll tell you a story and make you something delicious at noon. For Li Zheng's family, lunch and dinner should be relatively rich. When the 2 little guys heard that they could eat well, they immediately jumped up excitedly. I have to say that being young has its advantages. They have clear minds and are focused. Plus, Li Zheng is extremely strict with the 2 little guys. If they can't memorize something, it's like a teacher in later generations hitting them on the back of their hands with a ruler. The 2 little guys were able to recite it very well in no time. Then, they started clamoring for Li Zheng to tell them a story. Li Zheng naturally had a lot of stories to tell. After much thought, Li Zheng felt that he should tell stories that children could understand. So, the story of Little Red Riding Hood was modified by Li Zheng and became the story of Little Red Sister. Wang saw the fear on the child's face when he heard the story about the big bad wolf. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and looked at her son, speaking with great emotion. She always felt that her son seemed to be changing very quickly. It's hard to describe this feeling. Chapter 33 Gao Liang becomes a disciple. After finishing the story of Little Red Riding Hood, the two little guys pestered Li Zheng for another one. Li Zheng smiled and said, "Well, let's make a deal. There's an idiom in this story called waiting for the rabbit by the tree. Guarding the pig and rabbit? Brother, why are you guarding the pigs? We're those silly rabbits. Look, the direction is already out of control." After Chui Mu came out from Gao Liang, a smile appeared on his face. He had already decided to stay in this poor place for a few years. The best years of his life might be wasted here. But after hearing Gao Liang say this today, he suddenly felt that even if he had not worked hard here, he would definitely have made some contributions. That business is about making it affordable for everyone to eat and use. Although Chui Mu didn't quite understand the specific meaning, the literal meaning was not bad. When he asked Gao Liang who came up with this idea, Gao Liang kept his mouth shut and avoided talking about it. Chui Mu did not ask any further questions, as this was the other person's business secret, but Chui Mu could guess that the man must be an expert. Let's go back and eat tofu. Watching Chui Mu and Chui Ning leave, Gao Liang stroked his chin and said, "Have you prepared the things? Put them on the horse's back. I want to go with this mother and daughter later." The accountant nodded and said, "Boss, I was worried that there wouldn't be much cake left today, so I prepared it in advance." "That's right, Lao Gao. If you hadn't prepared it in advance, there wouldn't be much cake left today. Pastries are selling very fast now, especially after the price reduction. Ordinary people are really excited. Children like them, and adults like them too." Although it was only the second day, Gao Yang could feel that this kind of business was a long-term business. After lunch, Li Zheng soothed the two little ones to sleep, and then he went into the house before the craftsman arrived. In the system, the cabbage was ripe again. "Host, the cabbages are ripe. Should we harvest them and store them in the warehouse?" "Harvest." Sitting in front of the well and taking a big sip of water, Li Zheng opened the system wall panel. "Plant 1 acre of Chinese cabbage." In other words, the warehouse time of the super farm system is stagnant. Otherwise, how could I dare to stockpile so many vegetables? The cabbages piled up inside were really scary. There was a knock on the door, and Li Zheng came out of the system. The people who came were the craftsmen, and there were a few other artisans. This time, Gao Yang was followed by a middle-aged man who was very short but had bright eyes. "Sir, today I've brought you a master craftsman who's very good at building houses. Why don't you take this opportunity to have the entire house renovated and expanded?" Li Zheng was stunned. It seemed like a good idea. I had the same idea. However, I don't know who owns the land on both sides, so it's not easy for me to occupy it. After Li Zheng finished speaking, Gao Yang laughed heartily. "Sir, you're overthinking it. The land on both sides needs to be registered and reported to the county government before it can be purchased. However, the price of residential land in the inner city seems to be quite high this year." Gao Yang raised the question, and Li Zheng also understood what he was thinking. "I will repair your house for you, but you have to teach me everything you know. This is a transaction, but also an exchange. Lao Lu, go take a look first. I'll have a few words with the gentleman." The craftsman named Lao Lu kept his head down and never dared to raise it. "When I heard the word, sir, I thought he was at least a scholar. Ordinary people were of very low status in front of the scholar, and they might even feel offended if they looked directly at him. Then I'll go." After the craftsman went to the backyard, Li Zheng smiled faintly. "Manager Gao, there's something else behind your words." Li Zheng mentioned the price, and Gao Yang sighed. "I've been fighting all my life. Before, I just wanted to run a good business and feed my family. But later, I found that among my fellow villagers, there were only a few who were doing well in business. The rest were just losers who could only make ends meet. In order to make more money, I came to Luoyang from Huainan. After the war, I went to Dangzhou." Gao Yang talked about his past, a large part of which was about the hardships he suffered during the war and the difficulty in doing business. It was not until Dangzhou stabilized that things started to improve. It can be said that I have never thought carefully about how to do business in the first half of my life. After a conversation with Mr. Gao Liang yesterday, I felt something in my heart. I know that if I don't think carefully about it, I am afraid there will be no chance. Gao Liang wants to study with you, sir. Please accept me." Gao Yang's actions were a little sudden, and he knelt down as soon as he was told to. Li Zheng reacted quickly and supported him in an instant. Manager Gao, this is unacceptable. We're just discussing things, sharing what we have, not imparting knowledge. Gao Yang was anxious. Sir, do you despise Gao Yang's status as a businessman and think that he stinks of money? I understand that it's normal for masters to be detached from the world and look down on people like us in the mortal world. Li Zheng was stunned. What's going on? I didn't say anything. Don't make up your own mind. Besides, that's not what I meant. Doesn't it require some bargaining? Besides, I haven't had much dealings with you, Manager Gao. So this matter has to be put aside for now. Love has always been full of regrets, and this regret will never end. Li Zheng's face darkened. As expected, your surname is Gao. Could it be that you are the founder of Gao Village? When Zhu Beiji passed by you, he learned these 2 lines of poetry very well. Okay, Manager Gao, if you want to learn something, I can accept you. But here, there are a lot of rules. Li Zheng looked serious and stood with his hands behind his back. When Gao Yang heard that Li Zheng was about to agree, he became extremely excited. Please give me some advice, sir. Li Zheng nodded. If Manager Gao really wants to learn something from me, it's actually quite simple. I'm currently too busy cleaning up the land and the house, so I'll leave it to Manager Gao. Just tell me how much it'll cost. What I teach you will also be calculated according to this value. We each take what we need and call each other friends. Is that acceptable? Li Zhengke had no intention of negotiating. Are you acceptable? If you can accept it, then let's do it. If you can't accept it, then just pretend I didn't say anything. Or maybe Gao Yang had a good brain and realized in an instant, how much does it cost to build a house? It only costs a few strings of cash to register 2 pieces of barren land at the county government office, and it would cost at most 20 strings of cash to build a courtyard and a house. In this remote place, 20 strings of cash can do a lot of things, and it can make the whole house look very impressive. Even if it is a little more, it will only be 30 strings of cash, which is enough. Li Zheng also did the math himself, and that's when he came up with the idea of the exchange. Chapter 34, A Misunderstanding. Student Gao Yang greets you, sir. Gao Yang, we should still treat each other with respect to each other's status. Etiquette and other such things are too cliched and do not need to be followed. Sir, the entire house needs to be expanded, and the east and west walls need to be demolished and rebuilt. No need, just open it up and repair the main gate. Li Zheng felt that there was no special requirement for the things in the old house, so he didn't want to move them at all. After all, this was Wang's wish. Besides, the yard of the old house is quite large and spacious, making it suitable for the main hall. There's actually not much open space on both sides. If it is expanded, it will only have 2 small yards, which are nothing more than 3 rooms in 1 small yard. Gao Yang was writing down Li Zheng's request. After Li Zheng finished speaking, Gao Yang suddenly smiled and asked, Sir, what was the side dish we had yesterday? That thing is crisp and delicious, and it really makes you linger on the taste. Li Zheng smiled and said, That's white radish. White radish? How come I've never heard of this name? Gao Yang comes from the south. Logically speaking, white radish was grown more in the south after the Han Dynasty, also called little ginseng. As soon as the word small ginseng was mentioned, Gao Yang's face showed surprise for a moment. Sir, I know what this thing is. Gao Yang seemed lost in memories. When I was a child, after summer, my mother would always sow seeds in the fields. After a while, someone would come to harvest them. It was said that they were for the emperor to eat. The food the emperor eats is called tribute. Li Zheng thinks there's nothing wrong with it. White radish was a tribute in the Tang Dynasty. Sir, you actually have such a good thing. It's just a little bit pickled and made into a dish. You ate it yesterday, so there's not much left. If I have the chance to encounter a ship from the south, I'll buy some more. He laughed it off, and let's not talk about the white radish for now. Gao Yang must have a lot of questions today, and Li Zheng happened to be here, so he could help him answer some of them. In fact, Gao Yang did not lose anything, and neither did Li Zheng. The economics and business things of later generations can be explained in such a simple way, in a simple and easy-to-understand way. The rest depends on Gao Yang himself. As for Gao Yang, with the guidance of Mr. Li Zheng, he can earn much more than this. Wang Qian and Wang Dong brought a lot of cabbages today, but they came back before the sun set in the afternoon. This time they were covered in dust and dirt, as if they had been robbed. Uncles, what happened? Li Zheng asked. Wang Qian hesitated a little, and Wang Dong was also a little depressed. The 2 men didn't dare to say a word in front of Li Zheng. Just tell me what you have to say, even if something goes wrong. Wang Qian and Wang Dong looked at each other and were about to speak when someone called out from outside Li Zheng's door. "Is the Li family kid at home?" Li Zheng opened the door and saw two officers who often patrolled this area, Zhou Ming and Zhou Hao. The two officers, batons in hand, panted, "Li family boy, two men just saw us and ran away." "Did you see that?" Li Zheng was startled. "Officers, what do those two men look like?" "Thin, tall, and bearded." Zhou Ming was panting and describing the situation to Li Zheng when he suddenly saw Wang Qian and Wang Dong dodging behind Li Zheng. In an instant, his expression changed. Li Zheng smiled and said, "Uncles, please come out and tell me what's going on." Li Zheng was also a little confused. The brothers Zhou Ming and Zhou Hao were also speechless. The two looked almost exactly the same, and they started talking back and forth. "Since he's your uncle, just explain it clearly. Just now, the two of us were patrolling in front of the inner city gate. As you know, we should check on passersby to avoid any trouble." Zhou Ming said seriously, "This is just a routine matter for us, but when your two uncles saw us coming to investigate, they ran away." Li Zheng was confused and looked back at Wang Qian and Wang Dong. Wang Qian hesitated and said, "Sir, it's not that I want to run away. We usually live outside the city and rarely go in. It's fine if you rarely go into the city, but if you haven't done anything wrong, what are you afraid of?" The two brothers Zhou Hao and Zhou Ming hated evil and questioned. Wang Qian was really the type who couldn't get anything out of someone even with 3 sticks. He cautiously said to Li Zheng, "Xiao Zheng, we have some money from selling cabbages, right? I'm afraid the officials will ask for money." Li Zheng was speechless. Zhou Ming and Zhou Hao looked at each other, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "Li family boy, is there something wrong with your uncle's brain?" Zhou Hao pulled Li Zheng aside, lowered his voice, and spoke into Li Zheng's ear. Li Zheng sighed. "My two uncles are honest farmers. They don't do much business. Last year, I had some cabbages in my cellar, so I asked them to help sell some. They rarely come into the city on weekdays, so they don't know about the regular inspections at the city gate." The two uncles took out the copper coins from the bag. In the small courtyard, Zhou Ming and Zhou Hao asked about the reason and then looked at the copper coins on the stone table with some sighs. "Li family boy, if that's the case, then make it clear to your two uncles. We officials never do anything reckless. Go out and ask around in Qinghai County. You'll find that the security in the outer city is the best every year." Li Zheng smiled brightly at the side. "That's right. The public security in the outer city in recent years is thanks to you two. My neighbor mother and daughter are close friends of my family, and they're also very miserable. If it weren't for you two taking care of them all these years, I'm afraid they would have suffered a lot." Zhou Ming puffed out his chest and said in a rough voice, "Li family boy, now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, it's time for us to leave. Although the drought has ended, there are still many thieves in the surrounding mountains. You should be careful when you go out recently." "Wait a minute, both of you." Zhou Ming and Zhou Hao both came from humble backgrounds. After becoming officials in Qinghai County, they became relatively upright. Such people could be won over. You don't necessarily need gold, silver, or treasures to win them over. In fact, it's enough to just build a closer relationship with them. That year, the drought was over, but food was still in short supply. Li Zheng called the two of them and took out 2 large cabbages from the house inside. "You two, I'll have to trouble you to take care of me these days. I have some cabbage from last year stored at home. If you don't mind, take it back and try it." Although Zhou Ming and Zhou Hao are officials, their ancestors were genuine farmers. If they were not in good health and strong, and were not valued by the county police chief, they would probably still be farmers now. When they saw the cabbage in Li Zheng's hand, they were speechless for a moment. Regardless of whether you want it or not, the quality of this cabbage is so good. It is big and green, and you can tell it's a good thing at first glance. The most important thing is, why doesn't this cabbage look like it has been stored for half a year? Chapter 35, Lao Wang's younger brother. Please don't refuse. Publicly, you've both worked incredibly hard these past few years. Personally, who in the outer city wouldn't be grateful for your contributions? Zhou Ming and Zhou Hao refused again and again, but they had no choice but to accept it after Li Zheng opened his mouth. Wang Qian and Wang Dong were amazed at what their nephew did. In their view, farmers like themselves would not be able to find a way to establish a relationship with the officials, even if they wanted to. Besides, if you give them something, the officials have to accept it. It's amazing that my nephew is so promising. After Zhou Ming and Zhou Hao left, Li Zheng looked at his two uncles and said with a smile, "Uncles, don't take this matter to heart. The gate between the inner and outer cities is just a symbolic inspection. There's no profit involved. The county gate outside the city walls is usually the most lucrative place. If an official wants something, just give him 2 or 3 cents. After Li Zheng said this, Wang Qian and Wang Dong started to act rebellious again. Why, Xiaozhen? Our money didn't come easy. Li Zheng chuckled. Uncle, think about it, which is more important, 3 or 5 coins or 2,000 coins? Perhaps the two sons of old Wang's family are afraid of being poor, so they cherish every penny they have. But sometimes, when you're needed to pay, you have no choice. The only choice is to give up 1 penny in exchange for the piece of 2,000 coins. Of course, 2,000 coins are more important. That's right. If you give him 5 cents, you can take the 2,000 coins back safely. Nothing will happen to you. Wang Qian and Wang Dong do have different ways of dealing with people. So if Li Zheng wants to use them, he has to let them know some principles. Sometimes, you can spend a small amount of money to solve a big problem. In Qinghe County, this way, safety can be maintained without breaking the law. I don't know how much the two uncles understood, but they got the 2,000 coins anyway. After they left, it was already getting late. Just 2 more days, and I'll have enough money to buy the land. Old Wang has been taking it easy these days. Although he's been keeping a low profile, the family is peaceful. At other people's homes, there's chaos and commotion, but at Lao Wang's house, everyone is in a hurry, and the wine gourd his hand from time to time is the envy of others. When Lao Wang's younger brother came knocking on the door in the evening, Lao Wang could hardly believe that it was his younger brother. Brother, don't say anything, brother. Just come in first. Old Wang looked at his younger brother with a trace of discomfort on his face. My younger brother is also a miserable man who has been displaced all his life. His face is dirty now, and he looks like he has crawled out of a stinky ditch. Lice would jump on my head from time to time. Second brother, what's going on with you? Oh, don't mention it. We suffered a disaster this year. All the good land is gone. Lao Wang sighed. Second brother, natural disasters are something you can't avoid. Brother, I haven't eaten for several days. Do you have any food left? When Lao Wang heard this, he said, yes. And, old lady, where are the steamed buns that were just heated up? Mrs. Du came out of the house, trembling. When she saw the second son of the Wang family, she sighed and said, wait a moment, second brother. I'll get it for you. Old Wang's family is also strange. There are 2 brothers. The eldest is called Wang Er, and the second is called Wang San. There is nothing to be done about it. His parents are uneducated and are honest farmers. His father is called Wang Da. When naming the 2 children, they could only use Wang Er and Wang San to continue the family name. After their old father passed away, Wang Er and Wang San gradually interacted less and less and only visited each other once a year. There is no way. Every family has its own secrets. What's more, there have been too many wars in recent years and too few peaceful days. If you're not careful, you will die outside. Wang San ate voraciously, finishing a hot steamed bun in one bite. It was impossible to eat a steamed bun that had just come out of the pot like that. He choked the instant he took a bite. Old Wang quickly took some cold water and poured it down his throat. Wang San stuck his neck out and his face turned red, but he just couldn't bear to spit it out. If his throat was burned, he would drink water. After eating a few steamed buns, Wang San started crying. Have you ever seen an old man crying? The last time old Wang cried was the day when his family ran out of food. Fortunately, his daughter came with her grandson, and the family finally had food and drink and was able to survive. Second brother, eat slowly, there is some at home. Mrs. Du was very kind to her brothers. After the old man passed away, Wang San always remembered that an eldest brother is like a father and an eldest sister-in-law is like a mother. Now the family really can't make ends meet. The drought is over, but there is no food. If this continues, they will all starve to death before next year. At this time, he thought of his elder brother. This year, the Tang dynasty had just entered a stable period and he had not had time to move around. When he came to see his elder brother, he was even more nervous, fearing that he would be turned away. But at this moment, looking at the things on his brother's dining table, he was stunned. Isn't this a year of disaster? Why do you have steamed buns, rice porridge, and this is cabbage? There's even taro. This is yellow rice. Hiss. Wang San started crying again. Second brother, eat slowly and talk while you eat. Don't be anxious. There's food at home. You won't starve. Old Wang comforted his younger brother. In front of his younger brother, he had to be like a father. Wang San burst into tears. Brother, you don't know. When the drought started this year, we still had some food at home. I thought we could save some food and make do with it. But I have 3 sons at home. Even if we save all the food we have, it will only last us less than 2 months. What happens next? Wang Er asked with a frown. He knew his younger brother's personality. If there was a pound of rice at home, Wang San would dare to give 6 ounces to his sons, keep 2 ounces for himself, and give 2 ounces to his eldest brother. Wang San had come to deliver food once before, and both Wang Er and Wang San were in a heavy mood at that time. Brother, why do you have so much food at home? And cabbage. Wang San was very anxious. Can you help me a little? Wang Er stood up and said, What are you talking about? You and I are brothers. I can't starve, and I can't let you starve. Wang San was chewing on a steamed bun, and tears started to flow uncontrollably. Although they are brothers, Wang San is about 10 years younger than Lao Wang. Second brother, if I give you food, your family will finish it in a few days. Big brother can't bear to see you starving. Seeing your family in trouble, I will show you a way. Although old Wang is old, he has a lot of ideas in his mind. He now understands that his grandson is capable and courageous, and is a person who can achieve success. Although his younger brother can no longer work, doesn't his younger brother still have a son at home? Chapter 36, 3 more uncles came. Brother, tell me, I'm not the kind of ungrateful person. Old Wang nodded. Second brother, I'm telling you, I can only tell you about this matter. Tomorrow, have your 3 sons follow Wang Qian and Wang Dong. Remember, you must keep a low profile and don't make any noise. If that person agrees, not only will you not starve to death, you'll even have meat to eat from time to time. When Wang San heard this, his eyes suddenly turned red. Brother, you didn't lie to me? Second brother, your father is gone. Who raised you? Who saved money to marry you a wife? When have I ever lied to you? Wang San nodded vigorously, holding a steamed bun in his mouth, his face showing excitement. He recalled the hard days in the past. At that time, there were many wars. In order to get some food, my eldest brother went out to do farm work every day. When he had nothing to do, he would also help others with some manual work. Every time he came back, his body was covered in mud and sometimes had scars. Although there was little food at that time, my elder brother and sister-in-law never treated me badly. After I got married, I came to visit my elder brother and sister-in-law every year, but my family was really poor, and among poor families, the only bond of connection was the blood relationship. Brother, don't worry. If my 3 sons dare to act recklessly, I will break their legs without you telling me. Mrs. Doom muttered to herself, You two are indeed brothers. You talk the same way. You keep clamoring to break my legs, but you don't seem willing to do it. I'm talking to my brother. Why are you butting in? Old man, you have to ask Xiaozheng about this. Wang San was startled. Xiaozheng? This name sounded familiar. Could he be his eldest brother's grandson? After waking up, Li Zheng washed up in the system and drank the spring water. He felt refreshed. Then the cabbage was harvested. It took 14 hours to harvest 1 crop, which was very good. There are a lot of cabbages now, but it's okay. The drought is over. You said buying food will attract other people's attention, but selling cabbages probably won't. The end of the drought means the beginning of hope. Even if there is no food, the court will find a way to mobilize food from the south of the Yangtze River. But vegetables are always precious. System, continue growing cabbage. Li Zheng now has to do 2 things. One is to purchase land in the system, and the other is to farm like crazy. No matter what it is, he will farm first. Experience points are very important. Only by constantly upgrading the system and expanding the land can more crops be unlocked and more capital be obtained. Wang Qian and Wang Dong came, bringing with them 3 men who were younger than Wang Qian and Wang Dong, but also dark-skinned. Xiaozheng, let me introduce you to these 3. They are all your uncles. As soon as Wang saw these 3, she burst into tears. Brother, what's wrong with you? It's no wonder that Wang felt upset. These 3 uncles who suddenly appeared were too thin. Although they are younger than Wang Qian and Wang Dong, they look even weaker than Wang Qian and Wang Dong. Sister, there's been a drought this year, and we've run out of food. We've been eating only porridge these days. The whole family was miserable, and they hugged each other and cried their hearts out. Li Danhe stood up, grabbed Li Zheng's arm, hid behind him, and watched all this secretly. Brother, who are they? They're all our uncles. Are they all uncles? Why are there so many uncles? How should Li Zheng respond to this? He would have to ask the Wang family. But it's okay. I need money now. 3 more people mean 3 more labor forces. The daily profit from selling cabbage will be higher, and the faster I can save money. Wang Qian saw that it was almost done and said with a look of disgust, You are almost done. Don't delay Xiao Zheng's business today. I have to say that after Li Zheng's training and Lao Wang's kind guidance, Uncle Wang Qian now seems to be getting some ideas. Although he is as honest as ever, At least he knows how to give way. This is my nephew. Come, let your uncle hug you. The three people were very excited to see Li Zheng. To be honest, these three uncles had never been seen before, and Li Zheng had no impression of them. Wang sighed. The three children of my second uncle's family were all capable people before, but now they have ended up like this. Damn the drought. They are farmers. Why do they have to suffer like this? Mother, don't be sad. I'm here with you. Wang Qian heard this and said, Sister, I brought my three younger brothers here today because the old man said that when we come here, we don't ask anything. We just do whatever Xiaojing asks us to do and just give us a bite to eat. You three, I didn't tell you on the way because I was afraid you wouldn't be able to bring yourself to do this. Remember, I won't cheat you. This one is Li Zheng, our nephew, the most promising one in our Wang family. Wang Qian widened his eyes and spoke in a very authoritative voice. After all, he was the older one in the family. He was very cautious in front of Li Zheng because he was afraid of doing something wrong. But in front of his three younger brothers, he was still very stylish. What we have to do now is to do whatever Xiaozheng tells us to do. Don't think you're so great just because you're an uncle. What kind of uncle is a useless uncle? Wang Qian blushed as he heard the three Chinese characters say this. Brother, we know. Well, that's good to know. A few days ago, my eldest brother found half a bag of yellow rice at home. Do you know what the yellow rice was gnawed into by rats? The old man said that if you eat it, you will die or not. Yellow rice that has been bitten by rats is naturally inedible. Although people in the Tang dynasty did not know about plague and germs, they knew that eating them would make them sick. The whole family is struggling to make ends meet. If it weren't for Xiaozheng, you wouldn't have seen us. Wang Dong also said at this time, Brother, I've said too much and it seems strange, but I have one last word. Whatever Xiaozheng says, we will do it. That's enough. Li Zheng felt that it was almost time and smiled slowly. Meet the three uncles. Good nephew. See what your uncle can do. That's right, just give me something to eat, and I will definitely not hold you back. Yes, don't look at my uncle's thinness. He is very strong and can endure hardships. Li Zheng's face darkened. Why did these uncles all look like they were cast in the same mold? Could it be the genes of the honest people in the Wang family? Or does the environment shape one's character? Xiaozheng, the cabbages at home will spoil easily if left for too long, and we don't have a cellar at home. Wang reminded him, Your uncle is here. Why not ask them to help you sell them? Li Zheng nodded and said, Today, each person will get 10 cabbages. Sell them for 5 cents per pound, and we'll be done. Now that the drought is over, the people in the city will definitely be happy to eat vegetables. Chapter 37, Give the cats and dogs a home. 500 Gene, that's 2,500 coins. There's still a lot of cabbages in the small house, and there are even more in the warehouse. If the 5 uncles work together, the process will definitely be faster. At this moment, Li Zheng thought of the faces of those people in old Li's family, and his eyes became cold. Poor relatives, rich relatives, haha, this is human nature. The 3 new uncles also have strange names, which are in line with the tradition of the Wang family. Wang Wu, Wang Lu, Wang Qi. Wang told Li Zheng the funny story about his second uncle's name, which made Li Zheng laugh. The second child in the Wang family is called Wang San. The number 4 is not a good number, but since the whole family is made up of numbers anyway, just 5, 6, 7, and so on will do. Only Lao Wang was relatively normal. Of course, this was also thanks to Mrs. Du, who tried his best to stop Lao Wang from using a number as a name. This is how the 2 names Wang Qian and Wang Dong came into being. After several uncles set off, the craftsman also arrived. It must be said that Gao Liang was quite quick. Sir, Manager Gao gave instructions yesterday that we can start work on the land next door today. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Liu. No. How dare I call you sir? In front of you. I'm just a freeloader. Just call me Lao Lu. Old Lu worked very efficiently. He led a group of craftsmen to start clearing the weeds, but the wild cats and dogs in the weeds had a hard time. In desperation, Li Zheng took the 2 little ones to the haystack opposite his home and made more than a dozen nests for the wild cats and dogs with hay. This made Li Dan and Li Qing very excited. Which child doesn't like animals? Wild cats and dogs can eat leftovers from Li Zheng's house every day, and it is obvious that they have a good impression of Li Zheng. After being roughly driven out by the craftsman, they hid in the grass beside the big willow tree, watching Li Zheng and the 2 little guys running back and forth. Brother, if the kittens and puppies have no place to live, will they freeze to death? Li Zheng shook his head. That won't happen, but if they don't have anything to eat, they will starve to death. When Li Qing heard that the kittens and puppies were going to starve to death, tears welled up in his eyes. We can't let the puppies and kittens starve to death. They are so cute. Yes, kittens and puppies are so cute. How could they have any bad intentions? But you can't let wild cats and dogs into the house. After all, they run outside for years and months, and they may have some diseases. If you're not careful and scratch them, it may be fatal. Children's skin is fragile and may be accidentally scratched by cat or dog teeth. What if they get rabies or other germs? The medical level in the Tang dynasty was just SOSO and could not be compared with that of later generations. If a person from later generations fell from the sky and entered the Tang dynasty, he would not only not become a distant savior, but on the contrary, he would become a disaster that destroyed the world. After all, the germs on the bodies of people in later generations were unsolvable in the Tang dynasty. People in later generations are used to things like vaccines, but there were no such things in the Tang dynasty. Li Zheng thought for a moment and said, "If you really like kittens and puppies, I have a solution." Instantly, Li Dan and Li Qing rushed over to Li Zheng. "Brother, tell me what we can do." "Brother, I don't want the kittens and puppies to die," Li Zheng said with a smile. "As for you too, if you can finish your homework on time every day and memorize your lessons well, I will find a way to keep these kittens and puppies alive. But if you don't study hard, play around every day, and act naughty, then that won't work. I can only pretend I didn't see anything. Children are strange creatures. If you cater to them without any bottom line, they will become more and more unreasonable. There's a saying that goes, there are always some despicable elements in human nature. If you let him take the imperial seal today, he will take your kingdom tomorrow." Li Dan snorted and said, "Brother, I will study hard and never be lazy again." Li Qing also nodded vigorously. His big eyes were full of water, almost like a river of water. "Brother, I will definitely memorize the book well." Li Zheng nodded. "That's right. However, I have something to tell you in advance. Once the kittens and puppies have a nest, you will be responsible for taking care of them, such as bathing them and cutting their fur. There's no other way. They are not the delicate and precious cats and dogs of later generations. But for the sake of cleanliness and hygiene, Li Zheng can only do this. Since Li Zheng came to this family, the two children have never drunk raw water again. They have to boil water, which is stored in large pots. There's a small river in the distance from the doorstep. It is not visible during the drought, but after the drought, when the water slowly gathers, you can see it. People in Qinghe County use it to wash rice and vegetables, wash their feet, and take a bath. The ancients sometimes even poured their urine and feces into it. It would be strange if such water could be clean. It looks clear, but in fact it is seriously polluted by domestic waste. Even the well in the yard may contain something, so it is important to drink boiled water. After making a pinky promise with the two little guys, we had an agreement. I told the craftsman that some cat and dog nests could be built in the west yard. Old Lu nodded in agreement, and everything was done according to Li Zheng's requirements. It has become normal for Sai Shisher to come and deliver tofu every day. People who are truly kind-hearted will not take advantage of the situation. She knew that Li Zheng didn't want money, so she could only send him the freshest, hot tofu every time. In the evening, a light rain began to fall from the sky. Water splashed on the bluestone streets, and the craftsmen packed up their things and prepared to go back. After a rain, autumn came. The end of the dog days of summer marks the autumn harvest season. But this year in the Tang dynasty, the autumn harvest may be a total failure. Li Zheng recalled this part of the history of the Tang dynasty. From south to north, most areas in the territory of the Tang dynasty were barren, except for the Jiangnan region and Lingnan region, and some water-filled areas, such as Sichuan and Shu. However, the mountains in Sichuan are high and the roads are long, and the road to Sichuan is as difficult as climbing to the sky. The Lingnan region has not been fully developed, and the roads are really dangerous and cannot be realized. The Jiangnan region became the only granary of the Tang dynasty. It was precisely by relying on the grain reserves in the Jiangnan region that Li Er survived the 9th year of Wuda and the 1st year of Jingguan. Li Zheng found a broken paper umbrella and went to see how his uncles were doing. Every autumn rain brings a chill, and this is just the first one. In the 9th year of Wuda in the Tang dynasty, the drought ended and the autumn rains continued. After the drought, there was fear that there would be another flood. While thinking, Li Zheng saw several shadows running towards him. The raindrops formed lines, and in his field of vision, Li Zheng vaguely saw that those people were his uncle. "Xiaozhen, why did you come out?" Wang Qian ran the fastest. His face was as messy as if the rain had poured down on him, and his body was soaked. He noticed Li Zheng holding an umbrella. Chapter 38, The Angry Vegetable Vendor. When we got home, my uncles were already soaked. Before they had time to wring out the water stains on their clothes, they took out bag from their arms. Xiao Zheng, this is the money from selling cabbage today. Water was still seeping through the purse. The uncles obviously didn't realize that the rain came suddenly today, and they didn't expect that the raindrops, which were very small at the beginning, would suddenly turn into a curtain of beads. Wang made ginger soup for several people. Li Zheng counted the money. Today's income was 2,530 coins. 2,500 coins in total. Such a terrifying speed also stunned the three new uncles. They were a little at a loss, scratching their hands, not knowing how to start. Li Zheng was not vague. My three uncles, when you go back today, you can take some cabbage and some rice with you. Wang Qian and Wang Dong finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although they two brothers were a little stupid, at least they brought out these three even dumber guys today. Starting tomorrow, buying groceries will become easier. In the county town of Qinghe County, small vendors have a hard time. The county town is not big, and there are only about 10 people selling vegetables. They gather at a fixed place on the street every day just to make a living. You said the vegetable vendor had a lot of vegetables at home? He didn't have much either. Among the dozen or so vegetable vendors, only the young man selling cabbages had a whole cellar of cabbages stored at home. He thought that since everyone was short of food this year, cabbages would also fetch a good price. But no one expected that someone would appear and take over the business. In the past few days, several people suddenly appeared in the city selling cabbages. It would be fine if they sold cabbage at 5 cents per pound, which was actually fair and reasonable. Everyone made their own money. But the problem was that the cabbage I had stored for half a year was indeed not as good as others in terms of appearance. It was wrinkled at first glance, and many passers-by lost interest in buying it after seeing it. What's more serious is that some people were talking and making sarcastic remarks, which made the vegetable vendors feel very uncomfortable. What do you mean your cabbage is just like this? Other people's cabbage leaves are more beautiful than yours. What? When you peeled the 5 pounds of cabbage, only 2 pounds were left, and the rotten leaves made up more than 3 pounds. This is a slap in the face. A few vegetable vendors were sitting under the eaves, sulking, and then they started to discuss something stupid. The three of us brothers have been selling vegetables in Qinghe County for several years. Who in Qinghe County hasn't eaten our food? Exactly. Why should I be insulted like this? Even if I have no merits, I have worked hard. The silent man slowly raised his head and said, "You two, stop arguing. Our cabbages are not as good as theirs. We accept the loss. They won't have other vegetables, right? Don't they still have the radishes we planted last year? Take them out. The gentry in Qinghe County still have quite a few. Since ancient times, rich people have gone to big cities, but in recent years, there's been unrest. Small places like Qinghe County are inconspicuous, and generally speaking, no forces will target them. But it is different in big cities. For example, Dengzhou has the sea behind it, and many rebel forces regard it as their final camp. Without saying anything, they fight first and then talk later. The gentry and wealthy businessmen suffered, so they secretly fled to small places to hide. They still did business in Dengzhou, but lived in Qinghe County on weekdays and lived a leisurely life. It was because of this that the three brothers started selling vegetables in Qinghe County to make a living. Now it seems that their idea was right, but the accident happened. The three brothers had few vegetables left, and they had no idea what the final price of grain would be this year. Compared with the officials in the county government, they were too vulnerable. If they wanted to survive, they had to sell the cabbages. Brother, we can't just sit there and wait. I've already got my eye on those guys. Next time they come, we'll teach them a lesson. The three brothers smiled at each other. They were planning to break up. Cutting off someone's source of income is like killing their parents. Your cabbages are good, but we have to sell them too. You can lower the price, but you won't make any money. With more food at home, there is no need to worry about livelihood. When night falls, Li Zheng harvests an acre of cabbage and then starts planting rice. He only needs to plant 2 more crops, and the system can be upgraded. When you reach level 3, you can own 3 pieces of land. In addition, the experience points gained from farming each time will increase. The experience points gained from 1 acre of land will increase from 1 point to 5 points. With this calculation, the expansion speed can be rapidly increased. Li Zheng's body was sleeping in the room where the cabbages were stored, but his mind was still sleeping in the system. The air here was fresh, the environment was elegant, and there were no mosquitoes to bother him. When he was thirsty, he could get up and drink spring water. It was so beautiful. After the 5 uncles came over in the morning, Li Zheng gave each of them 10 cabbages and then started to busy himself with repairing the house. In order to keep the kittens and puppies alive and to play with them, Li Dan and Li Qing studied very hard. In the courtyard of the old house, 2 little guys shouted at the top of their lungs, "When people are born, they are good by nature. Natures are similar, but habits make them different." Old Lu is a smart man. As Li Zhengyi said yesterday, he found bricks and stones today. He used blue bricks to enclose an area of medium size outside the wall, next to the foundation of the house. This area is where the cats and dogs live. There were more than a dozen wild cats and more than a dozen wolfhounds. Li Zheng was worried that the cats and dogs would rebel. Destroying the house was a small matter, but biting people could be fatal. The bricklayers did their job neatly and efficiently, painting the outside of the old house's walls and inside the house. Except for the small room where Li Zheng lived, where there were too many cabbages and it was not suitable for them to enter, other places were painted and maintained. The main hall where the tablet of Li Zheng's father is placed is now brand new. Every time Wang cleans Li Zheng's room, she feels uncomfortable for a while when she looks at the piles of cabbages. What should I do with so many cabbages without a cellar? So the man under Lao Lu, who was good at digging cellars, had another job. He dug a small cellar in the west yard to store some things that could not be stored for a long time. Although Wang was worried, she also discovered another problem. The cabbages had been there for several days. When it was unbearably hot a few days ago, the house was like a steamer, but the cabbages were not affected at all. Looking at Li Zheng, who was writing and drawing at the desk, Wang said nothing. Perhaps this was Xiaojing's secret. When children grow up, there are some secrets that parents don't need to know in so much detail. In Qinghai County, Wang Qian and Wang Dong had just appeared and were standing at the busy crossroads when they found themselves surrounded. Chapter 39, Trouble Comes. Are you two the ones selling cabbages here? Wang Qian and Wang Dong's faces immediately turned pale. The 3 men in front of them looked ferocious at first glance. They were holding sticks in their hands, looking very imposing and arrogant. They were definitely not good people. What's wrong? What happened? 3 of you. How have we offended you? Wang Qian pondered for a moment and spoke cautiously. There are ruffians in Qinghai County. Although Wang Qian has never seen one, he has always heard about them. Moreover, these ruffians seem to only bully the poor and dare not provoke those who are truly rich and powerful. Haha, how you offended us. You know it in your hearts. The 3 men clapped their sticks against each other, making loud, clanging sounds. They looked aggressive and ready to start a fight at any moment. Wang Dong became anxious when he saw it. Let's talk it over. Don't use violence. We are all people of our duty. But after Wang Dong finished speaking, the 3 people opposite him didn't seem to bite at all. The stewards of the gentry and wealthy families who had been waiting on the roadside to buy vegetables early in the morning all left far away. After all, it's none of our business if you vegetable vendors fight. After you're done fighting, we'll still buy vegetables from you. Wang Qian and Wang Dong had obviously never experienced such a situation, and they still wanted to reason with others. You can't do this. We 2 brothers don't know how we have offended you. It's easier if you don't know. The 3 of them had evil smiles on their faces and didn't care. These 3 brothers were vegetable vendors, but normally they did not often appear in places where gentry gathered. The people who often go to the vegetable market are servants. They're also used to seeing vegetable vendors fighting with each other. Anyway, they just fight. This is the only way you people can solve the problem. Wang Qian and Wang Dong were not the kind of people who would suffer losses. As soon as the other party raised a stick, the 2 brothers looked at each other and rushed directly towards one of them. Fighting is something that is ingrained in men. From childhood to adulthood, as a man grows up, no matter how good-tempered or gentle he is, he will get into fights a few times, let alone a farmer. It seems that the 2 brothers Wang Qian and Wang Dong have been fighting for more than once or twice, and they are both extremely anxious at this moment. He let the stick fall on his back, ignoring the burning pain, and just beat someone hard. Damn it, I've finally managed to make a living by following my nephew, but you 3 won't let me live. Selling cabbages does not violate the laws of the Tang dynasty. Why are you hitting us? Don't think that you are powerful just because you are numerous and strong. We 2 brothers of the Wang family are no pushovers either. The 3 vegetable vendor brothers were stunned. They had never expected that these 2 seemingly honest farmers would use such a trick. On the street, 2 strong men were grabbing a man and beating him up, and behind the 2 strong men, 2 equally tall guys were hitting the backs of the 2 men with sticks in their hands, making crackling sounds that sounded creepy. Snap! A stick broke. The people from Qinghe County who were passing by gasped and shrank back in shock. Is it necessary to hit someone so hard? The stick is broken. Snap! Another stick also broke. Among the vegetable vendors, one was lying on the ground, pinned down by the older brothers of the Wong family. He could only hold his head and take the beating. The two Wong brothers had bloodshot eyes and bulging veins on their necks. The pain in their backs seemed to have completely disappeared at this moment, and their minds were blank. They have only one thought in their minds: to keep today's cabbage. All right, stop fighting. Look, their heads are covered in blood. Someone shouted from the side. Yeah, these two are so honest. What's wrong with you three? Call the police. There's a fight. Someone would naturally deal with a fight on the street. The two bags of cabbage were lying in the sack, and now they rolled out through the opening of the sack. More and more people gathered around, and passers-by who saw the crowd gathered around immediately came over. The two vegetable vendor brothers also panicked when they heard the noises around them. Why don't you blame these two uninvited guests, but blame us? What do we three brothers do to offend anyone by selling vegetables? Are these two people crazy? They won't stop fighting even after all this? Blood was gushing from Wang Qian's head, and Wang Dong's back was covered in wounds. The vegetable vendor on the ground was beaten beyond recognition by the two men. Not only was his nose and face swollen, but he was also vomiting blood from his mouth. Stop! An angry shout was heard, and in an instant, everyone's heart trembled. The police are here. He's causing trouble in public. Come on, arrest him. As soon as the onlookers saw this man, they wanted to run away in shame. They had to run away. This guy was known as the Little Devil of Qinghe County, and no one in his family could afford to offend him. He was an official and a yamen runner. In the small Qinghe County, he could call the wind and rain. If they dared to look at him for even a few more seconds, they would probably be arrested. Song Li, the nephew of Song Yang, the chief clerk of the Qinghe County Yamen, is a person who does whatever he wants in the Qinghe Song family clan. Such a person has become the leader among the yamen runners. He really has power, and whatever others say goes. Ordinary people didn't dare to say a word to Song Li. When the people around retreated in unison, they still remembered that a few days ago, a man went to the county government office to appeal for justice, but the county magistrate did not see him, and he was thrown into jail, half dead. When he came out, he had no control over his poop and pee. This Song Li is a devil. The people retreated, and Wang Qian and Wang Dong lay on the ground, breathing heavily. Looking at the yamen runners and officials coming, they felt a chill in their hearts, and their minds were confused. It's over, it's over. Will it bring any trouble to Xiaozheng? This was the first thought in Wang Qian and Wang Dong's minds. The mad dog-like behavior they had just experienced in the impulse was now completely gone, replaced by a deep regret and despair. Several yamen runners picked up the 5 people and dragged them towards the county government office. Wang Qian and Wang Dong were dragged on the ground like dead dogs, with blood sliding on the ground. The one who suffered the most was not the two of them, but the vegetable vendor. The vegetable vendor who was confronted by the two of them was no longer in human form. Song Li looked at the 2 sacks of cabbage. His eyes lit up. Good stuff, this is stolen goods, take it back. Since it was stolen goods, who knew where it would go next? Song Li took a large cabbage in his hand and weighed it. This cabbage is good. It's quite heavy. Brothers, we have to take all these stolen goods back and take a good look at them. When the officers who usually followed Song Li heard this, they all cheered. Captain Song is mighty. Chapter 40. How much money do you want to redeem someone? In the afternoon, when Wang Wu, Wang Lu, and Wang Qi came back, Li Zheng was very puzzled. Did you see my uncle? Wang Wu shook his head and said, Xiaozheng, we were in West City today, and the cabbage sales were going smoothly. We had agreed to wait for our eldest brother under the big locust tree at the outer city gate. But we waited for quite a while, and neither the eldest nor the second brother showed up. Li Zheng frowned, knowing that something might happen. Aria's voice came from outside the door. Li Zheng, something bad has happened to your uncle. Li Zheng hurried out and shushed Aria. Keep your voice down, don't let my mother know. Aria immediately covered her mouth. Tell me about the situation. Li Zheng, the news in the city is going viral today. It said that a cabbage seller got into a fight with another vegetable seller. The two ended up getting bloody and were taken away by the county officials. Aria described it very realistically. When Li Zheng heard it, he knew that Wang Qian and Wang Dong were probably in great danger. Spending money is a small matter, but don't let anyone die. My 2 uncles have elderly parents and young children at home, so as long as it doesn't involve life and death, everything can be discussed. Li Zheng told Wang that he was going out for a while and would not have dinner, and then rushed to the county town. There was a lot of discussion in the inner city. You said the same thing about the three Chow brothers who sell vegetables. They're just selling other people's cabbages. Why do they have to fight with them? Hey, you don't understand. These days, even vegetable sellers have to compete. Cabbage is not easy to keep. The cabbage sold by the Chow brothers is not good at all. Sooner or later, it will be ruined by their own hands. That's right. You know what? The cabbage my family bought before was really good. Much better than the ones the three brothers of the Chow family bought. That's right, my master eats it too. He likes to eat cabbage every day. Li Zheng was walking towards the county government office. When he heard the news along the way, he almost understood what had happened. Where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. The various groups of people in Qinghai County are a small river and lake. The people and things in this river and lake all have tacitly understood rules. Letting several uncles sell vegetables actually broke the unspoken rules of the small underworld of small vendors in the entire county. People who break the rules sometimes have to pay the price. When they arrived at the door of Heji Pastry, a waiter saw Li Zheng and immediately greeted him with a smile. "Young sir, you are here." Even a fool knows that after manager Gao had a chat with this young gentleman, he did a few things. Business has been very good in the past few days, and they also received extra wages as a bonus. Now the guys in Gao's pastry shop can't express their gratitude to Li Zheng enough. Inform manager Gao and have him come to the county government office to find me. Then Li Zheng left. Good news doesn't travel far, but bad news travels far and wide. In the evening, the entire Qinghai County became a sea of gossip. Have you heard? The fight that morning was really intense. The three Chow brothers beat up two people, and even their sticks broke. You know nothing. Those two brothers selling cabbages are not pushovers either. They caught Xiao Da and beat him up alone. The harder Xiao Air and Xiao Sin beat him, the harder they beat Xiao, the TSK. As the saying goes, every evildoer will be punished by his own evildoer. The three Chow brothers thought they had more brothers than anyone else and bullied others. Do you remember that little sixth son? Wasn't he forced into a desperate situation by the three Chow brothers and ended up jumping into the river? The more Li Zheng listened, the colder he felt. My eldest uncle and second uncle are like fools. If someone hits you, you won't run away and you have to fight with them. Isn't it just a few cabbages? If it's gone, it's gone. Why are you so stubborn? Every time Wang Dong and Wang Qian came out, Li Zheng would tell them that when encountering various situations, they could give up the things, but they must keep the people safe. Why don't you listen to my advice this time? In front of the county government office, Li Zheng frowned as he looked at the deserted county government office. There was still blood outside the door, but it had almost dried during the day. The red bloodstains and scabs on the bluestone slabs on the ground looked extremely scary. What are you doing? Just as Li Zheng was about to step into the county government office, he was stopped by someone. Ordinary yamen runners in the Tang dynasty did not have the right to carry knives unless something like a murder occurred. Li Zheng had just taken a step when two sticks were placed in front of him. Two officers, my two uncles, were beaten today. I heard they were taken to the county government office. I'm here to pick them up. When the two yamen runners heard this, they immediately laughed. Oh, so it's the nephew of those two bastards? How dare you come to the county government to redeem someone with so much money? Li Zheng smiled faintly. There's plenty of money. It just depends on whether the two officers will inform us. Give them money? Dream. This is the first time that Li Zheng has appeared in public since traveling to this world. If Wang Qian and Wang Dong kill someone, Li Zheng will have no way to deal with it unless Li Zheng rebels himself. But as long as the vegetable vendor Xiao Da is alive, Li Zheng has a way. Wait, I'll go ask Captain Song. Li Zheng nudda. He had no idea what was going on inside the county government office. But Li Zheng knew that the Tang dynasty had just started to pick up, and one of the most important things in the county was to eliminate the wanderers. The people of the Tang dynasty admired the use of force. This had been the case since the first year of Wuda. Even in the Sui dynasty, it was the same. Perhaps because of the war, there were so many knights. In a place like Qinghai County, not to mention others, just look at Zheng Shi. He is a standard ranger. The three brothers of the Chow family were the same before, but compared with Zheng Shi, they were still too weak. Going up the mountain to be a bandit, he is not capable enough, and going down the ground to serve the people, he cannot calm down. In the end, I could only sell vegetables to make a living. Not long after, a tall man with a gloomy face appeared. He was wearing an official uniform, with a hint of arrogance between his brows and a cold look in his eyes. Are you the nephew of Wang Qian and Wang Dong? Are you here to redeem someone? Li Zheng smiled faintly. Yes, my two uncles were beaten. I not only want to redeem them, but also seek justice for them. My name is Li Zhang. May I know your name, Captain? The man smiled faintly. You don't even know my name. How much do you plan to pay to redeem me? Li Zhang smiled faintly. If you can make the decision, then name a price. I'm asking you your name to give you face. If you don't tell me, I won't know it. When the people were discussing today, they seemed to have said that Song Li from the Song family was a devil in Qinghe County. If there was anyone in Qinghe County who was an accomplice to the evil, then who else could it be besides you? Song Li? Oh, you're so arrogant. 100,000 taels. Can you come up with that? Song Li just looked at Li Zhang, condescendingly, with disdainful eyes, as if he was looking at an ant. Li Zhang was not panicked. Although he had not experienced many storms, he had seen a lot. Chapter 41, The Power of Language. When he was in college, Li Zhang's favorite movie was the Godfather series. The kind of calm and unruffled aura is what every grown-up boy yearns for the most. Li Zhang smiled faintly, his voice calm. Oh, that's right, if you dare to ask for it, I dare to take it. The speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. Even if Li Zhang brought 100,000 taels today, would you, Song Li, dare to accept it? I'm afraid that if you receive 100,000 taels today, someone will come to your door tomorrow. Your Song family is considered powerful in Qinghe County, but there are many people more powerful than you. Huh. Little brother, I was short-sighted just now. I am Song Li, the head of the city. My fellow villagers are kind enough to call me Song Li. Li Zhang bowed and said, Please lead the way, Captain Song. You asked for 100,000 taels right away. Who are you trying to scare? At worst, the two uncles will be put in jail for a while. Anyway, their family delivers meals to them every day, while others eat prison food, and Wang Qian and Wang Dong eat good food. According to the laws of the Tang dynasty, gathering a crowd to fight will only result in 10 days of imprisonment. Inside the prison, Li Zhang looked at his two uncles lying in the damp and cold cell, with cloth bags wrapped around their heads and their faces blue and red. He instantly became angry. Uncle, uncle! As soon as they heard Li Zhang's voice, Wang Qian and Wang Dong, who had their eyes drooping, jumped up in an instant, not caring at all that their skin was torn and their wounds had just healed. When he got excited, the wound that had just healed suddenly broke open again and blood flowed out. Xiaozhen, you're finally here, Wang Qian cried. Those three bastards, they came up and beat me while I was selling vegetables. Even my stick was broken. Li Zhang frowned. I'll ask a doctor to come over and take a look at you. The wound needs to be treated properly. The weather was still between hot and cool, and the stuffy cell would cause the wound to fester. There were no anti-inflammatory measures in ancient times, so once the wound festered, it would be a big deal. If you're not careful, people may die. It was hard to get enough to eat, and his uncles were all honest and decent people. Li Zhang would never let anything happen to them. He turned around and said to Song Li, I know what kind of personality my uncle has, and I also know what kind of personality the three brothers of the Qiao family have. Captain Song, I need to treat their injuries now. As soon as he saw Song do to, Wang Qian gritted his teeth and said, Xiaozheng, it was him who stole our cabbage. Li Zhang was stunned and looked into Song Li's eyes indifferently. In the dim cell, a beam of light slowly shone on Song Li's face, half in the sun and half in the dark, alternating between light and dark, making it difficult to see clearly. What cabbage? I don't know. Wang Qian, please don't talk nonsense. Song Li sneered. Li Zhang waved his hand. Since Song Li wanted to be greedy, let him be greedy. Just 20 cabbages, nothing, but if Song Li gets too demanding, it will be difficult to deal with. Li Zhang thought for a moment and said calmly, Captain Song has worked hard to redress the injustices for Li Zhang's two uncles today. It's a great achievement, but it's only 20 cabbages. That's just 1,000 coins. When he said this, Li Zhang's voice was very loud. The cell, which had been a little noisy, was now completely silent. In the cell next door, Xiao Er and Xiao Sam were pulling their eldest brother with sad faces. When they heard the sound coming from outside, they stuck their heads out and saw the face of a young man. The boy's face stood out in the sunlight, and Xiao Er suddenly remembered, it's him. Third brother, it was him who asked me the price of cabbage that day. Xiao San gritted his teeth and said, Damn it, you dare to steal my business. After Li Zhang finished speaking, Song Li didn't dare to respond. In the early years of Jingguan, Li Er imposed extremely severe punishments on corruption. Although the Tang people at that time advocated the use of force, they yearned for civilization more. Since you're an official, you must have the awareness of being an official. Even if it was Song Li, no one in Qinghe County could catch him openly. What he did in secret was scary, but that was a secret thing. When Li Zheng said this, his face turned blue and purple. Li Zheng quickly covered his mouth and said, sorry, I just made a slip of the tongue. Don't blame me, Captain Song. I meant that Captain Song was redressing grievances for the people and upholding justice. Even if it means those 20 cabbages, I deserve it. Make your thoughts clear, and then use the excuse of a slip of the tongue to give you a way out and see if you back down. Once it came down, it would be easy. Naturally, Wang Qian and Wang Dong came out, and the 20 cabbages were just like feeding the dogs. If you don't step down, then I'm sorry. Which local official in the Tang dynasty didn't care about his reputation? Even if you, Song Li, don't care, does the Song family behind you also not care? After all, Qinghe County is still the territory of the Qinghe Chui family. Song Li was confused. He felt that there was something wrong, but he didn't know where the problem was. He wanted to say something, but when he opened his mouth, he didn't know how to answer. He glared at me and said, Li Zheng, I'm warning you. Don't say anything nonsense. I, Song Li, am upright and righteous, and I would never do such despicable things. Although your two uncles were beaten, they still have to cooperate with me to do the rest of the work. After all, before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Li Zheng. Of course, Captain Song is selfless, and everyone in Qinghe County knows that. Captain Song did the right thing, did it well, and it was very pleasing to the people. Li Zheng didn't give Song Li any chance to continue speaking. A local county government office has not only the county magistrate, the legal advisor, and the captain, but also other people. The gentry from all walks of life inserted their own forces for the sake of profit. Song Li's words were misinterpreted by Li Zheng, and he instantly forgot what he was about to say. It is true that Song Li is an arrogant and sinister person, but he is brave but not wise. To someone like Li Zheng, who is obsessed with officialdom culture, Song Li is just a younger brother. In the early years of the Jingguan era, when Li Er had just ascended the throne, he used the Tang law as a guideline and executed countless local officials. His severity was comparable to that of Zhu Yuanzhang. Song Li, are you not afraid? Heaven's net is vast and wide. Nothing can escape it. Song Li muttered in his heart, this kid is called Li Zheng. Well, you Li Zheng, you're making me lose face, right? Just as he was about to speak, Li Zheng continued, Captain Song is right. I will cooperate with my two uncles to enforce the law and bring the real villains to justice. We won't give them the opportunity to cause trouble. If it weren't for the Tang dynasty laws that clearly stipulate that people like the three Chiao brothers bully the market, everyone would be eager to eat their flesh and bones. Song Li was confused, and the three brothers of the Chiao family next door were also confused. What confused Song Li was that he didn't seem to feel anything and didn't say anything. What was going on? It seemed like something was wrong. The three Chiao brothers were even more confused. What had happened to us? Wasn't it just assault? Is it okay for us to go to jail if we want to? Chapter 42, the ins and outs of a small county. Song Li looked at the young man in front of him who was not very old, but spoke very maturely, and felt as if he had fallen into a trap. As for what exactly this set is, he was actually a little confused. Li Zheng, you understand. Captain Song has worked hard. The cabbage incident is over now. Song Li's face turned pale, and the Yamen runners around him were talking about it. Song Li felt bitter, but he didn't dare to say it. Although he was the head of the police force and had a great time leading a dozen people, the county government was not that simple, and its complexity was comparable to that of the officialdom in Dengzhou. The small Qinghe County is full of hidden talents. Today, he brought only his own people with him. He said that the cabbages could be taken away, and they would be taken away. But now it is different. Not all the jailers are his people, and those people in the prison are all tough guys. Okay, stop talking. Take these two people away and go to the county government office to sign and seal. Song Li couldn't bear it anymore. He couldn't react to the things going on here. Li Zheng bowed and smiled. Thank you very much, Captain Song. Li Zheng set a trap for Song Li, and this trap was about justice and the abuse of power for personal gain. The way is there. In the human world, we judge by our heart rather than by our actions. Even if we do evil things behind the scenes, we must not lose any reputation in public. Zhou Meng and Zhou Hao also learned this. The Tang dynasty had extremely strict control over the Yamen runners under the prefectures. They were most afraid that local forces would cause trouble, so adjustments had to be made every 3 years. Whatever local officials did, the behavior of officials, big and small, would be recorded. Therefore, Song Li dared to do whatever he wanted in private, but did not dare to give himself up to criticism in public. Li Jing thought about it again and was sure of this. I don't want the cabbage anymore, but since you've taken it, you have to do the job. Whether Song Liming understood it or not, the feud had already begun. After taking Wang Qian and Wang Dong out to sign and seal the documents, he left the county government office. At this time, Wang Qian and Wang Dong still refused to leave. Xiao Zheng, that's 1,000 coins. Uncles, I actually don't think 1,000 coins are important to your nephew. Even if he's broke and can't afford to eat, I would still choose to save him. The cabbage is gone. The old must go before the new can come. Let's go home. There are a lot of rumors in the county government today. Ever since the new county magistrate took office, personnel transfers within the current county government have been a taboo topic. The new county magistrate came from a wealthy and powerful family and had an extremely strong background. He looked down upon a small place like Qinghe County and began to evaluate these former civil servants on the first day of his appointment. But at that time, few people discussed it privately. Today, for some reason, Chuimu always felt that something was strange in the county government office. Master Wu, what's going on? The legal advisor, surnamed Wu, the legendary expert in official documents, was not included in the official system of the Tang dynasty, just like the chief clerk. However, his status was higher than that of the chief clerk. After all, he was the county magistrate's personal writer. Master Wu is old and gets along very well with Chuimu. As he gets older, he naturally doesn't want to move. He just does his own thing and everything will be fine. County Master, what do you mean? What's the meaning of all the discussions in the county government office today? Guimu frowned. Could it be that his brother had done something and was discovered? He had been in Qinghe County for so long, but he had never seen such a scene as today. All the people in the county government were acting furtively, like thieves. Master Wu, with gray hair, was stunned for a moment, looked around a few times, and then slowly said, "There was a fight in Qinghe County today." Chui Mu was stunned. What was so strange about fighting? He had fought once a month since he was a child, so it was considered normal. Can a fight cause the entire county government to talk about it? This is not normal. Just a fight. It wasn't just a street fight. Captain Song. Song Li. Chui Mu's eyes lit up. He's been keeping an eye on Song Li for a long time. What happened to Song Li? Master Wu, you know that after I come here, I will adjust the entire staff of the county government. You're already quite old, and it should be good for you to retire in the county government. Master Wu seemed to have been waiting for a long time to be tempted by benefits. When he heard Chui Mu's promise, his eyes lit up instantly. County Master, actually, this is what happened. As a writer, Master Wu naturally had to record what the people involved in the fight said. After his analysis, he expressed his own judgment. The brothers Wang Qian and Wang Dong have been selling cabbages in the city recently. They are of good quality and reasonably priced, making them very popular. The three Qiao brothers are vegetable buyers in the city, so they are naturally dissatisfied and have evil intentions. Guimu frowned. He had read the files of the three brothers of the Qiao family when he came here. These three people used to be wanderers, but now they're doing business peacefully and have not become bandits. This is acceptable. As long as they affect the county governance, Chui Mu will not care about them. It's different now. What's the result? They were all arrested. Captain Song seemed to have confiscated the cabbages from the Wang brothers as stolen goods. When Chui Mu heard this, something came to his mind. When Chui Ning came on the first day, he brought back 2 bags of cabbage. Could they be the 2 brothers Wang Qian and Wang Dong that Master Wu mentioned? Master Wu, do you know where the cabbages for the 2 brothers Wang Qian and Wang Dong come from? Master Wu sighed. I asked, but he won't tell me. He'll tell me everything except the cabbage. Your Excellency, you also know that poor families have their own reserves to deal with disasters. It's good to see the truth, but not to say anything, leaving a way out for them. In Wu's eyes, the disputes among the lower classes were caused by some impulsiveness. At this moment, he smiled faintly. Songda did bring back 2 bags of things from outside. They were there in the morning, but disappeared in the afternoon. At this point, Master Wu smiled knowingly. He didn't need to tell him what would happen next, as the result was obvious. Guimunajid. The establishment and development of the Tang dynasty was bumpy. After the Tang law was issued, it was extremely difficult to enforce it at the local level. Qinghe County had 3 county magistrates in 3 years, and he was the 3rd one. The first 2 died in unclear circumstances. Once you get hold of something, the opportunity will come. Wang Qian and Wang Dong were sent directly back to Old Wang's house by Li Zheng. After seeing a doctor, the doctor assured them that the two brothers were strong and healthy, and there was nothing wrong with them. Today, Li Zheng has already shown his true colors. The events of Wang Qian and Wang Dong made him realize one thing. That is, in many cases, one can only rely on oneself, and expecting others to show mercy is simply a joke. As soon as he returned home, Li Zheng saw Gao Liang waiting outside the door. Sir, I was so worried. I went to the county government office, but couldn't find you. Chapter 43, Cabbage and Survival. Sir, I asked Master Wu, and he said that there was a conflict between your two uncles and the three brothers of the Qiao family. Li Zheng nodded. It's okay. Don't worry, sir. I have a say with Master Song. I was able to get through to you last time thanks to your help. When I was doing business in the early days, I often encountered trouble with ruffians, and my relationship with Master Wu was very good. Li Zheng Nudda. Gao Yang. Does Chief Secretary Song belong to the Song family in Qinghe County? Yes, sir. The Song family is one of the more powerful local gentry clans. It is said that they have members in Dengzhou. There are also two sons, Song Yang and Song Li, in the county government office. They are uncle and nephew. So that's how it is. Li Zheng Smilat. Then Song Yang and Song Li will probably be liquidated in a while. The general trend cannot be defied, and Li Zheng has never thought of adding fuel to the fire. But what he said today in the prison in public was like a butterfly flapping its wings on the other side of the ocean. It goes without saying that the strict enforcement of laws in the early years of Jingguan will cause a little change in Qinghe County. Of course, the most urgent thing is that Li Zheng has to find a way to protect himself. Gao Yang didn't understand what Li Zheng said and asked curiously, Sir, do you have any news? Li Zheng sighed. Manager Gao, this world trend cannot be violated. Tell me, what does the current emperor of the Tang dynasty want? Gao Yang was a little surprised. He didn't know what the emperor of the Tang dynasty was going to do, but he knew that he couldn't talk about the emperor casually. Otherwise, you will be beheaded. Sir, be careful with your words. Pulling Li Zheng into the yard and closing the door, Gao Yang let out a long sigh. Li Zheng smiled faintly. Manager Gao, this matter is actually nothing. There is nothing to be ashamed of. What the Tang emperor wants to do is revitalize the country. This revitalization doesn't just have to start in places like Chang'an and Luoyang. Remote areas like Qinghe County are also key areas. Now Gao Yang was a little confused. Li Zheng Siga. He knew that he had used a cheat, so he naturally knew that Emperor Li II was suppressing the Shandong gentry, and any handle would be caught. I heard that this county magistrate is from the Chui family. You say that Song Yang and Song Li are pretending to obey, but secretly disobeying. In order to preserve the power of the Chui family, why don't they take action against this little ant from the Song family? We can't let bad things happen just because of a small ant. Everyone knows that a 1,000-mile dike can be destroyed by an ant hole. That's all I have to say today. Let's go and see. By the way, send some cabbages to Master Wu and then ask him to help arrange a meeting with the county magistrate. Li Zheng spoke calmly, but Gao Yang was frightened. How could it be so simple to meet someone just like that? Sir, I can't guarantee that. I can only say I'll try my best. Li Zheng nodded, took out a few cabbages from the house, and gave them to Gao Yang. What happened today was a bit sudden, and it also made Li Zheng realize that the idea of comfortable development is correct, but sometimes if you don't look for others, others will look for you. Where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. After diving into the system, Li Zheng became excited. He found that the amount of money he had now exceeded 10,000 coins. Expanding 1 acre of land would cost 10,000 copper coins. System by land. Host, the land purchase requires 10,000 copper coins. Do you want to buy it? I bought it. The pile of copper coins in the small box in front of Li Zheng disappeared in the blink of an eye. The table was clean as a mirror, and only the extra 930 coins were still lying on the table. As for the other 10,000 copper coins, it was as if they had never been there. In the super farm system, a slight change occurred on the edge of the 1 acre of land where cabbage was originally planted. The originally foggy boundary became clear. Li Zheng looked up and saw another piece of dark land. The morning glory on the land smiled at Li Zheng, so brilliant. System, plant 1 acre of white radish. The white radish can be harvested early tomorrow morning. White radish is more eye-catching than cabbage. When you walk around with these people in Qinghe County, you can get white radishes, which are more valuable than cabbages. After all, cabbage is available in most places, but it is eaten less. As for white radish, it was still a tribute until the middle of the Tang dynasty. It was something that only dignitaries and emperors could afford to eat. If an ordinary family had one, they would want to exchange it for money immediately and buy many other vegetables. After doing all this, Li Zheng lay down directly, covered his head, and began to sleep. The night in Qinghai County was quiet, but uncle and nephew Song Li and Song Yang could not sleep. Song Li, you shouldn't speak today. Uncle, I just think this cabbage is good, so I'll just take it. Song Yang looked at the cabbages in front of him, which were exactly the same as the ones he had received before. When Manager Gao brought them to him, he was extremely happy. Manager Gao's brother-in-law's affairs were handled while chatting and laughing. But this time, looking at the pile of cabbages in front of him, he could no longer be happy. When the current emperor ascended the throne, all the members of the Song family held a meeting together. The meaning of the meeting was that the new emperor had ascended the throne, and news came from the court's backers that the Shandong gentry were the emperor's biggest hatred. All small clans that relied on the Shandong gentry should be careful about their words and deeds and must not be caught. When the descendants of the Chui family's collateral branch came to this small place in Qinghai County, Song Yang felt something was wrong. After Song Li described what happened today, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Then Li Zheng is the owner of this cabbage? His two uncles are just vegetable sellers. Song Li shook his head. Those two idiots refused to speak, but it seems that Li Zheng is involved. Haha, that Li Zheng is the son of the third son of the Li family. Li Third, an acquaintance. Song Yang sneered at, Uncle, what should I do? I'm afraid the county magistrate will know what I did today. That kid from the Li family has caused me so much trouble. Song Yang shouted angrily. Why are you panicking? Don't panic. Stay calm when encountering problems. Don't lose your composure. Uncle, I'm not panicking. I just feel that this county magistrate is not good for us. Song Li said cautiously. Song Yang nodded. You don't need to explain this. Although Chui Mu is from a side branch, his younger brother is here. He is a direct descendant of the Chui family. Although he is young, he will definitely be a big shot when he enters the family. We can't afford to provoke him. We have to keep a low profile. Send all the cabbages back tomorrow, and don't cause any trouble. Remember, these 20 cabbages are a small matter, but the survival of our family is a big deal. The Song family clan relies on the favor of the Chui family. The Chui family does not want their subordinates to be caught by the current emperor. Any small matter will be blamed on the Chui family. Song Yang is very annoyed now. Fuck, I'm so annoyed. Song Li was so frightened that he dared not say a word and could only be scolded. Chapter 44, two cousins are here. Although Song Li felt unhappy after being scolded, he knew that he had indeed made a mistake. If there was a problem with the Chui family, the first to suffer would be the small clans that were vassals of the Chui family. The Chui family discovered that the problem lay with the Song family clan. If they did not destroy the entire Song family, they would no longer be called the Chui family. The nobles who survived the test of time in the course of history were not easy to deal with. Wang Xian and Wang Dong had to rest for a few days. Li Zheng woke up early in the morning, gave 10 cabbages to the Wang Wusan brothers, and prepared to go out. Gao Yang brought Gaoji pastries and some things needed for recovery, and a carriage stopped in front of Li Zheng's house. Li Zheng was sitting in the carriage, and Gao Yang was accompanying Li Zheng. Along the way, Li Zheng didn't say anything, and Gao Yang didn't dare to say anything either. At this time, Li Zheng entered the super farm system. In the farm, the cabbages and radishes were already ripe. In the entire super farm, there were also small flowers popping up on the edge of the farmland, emitting bursts of fragrance. Li Zheng let out a long breath and drank a big sip of spring water. System: harvest the ripe crops. Harvest complete. 10,000 caddies of cabbage and 10,000 caddies of radishes. Li Zheng smiled faintly. Plant 1 acre each of white radish and carrot. Planting in progress. Planting successful. Li Zheng now smiled as he looked at the experience bar of his super farm system. He only needed 1 point of experience to upgrade to level 3. When it reaches level 3, the entire super farm system will change. First of all, Li Zheng can own 1 more acre of land, which only requires spending 10,000 yuan. In addition, the experience points for harvesting mature crops have increased from 1 experience point to 5 experience points. Of course, upgrading from level 3 to level 4 in the super farm system requires 100 experience points. When he opened his eyes, Gao Yang's face was full of worry. Sir, the Song family has great influence in Qinghai County. Will they attack you? Li Zheng smiled. The Song family could indeed cover the sky with one hand in Qinghai County, But don't forget that all under heaven belongs to the king, and all the people are the king's subjects. Qinghe County is also Li Heir's territory. What's more, even if the emperor is far away, there is still a Chui family. The Chui clan is the largest clan in the Tang dynasty and the first of the 5 surnames and 7 families. It doesn't matter. If the Song family wants to pick a fight, just agree to it. You can continue to hang out with Song Yang and gather information as needed. Gao Yang nodded, feeling mixed emotions. He had just become a disciple and had indeed gained a lot. Under Li Zhang's guidance, he had gained a deeper understanding of so-called marketing. But the young man in front of me is definitely not an easy person to deal with. Last night, Gao Yang stayed awake all night and talked with Master Wu all night long. It was not until Master Wu got drunk that Gao Yang realized that when County Magistrate Chui came, he had already disliked the Song family. The small Qinghe County does not allow such a powerful person to exist. Master Wu lived a long life and knew a lot. He even carefully and obscurely mentioned something about the previous dynasty, saying that there was a family in Qinghe County who might be orphans of the Sui dynasty. He is a relative of the royal family of the previous dynasty. The small Qinghe River is home to many hidden talents. We got a Gao Yang. He didn't know what to do. Li Zheng didn't say much. It's human nature to fight against enemies with soldiers and block the water with earth. It was obviously quiet at Old Wang's house today. When Li Zheng knocked on the door, it was Mrs. Du who opened it. "Grandma, I'm here." "Oh, it's Xiaozheng. Come in quickly. It's hot outside." As soon as Mrs. Du saw Li Zheng, she took Li Zheng's hand and smiled. Li Zheng also smiled. "Grandma, I brought you some cakes. Come over if you want." "What are you bringing?" "You've spoiled your grandpa. Now he can't sleep without a little wine." Li Zheng scratched his head. A little wine is good for the soul. After a lifetime of hard work, it's time to enjoy some fun. "Oh, where's Grandpa?" Mrs. Du rolled her eyes and pointed towards the room behind her, saying unhappily, "I drank a little last night and slept through the night. I'm snoring so loudly I won't get up." Sure enough, survival needs are the first needs that need to be met. After meeting survival needs, people will supplement their spiritual needs. Old Wang has now begun to enjoy his old age. Li Zheng smiled and said, "This is my friend. He came here to help me deliver something today." It seems that the old couple are not too worried about the affairs of Wang Qian and Wang Dong, as they are still full of energy. In the side room, Wang Qian and Wang Dong rubbed their eyes, slowly poked their heads out, and smiled at Li Zheng with squinted eyes. "Xiaozheng, why are you here?" "My 2 uncles are injured, and, as their nephew, I must come to see them. Please don't come out." Li Zheng stopped Wang Qian and Wang Dong, who wanted to leave the house. After all, they had wounds and could not be exposed to the wind. Otherwise, if something unexpected really happened and left any sequelae, it would become a regret for the Wang family. The patient should do whatever the doctor says. "I'll come in." Gao Yang followed behind, bringing in pastries, medicine for bruises and injuries, and some other things. In the room, Li Zheng almost laughed out loud. No wonder his 2 uncles only showed their heads. The wound from yesterday had begun to swell, which is a normal physiological process of the human body. This process would cause the wound to swell like a pig's head. Just looking at Wang Qian's head, you can tell that it has become a whole circle bigger, and his eyes are squeezed into a line, which cannot be opened without effort. "Xiaozheng, we can just take care of it for 2 or 3 days. The doctor said it will be full of life in 3 to 5 days at most." "No, don't come out after you recover from your injury." Li Zheng is not in a hurry. Wang Qian and Wang Dong can even take a little longer to recover from their injuries. At this time, Wang Qian laughed and said, "Xiaozheng, you have a cousin who just got married." Although Wang Dong didn't say anything, his slightly open mouth proved that he had his own thoughts. Li Zheng was stunned. "Yes, all the aunts and uncles, please come and help if you can. Now I need to expand my land. The land for expanding the super farm system is so expensive. If there is one more person selling vegetables, we can make more money." "Uncle, what are you talking about?" "Since my cousin can come and help, then come." Li Zheng smiled and nodded. Wang Dong said cautiously, "Xiaozheng, it's not that the uncles insist on forcing people in. You know, this year's grain won't be harvested until next year." Li Zheng waved his hands and said, "Uncles, we are one family and we don't have to talk about different things. This matter is settled." Wang Qian chuckled. "Your eldest cousin is called Wang Shan, and your second uncle's child is called Wang Hai. Xiaozheng, if you don't mind, let them follow you." Chapter 45, Another Wave. Yes, these 2 brothers are in good physical condition, unlike the 2 of us. Not only did they get beaten, but they also lost their things. Your eldest and second uncles can't afford to pay for it, even if they work their whole lives. Why not ask your two cousins to help as well? One more person means more helpers. If anyone wants to bully our Wang family again, we won't be afraid. Wang Dong patted his chest, feeling a little emotional. The three Chow brothers had indeed gone too far yesterday. Li Zheng nodded, and at the same time he began to think in his heart that he had to find a way to deal with the three brothers of the Chow family. Ranger? Ha, so what? Sometimes the world does not rely solely on force. Force can solve many problems, but there are also many problems that cannot be solved by force. Wang Xian and Wang Dong's ideas were recognized by Old Wang, who had just woken up. Old Wang was still drunk. He picked up the bowl and took a sip of cold water before he let out a breath. Xiaozheng, you're the most promising child in our family. You're an adult now. In normal years, Grandpa would not ask anything of you. But this year is not a good year. These people in our family are all honest people. We have no choice but to dig for food in the soil. If God doesn't give them a way to survive, let them follow you to make a living. If only one of them can survive, then let him survive. Since Old Wang had already spoken, and he was his grandfather after all, Li Zheng did not refuse and agreed immediately. Your Song family has absolute power in Qinghe County. Can't I build a Wang family? Isn't the reason why clans are so powerful because they rely on unity and wealth, and then gain power through various means? Once you have money and have some business dealings with local officials, everything will be normal. Now Li Zheng's small team consists of some honest farmers who have to endure being bullied, which is not acceptable. The three brothers of the Qiao family and the Song family will have to pay a price. When he returned home, Li Zheng found that there were only two little ones guarding the door, and Wang seemed to be talking to someone. As soon as he saw Li Zheng coming back, Li Dan shouted, "Brother, two adults just came." Li Zheng frowned. "What, sir?" "It's the kind that wears a hat and is tall." Li Dan thinks everyone is tall anyway, so it doesn't matter. He will know once he goes in. As soon as I entered the door, I heard Wang crying. Li Zheng was instantly furious. He looked over and saw that they were the two brothers Zhou Ming and Zhou Hao. "You two officers, you are so majestic." Li Zheng was about to stand up for Wang. Although he was calm, he could no longer suppress his anger. Zhou Ming and Zhou Hao turned around and were about to speak when Wang hurriedly stopped them. "Xiaozheng, you misunderstood. The two officials are good people. They came to tell us the news." Li Zheng was stunned for a moment, then smiled and clasped his fists. "I was worried about my mother just now. I'm sorry for offending her." Zhou Ming and Zhou Hao smiled at each other and said, "Thank you for being politely. We two brothers recently heard a piece of news that is related to you." Li Zheng frowned and asked the two to sit down. He went to the back and took out the cakes and side dishes he had prepared 2 days ago. "Mother, go make some food. It's lunchtime now. Let's eat together." Wang nodded. Zhou Ming and Zhou Hao were stunned. "Li family boy, we can't do that. We have official business later. Since we're here, let's chat for a while." Li Zheng said with a smile. "Besides, I can't help but be grateful for your kindness." Zhou Ming and Zhou Hao sighed and said, "Then let's listen to the little brother." Today, Song Lijitu issued an order that anyone in the city who sells vegetables must be identified and arrested if they violate Qinghe County laws. Li Zheng frowned, his heart skipping a beat. His three uncles had already gone out. Would the three brothers get into any trouble? "But don't worry, your three uncles happened to run into us. And after questioning, we discovered that you were related. We too know you well, so we'll naturally let you off. But there's no guarantee that Songli will attack you. Conspiracies are easy to deal with, just be on guard. Overt conspiracies are the hardest to guard against." Zhou Hao also said in a deep voice at this time. What the little brother said in the prison yesterday was very satisfying. "We two brothers have disliked Songli for a long time." Li Zheng clasped his fists and said, "You two are both righteous and talented people of the Tang dynasty. Li Zheng would like to offer you a toast today. I won't say thank you, as it's all in the wine. If you two encounter any problems or difficulties in the future, please feel free to speak up." Zhou Ming and Zhou Hao were not the kind of people who would shy away from strangers. After all, they all live in the outer city, so naturally they wanted to work together. Songli gave this order. No doubt it was aimed at you, little brother. Rumors circulated for a long time yesterday. The entire county government knew about Song Li's situation. Song Li's uncle, Song Yang, is the chief clerk in the county government. This guy is sinister, and we have to be on guard against him. Li Zheng smiled and said, "Do you two have any good ideas?" In other words, if you two have a way to bring down Song Yang and Song Li, Li Zheng wouldn't mind adding fuel to the fire. Zhou Meng and Zhou Hao pondered for a moment, and Zhou Meng slowly said, "Brother, we're not saying anything discouraging. The Song family is one of the most powerful in Qinghe County. My two brothers are from poor families and are no match for them. However, the newly appointed county magistrate seems to be very dissatisfied with the Song family. If we can win his support, it might not be a bad idea." Li Zheng nodded and said, "Thank you for your hard work. I still need you to point out the things that I don't understand. If you need anything, just ask." Li Zheng was not stingy and agreed directly. Zhou Ming took a sip of wine and sighed. "Li Zheng, we both come from ordinary backgrounds, and we don't intend to use the little power we have to make money. The reason I came here to tell you today is because we live in the outer city together." I understand. Li Zheng poured wine for the two of them. Since they were officials, he had to give them what they deserved, regardless of whether they accepted it or not. After having a good meal and a good drink, before the two brothers left, Li Zheng brought out some cabbages, some white radishes, and some carrot from the house. "We have plenty of this stuff. If we can use this insignificant thing to solve our worries, why not do it?" After Wang Wusan and his brothers came back, they were extremely excited. They were also very nervous about what happened yesterday. There were no mistakes today, so of course they were happy. "Xiao Zheng, this is today's cabbage money." Li Zheng nodded. "Did you encounter any unusual situations today?" Wang Wu raised his head, thought for a while, and suddenly seemed to remember something. "Xiao Zheng, something strange seems to have happened today." Wang Wu was stunned and said, "It seems that all the vegetable sellers today were stopped and checked by the police." Chapter 46, Old Man Wu Qing. Yes, those police officers were so fierce. Not only us, but also some vegetable vendors. They almost overturned their stalls. Wang Lu said this angrily, looking nervous, which showed that what happened today was still quite terrifying for him. "I saw with my own eyes that officer taking someone's belongings. It scares me just thinking about it." Wang Qi also described the situation. Wang Wu scratched his head, as if trying hard to remember something. After a long time, he finally thought of something and slapped his forehead. "I remember now. When the officers were chatting, they kept asking if they knew a cabbage seller." Li Zheng's heart tightened. Zhou Ming and Zhou Hao arrived just in time today. The two brothers were not like other officials. It seemed that the small underworld of Qinghe County was also divided into levels. The people at the bottom stick together, and the clan members and their vassals also stick together. "Xiao Zheng, I remember when we were entering the city, we met two officials. They knew we were selling cabbages, so they even said hello to the others and told them not to embarrass us. I don't know how to thank them." Li Zheng pondered. "Are there any other situations?" "Nothing else happened. I just saw a man with a very dark face who looked like he was from the government office walking around. Li Zim Fronut. This person seemed to be Song Yang." Li Zheng had never seen Song Yang, but Gao Yang had described Song Yang's image many times. Dark, thin, gloomy, and with triangular eyes. "Okay, my three uncles have worked hard today." Brother Wang Wusan was a little embarrassed. "Xiao Zheng, there's no such thing as hard work or not. Farmers work hard every day of the year." "Yes, nephew, you have a promising future. We are lucky to have food to eat. The hard work is nothing." "Xiao Zheng, let's come early tomorrow." After his three uncles left, Li Zheng closed his eyes and thought about what happened in Qinghe County. It was still dark, and a quiet atmosphere surrounded the entire courtyard. Every time Li Dan and Li Qing saw Li Zheng thinking about something, they would consciously quiet down and run outside to play. It just so happened that the two little guys saw the cat and dog kennels built by Lao Lu, so they naturally had something to do. They just found some hay for the kittens and puppies and fed them, which was a piece of cake. As night slowly fell, Gao Yang arrived. I have to say that Gao Yang is very efficient in doing things. If someone says he wants to find Master Wu, he'll go find Master Wu. "Sir, I've contacted Master Wu. I'll host you tonight, and we can discuss this in detail in my house." Master Wu is not a very talented person, but like Lao Wang, he is full of wisdom in life. Having served countless county magistrates, his eyes had long become as sharp as a pair of fiery eyes. Li Zheng came to Gao Yang's house in a carriage. Luer had already prepared the meal. Dotted among the delicious dishes were Li Zheng's vegetables, white radish, and cabbage. Not long after Li Zheng and Gao Yang sat down, the waiter ran over and whispered a few words in Gao Yang's ear. Gao Yang looked at Li Zheng and nodded. "He's here." Master Wu is not tall, but he is not young either. Unlike other old people, he stands tall and straight, with fair skin and a rosy glow, giving him a youthful look. While Li Zheng was looking at Master Wu was also looking at Li Zheng. Gao Yang had mentioned this Master Wu before and mentioned a lot of key information. This Master Wu's name is Wu Qing, and the Wu family is also a powerful clan in Qinga County. The only problem is that Wu Qing's clan has had ups and downs and has not been doing well in recent years. By the time they arrived at Wu Qing's place, they were no different from ordinary people, but they had once been glorious, or at least had once surpassed the Song clan. Master Wu, welcome, welcome. Gao Yang bowed with a respectful look. Master Wu waved his hand and said, Manager Gao, you are too polite. We are not strangers, so let's not be so formal. Haha, the sweet scented osmanthus wine I brew at home is quite good. I brought a pot. Li Zheng took a look and found that Wu Qing had such obvious troughs on his face that he was obviously a wine lover. This must be brother Li Zheng, right? I've heard from shopkeeper Gao that he's young and promising, with a lot of talent and the ability to get things done. It was obvious that Wu Qing had something else in mind when he said this. Li Zheng knew what Wu Qing was referring to the moment he heard it. It was the words that Wu Qing said in prison yesterday. Li Zheng smiled faintly and did not deny it. He said casually, Master Wu, you are too kind. It's just some trivial things, not worth mentioning. As soon as Wu Qing sat there, Gao Yang started pouring wine. Wu Qing looked at Li Zheng, feeling somewhat puzzled. This child looked so young, and what he said in the county jail was just a coincidence. Li Zheng was also looking at Wu Qing. This old man came up and spoke with something hidden in his words. What did you want to do? Li Zheng now needs to exchange with others. Maybe it is money, maybe it is interest, but it is always necessary to exchange. After Gao Yang saw that the two of them had tested each other for a while, he started talking. Master Wu is an elder in Qinga County. He is very knowledgeable and experienced. Gao Yang is very happy to be able to make friends with such an old senior like Master Wu. Mr. Li Zheng is no ordinary person. Although he is very low-key and reluctant to show off, I can see that he will definitely achieve great things in the future. It is an honor for Gao Yang to invite you two to my home today. I would like to raise my glass and thank you both for your presence in my humble abode. After saying that, Gao Yang drank it all in one gulp. Wu Qing chuckled. You can't drink good wine alone, Manager Gao. Why don't the three of us toast together? Li Zheng nudda. Someone once said, I raise my cup to the bright moon, and my shadow, and I become three. How lonely that is. Today, I am able to sit with a senior like Master Wu and a wise man like Manager Gao. I am no longer alone in life. Come on, raise your glasses. Luer watched the three men drinking and couldn't help but shake her head and sigh. Gao Yang was getting more and more drunk. How many dishes could withstand such drinking? Is wine a good thing? However, in this era, women are not allowed to point fingers at men when they do things. In this case, I can only cook a few more dishes and prepare some pig's head as a snack. After 3 rounds of drinks, the three of them were talking and laughing. Wu Qing's mind was as clear as a mirror. Gao Yang acted as a broker, and Li Zheng expressed his feelings appropriately. Wu Qing finally spoke when the dishes on the table were almost finished. Yes, this cabbage is of top quality. Mr. Li Zheng, did you grow it? The clan forces were originally composed of farmers, but they were farmers with some brains who were willing to work together to gain benefits. Wu Qing looked at Li Zheng curiously. I don't deserve to be called Mr. Wu. Just call me Li Zheng. This cabbage is indeed grown by me. Oh, and the white jade tofu in that dish just now is also my recipe. Chapter 47 Upgrade. Unlock corn. Wu Qing stroked his beard and nodded. Oh, haha. Mr. Li Zheng is an open-minded person. When Gao Yang told me that before, I didn't believe it. Today, I heard it from the master himself. It is indeed true. This trip today was worthwhile. Li Zheng waved his hand. Master Wu, thank you for your compliment. Hey, just call me Old Wu. After drinking too much, Wu Qing seemed drunk, but he spoke very carefully. This was another test. Gao Yang's forehead was covered with sweat. He had forgotten to check with Li Zheng before. If Li Zheng denied it in order to avoid being too high profile, it would give Wu Qing an idea. What we have to do next is related to the livelihoods of too many people and also to the situation in Qinga County. The best outcome is to be open and honest and stand on the same page. Fortunately, Mr. Li Zheng is worthy of being called a gentleman. He is young and much better than Mr. Gao. Haha, just say whatever you want to say. There's no need to hide this. By the way, how do you like this white radish? White radish. In an instant, Wu Qing's face changed. White radish. Where is it? Wu Qing stared blankly at the leftovers on the plate. He hadn't noticed it at all when he was feasting and drinking just now. I only know that there was one dish that was crisp and delicious, and he ate a lot of it. Li Zheng, do you still have white radish at home? Wu Qing now has a new respect for Li Zheng. What is white radish? It's a tribute. Only the current majesty can eat this food. If the dignitaries in the court want to eat it, they have to see his majesty's mood. Haha, it's okay. We'll have dinner behind closed doors today. Don't panic, old Wu. How could Wu Qing not be panicked? Eating tribute would give him something to hold against him. Heaven knows, earth knows, I know, let's stop here. Wu Qing waved his hands quickly. Master Wu, there's no need to panic. Naturally, no one will know about what happened today. Master Wu must have heard some rumors. Li Zheng said in a deep voice that he was the protagonist today, and he wanted to reach an agreement with the old man Wu Qing that his vegetables must be sold in Qinghe County without any obstruction, and no one was allowed to check. Song Yang and Song Li have the ability to stop it, but they are far inferior to Wu Qing. Wu Qing nodded. Young master, these things are extremely valuable. I'm lucky to have benefited from this today. Manager Gao also mentioned something last night. I came here today to see how sincere you are. Li Zheng Sumilat. What does Wu Qing want to do? Of course, they would get rid of Song Li and Song Yang and let the young men from his clan enter the county government. But now the Song family is firmly holding this position. Want to let someone in? Impossible. The spearhead was directed at Song Li and Song Yang. I wonder if you have any ideas, old Wu. Wu Qing pondered for a moment. If the young master can produce this tribute, then I, Wu, can smooth over some of the connections. In Dangzhou, the people who can make things happen with a wave of their hands are not his Song family. The reason why Song Yang and Song Li occupy the top position among the clans in Qinghe County is because of their relatives who are officials in Dangzhou. Even if a new county magistrate takes office, he wouldn't dare to dismiss him directly. He can only look for an opportunity. What the young master said in the prison yesterday was really a firecracker. Li Zheng smiled faintly. The situation at the time forced us to do this. If Song Li had refused to give in, who knows how much suffering my two uncles would have endured. How could they have stayed in jail after such serious injuries? Not bad, not bad. You value feelings and morality. I admire you. Li Zheng continued. Master Wu, if you need any help in smoothing things over with Shangwan, please feel free to ask. Wu Qing pondered for a moment and became extremely calm, not all like he was drunk just now. Li Zheng doesn't care about the quantity of vegetables at all now. It's just a penny to me anyway. What I need is that the things grown with this penny must be used in the right place and in a low-key manner. Giving gifts also requires connections. The Chinese nation has had this culture since ancient times. Some people can't even find the way to give gifts with gifts. It can be said to be very magical. Wu Qing seemed to be feeling uneasy for a long time. Young master, I will speak frankly. Please don't blame me, but it's okay to talk about it. After much thought, I think I might need 100 kilograms of white radish. Li Zheng was stunned and a little surprised. Only 100 pounds? That's it? Are Tang dynasty officials so easy to bribe? Wu Qing looked at Li Zheng's face and thought he had said too much, so he immediately asked cautiously, Young master, if you don't have that much, 50 kilograms will be fine. I can spend some time to think of a solution. No one in the entire Tang dynasty knew how much this tribute amounted to in total. Generally, a prefecture could only contribute a few hundred kilograms, which was the limit. It was very precious. The meaning of this thing is far greater than that of money, and its weight is extremely important. If officials in Dangzhou had this, they would certainly be cautious and efficient. Even if they didn't eat it themselves, they could save some and present it to their superiors. It wouldn't be considered a bribe, and it would even be a good thing. Li Zheng smiled and said, Old Wu, you're overthinking it. I'll have manager Gao deliver it tomorrow. Old Wu, just go ahead and do your work. I won't treat you unfairly afterwards. Li Zheng never imagined that 100 kilograms of white radish would have such great power in the Tang dynasty. TSK. It seems like I really am sitting on a treasure trove. The only problem is that it takes a while for this treasure trove to be converted into money. Don't rush, develop slowly, be steady, and don't recklessly. Occupying this small piece of land in Qinghe County first is the right path. These vegetables are my greatest reliance. Young master, you are so open-minded. I am also here to make a statement. If this matter cannot be completed, not a single pound will be lost. I will return the full amount. As for the benefits afterwards, there's no need for that. We each take what we need. After eating and drinking, a carriage traveled through the streets. The curfew was a joke to people like Gao Liang who had connections and were willing to spend money. The patrol officers in the city had already made arrangements, so naturally there would be no obstruction. Back home, Li Zheng lay on the bed and turned on the system. The carrots and radishes are ripe. Should we harvest them? Harvest. In an instant, the entire system changed. A line of words appeared in front of Li Zheng. Gained experience points 2. System upgrade. Upgrade completed. System level 3. The amount of land you can own is 3. The experience value for sowing and harvesting is 5. And to continue upgrading, the required experience value is 100. Li Zheng's Milat finally. Does that mean he can grow corn now? Among the third level crops is corn. Congratulations to the host for unlocking a new crop, corn. Do you want to plant it? Corn, this is corn. Li Zheng was a little excited. He could finally eat some real food from the future. So 2 acres. Sowing is complete, and there are still 14 hours until maturity. In the dark soil of the land, just after harvest, tiny sprouts can be seen emerging with the naked eye. You don't know until you see them that they are corn seedlings. Their small size will turn into golden corn in the next 14 hours. Chapter 48, what are you looking at? Early the next morning, the entire Qinghe County seemed to have changed. In the county government office, all the officials and clerks were gathered together. Chuimu looked at everyone with a cold gaze, as if a mountain was pressing down on them. He said in a deep voice, I heard that you want to investigate the vegetable vendors and arrest Yoxia. Song Yang was stunned. Who leaked this news? Arresting the vegetable vendor was fake. Arresting the knight was also fake. The real thing was to arrest the people in Li Zheng's family who caused the trouble in a fair and open manner. Song Yang just gave instructions. And how come it spread so quickly when Song Li and a few of his familiar people did it? What's happening in Qinghe County now? In a small Qinghe County, the emperor is far away and the government is high. Arresting people and seizing cabbages has caused rumors. The Song family has also been tricked. Yesterday, they used an open conspiracy, but it also became a hot topic. Song Yang suddenly felt that the entire Tang dynasty was targeting him and that everything he did was wrong. Song Li's expression remained unchanged, but he was already feeling a little uneasy. He is not the kind of person with a simple mind and strong limbs. He has been in the county government for a long time and knows what things are like. This new county magistrate is going too far. When has the Song family ever suffered such humiliation? Zhou Meng and Zhou Hao stood there with their backs straight, looking straight ahead. Last night, they delivered all the vegetables they brought from Li Zheng. Of course, some were given to the ordinary yamen runners, but the most were given to County Magistrate Shui. After Cui Mu finished speaking, he smiled faintly and said, Don't be nervous, everyone. I'm just asking about the situation. I don't mean to blame you. Ha! After I, Cui Mu, came to Qinghe County, I discovered that there is a perverse and evil spirit here that has penetrated deep into the bones. Cui Mu has been reading sage books since he was young, not to exploit the people. This year, the majority of the people in Qinghe County have not harvested a single grain. We have received Your Majesty's grace and have no worries about food and clothing. We should be grateful. If you all want to find a way to make a living, I have no objection. But you have to understand that in years of good weather and good harvests, this county will turn a blind eye. What kind of year is this? I will investigate those who abuse their power. The water in Qinghe County shouldn't be so muddy. To scare the tiger by knocking on the mountain. Cui Mu was just watching the moon with his brother last night when 2 officers came to the back door and knocked, bringing some vegetables. He recognized the Chinese cabbage, and the white, jade-like thing seemed to be a white radish. Cui Mu and Cui Ning had eaten it a lot when they were children, but it was very unusual to see it in Qinghe County. That red radish-like thing is more delicious than white radish and has a unique flavor. I heard them call it carrot, which seems a bit strange. The 2 officers were named Zhou Meng and Zhou Hao. Cui Mu knew their backgrounds. They were people from the outer city and came from poor families. The 2 officers put down their things, explained their purpose, knelt on the ground for a long time, and counted the 10 crimes of the Song family with tears in their eyes. Cui Ning was furious, and Cui Mu could not calm down for a long time. This is why today's scene of making a show of force to scare the tigers away has happened. I, Cui Mu, am going to take drastic action. Your Song family has been the dominant force in Qinghe County for too long. It's time to move. Wang Xian and Wang Dong's sons also came today. Li Zheng looked at his 2 cousins and sincerely admired the strong genes of the Wang family. They look exactly like Wang Qian and Wang Dong, as if they were carved from the same mold. Cousin, hey, we 2 can't do anything, but we are strong. If anyone dares to bully you, we will beat him up. Wang Shan was really like a mountain. Li Zheng even suspected that this guy had eaten all the food in the house. Old Wang was left looking at the empty rice jar, sighing and almost starving to death. Wang Hai was not to be outdone. Don't be afraid, cousin. I usually don't hit people. What's the word? I convince people with reason. Yes, convince people with reason. He did not forget to emphasize it after saying it. But what Li Zheng saw was not like this. The muscular lines on the bodies of the two brothers Wang Shan and Wang Hai were obviously developed by doing heavy work. They probably had a big appetite. No wonder the eldest and second uncles were frowning all day long. So this is the reason. My two cousins, Grandpa asked you to come here to do business, not a fight. We have to be civilized people. Wang Shan and Wang Hai smiled at each other. Yes, we are just being civilized people. As expected of cousins, we speak differently. Aha, our cousin is an educated man. You can't fucking learn from him. Don't even bother trying. Before he finished speaking, Wang Shan's eyes widened. What did you say? I didn't say anything. Wang Shan knew that there was something wrong with Wang Hai's words, but he couldn't figure out what was wrong, so his face turned red in anxiety. What are you looking at? Wang Hai's neck stiffened. What are you looking at? Li Zheng's face turned black. What were these two funny guys doing here? After finally convincing his two cousins who were as big as mountains, Li Zheng sighed and said, no wonder the Wang family is getting worse and worse. If their descendants are all like this, how can they not be bad? In ancient times, force could indeed solve problems, but in most cases, one still had to use one's brain. Tell me, among all the warriors who have been passed down through the ages, which one relied solely on brute force? He does have some brains, but he's just a little bit behind those who are both intelligent and brave. My two cousins, since you are here, I won't say much here. Today, you two will be responsible for selling cabbages. Not many, 5 cabbages each, for a total of 10. 5 cents a pound, just come back after you sell it. Wang Shan nodded and said, cousin, my father told me that all the money is given to you, and you can't take a penny away. I understand. Right. We can't break the rules. We are all family, but we still have to follow the rules, and can't make things difficult for my cousin. You know what? Although these two are a bit blunt, they still speak in a coherent way. 10 cabbages, 2 people went to sell them, plus the other 3 uncles. The profit today was about 2,000 coins. There is strength in numbers. After my eldest and second uncles have recovered from their injuries, I will let them each take their own family and sell vegetables, which is also a good way to make a living. After his 3 uncles and 2 cousins left, Li Zheng heard the crying of Li Dan and Li Qing. I ran to the west side of the yard, which had been fenced off, and saw that it was a nest prepared by the 2 little guys, but the wildcats and dogs refused to claim it. The 2 little ones thought it was Lao Lu's fault and started crying. Old Lu was also confused. He looked at the 2 little ones crying with a helpless look on his face. Young sir, I don't know what's going on. Li Zheng smiled and said, it's okay, Lao Lu, you can continue with your work. It is not difficult to coax a child, but Manager Gao has instructed that the young gentleman's yard must be built as soon as possible. Old Lu was very anxious. When he heard what Li Zheng said, Old Lu immediately felt relieved and decided to do what he is good at. Okay, young sir, I'll go first. Chapter 49, Chewing Corn. It is not easy to coax children, but if there is delicious food, everything becomes easy. When Li Zheng brought a whole piece of fried tofu from the room where Wang's tofu was stored, the sobbing of the 2 little ones obviously stopped. His eyes also began to move along with the fried tofu in Li Zheng's hand. The wheezing sound also became lighter. Li Zheng opened his mouth wide. If you want to eat? Li Zheng simply didn't say anything after the word just. The 2 little guys' eyes focused instantly, and the panting sounds stopped abruptly. Li Zheng smiled in his heart. Isn't that right? The crying little guy instantly shifted his attention to eating. 2 pieces of fried tofu were enough to appease Li Dan and Li Qing. But the question was, why didn't the wild cats and dogs come to their nests in the yard? Li Zheng carefully examined the dozen or so nests that occupied nearly 1/3 of the yard, and then smiled. The hay that Li Dan and Li Qing found all had thorns on it. Although cats and dogs have thick skin and their fur can also isolate pain, you still have to pick the hay carefully. It can't all be covered with thorns. It's just like when a person suddenly turns over in sleep at night and a thorn pierces the skin. It would be strange if he didn't scream in pain. You two like kittens and puppies. Why are you so careless? The thorns on this hay are so long. Would you like to sleep on it? Li Dan and Li Qing opened their eyes wide and took a closer look, their faces instantly turning red. Brother, we were wrong. Li Zheng touched the heads of the 2 little guys and said, change them all and get rid of the thorns. Then the kittens and puppies will come naturally. We are not familiar with the wildcats and dogs yet, so there is no need to talk about bathing them. Just let Li Dan and Li Qing watch them from a distance. In the system, Li Zheng was standing in the farmland, looking at the corn cobs that had broken open. Everywhere he looked, there was golden color. Most importantly, the air in his nose became sweet. This sweet feeling is so refreshing. Harvest the corn. At the command, the system surged, and the 1-meter-high corn plants in the ground disappeared in an instant, and the corn cobs were also gone. In the warehouse not far away, the corn ears piled up like a small hill. In the warehouse, a line of words was displayed on the tall pile of corn. Net weight 2,400 kilograms. The yield of corn cannot be compared with other crops, but corn tastes good. What's more, the previous crops were all vegetables, while corn is real food. Plant 2 more acres of corn. With a ding sound, the 2 acres of pitch-black land suddenly began to rustle again, and visible tender shoots broke through the ground and drilled out of the wet soil. Lush weeds also appeared on the edge of the land. Li Zheng had an idea, and the pile of weeds disappeared in an instant like magic, leaving the land empty. Li Zheng held a few corn ears, filled a bucket with water, and poured it into a large iron pot. When you peel open the ears of corn, the fragrance is overwhelming. This is the smell of the fields. This is the smell of childhood. I picked up a corn kernel with my hand and put it in my mouth. It was sweet with a hint of uncooked astringency, and a feeling of happiness rushed to my head. Wang passed by Li Zheng and frowned when she saw some strange things in Li Zheng's hands. Xiao Zheng, where did you get this weird thing? Li Zheng looked back and saw Wang holding needle and thread in her hand with a puzzled look on her face. Mother, this is a new kind of food called corn. Corn. Starting today, we have a new food at home. Corn can be made into noodles, cooked and eaten directly, or ground into corn porridge. As soon as Li Zheng opened his mouth, Wang fell into deep thought. She seemed to have never heard of this kind of grain. Could it really be new food? Never mind. I don't know if what my son said is true or not. If he really learned magic from the immortals during those years, it might not be a bad thing. At least, now I have a full meal, right? Not only did she have enough food to eat, but many of her family members were also struggling to make ends meet. When they came here, her sons were not shy and asked them to help with the work and gave them something to eat. They were lucky to be able to survive in that year of disaster. As soon as Wang left, Li Zheng peeled all the corn cobs. The golden corn cobs made him salivate. The taste of nature is always more comfortable than the hustle and bustle of traffic, car exhaust, and dusty air. The small courtyard is filled with a pleasant fragrance. Arya and Sai Shishir sold all the tofu they made yesterday early today, and, as usual, came to deliver tofu to Li Zheng's family. It's not a good idea to eat tofu every day, so today, while the hot tofu was just out of the pot, a few bowls of tofu pudding appeared. Pour the marinade over it, and it is incredibly delicious. When Arya pushed open the door of Li Zheng's house, she saw Li Zheng busy by the fire. Wow, it smells so good. Li Zheng, what is this? Li Zheng smiled mysteriously. Arya, why are you here? Last time you said you liked tofu pudding, so I brought some over for you. When Li Zheng saw the large basket that Arya was holding, he saw that the clay pot inside was no longer a clay pot, but a clay basin. I immediately broke out in a cold sweat. What's going on? Even if I love to eat, I can't eat so much. Is this 1 point? Is this 1 billion points? But it's okay. Aren't Li Dan and Li Qing here? Isn't Wang at home too? It's a good opportunity for us to eat together. The corn was almost done. After she scooped one out of the pot with a long bamboo chopstick and placed it in a copper basin to cool down, Arya couldn't help it. Li Zheng, what on earth is this? Is it delicious? Li Zheng smiled faintly. Wait a minute, I'll go get the dishes and chopsticks. Soon, Wang and Li Zheng came out with bowls and chopsticks. The 2 little guys, Li Dan and Li Qing, were tempted by Arya's tofu pudding and stopped making beds for the cats and dogs. After washing their hands, they sat upright in front of the stone table. The tofu pudding is ready and the corn is almost dry. Come on, don't ask, just eat first. Li Zheng stopped Arya from speaking, and after giving each of them a corn cob, he picked up one, opened his mouth wide, and took a bite. The 3 greatest joys of childhood are playing in water, waddling in mud, and chewing corn on the cob. Wang and Arya obviously didn't know how to eat it. Li Dan and Li Qing reacted quickly once they thought of eating. In an instant, they also started to chew it like Li Zheng. The small courtyard is filled with fragrance. Being able to eat corn in the Tang Dynasty was simply the happiest thing. Bring one back for Annie later. Don't just eat it yourself. Arya's face turned red. She was so happy eating that she forgot about her daughter's behavior. She pounced on her food like a hungry tiger, which was really unsightly. Wang smiled knowingly. This child doesn't know how to be gentler to girls. Chapter 50 Pirates appear. Noon is the time when every household eats, and there are fewer people on the streets. Gao Yang's carriage stopped at the door of Li Zheng's house. After checking around and finding that no one was following him, he slowly walked into Li Zheng's house. Li Zheng has already prepared 100 kilograms of white radishes. Of course, what if he adds 100 kilograms of cabbage? When the situation was tense, Li Er really killed corrupt officials, so no one dared to rashly reach out to take other people's things. Of course, in this case, it's not that they are not greedy, they just don't want a small change anymore. Sir, I'm going with Master Wu this time. Thank you for your concern. Sir, you're too polite. It's only natural. I've already given instructions to the staff, and I've also made arrangements for Sai Shi and her daughter. I'm afraid I'll be gone for half a month. If you need anything else, you can transfer Gao Ji's people as needed. Li Zheng nodded and said, we're going to Dengzhou with a lot of stuff. If we encounter a situation where the King of Hell is easy to deal with or the little ghosts are difficult to deal with, we can use those vegetables to make way for them. Gao Yang sighed. These days, even small officials in the prefecture have their own concerns. I'll do my best. Li Zheng wrote some theoretical stuff about stores and marketing in the morning and took out a square, simple booklet from his sleeve. You can look at this on the way. If you don't understand something, just come back and ask me. Gao Yang took the booklet, opened it, glanced at it, and instantly a look of joy appeared on his face. He is indeed a young gentleman. At such a young age, he has such insights. He is truly ingenious. Thank you, sir. Gao Yang will definitely appreciate this journey. In the afternoon, the frequency of the appearance of police officers on the streets became higher. On the wooden sign at the end of the street, there were more than a dozen large papers pasted on it like blackboard newspapers. The people in the outer city stretched their heads out curiously, like sheep sticking their heads out of the sheepfold to eat grass, with their mouths wide open, but they couldn't understand what was written on the dozen or so large pieces of paper. Not only in the Tang dynasty, but throughout the entire history of Chinese feudalism, most people were uneducated. The low literacy rate meant that every time a notice was posted, no one could understand it. At this time, there needs to be educated scholars. Tongsheng is also good. After studying in a private school for a few years, it is equivalent to the level of elementary school in later generations, and the commonly used characters can be understood. So, a teenager stood in front of the notice, looking up. While others stretched their necks to argue about the meaning of the words on the notice, his raised nostrils seemed to say, "You peasants." Looking down from above, someone finally noticed him. "Let the scholar explain it to us. We can't read, but the scholar can." The scholar, called Master Shiozai, had an unhappy look on his face and seemed to be a little angry that these people took so long to see him. "Master Scholar, what is written on it?" "Yeah, we don't know how to read. We don't know him, but the scholar knows him. He is a scholar and will become a high-ranking official in the future." Upon hearing this, the young scholar's expression eased slightly, and a fleeting blush appeared at his ears. He slowly opened his eyes and said, "Well, everyone, please make way. Let me take a look. There have been pirates appearing recently, led by a man with a curly beard, who have been killing people like crazy. Anyone who sees them should report them to the authorities, and there will be a reward." The young man pointed at the portrait of the bearded man and said, "See, that man has such a long beard, and he looks ferocious. He's the bearded man, and this is his henchman." Not far away, Li Dan and Li Qing heard it clearly, but they had no idea what was written on it. They were both young, and their families had some money before, so they could go to school. Now, they had to rely on Li Zheng to take care of them. "Sister, that bearded man is so scary." "Huh, you're a boy and you're afraid too." "Of course I'm not afraid." Li Dan patted his chest and held the hay tightly in his hand. "A child's self-esteem cannot be challenged. I'm not afraid. But if we meet these people, we will definitely not be able to defeat them. If you can't win, just run away. Didn't my brother tell us the story the other day, say that if you can't win, you should run away? Can we outrun them?" Li Dan and Li Qing looked at each other, wiped the dust off their noses, and continued to pick up hay. But any child who has heard a martial arts story will be filled with passion and dream of becoming a hero. In the evening, the two little guys joined the crowd again. On the streets of the outer city, they remembered the appearance of those pirates clearly in their minds. The two cousins Wang Shan and Wang Hai are obviously more active than their three uncles Wang Wu, Wang Lu, and Wang Qi, but of course only by a little bit. Wang Shan and Wang Hai came back early, while the three Wang brothers came back later. Their total income today was 2,400 coins. This number may not have been a big deal in the Tang dynasty, but Li Zheng has long been accustomed to it now. But Wang Shan and Wang Hai had never seen so much money. The two brothers' staring eyes betrayed their inner thoughts. Li Zheng didn't say anything. These two were also young people, only a few years older than him. This was a hurdle they had to overcome. For farmers who had never seen money, being able to survive in the days just after the troubled times was a blessing from heaven. You have to know that in ancient times, people were blessed by heaven for being able to eat a meal. At this age, Wang Shan and Wang Hai naturally have a dream of becoming heroes. Otherwise, they would not have trained their physiques so well. Cousins, please go back first and come back tomorrow morning. Wang Shan and Wang Hai sighed. Their faces flushed, they nodded at Li Zheng and turned away. Wang was a person who had seen the world, and she was also slightly worried when she saw this scene. This is not a matter of money. If Wang Shan and Wang Hai have any ideas and run away with the money, she is not worried. After all, the money will run out eventually. But what should she do when it is all spent? After all, he is my nephew. It's okay if he took the wrong path, but it would be best if he could turn back. If he doesn't want to turn back, he will probably starve to death outside. Li Zheng understood Wang's worries. Mother, don't worry too much. My two cousins need some time to adapt. Xiao Zheng, if more and more people come, what will we do? Wang's worries are normal. If only her relatives follow her, they can just make a living. It would be best if there is some surplus. But Li Zheng is still young. Is it appropriate for him to bear such a heavy burden at this age? Li Zheng waved his hand and said, Don't be afraid of crowds, mother. Our family will definitely be the largest clan in Qinghe County in the future. Li Zheng grinned and Wang nodded. Chapter 51 Tang Dynasty Speciale. Dinner is the most comfortable time of the day in Li Zheng's family. It is not advisable to eat too much at dinner, and lunch is too tight. Li Zheng does not feel sorry for using the candles in his lantern. He bought some when he went out last time, and he has not used them up yet. The sky gradually darkened, and Lao Lu finished his work for the day. Although Lao Lu was in charge of renovating the house for only a few days, the progress was extremely rapid. Thank you for your hard work, old Lu. Li Zheng smiled faintly and handed over the 2 cabbages in his hand. Old Lu was stunned. Wasn't it agreed that the shopkeeper would pay the wages? What was this young gentleman? That's not possible. The young master's things are valuable, and manager Gao has already paid him. This is not appropriate. Old Lu was in a bit of a dilemma. This is how craftsmen are in this era. They must know their own strengths and weaknesses and never try to be petty. Otherwise, if their reputation is lost, it will be difficult to make money from their craft in the future. Li Zheng smiled faintly. Take it. It's not easy for everyone. Wages are wages. This is a small token of my appreciation. You can't refuse it. Who doesn't like cabbage? Old Lu was holding the cabbage and chatting with Li Zheng at the door. One was cooking at that time, so it would take a while. Who is your teacher? Old Lu. I've seen your skills over the past few days, and they're really good. Li Zheng said whatever he wanted to say. Old Lu smiled awkwardly and said, Hey, I don't have a fixed teacher. There were technical colleges in the Sui dynasty. I studied there. Li Zheng was slightly surprised. Old Lu came from a good family and could actually study in this technical college. You have to know that throughout the entire historical period, although Confucianism was the true orthodoxy, in fact, all dynasties had opened technical colleges in other areas similar to those of later generations. Such institutions also cultivate technical talents in specialized fields to fill the gaps in Confucianism. A technical school under the Ministry of Finance. Yes. I heard that it was paid for by the government. I didn't know what it was called before, but later it became the supervisor of the imperial household. At that time, high-ranking officials from the court came to see it. Old Lu chuckled at this moment, cupped his hands towards Li Zheng, and said, Young master, you are so knowledgeable despite your young age. Old Lu admires you. These are just some rehashed things. Old Lu, I'll have to trouble you again tomorrow. You're welcome, young master. Old Lu has to go back now. My family probably can't wait any longer. I've got some cabbage for you today, so I'll give it to the kids when I get home. Li Zheng smiled and watched Lao Lu's shadow slowly disappear at the end of the street. Then he sighed. Perhaps for poor families, the technical school of the Xiaofujin is their only way out. Education is indeed a major national strategy, and the foundation of national prosperity. The two little guys, Li Dan and Li Qing, appeared behind Li Zheng at some point, pulling Li Zheng's arms with mysterious expressions on their faces. Brother, come here. What's wrong? Tell me here. No, come here. Don't let my mother hear it. As soon as Li Zheng saw Li Dan's bright smile and the light in Li Qing's big eyes, he knew that the two little guys must have seen something shameful. They arrived in front of the den of wild cats and dogs and sat on the stools. The two little guys were still looking at the yard where the main hall was, and then they leaned close to Li Zheng's ear. Brother, we heard a lot of people talking about pirates today. Huh? Pirates? Huh? You two want to catch pirates too? No, brother, those pirates looked so fierce. My sister and I watched them for a long time. They were so scary. Li Zheng burst into laughter. The two little guys clearly knew that those people were extremely ugly. Besides, how could a painter completely restore their appearance? The paintings are all based on the descriptions of people who have seen them, combined with their own imagination. Brother, do you think pirates will come to our place? Li Zheng touched the little heads of Li Dan and Li Qing and said, Aren't you afraid that the first thing the pirates will do when they come is to capture you two little guys? I heard that those vicious pirates on the sea love to eat children like you the most. When Li Qing heard that the pirates wanted to eat her, she was so scared that she hugged Li Zheng tightly. Brother, the pirates will definitely think that I don't have enough meat. Li Dan has more meat. Li Dan got anxious when he heard this. No, the pirates will definitely eat you first. Li Dan couldn't figure out why the pirates wanted to eat Li Qing first. He got anxious and suddenly slapped his forehead. They must think I'm snotty and dirty. Li Zheng's face turned dark. What the hell is going on? But Li Dan, you also know that you have a runny nose and look dirty. After repeatedly warning the two little guys not to run around for the time being, Li Zheng finally let them go out and play. Turning around, Li Zheng saw cats and dogs standing in the corners and on the walls, as if waiting for something. It is said to be a stray dog, but in fact it was once someone else's dog, but was later abandoned for some unknown reason. The big yellow dogs are very majestic. With Li Zheng feeding them food during this period, the dozen or so dogs are no longer skinny and bony as before, and their fur has become shiny. As for the kittens, they stood on the wall, their eyes flashing with green light, and they walked without making any sound. Li Zheng Siga. Now Li Dan and Li Qing could only watch the cats and dogs from a distance. If they got close, the cats and dogs didn't seem angry or afraid, but just walked away. Li Zheng waved his hand, and the big yellow dog in the lead immediately pricked up its ears, wagged its tail wildly, squinted its eyes, and bent its body as it slowly walked towards Li Zheng. Li Zheng stretched out his hand, and the big yellow dog immediately stopped moving, carefully stuck out its head, stretched its neck forward, and closed its eyes in great enjoyment. This movement seems very skillful. It seems that this big yellow dog definitely had an owner before, but for some reason, it became a stray dog. It is difficult for people to survive now. During the Wuda period, there were few stable years for a full 9 years. People had to face famine in every year. People can't even get enough to eat, let alone animals. Sometimes, whether it is a cat or a dog, in the end it may become food in people's mouths. When Li Zheng's hand touched the big yellow dog's head, the big yellow dog's body seemed to tremble, as if it was alert, but finally gave up. Li Zheng stroked the head, and in an instant, the other dogs, big and small, began to howl and hum as if they also wanted it. The big yellow dog turned over and lay down directly in front of Li Zheng, with its belly facing up, looking extremely comfortable and relaxed. Li Zheng couldn't help but laugh. The spirituality of animals was indeed not to be underestimated. They could actually understand what people meant. Kindness was universal among all species. Chapter 52. Cats and Dogs Taking a Bath. Petting dogs and cats is an extremely pleasant experience, but these cats and dogs are too dirty. After finishing his meal, Li Zheng simply went directly to the west yard. Under the cover of night, he filled several large basins with water and began to bathe the cats and dogs one by one. The big yellow dog is the leader of all cats and dogs, a living chief-level existence. Generally speaking, if the big yellow dog does not move, other cats and dogs dare not move either. Li Zheng first gave the big yellow dog a bath, cleaning its hair, teeth, and some old wounds on its body. In the warm water, the big yellow dog squinted its eyes and was a little afraid of the water, but also seemed to enjoy it. In the end, it simply let Li Zheng play with it. All kinds of strange smells emanated from the warm water. Those were the stench of all kinds of dirt hidden under the dog's hair. Each dog is a basin of water. In a huge earthenware basin, after all the dogs have been washed, they shake their necks one by one, and the kittens can't wait to get in. Cats and dogs don't like taking baths. Cats and dogs in later generations do not like to take a bath, but these are different. They have not been exposed to water for a long time. The last time they were exposed to water was when it rained a few days ago. After finishing all the tasks, Li Zheng sighed and put his hands on his hips. This is what should be done. After a long time, cats and dogs should at least be free of lice and should be cleaner. Lao Wang's house is very lively today. All the food is now concentrated in Lao Wang's house. Li Zheng's grandfather was very majestic. Looking at the expressions of his two grandsons, he knew that the two little guys were feeling unbalanced. What? Did Xiaozhen make some money? Ha! Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? If you can, go and earn it yourself. Old Wang never shows mercy to his grandson. Wang Qian and Wang Dong beside him also lower their heads, although they always feel a little pain when they lower their heads. For the two brothers, having enough food to eat is the greatest happiness. They have really come from hard times and have been beaten many times by life and fate, so they naturally know the importance of having enough food to eat. But Wang Shan and Wang Hai still don't quite understand. So now they envy Li Zheng and naturally have some thoughts in their hearts. We are a poor family, so we must stick together. I don't know if you know this, but I've experienced many ups and downs in my life, and I've eaten more salt than you two have eaten rice. Haven't you seen how powerful people with the same surname can be in those clans? If you dare to provoke any of them, you will be chased and beaten by a group of people. Although our Wang family isn't a wealthy one, we still have quite a few people. Why can't we work together? Lao Wang was a perceptive person. In their clan, whenever a capable person appears, everyone rushes over. How could they not be of one mind? Old Wang was so angry that he took a sip of wine and said, "For so many years, my family has been dull, and by the time I understood this, I was already old. I know you two think you're young and capable of doing whatever you want, but do you really have the skills?" Wang Shan and Wang Hai blushed all the way to their necks. Although they were tall and strong, they were like little chicks in front of Lao Wang and were being held in his hands. You two go back and think about it. If you think you have what it takes, get out there and make a name for yourself. Then we, the Wang family, can rely on you. If you feel you don't have the ability, then learn from someone who does. I ask you to follow Xiaozheng so you can help, learn, and grow. It's also to keep you fed. Stay alive first. Do you understand? Mrs. Du sat cross-legged in the room next door, sighing on her old face. The pickled radish in the bowl was delicious, crisp, and tasty, but she also knew that it was not so easy to get the white radish. Children don't understand that these days, being alive is a blessing. In the super farm system, Li Zheng was extremely happy when he saw the 2 acres of corn. This is what farming is all about. System harvest. There was a rustling sound, and in the warehouse there was another tall pile of corn. At the same time, the experience value increased by 10 points, reaching 21 points. Now the upgrade is just around the corner. Before the upgrade, I must save enough money to continue expanding the land. Plant 2 acres of corn. Corn planting. Planting complete. 14 hours left until ripe. The most urgent thing now is to use money to buy land and accumulate experience points. But there's also a limit. In this era, if you don't have someone to protect you, I'm afraid few people will let you live in peace. The vegetable vendors in the city have been troubled. Now Li Zheng has only released cabbage. If wheat, rice, carrots, white radish, and even corn appear together in the future, the vegetable pattern of the entire Qinghe County will change. It will even soon attract the attention of the provincial government and alarm the most core area of the entire Tang dynasty, Chang'an. Others who traveled through time were flocking to Chang'an. Li Zheng himself had also thought about it before. If he could be born in Chang'an, witnessing the changes in history, the rise of a great power, and the coming of the prosperous Tang dynasty, it would also be a good story. But when Li Zheng grew up a little, his thoughts changed a little. The rise of the Tang dynasty was closely related to people's livelihood. Li Er controlled the price of grain, so that most people could have enough to eat. This is the reason for the subsequent glory. Living people are the labor force. This is the same as the farmers in the construction game. No one cares what the farmers eat or how they feel. The controller of any game only cares about one thing: how much profit this farmer can bring to his own territory in the entire game before his lifespan and life are exhausted. You say Li Er doesn't think this way? Maybe he has other ideas, but they must be mixed with this idea. Even in remote places like Qinghe County, there are still grain merchants causing trouble, and grain sales are not allowed now. The price of grain remains unchanged, but they just refuse to sell it. What can we do? If you can't eat grains, just eat other things. Is it not the same with vegetables? All of this requires waiting for an opportunity to break through. Although Qinghai County is not big, all the people on the streets are more or less related to each other. This relationship is either clan or dependent. Li Zheng discovered these days that his Li family seemed to have made its fortune following the lead of the Song family. The Song clan, the Wu clan, and some other clans that are not prominent but at least have some presence constitute the local power in Qinghai County. How to break this situation? Li Zheng remembered what Gao Yang had said a few days ago. Although the vegetable vendors seemed to be fighting each other, they actually had to pay protection fees. The author has something to say. Let's all give a push for more updates. Let's see if the number of people pushing for more updates can reach 100. I'm looking forward to supporting my new book. Chapter 53 Mathematics. The three brothers of the Qiao family used to be wanderers. The reason why they were angry about the behavior of Wang Qian and Wang Dong was not only because their business was taken away, but also because they had paid money. At this time, the person who received the money did not seem to do anything. The information in Li Zheng's place is not that developed. Gao Yang is considered a person with relatively smooth information flow. Even so, some things are still strictly controlled within the clan. Li Zheng's advantage lies in his inexhaustible farm crops and his 5,000-year historical perspective. The prerequisite for crushing and dimensionality reduction attacks is to gain an advantage in the flow of information in this era. An important person like the counter magistrate, his family background, his personality, his methods, the working style of some businessmen, the personality, family, and even how they started their careers of some people who were stuck in key positions. These all make sense. Li Zheng blew out the candle and slowly fell asleep. Making money is a science. Taking steady steps is also a kind of wisdom. Wang Shan and Wang Hai figured it out, so they got up early and came to Li Zheng's house. Wang Qian and Wang Dong naturally followed along. Everyone received cabbage, except Wang Qian and Wang Dong. After the others left, Wang Qian and Wang Dong looked at Li Zheng, somewhat confused. Xiao Zheng, our injuries have healed and we can move now. Exactly. Look at my arms and my nimble movements. Wang Dong sucked his lips every time he moved, and it seemed that the wound had not healed completely. Xiao Zheng, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but it's not easy for you either. We can't just sit there and do nothing. Don't worry. We'll be absolutely fine. Wang Dong also patted his chest and assured, yes, we don't work, but we take your food and eat yours. This is too much. I don't want to be criticized. The two farmers' thoughts are easy to guess. Their words are not difficult to understand, and the routines are also left over from Lao Wang. Li Zheng didn't mean to stop them from going out to work, but wanted to give them another task. Uncle, do you want to keep selling vegetables? Wang Qian and Wang Dong didn't even think about it. Of course they really wanted to. Xiao Zheng, your uncle doesn't have any other skills. There's nothing I can do. I'm glad to be able to help you and have something to eat. Wang Dong also sighed, his face wrinkled with dejection. It's not that second uncle doesn't want to, but he can't. He doesn't have the ability. Yeah, I understand. It's hard for you, Xiao Zheng, to help with this or that. Don't worry, just tell me what you want. If my uncle blinks, he's a coward. Li Zheng smiled and said, Uncles, you think too much. That's what I mean. Li Zheng pointed at the cabbages in the house and said, Now, our cabbages are already quite old. Gradually, I'm sure Grandpa will be interested in getting more people involved. This year's harvest is not good, and next year's harvest is not certain. I'm not saying anything else. We, as a family, must stick together and pull together like a rope. A single pair of chopsticks will break if bent, but 10 pairs of chopsticks held together will not break easily. At this point, Li Zheng smiled and said, There will definitely be more and more people. You know, as a nephew, I don't have that much time to clean up the goods and money every day. Uncle, second uncle, you are my closest relatives, and I want you to do this. In an instant, no matter how stupid Wang Qian and Wang Dong were, they understood what it meant. In an instant, Wang Qian and Wang Dong burst into tears. If someone helps you once or twice, or 3 or 4 times, can you still expect them to help you all the time? After hearing what Li Zheng said today, Wang Qian and Wang Dong were desperate for a moment. At that moment, they felt mixed emotions. They thought, maybe it was because of Wang Hai and Wang Shan's situation, maybe Xiao Zheng was under pressure, or maybe they really couldn't help much and could only do hard labor. The bottom line is, It's just that I don't have the ability. After Li Zheng's explanation, Wang Qian and Wang Dong understood that Li Zheng didn't want them anymore, but wanted them to do more important things. My heart, which had sunk, began to beat again. With such a nephew, what else could I ask for in this life? No more talking, just do your job. Wang Qian's eyes were now red, and he was crying. He was just about to cut his wrists and swear an oath of blood. Xiao Zheng, don't worry. No matter how many people come, I will make good arrangements for you. If there is any discrepancy in the amount, your uncle will give you his head without saying anything else. Li Zheng's face darkened. Why are farmers like this these days? They're always born and die. I'm giving you my head, but what do I need it for? Uncle, why are you saying this? I definitely trust you. You just need to do a good job of counting. There is strength in numbers. Our Wang family will definitely get better and better. Wang Dong was so excited that he couldn't say anything. Wang Qian tilted his head and kept winking, as if to say, hurry up and express your opinion. Xiao Zheng is closer to you than your own son. He can help us to this extent. But Wang Dong's face turned red, and he couldn't say a word for a long time. Me too. Now that Wang Qian and Wang Dong's affairs have been arranged, let them stroll around the streets every day to obtain information, and also keep statistics on the inflow and outflow of vegetables. But at this time, there's also a problem. That is, the two of them cannot read. Simple numbers are fine, but more complicated ones will make them dizzy. This is when the importance of mathematics comes into play. After breakfast, four people sat upright at the small table in front of Li Zheng. The two children are naturally Li Dan and Li Qing. The two big men, needless to say, were Wang Qian and Wang Dong. Wang Qian and Wang Dong felt uncomfortable sitting there. But after taking a look at the sitting posture of Li Dan and Li Qing, they instantly understood that they should sit the same way as the two little guys. But this scene is too weird. The charcoal in Li Zheng's hand and the light color board were both picked up from outside the city and could be used as a blackboard. Uncles, to help you keep accounts, I need to teach you something. In the Tang Dynasty, this is called arithmetic, but I call it mathematics. It's a science of numbers. When the two little guys, Li Dan and Li Qing, heard that they were going to learn mathematics, they immediately became excited. They don't care what they learn, they just know that as long as they learn well, they will be rewarded with delicious food. My brother is the best. Every time I recite without stuttering, and every time I complete the homework assigned by him, he will reward me with delicious food. First it was meatballs, then it was chicken legs. Li Zheng smiled faintly, and in the eyes of Wang Qian and Wang Dong, it was as if a saint had appeared. What a good nephew! He not only gives us farmers a way to make a living, but also teaches us knowledge. How can a farmer have the opportunity to learn those things in his lifetime? Everyone knows that only educated people can succeed, but farmers have trouble making a living. So how can they have the opportunity to study? Chapter 54. The Turmoil Caused by Cabbage. Wang Qian and Wang Dong felt warm in their hearts immediately when they thought that their nephew was not only promising, but also willing to take their two stupid brothers with him, and wanted to make the whole Wang family successful. You can cry in front of Li Zheng, but you can't cry in front of your two little nephews, otherwise it will definitely get out. This thing has a total of 10 numbers. Starting today, not only you two, uncle, but also Li Dan and Li Qing, must memorize these numbers every day and learn how to use them. While Li Zheng was speaking, he wrote 10 numbers on the board, which were the Arabic numerals used in later generations. At the same time, the corresponding Chinese characters are written below. Of course, Wang Qian and Wang Dong may not recognize all of them, but they can count. Just use your fingers instead. Li Zheng spent the entire morning here, devoting all his energy to this. At lunchtime, Wang was still wondering, Xiao Zheng, your two uncles are already old. Why do you bother them? What Li Zheng actually wanted to say was that Wang Shan and Wang Hai were not steady enough and needed to suffer more. Wang Qian and Wang Dong were older and more prestigious. After all, they were the eldest sons of the Wang family. Wang Shan and Wang Hai definitely could not suppress the others. It's okay, third sister. We are both thick-skinned and thick-skinned, so we may be a little slow-witted, but we will definitely do what Xiao Zheng said. There is nothing wrong with what he said. Wang Qian and Wang Dong are even more hungry for numbers than the two little guys Li Dan and Li Qing. Li Dan and Li Qing wanted to reward Wang Qian and Wang Dong with delicious food, but they knew how precious this wisdom was. The Song family clan members are now gathered together, and today the highly respected master of the Song family is poking the ground with his cane, making a banging sound. Didn't I say that when the new county magistrate took office a few days ago? A new official takes office with 3 major responsibilities. Everyone should avoid bringing bad luck upon themselves. Did you turn a deaf ear to my words? The old man of the Song family has deep roots in Chinga County. He has weathered many ups and downs over the years and has a very high prestige. He has the final say at home, so naturally no one in the Song family dares to say a word. Song Yang stood up and knelt on the ground. Grandfather, Song Li is young, and I, his uncle, failed to supervise him properly. I should be punished for this incident. The old man didn't even look at Song Yang, but stared at Song Li. Song Li, at your age, it's time to mature. Earlier, no matter how much you misbehaved in Chinga County, the Song family could always deal with it for you. But after that day, I asked you to be more restrained and patient. What did you do? The old man of the Song family had a calm expression on his face, but his tone seemed to be filled with supreme majesty, and every cold word pierced Song Li's heart. Plop! Song Li knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly. It wasn't easy for the Song family to grow to this size. Now was a critical moment for their survival. A single misstep would lead to ruin. If they had caused something like this, they would... It's all that brat's fault, that Li Zheng. Why didn't I think those words were a trap at the time? Song Li took a fancy to the cabbages, but he never expected that a common man like you would dare to speak out about the stolen goods seized by a captain. Normally, no one would dare to take back what I took away. When faced with Li Zheng's questions, Song Li felt a little at a loss. It has been a long time since I saw such a courageous person. I was about to answer, but I found that he only said one or two words and the rest was none of his business. The direction of everything has nothing to do with him, but everything is closely related to him. On the second day, in order to calm his anger, he ordered a search of all vegetable sellers. An open conspiracy cannot be directed against a person, so he had to come up with clever pretexts and work it out slowly. But Chui Mu knew. Why is the new county magistrate so against me? Faced with the old man's questioning, he felt hopeless. The matter of 20 cabbages can bring down a huge clan at this sensitive time. Forget it. You should resign as the captain and follow your second uncle to Dangzhou to do business. Ancestor, please think twice. Song Li was anxious. Can he do business? If he could, he wouldn't end up being a captain in the county government, relying on the power of his clan to bully others. He doesn't have that ability. If I go to Dangzhou, it will probably be very hard. How can you endure hardship when you're used to living a life of luxury? I'm used to being flattered every day, so how can I accept cold words? Oomph. The Song family's future is uncertain. I will plead with Dangzhou for mercy, hoping they will show some leniency. After all, the Song family is dependent on others. It doesn't matter if you make mistakes, but don't make trouble when everyone's eyes are on you. The Chui family is now putting pressure on the Song clan. It would be ridiculous if all the bloody things from top to bottom were caused by 20 cabbages. But that's political struggle. When the wind blows in Qinghe County, no cabbage is innocent. But there are many people selling cabbage in the county town, and is the kind of cabbage that looks very good. Chui Ning sighed. Brother, look at that person who spoke in the prison that day. He was definitely not a good person. It's only been a few days, and cabbages are already being sold everywhere. Chui Mu frowned. If you can grow something like that, you will become a hero of the Tang dynasty. Chui Mu was right. Anyone who can ensure that the people of the world have enough food to eat will become a saint. Are these people relatives of Li Zheng's family? Cui Mu asked Cui Ning curiously. There are some things that are inconvenient for him to do, but Chui Ning is very suitable. After all, Chui Ning is a direct descendant of the Chui family, and he has many spies in Qinghe County. Yes, the third son of the Li family, the one who died of illness this year, relied on the Song family clan before, but he didn't end up well. TSK, brother, what the Song family did to the third son of the Li family angered heaven and man. In the end, they poisoned a kind and capable person to death inexplicably. Chui Mu sighed. Don't the other two brothers of the Li family know? Don't know? Not only do they know, they're also participants. Chui Mu took a deep breath. There was such a reason behind this. This small Qinghe County is no less corrupt than Dangzhou, and is no worse than Qingzhou and Yizhou. The affairs of the Song clan seem to have angered the Chui clan. No one would have thought that the inconspicuous cabbage could become a death warrant. Of course, no one expected that the child named Li Zheng would be so upright and smart. Chui Ning, go and secretly investigate that Li Zheng and see what he does all day long. Zhou Ming and Zhou Hao mentioned this person last time. Chapter 55 Happy Events. Chui Ning raised his head and said, Brother, you want me to follow a little brat? Haha. Chui Ning, you don't think this brat is incapable, do you? Chui Mu smiled faintly. If this brat is incapable, then that day in the prison, this kid would just obediently give Song Li money and take people away. Faced with a captain who had the power to arrest and torture him at any time, facing the fear that might come, I couldn't hear any fear in this child's words. He didn't even take a step back and circumvented Song Li. This little brat is no ordinary brat. If you think he's a useless brat and not worth your while to see him in person, then you'll definitely regret it. Chui Mu is wiser than Chui Ning. After thinking about it, Chui Ning stopped talking and became curious. What kind of magic does this Li Zheng have? Li Zheng was having a headache today. After all, teaching a child math was easy, but teaching two uncles who were so old, math was a torture. Fortunately, Li Zheng's two uncles are a little stupid, but they are also single-minded. This is the strength of single-minded people. As long as they are good at the 4 arithmetic operations, let them start keeping accounts. Since there are so many different accounting methods in later generations, there will naturally be no problem. Of course, Wang Qian and Wang Dong can't compare with children, but when it comes to hard work, they can definitely do it. When farmers work in the fields, they can endure loneliness and discomfort. Of course, you can say that they have no choice, which is true, but even if there is no other choice, some people will give up. After all, it's too hard and tiring, and the returns are low. The two of them just used the energy they spent digging for food in the soil to study. Not bad, there has been some progress. In the super farm system, Li Zheng continued to harvest corn. A rough estimate showed that there were about 7,200 kilograms of corn in Li Zheng's home. This amount was almost impossible to eat, so now it depended on how much to stockpile. After Wang Shan, Wang Hai, and others came back today, the total amount of money they sold was about 2,500 coins. Li Zheng casually planted 1 acre of white radish and carrots, and felt that it was enough. After 10 hours, he had another 20,000 kilograms. In the evening, after everything was done, Li Zheng and his family just sat down to prepare for dinner. The Wang brothers took away some rice, wheat, and cabbage from Li Zheng today. Every once in a while, their food must be replenished. It is not necessary to have a sumptuous meal every day, but at least there should be something to eat so that you can eat enough to work. Just as I was about to eat, Arya came. Li Zheng, I brought you some tofu pudding. When I opened the door, I saw Arya couldn't contain her excitement. Girl, what good things have happened to you? Why are you so happy? Wang asked with a smile. Arya blinked excitedly. Close the door and let's talk. Since you are here, let's eat together. After all, Li Zheng is cooking today. In addition to rice, the dishes he made are extremely rich. Radish is the side dish, cabbage and meat are naturally the main dishes, and there's also Li Dan and Li Qing's favorite chicken legs. Today my mother said that we have earned back all the money we earned from soybeans last year. Wang was surprised so fast. Congratulations. Making tofu is a big deal. Without some basic skills, you really can't do it. Everyone thinks making tofu is easy, but anyone who makes tofu knows that if you don't stockpile beans and expand your sources of income, you can't make money. This business relies on small profits but quick turnover. White jade tofu is just a little more expensive than regular tofu, but the cost has also increased. Over the past few days, the income has been so obvious. At this time, Arya looked at Li Zheng and said, My mother went to buy pig's head meat and will bring it to you today. Wang laughed and said, Oh, that's not necessary. Arya, you eat first. Don't be polite. Arya blushed. It was not that she didn't want to wait for Sai Shi, but the food on the table was too tempting. Should I wait a little longer? Although Arya said no, her body was very honest. She was almost drooling and didn't dare to speak. Li Zheng waved his hand and said, Eat. We'll talk to Annie later. When Sai Shi came, she was in high spirits and brought a big bowl of pig's head meat, which was emitting a fragrant aroma. While Li Dan and Li Qing were staring eagerly, Sai Shi had already stuffed a piece into each of their hands. Auntie, why do you have to spend so much money? After Li Zheng finished speaking, Wang Shi also said calmly, Actually, it's really not necessary. Sister, you don't know. If it weren't for Xiaozheng, we mother and I wouldn't know how we would have survived this year. Now we mother and I have the desire to live. We can't be ungrateful. Zheng the butcher who sells pork knows how to repay a favor. It's the saying, return a favor, and we must not forget it. Sai Shi smiled and said, Xiaozheng, if you want to eat something delicious in the future, just tell me. Don't hesitate, I'll buy it for you. Before Li Zheng could speak, Li Dan and Li Qing beside him said, Annie, we want to eat a lot of food. Sai Shi was afraid that Li Zheng would refuse, But now that someone has taken up the conversation, that's all that matters. Li Zheng glared at him. You two can only eat after you finish memorizing your lessons. Your little bellies are as big as melons, and you're still eating. Li Dan and Li Qing made faces and laughed brightly. Sixashi should have balanced her previous accounts by now and is starting to make money. In such a time of year, the widow and her daughter were able to live in peace and security. What a great thing this is. During the meal, the two families were talking and laughing. The happiest ones were, of course, the two little ones, while Arya and Li Zheng were chatting intermittently. The moon tonight is really round. When there was a knock on the door, Sixashi and her daughter had just returned. Li Zim Fronat. Who would come so late? Could it be Gao Yang? Gao Yang wouldn't be able to come back for 10 days or half a month. When he opened the door, he saw two officers standing at the door. Li Zheng, I have something to tell you. It was Zhou Meng and Zhou Hao. At this moment, they had frowns on their brows, as if they were worried about something. Don't be impatient, sit down and talk, and have something to eat while you're at it. Zhou Meng and Zhou Hao took a look and thought that the food at Li Zheng's house was too sumptuous. I haven't eaten anything this afternoon, so I'm a little hungry. But why should I eat when I'm here to talk about something? This is not good. You two are welcome. Let's talk while we eat. You two have helped me a lot. It's just a little bit of food, it's nothing. After Li Zheng's repeated invitations, Zhou Meng and Zhou Hao finally started eating. During the meal, Zhou Meng slowly said, the county magistrate is dissatisfied with the Song family. Song Li resigned as the head of the army and seems to be going to Dangzhou to do business in the near future. Li Zheng, none of the people in the Song family are good people. They might come to do something sneaky now. That's a good thing. Chapter 56 changes are coming. This is a good thing, Li Zheng said firmly. Good thing? Zhou Meng and Zhou Hao were stunned. How can this be a good thing? It is entirely possible for the Song family to do things in Qinghe County without anyone noticing. No matter how powerful you, Li Zheng, are, you cannot prevent them from deliberately causing trouble. Li Zheng, please think carefully. How can this be a good thing? Yes, if Song Li came here before leaving, it would be fine if we were nearby, but we have official duties to attend to and cannot be by his side all the time. What if? Li Zheng smiled faintly. Thank you both for your notification. Whether this matter is good or bad, please listen to me and explain in detail. Please speak slowly. After Zhou Meng and Zhou Hao looked at each other, they were a little confused. Their eyes looking at Li Zheng also became softer. They were very confused in their hearts. Could it be that Li Zheng really had a solution? Li Zheng poured wine for the two of them at this time. The Song family clan took action at this time. It must be because they are guilty. Tell me, what is a person with a guilty conscience most afraid of? Zhou Meng and Zhou Hao looked at each other again, their doubts growing stronger. Yes, what does this guilty person fear the most? Both of them are men who have practiced martial arts since childhood. Although they are smart, they actually don't quite understand this principle. Li Zheng smiled mysteriously. Think about it. If you encounter a criminal or something like that on a normal day, and if they see you on the street, would you panic? Yes, that's true. Usually, desperate criminals who come to Qinghe County will feel guilty when they see any official. Li Zheng Nudda. That's it. They're just trying to scare the tigers out of the mountains and startle the snakes out of the grass. This is what every member of the Song family is like. It's difficult for them now, but it's not difficult for us. I thought about it. The current situation is that they want to take ruthless action and send Song Li away as well. Then Song Li might really take action. Li Zheng's eyes were like torches at this moment. If Song Li dares to come, I will make sure he leaves without a trace. Of course, if he doesn't come in person, then those who come can stay. Zhou Meng and Zhou Hao are both confused now. The people from the Song family are here to cause trouble. Do you still have the power to resist? You are the strongest person in your family, and you don't look like you can resist. Are we going to be included? Li Zheng could see the confusion in the two people's eyes. Don't worry, if there's anything, just tell me. Eat more. My brothers and sisters are craving for food today, so there's plenty of wine and meat. Being able to eat such a meal in this day and age was indeed a great thing for two officials of humble origins and penniless people. You know, ordinary people could not have such a sumptuous dinner throughout the year. It was getting late, and when Li Zheng saw the two officials off, he also gave them some vegetables. Big white radish, carrot, what is this? We have plenty, but favors owed need to be reciprocated. There is still a long way to go. Before you can fully rise, you will often need the help of outside forces. The Song family seemed to be dead, and Song Li couldn't say a word for a long time in Song Yang's room. That brat. I have to teach him a lesson before I go to Dangzhou. Song Li. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. Now that the storm has passed, let's talk about this matter again. Isn't your uncle still here? Song Li nodded. Uncle, I'm relieved that you're here, but I can't bear this. Let's do it secretly, without anyone noticing, and make them disappear in Qinghe County. Song Yang narrowed his eyes and finally sighed. This nephew was so impulsive. Well, let's talk about it later. Now, he didn't know how long he could stay in the entire county government office. He might as well do one thing at a time. As long as nothing goes wrong, no one will blame the Song family. The water in the Qingshui River has been slowly accumulating. The weather is different every 10 miles. With the nourishment of water vapor, the water level has risen slowly and even became turbulent today. Anything thrown in there will disappear in an instant and can never be found again. If someone fell in, it would probably be impossible to find them. After all, there are many rocks and the river flows into the sea. No one knows where the bodies will be found. The Song family clan stayed up all night long, and the huge courtyard seemed to be filled with a depressing atmosphere. People came and went, waiting for some news, but when dawn broke, no news came. The old man in the main hall suddenly dropped his cane to the ground and broke into pieces in an instant. He was an 80-year-old man who had seen through the affairs of the world, but he was still angry because of the current situation. So what if you've seen through the world? If your descendants don't cherish it and do wrong, perhaps overnight, your family business will be completely destroyed. Master, here I come. The old man of the Song family stood up, and an anxious smile appeared on his face in an instant. Okay, let me see. They rode at full speed all night without stopping, and 3 of their horses died before they finally delivered the message. The letters slowly unfolded, and the words on it slowly appeared. After watching it, everyone who was accompanying the old man was worried and couldn't hide their anxiety. All right, everything remains the same. From today on, no one in the Song family is allowed to act recklessly. This is the final ultimatum. If anyone violates this again, I won't have to punish them. Someone else will. Yes. Master, you are wise. When Li Zheng woke up, Wang Qian and Wang Dong had already arrived with their son. The Wang Wusan brothers had also arrived. After Li Zheng distributed the cabbages to them, he smiled faintly and said, Uncles and cousins, please come back early today. I have some things to tell you. Li Zheng finished speaking with a bow. Wang Qian and Wang Dong still didn't quite understand. Xiao Zheng, you're being polite. We'll all listen to you. If you said earlier, there's absolutely no problem. Wang Wu also expressed his opinion. Don't worry, Xiao Zheng. I figured out where the fruits sell the fastest these past 2 days. Yesterday, a wealthy family asked to reserve a few for him today. Wang Shan and Wang Hai looked at each other and said, Don't worry, cousin. We'll be back around noon. Li Zheng nodded, but Wang Qian and Wang Dong stayed and studied mathematics. And in the yard, the busiest person now is Lao Lu. But while old Lu was busy, he listened to Li Zheng giving lectures to 2 children and 2 adults with great interest. That digital thing? Why does it sound so familiar? I just can't understand it, as if it knows itself, but I don't know it. Out of curiosity, after arranging the waiter, Lao Lu walked over cautiously. Taking advantage of Li Zheng's break, he asked with a smile, Young master, are you giving a lecture? Haha, Lao Lu, you're not interested too, are you? Chapter 57, How to Deal with It. Young master, how could I possibly understand that? I just heard something about the hook being 3 strands for strings and 5 strings. That's all I happen to know. A craftsman who has studied in a specialized field naturally knows how to calculate. The hypotenuse is 3, the leg is 4, and the side is 5, which are the most basic things for a craftsman. Haha, Lao Lu, if you want to learn, you can come and listen. It's up to you how much you can understand. If you don't understand, just ask me. Li Zheng did not hide anything at all. It was not because he was a virtuous person, but because there was nothing to hide about this kind of thing. Old Lu was not very smooth and quick-witted. If he benefited from using this simple mathematical knowledge in the future, he would remember Li Zheng's kindness. No, this is a secret of every family. I really can't do this. I appreciate the young master's kindness, but this is absolutely unacceptable. Old Lu's terrified look reminded Li Zheng of something. In the Imperial College, generally only a small number of people could study things like mathematics. These things were completely useless to ordinary people. Those people usually studied some formulas when they had nothing to do, which was also called useless knowledge. Whether it is useful or not is not determined by words, but by actual actions. To be honest, mathematicians of this era really cannot produce anything practical and can only exert their strength where the craftsmen of the specialty are. But this does not affect Li Zhang's high evaluation and praise of them at all. This is how any wisdom is passed down. Since old Liu was unwilling to get involved in these confidential matters in the Imperial College of the Tang Dynasty, Li Zheng did not force him. During the break, Li Zheng entered the system. The carrots and white radishes were already emitting fragrance, and the small wildflowers were thriving. System harvest. Harvesting of mature crops is complete. 10,000 pounds of white radishes and 10,000 pounds of carrots. The role of radish in the Tang Dynasty can be seen. In a blink of an eye, the system's experience bar reached 41 points, not far from the upgrade of 100 points. Since the super farm system was upgraded to level 3, the experience points for harvesting mature crops have increased from 1 point to 5 points, greatly speeding up the progress. Now I need to spend money to buy land faster. So 1 acre of rice and 1 acre of wheat. Rice and wheat planting completed. 14 hours left until maturity. The weather was a bit gloomy today. After Li Zheng finished all this, he began to assign homework to Wang Qian and Wang Dong. It was really complicated to ask them to understand the relationship between numbers, but fortunately Li Dan and Li Qing understood it. Although the two little guys are young, they seem to be naturally sensitive to numbers. In the feudal era, the 4 books and 5 classics were the main subjects, which buried many talents. But then again, which era isn't like that? When the sky was foggy, the autumn wind seemed to be blowing gradually. Li Zheng saw the two little guys open clothes, so he tied them up in a bad mood. Li Dan and Li Qing, who were wrapped tightly, were naturally unhappy. Li Zheng sighed and said, "If you catch a cold, would you be happy? It's very troublesome to cure a cold in this era. When you can grow medicinal herbs by yourself, you won't be afraid of many things. In a super farm, the option of medicinal materials does not seem to be available yet. Let's see if it will be available in the future." In the county government office, Song Li Lai returned some of the officials' belongings. Looking at the solemn lobby and the eyes of his former brothers, he sighed. "Have a safe trip, Captain Song. When you come back, remember to let me know. The brothers will treat you to a drink." After Song Li clasped his fists, he smiled bitterly and walked away dejectedly. The two brothers Zhou Ming and Zhou Hao watched from the side without saying a word. Do you think these officials and Yamen runners have any good feelings towards Song Li? They did not have a good impression of Song Li, but of the gentry clan behind Song Li. Song Li's family was rich and generous. Although he was too arrogant and had some vicious intentions, the problem was that as a human being, he had to live. As a human being, you cannot avoid all disputes. This is the world of martial arts. The temple is also the world of martial arts. Song Li knew what these people were thinking. Looking at their teasing yet slightly flattering eyes, he felt a little disgusted. These people usually eat and take what he wants. Now, although no one says it directly, the tone in their words always makes people feel that something's wrong. Li Zheng, there's no way I'll let you go. Tonight is the day you die. Killing someone is not difficult. Song Li has done it before. This is how the entire Song family clan came to be. During the struggles with other clans, many lives were lost, but didn't everything end up in vain? There shouldn't be any problem in killing someone yourself, right? The next morning, looking back at the messy Qinghe County, he walked away. All this had nothing to do with him anymore. Walking out of the county government office, Song Li gritted his teeth. Seeing those people selling cabbages on the roadside, his face turned gloomy when he saw those cabbages that looked like emerald jade. Li Zheng spent the whole day preparing some things. Zhou Meng and Zhou Hao mentioned the day Song Li would leave, which was tomorrow. In other words, if Song Li wants to take action, it will be tonight, and it will be a difficult night. How should I deal with it? What else do I have now besides what can support my life? A few uncles? They were emaciated and had just crawled back from the brink of starvation. 2 cousins? That's possible, but 2 people are not enough. Although she repeatedly told Zhou Ming and Zhou Hao that there was no problem, tonight might really be the time for these men to be the ones to do it. Li Jing slowly picked up the remaining wood and bamboo from old Liu. Since the Song family might hire someone to kill someone, they certainly wouldn't have many people, and making a big fuss would alarm the entire Qinghe County. By then, the Song family will lose more than they gain. It's always possible to make some traps to catch wild animals, right? It's always possible to make some small mechanisms, right? Thinking of this, Li Zheng started to take action. Li Dan and Li Qing didn't know what Li Zheng was going to do, so they just watched from the side and clapped when they saw something happy. Wang Qian and Wang Dong joined in. "Xiao Zheng, let us do the rough and tiring work." "That's right. Don't worry. Your second uncle used to be an expert at weaving bamboo baskets. Li Zheng smiled and said, Uncle, this is not a bamboo basket. The fine bamboos are of excellent quality. Old Lu took Gao Liang's money, and it can be seen how much he cared about the Li family's small courtyard. So what is this? This is for fun. Li Zheng took out the sharp trap he had made from under the table. The wooden bamboo seemed to have a metallic texture at this moment. The sharp spot made Wang Qian and Wang Dong gasp. If this pierces into a person's body, I'm afraid it will. Chapter 58 Hunters and Traps. Xiaozheng, are you going to? Li Zheng nodded. Yes, you are right. Xiaozheng, we're in the county town. There aren't any wild animals around here. Yeah, who are you guarding against? A thief. Wang Qian and Wang Dong were a little confused. Li Zheng smiled and said, Thieves? The security in this area is so good, there are no thieves. Of course there are some. These days, some people will do anything to get a little food, sometimes even killing people. When mentioning the word murder, Li Zheng deliberately became serious. I'm not saying we're going to run into a murderer. I'm just saying we should be on guard. Wang Qian and Wang Dong frowned. Xiaozheng, you're talking about pirates, right? Yes, it's the pirates. Li Zheng said mysteriously. I heard they've all gone outside the city. Many officials have been discussing this privately these days. Of course, Li Zheng didn't know where the pirates were, nor did he know what they were going to do. He just posted a notice, and it was hard to say when they would come. But Li Zheng was really nervous about dealing with these people tonight. Uncle, please help me do this. Okay, Xiaozheng, they're definitely not good at this. Your eldest and second uncles are good at it. They've been using it to catch wild wolves in the fields since they were little. There's a lot of bamboo, but of course it won't work without iron tools. When I was hesitating about where to buy it, Lao Lu came over and said, Young man, you make the trap. Why don't you let me help you? Old Lu is an expert. Li Zheng thought about it and realized that yes, this thing might be a bit difficult for farmers, but it is a piece of cake for craftsmen. Lao Lu, let's have all the workers come over to help. Today's work ends here. This is my personal matter, so I'll pay them separately. As soon as they heard that they would be paid separately, all the workers became excited. Young sir, I know a way. It doesn't require iron tools. Bamboo is enough. It can make people stuck inside and unable to get out. If they want to get out, there, but will be beaten to a pulp. Li Zheng smiled and said, Okay, give me a few of these. Young sir, I also know one, but it's quite vicious. Anyone who gets infected may be left without any descendants. Come one. The craftsmen worked briskly, and by the evening, when all the relatives returned, they had almost finished the work. Today's profit was about 2,500 coins. After the three Wang Wu brothers finished their work, they joined the trap-making team one by one. The two brothers Wang Shan and Wang Hai looked at the traps all over the yard and fell into deep thought. They couldn't understand why their cousin had so many traps. There was something on the wall of the yard that was ready to explode with sharp bamboo strips. Although it was not that powerful, it looked very scary. Below the courtyard wall, there were densely packed rows of strange things. Li Zheng gasped as he looked at the 2 rows of sharp bamboos stretched out in an interlaced pattern. Even if it is not made of iron, it will cause fatal injuries if it pierces someone. After locking the cats and dogs in their kennels and using simple doors to block their curious ways out, Li Zheng clapped his hands, and today's preparations were considered complete. Needless to say, there are dozens of clamps in every corner from the main gate to the side yard. What do you think, young sir? Lao Lu was very excited. It had been a long time since he had taken such a big order. Not bad, Lao Lu. Young sir, don't worry. We'll come over tomorrow. If nothing happens, we'll remove it during the day. Just ask your family to be on the lookout at night. Li Zheng nodded, picked up a solid, dry piece of soil, and threw it towards one of the clamps. It hit the bamboo clamp right on target. Snap! Li Zheng opened his mouth wide. He saw the sharp coldness of the bamboo on the clamp and the hard soil. It was obviously dry soil caused by lack of water. The surface hardness was even comparable to that of a brick, but it was pierced all of a sudden. Lao Lu, what did you do before? Li Zheng now understood that Lao Lu and his group probably did not work before, but probably had some other occupations. Old Lu smiled bitterly. Young master, after we graduated from the technical secondary school, we worked for the defense of Dengzhou City. Li Zheng thought about it and almost understood. In those years, there were many wars and conflicts among the people. Dengzhou City needed city defense fortifications, so these craftsmen would naturally be requisitioned. No wonder they were so skilled. It looks like a simple little thing, but it is actually extremely sinister. No matter who comes, there will definitely be a pot of wine tonight. Li Zheng was not stingy. He gave each person a bag of food, which was almost a bushel of rice, and was not worth much anyway. The workers were so excited after getting the things that they kept bowing to Li Zheng to express their gratitude. These days, food is more useful than money. Food can be eaten, but can you survive if you have money but can't buy food? Only Wang Shan and Wang Hai were left in Li Zheng's house. If other people were here and something really happened, wouldn't that be asking for their lives? Wang Qian and Wang Dong were injured, their legs and feet were not working properly, and they had wounds on their heads. The Wang Wusan brothers were very thin and definitely not strong enough. There are some strange people on the streets of Qinghe County today. This place is small to begin with. Once a piece of news appears in the city, it will spread to every place in less than half a day. Every household has this saying, who doesn't know it? But no one knows who these people are today. Could it be a pirate? He looks tall and strong. That's right. Maybe it really is that vicious person. Pirates can't enter the city. Qinghe County has quite a lot of officials. How could they possibly let pirates in? In the evening, when everyone was about to stop and go home to rest, the discussion still did not stop. The Qingshui River flows through the inner city and also through the outer city. The water in the inner city is green, which Li Zheng doesn't like anyway. The water in the outer city is relatively clear, but it is too fast and ordinary people dare not get close to it. In the past, children often fell into it and died. On the bank of the Qingshui River, a man said in a deep voice, "Haha, I didn't expect that the Song family, who are good at using open strategies, would now have to resort to this method." The man standing with his hands behind his back slowly turned around. Who else could it be but Song Li? Don't talk nonsense. Our Song family hasn't used you for a long time. Are you unhappy? Using you is giving you face. Only your elder brother can be on equal footing with me. You are not worthy. Otherwise, if Song Li had not been born in the Song family, he would have been beaten to death sooner or later. He was so arrogant the moment he spoke. The man didn't seem angry either and smiled faintly. Captain Song is so arrogant. What's wrong? Are you destroying the bridge after crossing it and abandoning it after it's done its work? It's not that serious. It's just a simple transaction. You pay the money and I do the work, right? For the sake of money, some people can tolerate it temporarily. Chapter 59, Two Forces. Okay, the person we need to kill today is a bit tricky, and he lives in the outer city. There are quite a lot of patrols in the outer city. I made some arrangements today and have sent all the usual patrols away. We have an hour to deal with this. Song Li sneered. Huh? You desperate men. Once you've done your job and taken the money, just disappear. Don't talk nonsense. I'll be back soon and we'll go find you in the mountains. I'll treat you to 3 days of drinking. The man's eyes flickered. This Song Li was usually generous with his money, and this time he even drank heavily for 3 days. This was not right. He was being generous in order to win over the hearts of the officials. Did he need to do the same to these bandits in the mountains? Unless this person is very important. This person made Song Li feel humiliated. This is a man who refuses to suffer a loss. How can anyone in this world not suffer a loss all the time? Even the most powerful people have their weak moments. Suffering a loss is for the sake of future peace and not to be ashamed. Isn't that what this band of bandits think? You may suffer a small loss, but I'll take advantage of you. If you, the Song clan, dare to attack us, we won't let you off easily either. Haha, we've cooperated a lot. There's no need to worry about it, Captain Song. Let's go. Walk. The group of people outside the city looked up at the city wall, and one by one they reached out from behind to find something to climb the wall. These ropes have iron claws in front and solid ropes as thick as wrists at the back. They are obviously the tools commonly used to capsize boats at sea. Brother, let's go up and kill all those officers. No, we have to be very careful today. The third brother has been scouting the place for a long time and has also followed them. He knows the location of that family very well. The leader had a long, thick beard, was very tall, and had an ugly face. If Li Zheng had seen the pirates on the list, he would have discovered that this person was the bearded man. Brother, I've been here before, and I'm very familiar with the route. You can definitely follow me. The bearded man in the lead turned around and sneered. The bearded guest, never thought I'd end up like this. Damn it, everyone on the coast is so poor, there's nothing to eat. I've been eating fish at sea every day, and my mouth is full of blisters. We'll have food to eat once we get in. Not only will we eat the food, we'll also cut off the heads of that family and hang them on the boat to kick around like balls. As everyone laughed, the flying claws in their hands had already stabbed out. There should have been guards on the city wall today, But many on-duty officers of Qinghai County receive instructions from Song Li tonight and hid one by one. If anything happens tonight, there is no way for anyone to report it to the police. By the time the weather clears tomorrow, those people will have disappeared. Those officials who had not received favors from Song Li were already patrolling the inner city. Although Song Li was gone, Song Yang was still there. Their influence is still very great in the small Qinghai County. This also led to an incident where the flying claws all landed on the county wall, but no one knew that there were more than 20 pirates, each with their fangs and claws bared, like wolves among sheep, climbing over the wall and entering the outer city. In the darkness of the night, Li Zheng, Wang Shan, and Wang Hai listened carefully to the noise outside. Outside, the sky was drizzling. The rain that had accumulated all day suddenly started to fall that night for some reason. Cousin, will anyone really come? Yeah, I didn't tell my uncles, but I couldn't lie to my cousin. Wang Shan was stunned. Damn it. How dare you bully my brother? You're courting death. That's right. I'm going to break their legs. Li Zheng's face darkened. These two cousins had some violent tendencies. Although they were all very loud, they were far inferior to those murderous robbers. After all, they were children who grew up in farming families, and compared to the robbers, they were not cruel at all. Li Zheng really wanted to tell them that any kind of robber in this world is extremely scary, but there's a kind of robber who is born bloodthirsty, shameless, and lifeless, and everyone avoids them. They burned, killed, looted, and committed all kinds of atrocities. But there's another kind of robber who is really evil and annoying. They talk about morality and justice all the time, but they're thieves and prostitutes in their hearts, and they only think about plundering. If such people fail to accomplish anything, they will be angry and frustrated for the rest of their lives. If they're given the opportunity to accomplish something, the evil thoughts in their hearts will be released instantly. They will draw their swords against the weaker ones and display the power of desire to the extreme of their ability. The Song family clan is such a group of people. What Li Zheng didn't expect was that in addition to the people from the Song family, there might be another group of people coming from outside. The Qingshui River in Qinghai County converges into a line 100 meters away from Li Zheng's house. Today, the raindrops fell to the ground, covering up the sound. The rain was a bit turbulent, and the water was also extremely turbulent. The Qingshui River is divided into east and west sides. Under the small bridge on the east side, Song Li said in a deep voice, "Do you see that yard? The one with the lights on inside. The bandits in the mountains naturally didn't care about so much. Captain Song, since we agreed on this, then we will go in. No one in here will come out alive. Brothers, go ahead." At this moment, they were suddenly stunned. They seemed to hear some sound, the rustling sound of footsteps coming from the other side of the Qingshui River. Through the sound of raindrops, they felt something was wrong. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Qingshui River bridge, the leader shook his head and said, "Third brother, this isn't right. Why is this guy hiring a guard? That's right, look at those people over there. They're holding knives in their hands. It looks like they're well prepared." The bearded guest immediately felt uneasy when he saw those people. In this world, I'm the only one who robs others. Never others rob me. Don't be afraid. What's wrong with the guards? I'll chop off their heads one by one. The matter of beheading has always been on the lips of the bearded guest. He always does what he says and has long been accustomed to it. Across from him, Song Li stared at the people who suddenly appeared. No. Who are these people? The bandit leader's face was full of mockery. "Captain Song, you are pushing us into the fire pit. I don't know who they are either. Do you know?" Song Li was confused. The situation suddenly became weird tonight. No one could see the face opposite him clearly through the rain. The two groups just stood there blankly on both sides of the Qingshui River bridge, staring at each other in the dark sky, the steel knives in their hands shining dimly in the darkness. The sound of dripping rain seems to be a death horn. "Captain Song, the arrow is on the string and must be shot. It's up to you guys. Killing people, you're professionals." The man said to Song Li, "Captain Song, you are joking. You are the professionals who eat people without leaving any bones behind." Meanwhile, on the other side, the bearded guest sneered, "Brothers, go. Kill these guards and show them how powerful we are." Chapter 60 Firefight. Li Zheng and his two cousins were in the yard, their ears pricked up, but they could not hear anything happening outside. The two groups of people outside did not make any sound as if it was a convention. The reason was simple. They all looked towards the yard from time to time. They didn't want to alarm the people inside, nor did they want the prey to disappear. In their view, the other party was the reinforcements invited by the man in this yard. Do the bandits think that there is someone in Qinghe County that we in Haifeng's High are afraid of? The pirates have been following them for a long time and were extremely hungry and thirsty. When they saw these guards, who they thought were hired by Li Zheng, flames flashed in their eyes. Is there anyone in this world who can stop us? A vicious bandit and a murderous pirate. As long as the other party is killed, the prey inside will be at the mercy of others. When the weapons clashed, there were clanging sounds, but the rain was so loud that it seemed as if no sound was heard at all. In the dim light, one could vaguely see a human figure falling down or a round object rolling on the ground. The blood flowed all over the ground and was quickly washed into the Qingshui River by the water on the ground. The Qingshui River was flowing fast tonight, and it seemed as if it didn't want to stay in Qinghe County for another second. The bloodstains entered the river and disappeared in an instant, and no bright red color could be seen anymore. For some reason, the cats and dogs were blocked from leaving their nest tonight, but their restless appearance always distracted people. Li Jing noticed from time to time that the cats and dogs were crying as if they had encountered some crisis. The cats were okay, and although their shrill meows were miserable, at least he could still hear them. But the dog's barking was too loud, especially the big yellow dog, which was like a natural loudspeaker. What was going on? Suddenly, Li Zheng slowly pushed open the door. It was not a big deal, but he was stunned for a moment. What's going on? More than 30 figures flashed by the Qingshui River. The traces of the steel knives were too obvious, and the knife light was reflected from time to time. The clanging sounds were barely audible. The rain was too heavy, almost covering up all the sounds. Looking at the figures falling down from time to time, Li Zheng couldn't help but frown. What's going on? Li Zheng never expected that not only one person came tonight, but also two groups of people came. The most important thing is that Li Zheng had made all the preparations, but the two groups still started fighting. Through the threads of heavy rain, Li Zheng finally saw clearly that there was a man with a big beard among the two groups of people. The long sword in the bearded man's hand was simply invincible. Every time he swung it, a head would fall to the ground. However, the sword in the bearded man's hand seemed too heavy, and because of the weather, his clothes were soaked, so every time he swung the sword, he was always slow. Li Zheng's seemingly slow-moving sword is a symbol of death in Song Li's eyes. The opponent's sword is powerful and heavy. How can this thing be so ferocious? Finally, Song Li couldn't help it. You're after money. I don't want it. After you kill that guy, all the money will be yours. Song Li let out a soft cry, begging for mercy. When he turned around, he found that there were only a few people left among the people he called from Black Wind Village. Less than 5. And what about the other party? There are still 20 people. Who is more vicious, bandits or pirates? It goes without saying. The heavy rain seemed to show signs of easing, and both groups stopped and looked at each other. For money? I have plenty of money. As soon as the bearded man opened his mouth, Song Li's mind suddenly exploded. Why does this guy look so familiar? I feel like I've seen him somewhere. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. Could this guy be the bearded man? Isn't the bearded man on the sea? It seems that the distance from Qinghe County to the sea is only a few dozen miles. Hiss! Song Li's legs and feet suddenly went limp. The people from the Black Wind Village behind him were already frightened. Captain Song, we can't take this mission. See you later. Just leave without looking back. Song Li's voice began to tremble. After a brief confrontation, he already understood that the people from the Black Wind Village behind him were no match for this bearded guest. Sir, we misunderstood you. When the bearded guest heard the voice, he laughed instantly, but the sound was not loud, and it was not at all as loud as thunder described in the notice. Misunderstanding? If you say it's a misunderstanding, then it's a misunderstanding. You dare to steal my prey? Song Li was about to cry. The people from Black Wind Village wanted to leave, but now they retreated one by one. The only difference from before is that the people who walked out were alive, and the people who came back were corpses. Their necks were chopped off, and they were thrown to the ground. They were killed like pigs. What terrifying pirates. More than 20 people, and it was all over in the blink of an eye. Song Li now feels like a fool. He has lost both his wife and his soldiers. Why are the people of Black Wind Village so weak? How come this bearded man is so powerful? Thinking that he would go to Dengzhou tomorrow, he refused to listen to advice and insisted on taking action against Li Zheng. It's over. I've been surrounded. There's a green light flashing in those people's eyes. I heard that people with green eyes have eaten humans. Please spare my life. I am a direct descendant of the clan in this city. If you spare me, I will give you money tomorrow. The bearded guest sneered. I told you we don't want any money. After the bearded guest finished speaking, he sucked his lips. This kind of thing happens when there are too many bubbles in the mouth and you have been at sea for too long. What we want is food. Of course, the bearded guest needs food. Life at sea is not easy, just like an ascetic monk. This year, there is drought everywhere in the Tang dynasty, and there is no harvest. From the southeast to the northeast, all places along the way are poor. Where can he find food? The homes of the rich families were now heavily guarded. Although these pirates were brave, they were few in number after all. In order to preserve his strength, he let the third brother, who looked the most decent, stay in Qinghe County for a while. The third brother saw a man selling vegetables. The cabbages he sold were really like white jade. The bearded guest boldly guessed that this family must have a lot of vegetables at home. Food and vegetables are all fine. At sea, we can only eat fish and there's a shortage of water. Damn it, I'm not picky about food. After finally gathering enough strength, they stepped out of the boat, arrived at Qinghe County, and crossed the city wall. Everyone was already exhausted. If they were ordinary people, they would definitely not be able to fight back at this time. Unfortunately, they encountered a group of people with some fighting ability. After a fierce battle, the bearded man knew that his men could not hold on for much longer. Although the people on the opposite side were all dead, the situation had changed. Having consumed too much energy, the bearded guest looked at the respectable man in front of him and smiled coldly. "Do you have any food at home?" Song Li felt bitter, but he didn't dare to say anything. He knew he had plenty of food, but these people were pirates. How could he possibly associate with them? He couldn't let pirates rob his own family. But if I don't cooperate with them now, my life will be gone. I don't have it at home, but this person has it. His house is hard to get into. I'll lead the way. Song Li's eyes rolled in an instant, and he didn't care about his face anymore. As long as he can survive, he dares to do anything. Li Zheng narrowed his eyes and looked at the corpses on the ground under the moonlight after the battle ended, and took a breath. Chapter 61 Dandan's Sadness. Who were these people? Why did they start a fight? Why did two groups of people appear here at the same time? Li Zheng suddenly had a bad premonition in his mind. Perhaps I was really being targeted. The moonlight slowly emerged from the clouds, and the heavy rain gradually disappeared. On the ground, one could vaguely see the reflections of trees, houses, bridges, moonlight, and people. At this time, the reflections of the moving people seemed no longer still but moved. Their shadows became bigger and longer, and the direction was exactly the direction of Li Zheng's home. Outside the door, there was a cold light flashing, and someone was staring intently. Inside the door, there was silence, just like Li Zheng's heart. "Cousin, get ready, someone is coming." Wang Shan and Wang Hai perked up instantly. The muscles on their faces began to twitch, and their bodies began to tremble slightly unconsciously. This was not fear but excitement. Because they were too excited, they almost stumbled as they rushed to the door. Each of them was holding a large bamboo basket in his hand. It looked like a bamboo basket, but it was actually an extremely vicious trap. Normally, it was made of bamboo by poor hunters in the mountains to catch wild boars. Wild boars have thick skin and flesh, so even though the clamps are made of wood, they can still easily penetrate the wild boar's body. There are 5 or 6 clamps that can pierce the body of a wild boar. They are placed at the door. Anyone who wants to enter has to go through a lot of pain. There's one on the head, one on each side, and 2 under the feet. When Li Zheng was looking at people through the crack in the door, the people outside were also looking at the people inside through the crack in the door. A door separates 2 people from each other's sight and also separates 2 worlds. There was a thick smell of blood outside, and the water was mixed with blood, shining with an unpredictable weirdness. When the 2 pairs of eyes met, Li Zheng saw the depth, cruelty, and inhumanity in those eyes, as well as the indifference to life after killing countless people. In an instant, Li Zheng took 3 steps back. As soon as Li Zheng retreated, Wang Shan and Wang Hai set a trap. Outside the door, the bearded guest looked at Song Li and said contemptuously, "You kid, I thought you were a master hired by this family. Ha, lead the way. Go open the door." Song Li's legs were weak. It was true that he was a captain and that he had martial power, but the reason he had been a captain was not because of his martial power, but because of the influence of the Song family. When it comes to a life-or-death situation, he will definitely be the first one to shrink his head and retreat. The bearded man roared, and Song Li almost fell to his knees. "Why are you yelling so loudly? Do you have to shout?" Song Li was a little hysterical, and his voice was so loud that the bearded man raised his thick eyebrows in an instant. "You kid, you're looking for death. You're making such a loud noise. You're probably alerting the enemy. The pirate next to the bearded man didn't give Song Li any chance to speak. He kicked him in the face and then laughed coldly. You're not listening? Even money and food can't protect you. I can't stand weaklings like you. The person who was speaking had a ferocious look. There was a knife scar on his nostril. The huge scar made his nostril exposed, which looked very scary. Song Li was kicked so hard that he felt dizzy and his face suddenly became swollen. You've gone too far. I surrender. Who says we have to accept your surrender? Humph, if your voice just now had startled the people inside, you'd be damn dead. Not even the Jade Emperor can save you. When the man grinned, the bearded guest waved his hand and said, Shoo, there seems to be someone inside. Brother, of course there are people inside. Otherwise, who would we rob? No, I mean there's someone at the door. The bearded guest was not a fool. He saw the strange shadow. Through the crack in the door, he saw a young man. The young man's face was very young in the moonlight, but he revealed a strange smile. The bearded man, who had experienced many storms and killed countless people, sensed danger at this moment. The boy's smile was like a trap. You go open the door. The bearded man kicked Song Li on the butt, and in an instant, Song Li rolled towards the gate of Li Zheng's house like a ball. Song Li has been beaten beyond recognition. These pirates have no moral principles, and none of them talk to him nicely. They just beat him without saying a word. Why do they like beating people so much? Song Li got up from the ground. His arm was bruised, there was blood on his head, and his face was swollen with a grieved look. Open the door. I don't believe a broken door can scare you like this. I only want Li Zheng to die today. As long as Li Zheng dies, it doesn't matter if I am wronged. While thinking, Song Li was about to push the door. Li Zheng has been waiting for this moment for a long time. Although these traps seem simple, they were at least made by the craftsmen of the City Defense Department, and their power should not be underestimated. What's more, you don't have many people, only more than 20 of them, and there are countless traps behind you. Even if you throw traps at them, those people will pay the price if they dare to take them head-on or chop them with knives. Li Zheng felt his heartbeat quickening, and at this moment Wang Shan and Wang Hai finally heard the rustling sounds outside. Cousin, there really is someone here. Damn it, if they dare to mess with my cousin, I'll beat them. Li Zheng held them tightly. Don't be impulsive, the people outside are not something you can handle. Nonsense, who is that bearded guy if not the bearded guest mentioned by Li Dan and Li Qing? This bearded man is simply a bug-level existence. In the history of the Tang dynasty, there are only a handful of people who can defeat him with force. Many thoughts flashed through Li Zheng's mind, and he immediately understood what had just happened. Not only was he being targeted by Song Li, but he was also being targeted by the bearded guest. The bearded man quickly dealt with the people brought by Song Li. At this time, a group of people were standing outside, watching them with eager eyes. That's a real pirate. Why don't you let us go out? Wang Shan was still very reluctant. Li Zheng sighed. The people outside are pirates. Crunch. The door opened. The person who came into view was one Li Zheng had seen before. It was Song Li, who had confronted him in the prison that day. After Song Li pushed the door open, a cruel smile appeared on his face. Li Zheng, come out here. If you dare to provoke me, I will never let you go. But Song Li's smile didn't last even a second, and his face quickly began to distort. Li Zheng's smile is always there, and his calm and relaxed smile is like opening the door to welcome guests from all directions. As for Song Li, he only heard a strange noise, and then a sharp pain came from under his body. That's a kind of sadness. Chapter 62, Nowhere to Go. Li Zheng covered his eyes, not wanting to watch the bloody scene. Wang Shan and Wang Hai also knew how powerful this trap was, but they never expected that the cruelty of this trap was beyond their imagination. Song Li covered his lower body and wailed in pain. He roared in despair like a wild beast, and his whole body fell backwards, rolling on the ground. Ah! Screams rang out one after another, the sounds piercing the night sky and echoing for a long time in the streets of the outer city. Many families seemed to be infected by the shouting and turned on the lights one by one, but they soon turned off the lights and had no other thoughts. The bearded guest was confused. Aren't these people completely helpless? Third brother, this situation is not what you said. A man walked out from among the pirates and shook his head. Brother, I'm extremely hungry. I can't care less. Brothers, go. The bearded man is a natural warrior. The reason why he has survived for so long is his sensitivity to danger on the battlefield. Although he is a rough man, there is some delicacy in his roughness. He was about to stop her, but the hunger in his heart had made him lose his judgment. His eyes were bloodshot. He hadn't eaten properly for so many days, and he was starving. Forget it. The door is open. How could anything else go wrong? In an instant, the bearded man moved. But when he moved, he hesitated again because he saw a few cold lights appear. These cold lights suddenly appeared inside the dark door and instantly pierced through the bodies of the two pirates who had just entered. He stabbed the two men straight into the chest. And then the two men who had been brothers with him and fighting the enemy together just a moment ago were now twisting their necks and spitting out blood foam. Li Zheng was still muttering in his heart when the two pirates rushed in, but the next moment, the two traps on the top suddenly popped open, and several bamboo thorns accurately hit the chests of the two men, without a doubt piercing them directly. This feeling is so great, especially when watching the two people go from being full of energy to losing their resistance. Li Zheng felt his mouth a little dry and subconsciously licked his lips. Brothers, there's a trap here. Let's climb over the wall and get in. I don't believe it. The bearded man kicked Song Li, who was lying weakly on the ground, away, and then led his men to climb over the wall. For them, this low wall could not withstand their efforts. With a light jump, they could reach the yard. Song Li was covering the thing under him at this time, and the twisted pain on his face turned into a resentful look in the end. He hated this world, hated Li Zheng, and hated the bearded man. Why does the world target me? At this moment, he recalled the days when he was arrogant and domineering in Qinga County. His triumphant laughter was reflected in the setting sun. That was his lost youth. Now not only is youth impossible to regain, but certain things in the body will also completely lose their function. His eyes went dark, and he fainted completely. He could no longer fight the pain and simply gave up. Just as the bearded guest was about to jump over the wall, he discovered that his brothers behind him were faster than him. Everyone hasn't had a good meal for a long time, so we need to save our energy. At this final step, it seemed as if reason had left them. Each of them looked like a tiger coming down the mountain, howling and roaring, which was extremely terrifying. Ah! Ah! Two creepy screams of pain were heard from inside the courtyard wall. The bearded guest was confused again. How could it be another trap? Li Zheng watched the scene unfold, and the two men whose necks were pierced as they landed in front of the courtyard wall. He suddenly felt that he did not seem to understand that group of craftsmen at all. Perhaps they themselves never know how capable Lao Lu and his group are. Gao Yang never knew either. A person with a hole in the neck will desperately cover the pierced area, hoping that the blood will flow without affecting his breathing. After all, humans cannot live without breathing. That kind of desperate death is really like an old man on his deathbed trying desperately to fight for the last breath from his throat before dying. That breath was finally gone, and the two people on the ground were gone in an instant. It was quiet inside the courtyard, with only the cats and dogs barking restlessly. Woof, woof, woof. Meow, meow, meow. To the bearded man outside, this sound was simply the most terrifying sound in the world. Who's in here? Where's that wimp? Brother, that man has fainted. Damn it, I just don't believe it. I, Xiao Ran Ku, have never been inferior to anyone in my life. Even my brother Li Jing doesn't dare to say he's better than me. I can't just give up like this. The bearded guest's face was filled with madness. Be careful when you climb over the wall. This time, when a dozen people slowly climbed up, there were finally no more accidents. Cousin, they're on the wall. Wang Shan and Wang Hai were already panicking. After all, although they always say that they want to be heroes and rangers, the problem is that when they see the dead, they become cowards in an instant. The two tall and strong men were now hiding behind Li Zheng and dared not speak. Li Zheng smiled faintly. Don't worry, it's okay. Li Zheng felt that Lao Lu's group of craftsmen were quite impressive. Today's grain was not wasted. After receiving the grain, those craftsmen were happier than receiving the money. They patted their chests and guaranteed that if there were only 10 to 20 people, there would be no problem at all. At first, Li Zheng thought they were bragging, but now he realized that this group of people really were not bragging. They are really awesome. The door was still open, but the cool night breeze seemed a little strong, pushing the wooden door and making it creak. The bearded guest and others standing on the wall discovered that there was no place to step in the yard, only a tree in the middle of the yard. Brothers, jump farther. When the group of people heard the voice of the bearded guest, they held their breath and stood on the narrow wall, looking coldly at the yard. This time, there won't be any more accidents, right? Brother, I'm ready for a big meal. Yes, I want to see if there's a woman in this house, Brother, I don't want anything else. That little boy belongs to me. The man looked at Li Zheng with evil eyes. Li Zheng and the other two were in the middle of the yard, looking at the wall. More than a dozen people stood in different places on the courtyard wall. They naively thought that the mechanisms and traps would only be concentrated in one place, and other places might be safe. But soon, when they jumped down in unison, they found out they were wrong. Especially the bearded guest. As soon as he landed on the ground, he felt a needle-like pain in his feet. This pain was as if the soles of his feet were pierced. Chapter 63, completely unexpected. When I looked down, I saw that it was pierced through. Ah, boy, it hurts so much. At the same time, more than one person roared, and when someone jumped down, he accidentally slipped and fell into the cat and dog nest. In an instant, the cat and dog nest was in chaos, and the man's screams were mixed with the crazy roars of animals. The bearded guest felt cold at this moment. He looked at his companions. These were all powerful people on the sea. They followed him to start an uprising in the southeast and kill people like crazy. They would not blink even if a knife was put to their neck. But now, their desperate roars were more miserable than anyone else's. Their bodies were stuck by various mechanisms, bleeding profusely, and their arms were pierced by bamboo clamps, making them unable to move. Their thighs were pierced, and they couldn't stand up. As for their feet, the bamboos were heartless and directly poked holes in the soles of their feet. The bearded man was desperate. He wanted to move. His willpower was much stronger than those around him. He struggled and took a step forward, but he found that just as he took a step, the young man came over with a smile and threw another thing at him. As soon as the thing touched his chest, it made a strange noise, and then he felt a tightness in his chest, and he couldn't breathe anymore. At this moment, he looked at the young man as if he were looking at a devil from hell. It was almost dawn when Zhou Meng and Zhou Hao appeared at the door of Li Zheng's house. When the two were patrolling in the middle of the night, they saw the flying claws on the city wall. In an instant, they felt a chill in their hearts. Is something going to happen? Following those footprints, they saw mutilated limbs, headless corpses, and blood splattered all over the ground, gleaming crimson in the moonlight. Hiss! The two of them gasped, and then they realized that these people were targeting Li Zheng. The shock in front of the small bridge by the Qingshui River was nothing compared to the miserable scene in the yard. Li Zheng was sitting in the yard, shivering all over, not knowing whether it was because of the cold or fear. There were two tall men surrounding Li Zheng, their faces pale without a trace of blood. The yard was in a mess, with people lying everywhere. Tonight, Li Zheng put some sleeping pills in the food for Wang and the two children. They will sleep very soundly and basically won't hear any noise from outside. The moment he saw Zhou Meng and Zhou Hao appear, Li Zheng smiled faintly, and this smile made Zhou Meng and Zhou Hao's hearts tremble. Li Zheng, what happened? You two don't ask me. Just look for yourselves. Be careful of those traps. They are very sharp. Li Zheng slowly turned around and found that the two brothers Wang Shan and Wang Hai had already fainted. Zhou Meng and Zhou Hao were sweating profusely as they looked at the mess on the ground. There were people lying everywhere, either groaning or already dead. Huh, why is there a big bearded man? Isn't this the bearded man? Any unexpected gains? Li Zheng took a few long breaths, stood up, and walked over to Zhou Meng and Zhou Hao. Please make sure to clean up before dawn. I have younger brothers and sisters at home, and I don't want them to see such a horrific scene. Zhou Meng and Zhou Hao looked at Li Zheng as if he were a monster. Did you do all this by yourself? You two, let's talk while we clean up the bodies. As Zhou Meng and Zhou Hao were cleaning up the people on the ground, they felt a chill on their backs, and cold sweat broke out. One can imagine the misery of these people, especially the one whose head got into the cat and dog's nest. His scalp is now covered with teeth marks and even more scratches. The man's feet are hanging in the air and his arms are stuck tightly. These seemingly powerless cats and dogs have become the killers that ended his life. The blood flowing out of the throat of this person lying there is truly terrifying. All over the floor, this man's thigh was pierced and his face was pinched by something. Hiss! Not only was his nose gone, but his face was full of holes. The more he looked, the more frightened he became. Among the people in the yard, only 3 were still alive, and one of them was the bearded guest. After tying them up, Zhou Meng and Zhou Hao trapped them on the millstone outside. The millstone weighs several hundred pounds. No matter how brave the seriously injured bearded man is, he cannot struggle free. What's more, he hasn't woken up yet. After everything in the house was tidied up and the bodies outside were cleared away, the sun slowly rose. Wang Shan and Wang Hai cleaned up the bloodstains on the ground while vomiting. Finally, the corpses piled up on the banks of the Qingshui River were taken away by the officials who arrived. Zhou Ming and Zhou Hao looked at the guy lying on the ground in front of them, with a twisted face and breathing through his nose. Song Li. In an instant, they turned around and saw Li Zheng standing in the door. Li Zheng clasped his fists and said, "I'll leave the matters at the county government office to you." Zhou Ming and Zhou Hao clasped their fists towards Li Zheng and said, "Just stay home. We'll come to you if we need anything." The pirates led by the bearded man were captured, and you were the first to do so. What merits mattered? Staying alive was the most important thing. Last night, Li Zheng hadn't expected Song Li to not only show up, but also bring so many assassins with him. Looking at the bodies lying outside by the small bridge over the Qingshui River, Li Zheng knew these people weren't in league with the pirates. They're not from the same group. They're the people brought by Song Li. And those islands made Li Zheng feel scared again. This is an unreasonable era. Living in the outer city, I feel like I have no protection at all. The situation in later generations where people don't pick up things on the road, there are surveillance cameras everywhere, and the public security is extremely good, cannot be achieved anywhere now. It was just a pirate. Li Zheng never expected it. What an unexpected gain. In front of the Song family's house, a group of people were anxiously waiting for someone. Song Yang had an annoyed look on his face. What's wrong with this Song Li? Is he trying to escape? Boss, if the young master doesn't want to go, we won't be able to report to him. The master said that anyone who dares to go against his wishes will have their legs broken. Looking at the loyal servant who had worked for the Song family for many years, Song Yang nodded and said, "No one can help him. He must go to Dengzhou. He's only causing trouble here." Others don't know where Song Li went, but Song Yang doesn't know either. Song Li is going to set off today. So before leaving, he must kill the guy who ruined his future and let him know how dangerous this world is. I will also torture that guy to death and let him understand the consequences of offending the Song family. But Song Li hasn't come back yet. Could something have happened? Song Yang Frowinet. That wasn't right. Were the people from Black Wind Village still worried about what they were doing? How could those ruthless killers fail against Li Zheng? Song Yang closed his eyes and thought silently in his heart. But he didn't know that Song Li was now like a dead man in the county jail. Chapter 64, Chapter 60, For It's Your Own Fault. Song Li, you have come to this day. Huh. That bamboo thorn pierced his lower body directly. It's over, it's over. This guy is already a eunuch. I can't believe that the dignified Song Dudu has become like this after just one day of absence. What a pity. He said it was a pity, but there was no trace of pity in his voice. It was simply a ruthless mockery. The mocking voice was so loud that Song Li woke up. His eyes were filled with bloodshot, and he could faintly hear some people laughing. There seemed to be some words like eunuch and what a pity in the laughter of these people. Struggling to raise his head from the ground, he saw the people he was familiar with. These people looked at him with a playful look on their faces. "No, don't you eat my food and take my things? Aren't you afraid of me? Although I, Song Li, am no longer in the county government, I am rich. My Song family is the largest family in Qinghe County. Song Li, you're suspected of hiring a killer and have been arrested. From today on, if you confess the truth, you can be spared. If you don't, what awaits you is TSK, TSK. The words that the man said were righteous, but the way he smacked his lips was simply vulgar to the extreme. Zhou Ming and Zhou Hao captured Song Li back. After all, they couldn't leave any hidden dangers for Li Zheng. This is a death row. No matter who comes in, they can never get out. Even if that person has not committed a crime, he will admit his crime openly and cleanly. After all, compared with those tortures, what is life? The death penalty is acceptable, but the punishment of life imprisonment is truly excruciating and a dilemma between life and death. And this method was invented by Song Li. Now, when all these tortures were about to be used on himself, he suddenly became manic. He looked half dead, but now he suddenly burst out with amazing strength. But he didn't realize that his hands and feet had been tied tightly, and he couldn't break free from the chains at all. He looked at the thing in the bailiff's hand and remembered how many people he had tortured with this instrument. Suddenly, he burst into tears. Those people seemed to be crying at that time, but he was smiling like a devil at that time. Song Dutu, come up. Do you want to move yourself, or do you want me to move? No, no. Song Li quickly went crazy in prison, but in the cell next door, the bearded guy was still alive. He looked coldly at Song Li, who was being tortured to death, with a cruel smile on his face, but this smile was bloody and all his teeth had been pulled out. The bearded man is a pirate who has killed countless people and is guilty of heinous crimes. If Li Jing knew that his brother was treated like this in the distant Qinghe County, he would probably cry. But Chui Mu didn't care about that. Since the bearded man had been caught, he would have to die in his place. Li Jing, isn't he the target of the Chui family's attack? During the day today, Chui Mu was extremely domineering. Who can tell me what happened last night that made you all leave the city gate? Pirates have entered the city. Ha ha. And none of you knew about it. If Zhou Meng and Zhou Hao hadn't gone to the city gate to take a look, I'm afraid no one would have noticed those flying claws until daytime. The court doesn't support you just to eat dry rice. Song Yang's face turned pale. Such a brutal battle had occurred last night, with over 30 casualties. I'm afraid the matter will have to be reported to the prefecture. Where's Song Li? Could it be? He had no idea why Song Li had to go alone when the murder took place. Wouldn't it be better to hand it over to those people from Blackwind Village? Where did these pirates come from? Song Yang felt desperate. I'm afraid that Song Li is going to kill the entire Song family. Now, the only hope is that no one knows what the Song family has done. Whether Song Li is alive or dead, as long as he does not fall into the hands of Chui Mu, there will be no problem. There will be no evidence after death. Seeing that no one spoke, Chui Mu said calmly, "From now on, everyone, please pay attention. The past is heavy, and I can let bygones be bygones, but you must tell me what you know in private. If anyone doesn't tell the truth, don't blame me for being merciless when the day of reckoning comes." Chui Mu looked as if he had everything under control, and the officers were all so frightened that they dared not utter a word. They knew in their hearts that they were in the wrong, so their eyes rolled around as if they were making some calculations. Zhou Meng and Zhou Hao sneered. They still had to go to Li Zheng today. After all, Li Zheng had experienced such a big turmoil and might be affected. But when they thought about it carefully, when Li Zheng was helping to move the corpses, did he look like he was affected at all? Li Zheng was, of course, not affected. The next morning, everything that needed to be done continued. Early in the morning, Wang Qian and Wang Dong arranged cabbage for the Wang Wusan brothers, and then started attending classes. Wang Shan and Wang Hai naturally returned home to rest. The two guys were scared last night. Li Zheng specifically said that what happened last night must not be told. Not a single word can be revealed, otherwise no one will survive. The two brothers no longer had any desire to be rangers, especially when they saw the blood all over the ground. They both wet their pants. When old Lu and the craftsman saw that all the traps had been cleared away early in the morning, he looked at Li Zheng with a smile, said congratulations, and continued to work. They are only responsible for doing the work, and it is not their concern to care about the master's affairs. After a round of digital bombardment, Wang Qian and Wang Dong really had a headache. After all, they were old, and these things were too tiring. Li Zheng took advantage of their break to open the system. In the system, the rice and wheat were already ripe. Li Zheng thought about it, and the rice and wheat were harvested in an instant. Plant 2 acres of corn. Li Zheng said calmly. In the system, corn sprouts were quietly blooming in the black soil. After drinking a sip of spring water and driving away the so-called fatigue, Li Zheng heard the cries of Li Qing and Li Dan. Brother, why don't the kittens and puppies play with us today?" Li Zheng was stunned. After walking into the side yard, he found that the big yellow dog was like a strict parent. Any cat or dog that wanted to approach Li Qing and Li Dan would be driven away by it directly, with its teeth bared and extremely ferocious. When the big yellow dog saw Li Zheng coming in, it wagged its tail, sneezed, and crawled into its nest nearby. Li Zheng Siga. It might take some time for him to forget the bloody smell when these cats and dogs were biting the pirate last night. The big yellow dog was very human-like and seemed to understand the kindness of this family to these animals who should have died, so he behaved like this. Li Zheng smilat finely. The cats and dogs also helped last night. They found 3 big bones and some watery leftovers, so the cats and dogs naturally had food to eat. Chapter 65. The Song family ancestor is furious. Li Zheng sighed. "You two little guys stop teasing the kittens and puppies these 2 days. They have other things to do now." Li Dan stared at Li Zheng blankly. "Brother, what do they want to do?" I don't know. Can't you see they don't want to be disturbed? If you two really like animals, don't bother them." "Got it." After hearing this, Li Dan and Li Qing nodded vigorously. When there was a knock on the door, Zhou Meng and Zhou Hao pushed the door open. Li Zheng took a look and gave them a wink, and then the 3 of them went into the room to talk. "Li Zheng, are you okay? These 2 guys are just worried about Li Zheng's mentality now. You know, anyone who sees a murder scene may remember it in his heart for a lifetime. That's a lifetime. There are many people who suffer this bloody torture day and night. Others may not know, but Zhou Meng and Zhou Hao know it very well. Their neighbor, a veteran on the battlefield, had nightmares every day after returning and was tortured to death. But looking at Li Zhang's expression, he didn't look like someone who cared about this matter at all. I'm Fine. Officers, is there anything special happening today? Li Zhang looked at the two of them with a smile. Zhou Meng and Zhou Hao looked at each other, and the twins immediately understood. Zhou Meng frowned and said, Li Zhang, I'm glad you're okay. If we didn't know you well, we would have thought you were a habitual offender. How could a teenager of your age not be alarmed by seeing someone being killed? Li Zhang waved his hand and said, I'm not a repeat offender. I just feel that this incident shouldn't affect me and my family. Li Zhang looked at Wang, who was busy outside, and Li Dan and Li Qing, who were playing and chasing butterflies in the yard. What a beautiful and harmonious scene. It would be bad if it was broken. All right, now that you two are here, I just want to say one more thing. Li Zhang stood up and saluted. Do you remember what I said before about striking the mountain to scare the tiger and disturbing the grass to alert the snake? Zhou Meng and Zhou Hao were stunned. Yes, Li Zhang seemed to have really said this. How did you say that? Haha, it's actually very simple. As long as we do a little symbolic thing, the entire Song family will immediately collapse. As for who will collapse these parasites in Qinghe County, that's not for us to worry about. Li Zhang, what ideas do you have? Haha. Find some people and spread the word that the Song family is rebelling. They're making a big fuss and have joined forces with the surrounding bandits and pirates. Song Li has already gone into the mountains and become the king. After Li Zhang finished speaking, Zhou Meng and Zhou Hao had stopped breathing. Although their faces looked calm, their hearts were already turbulent. What a great Li Zhang. What a good move to scare the tiger by making a noise on the mountain and to alarm the snake by stirring up the grass. What a rebellion. What a king of the mountain. Now it seems that this idea is so casual, but it hits the mark and hits the nail on the head. What is the Song family afraid of now? Trouble. They were afraid of such troubles. Rumors of rebellion were easy to dispel, but someone had to believe them. If Qinghe County is not enough, then go to other neighboring counties. Everyone should speak up and not give the Song family a chance to defend themselves. Li Zhang believed that the Song family could not do this. In the later internet, even refuting rumors takes time. What's more, what if the rumor-mongering is large-scale and organized? They use all kinds of rhetoric and various means to directly make the timeliness of refuting the rumor meaningless. By the time the rumor is debunked, all the emotional venting and violent ideological dissemination have been completed. It can be said to be extremely vicious. A certain beacon country likes to use this method, which is really vicious. Li Zhang did not hesitate to use the worst means to deal with the Song family clan. After all, they were the ones who started it first. When Zhou Meng and Zhou Hao left, they were still holding cabbages and carrots. I brought too many white radishes last time, but the carrots were very delicious. Li Dan and Li Qing felt unhappy when they saw someone taking away their belongings and stood at the door with pouts. Li Zhang touched the two little guys' heads and smiled. That's how kids are. Zhou Meng and Zhou Hao also laughed heartily. These two little guys are great. We like them very much. After saying that, he took out 2 candy beans from the bag behind him. They were obviously peanuts, covered with a layer of melted frosting. Such things are rare. Why don't you thank your uncle? Li Dan and Li Qing immediately smiled broadly when they had something delicious to eat. The little guy was not protecting his own things. He was just asking for some delicious food from a stranger. Li Zhang was in a mess. Everyone in the Song family was stunned. This afternoon, news came out that the Song family was going to rebel. This news came out of nowhere, and no one even knew who first mentioned it. All we know is that in the morning, this news suddenly began to spread in the wine shops in the county town, and then spread rapidly like a plague. 3 of the crutches in the old man's hand have been broken. From morning till now, he has been holding the 4th crutch and still wants to break it, but he has no strength left. They say wealth doesn't last for more than 3 generations. It seems to be true. The Song family started to rise from my generation and has been there for 3 generations now. You people can't even keep such a foundation. The old man's eyes were red, his hands and feet were shaking, and he walked tremblingly to the outside of the main hall. Just as he was about to take a step, he fell down. Grandfather, father, ancestor. Sad news came from the Song family. The old man passed away. Some people have heard of hair turning white overnight, but have never seen it. But today they seem to have seen hair turning white in one day. Song Yang's hair was gray, and he looked as if he had suffered an irresistible blow. He was lying on the bed weakly, with the descendants of the Song family standing in front of him, crying. Go to Dengzhou and find your brother. Be a real man. As long as you are alive, the Song family will rise again in the future. But when he finished speaking, his voice was too low to be heard. He knew he would not die, but his body was so weak. He also knew that the Qinghe Song family was finished. As the largest clan, it has experienced both glory and decline from the past to the present, but it has always remained strong until this moment. But now, everything is really going to turn to ashes. Chui Mu came, and people from the Wu family also came. But when Chui Mu came over, he said he was sad, but there was always a smile on his face. No one dared to attack him, even though they hated him to the core. He is the county magistrate and also the descendant of the Chui family. Even if he is a collateral descendant, he cannot be shaken by the Song family. When the Wu family members came, they acted very serious and cried loudly. All the Song family members knew that the Wu family was ready to rise. Chapter 66 New Land. Ordinary people don't care what happens in Qinghe County. They only care about food and vegetables. They can eat their fill today, but what about tomorrow? What they care about are all related to their own interests. If they can't even survive, what's the point of caring so much? The Wang Wusan brothers were very puzzled today. One man was carrying 20 cabbages on his back. There were people coming and going on the street, but few people were buying. The scene of supply exceeding demand in the past was almost gone. However, there were a lot of people chatting. Have you heard? The Song family is going to be wiped out. Don't talk nonsense about this. Be careful with your words. The Song family has absolute power over our area. Let's not discuss this. Bah, bah, bah. You're covering the sky with one hand. You're a pig with a green onion in its nose. You're pretending to be a cultured person. That's all caused by your sins. Haha. Whether they have it or not is none of our business. Hey, how much is this cabbage per pound? The Wang Wusan brothers were very surprised. Qinghe County was unusually lively today, as if something big was about to happen. Although the three of them were not very smart, they still remembered what some people said. For people in Qinghe County, 20 cabbages can be bought by just a few people. Large families consume more than 20 cabbages a day. When the three brothers went back scratching their heads, Li Zhengzheng was sitting by the Qingshui River in front of the door. Wang Wu took a look and rushed over in an instant, grabbed Li Zheng and hugged Li Zheng's thighs tightly. Xiao Zheng, don't let yourself get over it. We can survive. So many people are selling us cabbages. What was Li doing? He was staring at the river in a daze. After all, the increasing amount of water in the river meant the end of the drought. At least when the drought came next year, Qinghe County would not be affected by the disaster again. But after the drought ended, the rains seemed to be more severe. Although the frequency was not high, every time it rained, it was like a downpour. If there is no drought this year, will there be a flood? Li Zheng remembered that there seemed to be such a thing in the early years of Xinguan. After drought and flood comes plague. Just as he thought of this, Li Zheng, who was lost in thought, was dragged away alive from the riverside with a person hanging on his thigh. The other two hands were held tightly by the two men, and they refused to let go. Those men held Li Zheng tightly and shouted, Xiao Zheng, don't be depressed. Who can't think straight? Who can't think straight? I'm just thinking about life. Li Zheng was speechless about his three uncles, but forget it. After all, thinking about life was too much of a luxury for them. If they had time, they might as well farm or work so that they could still see hope for tomorrow. It was because of this that when they saw Li Zheng staring at the river, they subconsciously thought that Li Zheng was going to commit suicide. This is how the scene just now happened. Li Zheng smiled bitterly. Uncle, let me go, I'm fine, I just came here to get some fresh air. No, I won't let you go. You're talking nonsense. You clearly want to commit suicide. No. Do you really want me to commit suicide? Well, three men were holding a 15-year-old child. For pairs of eyes were looking at each other. The wind was blowing gently, and the atmosphere was so harmonious. Finally, Li Zheng broke the awkwardness. Ahem, Uncle, can we let go first? Wang Wu looked at Li Zheng in a deep voice. You really didn't jump into the river? No. Why would I jump into the river? Wang Wu thought about it and agreed. Although Li Zheng's family situation is not particularly good now, at least they have enough food and clothing. Moreover, Li Zheng is also hardworking and promising. He also provides his relatives with enough food. In this day and age, does a person who can make poor people have a meal with him need to commit suicide by jumping into the river? When Wang Wu thought of this, his old face turned red. Li Zheng could not find any reason to jump into the river. Thinking about how he had just been making such a fuss, he almost tied up Li Zheng and carried him back home. Xiao Zheng that. Li Zheng smiled faintly and didn't care. After all, he was his uncle, and he was worried that something might happen to him. Uncle, let's go back. When Li Zheng returned to the yard, his heart began to beat faster. His three uncles had sold all the cabbages today, and he was only a little bit away from 10,000 yuan. The money is in place today, and it will be enough immediately. It's time to buy new land. While counting the money and belongings, Wang Wusan and his brother looked at Wang Qian and Wang Dong, who were sweating profusely and couldn't help but ask softly, "Big brother, second brother, can you really do it?" Wang Qian and Wang Dong were already anxious, and being laughed at by Wang Wusan and his brothers, they immediately stiffened their necks and said, "If you can do it, go for it. Don't look at me, as I'm only a few years older than you, but I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. If my two brothers don't have any experience in this area, do you think Xiaojun would entrust such an important matter to us?" Wang Wu curled his lips and said, "Isn't this asking, big brother? Why don't we help too?" Wang Qian waved his hands. "No need, just don't make things worse, and stop arguing. We're counting." Brother Wang Wusan laughed out loud. This is how brothers treat each other. Without anyone to disturb them, Wang Qian and Wang Dong made faster progress. Half an hour later, they handed 3,030 coins to Li Zheng. Li Zheng nodded. "Thank you all for your hard work today, uncles." Wang Qian waved his hand. "Why am I working so hard? I'm not working hard. It's just that math is so difficult to learn. But don't worry, Xiaojing, my uncle, knows everything. He's just very persistent." Wang Dong also nodded. It was obvious that after they started learning mathematics these days, they both had more white hair on their heads. After all, it's a mental work. Standing inside the super farm system, Li Zheng smiled faintly. "System, buy land. It will cost 10,000 copper coins to buy the land. Do you want to buy it?" "Buy." Li Zheng's mind moved, and strange changes occurred in the entire super farm system space. Originally, the 2 acres of land were adjacent to each other, and there were 2 acres of cornfields that were about to mature on the dark soil. At this time, next to the cornfield, in the middle, the gray mist suddenly dissipated and a black earth dragon appeared. Then, the ridges of the field seemed to emerge from the ground. Each operation in this system implements a different method, which also made Li Zheng laugh. With an extra acre of land, things are different. Now there is still some time before the corn harvest, so I won't plan anything yet and just wait. After taking a sip of spring water, Li Zheng felt refreshed. Li Dan and Li Qing were having fun outside. Suddenly they ran in, grabbed Li Zheng's arm, and insisted on talking about something. Li Zheng was stunned. "What do you two want to say? You're so mysterious." Li Qing scratched his hands and said nothing, but his big eyes were always looking elsewhere. Chapter 67 Difficulties Everywhere. There was a look of horror on Li Dan's face. The pirates had been caught. Li Zheng was stunned for a moment. Then he also made a surprised expression. "What? Who told you that?" Li Dan looked up when he saw that Li Zheng knew nothing. "I heard on the roadside, brother. That pirate was so fierce and ugly." "Of course I know those pirates are fierce and ugly. Do you think everyone is as ignorant as you?" Li Dan, Li Qing, and Wang slept soundly last night. The chaos and bloody events outside had almost nothing to do with the three of them. Only when Wang got up in the early morning, rubbed her eyes, and looked at the freshly clean courtyard, she was still a little puzzled. Some people even say that the Mountain King is planning a rebellion and wants to kill the county magistrate. Li Zheng pondered for a moment. What was going on? He had to go out and take a look. "I just went out and saw the men by the Qingshui River who had just finished their work for the day, chatting with each other." "Oh, you don't know. The county government has issued a notice that the pirate leader, the bearded man, has been arrested. He's a very cruel man. How did the bearded man get captured? We've never seen him, let alone heard of him. That's why you don't know. The county magistrate has a brilliant plan. He comes from a big family. You have no idea what he's thinking." That's right. If I knew what the county magistrate was thinking, wouldn't I become the county magistrate?" Li Zheng sat aside and said nothing. Finally, someone whispered something. "Have you heard? It seems Song Li, the song captain, has gone into the mountains and become the king of Black Wind Village. He's planning a rebellion." "Yes, I heard that too. I don't know if it's true or not. It's impossible, right?" "How is it impossible? Haven't you suffered from Song Li?" Everyone was silent. A middle-aged man sighed. "Song Li has become a mountain king. What are we going to do in the future? We only have a few officials in Qinghe County, and your majesty doesn't punish the Song family." "That's right. The Song family is about to rebel, and they even said Song Li wanted to kill the county magistrate." When Li Zheng heard this, he immediately understood. Zhou Ming and Zhou Hao found this person from nowhere, and they spread rumors very quickly. Song Li, I don't know if you can still survive. God has given great responsibilities to this person, and you have to bear this suffering. Only when you have endured this suffering and overcome it will you play your role as a tool and become the cannon fodder for clearing out Qinghe County. As the rumor spread, it changed its meaning, and in the end, no one knew where it had gone. But this is normal. It is not groundless to say that people's words are scary. The ancients knew this truth. Li Zheng patted the dirt off his butt and was about to go home when a voice called him. Li family boy, your family has been very busy recently. The speaker was a farmer from the outer city of East City in Qinghe County, and there was a hint of curiosity on his face. Li Zheng's family affairs have been kept so low-key, but it is always difficult to hide them from other people's eyes. Even a fool knows that Li Zheng's place has been crowded with people lately, including officials and family relatives. Could something have happened? Li Zheng didn't understand what they meant, and just smiled faintly. Hey, my relatives have been helping me these days. Otherwise, how would I survive? After saying this, Li Zheng turned around and left, leaving behind a desolate back. The gossipy nature of this group of people was ignited again. The third son of the Li family is also miserable. Such a good man, but he left behind several children and a woman. Who says it isn't? Fortunately, there are still people willing to help us. As long as this kid from the Li family doesn't do anything reckless, we'll definitely have enough to eat after we get through this year. I'm afraid this year will be difficult. How much food do you have left? Will there be a harvest this year? There's no harvest. There's not much food left at home. It's all infested with bugs. What's wrong with bugs? Bugs are good things. These days, having something to eat is good. Hey, after a while, if things really don't work out, we have to go to Dengzhou and make a living, otherwise we won't be able to make ends meet at home. Everyone sighed. The harvest had returned to normal, but how could they get through the intervening period? Food shortage is the biggest problem facing the small Qinghe County now. The poor have no money, only food. Even if they had money, they couldn't buy food. This is the current situation. Li Zheng had just finished eating and drinking when Arya came knocking on the door. The tofu pudding that Arya brought today was different in texture, and her little face was as red as an apple. These days, the mother and daughter seem to be doing well. They are in a good mood, and they have become more clear-headed. Li Zheng, eat quickly. Eat it while it's hot. Why are you always looking at me? Li Zheng smiled faintly. I'm not looking at you. I'm looking at the flowers. Arya was startled. She turned around and looked left and right, up and down, but there were no flowers. Suddenly, she realized that Li was talking about her. In an instant, his face turned red all the way to his neck. Hurry up and eat. I'm leaving. Arya ran away shyly. Li Zheng had just taken out the jar from the basket when Li Dan and Li Qing ran over. These two little guys had very sharp noses now, and the yard was in chaos in an instant. Brother, I want to eat tofu pudding. No, you just ate too much. Eating too much will upset your stomach. Brother, I want to eat. My stomach is so big, it will definitely not go bad. Wang looked at the noisy scene in the yard and couldn't help but shake her head and sigh. These two little guys didn't even know to let Xiaojing rest for a while. Shaking her head and sighing did not stop Wang from feeling as sweet as honey. It was originally a year of despair, and she had no other options. This year, she was still alive because of God's mercy. When the family had no way to make ends meet, Xiaojing got the cabbage from somewhere. This child has grown up, and he won't let his mother know the secret. That's all. The night was deep, and Li Zheng felt the coolness of autumn. Summer had just passed, and the heat had completely gone away at night. Now, if he didn't cover himself with a blanket properly at night, he was afraid that his stomach would catch a cold. Wang was busy making a new quilt or something, and Li Zheng was lying in his little room. After closing the door, he closed his eyes. In the super farm system, Li Zheng saw a ripe corn, and the fragrance was drilling in his nostrils, making him feel itchy. It is said that the Tang dynasty has a vast territory, and some places have spring all year round. But Li Zheng is not envious at all. Isn't it spring all year round in his own system space? Harvest the corn. As soon as Li Zheng finished speaking, sand and rocks flew in the system, and Li Zheng's face turned black. System, you are so naughty. There are 2,400 more kilograms of corn in the warehouse, and 3 more open spaces outside. In the open space, morning glories bloomed in the wind. Although Li Zheng didn't know where the wind came from in this system, perhaps it just came into being as he thought about it. Plant 3 acres of corn. The night in Dengzhou is dark and the rain is drizzling. A small courtyard exudes elegance. Wu Qing and Gao Yang were sitting in the pavilion in the yard. In front of them was a middle-aged man with a stern face. When this person sits there, he looks like he doesn't want anyone to approach him. Master Chun, this is what happened with the Song clan. For the entire afternoon, Wu Qing recounted what had happened to the Song clan, starting from when the sky was still clear and ending with the dark night and continuous rain. During this time, Gao Yang served 7 pots of wine and 8 dishes, and time passed quickly. Chun Damon, a favorite of the governor of Dangzhou, was only in charge of the silver tax, but he was actually in charge of the money. From ancient times to the present, officials who can manage money are not ordinary people. In prefectures and counties, there are county magistrates and legal advisors, but in provincial capitals, the silver and transport officials are in charge. Although Chun Damon is not a powerful character, don't forget that Chun Damon is the son-in-law of Chui of Bowling. Chun Damon's face was grim, and his brows were furrowed to the point that water could be squeezed out of them, as if the rain curtain between heaven and earth was a reflection of his mood. Humph! The Song family is just a small country gentry, yet they can ignore their superiors and do whatever they want in Qinghe County. You two are quite courageous to dare to report this. Chun Damon was not sure whether he had the courage or not. A legal advisor and a businessman were both not presentable characters. If he had not been attracted by those cabbages and radishes, he would certainly have ignored these two people. Cabbage is a good thing. We haven't eaten it for a long time this year. Normally, my family eats it 8 or 10 times a year. But this year, there is a severe drought, and the vegetable farmers have no choice but to rely on last year's stock to maintain the cabbage. But last year's stock can't withstand the consumption. Especially when there is no food, vegetable farmers can only eat themselves. White radish is an even rarer thing. When Chun Daming saw it for the first time, he knew it was a tribute. He had seen it in the Chui family of bowling. At that time, his father-in-law brought 2 large carts full of white radishes and braved the heavy snow to rush to the capital. In Chang'an, all the dignitaries needed to take care of it. This white radish is the best thing. After all, no one could eat it on ordinary days. Only when the emperor showed mercy and gave rewards, everyone had the opportunity to eat white radish. Chun Damon also understood that the 2 people in front of him had something to ask for, but he didn't know what they were asking for. After hearing this today, he finally understood. Wu Qing was old and wanted to leave a legacy for his clan. If the Song clan fell, everyone would push it down, and the only clan left in Qinghe County that could be used would be the Wu clan. The merchant remained silent all the time, serving by the side with great insight. Yes, although he reeked of money, he was still a good candidate. If this guy had not gone into business and followed me, I would have had my own confidence in a few years. Don't worry, you two. I will definitely tell my father-in-law about this matter. The governor will also know soon. The Song family, a mere ant, actually dared to challenge the majesty of the Chui family. All the Chui families in the world are one family. The Chui family of Bowling and the Chui family of Qinghe are of the same blood and are inseparable. The Song clan is a vassal of the Chui clan. If they want to survive for a long time, they must not cause trouble. Now, various forces in the court are putting pressure on the Chui family, and this pressure concerns the 5 surnames and 7 families. The new emperor seemed to be full of desire for the Shandong gentry and Guanlong families, and was ready to make a move during this period. At this time, the Song family is going so far as to set a trap for the Chui family. This won't do. Then I'll rely on you, sir. When Chinese people do things, many things are discussed at the dinner table. Gao Yang knew that tomorrow would be the day for him to arrange another dinner. A silver merchant married a good wife with his talent and became one of the few sons-in-law from other families among the 5 surnames and 7 families. Although he was marrying into the wife's family, he did not feel ashamed. There is no shame in bowing your head for glory and wealth. Well, you guys step back first. The weather in Dangzhou is usually calm, but in Qinghe County, there will be a violent storm in the latter half of tonight. The sudden rain had just stopped. Inside the long pavilion, the morning sun shone and the rain fell gently. It was the first time that Li Zheng saw a sun shower since he came to the Tang dynasty. It is said that every autumn rain brings a chill, and it is true. Li Zheng now feels a little cold, even though he is wearing only a single layer of clothes. Rubbing his hands, Li Zheng decided to go to the city to buy some clothes today. When he was about to go out with his 2 children, Wang stopped him. What clothes should I buy? Buy some cloth. My mother has good craftsmanship. Li Zheng nodded, but buying cloth was not his intention. Most of the people selling cloth in the city are from the Li family. His father and two brothers all started their business in the cloth business. The eldest son of the Li family, also known as Li Zheng's uncle, was the number one in the cloth business in Qinghai County. The second son of the Li family, Li Zheng's second uncle, also benefited from the eldest son's success. But in Li Zheng's memory, who owned this business originally? It's Li Zheng's family. Thinking of this, Li Zheng had some other thoughts. Inside the city, the brothers Wang Shan and Wang Hai saw Li Zheng bringing the two little ones out and immediately started laughing. Li Dan and Li Qing threw themselves into the arms of their two uncles, extremely happy. "Cousin, why are you so fast today?" There are less than 5 cabbages left in the hands of the two brothers Wang Shan and Wang Hai today. They each brought 20 cabbages when they came out. Wang Shan and Wang Hai smiled at each other and said mysteriously, "Hey, this is where we are so powerful. My uncles just sit in one place and wait for people to buy, but my two brothers carry the products everywhere and sell them out quickly." Yes, the Wang family's genes may really change when it comes to Wang Shan and Wang Hai's generation, but they just have to not become heroes. Li Zheng took Li Dan and Li Qing for a stroll in the city. As they walked, Li Zheng felt more and more depressed. Except for Gaoji Pastry Shop and White Jade Tofu, other places are deserted. It can't be said to be deserted. It is obvious that this year, no one knows how many people can survive. It seems that no one has extra money or food. While strolling around, he bought some food for Li Dan and Li Qing. Li Zheng himself was observing something. That is what the cloth business in Qinghai County is like. This year is a bad year, and small families can no longer afford to buy cloth. Generally speaking, poor people only have 2 sets of clothes a year, 1 set for winter and 1 set for summer. The poorer ones only have 1 or 2 sets every year. The cloth business seems to be doing well. Li Zheng looked at the plaque of Li's cloth shop and sneered. In the 20th chapter, the protagonist will go to Chang'an to develop his career, compete with Li Er in wits and courage, and the Wei Shui alliance will be released soon. From then on, the protagonist will rise rapidly in the Tang dynasty. Please support this book. If you like this book, please click to urge it to be updated. There are also small gifts to thank everyone for your support. Chapter 69, Former Book Boy. But soon, Li Zheng's smile froze. Inside Li's cloth shop, a thin figure rolled out from the ground. Li Zheng had seen this person before. Not only had he seen him before, but he was also very familiar with him. This was the servant that the Li family found for Li Zheng since he was a child. When his family's financial situation began to decline, this little servant left Li Zheng. There is no way. He has to live and he has to eat. The little guy was about the same age as Li Zheng. He was an orphan and almost died when he was bought from the dental clinic. If Li Zheng hadn't begged his mother to save the little guy, he would have died. A few days ago, when the family was in the most difficult time, there would often be more copper coins in the gap at the door of Li Zheng's house. Although there were few, at that time, every copper coin was extremely precious. I think it was this little guy who secretly stuffed it in. Li Wai. Yes, this little guy's name is Li Huai. Li Zheng shouted, and Li Huai got up from the ground in an instant. He suddenly turned around and looked at Li Zheng. He could no longer suppress his stubborn look, and tears fell like rain. "Master!" Li Zheng felt distressed when he saw that Li Huai's clothes were torn. His face was bruised and swollen, and his arms were thinner than before. "When I was a kid, I was naughty, and this little guy was the one who suffered the most, got beaten, and endured all the hardships." Thinking about what happened to the Li family, and then thinking about how Li Huai was sent away out of helplessness, Li Zheng sighed. "Why did they hit you?" "Master, they accused me of stealing money from the cloth shop." "Steal money?" Li Huai is definitely not such a person. Others may not know about Li Huai's character since he was a child, but Li Huai knows it. This is a person who, after picking up someone else's purse, will wait by the roadside for a whole day and night, suffering from hunger and thirst. In the end, if Li Zheng hadn't found him, he would have fainted or even died at any time. How could such a stubborn person steal money? But people change. Li Zheng has this Li Huai in his memory, and it is full of goodwill and a special emotion. "Did you steal anything?" Li Zheng asked in a deep voice. Li Huai rubbed his eyes and raised his head stubbornly. "Master, don't you know who I am? Even if I die in this life, even if I starve to death or die of thirst, I will never steal anything." Li Zheng nodded. "I believe you." When Li Huai heard this, his eyes turned red instantly. "They are not human, but I, Li Huai, cannot be a non-human. Let's treat each other as one. This little guy is very principled." Li Zheng nodded and touched Li Huai's head. "Don't worry, they won't be doing this for long. I will repay them double for what they did to you. And there is still a long time to go. After Li Zheng finished speaking, the clerks and the shopkeeper of Li's cloth shop appeared at the door. They looked through the door at Li Huai, who was poor and destitute and was being bullied by them, and laughed at him. They didn't know Li Zheng, and they all laughed arrogantly. This is what happens to petty thieves. Haha, don't think that just because you used to be the servant of the third master, no one would dare to touch you. If you make a mistake, you will still be beaten. That's right. The guy next to him echoed. The onlookers looked at Li Huai with ugly eyes, pointing and talking. This kind of humiliation and slander was unbearable for anyone, especially a young man of this age. But after seeing Li Zheng, Li Huai just smiled faintly in the face of those people's ridicule and cold eyes. Master, let's go. I, Li Huai, will serve you from now on. I don't care about anyone else. This little guy only recognizes Li Zheng. Li Zheng nodded. Li Dan and Li Qing, are you two full? The two little guys had their faces covered with sugar figurines in their hands. They looked at Li Zheng and said, Brother, we are full. Okay, let's go home. I didn't buy the cloth, but I saw Li Huai. Wang's eyes were bloodshot. How could they do this? What a good kid, good-natured and well-behaved. How could they have the heart to do this? Wang was angry. Li Zheng said calmly, Mother, the Li family is no longer the same as before, and the Li family's cloth shop is no longer the same as before. Do you still want to go into the cloth business? Li Zheng asked Wang. Wang was stunned for a moment and shook her head. The cloth business is an eternal pain in Wang's heart. I don't want to be involved in this business anymore, Xiaozheng. As long as our family is happy, I'll just let things take their course when it comes to business. As the old saying goes, when a person is born, how much money he or she will make in his or her lifetime is predetermined by heaven. Why force it? Xiaozheng, after what happened last time, I've figured it out. A happy family is better than being rich and powerful. When Wang spoke, her eyes were empty and her voice was full of sighs. Li Huai changed his clothes and applied medicine on his body. When Wang Qian and Wang Dong applied the medicine to Li Huai grimaced, but did not say a word from beginning to end. Sitting in the yard, Li Huai stood beside Li Zheng and asked, Master, how are you and your wife doing lately? Li Zheng smiled and said, I was going to die, but I survived. Thanks for the money you sent. Li Huai was stunned, his eyes red. The shopkeeper didn't pay me. I saved up so little with great difficulty. He is so despicable. If you had a little more, maybe you wouldn't have to suffer. Li Zheng shook his head. Want to do business? The cloth business looks good to me. Without waiting for Li Huai to answer, Li Zheng gave him a direction. Now Li Zheng has an idea in his mind. Now that he has established a firm foothold and the clan of Wang's family is slowly taking shape, when he has money and capital in the future, he will let Li Huai take over the cloth business of the old Li family. In Qinghai County, all the grudges and hatreds were just a joke to others in the end, but Li Zheng would never forget what happened between him and Wang that day. Li Ping, Li Zheng's uncle, and that sullen-faced housekeeper. Li Huai obviously didn't react. He said in a daze, Master, I don't know how to. You don't know how to do it, but I'll find someone to teach you. Li Zheng stood up and said, Okay, there's a room in the side room that has just been built. You can live there. The room next door is mine. You can go over and clean it when you have nothing to do. Old Lu and his craftsmen were placing the final tiles on the courtyard wall of the side house. Under normal circumstances, building 2 courtyards would definitely not be completed so quickly, but Lao Lu and his craftsmen not only have a large number of people, but also work in a very organized manner. Even if it is completed today, they will come to repair it once or twice in the future. The Li family's old house is now completely different from before. The previous dilapidation has disappeared, replaced by a low-key luxury. This was something Gao Liang had specifically instructed. Mr. Li Zheng doesn't like to be high-profile, and Lao Lu was also very particular about the materials he used when doing his work. Chapter 70 Chui Mu's Questions. The Song family clan was wailing. There were no signs of decline, but everyone knew that without the pillar of the Song family, decline was inevitable. There are so many descendants of the Song family in Dengzhou just to make connections, but those so-called young talents are the best in Qinghai County. But when they arrive in Dengzhou, they're just like everyone else and are no match for the children of famous families. Hope needs to be accumulated from generation to generation, but the problem also arises. The Song family's foundation is not good at all. Now that this incident happened, the old man was so angry that he vomited blood and died. The atmosphere in the entire Song residence was solemn. Song Yang's hair turned white day by day, and now he was weak and sitting on a recliner. He was the only one of the Song family left working in the Qinghe County government office. The Song family is finished, it's finished. Brother, the Wu family is getting too arrogant and has already started buying up our land. Song Yang shook his head and sighed, as if he didn't hear it. News came from Dangzhou that the governor seemed to have asked some questions about the Song family and about Song Li. Now, the whole Qinghe County is spreading the rumor that Song Li went up the mountain to become a bandit. How is that possible? The Song family members themselves don't know where Song Li has gone. Song Yang believed that Song Li would never become a bandit. Although his nephew was rude and unreasonable, he would never give up his good life to go to the mountains. But he didn't go up the mountain, so where did he go? Song Li, Song Li, you alone have killed the entire Song family. Song Yang felt bitter. People in the county government's death row will never leave once they enter. Song Li is no longer in human form. When he used the torture he invented on himself, he collapsed. He wanted to bite his tongue to commit suicide, but he found that in order to prevent others from biting their tongues to commit suicide, he had stuffed a kind of thorn into the mouths of those he tortured. The thorn had a numbing taste, and in the end, those people could not move their mouths. He is in the same situation now. He wants to speak, but can't open his mouth at all. He said everything he could say, from the beginning to now, from the rise and fall of the Song family to its prosperity, no matter how big or small. As long as he knew it, he told it all. But the jailers and police officers who had been following him didn't seem to have any intention of letting him go. He just said, such a vicious clan must be tortured. Mu stood outside the death row, looking at Song Li with flickering eyes. Someone bring some food and drink to Captain Song. Yes, sir. Eat and drink enough, and heal your wounds. Yes. Although the jailers were puzzled, they had to carry out the order since it was the county magistrate's order. Mu looked at Song Li indifferently, without a trace of emotion in his eyes. That condescending indifference and the lack of a trace of pity in his expression reflected the heritage of a large family. A side branch also has such a rich heritage. Feed him well, keep him well, and don't let him die. Song Li cannot die. If Song Li dies, there may be remnants of the Song family clan. He is now a witness. Zhou Meng and Zhou Hao stood beside Mu and sighed silently. It was like watching his tall building collapse and disappear into thin air. At night, Li Huai sat at the table, looking at the food with horror on his face. Master, why you and Madam still? Haha, this is my good fortune. Don't ask, just eat it. On the table, there was pork, chicken, rice, and some green vegetables, which was cabbage. Li Huai swallowed, and his throat moved. This is white radish, try it. Wang did not treat Li Huai as an outsider. Ever since Li Zheng told Wang about the incident in which Li Huai secretly slipped money into her pocket, Wang has been sighing. After all, they're children raised by their family. Li Zheng is 15 years old, and Li Huai is about 13 years old now. Li Dan and Li Qing still remember Li Huai. Although they were young when they saw Li Huai, they knew that they could go out and play with Li Huai in the future. Today's income was about 5,000 coins. After Li Zheng put it away, he brought some more things to Wang Qian and Wang Dong. Although the consumption at Grandpa's house was not large and the old couple could not eat much, they were family after all, so they could not be stingy. Uncle, starting tomorrow, if you see someone suitable, you can ask them to come and help. You won't force them, but someone with good character would be best. Wang Qian lowered his head in thought, feeling somewhat embarrassed after thinking about it. Xiao Zheng, it's hard to say about my uncle. If I find someone suitable, I will definitely bring him to you. Xiao Zheng, don't worry. The same goes for my second uncle. After everyone left, Li Zheng began to count the cabbages. Now a lot of cabbages had been eaten, and only less than 1/3 of them were left piled up in the room. After a few days, all the aunts and uncles from Lao Wang's family came, and the peak period for selling vegetables was about to come. Money is not a problem. Food and drink are not a problem either. As long as we can have enough food to eat, give them a way to survive, and strengthen their strength, that's enough. Mu asked Zhou Meng and Zhou how to follow him all day today, and he did not let them leave until night fell. Zhou Meng bowed and said, County Master, I have a mother at home. Do you think we can? Oh, I forgot about it. Never mind. I'll ask you a question. Once you've answered it, you can go back. Mu spoke calmly, without even raising his eyes, but concentrating on organizing his documents. The information Cui Ning had been reporting back these days was extremely special. For example, there were a few more people in Li Zheng's family, what they were doing, the house repairs, the story of Shi Shi delivering tofu, and even the story of 2 little kids followed by a big yellow dog and a group of cats. He told Chui Mu everything in detail. Chui Ning also found out some things. That is, these people who were selling cabbages outside were related to Li Zheng's family. For example, Wang Qian and Wang Dong were Li Zheng's uncles, and the other three people selling cabbages were also Li Zheng's uncles. There were also two young men who were Li Zheng's cousins. Putting all this information together made Chui Mu feel troubled. Li Zheng's father passed away a month ago. At that time, Li Zheng's family was extremely poor and he had no extra money for food. He even went to find Li Ping, but was kicked out by Li Ping's housekeeper Li Tai. But 2 days later, cabbage was circulating in Qinghe County. This is not right. What on earth did this Li Zheng do? What on earth happened to him? Nobody knows. You two are both simple people. Let me ask you, where do the cabbages and radishes come from? Zhou Ming and Zhou Hao smiled at each other. So that's the question. We thought the county magistrate would ask it earlier. Yeah, if you asked earlier, we could have told you earlier. Chui Mu frowned. Isn't this a secret? Your Excellency, this is not a secret in the first place. Those things were given to us by the kid from the Li family. By the way, his name is Li Zheng. It's right. Everything is right. Chapter 71. The County Magistrate's Curiosity. The key now is this kid from the Li family. Li Zheng had previously instructed that if Chui Mu asked about this information about him, Zhou Ming and Zhou Hao should tell him whatever they knew, and there was no need to hide it. Sometimes, the more you hide, the more attention you will attract. And even if you are extremely wealthy, there will always be a day when your true identity will be exposed and known to others. It is better to be honest from the beginning. The Song family clan must be destroyed. Song Li set a bad precedent, and Song Yang is also full of malice towards Li Zheng. This clan has committed many evil deeds in the local area. At least they occupy the top spot, which is not good for Li Zheng. Zhou Ming and Zhou Hao had obtained Li Zheng's consent, so naturally they would not hide anything. County Master, that kid from the Li family is a talented person. Chui Mu nodded and said, What do you mean? You two should talk things out today. Chui Mu was completely confused. He had just gotten a glimpse of the truth and had a clue about what was going on. Naturally, he would not let these two guys go easily. Zhou Hao bowed and smiled. County Master, that kid from the Li family was ambushed the day before yesterday. A sneak attack. Chui Mu's eyes suddenly became sharp. You mean pirates? That's right. It's not just the pirates. There's also Song Li from the Song family. Zhou Hao was still frightened and looked at Chui Mu's expression cautiously. If Chui Mu was not interested, he would just pass it over in one sentence. If Chui Mu showed interest in the matter, he would continue. Anyway, he has already written it in great detail in the incident report. At most, he will just repeat some things that are not acceptable to the public. I know something about this matter. Tell me what you two know. Zhou Ming sighed. This incident wasn't just about the pirates that night, but also Song Li. It seems Song Li was colluding with the people from Black Wind Village and tried to wipe out Li Zheng's entire family that night. Cui Mu frowned. Song Li didn't say anything about this matter. He just explained what the Song family had done over the years. Destroy the whole family? Chui Mu's face turned ugly. The head of the Qinghe County government wanted to kill an ordinary person's entire family just because he said a few words. This was totally unacceptable. What's more, in Qinghe County, a head of the county government had such great power. He, as the county magistrate, was also responsible. To put it simply, it was because the county magistrate, was not responsible enough and was too lax. To put it more broadly, it was because the wealthy Chui family did not manage their vassals well enough, causing them to become accomplices of evil and cause harm to the local area. It's a capital crime. Your Excellency, the reason why Song Liha is connected to Black Wind Village is actually mainly due to something the Song family did a few years ago. Zhou Ming just gently reminded Chui Mu of this, and he immediately knew it. In Song Li's confession, the Song family clan used the people from Black Wind Village to kill many key figures in order to fight for land and some houses. The small Qinghe County is full of mixed people and the water is deep. The Song family chose not to turn around and adopted the open schemes of people like Song Yang and the brutal methods of those people in the Black Wind Village in secret, which led to the scale it has today. Then why did they attack Li Zheng and wipe out his entire family? Was it just because of the incident with the 3 Qiao brothers? Sir, that was just an introduction. In fact, the main problem was Song Li's own fault. He was used to being arrogant and domineering. He didn't expect that the Li family kid's words would put him in an embarrassing position. What about the pirates? Zhou Hao stood up at this time and said, I have heard about the pirate incident. A few days ago, there were many outsiders in the city, and one of them was the third in command among the pirate leaders. He seemed to be disguised as an ordinary person, followed the Li family boy's uncle, and found the Li family boy's home. These days, pirates don't have any food, and the Li family boy's uncle sells vegetables every day, which has aroused their covetousness. Kui Munojid. This made sense. After all, pirates didn't have an easy time at sea. On the one hand, you have to fight the wind and waves, and on the other hand, you have to worry about eating. Now a key point appeared in Chui Mu's mind, that is vegetables. Then why does the Li family boy have so many vegetables? The vegetables you sent over that day were quite good. If I hadn't thought about how rare these vegetables were and wanted to give them to my younger brother, I would have refused. Chui Mu said this, and Zhou Meng chuckled. County Master, you could just keep those vegetables. The Li family kid said that the county master has managed the entire Qinghe County in an orderly manner. In less than 3 months since taking office, the old habits have changed a lot. Oh, is that really what he said? Yes. How dare I lie to you? Ah, what else did he say? After being praised, Chui Mu naturally wanted to listen. Especially this Li Zheng, he was very interesting. Whenever he spoke, he seemed to be mature and calm beyond his age. He also said that if the county magistrate is willing to completely eradicate the Song family, a cancer, and restore peace and prosperity to Qinghe County, he is willing to contribute. Chui Mu fell in a deep thought. This Li Zheng was just an ordinary person. What ability did he have? Or what confidence did he have? What was Li Zheng up to? Would he be so unclear as to give himself the credit for this achievement? The Song clan was to be destroyed, but did it have any special relationship with him? Chui Mu was full of questions. You too, change your clothes and follow me to the Li family's old house. Zhou Meng and Zhou Hao were stunned. Yes, we'll do it right away. In the Tang dynasty, it was not difficult to eat and drink well. As long as the person was not particularly lazy or cowardly, it was easy to do. But it was just enough to provide food and clothing. If you wanted to stand out, you had to take the imperial examination. If you want to be rich, you need some connections, and connections with the government are naturally indispensable. In history, there has never been a businessman who had a bad relationship with the government. Such a person would be killed before he could even rise to power. Scholars, farmers, merchants, and artisans all have lessons to learn from the past. Li Zheng is now explaining the interests involved to Li Huai. There is no other way. Li Zheng does not need to do business, nor does he want to do business. Now he just stays hidden and farms quietly. When his super ranch is opened, his power will be considerable. At that time, even if the emperor came, it would be of little use. There were many people related to Li Zheng. Even if the emperor wanted to take action against Li Zheng, what about the people who had close ties with Li Zheng and relied on Li Zheng for their food? Li Huai seemed to be a little confused about the logic. He had been studying with Li Zheng since he was a child, and they were reading books of sages. Li Zheng didn't learn much, but Li Huai learned a lot. Master, I don't quite understand what you're saying. I'll try my best to understand. It doesn't matter. If you can't understand it right away, then you can understand it slowly. Chapter 72, this is God's will. If you want Li Huai to understand such operations, there must be a suitable environment. Li Zheng's father seemed to have unclear ties with those clans from the beginning of his business. Although the business was good, he later exhausted himself. After a trip to the sea, he fell ill after returning. I was ill for more than 2 years and finally couldn't bear it anymore. All the money I had earned before was returned to God. This is a deviation in concept, and the money earned is hard-earned. The cloth business in Qinghe County is quite large. Li Ji Cloth Shop's headquarters is in Qinghe County, but the cloth has been sold to Dangzhou, Yizhou, and other places, and it is also quite famous. If you want to get rid of them, you have to use your brain. To do this, money is needed, and Li Zheng needs to use some later economic methods to solve the problem. It was already late at night. Li Zheng waved his hand and said, "Go to sleep. I have something for you to do early tomorrow morning." "Yes, master." Li Huai scratched his head, as if he was still digesting the business principles that Li Zheng had just explained. Business principles are all tested by people through practice. From the spring and autumn period and the warring states period when warlords fought for power, to the later struggle for hegemony among the 7 kingdoms, to the world pattern in later generations, the essence has actually never changed. Monetary discourse power, economic strength, military power, conflicts of civilizations, those things that seem unbearable to the Chinese people have actually appeared in the process of the development of the Chinese nation. Li Zheng waved his hands, washed his face, and was about to lie down when he heard a knock on the door. Someone's here so late? Could be Zhou Meng and Zhou Hao. It was a bit cold outside at night, and Li Zheng went out to open the door with his coat on. Wasn't that Zhou Meng and Zhou Hao? But when he looked again, he saw a man who looked like a Confucian scholar in his 30s. The man was wearing ordinary people's clothes. Although the material was very good, Li Zheng could not tell his identity. Why are you two here? Haha, Li Zheng, the county lord is coming to visit you today. We are just taking advantage of him. Li Zheng was stunned. This was Cui Mu, a member of the Cui family's collateral branch, the magistrate of Qinghe County. It just looks ordinary. Greetings, county master. Cui Mu looked at the boy named Li Zheng, who was about 15 years old with a young face, but he could still vaguely see his character. His eyes are bright, and he is neither humble nor arrogant. You can tell at first glance that he is a confident person. Cui Mu was also wondering where Li Zheng's background and confidence came from. His younger brother Cui Mu was a direct descendant of the Cui family, and he was not so confident when he was Li Zheng's age. Not simple, not ordinary. Haha, Li Zheng, you did a good job. I came here today to thank you. Li Zheng smiled and said, no need to thank me. Your Excellency is willing to visit my humble home. It makes my humble courtyard shine. Please come in. Wang and her 2 children had fallen asleep, so Li Huai naturally became the one who boiled and poured water. With Zhou Meng and Zhou Hao superiors around, they naturally couldn't be allowed to drink. However, after these 2 guys entered Li Zheng's house, they kept staring at the rows of cabbages behind Li Zheng. Cui Mu was even more frightened when he saw those cabbages. Li Zheng, don't you store your cabbages in the cellar? Li Zheng waved his hand. Our house has just been renovated and we don't have a cellar yet. This year has been a bad year, and we've been in dire straits lately. There's really no other way, so I'm exchanging my rations for money. Cui Mu frowned. This kid wasn't telling the truth. He was in great difficulty and could only survive by stuttering. Yet you were able to repair the house and even expand it. Don't think I don't know this news. No one in Qinghe County could match Cui Ning's ability to gather information. The various spies that Cui had planted here had already revealed everything. So Cui Mu also knew these things. Haha, Li Zheng, you have so many cabbages at home. Aren't you afraid they'll go bad if you put them here? Li Zheng smiled and said, County Master, I have no choice but to sell as much as I can. This sentence made Cui Mu feel something was strange. After a moment of her sigh, Li Zheng said seriously, the County Master came here today not just to reward me, right? Cui Mu smiled faintly. Tell me, little bastard, how did you manage to capture a pirate as vicious as Chiu Ranka? Cui Mu heard Zhou Meng and Zhou Hao talk about this incident, but Zhou Meng and Zhou Hao had not seen what happened at the time, so only the parties involved could explain it clearly. Cui Mu did not intend to embezzle the credit for himself. Whoever it belonged to him. What's more, Cui Mu really wanted to know where Li Zheng got the courage to go against the Song family. Li Zheng smiled faintly. County Master, do you really want to know how I caught the pirates? Haha, I not only want to know how you caught the pirates, but also what happened that night. He wanted to hear Li Zheng tell what happened that night in person. Li Zheng felt that the time had come. Cui Mu's intention was to completely destroy the Song family clan. That night wasn't a big deal. On the day Song Li resigned from his position as a captain, there were rumors that he was going to Dengzhou to develop his career. This person is very petty. My uncles have suffered a lot because of him. I made some preparations in advance. My family is full of women and children. If they really want to kill people, I have no way to stop them. So, I made some traps. Cui Mu was stunned. Most people would choose to escape first when faced with such pressure. If Li Zheng had escaped with his family at that time, Song Li would have been able to use his connections to accuse Li Zheng of resisting arrest or even rebelling and attack him openly. Song Li had done a lot of things like this before. I see there are over 40 bodies in total. Haha, we're all over 40 people trapped and killed in a trap. Cui Mu's eyes were burning as he stared at Li Zheng. Li Zheng felt that this man's eyes were too aggressive. Shrugging his shoulders, Li Zheng said helplessly, the 2 officials must have told the county magistrate about what happened that night. I was well prepared and didn't dare to sleep at night. Later in the night, I heard strange noises coming from outside the door. For some reason, these 2 groups started fighting. Li Zheng himself was helpless, and Cui Mu was even more stunned. They fought. The pirates and bandits all wanted to kill Li Zheng, so they started fighting. What was the reason for this? Zhou Meng and Zhou Hao found an opportunity and whispered, County Master, the pirates confessed that they thought the people across the Qingshui River Bridge were the guards hired by Li Zheng. Those bandits also mistook the pirates for Li Zheng's men. When Cui Mu heard this, a strange picture instantly appeared in his mind. In that scene, Two groups of people were fighting continuously, and Li Zheng, who knew he was in danger and was already prepared, was watching the fight between the two groups in the yard, stunned. Oh, maybe this is what God wants. Chapter 73. Rules are made by people. Chuemu had no other thoughts. This was simply too much of a coincidence. The coincidence reached a certain level, and he even thought that someone was manipulating it behind the scenes. Throughout history, he was well-read and had seen countless coincidences, big and small, but none so shocking. On the brink of life and death, you find that your enemies are fighting with another group of enemies? Li Zheng smiled and said, County Master, my cabbage and radish are good, right? Chuemu smiled, his eyes brightening. Yeah, that's right. I came here today just to ask you, what kind of vegetable is that red thing? I've eaten a lot of vegetables and fruits since I was a child, but I've never seen that thing. Li Zheng did not answer directly, but instead gave an incomprehensible smile. It would be strange if you had ever seen a carrot. If we follow the trajectory of historical development, it would take at least several hundred years for this thing to be introduced into the Chinese nation. Just eat in advance, and you will also like to ask, that thing is called carrot. Do you like it, County Master? It was obvious that he was going to give a gift. Chuemu was stunned for a moment. This kid, although young, had so many tricks. Li Zheng, a child of your age, should study hard and take the imperial examinations instead of spending all day thinking about eating and giving gifts. Carrots are delicious, and I really like them too. But you should do something that is good for your family. Chuemu talked a lot at this time. He didn't know why, but when he saw Li Zheng for the first time, he felt a sense of familiarity. In other words, this kid is not annoying at all. Li Zheng didn't care about that. Since you like it, eat more. Take some back with you today. No, let's stop this for now. You must not place those traps in your yard carelessly anymore. Zhou Meng and Zhou Hao said they're deadly and bloody. If they accidentally hurt someone, it's going to be tough. Even if they don't hurt anyone, it's still wrong to hurt the flowers and plants. Li Zheng's face turned dark. Are you Tang Monk? In a few days, you will be asked to appear before the county government office to give your testimony. Don't worry, the county has already reported this bearded man's contributions to you. Although he said that it had been reported, Li Zheng actually knew that in the Tang dynasty, it was extremely troublesome to report an achievement, and generally reports were made to Chang'an once a quarter. No, those achievements are just empty names. Besides, County Master, think about it. If a young man like me, who can barely lift a finger, is given such great achievements, people will think I'm a martial arts expert. If people come to me every day, I'll be in trouble. Besides, this credit is really of no use to me. It would be better for the county magistrate to accept it himself. The county magistrate has benefited the people of this area and has made great contributions. It's not too much for a bearded guest to accept it. Li Zheng doesn't look slick, but his words are full of mysteries. Chuemu looked at this young face and didn't regard him as a child at all, but as a person of the same age as himself. This officer does not lack this merit. Even a mosquito-sized piece of meat is meat. For adults, this thing exists now and will certainly exist in the future. Naturally, there is no shortage of it. But think about it. If I want this thing, it will only be a burden and very troublesome. It's better to give it to the county lord, Chuemu didn't dare to accept the challenge, so he could only let it go and not mention it again. Li Zheng didn't respond either. Are you kidding? That's the bearded man. Li Jing was not a person who just sat there to do nothing. There were two military gods in the Tang dynasty. One was Li Jing, and the other was Li Er, the emperor of the Tang dynasty. You killed Li Jing's brother and still want to be praised for your achievements in the court. Aren't you seeking death? If Li Zheng got this achievement, within half a year, someone would come to him and shout at him to fight him in a duel or to chop him down. Or Li Jing's men came to this small Qinghe county and tortured you in various ways. Anyway, that kind of person in the Tang dynasty was like a god to an ordinary citizen. Li Zheng was not afraid, but weren't Li Zheng's family members afraid? This is not advisable. Li Zheng also knew the reason why Chuemu didn't want it. This kind of credit is too hot to handle. Whoever gets it will own it. If he dares to accept it, the Chui family and Li Jing will become enemies. Looking at Chuemu's expression, Li Zheng knew that this might be one of the few achievements in the history of the Tang dynasty that had not been taken away by others. It might be buried in the files for decades, and no one will want to take it away. When Li Jing is gone, someone might claim him and receive the reward. But as long as Li Jing is alive, no one dares to accept it. Your Excellency, where is this bearded man now? You should ask Zhou Meng and Zhou Hao about this. Zhou Hao bowed and said, Young man from the Li family, This bearded man is currently in the death row at the county government office. He'll be executed in the autumn. That's good, that's good. This man is extremely vicious and even eats people. We can't let him stay. Li Zheng is adding fuel to the fire. Any beheading in any part of the Tang dynasty had to be reported to Chang'an and signed and sealed by Li Er himself before it could take effect. In other words, whether this bearded man reports the matter or not is a different matter now. Perhaps the only thing Cui Mu could do was to keep the bearded guest in custody and leave all the difficulties to his superiors. After all, the one who would solve the problem in the end would definitely be the current emperor. Cui Mu's face darkened, and he sighed silently in his heart. This kid is very smart. Li Zheng, it's time for me to leave. After today, just do what you should do. Li Zheng stood up, bowed, and said, "Thank you, Your Excellency. Do what you should do. That is to say, when you sell vegetables in Qinghe County in the future, no one will bother you." With this guarantee, Li Zheng felt relieved that the vegetables were not given away in vain. Standing at the door of Li Zheng's house, Cui Mu looked up at the Qingshui River and sighed. I never thought such a tragic battle could happen in the small Qingshui River. County Master, why don't you leave? Zhou Meng asked cautiously. Cui Mu smiled faintly. No hurry, I'll take a look. Look again? What to look at? Zhou Meng and Zhou Hao scratched their heads. Actually, what's so beautiful about Cui Mu? Isn't Qingshui River just a small river running through the city? What's so beautiful about the moonlight? What's so beautiful about the waning moon? Is the outer city quiet? What's so good about being so deserted? Li Zheng was watching the three people standing beside the big willow tree from behind the door. He waited for a while before slowly pushing the door open. What was Cui Mu looking at? He was not looking at anything. He was waiting for Li Zheng to come out and give him something. You may say no with your mouth, but your body is honest. Li Zheng has seen this kind of unspoken rule many times in later TV dramas. Oh, County Master, I knew you wouldn't have gone far. It just so happens that I just got some vegetables and other things. Don't be polite, County Master. Cui Mu frowned. I said, this is not allowed and it is not in accordance with the rules. Hey, rules are made by people. Chapter 74, the building collapsed. Little guy, this is not good. Hey, what's wrong with it? This dish is so fresh. The county lord is also a human being and needs to eat. Take it back and try it. You can tell me later that this is the county lord's favorite dish. Haha. While Li Zheng was speaking, Cui Mu's head grew bigger. Now he is in a dilemma whether to accept the cabbage or radish or not. Just now he wanted to ask Li Zheng to buy some more, but when he heard that Li Zheng was so slick at such a young age, he wanted to give Li Zheng a chance to give him a gift. Now, accepting it means that Li Zheng can sell vegetables openly under his name in the future. I won't take it. Someone has already taken it out. What's more, Cui Ning really likes to eat. Please take it for the county lord. I won't see you off. Li Zheng threw the things to Zhou Meng and Zhou Hao, then went straight into the yard and returned to the house. As for what you do, that's none of my business. Cui Mu now discovered a problem. Although Li Zheng was young, from the moment he entered the room and started talking, this little guy slowly reversed the difference in status and actually took the initiative. The most important thing is that when it comes to the matter of the bearded guest, although Li Zheng is young, he is not confused at all. This kind of response is simply the standard routine among officials. This last gift was even more subtle and effective, and Cui Mu remained calm, as did Li Zheng, and they appeared at the right time. The more Cui Mu thought about it along the way, the more interesting it became. Starting tomorrow, you two will conduct a thorough investigation. No bullying or bullying will occur in the county. Yes, and those grain merchants, tell them to open their warehouses and sell grain. Food is already in short supply. This year's harvest was barren, and they can't survive without it. Are they letting ghosts eat their grain? Yes. Early in the morning, before daybreak, Li Zheng woke up. I drank a sip of spring water and washed my face, and I felt refreshed immediately. The corn in the 3 acres of land behind me is also ripe. Li Zhen smilat finally, arvast. After a series of sporadic sounds came from the system, the warehouse was filled with corn cobs. The harvest is complete, a total of 3,600 kilograms. The corn yield has reached its peak at this time, which is the characteristic of corn as a crop. 3,600 kilograms is not a small amount. Plant 3 acres of rice. Now that we have more vegetables, we need more food. In the second half of the year, when food became increasingly scarce, Li Zheng planned to ask his relatives to open a grain shop to sell grain. After all, food is a basic necessity that every household needs. Li Huai also got up and was cleaning the yard. When Li Dan and Li Qing were pulled up by Li Zheng to do radio gymnastics, they were still drooling. Brother, I want to eat corn. I want corn on the cob, too. Li Zheng nodded and said, You can eat if you want, but do your radio gymnastics well. In an instant, Li Dan and Li Qing adjusted their attitudes. When they heard that there was something delicious to eat, everything naturally became different. Wang Qian and Wang Dong began distributing the cabbages. After they finished, they said to Li Zheng, Nephew, our cabbages are selling out too quickly. I'm afraid there aren't many left. Li Zheng smiled and said, Don't worry, there's more. Wang Qian was anxious. Xiao Zheng, don't lie to your uncle. The cabbages are all gone. Even if we sell them for money, where will we buy food in the future? Yes, cabbage can at least satisfy hunger. Those grain merchants are closed, and if there's no grain to buy, we will still starve to death. Li Zheng smiled and said, My two uncles are right. But don't worry, I still have some food here. I will continue to sell the cabbages, and I will have other vegetables later. Li Zheng can now almost imagine that if his vegetables are sold from Qinghe County to the whole Datong in 2 years, will there be people standing in their own houses, looking in the direction of Qinghe County, eating delicious dishes, drinking delicious sake, and sighing? If it weren't for the king of vegetables, how could there be such a good feast? In Li Zheng's impression, the title of Vegetable King is on the same level as the king of leather shoes, the king of glue, and the king of toilet paper. We must not leave behind such a reputation. At breakfast, Li Huai still hadn't changed his bad habits. He would wolf down the food as soon as he saw it. He is of the same character as Wang Qian and Wang Dong before. Wang Qian smiled and said, Li Huai, why are you in such a hurry to eat, little guy? You should chew your food slowly and thoroughly. Wang Dong was stunned. How dare his elder brother criticize others? Look at you. There are 2 corn cobs in front of you. Are you going to let others eat them? You have robbed so much yourself, and you still have the nerve to talk about other people's children. This child must have been led astray by you. In Qinghe County, not everyone can enjoy this pleasant breakfast. In a newly stabilized Tang dynasty, not many people could have a good breakfast. Not to mention far away, even in the Song family mansion, no one had the appetite to eat. Grandpa is dead. We must unite and not let the Song family's foundation be wasted like this. Grandpa is gone. What else can we rely on? We don't even know how to do business. Humph. I told you to cherish it on weekdays, but you all went to Dangzhou and became uneducated and only knew how to spend money on wine and women. See, the pillars of the family are gone. You're all really useless. Everyone was arguing. There are always some troubles in small clans. The Song clan is considered to be relatively large in Qinghe County, but it is only equivalent to a large family in a rural area in later generations. In Dangzhou, or Yizhou, or even larger places, such clans are only in the initial stage. During the Northern and Southern dynasties, and the Wei and Jin dynasties, there were countless clans like this. There was no other way but to stick together in troubled times. Survival was the key. Among them, those who continued to develop and survive were all giants who could influence the historical course of an entire country and nation, and even control the royal power in the feudal era. The first step in the Song family's vast ideal is to cultivate talents. But talents are not so easy to cultivate, and these playboys are simply not worthy of being on the stage. In a place like Dangzhou, the Song family members have already lost themselves, let alone the future. Song Yang had a head full of white hair and looked half dead. Today, the Wu family came to discuss business again. This time, there was no more shouting and cursing among the Song family members. They know that if they don't quickly convert their business into money, they may not have the chance to make this money in the future. Every day of delay means less money, and the Song family cannot afford such consumption. The grain merchants in the city seem to have heard the news. Although they opened their doors to welcome customers, when faced with people asking for prices, they all said in unison that they had no grain. The absence of food means that you cannot buy it, even if you spend money. The price of food is still a few cents per bushel, but you just cannot buy it. Chapter 75, Foodie Master Wu. As Zhou Meng and Zhou Hao were patrolling the streets, they watched this scene with worry in their eyes. Their current salary is rice plus silver. Although the rice is enough to eat and the silver can ensure that the family has enough food and clothing. But this is the case for their family. What about others? Brother, I remember the worried look on the county magistrate's face last night. It seems that these grain merchants are really going to raise the price. Hey, wasn't it like this before? If the new emperor hadn't issued a strict order not to raise prices arbitrarily after ascending the throne, I'm afraid grain prices would have skyrocketed by now. God damn it, this drought is really unbearable. Those who make money from disasters deserve to die. The two brothers sighed, and several people shouted loudly beside them. Cabbage, fresh cabbage. Cabbage, cabbage as white as emerald. When the two turned around, they realized that these people were Li Zheng's relatives. They smiled at each other and said, I wonder what Li Zheng will do. Brother, I think that little guy Li Zheng must want to sell vegetables for money to buy food. We have to tell him where we can buy food now. Okay, find some time to go over and ask him about his plans. When Gao Yang and Wu Qing came back, they looked tired, but they went straight to Li Zheng's house without stopping. Li Zheng, who was trying to fish by the river, saw the carriage slowly approaching and knew that Gao Yang had returned. After getting up, he saw Gao Yang, who was dusty and had a greasy face, and Wu Qing, who had woken up but had a dazed look in his eyes. The two came to their senses, got out of the car, and saw Li Zheng walking towards them, and suddenly smiled. How about it? Li Zheng's eyes flickered. This link was crucial. If Cui Mu had only taken action to discipline the Song family clan, those people might have just been sent down to earth, and some people would have been punished. However, as long as someone in the provincial government takes action, I am afraid that no one in the Song family will be able to raise their heads in the future. There are naturally innocent people in the Song family, but that's none of my business. Since you rely on your power to bully others, you should have thought about this day. Even if some of them are innocent, every penny they spend is earned through the blood and sweat of others. Aren't those people innocent? Teacher Mao once said that the primitive accumulation of capital is bloody and brutal. No one in the Song family's rise to prominence was innocent. When the avalanche happened, no one with the surname Song was innocent. Sir, the officials in the state capital have already learned about the Song family's affairs, and they have already begun to take action. Now that these people from the provincial government have taken action, the Song family naturally has no chance. After it was confirmed, no one would bother to save these dead people. Li Zheng, you know what? Your cabbages and radishes are simply amazing. Wu Qing sighed and said with a smile, Not today. You have to buy us a drink. Li Zheng waved his hand. It's just a drink. What's the best place in Qinghe County? What do you want to eat? Just tell me. At this time, Wu Qing smiled lightly. Those things are all tacky. I just want to know if there are any better delicacies here. Little friend Li Zheng. Wu Qing is a foodie. It was obvious that he had been thinking about it for a long time. Li Zheng smiled faintly. Huh, so you're waiting here. Well, I'll cook for you two myself today. Haha, then I'll take advantage of Master Wu. Thank you for your hard work, sir. Then I'll have to trouble you, my friend. When the two left, Li Zheng also had to start preparing today's meal. The reason for fishing today is to eat fish, but the drought this year is severe and there are too few fish. Some fish burrowed into the mud, some died directly, and some were caught and became substitutes for food and have long since turned into feces to nourish the earth. Li Huai, go to the city. After Li Huai packed up his things, he ran out. Li Zheng smiled and said, Go to the city today and buy some things. Li Zheng gave Li Huai 1,000 coins, and in an instant, Li Huai's eyes widened. Master, what do you want to buy? Why are you giving me so much? Chicken, duck, fish, and goose. If you have any, bring one too. Also pork, 1 pound each of fat and lean, and 2 pounds of spare ribs. Li Zheng said a lot of things in a row. In fact, Li Zheng really wanted to eat kelp. After all, his home was not far from the beach. But it was too late to look for kelp now. I could only wait until I went to the beach another day and bring back some kelp. In the Tang dynasty, no one ate kelp. It was generally used to feed pigs. The ancients did not know its nutritional value, so they naturally threw it away, wasting it. In Qinghe County alone, Li Zheng saw many people with big necks. These people were all living by the sea, so eating fish was considered normal. If we were in the interior of the Tang dynasty, in the center of the land, there would probably be even more big necks. With kelp, why would they worry about having a thick neck? After going to the beach, he had to find a way to get some sea salt. The salt in the Tang dynasty was too rough, so Li Zheng had to purify it every time he bought it so that he could get the refined salt of later generations. Wang felt distressed when she saw Li Zheng purifying the salt. Salt was so scarce now, and you were still wasting it. It was enough to have some to eat. But Li Zheng can't think like that. If he wants to eat, he must eat good food. We should not let our families suffer injustice. Wang Qian and Wang Dong set out before noon. They both promised that they could bring back the kelp described by Li Zheng. Li Zheng decided to let them try. By the way, if you have the chance, bring back a large piece of the salt or from the seashore. Xiao Zheng, the salt mine is poisonous. People will die if they eat it. Li Zheng smiled faintly. It's okay, it's okay. They just don't know how to use it. Don't worry. Wang Qian and Wang Dong no longer doubt Li Zheng's decision. Whatever Xiao Zheng said was right. If their nephew was wrong, then who was right? Wang Qian and Wang Dong drove the rumbling ox cart towards the outside of the city. Li Dan and Li Qing felt a little dizzy. Brother, what is this X? That's an unknown. But brother, you can just use subtraction to figure it out. Why make it so complicated? This problem is simple now, and the unknowns naturally seem useless. But later, as the numbers and unknowns increase, your little brains won't be enough, so you'll have to use the unknowns to solve it. This is the magic of mathematics. The seemingly critical numbers sometimes do not necessarily need to be calculated. The two little guys don't quite understand this yet. But what my brother said was right. A gentle breeze blew, and Li Zheng smelled a wet and salty scent. The ocean monsoon is coming. Chapter 76, Shocking Craftsmanship. Wu Qing didn't know how Li Zheng's craftsmanship was known. He thought it must have been revealed when Arya and her mother were talking, and it accidentally reached Gao Liang's ears. Along the way, Gao Liang and Wu Qing might have mentioned it inadvertently when they were chatting. The kelp and rock minerals were all returned, but Wu Qing and Gao Liang stared at Li Zheng's actions with puzzled expressions. Especially when faced with something like kelp, the two of them looked puzzled. What? You don't recognize this thing? Li Zheng asked with a smile. Gao Liang didn't dare to answer. Wu Qing stroked his beard and said, Haha, my friend, I know this thing. People on the coast think it's seaweed, used to feed pigs. The old man didn't give Li Zheng any face, but Li Zheng didn't worry about it. That's because they don't have enough experience. Hey, this is called kelp. It's a naturally good thing. The food made from it is so nourishing. You two have some wine and wait. Gao Yang and Wu Qing were even more confused when the clanging sounds were heard. What is this for? Salt mines? The salt mines by the sea are all damn poisonous. Hiss. The two men didn't dare to ask or say anything. They could only watch Li Zheng hammering on the stones like a blacksmith, smiling from time to time. Why did that smile look so weird? And what's wrong with that servant boy? Why does he have to look at Wu Qing and Gao Yang for no reason? Shall we go first? That's what I thought. As soon as their buttocks moved, a child's voice was heard, interrupting their actions. Brother, are you going to make salt again? Li Dan's voice came, and Li Zheng turned around and smiled. This time it's different. Go over there and get the fine cloth. Okay. Looking at Li Dan running, Gao Yang and Wu Qing sat down at the same time. It seemed that this was not the first time Li Zheng did such a thing. Suddenly, Gao Yang gasped. Li Zheng was indeed a master. He could actually make salt, and it was real refined salt. When he was having dinner at Li Zheng's house before, what he saw was refined salt. How could ordinary people afford refined salt now? It was a privilege for rich people. Master Wu, I seem to have figured out a way to make a fortune. TSK. We too see things in much the same way. With such wisdom, it's no wonder that Manager Gao respects young friend Li Zheng so much and calls him sir. It's not an exaggeration at all. Why don't we ask later? If it's possible, Master Wu's family must have had this idea. Should we go together? If Wu Qing knew the method of making salt, he would definitely leave Gao Liang and do it alone. But making salt does not seem to be that simple. In addition, after Wu Qing became familiar with Gao Liang again along the way, the two had long been inseparable. Why go it alone when you can do it together? I think it's okay. Manager Gao, this depends on you. If you tell Mr. Li Zheng, he will definitely tell you. But if I ask, he may not tell me. Gao Liang smiled bitterly. I don't know either. I've only been with you for a short time, so I'm afraid it might be a little difficult. As he spoke, Li Zheng had already prepared the filtering materials. All that was left was to wait until the water boiled and enough liquid was filtered and then condensed. There is still a lot of salt at home, enough. What are you two talking about? Li Zheng discovered two people whispering. Nothing, just some interesting things about Deng Zhou. Oh, then tell us about it. Li Zheng smiled mysteriously. Could it be something that happened in the brothel? As soon as Li Jingyi finished speaking, Wu Qing's face flushed. Young master, how did you know? Gao Yang was even more stunned. Then he held his stomach and laughed out loud. After finishing his business, Wu Qing did go to the brothel to listen to music. Whether he was listening to music or doing something else, only God knows. His nose turned red, and he kept silent with his head down. Gao Yang and Li Zheng were left looking at each other. When the food came, Wu Qing and Gao Yang only stared at one dish. Where did the kelp go? The two looked at Li Zheng in confusion, and then looked at the two greedy little guys beside him. Li Dan and Li Qing knew that they couldn't eat first because there were outsiders present, so they could only put their hands behind their backs and look at Li Zheng eagerly. Li Zheng smiled faintly. Let the guests move first. The whole family sits together to eat, never distinguishing between each other. This is a unique rule in Li Zheng's family. Wang, Li Zheng, Li Dan, Li Qing, Li Huai, and then Gao Liang and Wu Qing, the two guests, gathered around the table. Wang smiled and said, "Guests, please move first." Gao Yang and Wu Qing smiled and said, "Thank you very much. We won't be polite then." Li Zheng smiled and said, "The kelp is in here. Pork ribs and kelp soup." When the lid was opened, the fragrance from the earthenware jar filled their noses. In an instant, Li Dan and Li Qing couldn't close their mouths, and their saliva flowed 3,000 feet. But they had no choice but to let the guests go first. Gao Yang and Wu Qing were stunned. "Is this the kelp?" "Yes, it's this black one. I cut it into shreds. It smells so good, my dear Li Zheng. Your cooking skills are really good." Gao Yang looked at Li Zheng at this time. "Sir, why is this dish rolling in the pot?" Li Zhen lauga dumbly. Gao Yang didn't even know how to cook. "Haha, this is for cooking with oil. I asked Li Huai to buy some pig skin to make lard. This oil can be used for cooking, and the taste is extremely mellow." Wu Qing's appetite was tingling. "Is there such a way to eat it?" "That's not true. It's just that everyone in the Tang dynasty knows how to steam and cook, but no one has ever tried it. This is just lard. I want to try to make some oil from plants in the future. That will be more fragrant." Wu Qing and Gao Yang were not polite either. They poured the pork rib soup and put the spoon into their mouths. In an instant, their eyes widened. The tongue in the mouth seemed to be stirring frantically, savoring the flavor of the soup. Pork rib soup. The focus is not the ribs nor the kelp, but the soup. Of course, kelp tastes better than pork ribs. The soup combines the freshness of seafood and the gravy of pork ribs, making it a dish suitable for all ages. This move even shocked Wang. "Xiao Zheng, it's delicious. Where did you learn how to make it?" Wang asked a question. Li Zheng never cooks when he's at home, and he only started recently. "I've never seen Xiao Zheng cook before, so this skill is too?" Li Zheng smiled mysteriously. "Mother, I can't tell you this." After Li Zheng finished speaking, he looked up at the sky, and Wang stopped asking questions in an instant. "That's the ability of gods. You can't ask, you can't ask." The kelp and pork ribs soup surprised Wu Qing and Gao Liang to the extreme. Then, Li Zheng pointed at the black thing wrapped in something and slapped it away. Gao Liang and Wu Qing's nostrils flared rapidly. "What's this?" "Sir, this craftsmanship is amazing." "Haha, this is beggar's chicken." Chapter 77, adding insult to injury. Beggar's chicken? Wu Qing and Gao Liang were both sweating. Why were everything so strange today? Wu Qing had no scruples and reached out to grab him, but Gao Liang couldn't do it. Looking at the fragrant chicken meat revealed after peeling off the charcoal shell, I still couldn't bring myself to eat it. But at this time, Li Dan and Li Qing had already started eating. They each had a chicken wing. Their hands and faces were covered in oil. They smacked their lips as if to say, "How delicious." Gao Yang couldn't help it. "Sir, after today, I'm afraid I won't be able to eat anything else." After saying that, Gao Yang also joined the battlefield. The dishes on the table were very special, but in the end, there was not a single dish left. One was very satisfied. Today was the first time that everyone had eaten everything. Li Dan and Li Qing naturally took out the bones and fed them to the dog. As for the fishbone, it was naturally fed to the cat. Sitting in the yard, Wu Qing patted his belly and said, "Young master, today I finally realized that there are such delicious things in the world." Don't think I look calm just now. I was already feeling very comfortable inside. Manager Gao was a bit behind me. Look at him, he's still not satisfied. Gao Yang curled his lips and smiled. "Old Wu, you're still scolding me. Just now, when I wanted to eat that chicken breast, you were the one who fought with me the most." After the two left, Li Zheng began to count today's profits. After Wang Qian and Wang Dong counted them, they put them on the table. 3,000 coins. That's about right. We will need to buy a lot of land in the future, and there will be more and more people, so it will not be possible without money. Before, if I took out too many vegetables, I would be targeted. But now, in the entire county, I am probably the safest vegetable merchant. No, this is not called a vegetable merchant. This is called exchanging surplus goods for money. I immediately enter the system. The rice I planted last night should be harvested. Shouldn't 1 acre of land yield 1,000 kilograms? As soon as the thought came to his mind, ripples appeared in the system. Li Zhang's eyes blurred and the ripe rice disappeared in an instant. Instead, there was a huge warehouse full of white rice. Direct finished product. We harvested 3,000 kilograms of rice from this planting. Continue to plant 3 acres of rice. Planting is complete, and there are only 14 hours left until the crops mature. After doing all this, Li Zhang took a sip of the sweet spring water and felt refreshed. Watering. Exterminating pests. In an instant, the 3 acres of black soil seemed to be swept by something. A breeze appeared inexplicably, and then the extremely tall weeds and the fat green insects lying on the tender shoots disappeared completely in an instant. You can't raise chickens in this system yet. Otherwise, they'll be ready to fly. There's no need to bother watering or pest control. Not only will they have roosters crowing at dawn, but they'll also be well fed. He was cleaning his house. Now the cabbage in the house was almost gone. He used to eat several hundred kilograms a day. Originally, there were only 5,000 kilograms, but now it was estimated that there was only enough for 3 days. Wang Qian and Wang Dong arranged 5 people, including Wang Shan, Wang Hai, and the 3 brothers Wang Wu. Each of them ate 20 cabbages a day, which was actually very fast. The days passed quickly, but for the Song family, it was torture. Early in the morning, people from the state government came. This person was not an imperial envoy, nor a superior, but a group of strange people. They were wearing the uniforms of officials, but did not have any seals. Who are you? Facing these people, the servants of the Song family did not dare to say a word and asked cautiously. Dozens of people rushed into the Song clan's residence. Qinghe County is also within Dengzhou. Why? Our Dengzhou officials can't enforce the law here. The officials from Dengzhou can certainly enforce the law in Qinghe County. After all matters big and small in Qinghe County, especially the work matters of the officials, must be reported to them. The governor of Dengzhou has issued an order. The Song family has brought disaster to the region and committed numerous crimes. Effective today, their property will be confiscated and an investigation will be ordered. All personnel will be imprisoned. No resistance is allowed. Those who violate this order will be reported to the emperor. As he spoke, an indescribable smile appeared on the man's knife-like face. Come here, arrest them. Anyone who resists will be killed on the spot. Yes, the officers from Dengzhou are soldiers, real soldiers, while the officers from Qinghe County are just the operatives and arresters in the yamen. They are not on the same level at all. The Song family was in chaos today. Some are crying, some are wailing, and some are being carried out of the courtyard by strangers, with feces and urine all flowing down. The onlookers stood far away from the Song family clan. Some of them gnashed their teeth, some had joy on their faces, and some cried bitterly. Those who gnashed their teeth hated the Song family to the core. They had suffered a lot and became victims of the Song family's rise. Naturally, whenever they saw the Song family, they would grit their teeth. The joy on their faces was a feeling of great satisfaction. The Song family had bullied men and women and done all kinds of bad things, and finally they were punished. God had eyes, and they felt so relieved. Those who cried bitterly were naturally not crying for the Song family, but for those who had been killed by the Song family in the past. At first, people were standing far away, their normal activities stopped, and they just watched. Not long after, everything suddenly changed. Someone shouted, "It's good that the Song family dies. The Song family deserves death." In an instant, a stone caused 1,000 ripples, and all kinds of shouts of condemnation rose one after another, echoing for a long time. Chui Mu also rushed over. He had not received any orders from his superiors, but the identities of these people were obviously not fake. He looked at the people's reactions and the distraught looks of the Song family, and a smile appeared on his face. All that remains is to provide evidence. By providing evidence on this link, he can wipe out the Song family clan completely. Master Wu stood beside Chui Mu with a serious expression, but he was pretending. In fact, he was very happy in his heart. With the Song family gone, it would be the turn of the Wu family to take over. Clan succession is a strange game. This game cannot be played without money, power, background, and opportunity. If an ordinary person wants to get involved, the result will most likely be death. Haven't you seen that from the Wei and Jin dynasties to the present, the only ones who can survive are the wealthy and powerful families? Were they wealthy and powerful families from the beginning? Obviously not. As more and more people gathered around, some naturally started spitting and throwing stones. Qinghe County is extremely bustling today. Li Zheng started arranging for Li Huai to learn business from Gao Liang early in the morning. It didn't matter how to do business, but the Li family's cloth business must be taken over. Fulfill my father's dying wish and give an explanation to Wang. After noon, Li Zheng jumped up and entered the system. 14 hours had passed. System upgraded. Chapter 78, full of business. When you open the system, the golden rice in the 3 acres of land catches your eye. Harvest. In an instant, 3,000 kilograms of rice appeared in the system warehouse, right in front of everyone's eyes. The white color filled people's appetite, and the subtle fragrance emitted by the rice was simply the most satisfying taste. At the same time, a strange mechanical sound came from the system, and then Li Zheng saw an astonishing scene. There was originally only one mouthful of spring water, but now there are two. Two streams of water slowly emerged from the well, just like Baodu's spring. Li Zheng muttered silently, "Water it." The two streams of water seemed to be drawn by something. After gurgling out, they formed two water lines as thick as fingers in the air. There was no sound of splashing, only the gurgling sound when the water entered the ground and combined with the dry soil. In front of Li Zheng, the black soil also became extremely fertile. This time, there were not only strange little flowers on the land, but also some unknown weeds growing against the wind, forming a natural fence that surrounded the 3 acres of land. Buy an acre of land. Now that you have upgraded, you need to continue purchasing land. 10,000 copper coins, I have them. The gray mist disappeared, and the 3 acres of land that was originally in the shape of a Chinese character now became the shape of a Chinese character. It was magical and wonderful. Plant 4 acres of wheat. We have rice, but we also need pasta and wheat. In northern regions, wheat is sometimes more important than rice. Looking up at the system level, for big words came into view. There was also an experience bar next to it, and the number on it made Li Zheng worried. So much experience is needed to advance from level 4 to level 5. Upgrading the super farm system from level 4 to level 5 requires a full 1,000 experience points. Li Zheng understood in an instant that it would take him a long time to use these 4 acres of land, and there is no need to rush. The next step is to accumulate experience and store food. From today on, start caring about food and vegetables, caring about the land and experience. Facing the system, no matter the season, it is spring. With the arrival of autumn, the afternoons are no longer so hot. A cool breeze blows from time to time, and there is no longer the previous heat. Wu Qing and Gao Liang came again, but this time they didn't come at dinner time. Li Dan grabbed the leaf on Li Zheng's face and picked it up. When he looked back, everything turned pink. Brother, look at the bugs on that tree. When a severe drought comes, many insects choose various ways to adapt to the environment. Now, the monsoon on the ocean begins to change its direction, and when the rainy season comes, they come out one by one. Those who survive want to continue to reproduce, and those who do not survive can only become soil and carry other insects to reproduce. Li Dan was holding a big bug in his hand. It was fat and green and looked very much like the big fat bug in the soil in the system. Where did you get it? Brother, it fell from the tree by itself. Li Zheng looked up and immediately understood what was happening. The sycamore tree was full of these insects. Humans certainly cannot eat these bugs, but cats and dogs can eat them. Mixing them into their food will provide the best protein. Come on, let's catch bugs together. Gao Yang and Wu Qing stood aside, just laughing heartily but not saying anything. Li Zheng took Li Dan and Li Qing to catch insects on the tree. Soon they caught a whole basin full of wriggling green insects that were fresh, tender, and juicy. Young sir, why do you have to catch these bugs? Gao Yang couldn't help it. He saw that Li Zheng didn't have any chickens, ducks, geese, or anything like that at home. Why do you catch insects like this? And in the basin, it's so full that it looks a bit uncomfortable. Li Zheng smiled faintly. Manager Gao, you don't know this. This is really good stuff, so tender and plump. Just imagine the juice in your mouth. TSK. As soon as Li Zheng opened his mouth, Gao Yang's face turned green, greener than a bug. His mouth trembled. Sir, are you going to eat this bug? Haha, don't you guys want to join us? What a great thing. It must be delicious, Li Zheng said, not forgetting to free one hand from the tree and patting his chest. Trust my cooking skills, okay. The more Li Zheng said this, the uglier Gao Liang's expression became. Eat this. Yeah, why can't I eat it? Gao Yang didn't say anything. His chest was heaving and he was about to vomit. Wu Qing was also feeling uncomfortable at this time. He was knowledgeable and was considered an older man, but when he heard about eating insects, he felt a little uncomfortable. He just wanted to leave here now. Even if anything was delicious to Li Zheng, that thing was a bug. Wu Qing had never eaten insects in his life. Of course, he had never eaten insects on his own initiative. Sometimes, when he couldn't see the insects in the rice, he would accidentally eat them in the bowl. Thinking of the green juice flowing out after the insect exploded, Wu Qing got goosebumps. We both have something we want to ask you, and we'll leave after we're done. Aren't you staying for dinner? Li Zheng pretended to be a little regretful. Today's dinner is definitely going to be a feast. After Li Zheng finished speaking, both Wu Qing and Gao Yang shook their heads like rattles. You can sit for a while, but you won't eat dinner even if you were beaten to death. Li Zheng did not tell them that the insects he was talking about were not for humans to eat, but for cats and dogs. After clapping his hands and coming down from the tree and washing his hands and face, Li Zheng asked, "What's going on with you two today?" Wu Qing bowed and saluted Li Zheng. "Sir, you are so talented." Wu Qing will get straight to the point. "But you can say it. Then I'm shameless." Mr. Li Zheng has unique skills and can make a dish like kelp into a delicious dish, which proves that this kelp is naturally worth eating. Wu Qing's mind was clear. "Sir, are you going to start this kelp business?" When Li Zheng heard this, he immediately understood and laughed. It turned out that this was Wu Qing's idea. Kelp is indeed a business, but it is difficult to promote. For the people of the Tang dynasty, eating and drinking was relatively simple from top to bottom. If you said today that the dignitaries and nobles all ate it, and the way they ate it was very particular, and that it was cheap, then tomorrow countless people would follow suit. While Li Zheng was thinking, he suddenly realized a problem. This year is a disaster year, so it's good enough to have something to eat. If this kelp could be made into food, ordinary people wouldn't care so much. What's more, Li Zheng remembered that there might not be much food next year, and Li Er would even have to mobilize the power of Jiangnan to mobilize food. Haha, if Master will want to do it, just go ahead and do it. Sooner or later, someone will discover the benefits of kelp. Whoever discovers it first will gain the upper hand. Chapter 79, A Wonderful Misunderstanding. Wu Qing smiled and bowed to Li Zheng. If Li Zheng had not used this kelp in cooking for the first time, Wu Qing was afraid that he would never discover the business opportunity in it. The Wu family clan is now rising, but how to sustain it is also a problem. The first thing he thought of was kelp. Once this thing appeared, there were immediately more dishes on the dinner tables of the people of the Tang dynasty. But that kind of stir-frying was not popular, which was a problem. The delicious food I had yesterday might not be enjoyed today. Thinking of the fat appearance of the insects, Wu Qing felt a chill in his heart. He gave Gao Yang a look at this time, and Gao Yang knew that it was time for him to speak. Li Zheng basically understood what the two men meant at this time. Wu Qing and Gao Yang wanted to do the kelp business, and they probably didn't want to miss out on the salt business either. Sure enough, after Gao Yang bowed respectfully, he whispered, "Sir, there is something I want to ask you. Please enlighten me." Gao Yang was too serious, and Li Zheng couldn't help but feel a little surprised. "Manager Gao, please speak. Can edible salt really be refined from the salt mine?" Li Zheng waved his hand, and Li Huai came over. He went to Gao Yang in the morning and came back at noon. Since then, he has been helping Li Zheng collect the crystallized salt particles. At this time, he was holding a bag in his hand, which was full of freshly crystallized salt. When Gao Yang saw what was in the bag, his face suddenly became very interesting. "As expected of you, sir. You are truly a god. Please teach me how to make salt." Li Zheng frowned. "Gao Yang, do you want to serve as an official in the court?" Gao Yang was startled. "That's not the case." "Then why do you want the method of making salt? Do you think you can sell this stuff among the people?" Things like salt and iron are related to the fate of the nation. Next year, or even sooner, they will be in the hands of the Tang dynasty officials. If you start making salt now, you'll be making wedding clothes for others. If the wedding dress is ready, it will be fine. But if someone has any intentions, you will definitely die. Li Zheng clearly remembered that after Li Er ascended the throne, Tang laws were frequently updated. One of the laws was that salt and iron were to be controlled by the Tang dynasty. Even if it was not officially controlled, it had to be controlled by nobles and businessmen. This kind of profit is not something a small businessman like you can touch. Manager Gao, it's not the right time yet. When the opportunity is right in the future, perhaps you can do this business. Gao Yang's face showed dejection, and he sighed. "I was too abrupt, Gao Yang. I never expected this." "Ah, that's fine. You and Master, we should work together to develop the kelp business. Qinghe County is very small. In the entire Tang dynasty, it's just a drop in the ocean. Now, no matter who it is here, if they are too high profile, they will inevitably die." Li Zheng finished speaking and pointed to the sea. The kelp business is viable because it relies not on profit, but on quantity. As for the method of making salt, when you two become influential merchants in the world and can influence the national economy and people's livelihood, you can naturally make it. Then you can sell it at a lower price and let the people of the world benefit. By then, no one can touch you. After Li Zheng finished speaking, the expressions on Gao Yang and Wu Qing's faces were extremely wonderful. At first they were surprised, then they were shocked, and then when they heard the importance of the matter, their faces became solemn, and finally, they were even slightly excited. For men, conquest is the eternal theme. The process of conquest is exciting just to think about, and it is also the driving force for every hero to keep moving forward. Since he decided to do the kelp business, Li Zheng did not hide anything. He cultivated the land himself and had everything he needed. Wu Qing and Gao Liang are different. One is a businessman who travels all over the country, and the other is from a famous clan in Qinghai County. What they want is definitely not as simple as maintaining the status quo or making money. Sir, you said kelp can cure diseases? Kelp can't cure diseases, but it can prevent them. Eating more kelp will prevent people from getting goiter. After Li Zheng finished speaking, Gao Yang's mind started spinning rapidly. When it was time for dinner, Wu Qing and Gao Liang ran out with joy on their faces, feeling relieved that they had survived the disaster. What makes you happy is that you have found a new way to make money. What makes you thankful is that you can run fast, otherwise would you eat the bug or not? After the guests left, Wang Shi suppressed her laughter and said, Xiao Zheng, you didn't explain it to them clearly. Look, all the guests have been scared away. Li Zheng laughed out loud. Mother, these two people want to eat and drink for free again. Haha, I didn't tell them to eat these bugs. They just scared themselves. They have helped us a lot. So what's wrong with letting them eat something? Wang said unhappily. Li Zheng patiently explained, Mother, that's not the case. If they want to eat for free, they can come anytime. But now everything in Qinghai County is just beginning to recover. Without the Song family, it's the time to make great plans. How can that work if they only think about food every day? Anyway, what Li Zheng said was correct. Wang Shi didn't know how to respond. She could only smile and said, Then you should know how to handle it properly. Li Zheng nodded. Li Dan, Li Qing, you two come here. The two little guys have now mashed all the bugs into a paste. These bugs will be poured into the bran and chaff, mixed together, and added with the leftovers from the past few days and fed to the cats and dogs. Li Dan and Li Qing are children. It is impossible for children to be afraid of fleshy insects. Even if they're afraid of things that bite people. When they heard Li Zheng asking them to feed the cat and the dog, the two little guys jumped up instantly. Brother, can I feed the kittens and puppies today? Aren't they going to do something weird? Li Zheng touched Li Dan's head and said, Haha, be careful when you feed the cats and dogs today. Li Dan nodded vigorously. Don't worry, I'll leave it there and leave first. After experiencing the bloody ordeal, the cats and dogs seemed to have returned to normal. Today, Li Zheng saw that the big yellow dog's mood seemed to have stabilized a lot. The big yellow dog spent the whole day yesterday balancing the emotions of the cats and dogs. Especially when Li Zheng's family appeared, the cats and dogs became restless. As the saying goes, once you have tasted meat, you will find it difficult to swallow bran. This is the case with animals such as cats and dogs. Humans are also animals, and it is the same. Unless they are about to starve to death, it is impossible for a person who is used to eating big fish and meat to get used to eating food without oil. The cabbages are selling fast today, for no other reason than that they're being used to attack the Song family members. There are quite a few guilty people in the Song family. The others seem to be exiled directly without mercy. The officials in the provincial government did not seem to want to give the Song family a chance to turn things around. Chapter 80, Throwing Out the Merits. Wang Qian and Wang Dong started to keep simple accounts today. Although they are not very proficient in it, at least their minds are now clearer. Looking at the brothers who had returned, Wang Qian and Wang Dong looked up with disdain. He starts to show off from time to time. Big brother, second brother, what are you doing? Wang Wu asked curiously. Wang Qian groaned, while Wang Dong put all his strength into it, fearing that others would not hear him. My three younger brothers, the hard work of the last few days by the eldest and second brothers has not been in vain. They have learned a new skill that is extremely mysterious. This is Xiaojing's immortal technique, haha. Seeing Wang Dong's smug look, Wang Wu's face showed suspicion. Second brother, I'm not trying to trick you. If you learn the magic, even an old cow can fly to the sky. The Wang Wusan brothers laughed heartily. In an instant, Wang Dong's face flushed red. Go away. Why don't you encourage your own brothers? You just tease me every day. The three Wang Wu brothers cheered, and after putting the money away, they went to find Li Zheng. Li Zheng was going to distribute food to them, 1 dough of rice and 10 cabbages. After the three brothers took them back, they would feed the whole family. Old man Wang seemed to be in much better spirits recently. It seems that the three brothers have inherited the fine tradition of the Wang family, which is filial piety. As for Wang Shan and Wang Hai, the two guys are now playing with Li Dan and Li Qing. The two brothers are tall and strong, so naturally Li Dan and Li Qing ride on their necks. Autumn is here, and there are more dragonflies. For people were catching dragonflies outside. When they returned, the accounts have been finalized. Xiao Zheng, your uncle and second uncle have checked today's account 3 times and confirmed it is 3,000 coins. Okay, thank you two uncles for your hard work. Yours are ready too. Wang Xian and Wang Dong were extremely happy. They learned a new skill and could also have enough food to eat. They thought their nephew was simply the most amazing person in the world. The more Wang Xian looked at Li Zheng, the more he liked him. Even though this boy was only 15 years old, he had a smart brain, and even the county clerk was chatting and laughing with him. After receiving the items, Wang Qian and Wang Dong took their children back home. Looking at the dragonflies caught in the hands of Li Dan and Li Qing, Li Zheng frowned. The rainy season has indeed arrived. There was a salty, damp smell in the air. The sky, which was filled with sunset glow just a moment ago, is now covered with dark clouds. There is a fishy smell in the air, and from the clouds above, there is the occasional snoring of Thunder God and rumbling sound, as if the sleeping Thunder God and Jian Mu would suddenly wake up at any time, followed by heavy rain. Brother, look at the dragonfly I caught. Dragonflies are beneficial insects, but the two little guys can't catch many, so let them play. When the family was sitting together for dinner, heavy rain started falling outside. In the county government office, Chui Mu remained silent, but Chui Ning was extremely anxious. Brother, those people went too far. They stole all the credit we earned. Chui Mu smiled faintly. No, Chui Ning, don't be anxious. Let me explain it slowly. Chui Mu filled Chui Ning's glass with wine and said that something big was going to happen today, and they had to celebrate. Chui Mu has always believed that the Song family clan has received the punishment they deserved for bullying the locals, and the credit should indeed belong to Chui Mu. But Chui Mu didn't think so. Chui Ning, think about it. The Song family is so huge. Even if we have a strong family background and can take the credit, it's not important to me. Chui Ning shook his head. Brother, why are you so stubborn? My family sent you to Qinghe County, a godforsaken place, but you must never give up on yourself. I know your talent very well. If it weren't for your background, you would have definitely reached a high position and become a pillar of the Tang dynasty. Chui Mu waved his hands. Don't panic, don't panic. Think about it. Although Qinghe County is small, it is full of hidden talents. When I saw Li Zheng the other day, I mentioned the merits of the bearded guest and wanted to reward him. He directly refused the credit for the bearded guest, and now he wants to give it to me. Do you think I dare to accept it? Chui Ning was very smart and understood immediately. Brother, you are not bringing the matter of the bearded guest into the matter of the Song family, are you? Ha! No one knows me better than you. Come on, have a drink. After the two of them had a few drinks, Chui Mu said with a smile, now that the big trouble is gone, I am naturally happy for you. The bearded guest's identity is rather special. He has numerous connections with the current Duke, General Li Jing, and even has some unclear affairs with the current emperor. Even if I dare to accept this credit, I will not be able to enjoy it. Hui Ning nodded. That's right, brother. I hadn't thought of that. If you take the credit, then Li Jing's men and those people from the Jianghu will come to our door every day, which will be difficult to deal with. Yes, there's no place like Qinghe County for them to mess around with. The people here are among the poorest in the Tang dynasty. This year, I'm here just hoping that nothing goes wrong and that the people get better. Then we can talk about other things. But brother, if you don't have any achievements, what will you do in the future? Chui Ning asked this key question. Haha, in fact, in Qinghe County, as long as the people can have enough food this year, no matter what method I use to ensure they have enough food, it will be considered my achievement. Now it's not about who does better, but who does worse. When everyone else does worse, I do well, and that's good. Chui Mu didn't talk much with Li Zheng, but he had a vague feeling that the antidote was in Li Zheng's hands. This is his sixth sense. He has had an extremely sharp feeling since he was a child. After many verifications, he found that his feeling has a very high accuracy rate. Li Zheng, what's so special about you? Where do all those things in your house come from? Chui Ning sighed. Brother, if the troubles and achievements of the bearded guest are over, I'm afraid Qinghe County will become your final resting place. No, if the achievements of the bearded guest were given to me, I'm afraid I would have no hope of promotion in this lifetime. Don't worry, I will definitely find a way. Chuimu didn't know why he was so confident, but he saw hope from the white jade tofu, the emerald cabbage, and the white jade radish. There were continuous strong winds and heavy rain, coming from the east, west, south, and north. No matter how strong the wind and rain are, how can I express my pain by leaning on the railing? At the Dengzhou governor's mansion, Chun Yunan's face turned ashen. Chun Damon, is this the great achievement you mentioned? Sir Governor, isn't that right? Chun Yunan snorted coldly. You only saw the countless silver coins. Chapter 81. No one dares to take the credit. The money can only be added to the state government's treasury. This is a good thing, but after the Song family is gone, another big trouble will follow. Chun Damon was stunned. Sir, what exactly is that big trouble? The bearded man. Zhang Zhongjian. Chun Yunan was a good official. Under his governance, Dengzhou was actually one of the few places with relatively few deaths during the 9th year of Wuda. Countless people died in Hebei province, and the people had to eat their own children. It was a miserable situation. The severe drought was no joke. If the god of thunder and the goddess of lightning did not give face, no one could expect to live well. But Chun Yunan was in Dengzhou, close to the sea, so he mobilized the fishermen to start fishing. Even though they were extremely thirsty, it was by the sea after all, so the moisture was relatively good. With fish, you can survive. But now, even people like him are worried. Who is that bearded guest? He is Li Jing's brother, known as the Three Heroes of the Wind and Dust. Your Majesty almost joined them back then. If the current Your Majesty had joined them back then, they would have been the Four Heroes of the Wind and Dust. What a big deal this is. Now, after a trip to Qinghe County, the officials not only sealed off the Song family clan, but also brought back the big pirate leader, Qiu Ranku. He is now imprisoned in the prison of Dengzhou Prefecture. I don't know what's going on in the prison of Qinghe County, but they insist on pulling out the teeth of the bearded guest. If Li Jing knew about this, wouldn't he be furious? Li Jing had 1,000,000 troops under his command in Binzhou, and he also had troops in Yuzhou. Who is the county magistrate of Qinghe County? Sir, it's Shui Mu. Ha! No wonder, what a trick to divert trouble away. Chun Yunan smiled faintly. Chun Damon, this big trouble of the bearded guest may have to be solved by your Chui family. This sounds very harsh. Your surname is obviously Chun, but you are from the Chui family. Marrying into one's family has never been a good word, nor is it a commendatory word. Sometimes it is more like an insult. Shandong is the hometown of Confucius and Mencius, and scholars and writers hate marrying into one's family. They believe that only incompetent people would make such a choice. But Chun Daming doesn't think so. What's wrong with marrying into the wife's family? I am well-read, no worse than you, but my parents can't wait for the day when I will pass the imperial examination. They are in poor health and don't have enough to eat. Since I, Chun Damon, am so beautiful and knowledgeable, is it shameful for me to choose to marry into their family's family in order to support my family? It's not shameful. As soon as Chun Yunan opened his mouth, he knew he might have said something wrong. Sorry, I was in a hurry just now. Haha, Your Excellency is right. I have long since let go of these things. It's okay. Chun Damon, please talk to the Chui family about the bearded guest. We need someone in the court of the Chui family to speak on how to resolve the situation. Chun Yunan didn't want to be the target of public criticism, but now that big trouble had fallen into his hands, he felt like he couldn't get rid of it. It's too difficult. Chun Damon smiled slightly. By the way, sir, I got some good stuff a few days ago. This is not from the Chui family. I got it myself. Chun Daming smiled mysteriously, and 2 servants came out behind him, carrying 2 large sacks. It's cabbage and radish. Oh, Chun Damon, where did you get this? Chun Yunan understood that not only was there a food shortage this year, but vegetable farmers were also having a hard time. This cabbage should be from last year, and this year's cabbage had not yet been planted, but it looked so fresh. Hiss! He gasped because he saw the white radish that was as white as jade. This tribute, how did you get it? Chun Damon smiled and said respectfully, this is from Qinghe County. Someone gave me some and asked me to tell you about it. That's what I said, and then these things happened. I feel like I have caused trouble to you, sir. I dare not accept this thing, so I can only give it to you as a gift. Chun Yunin was so angry that he couldn't speak. It turned out to be you. Ew. You really make me mad. He, sir, were not at a disadvantage. When Chun Yunan heard Chen Damon say that it was not a loss, he immediately frowned and asked, "How can it not be a loss?" Chen Damon said cautiously, "Your Excellency doesn't need to worry about the bearded man. You just need to tell Shangwan that he has been captured. As for how he was captured, no one knows." They said the sea gods were furious, and there was a torrential downpour, and the bearded man was thrown into prison. For matters like this, General Li Jing doesn't need to get angry. His Majesty will investigate, but no matter how hard he investigates, he won't embarrass the provincial officials. Chun Yunan frowned and thought, "Yes, Your Majesty. Doesn't he know that the officials of the prefecture are afraid of the bearded guest? Don't you know this is a big trouble? Since His Majesty knows this, he will certainly not make things difficult for the officials of the provincial government. Then everything will be easy. Whatever the higher-ups do is their business and has nothing to do with the state government. As long as the bearded man is bitten to death and no one knows how he was caught, this matter will always remain a mystery. Who would dare to admit it? Whoever wants to admit it can admit it. Anyway, I don't admit it. Haha. Chen Damon, you are indeed smart. When Shui Shi let you marry into the family, it was a huge profit. But it's strange to say, these 5 surnames and 7 families have been intermarrying for a long time. You are a special case. This means that your talent has long been recognized by them. In Dangzhou, you are a little wronged." Chen Damon sighed and smiled. "Sir, I don't seek wealth and honor in this life. I just want peace and safety. For the sake of peace, it's okay to bow my head." Chun Yunin looked at Chen Damon and suddenly thought of the cabbages and white radishes. "Take half of these back. Since they are gifts of gratitude from the people of the prefecture, I can't take them all by myself. You have contributed to this as well. The credit for the Song family's investigation must go to Chun Yunan." Now Chun Yunin took the initiative to give half of it to Chun Daming, which would be regarded as cherishing talent. However, this bearded guest never expected that after his whole life of dominance, he would be captured, and no one dared to admit that he was the one who captured him. Also, the matter of the Song family clan ends here at the provincial capital. The two smiled at each other, squinting at each other like foxes. Li Zheng doesn't plan to start selling grain yet. He will sell the cabbage for money first. In the system, the granary is so vast that it seems that there is no end to it. It is filled with various vegetables and grains. After moving out another 1,000 kilograms of cabbage, Li Zheng heard a knock on the door. If it's not Chui Mu, then who else could it be? Li Zheng remembered Chui Mu's voice clearly. What had Chui Mu come here for today? Was he here to present him with an award? A sign hung on the door that read, "Capture the bearded man alive." There will be no peace from now on. Chapter 82. Turkic Invasion of the Tang Dynasty. In the outer city of Qinghai County, Dangzhou, Tang Dynasty, a young county magistrate stood humbly in front of a house, looking extremely funny. There is nothing new under the sun, and the same funny thing happened in Chang'an of the Tang Dynasty. The majestic imperial palace is like the representative of the mighty city of Chang'an. Inside the huge palace, the young emperor in dragon robe has a gloomy face. "Your Majesty, we request to go into battle. Your Majesty, we must not allow the Turkic army to advance any further." Lier suddenly looked up, his eyes complex and deep. "Where are they?" "Your Majesty, within a month, I'm afraid. 100,000 Turkic troops and 1 million fields of the Tang Dynasty." Lier felt an inexplicable sense of humiliation in his heart. "I drew my sword and mounted my horse, galloping across the battlefield. But I didn't expect that the Turks would take advantage of the disaster year of the Tang Dynasty and the fact that the army was stationed in Binzhou and marched straight into Chang'an. The Tang Dynasty's troops are all on the border, and its most capable generals are also on the border. This year, the severe drought throughout the country was like an imperial decree, weighing heavily on the heir's head. My dear ministers, please go back first. I will think about it again. Humiliating peace. It's not impossible. Li Er firmly believes that if he is given a little more time, he can build an empire that is unrivaled from ancient times to the present. But is there anything perfect in this world? God gave him bravery, perfect timing, and a world order, relying on the foundation laid by the Qin and Han dynasties, and people's desire for peace after years of war. But what God did not give him was a prosperous Tang dynasty. Food, rations. What should we do? What should we do with the Turkic army? Li Er watched the ministers leave and sat on the dragon throne, without saying a word. He is the emperor, but his family is so poor that he doesn't even have the ability to pick up a stick to resist foreign invaders. This is not just funny, it's more like a satire. Oh God, oh God, do you have to let me, Li Shimin, go through more hardships before I can see hope? In the ninth year of Wuda, Li Er ascended the throne. At the same time, just as the young Li Er took control of the overall situation, the Turks began to plunder. The Tang dynasty needed to recuperate, but the Turks did not seem to want to give Li Er this opportunity. Before this, Li Er's war against the Turks could be said to be a great success. At that time, he was the general of the Tian's palace. What about now? He was already the emperor. Could he still lead the troops to fight? In the sixth year of Wuda, his father signed an alliance with the Turks. On the surface, it was an alliance to reward the Turkic vassals with money, food, and utensils every year, but there were still people with discerning eyes in the Tang dynasty. They understood that this was a surrender to the Turks. Humiliation and glory are sometimes just a fine line apart. What should I do? Li Zheng had just sent Shui Mu away and let out a long sigh. That's right. Shui Mu, you are fine. Don't blame others. I'm just an ordinary person and I can't stand that kind of trouble. In today's Qinghe County, Li Zheng is the real dominant player. Whether it is vegetables or grains, Li Zheng and Shui Mu have reached a cooperation agreement. The year is bad and there is no harvest, but as long as you ensure my safety, I can ensure that everyone can buy food and vegetables. Sitting in the house, Li Zheng began to calculate how to distribute rice and other vegetables. The upgrade of the super farm seems to be a bit slow now. Qinghe County is a small place after all. At this time, Li Zheng thought of a question in his mind. If I were in Chang'an, what would the situation be like? Mother, do you want to go somewhere else? Or do you really have to stay in Qinghe County? Li Zheng asked this question to Wang, his younger brothers and sisters. Population is the foundation of all development. After planting, harvesting, and buying land, and realizing the freedom to sell vegetables in Qinghe County, Li Zheng suddenly wanted to go out and see the world. Xiaozheng, what do you mean by asking this? Wang was a little confused. Don't tell me you don't want to be in this place anymore. Li Zheng smiled faintly. Mother, Qinghe County is just a small county after all. Starting tomorrow, I will start selling all the grain and vegetables. Yesterday, Li Zheng was still planning to develop slowly, but today Shui Mu came. After a few words, a surge of blood was ignited in Li Zheng's heart. The world is so big that there are many people who are short of food and supplies. Qinghe County is just a small corner. Xiaozheng, I know you have some secrets. You learned some skills from the old immortal, and now you have made some progress. But a tall tree attracts the wind. Aren't you afraid? Wang's worries were definitely not unnecessary. Although Li Zheng's father was not a high-profile person, his rise from a poor boy to a wealthy man still aroused the jealousy of many people. Wang has always suspected that there is something fishy about Li Zheng's father's death. But as a woman, how can she bring it up? Being buried in peace is the greatest destination. Don't worry, mother. We'll go to some big places in the future, like Dangzhou, Yuzhou, or Luoyang. Chang'an? Anyway, wherever suits us, we'll go there. Li Dan and Li Qing had no idea what Li Zheng was talking about, but when they heard about Luoyang, they immediately became excited. Brother, let's go to Chang'an, go to Luoyang. There are so many delicious foods. The standard by which foodies judge a city's quality is whether there are delicious foods. For 10 consecutive days, Li Zheng did only one thing: sell various vegetables and then plant potatoes. After the farm reached level 4, potatoes were unlocked and matured in 15 hours. Li Zheng planted almost to the exact time without stopping. To date, he has accumulated a total of 180,000 kilograms of potatoes. That day, after Wang Qian and Wang Dong finished settling their accounts, Li Zheng also discovered a problem. The cabbage, rice, and wheat were almost sold out. The family's income now exceeds the standard, nearly 230,000 yuan, and even the big box can't hold it. Wang Qian and Wang Dong couldn't hide the doubts in their hearts. After holding it in for many days, they finally spoke out. Xiaozheng, your uncle seems to be very worried these days. Are we going to leave no food at all? Are we going to sell all the food like this? Li Zheng smiled faintly. Just sell it. No, Xiaozheng, we are farmers. We don't understand. We just think that things should be kept. Who knows what they will be like next year? Wang Qian and Wang Dong also reminded that they never asked Li Zheng where he got things from, and they were always surprised with their mouths wide open, but they had become numb recently. Li Zheng sighed. Don't worry, uncles. You will understand this matter later. The reason why Li Zheng didn't say it was mainly because this was a secret related to the system. When he first awakened to this super farm system, Li Zheng thought it was just a golden finger, a plug-in to survive and develop. But later, when Li Zheng accidentally entered the super mall, he saw a magical thing. Super Ranch. Chapter 83, Ranch Opening, Pet Mammoth. That day happened to be the day when the Song family clan was investigated, and Cui Mu also told Li Zheng about the fate of the three brothers of the Qiao family. These three brothers used to be knights, so naturally they will not have an easy life. It is likely that they will end up in death row, and then they will be exiled to some remote places to work as free labor. That day, Li Zheng felt Cui Mu's intention to form an alliance. What kind of connection could there be between an official of the 9th rank and an ordinary citizen? But that's what happened. That night, Li Zheng was looking in the system space all night and accidentally saw a button. After the super farm system was upgraded, many strange things appeared, but Li Zheng never had the chance to see them. That day, when Li Zheng saw that the super ranch cost 200,000 copper coins to open, he was instantly tempted and discovered the fun. If farming is for survival and development, then opening a ranch is like a tonic in a game, making people want to stay entertained. Because there is a sentence in the introduction of Super Ranch. You will get a mammoth as a pet when you open it. This sentence is so familiar. A certain game gives you a full-level beast from the classic of mountains and seas at the beginning. Today, after Li Zheng had saved enough money and sent his uncle away, he could no longer bear it. For 10 consecutive days, when Li Zheng couldn't sleep at night, he kept wondering what the mammoth looked like. Was it the same as the one restored in later TV dramas and movies? In the dead of night, Li Zheng stood in the system space and said, "Open the Super Ranch." The conditions for opening a super ranch are extremely harsh. Please wait. 200,000 copper coins are already available. 50 mu of crops are available. The number of indirect rescuers is sufficient. The eradication of evil is complete. Li Zheng stared in amazement at the series of numbers that he had never noticed before. Why is it so complicated? Super ranches will upset the balance, and any host will be strictly audited. Li Zheng frowned, and when he saw a green light slowly floating by, his heart began to beat violently. The system's voice came slowly. Super Ranch is open. Super Ranch basic information. Level 1, 1 shack, 1 pet. At this time, Li Zheng saw an astonishing scene slowly happening. Suddenly, there were more animal options in the system all. So, we can raise animals now. That's right. Li Zheng nodded. Where's the mammoth? Mammoths are prehistoric giants, real behemoths. Li Zheng really wants to see where they are. The farm and ranch were right next to each other, with a light curtain in between. After passing through the light curtain, Li Zheng saw the endless prairie, the broad view, the gentle breeze, and an unknown river running through it, a scene of freedom and peace. Not far in front of Li Zheng, there was a small shack. It is a shack owned by the first-level ranch. Li Zheng raised his head and opened his mouth wide. Hiss! Because he saw a mountain. It's a movable hill. On that mountain, there were 2 huge holes, which were spinning around and looking at him in a cute way. This is at least 6 or 7 meters tall, right? Looking from front to back, it looks like it's about 10 meters long. Is this a full-grown mammoth? Is this a pet? Li Zheng could almost imagine that when the pet wanted to act coquettishly, it would jump into his arms. At that moment, it thought it was a child. The huge teeth were about 2 meters long. Li Zheng had an idea. Bend down. The thick brown hair on the mammoth's body trembled a few times, as if it was stretching, and then it bent down and lay on the ground, playing with its long nose boredly, taking a deep breath from the river water beside it, and then spitting it into the sky. Li Zheng was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He still had a childish heart. System, can this guy go out? Any animal in the pasture can go outside, and mammoths can stay outside for 1 hour a day. Yes, this pet is too fierce. If it stays outside all the time, something bad will happen. Some people in the Tang dynasty had visited Tianzhu and Nanzhao, and they must have seen elephants, but who had ever seen an ancient creature like the mammoth? He is obviously acting cute, but he always looks fierce. Li Zheng and the mammoth seemed to be in tune with each other. Every movement of the mammoth would form a message in Li Zheng's mind. Master, come up quickly. Master, watch me play in the water. Master, I want to play lift up. Okay, now that we have opened the ranch, we can't just sit there doing nothing. In the system all, Li Zheng saw level 0 and level 1 animals, chickens, and rabbits. It costs 1 copper coin to raise a nest of rabbits. The breeding time is 2 hours and the experience gained is 1. This is very similar to the farm. As long as the rabbits complete reproduction, you can gain corresponding experience points. Similarly, a level 1 ranch cannot have more huts than the level it is at and must wait for an upgrade. Raise a litter of rabbits. Would it cost 1 copper coin to raise a litter of rabbits? Yes. While riding a mammoth and galloping across the system's grassland space, Li Zheng discovered that this guy was not slow. As soon as Li Zheng had an idea, the mammoth stopped, supported Li Zheng's body with its nose, and slowly placed it on the ground. A string of information came. Master, I want to play more. Master, I want to eat grass. Master, I want to lift you up high. Li Zheng's face was full of laughter and tears. It was so dark. I understand if you want to play and you want to eat grass because you're hungry, but if you want to lift it up high, how can I lift it? After arriving at the farm, Mimi drank a few sips of spring water, and then Li Zheng exited the system space. At this moment, Li Zheng heard a strange voice in his head. A special event has been triggered. Please check it. As soon as Li Zheng had a thought, a piece of information entered his mind. Hiss. Oh shit. You know what? After the system was upgraded, it really was different. I used to just focus on farming, but now this has happened. That piece of information appeared in front of Li Zheng like a special mission. Quest requirements. The host needs to help Tang Wang Li air deal with the Turkic army. Completion rewards are 1,000 farm experience points and 1,000 pasture experience points. Special events and special rewards made Li Zheng, who was bored and only wanted to work 996 hours without restrictions and develop his farming career, feel a bit of fun. The Wei Shui alliance was one of the few humiliations in Li Er's life. Although Li Er later avenged the previous humiliation and retaliated tooth for tooth, he never forgot the humiliating alliance signed on the Wei Shui River until his death. Looks like I need to go to Chang'an. It's just right. I'll go over and see what Chang'an is like. It's not a big deal, just in Qinghe County. Counting the days, it seems that the Turkic army will arrive soon. Chapter 84. Wei Shui Riverfront Fire. Li Shimin is in trouble. Early in the morning, Li Zheng rushed into the farm. After harvesting an acre of potatoes, he began to look at the nest of rabbits. As soon as he entered the ranch, Li Zheng smiled. There was indeed a whole brood of rabbits in the ranch. 7 or 8 rabbits had grown into large sizes now and were strolling around on the vast grassland. Mammoths were lying on the ground and sleeping, snoring loudly like thunder. The rabbit playfully crawled into the mammoth's nose and was then sneezed out. After rolling on the ground for several times like a ball, it never dared to approach the big guy again. After harvesting a litter of rabbits, the ranch was upgraded to level 2, and the number of huts that can be owned has increased. Buy a shack. Would you like to spend 10,000 copper coins to expand the shack? Expansion. In an instant, next to the shack that originally appeared alone in the pasture, there was another identical existence. Like the land on the farm, the ranch shacks also require 10,000 copper coins to purchase, and the harvest experience gained is also highly consistent with the farm. The only difference is that this ranch is upgraded faster. Compared to the crop growth cycle of more than 10 hours, the animals in the ranch seem to be concentrated in 2 to 3 hours. After raising 2 litters of rabbits and planting 4 acres of rice, Li Zheng began to pack up. I have to go to Chang'an for a special event. It would take at least 17 or 18 days for a horse carriage to travel from Qinghe County to Chang'an. If it rains or something special happens, the journey may be delayed. If all goes well, the timing will be just right. Mother, I have to go out for a while. County Magistrate Shui found me a good job in Chang'an. I have to go and take a look. In order not to worry Wang, Li Zheng directly moved Chui Mu out. After all, Chui Mu was the highest-ranking official in the county. When Wang heard that Li Zheng was going on a long trip, her face suddenly became worried. Xiao Zheng, how long will it take for you to come back? Ancient times were different from later times. When a person went on a long journey, he could only write letters or meet his relatives after returning. There are no instant messaging tools on weekdays, so I can only look at the bright moon from afar and express my longing for you. Tolerating emotions and longing were common skills of the ancients. Travel was slow, days were long, and longing was always on one's mind. Communication in later generations is more convenient. People can still talk anytime and anywhere and see each other's voices and smiles no matter where they are in the world. However, compared with the ancients, there are fewer interesting things. After giving instructions to Gao Yang and Wu Qing, Li Zheng left some money, food and vegetables for Wang Qian and Wang Dong. Then the carriage sent by Gao Liang was in place. From Qinghai County to Chang'an, from the East China Sea of the Tang Dynasty to the heartland of Chang'an, the mountains are high and the roads are long. It is not an easy task to arrive within 20 days. Sir, why do you insist on going to Chang'an? Li Zheng did not allow anyone else to see him off, but only gave Gao Liang a chance. Gao Liang and Li Huai looked at Li Zheng. Both of them had this question in their hearts. Haha, I went to Chang'an just to do some things and see what Chang'an is like. Gao Liang's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Does the young master want to live in Chang'an? That was the capital of the Tang Dynasty. Incredibly prosperous, more prosperous than any other provincial capital. There were countless delicious foods and fun things to do, as well as talented scholars, generals, warriors, and even beautiful women. Gao Liang also wanted to, but living in Chang'an was not easy. Watching the carriage slowly leave, Gao Liang and Li Huai looked at each other, their eyes full of worry. Li Zheng's departure was too sudden. There was no way around it because Chang'an was too far away. In the Tang Dynasty, it was considered a blessing for people to travel by horse-drawn carriage. They couldn't possibly ride on a mammoth, right? Even if it is possible, it will scare many people. For 15 days, Li Zheng hardly left the carriage except for eating, drinking, defecating, and urinating. The guys sent by Gao Liang were quite kind-hearted. They worked as hard as they could along the way. The two of them traveled day and night and also had to take care of Li Zheng. It can be said that it was very hard work. During the past 10 days, Li Zheng only did one thing, which was to farm and raise livestock. Now, the farm warehouse has accumulated 200,000 kilograms of cabbage, 20,000 kilograms of rice, and 20,000 kilograms of wheat. On the ranch, things are even more fun. I have been upgrading day and night and am now at level 3. I only need 50 experience points to upgrade to level 4. This time, Li Zheng did not spend money indiscriminately to buy a shack. He might go to Chang'an to buy some things and bring some things back, so he had to keep some of the 20,000 yuan he had on him. The ranch is now full of rabbits, sheep, and geese. Rabbits reproduced in large numbers and quickly. There were not many sheep, and there were quite a few geese, each laying an egg. The mammoth did not seem angry at all when it was covered with all kinds of small animals. Sir, Chang'an is not far away. Are we almost there? Li Zheng stuck his head out of the carriage, feeling refreshed. He exhaled a breath, and in an instant, he saw a huge and majestic city vaguely emerging in the distance. The Guangzhou plain stretches as far as the eye can see, and that majestic city lies silent, just lying there quietly without saying a word. Sir, there seems to be some movement up ahead. Where is this place? This is by the Wei River. When Li Zheng heard this, his forehead darkened. What the hell, by the Wei River? Could it be that I just met him when I got here? Could it be that the Turks have already reached the Wei River and are setting up camp now? The unique restlessness of autumn in Guangzhou made Li Zheng a little anxious. After winding along the Wei riverbank for many times, in the evening, when the setting sun was as red as blood, Li Zheng finally saw the big camp. Wow, there were people everywhere. The two guys had never seen such a scene before and looked at Li Zheng tremblingly. Sir, who is that? It's the army, Li Zheng said in a low voice. Don't get excited, don't be afraid, just be quiet. Li Zheng didn't want to be cannon fodder. If the Turkic sentry found out that someone was secretly watching here, it would be difficult to deal with. This is what it's like when the enemy is at the gate. The sight of 100,000 soldiers, densely packed together, was truly terrifying. Before Li Zheng traveled through time, the largest crowds he had ever seen were when he squeezed into trains before the Chinese New Year every year. But even during the peak period, I don't want to be so shocked. The setting sun was blood red, the wind was howling, and on the Guangzhou plain, a strange smell emanated from the camp of Turks wearing foreign armor. That is the unique smell of the grassland. On the other side of the Wei River, the sound of horse hooves could be heard faintly. Li Zheng laughed out loud. It's better to arrive early than late. He arrived just in time. Thinking of this, Li Zheng's heart was filled with emotion. You guys go to Chang'an to rest first. After you've rested, come back and report back. The two waiters yawned, their eyes filled with surprise and doubt. Sir, what about you? I have my own plans. You guys go ahead. The two guys left in a daze, covering their heads. At this time, Li Zheng rushed into the ranch. Chapter 85. The Wei River Bridge across the cold Wei River. System, what if the mammoth dies after it gets out? Host, your pet will not die. A string of huge question marks appeared on Li Zheng's forehead. It turns out that the clown is actually me. This mammoth is a huge monster from ancient times. It has thick skin and flesh and extremely strong fighting power. It was almost the overlord and umbrella of herbivores at that time and could fight against large carnivores. Looking around, after countless years of reproduction, there are no longer any land animals of such large size on Earth. Even the elephants in the Tang dynasty were not so big. I thought this was already against the will of heaven. But now the system tells Li Zheng that this mammoth, the pet given to him when he started the ranch, is actually immortal. What that means is, just use it as much as you want, as long as the battle is resolved within an hour. Mammoths and cute elephants are cuter the more you look at them. The big guy was very cute and nudged Li Zheng's body with his nose frantically, sending a string of messages of kindness and coquettishness. Master, lift it up high. Do most of the mentally retarded animals in this world like to be high up in their bones? It's okay if kids like it, but you're a mammoth. You need to control yourself. Come on, come with me and do something, Li Zheng said calmly. And in an instant, the mammoth stood up with a rumble, and the mud on its body splashed out when it first shook, and the sheep, rabbits, and geese suffered. The rabbits were agile after all, but the sheep bleated and were terrified. The geese felt their territory was threatened, so they raised their proud heads, spread their wings, and defended their land. However, the usually proud and long-lasting cry from his mouth was now replaced by a rattling sound of fear. Li Zheng was riding on the back of a mammoth, thinking about how to make a stunning appearance. At this time, on the way river in the Turkic camp, Jelly Khan was wiping his scimitar. Respected Khan, your scimitar is like a spring river, splitting the vast grassland. The young emperor of the Tang kingdom is certainly no match for you. Haha, you're the one who talks too much. Then tell me, how should I split the land of the Tang dynasty? As an outstanding politician, military strategist, and prominent spokesperson of the Versailles people among the Eastern Turks, Jelly Khan would naturally not miss this opportunity to brag about himself. The person who was flattering Jelly Khan was none other than Zashisli. This man was known as a Turkic strategist and had learned the culture of the Central Plains, although only the basics. But in the eyes of the Turkic barbarians, knowing a little bit of Central Plains culture made him like a god. At one point, some people even regarded him as the national teacher. This imperial teacher could do nothing but flatter. Upon hearing that Jelly Khan had given him an opportunity, Zashisli licked his tongue and stretched his neck. Khan, aren't we already standing in the center of the Tang kingdom? Those people hiding in the shadows on the other side of the river are all among the most valiant soldiers in the Tang Empire. However, facing the Khan's majesty, they dare not move an inch. The young emperor of the Tang Empire has just ascended the throne and now dares not show his face. The Khan's power is truly unmatched. There is no other like him in heaven or on earth. Jelly Khan was extremely excited at this time, and his whole chubby body was shaking, or to be more precise, his fat body was shaking. Ha ha! All right, let's wait a bit and give the army a chance to catch their breath. The little boy from Tang State will definitely not dare to cry tonight. In the city across the river, Li Er and his ministers looked at each other in silence. Cheng Yaojin, Niu Jinda, and Yu Qigong were all serious military generals, and their faces were full of rage. Hey, those hateful Turkic barbarians took advantage of the Tang dynasty's weakness to do such a heartless thing. Your Majesty, give me 30,000 men, and I will annihilate the Turkic army without a single soldier remaining. Cheng Yaojin volunteered, feeling suffocated and ready to speak out. He wanted to let it all out. Niu Jinda remained silent. He was observing the situation between the enemy and us. Yu Qigong's already dark face became even darker. Your Majesty, I want to know what you mean. Lier was extremely confused and gnashed his teeth. How hateful! The Jingguan period of the Tang dynasty is about to arrive. Do I have to sign a humiliating treaty just after ascending the throne? This Jelly Khan has no moral principles. We agreed on peace, so why did he suddenly come from the grassland to kill us? Along the way, when the battle reports came, Li Er's heart was bleeding. He conquered the territory of the Tang dynasty inch by inch. For Li Yuan, the territory of the Tang dynasty was just a concept, and the territory was just a number. But for Li Er, whenever he looked at any place, he would remember the time when he killed the enemy there. He is very young. He is only 27 years old. He is still a young man. I'll go there myself. Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui immediately stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, this is absolutely not allowed. That Jelly Khan has gone back on his word. I am worried about Your Majesty's safety. Li Er took a deep breath and looked lonely. When he and Jelly Khan and others signed the alliance with the Turks, Li Er knew that Jelly Khan was not a good person. That day, he tried his best to persuade his father, Emperor Li Yuan, but all he got in return was estrangement. Until the 9th year of Wuda, Li Er could no longer bear it. He wanted to show his cards. He didn't want to pretend anymore. He wanted to be the emperor. Looking at the 100,000-strong army camp on the vast Guangzhou plain, under the Green Mountains on the opposite bank, and beside the Wei River, Li Er fell into deep thought. My dear ministers, I never believed in gods before. I only believed in myself. At this moment, I desperately hope that a god will appear and give me hope. 100,000 Turks took advantage of the Tang dynasty's weakness and invaded our territory like no one was there, killing our people and destroying our territory. I wish I could eat their flesh and drink their blood. Everyone can make harsh remarks, but who can we rely on at this time? The ministers' eyes were red as they looked at Li Er, who knelt on the ground without saying a word. They knew that millions of troops were at the border, unable to move, and were facing off against the Turkic army. Li Jing is unable to handle all the tasks, so Chang'an can only be protected by people like them. But they have an elite force of 100,000 men, 100,000 living soldiers, not 100,000 cabbages. Just as everyone was hesitating, loud cheers came from the other side of the Wei River. Li Er could understand the dirty words in the Turkic language. In an instant, his face turned ashen and veins bulged. On the bank of the Wei River, Li Er walked in front. The wind was whistling and the Wei River was cold. Sheng Yaojin advanced quickly and Yu Qigong followed behind. The warriors followed him regardless of life or death, even if they had to return wrapped in their horse's hide. This is the character of the Tang people. Li Er had no choice but to appear on the other side of the Wei River with a few soldiers. Li Er rode a white horse, and the other generals were dressed in armor, and the civil officials were dressed neatly, with a resolute aura. Chapter 86 Chapter 86 The most awesome way to appear. At this time, Li Zhongrun was in the system, but his eyes were always watching everything happening on the other side of the Wei River. The mammoths could no longer hold back. But Li Zheng knew that when people do things, they pay attention to the right time, place, and people. Li Er still has the advantage of location and people. He hasn't lost enough. Go ahead, Li Er. The more you lose, the more you gain. When you lose all hope, my appearance is hope. Li Zheng was thinking in his heart, and the light in his eyes seemed to change. On the other side of the previously pitch-black Wei River, facing the Turkic king's tent, a man of about 27 or 28 years old, wearing a dragon robe and armor, looked extraordinary. On the other side of the Wei River, a Turkic man in black armor slowly walked out of the royal tent, followed closely by Turkish soldiers. Needless to say, this man was Jelly Khan. Jelly Khan, why are you so treacherous? Li Er started to question him, but Jelly Khan, who had been arrogant for a long time, had no idea that Li Er would have such an act, and his face turned red in an instant. A few years ago, an alliance was signed, which was an alliance that the Tang dynasty had to compromise on. In order to gain a fortune, Jelly Khan violated the alliance. Emperor of the Tang dynasty, what if I violate the alliance? Li Er's face was stern, and his heart was turbulent. The barbarians of the grassland are indeed like this. They forget their principles when they see profit. I really shouldn't have kept this ungrateful person in the first place. Jelly Khan, you and I have fought dozens of times, and I have never been at a disadvantage. Haha, today you dare to enter the territory of the Great Tang with 100,000 people. Aren't you afraid that you will never return? Li Er had an extraordinary aura. Li Zhengdao watched from afar and marveled at him repeatedly. He was worthy of being the emperor. His aura was different. No wonder Li Er could work hard to become a powerful emperor. No wonder the Tang dynasty was prosperous and powerful. But the Jelly Khan on the opposite side had already become arrogant. He burned, killed, and looted along the way as if he was in an empty land. The Tang dynasty in his mind and the Tang dynasty he saw now had already switched places. He originally thought that the Tang dynasty was a brave and martial country. In his eyes, the Tang dynasty was now a paper tiger that could not withstand a single blow. Haha, I'm right here. What can you do to me? Jelly Khan was extremely arrogant and conceited. The gem on the crown on his head, sparkling under the light, seemed to reflect one word: arrogant. Li Er felt a tightness in his chest. Oh my God, won't you give the Tang dynasty a chance? Jelly Khan, you are treacherous and have forgotten your principles for the sake of profit. You even speak nonsense. Aren't you afraid that the gods will descend from heaven and punish you? Little Emperor Li Tang, who are you trying to scare? Jelly Khan opened his arms, his eyes narrowed into slits. Where's the damn heaven? Where is he? He wants to kill me? Where are the others? Little Emperor, are you anxious? Jelly Khan didn't know much of the Central Plains dialect, but every word he spoke hit the heart of Li Er and others. He was a real master at breaking through defenses. Chung Yaojin was so angry that he jumped up and down, his face turned ashen. Yu Qigong's arms were shaking, and the two Konglong maces in his hands were eager to try. He was so angry that he was about to explode. The civil officials' faces turned pale, and their chests heaved. They were not good at fighting, but at this moment, facing such humiliation, they would rather go up and fight, even if it meant death. The of us silent. Where are the gods? Little Emperor, where are your gods? After Jia Li Khan finished speaking, the entire Turkic army burst into laughter. Anyone who has experienced the pleasure of standing on someone else's turf and mocking them will never forget it. Keep mocking and have fun. Li Zheng smiled slightly, knowing that it was time for him to show up. Come on, guys, it's time for these guys to arrive. Li Er's eyes were red, his heart was depressed, and his throat felt sweet, but he forced himself to suppress his anger. He knew that if a war broke out today, the Tang dynasty would be completely destroyed. Chang'an was short of troops and could not possibly be a match for these 100,000 elite Turks. It's so frustrating. It's so frustrating. If God made me emperor, why did you give me such a miserable beginning? If you want me to lead the people of the Tang dynasty to live a life without worries about food and clothing, why do you sow the seeds of despair so frequently? If this is not a desperate situation, then what is a desperate situation? If this is God's will. Li Er stood on the north side of the Wei River. In his sight, a shadow seemed to appear under the setting sun. The moment the shadow appeared, a high-pitched, long roar resounded through the Wei River like thunder. Moo! In an instant, the Wei River trembled and the river surged. God? It's a god. There were only two words in Li Er's mind. Immortal. Chung Yaojin opened his mouth wide. His mouth was already big, and now it looked more like a bloody maw. The hairs in his nostrils fluttered in the wind, his eyes twitched, and his eyes widened. The one with the widest eyes was Nyo Jinda. His gaze was like copper bells, without any lightning-like cleverness, only endless shock. The one who was even more shocked than him was Yu Qigong. A complex expression of mixed feelings appeared on his dark face. This was simply a miracle for a man who rarely even smiled and had poor expression management. Du Ruhui, Fong Xianling, and Chang Sun Wuji were standing behind Li Er at this time, their legs weak. Fuck you. On the city wall of Jingyang, the soldiers defending the city were ready to die, but at this moment, they forgot about death. What is this? So big. That huge beast, no one knew what it was, looked like a moving hill, appearing out of thin air in the sunset. On the banks of the Wei River, the Turkic soldiers found that the people on the other side seemed a little strange, and their eyes were all looking to the west. Zhisli also noticed this. Khan, these Tang people dream of winning. Haha, they probably think they are some kind of gods. Fuck, it's really a god. Jieli Khan had a smug look on his face, but when he looked towards the west, the corners of his mouth suddenly began to curl up. That thing is so big. The young man stood on the giant beast, calm and composed, dressed simply with his sleeves fluttering in the wind. Li Zheng felt that the timing for his appearance was just right. You, Li Er, couldn't pretend better than me, so I'll do it. Since you, Li Er, failed to pretend to be a better person, I'll try to pretend too. When Li Er failed to suppress the opponent despite having the right time, place, and people, Li Zheng appeared like a distant savior. Li Zheng was smiling in his heart, but his face remained calm. Who just now had the audacity to try to meddle with the destiny of the Middle-earth? Who just now spoke so arrogantly, taking pride in betraying one's trust? Who was so disrespectful and rude to me just now? Li Jingji said 3 sentences. His voice was not loud, but it was extremely clear and earth-shattering. At this time, the mammoth understood and let out a long roar. Even Li Zheng himself was a little surprised. The Wei River is only 2 or 3 meters deep. The mammoth walked on the water, and the water just rose above its thighs. The long roar resounded throughout the Wei River. The warning flags whistled and crackled, and the water's surface trembled, as frightened as Jieli Khan. Chapter 87 Ancient Cute Beast Mammoth. Li Zheng originally wanted to appear as an ordinary person, disguise himself as an ordinary person, sneak into the other side of the river, have a heart-to-heart talk with Lier, and then wave his hand to let the mammoth trample on 100,000 Turkic soldiers. But just now, Li Zheng changed his mind. Since he has a super farm system and has also opened a super ranch, what's wrong with calling himself a god? The current Lier is just like a child in the eyes of future generations. What is the establishment of a character? This is the establishment of a character. Moreover, ordinary people may face being abandoned, and the result may be alienation. Li Zhenyun now looks calm and composed, and the look in his eyes when he looks at Li Er seems to say, "No more pretending. Let's be honest, I am a god. Whether I am or not, you have to think I am. No matter whether you think I am or not, after today, I am. No matter whether I am a god after today, anyone who asks Li Er and anyone who witnesses this scene can only say yes. You, Li Er, are worried that the Turks will destroy the foundation of the Tang dynasty, but I, Li Zheng, am not afraid. You, Li Er, can endure and compromise, but I, Li Zheng, can't." Jelly Khan was terrified. "Oh my god, what kind of monster is this?" Zashisli was frightened and started crying. "Khan, don't run away. Don't leave me alone." The Turkic army was silent for a moment, and then began to stir. People always feel fear when facing the unknown. The mammoth plunged its thick trunk deep into the Wei River and took a deep breath. Li Zheng felt that the mammoth under him seemed to have expanded a little, and he shuddered suddenly. What is this big guy doing? Afterwards, Li Er saw an astonishing scene, which left an indelible shock on Li Er's life. It is recorded in the book of the present dynasty that on the first day of October in the 9th year of the Wuda reign, the Turks broke through the Tang territory and advanced thousands of miles. The territory was emptied and the army was stationed in Binzhou. The emperor had no idea what to do and wanted to compromise and seek peace for the sake of the future. Suddenly, a divine man riding a strange beast appeared in the Wei River. His long trunk sucked up the Wei River, and a column of water rose into the sky and penetrated the Green Mountains. None of the 100,000 Turkic soldiers and horses were spared. The emperor was overjoyed and captured Jelly. Li Zhenka had no idea that he would have such a huge impact on the air. The only thing that kept appearing in his mind was the mammoth's laughter. "Master, lift it up high. Master, play in the water. Master, am I hitting the target?" That's right. Jelly Khan had just mounted his horse and was about to flee in panic, but he discovered that all the war horses in the Turkic camp had collapsed to the ground. No matter how hard he whipped them, they were completely defeated by the sheer terror, and their shit and urine were all over the ground. Jelly Khan had no choice but to turn around and run away. 100,000 troops? Now that the gods have been angered, why would I need 100,000 troops if I could escape? There are so many Turks, so as long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. Before this thought ended, a column of water shot out from the huge nose. The water column, as thick as a person, whistled and cut through the sky and landed heavily on the back of Jelly Khan with a bang. The Turks were confused. Zashizi was also confused. Lier stood on the other side of the Wei River, his mouth almost drooling. If there had been such a magical beast when I was fighting in the past, would there have been a need for bloodshed? Chung Yaojin and Niu Jinda, two strong men, are now hugging each other and shivering. The top generals of the Tang dynasty, two of the 24 heroes in the Lingyan pavilion, cried with joy like two children and said some strange words. "I told you there are gods, but you still don't believe me. Look, the gods are helping us. The people of the Tang dynasty are blessed." Chung Yaojin had a loud voice, and something that was supposed to be happy sounded like a funeral. Niu Jindao was also excited at first, but when he heard Chung Yaojin say that he did not believe in the existence of gods, he pushed Chung Yaojin away. "Don't talk nonsense. I didn't say those words. I don't know, I didn't." "Chung Jijia, you're a duke. Don't spread rumors casually. I'm going to sue you for slander before His Majesty. I'm going to sue you for slander." Niu Jinda was anxious, but he didn't dare to be exposed in front of the gods. It's okay to disrespect ghosts, but if you disrespect gods, no one can help you. For some reason, the black-faced Yu Qigong seemed to be speechless today. He stared blankly at the beast, his face twitching constantly. Fong Xianling, Du Ruhui, and a group of other civil officials were stunned with their pupils constricted. They don't believe in gods because Confucius said not to speak of strange things, but why should the entire Tang dynasty consult gods for all decisions, big and small? At the very least, they would ask a figure of the imperial master level, like Yuan Tiangang. They were in a state of hesitation. This huge beast, as big as a hill, appeared out of nowhere. If it wasn't a miracle, what else could it be? That person is riding on a divine beast. If he is not a god, then what else could he be? At this moment, Li Zheng couldn't help laughing. Because when this scene just happened, the only thought in his mind was the thought from the mammoth. Master, I got it. Master, I'm so accurate. Master, I still want to fight. The Turkic camp was completely disorganized at this time. Li Zheng's eyes tightened. Mammoth, it's up to you now. Those who are not of our race must have different hearts. The Turks did not encounter much resistance on their way from the grassland to the Tang dynasty. Now, the focus of the entire Tang dynasty is not on the defense of its territory. But even so, they showed no mercy to the Tang people, burning, killing, looting, and committing all kinds of atrocities. There was a severe drought this year, and the people of the Tang dynasty did not have much food. Jelly Khan himself did not rob much food along the way. The 100,000-strong army was originally lightly equipped and wanted to make some extra money from the Tang dynasty, which had just emerged from political turmoil. But along the way, there was really no food left. Jelly, enraged and humiliated, chose to kill his way to Chang'an. Along the way, most of the people they killed were unarmed civilians. Heaven and earth are unkind and treat all things as straw dogs. None of these Turkic people are good people. They treat the Tang people like straw dogs, so Li Zheng naturally won't be polite. After receiving Li Zheng's instructions, the mammoth changed its appearance in an instant. The cute and adorable look of her holding her head high in front of Li Zheng disappeared in an instant. Instead, there were scarlet eyes, a crazy and restless body, and long brown hair flying in the wind. The beast is angry. Your Majesty, the beast is angry. Fang Xianling fell to the ground with a thud, but Li Er was not in a position to listen. His eyes were fixed on this force that seemed to be more powerful than the royal power, and strange thoughts popped into his head. Can I practice cultivation too? Becoming a god will make you immortal. Wouldn't that mean I could always be the emperor? On one side of the Wei River, there was silence, stillness, and all kinds of horror. On the other side, blood flowed like a river, and corpses were everywhere. Chapter 88. Always pretending to be cool. Li Zheng was placed steadily on the mammoth's back, without even a drop of blood on him. However, Li Zheng watched the whole process. The Turkic soldiers were strong and had grown up eating beef and mutton, and their bodies were full of tendon meat. If they were just ordinary soldiers and wanted to fight against these Turkic soldiers, they would inevitably suffer heavy casualties, and even if they won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. If it were the elite Tang army, they could fight on equal terms. However, the Tang dynasty had a vast territory and a large population, and the Turks were just a tribe on the grassland, but the population of this tribe had grown rapidly in the past decade or so. Even so, they still could not compare with the Tang dynasty. The Tang dynasty could pick one out of 1,000 or even 10,000 miles, while the Turks could only pick one out of 100 miles. There will definitely be gaps in choosing the elite in this way. But this difficulty was also overcome by the crazy and jealous Turks, who relied on their fearless spirit to gain the upper hand. But even though they had the upper hand in the entire war situation and had a powerful army and strong soldiers, they were still defeated by a single kick from this mammoth. Jelly Khan got up from the ground in a daze. When he was escaping, something hit his back. In an instant, his face felt like pig liver, and his body was in severe pain. He fainted. At this moment, he wanted to get up, but found that his body seemed to be out of control. Especially my legs and feet. They seemed to have lost all feeling. The mammoth's spit directly broke his spine. After struggling to turn around, Jelly Khan saw a hellish scene. A huge beast slowly emerged from the Wei River. When its thick thighs as big as a mountain fell, the Turkic soldiers howled and struggled in pain. In the end, it can only become hopeless meat paste. Jelly Khan was a hero on the battlefield. He had seen countless bloody scenes in his life, but when he saw this scene, he still vomited. Not only him, but also Li Er, Chung Yaojin, and Yo Jinda all lay on the ground and vomited. The air is filled with a fishy smell. The setting sun shone blood red, illuminating the earth. A giant beast ran back and forth among the 100,000 people, splashing waves of blood mist. Li Zheng has never understood why the mammoth would be helpless if these Turks ran away separately. After all, Li Zheng only has one pet of this level. But the stubborn Turks just stood there, holding bows and spears in their hands, and fired at the mammoth's tough skin, and then one after another they were trampled into meat paste like a queue. In the end, Li Zheng himself couldn't bear it anymore. The setting sun finally went down, and in Jingyang City, cheers could be heard everywhere. In Chang'an City, inside the imperial palace, Li Zheng sat in front of Li Er. Of the 100,000-strong Turkic army, less than 30,000 were left. The rest were killed by mammoths. Now the mammoths were exhausted and were eating grass frantically in the pasture. Jelly Khan was also imprisoned. As for the mess along the Wei River, naturally, someone would clean up the mess. Even if a few troops were sent out, they could easily suppress the Turkic people who had lost their minds and were in a state of panic. As the sun set, Li Zheng stood in front of Li Er without saying a word, with his hands behind his back. Li Er led the way personally, and the emperor's carriage led the way, and they arrived at the palace. The huge table was filled with Li Er's confidants. Except for those like Li Jing who were fighting outside, everyone who could come was there. From beginning to end, Li Zheng didn't say a word more, and Li Er didn't ask a single question. "Excuse me, where did the immortal come from?" Li Er finally couldn't help it, his face showing excitement. What he wanted to know was not only Li Zheng's comings and goings, but also how to become an immortal. Li Zheng sighed in his heart. Li Er, oh Li Er, you are still thinking about cultivating immortals in your heart. Since he has been recognized as an immortal, Li Zheng cannot behave in a low-class manner. Although I don't know how to talk or respond to someone like the emperor. But Li Zheng had seen a movie, The Godfather. Are you the current emperor of the Central Plains? As soon as Li Zheng opened his mouth, the civil and military officials beside him were stunned. Du Ruhui and Fang Xuanling's eldest grandson, Zhang Sun Wuji, were fine, but Wei Zheng was not. Who dares to speak to his majesty like that? Li Er quickly waved his hand. Wei Qing, please don't say too much. Why are you, Wei Zheng, jumping out at this time? I want to be a god. My lord, I am indeed the emperor of the Central Plains. Oh, Li Zheng let out a long breath. Why just one word? No, immortal, you can't do this. Sir, where is your immortal beast? Li Zheng sat casually on the chair and smiled faintly. It disappeared. The calmer Li Zheng was, the more turbulently Er's heart became. Today I saw that the immortal beast was incredibly brave and powerful. It was truly amazing. Li Er now seems to be trying to please others. Li Zheng was also very anxious. Just tell me what you want to ask. No, didn't the emperors in ancient times always go around in circles like this? Have you learned to imitate the king of Qin? Do you like circling the pillars? Seeing that Li Er's face was red, but he couldn't fart for a long time, everyone became anxious. Cheng Yaojin and Niu Jinda looked at Li Er eagerly but didn't dare to interrupt. It was so adorable. Although they were all mighty and murderous men, when they believed in their hearts that Li Zheng was a god, they became scared. At this moment, they were afraid of even breathing incorrectly. Li Zheng looked at the weird atmosphere and was quite satisfied. The effect of this appearance is very satisfying. Li Zheng closed his eyes, and a sound came from the super farm system. Special event mission completed, gaining 1,000 farm experience points and 1,000 ranch experience points. Let's put these experience points aside for now. The best thing to do is to chat with Li Er first. If you have any questions, just ask. Li Zheng started the conversation. In an instant, Li Zheng saw that the expression on Li Er's face became much more relaxed, as if the tense atmosphere was relieved as soon as he opened his mouth. Where did the immortal come from? Where is he going? Li Zheng had already thought of the answer to this question. Li Zheng let out a long breath and looked at the starry sky outside the main hall. His eyes were deep, and he said slowly, I have walked through thousands of years and have long forgotten where I came from. If I have to find a source, it's probably in the womb. If an ordinary person said this, he would be regarded as a fool by everyone. But the same words spoken by different people can mean two completely different things. If peddlers and hawkers say something reasonable, they will be criticized and condemned for not doing their job properly. But what about those who are extremely wealthy or powerful? Even if what they say is nonsense, it will be regarded as the golden rule. Chapter 89, Li Er asks the common people. Now Li Zheng belongs to the latter and has greater authority than the latter. Li Zheng could almost imagine that from today on, there would probably be only one god in the entire Tang dynasty, and that was him. What? Yuan Tiangang? Li Shunfeng? They are just mortals. Do they have immortal beasts to mount? Can they defeat the Turkic Jelly Khan's 100,000-man army with a single wave of their hands? After Li Zheng finished speaking, Li Er took a deep breath. Nearly 1,000 years. walking the world for nearly 1,000 years. What concept? He's lived for so long, yet he still looks like a 15 or 16-year-old boy. How terrifying. Sir, you are immortal. Not really. Life has an end, but it doesn't necessarily end with death. You are the emperor, so you should do what an emperor should do. Li Zheng smiled faintly and said slowly. Too domineering. Lier had never seen such a person before. He told him directly that he just had to do what he was supposed to do. Ever since he became the undefeated general, everyone has changed in front of him. His confidants would not avoid him and would speak their mind, but others would start to flatter him. Since he ascended the throne, there have been only two kinds of messages in his ears. One is that there is a severe drought in the world and the new emperor is immoral, so he should issue an edict of repentance to the world. The other option is that the emperor is responsible for the rise and fall of the country. You must work hard and lead everyone to live a good life. Discussing immortality in front of all the ministers made the civil and military officials look fanatical. Everyone has selfish desires. Who doesn't want to live a long and comfortable life? Even if immortality isn't an option, at least they want to live longer. After a lifetime of hard work, shouldn't they be able to enjoy themselves? Li Zheng looked at Li Er's expression and smiled faintly. I thought you would ask me some questions about governing the country, but I didn't expect you to be the same as those people. Li Espouse suddenly tightened. Is he the same as those people? Who are those people? Could it be the emperors of the past? The Qin emperor, Emperor Wu of Han? Or were there even earlier ones? Li Er's heart was filled with emotion, and in an instant, he looked at Li Zheng with admiration. Li Zheng sighed. There is a white jade palace in the sky, with 12 towers and 5 cities. The immortals stroked my head, and I was granted eternal life. After he finished speaking, Li Zheng's voice seemed to become ethereal. In an instant, everyone in the Tai Chi hall had a dull look in their eyes, and when they looked at Li Zheng, they also became a little unpredictable. Especially Li Er, although he once believed that man can conquer nature. But from childhood to adulthood, he always felt that there was a mysterious force pulling him forward on the path to becoming an emperor. It also makes him feel that he was born to be an emperor. The miracles Li Zheng displayed on the Wei River were simple, crude, direct, and effective, which completely plunged these Tang Dynasty elites into endless contemplation. Li Er was the first to wake up. After all, he was tempered on the battlefield. He was distracted at that moment and saluted Li Zheng at this moment. May I ask the immortal's name? Aha, Li Zheng. So, what's the Li family's immortal? The Tang Emperor Li Shimin has seen the immortal. Compared to his previous crazy state, Li Er now seems to be a little more normal. Chung Jijia, Niu Jinda, please send all the gentlemen back. Li Er was about to kick people out. He wanted to meet Li Zheng alone. The city of Chang'an was bustling with activity, and in the thick of the night, there were singing girls and dancers showing off their skills. Chung Yaojin sat in the Pingkang Fang restaurant, looking at Niu Jinda and Yu Qigong in front of him, his face as pale as death. You too, do you think we have angered the gods? Niu Jinda's face was very ugly now. Old Chung, are you hinting at me? Who hinted at you? Who told you to talk nonsense on a daily basis? Look, now that the gods have arrived, you dare not even fart. Chung Yaojin showed no mercy. Niu Jinda remained silent, his head lowered, veins bulging on his neck. Yu Qigong spoke slowly. People in the court called him Yuchi Haizi and Yuchi Fool, but he was not stupid at all. On the contrary, he was smarter than many people. Stupidity, innocence, and so-called straightforwardness are just his means of disguise. At this time, he said in a deep voice, "You two are stupid. His Majesty wants to have a private conversation with the immortal, which is not suitable for us to listen to." Being called a fool by a recognized fool is a very embarrassing thing. But Chung Yaojin and Niu Jinda looked at each other with wide eyes, but said nothing. Yes, everyone wants to ask questions to the gods, but they only talk to His Majesty. So, that night, the streets of Pingkang Fang and Chang'an were less crowded with nobles and more crowded with drunken ruffians who kept shouting, "The White Jade Palace in heaven, with 12 towers and 5 cities. The immortals stroked my head, and I was granted eternal life." A curious person wrote down this verse and began to spread it. The men of letters and poets who lingered in the brothel were all very excited and shouted loudly in delight. This sentence should only exist in heaven. Could it really be written by a god? There are no gods. I don't talk about strange things. Hush, be careful with your words. Do you know where these lines of poetry came from? They came from the mouths of several generals of the current dynasty. At this time, everyone gathered around, their eyes full of curiosity. General? General Li Jing. Wrong. It's General Cheng Yaojin and his men. The man was obviously a frequent visitor to the brothel. He walked unsteadily and had dark circles under his eyes. They are all military commanders, without literary talent. How could they possibly produce such poetry? And I heard that something big happened outside Jingyang City today. TSK, TSK. They must have encountered something unspeakable. Everyone agreed with him and gave him a thumbs up. Brother Chong is indeed well informed. I admire you. In the palace, Li Er still didn't know where to start. My lord, I want to ask you something. Finally, Li Er relaxed his brow and mustered up his courage. It felt great and exciting to deceive the emperor. Li Zheng felt his brain was excited all night. At that time, Li Zheng had no idea how to answer. After sighing, he could only respond with those 2 lines of poetry by Li Bai. This made Li Er more convinced that this person was undoubtedly a god. When asking a question at this time, Li Er looked serious. The people of the Tang dynasty have suffered from severe drought for years, with no harvest. Their livelihoods have become a serious problem. I, the emperor, do not know how to solve this problem. Please, immortal, show me a way. Li Er's problem is not only Li Er's own problem, but also the problem of everyone in the world. Almost all ambitious and thoughtful people want to know how the Tang dynasty solves its food problem. Li Zheng certainly knew this. He had planted so many potatoes, and now it was time to take them out. Li Zheng's fingertips moved slightly, and Li Er felt a flash before his eyes, and suddenly opened his eyes wide. He saw that there was a strange thing in the hand of the immortal in front of him. What a magical trick! But what is this thing? Chapter 90, Your Majesty. Please make room. Li Er stared blankly at the thing in the hands of the young immortal in front of him, racking his brains. He had been to many places in his life to march and fight, and had seen various things related to people's livelihood. In addition, Li Er was born into a Guanlong family, so he was not a short-sighted emperor. People from the lower classes could not be good emperors, especially in terms of systems. They could only rely on diligence and hard work to make up the numbers. Li Er is different. He is a good material who can truly become a wise ruler. He discovered at a glance that this thing was not available in the Tang dynasty. Not only in the Tang dynasty, there are no such creatures. There are also no such creatures outside the Tang dynasty on the grasslands, in Xianchuo, and even in the north of the desert. Sir, what is this? Li Zheng said leisurely. This thing is a potato. Potatoes? They do look quite earthy, with a little bit of dirt on them. Bean? It doesn't look like a bean. Where in the world can there be such a big bean? This is a vegetable that can also be used as food, huh? After Li Zheng finished speaking, he stopped talking. At this time, Li Er felt a strange atmosphere spreading in front of him. Do gods also lack money? As expected of an emperor, he had a high level of comprehension. Li Zheng didn't say a single word, and Li Er immediately understood what he meant. Excuse me, immortal, how much do you want for these potatoes? Li Er was now both surprised and happy. He was surprised that the other party took the object from the air. When the thing called potato appeared, there was no sign at all. Even a magician couldn't do it so quickly. He appeared out of thin air right under his nose, and considering all the signs before, if this guy isn't a god, then who is? Li Zheng smiled faintly. This thing is the essence of the earth, and it shouldn't be charged for money. However, everything in the world has its destiny. I will collect this money on behalf of Ho Tu, 5 cents per pound. Don't ask for too much. It would be best if you could sell all kinds of crops, vegetables, and grains at 5 cents per pound in the future without cheating anyone. Collected for Ho Tu? Li Er was sweating on his forehead. Listen, gods are different. They speak differently from ordinary people. Don't worry, immortal. Everything in the world has its destiny. I'm not that kind of person. Li Zheng laughed in his heart. There is no one in your Li family who is not a master of freeloading. Everyone is a person who takes advantage of others and robs others. Now you say you're not that kind of person. But it is also true that since ancient times, the profession of emperor has determined that he is the only one who is supreme and invincible in the world. After holding great power, he will naturally become a little arrogant. Li Er was relatively lucky. Emperor Yang Guang of the Sui dynasty got carried away and wanted to carry out construction and militarization. As a result, he angered the people and the gods, and even lost his life. Just coppers. Li Zheng said again. At this time, Li Er was almost taking out a small notebook to take notes. With a wave of his hand, He wrote down every word Li Zheng said with a wolf hair brush in his hand. Li Zheng took a look and thought the handwriting was quite good. I will go back and ponder carefully what the immortal said today. Every word is the words of an immortal. Li Zheng Nudda. Since you are the human emperor, you can call me by my name from now on. Even though I am free and unrestrained, I still need to call you your majesty. Remember. Minister of Revenue Dai Zhou was so busy today that he became a fool. From nightfall till now, His Majesty's decrees have not been suspended. All the silver and money in the national treasury have been mobilized, and there is no room for delay. Your Majesty is a frugal person. It seems that there is something extremely urgent that he has used such a huge sum of money from the national treasury today. Dai Zhou was puzzled, but he had no idea what to do. The imperial guards moved together, following behind. The purple gold wooden boxes in the national treasury were transported into the palace one by carriages. Dai Zhou was terrified all the way. General, what happened to His Majesty tonight? Dai Zhou asked Li Junxian, but Li Junxian didn't know either. He just waved his hand impatiently. Minister Dai, just pay the money. How can we understand the emperor's actions? Dai Tzu sighed. Yes, your Majesty is the son of heaven, and his actions are always unpredictable. But the money can't be spent like this. This year's harvest was too poor. After the entire Tang dynasty had undergone earth-shaking changes, there was no longer much surplus grain. Even the Empress Dowager began to lead the palace maids in spinning and weaving, and all expenses in the palace began to be streamlined. Dai Zhou was in charge of the world's wealth. He felt very miserable, but he didn't dare to say it. Even if others scolded him, he couldn't talk back. Only he knows the situation in the national treasury. The Tang dynasty doesn't have any surplus food, but now His Majesty wants to take out all the little money left in the national treasury, which will make the already difficult and poor year of the new emperor's accession to the throne even worse. All the civil and military officials in the court heard the news from somewhere in the middle of the night. More than 100 people gathered outside the Xuanwu gate, kneeling on the ground without saying a word. Of course, those who followed Li Er to Wei Shui were not among them. Li Zheng stared at the excited Li Er in amazement. Sir, here is 1 million coins. How much do you think it can buy? Li Zheng was a little confused. Li Er, Li Er, you are worthy of being me. 1 million coins. If Li Zheng remembered correctly, in the early years of the Tang dynasty, especially in the 9th year of Wuda, the national treasury was full of cobwebs and dust. 1 million coins should be all of Li Er's belongings. If a person is not ruthless, he cannot stand firm. No wonder Li Er could endure the insults and invasions of the Turks in the beginning. Until the moment when the counterattack began, Jie Khan always thought that Li Er was a weak emperor. What a ruthless person. Your Majesty, we won't need so much. Thick earth objects don't appear out of thin air. They also require the essence of heaven and earth to nurture them. Li Zheng did not make a final statement, but gave a window period. Farming in a super farm also takes time. Li Er's needs cannot be completed in a day or two. A large amount of land requires not only money, but also experience points. Li Zheng pondered for a moment and said calmly, thick earth, 5 cents a pound, will be used to refine the essence. Ashes to ashes, earth to earth. I have 100,000 pounds of potatoes here. Your Majesty, have you made up your mind? Vi of us ovachat, 10,000 kilograms of potatoes. Just now he saw that they were quite large. The imperial chef also roasted them carefully. They tasted very good, soft and tasty, and most importantly, they could satisfy his hunger. If this stuff were used as military rations, the Tang army would be invincible. God help me. It's just 500,000 coins. I have plenty. At this moment, Li Er was full of confidence. He had never been so confident before. Sir, no problem. Li Zheng nodded. You are the emperor of the world, and I am just an outsider. I just happened to pass by the Wei River and saw the national destiny and the great fortune soaring to the sky, but it was mixed with a dark aura, so I took a look out of curiosity. It's fate that we meet. Your Majesty, please make room. Li Zheng's words were calm, but the meaning was very clear. Get out of the way and give me space to show off. Li Er waved his hand tactfully, and the guards outside rushed in one by one. In an instant, all the tables, chairs, and benches in the Taiji Hall were empty. Chapter 91, National Master Yuan Tiangang. Afterwards, Li Er respectfully saluted Li Zheng. His excited eyes seemed to say, please start your pretense. The flaring nostrils seemed unwilling to be outdone. Come on, show it. The guards who had been standing outside the hall before now gathered in front of the hall door. They all had fierce eyes and fierce looks, and their big hands were tightly gripping the hilts of their swords. As long as something went wrong, they would rush in and draw their swords. All eyes were fixed on Li Zhang. No need to think, this is what Li Er meant. After all, that mammoth was so powerful. At this time, Li Er was still cautious. Sir, do you need to go on stage to cast a spell? Li Zhang glanced at Li Er without even a desire to answer. When Li Er saw this, he knew that he had underestimated the immortal in front of him. He had read all kinds of immortal stories and countless vernacular novels since he was a child. The immortals in these stories all needed to go on stage to cast spells and call on the 9 heavens before their magic could be implemented. But the immortal in front of him, who looked like a young boy but had actually lived for 1,000 years, didn't even seem to raise his eyelids. This is naked contempt. The eyes are simple and pure, yet seem to be mixed with a sense of indifference. Li Er took a deep breath and said nothing more. Li Zhang just glanced at Li Er without thinking much. Only one question popped up in his mind. Is there a need for a sense of ritual? Li Zhang waved his hand slowly, and the hearts of the Imperial Guards who were lying on their backs began to beat wildly. They heard dense and dense thumping sounds, like small stones falling to the ground. These sounds appeared densely and concentratedly in the Tai Chi Hall. Every sound made them tense. Plop, plop, crash, delulu. Various sounds were intertwined. Li Er's mouth was twitching. He covered his chest with one hand, with a helpless expression on his face. With the other hand, he pointed at the piles of potatoes that appeared out of thin air, and his mouth was incoherent. Open your mouth, then close it. Open your mouth and close it again. Finally, he made a sound that made Li Zhang almost burst out laughing. Abba, abba. When people face the unknown and are stimulated, this kind of situation will occur. It's okay, Li Er, it's not your fault. Li Zhang smiled faintly and comforted Li Er. Your Majesty, don't be like this, it's just potatoes. Li Er's chest was heaving violently. He was gasping for breath, and his mind was blank. The divine methods are so terrifying. He rushed over eagerly, fell to the ground, picked up the round potatoes, and broke them open with force. Crack! As expected of a god of war, he had great strength. He easily broke open a large potato, revealing the milky white flesh and juice flowing out, giving off an enticing aroma. I am invincible. The emperor of the Tang dynasty cried with joy, like a beggar who had not eaten for many days. He held the potato with dirt on it and rubbed it with his face. It would have been fine if the Imperial Guards hadn't looked back, but when they did, they were suddenly frightened silly. No, it wasn't empty just now. Dozens of Imperial Guards had just cleared out the Taiji Hall. So how come there were suddenly so many lumps of earth? What's wrong with His Majesty? He's the highest official. Why is he so mad now? Is he possessed by an evil spirit? Li Zhang was standing not far from Li Er, who was waving potatoes and shouting excitedly. There is no one else in the world who can make the emperor of the Tang dynasty lose his composure like this. Li Zhang smiled and let out a long sigh. Today's show-off went very smoothly, and the next step would be easy. The final result of the trip to Chang'an was to let Li Er build a house for him, and the money would be put in the house. With the mammoths here, safety should not be a problem when moving from the distant Qinghe County to Chang'an. In fact, Li Zhang thought about it and found that there were many counties not far from Chang'an, and Lantian was a better place. What's more, there was a mountain in Lantian known as Yushan. If he settled there, it would really fit his image as an immortal. Li Zhang was about to speak when a thunderous roar was heard. Who is this demon? How dare he pretend to be an immortal? Yuan Tiangang of Kixingwen is here. All demons and monsters, please retreat immediately. Li Zhang was about to speak when he was abruptly interrupted by a rough roar. Yuan Tiangang? The #1 charlatan in the Tang dynasty. One of the legendary founders of Tuibei too. Oh shit, did a fake god meet a real god? Li Zhang was stunned and just sat there, not caring what happened. Yuan Tiangang was furious and rushed in. Your Majesty, please think twice. Yuan Tiangang was confused. Today he heard that the Turkic army was defeated without a fight, defeated by the magic of the immortals, and he was very puzzled. So he hurried from the Qixing Temple to Chang'an. As soon as he entered the palace, he heard the eunuchs say that His Majesty wanted to give all the money in the national treasury to that immortal. In an instant, he became angry. It is true that he is a Taoist priest, but he is also a man of great virtue and ambition. Although he was the imperial teacher of the Tang dynasty, he never embezzled a penny of the Tang dynasty's money. Those who claim to be immortals are all people who live in isolation from this world. How could they be interested in mundane things like money? At that moment, he concluded in his heart that this god was fake. Today, I will reveal your divine identity, and let his majesty see your true face. Even the three pure ones will not be able to stop you. Yuan Tiangang said so. But as soon as he came in, the words he was about to say were suddenly interrupted by the scene before him. There were piles of dirt in front of me, and a strange smell was emanating from the Taiji Hall. It was the freshness of the soil and the unique smell of ripe crops. He was very familiar with the Taoist farming and the things he dug out from the soil. He opened his mouth, unable to speak. Then he saw the furious Li Er and the young man sitting on the chair. Li Er was startled awake from his ecstasy by Yuan Tiangang. With an angry look on his face, Yuan Tiangang, do you really think I dare not execute the imperial master? Yuan Tiangang wanted to speak. Your Majesty, No need to say more. Starting today, the Tang dynasty imperial master will be replaced by someone else. Yuan Tiangang was about to cry. The Taoist sect was now competing fiercely with the Buddhist sect. Relying on the title of the national master of the Tang dynasty, he could allow Taoists all over the world to have a piece of land to farm and a bite to eat. Your Majesty, how can you be so unreasonable? What on earth happened? His gaze stayed on the young man sitting on the chair. The boy looked normal with a smile on his face, but there seemed to be an indescribable feeling in his eyes. As for the current emperor, he saluted the young man in front of Yuan Tiangang with a respectful expression. The Tang dynasty has changed. Your Majesty, this man is not a god. How could a god possibly like money? Chapter 92. It turns out that the clown is actually me. Li Er looked back at Yuan Tiangang with an extremely wonderful expression. Good job, Yuan Tiangang. I give you face. You keep saying this is a fake immortal. So tell me, how is he fake? Yuan Tiangang had seen Li Er sneer. After the current emperor Li Er ascended the throne, he once asked Yuan Tiangang a question. Is it appropriate to kill people today? Yuan Tiangang immediately broke out in a cold sweat. When he saw Li Er's expression and the sneer on his face, he knew that the current emperor wanted to wipe out the roots of his evil. The national teacher serves politics. There are no gods in this world. The so-called gods are just doing human things in a legitimate way. Yuan Tiangang himself knows better than anyone else. What is the origin of this so-called god? Your Majesty, how could anyone outside the three pure ones cultivate the great Tao within their hearts and be tempted by worldly wealth? I think there must be something wrong with this immortal. Li Er glanced at Li Zheng with an apologetic look in his eyes. Li Zheng smiled, said nothing, and waved his hand calmly. Your Majesty, ignorance is not a crime. To show off, one must do it in full force. Li Zheng was originally worried about what would happen if Li Er changed his mind. It just so happens that Yuan Tiangang is here today. It's time to show my real skills. If I can make Yuan Tiangang believe that I am a god, I'm afraid no one in the world will dare to disbelieve it. Even someone as strong as Yuan Tiangang never imagined that one day he would become a clown. Thinking of this, Li Zheng felt refreshed. The words, ignorance is not a crime, were like the final word. In an instant, Li Er and Yuan Tiangang fell silent. But there seemed to be intense anger in Yuan Tiangang's eyes. Li Er shied, excuse me, immortal. Yuan Tiangang, the imperial preceptor of the Tang dynasty, dared to question your identity. If it weren't for your intercession, I would have punished him for disrespect. Li Zheng smiled faintly. Your Majesty, you are too polite. Since he is the imperial master, he must have extraordinary qualities. What he thinks is also for the sake of the Tang dynasty. So let it be. Li Zheng's magnanimity does not mean to excuse Yuan Tiangang, nor does it mean to let him go. This is a way to provoke him. Anyone who has worked hard in their respective fields has a sense of pride in his heart. In the field of charlatans, Yuan Tiangang can be said to be the most powerful among all the Taoists in the Tang dynasty, without a doubt, unless Li Chunfeng comes out now. It was this kind of self-confidence that made it difficult for Yuan Tiangang to accept the evaluation of a person of unknown origin, especially this person's behavior and words, which constantly challenged the majesty of the Tang dynasty and the authority of Taoism. This young man looked incredibly immature, no older than 16 or 17. He was dressed simply, his figure wasn't particularly graceful, and he didn't look like an immortal at all. So, What made him think he was an immortal? What made him think he was an immortal? Coupled with Li Zhang's condescending and sympathetic words, Yuan Tiangang exploded in an instant. Haha, may I ask where this immortal is practicing? Lier was about to speak when Li Zhang stopped him. It's okay. Haha, since you're the Imperial Master, please don't worry about where I am practicing. Allow me to deduce it. Li Zhang smilat finally. Deduction? Using the future and the past to verify a person's ability was a common tactic used by the ancients, especially those who study metaphysics. The Imperial Master was young and from a poor family, and he's fond of physiognomy. Is that true? After Li Zhang finished speaking, Yuan Tiangang frowned. That's right, but it's not enough. Yuan Tiangang's deeds are known to the world, and there's also such a story in the legend. Anyone who pays a little attention will know it. The Imperial Master has read the faces of many people, including Du Yin, Wang Gui, Wei Ting, and Do Gui. Is this true or false? Yuan Tiangang sneered. There are many rumors about these things among the people, and there are no less than 100 people who know about them. Lier's face was gloomy and his brows were furrowed as he watched everything in front of him. Li Zhang did not refute and said calmly, "Then there is another person. You once asserted it. Ha! I wonder if the National Master remembered it this time?" Li Zhang picked up the tea bowl, dipped his fingers in water, and gently wrote the word Wu on the table. Not many people know about this matter. Even if that person knew, he would definitely not spread it around. Imperial Master, you should understand, right? Yuan Tiangong's face changed drastically. Wu, warrior son. Once when he passed by Wu Shigui's house, he read the face of Wu Shigui's newborn son. The child had a rosy complexion, a full forehead, and ears that showed the signs of good fortune, wealth, and longevity. He said at the time, "This child will be rich and powerful throughout his life, and will surely achieve extraordinary success. It's a pity that if he were a girl, it would be impossible to predict. In the future, he will definitely become the master of the world and ascend to the throne of the human emperor." It was not until 3 years later that Yuan Tiangang found out that Wu Shigui's so-called son was actually a girl. On that day, he only said this to Wu Shigui. What does this person know this? Would Wu Shigui dare to tell anyone about this? This is a crime of treason. He stared blankly at the young man in front of him. He looked like he was only in his teens and didn't look like someone with extraordinary powers. That doesn't count. Someone else knows about this. Li Zhang smiled faintly. Since the Imperial Master has doubts, then I will tell you something that no one knows. I'm afraid the only person in the world who knows about this matter is the Imperial Master himself. It only exists in the Imperial Master's heart, and he has never mentioned it to anyone else. After Li Zhang finished speaking, he looked into Yuan Tiangong's eyes. The big eyes inherited from his family were clear and pure. The Imperial Master's prediction of the Tang Dynasty's fate must have reached 50 years from now, right? I will only mention one thing that happened in these 50 years. The 23rd, 52nd, and May 26th. After Li Zhang finished speaking, Li Er was stunned. If Li Er could understand what the two people said before, even if it was obscure, it was something that happened in the past, and he knew that it was probably 80% true. But this time, the immortal in front of him only said a few numbers about the future. What do these numbers mean? When Yuan Tiangang heard these numbers, he fell into deep thought, and then his eyes were filled with horror. You really? Master, I, Yuan Tiangang of the Seven Stars Temple, pay my respects to you. Lier was stunned. His eyes revealed not only complexity, but also a hint of shock and relief. It's confirmed. This person is an immortal. The Imperial Master has said it, so it must be correct. Lier may doubt others, but he will never doubt Yuan Tiangang. After all, from the past to the present, many things have come true. Yuan Tiangang is so accurate in reading faces that it is frightening. Such a person has no need to lie. Lier was confused, but Yuan Tiangang knew it clearly. These numbers are the day he calculated for the death of Emperor Taizong of the Tang Dynasty, His Majesty Lier. He reigned for 23 years, which was the 23rd year of Jingguan, the reign title of which was about to be changed. He was 52 years old, which was exactly the age when the current majesty passed away. May 26th was the exact date. How could this person know what was going on in my heart? Could he really see through people's hearts? Chapter 93, Chapter 93 Lier, auspicious. Now, even if Yuan Tiangang didn't believe it, he had to believe it. This person is undoubtedly a god. He can see through people's hearts, even accurately understanding every thought and idea. Who else could he be but a god? He never told anyone about this matter. He was the only one in the world who knew about it. Haha, I'm afraid your prediction of a nation's destiny will fail because of my appearance. Yuan Tiangang, you could just start over from the beginning. What I mean is that no matter how much Yuan Tiangang, planned, you couldn't anticipate my appearance. Now that I, Li Zheng, have come to the Tang dynasty, it would be unacceptable if the country's destiny remains unchanged. Although Li Zheng didn't know how Yuan Tiangang read faces, relying on his familiarity with the history of the Tang dynasty and his profound knowledge reserves, Li Zheng could easily make Yuan Tiangang believe that he was a god. Li Er let out a long breath. National Master, huh? Do you believe it now? Yuan Tiangang has now become Li Zheng's little fan. He keeps looking at Li Zheng and stands respectfully in front of Li Zheng. Master, please take a seat. Li Zem Spuka. Yuan Tiangang immediately became terrified. Master is here. How dare Yuan Tiangang sit? I'll just stand. Li Zheng nodded and said that this was fine. Li Er began to get excited. Master, you should know what happened today, right? Yuan Tiangang bowed and said, Your Majesty, I have just committed treason and spoken outrageously. I beg your Majesty to punish me. Hey, the immortal has just said that ignorance is not a crime. Li Er was very magnanimous. As long as the person involved did not say there was a problem, he would definitely not interfere. Haha, Imperial Master, you don't understand. What happened today is too unbelievable. Li Er's eyes showed excitement and excitement. Above the Wei River, Jelly Khan is arrogant and conceited, disregarding the dignity of the Tang dynasty. I am furious and intend to lead my soldiers in a fight to the death. When Li Zheng heard what Li Er said, he started laughing in his heart. As expected, even an emperor as powerful as Li Er couldn't help bragging. On the Wei River, although you are not afraid, you do not intend to fight to the death. As someone who is familiar with 5,000 years of history, don't I understand your thoughts and methods, Li Er? But now Li Er was in the mood to brag, so he didn't expose it. At that time, I only had 3,000 people behind me. Li Zheng was stunned. This Li Er was really bold. If he hadn't once broken through Hulao Pass with 3,000 men and had an unprecedented military capability, Li Zheng would have really interrupted him. Forget it. I'll let you pretend for a while. Yuan Tiangang couldn't close his mouth. Li Er enjoyed that very much. That Jelly Khan raised his head to the sky and howled, Who can do anything to me? No sooner had I spoken than a small hill suddenly appeared. It came from the west, and in the setting sun, its shadow obscured the Turkic camp. Li Zheng became more and more confused. No, as an emperor, you don't have martial ethics, so you have to abide by the basic law even when you brag, right? How big is a mammoth? It definitely can't be compared to a real mountain. Forget it. Li Er has been feeling aggrieved these past 2 years, so there's nothing wrong with him bragging. Your Majesty, that mountain will move? Haha, that's not a mountain. It's the immortal's mount. Mount, like a hill. If someone else said this, Yuan Tiangang would definitely not believe it. But when Li Er said it today, how could Yuan Tiangang not believe it? You are not joking. Would the emperor really deceive an imperial teacher? What's more, given the character of the current emperor, how could he be so deceitful in such matters? The immortal sat on his mount. The divine beast sucked up all the water from the Wei River with its long trunk and then exhaled it in a long stream. 100,000 strong troops, the elite Turks, abandoned their armor and weapons. Jie Khan fled in panic. He was hit by the water column and collapsed to the ground, his spine broken. I'm afraid he will never be able to walk again. Yuan Tiangang looked at Li Zheng in horror. Master, your magical powers are unparalleled. I have offended you just now. Please punish me. This is how people were in ancient times. They had too strong a class consciousness and punished people at every turn. But what kind of punishment was that? Haha, the Imperial Master's sincere patriotism is evident to all. I wouldn't even want to reward him. So how could I possibly punish him? After Li Zheng finished speaking, he glanced at Li Er and signaled with his eyes, You continue to pretend. I won't interrupt you. Li Er smiled faintly, clearing away the haze in his chest. Master, look at this thing. Do you recognize it? As soon as Yuan Tiangang entered the room, he saw piles of earth clods. He picked up one, put it in front of his eyes, looked at it for a long time, and finally shook his head helplessly. I don't recognize this thing, Li Er said proudly. Master, it is by gathering the power of the thick earth that such an auspicious sign appears. 5 cents a pound, fair all. Huh? What do you think, Imperial Master? No, Your Majesty, you can't just let me down. I've taken the blame for you so many times, and you're asking me to speak for it this time. That's too much. Yuan Tiangang felt very sad. Your Majesty, what is this? Li Er was about to speak, but he found that he only remembered one name, Potato. Potato. Li Zheng smiled faintly. Your Majesty, Imperial Master, let me tell you. These potatoes are a sign of good fortune between heaven and earth. If planted on Tang Dynasty soil, a yield of 5,000 kilograms per mu should be no problem. Hiss, 5,000 kilograms. Moreover, the harvest is guaranteed regardless of drought or flood. Sandy soil can also be used for planting. It can produce both vegetables and grains, and can be stored in cellars for a long time. It can be used to satisfy hunger when on the march, at war, away from home, or in years of famine. This time, Li Er gasped, and Yuan Tiangang was also stunned. His mind went blank. This thing has a yield of 5,000 kilograms per mu? What concept? The Tang Dynasty has never had a grain yield of more than 1,000 kilograms per mu. If this isn't a good omen, what is it? Thank you, Immortal Master, for bestowing this auspicious sign. Disciple Yuan Tiangang, thanks you on behalf of the people of the Great Tang. Li Er was stunned and suddenly glared at Yuan Tiangang. You, the National Master, have no martial ethics and are stealing my lines. Haha, Your Majesty, Imperial Master, potatoes are not suitable for planting now. If you want to plant them, it will be next year. I won't go into details about the details. But 1 year from now, the people of the Tang Dynasty will no longer have to worry about hunger. As soon as Li Zheng said this, the entire Tai Chi Hall fell silent, with only the plop-plop sound of potatoes rolling down from a high pile. Outside the door, the guards and Imperial guards had their chests heaving. This, stop smoking, I'm dizzy. No one could remain unhorrified in the face of such auspiciousness. Li Er knelt on the ground without saying anything. Immortal's reward. Li Shimin thanks the Immortal for his kindness on behalf of all the people. From now on, I will build a temple and ancestral hall for the Immortal. The people of the Tang Dynasty will remember the Immortal's kindness for generations to come. 100,000 kilograms of potatoes filled the entire Taiji Hall, and Li Zheng was very satisfied. Your Majesty, Imperial Master, I have been training in the mortal world. In this life, I am from the Li family of Qinghai County. My mother, younger brothers and sisters are still alive, and I need to bring them to Chang'an. Li Zheng went straight to the point and didn't say much. Li Er said instantly, Don't worry, Immortal. I will send people to build the mansion right away. Chapter 94 Continue to upgrade and continue to buy land. Li Zheng waved his hand, absolutely not. I have traveled the world for so many years and cannot bear to see the suffering of the people. Taking away the beauty of others is not my style. Your Majesty can summon the craftsmen and find a place on Jade Mountain to build an ordinary courtyard. People outside the world have long seen through the affairs of the human world. Li Er almost gave a thumbs up. This is what an immortal should be like. This is what a master is. No money, no things, just asking to build an ordinary courtyard is enough. With such noble character, no wonder they are immortals and we are mortals. Yuan Tiangang blushed. Master, the disciples of Yushan are very familiar with that, so why not let them handle it? Li Zheng smiled and said, That's fine. I'll settle the construction expenses for the craftsmen when I return from Qinghai County. Li Er waved his hand and said, Master, you don't have to worry about it. I will have the Ministry of Works do it immediately. Follow the Immortal and go to Qinghai County. If anyone is ungrateful, just because the Immortal doesn't blame them, doesn't mean I won't blame them. The Immortal's affairs in the mortal world are now in your hands. I will command the Black Cavalry at your disposal. Li Zheng was about to speak when he was interrupted by Yuan Tiangang. Your Majesty, is the Black Cavalry still here? Do I really have to disband the Black Knights? These Black Cavalry were the troops used by Li Er in the Xuanwu Gate incident. They were the special forces of the Tang Dynasty, trained by Li Er himself. It was also the 3,000 Black Cavalrymen who displayed their mighty power at Hulao Pass and laid the foundation for their immortal legacy. When he ascended the throne, the retired Emperor Li Yuan made a request. You can ascend the throne, but the Black Cavalry cannot continue to exist. Yuan Tiangang bowed and saluted. Your Majesty, please rest assured. I will follow the Immortal Master. Suddenly, Li Er réalise son meeting. He was immortal and needed to ride a horse and a carriage to travel. But the other person was an immortal. Aren't immortals supposed to be able to fly, hide in the ground, and do everything they can? His old face flushed, and he took the initiative to admit his mistake. How do you plan to return to Qinghe County, immortal? Li Zheng smiled faintly. Your Majesty has just reminded me. This is a good opportunity for me to experience the mortal world. So let's go down to Earth and walk with the Imperial Master. However, we must not say too much about what happened today. You two are both wise people. When you're going through the trials and tribulations of life, the most taboo thing is to be high and mighty and detached from the world. In an instant, Lier was so excited that he couldn't stand it anymore. Immortals are immortals. Listen to what they say. They are experiencing the worldly life and are in the mortal world. They cannot escape from the mortal world. Yuan Tiangang, you are the national teacher after all, but you just stay in your Qixing temple all day long, looking at others and then looking at yourself. Yuan Tiangang seemed to understand something at this moment. His eyes flashed with light, and he muttered to himself, repeating what Li Zheng had just said. The mortal world, the red dust, the heart of Tao. Master, I understand. Li Zheng was speechless. You understand? What do you understand? How come this is getting more and more mysterious? In Chang'an, the city that never sleeps, the lights are bright tonight. Master, do you really want to live in my 7 stars temple? My Taoist temple is a bit shabby. If Immortal Master doesn't mind, I can stay in the city. The Taoist temple is quite good, and it's a good opportunity to meet old friends. An old friend? Yuan Tiangang was stunned. The Immortal Master had been in the human world for so long, and there was still old friend alive? Suddenly, Yuan Tiangang realized the problem. He seemed to have overthought. The old friend that the Immortal Master mentioned might not be a living person, but what happened today shocked Yuan Tiangang immensely. In the Qixing Temple at night, Li Zheng was lying in the side room and let out a long sigh. From this afternoon till now, Li Zheng has been dealing with Lier, and now he finally has a little time to rest. Li Zheng rejected Yuan Tiangang's idea of coming to serve him personally, closed the door, and immersed himself in the system. In the super farm system, after adding 1,000 bonus experience points, the entire farm was upgraded in an instant. Level 5 farm. You can own 5 plots of land. The experience points for harvesting crops also increase from 5 to 10. And in the super ranch, everything has changed. 1,000 experience points will allow the ranch to be upgraded directly from level 3 to level 4. At the same time, there are 950 experience points left, and it is only 50 experience points away from upgrading to level 5. Buy land. Buy a shack. Li Zheng now has plenty of money and will no longer hold back. The money judgment standard of the super farm system is that as long as it is copper coins belonging to Li Zheng, they can be exchanged for copper coins at a 1-to-1 ratio for consumption. In an instant, Li Zheng saw that there was an extra acre of land in the super farm. The dark land is full of vitality, and it also makes Li Zheng full of confidence. Plant 5 acres of eggplant. After upgrading and unlocking the eggplant crop, Li Zheng was very happy. I loved eating this in my previous life, and now I can finally enjoy it. The eggplants have been planted and are 16 hours away from ripening. It takes time for eggplant to mature, and that's 16 hours. The more land one has, the more money one can make from Lier. The reason why he kept it back and told Lier that potatoes cannot be planted now is to wait until the system level is fully upgraded before letting the people of the Tang dynasty try to plant them. Inside the super ranch, 2 huts rose from the open ground. The mammoth was still sleeping soundly, snoring like thunder. From time to time, 2 rabbits would crawl into his nostrils, and he would sneeze them out. It was very funny. Raise and breed 4 sheds of cattle. After Li Zheng gave the order, several shacks turned into cow sheds in an instant. There are only 2 hours left until the breeding is complete. Breeding is convenient. Li Zheng estimated that if he took a good night's sleep and got up in the middle of the night to continue raising cattle, the ranch would be upgraded again by tomorrow morning, and he could continue building shacks. Li Zheng is extremely looking forward to the upgrade of this super ranch. In the future, more species will be unlocked, including jackals, tigers, leopards, elephants, lions, and all kinds of strange things. In the Qixing Temple, Yuan Tiangang sat in his room, drinking tea and drinking a lonely lamp, but he couldn't fall asleep. I don't know what the Immortal Master is doing. Hey, should I go and pay my respects? No, the Immortal Master should still be in meditation at this moment. It would be bad to disturb him rashly. That won't work. I, Yuan Tiangang, became the Imperial Master at a young age. Now that I see the hope of the great Tao, I naturally can't let it go. I can't wait. At 4 o'clock in the morning in Chang'an City, At 4 o'clock in the morning in the Qixing Temple, a person was very nervous and could not fall asleep. The dream of becoming an immortal was the reason for his excitement. But more importantly, he was wondering what he should do on his way to the so-called Qinghe County. Why did Qinghe County become the home of the immortal master? Isn't that the origin of the Chui family of Qinghe, Shandong? Yuan Tiangang fell into confusion and deep thought. But the bright moon above his head shone on his face, which was extremely cold. Chapter 95, Crazy Development. Everything is normal in Qinghe County, but these days, everyone has discovered a problem. There are more grains and vegetables in Qinghe County. There's actually enough surplus food in such a small county town. The people, especially those in Qinghe County, have been frustrated for a long time. While cursing the unscrupulous merchants, he also did not forget to thank Shui Mu, who was opening the warehouse to sell grain. Your Excellency loves the people like your own children. We are so grateful to you. That's right. Those profiteers said they would rather feed the grain to insects than give us a single bite to eat. Damn it. Either County Master Chui is an official appointed by the imperial court, or those profiteers can only be villains for the rest of their lives. Chui Mu looked at this scene and laughed happily. All these grains were bought from Li Zheng with silver collected from the provincial government, including cabbage. The prefectures of Dangzhou and Yuzhou were all affected to some extent, and the people were in an uproar. Having food to eat was the happiest thing in the world. But the unscrupulous businessmen in Qinghe County were all feeling uncomfortable. They looked at the crazy people and thought of the mountains of food in the warehouses, and they suddenly became discouraged. Their own grain cost 10 or even 13 cents per dough, but look at County Magistrate Chui, who only costs 6 cents per dough. It would be strange if the people didn't rush to grab it. Even so, County Magistrate Chui stipulated that each household could only buy it once every 7 days. In an instant, all the grain merchants felt that they were being targeted, with sad faces and at a loss. Chui Mu frowned at this moment. Master Wu, did Li Zheng say when he would be back? Your Excellency, Li Zheng left in a hurry this time. It seems he went to Chang'an and didn't say when he would be back. Chui Mu sighed. The food we bought from him earlier was already a lot, but with so many prefectures and counties, plus the needs of Dangzhou and Yuzhou, it's far from enough. Sir, there's nothing we can do about this. Li Zheng is a disciple of a god. He himself said that when fate arrives, it will happen naturally. However, everything in the world has its destiny, and it cannot be forced. Disciple of the immortal? Chui Mu was stunned. Master Wu smiled slightly. Sir, have you ever thought about this question? Why is it that everyone else has cabbages, but only Li Zheng's cabbages show no signs of rotting, as if they were just picked from the ground? Why is it that Li Zheng's house is not that big, but he can produce so many vegetables? Li Zheng is just an ordinary person. How come he has such a magical thing overnight? Although Wu Qing had to keep Li Zheng's secret and knew to be low-key, he was still puzzled by the fact that the Li Zheng mentioned by Gao Liang had practiced with an overseas immortal. He brought this up at this time because he had been confused for a long time. Outsiders. Scholars don't talk about strange things. Master Wu, your statement is too absurd. I once heard someone say, don't judge something you don't understand. Perhaps you're not qualified at all. Of course, it's also possible that Li Zheng is a disciple of the immortal. Wu Qing sighed. Your Excellency is absolutely right. In Qinghe County, Wang Qian and Wang Dong were selling vegetables with a group of people. Before leaving this time, Li Zheng said that he would sell as much as he could and not keep any. Although Wang Qian and Wang Dong did not understand what Li Zheng said, they always believed in one thing. Their nephew would not be wrong. These days, the copper coins in the house can no longer be piled up. With more copper coins, Wang naturally became the head of the family. Before leaving, Li Zheng told her that once Li Huai had some savings, he would let him start the cloth business. What the Li family lost must be taken back. Wang clearly remembered Li Zheng's words. Mother, we did that not to prove how great we are, but just to prove ourselves and tell others that we must get back what we lost with our own hands. The cloth business was the foundation of Li Zheng's family. In just 1 month, Li Huai and Gao Liang had already started making various arrangements. This layout is really scary, with a large amount of silver and money being used for crazy acquisitions. Using cheap and high-quality cloth, he quickly conquered the entire Dangzhou prefecture. The economy of Dangzhou is actually average, much worse than places closer to the land. But there is one advantage here, that is, it is close to the sea. As the ancient said, live by the mountain, eat by the mountain, live by the sea, eat by the sea. There are so many fishermen in Dangzhou that they need a lot of strong and durable cloth for clothing. When Li Huai and Gao Yang started opening a shop in Dangzhou, all the cloth merchants in Dangzhou City were panicked. Where's Li Zheng? Of course he is on the road. Taking advantage of the autumn wind, Li Zheng rode in a carriage and headed eastward. Yuan Tiangang served him. From the first day, Li Zheng began to upgrade the system frantically. Having just harvested the last eggplants of the day and raised cattle, Li Zheng looked at the super farm and super ranch with a faint smile. Although the farm has not yet reached level 6, the experience gained from upgrading is extremely fast. In recent days, the amount of eggplants accumulated has been considerable. Compared to the farm, the ranch is relatively fast. Each breeding only takes 2 hours. Li Zheng spends a lot of time on it every day, at least 20 hours. In this way, the experience value increases rapidly. The super ranch has now reached level 6. Li Zheng has purchased 6 shacks and continues to raise cattle. The cattle continued to reproduce and graze on the hillside, while the mammoths looked unhappily at the increasing number of mooing creatures, as if their toys had been taken away. Keep raising cattle. 6 sheds. 6 sheds of cattle are breeding. We have 2 hours left until they are successful. After the system transmitted this voice, Li Zheng stood on the mammoth and had a cordial communication with the big guy. However, the mammoth is so huge and still shows signs of growing bigger. At first glance, it really covers the sky and the sun, which is a bit scary. No wonder Li Air regarded it as a divine beast. Master, play in the water. Master, lift it up high. This mammoth is still a child. Arrangements have already been made in the super ranch, so the farm must continue to operate. Upgrading and unlocking more species is Li Zheng's greatest happiness now. Plant 5 acres of potatoes. In an instant, potato seedlings began to grow visibly on the black soil. Yuan Tiangang sat next to Li Zheng, looking at Li Zheng's face carefully. At this time, he finally couldn't help it. Master. Li Zheng opened his eyes and smiled. What's wrong, Imperial Master? Oh, it's okay. I just have some questions that I can't figure out, so I want to ask the Immortal Master. Since Yuan Tiangang is involved in metaphysics, there are many questions that are difficult to understand. Chapter 96, Discussing with Yuan Tiangang. Go ahead. Li Zheng didn't mind answering Yuan Tiangang's questions, but Li Zheng himself didn't understand metaphysics, so how could he answer his questions? The various questions Yuan Tiangang asked along the way were extremely obscure. Li Zheng relied on some liberal arts knowledge he had accumulated in his previous life, and after some vague answers, he finally gave an answer. This time, Yuan Tiangang sighed. I have walked the mortal world for many years and have suffered countless hardships, but I still don't understand what the Tao is. What is Tao? What is this question similar to? Who am I? Where do I come from? Where am I going? Haha, Imperial Master. Do you really not know what Tao is? Li Zheng smiled faintly, with curiosity in his eyes. Yuan Tiangang shook his head and said, Although I have been pursuing this for many years, I still don't understand. Please enlighten me, Master. Li Zheng sighed. The Tao is actually right beside us in this world. People often say that mice have their own way and cats have their own way. This is the way to survive. People often talk about the Yangguan Road and the single plank bridge. This is the path of choice. People experience joys and sorrows, separations and reunions. The moon waxes and wanes. This is the way of heaven and earth, the way of nature. The way of man is to have 7 emotions and 6 desires. The way of man is to have great joy, great sorrow, great grief, and great pain. In the white jade capital of heaven, there are 9 palaces and 12 cities. The immortals stroke my head, and I am blessed with eternal life. As the Buddhists say, the Buddha created all things for the sake of all living beings. The Dharma leads people to forget the 8 sufferings, but the Tao is different. It makes people remember the 8 sufferings, understand them, and be able to take them up and let them go. National Master, the Tao is illusory, yet it exists in reality. You and I are both the Tao. Yuan Tiangang was a little confused. There was too much information in these words. Master, I don't understand. It's right that you can't understand it. These mysterious words are not something that ordinary people can understand in a short time. This is how philosophy works. As the Tao is philosophy of the Chinese nation, any wisdom in this lineage is the wisdom that comes after great enlightenment and the wisdom of being involved in the world. Only those who have entered the world can understand these wisdoms. Yuan Tiangang is certainly a worldly person, but as a human being, he has his limitations. Don't deliberately pursue the truth in it. Just let it follow the way of nature. After saying this, Li Zheng slowly shook his head. Life is short, like the withering of autumn grass and trees. When you are alive, live life to the fullest. Take care of your enemies and repay them with gratitude. When you are old, enjoy your life in peace and comfort. When you are sick, think of the distant places and be open-minded. When you die, do not blame others. Just return to your roots like fallen leaves. Does the Imperial Master have someone he loves? Li Zheng asked again. There was a frown on Yuan Tiangong's handsome face, and the area between his eyebrows seemed to twitch. This question might have hit the nail on the head. Master, I once had this experience, but haha, it's what it is, nothing else. Li Zheng said seriously. When you love, you should be passionate. When you hate, you should learn to let go. When you are separated, you should learn to cherish. In the midst of resentment, you should learn to be calm. If you cannot obtain what you seek, you must strive to move forward. When the five elements are burning fiercely, you must understand the wisdom of restraint. If you ask what the Tao is, no one can explain it clearly. Li Zheng smiled and lifted the curtain, looking at the pedestrians coming and going outside the carriage, as well as the people who had just ignited hope after experiencing the drought and were farming in the fields. Are they Tao? Yes and no. Are you and I the Tao? Yes and no. What is Tao? Tao follows nature. I am Tao. Fortunately, Li Zheng remembered some strange knowledge before traveling through time. Otherwise, his 4 years in the library would have been wasted. I refer to any subject, and any subject has its own Tao. This Tao is me, and it is also everything I refer to. Of course, this was also because Yuan Tiangang had preconceived ideas and believed that Li Zheng was an immortal. Otherwise, he would definitely not seriously consider the wisdom in it. Disciple will remember the immortal master's teachings. Not bad, not bad, the boy is teachable. Upon hearing these compliments, Yuan Tiangong's face showed excitement. The immortal master said that when you should be happy, you should be happy. Why should you suppress yourself? Let nature take its course, that's the way. Li Zheng wiped his sweat silently in his heart. This guy really has a lot of problems. But it's okay, there needs to be someone to talk to along the way to kill the boring time. Yuan Tiangang had a lot of questions, and from time to time, he would ask Li Zheng questions about cultivation. The immortal master said that Qinghe County is the place of reincarnation in this life. In other words, the immortal master is not always here. Li Zheng nodded. Haha, Imperial Master, your idea is very bold and correct. Nothing in this world is eternal. Li Zheng was looking at Yuan Tiangang at this moment. Reincarnation is just a shell, but as long as one's own spirit exists, this life is worthwhile. This is the truth behind the trials and tribulations of the mortal world. During his trials in the mortal world, Yuan Tiangang kept muttering to himself, which seemed a little difficult to understand. In this life, I'm only 15 years old, Li Zheng said, looking at the distant horizon. Speaking of which, I have lived 2 lives. In this life, I am really 15 years old. As for Yuan Tiangang, his heart was now in turmoil, which was completely different from what he had imagined. Immortals should be immortal, existing between heaven and earth in various forms, with the gods' gazes fixed on them from above. But this high and mighty immortal in front of him actually had to go through such a catastrophe. In an instant, Yuan Tiangang felt that something in his heart was touched. Master, I understand. Master, what I said about the Tao following nature is exactly this truth. In this life, Master is a son of man, the eldest brother in the family. Naturally, I must fulfill my duties and responsibilities and do what I should do. This is the Tao. Well, you're the national teacher. Everything you said is right. Even if you said 1 + 1 = 5, it is right. Anyway, you can use your imagination. When going to Chang'an, it took nearly 20 days to get from Qinghe County to Chang'an, but when coming back, it only took 10 days. In the previous 5 days, Li Zheng was answering Yuan Tiangong's questions. In the next 5 days, Li Zheng was like a weathered man who had experienced many hardships. He sat in the carriage and did not move if he could. Yuan Tiangang admired him more and more, and his thoughts were in turmoil. As expected of an immortal master, he sees through the world, yet still lives in it. He can travel in the universe and step into the mortal world. He is indeed an immortal. If Li Zheng knew that Yuan Tiangong's admiring eyes were filled with these thoughts, he would probably laugh out loud. But it's also good. With the identity of a so-called immortal, all abnormal behaviors can be explained clearly. Even if Li Air wants to ask something, Li Zheng is not afraid to answer him. Along the way, Li Zheng seemed to be in a trance, but in fact he was growing vegetables and raising cattle in the super farm and super ranch, and riding a mammoth leisurely. After taking a look at the system panel, Li Zheng smiled broadly. The warehouse is now full of grain and vegetables. Chapter 97, Returning from Chang'an in Glory. In the super farm, potatoes became the most planted crop by Li Zheng during these 5 days. There will be plenty of time to grow other things in the future, but potatoes seem to be what Li Er wants most. As a result, during these 5 days, the potato storage volume had reached 215,000 kilograms. Li Zheng was not stingy along the way and brought in rice, cabbage, potatoes, eggplants, and even radishes and carrots. This made Yuan Tiangang very excited. Every time he ate, Yuan Tiangang would burn incense, change his clothes, and count out to heaven and earth. This sense of ritual truly made him worthy of being the national teacher. Those black riders rarely appeared along the way. They only appeared once, and that was when they came to report to Yuan Tiangang about the road ahead. This time when they came back, they did not take a detour to avoid bandits and robbers along the way. Their speed was indeed incredibly fast. If Li Zheng's guess was correct, those bandits and robbers would have been wiped out by the Black Cavalry long ago. Li Er's Black Cavalry is indeed terrifying. They can multiply the moon as if they were walking on flat ground. They are worthy of being the main force for Li Er to establish the immortal foundation of the Tang dynasty. When their dry food ran out, Li Zheng would take out potatoes and tell them how to eat them. Although the Black Cavalry did not appear, they were full of respect for Li Zheng, especially the Black Cavalry leader Chen Ziwen, who burst into tears of gratitude when he saw Li Zheng. What broad mind he has. He is worthy of being a god. He actually took out the auspicious sign sold to His Majesty and let the rough soldiers in his army eat it without asking for any money. How can I not be moved to tears? Just looking at that godlike figure, Chen Ziwen always felt a little strange. This god looks no different from us, ordinary people. Later, when talking about it with other colleagues, a man who used to be a Taoist priest said only one sentence. The great hermit hides in the city. From then on, Chen Ziwen admired Li Zheng from the bottom of his heart. Gods can fly into the sky and into the earth, and can eat and drink with us mortals. Maybe this is why they are gods. Master, we have arrived at Qinghe County. After hearing Yuan Tiangong's words, Li Zheng slowly got up from the couch, washed his face in the system, and then opened his eyes. At this moment, Yuan Tiangang watched Li Zheng, whose face was shiny with sleep after falling asleep, suddenly lose all his energy. Is this the purity that the ancient sages often talked about? OMG. Well, let's go into town. Yuan Tiangang nodded. This time, when he entered the city, he would help Li Zheng to properly arrange all worldly affairs according to the worldly etiquette and laws. His Majesty's instructions must not be let down. At the city gate, a luxurious carriage attracted the attention of 2 officials. Who? The driver was the Imperial Guard. His eyes widened at this moment. I'm from Chang'an. I'm going into the city to do business. The man was relatively low-key, but his gaze was condescending and full of arrogance. Oh, what's in the car? Check it out. The Qinghe County government was extremely strict, and the officers were already very strict in their investigations. Naturally, when they encountered a guy who was too arrogant, they would not let him go. The person in the car is a big shot in Chang'an. How can you just look at him? The Imperial Guards were no ordinary people. You had to know that Li Er's guard in the palace had all fought their way through mountains of swords and seas of fire. In their eyes, there was only Li Er and Li Er's mission. Apart from that, they didn't consider anything else. This time Li Er only sent one person to drive the carriage, but this person seemed to never get tired. He drove day and night, and the official road was flat, and he did not delay anything. In the carriage, Yuan Tiangang frowned. Master, I'll go take a look. A young man in plain clothes got out of the spacious carriage. He was very handsome, with a handsome face and bright eyes. Ah, you 2 are on duty soldiers from Qinghe County. Routine inspections are their duty. You must not look down on them. The Imperial commander slowly bowed towards Yuan Tiangang. Yes. Yuan Tiangang had a smile on his face. Along the way, he kept thinking about what it meant to be involved in the world and what it meant to be the Tao. So at this moment, he began to change. It is true that he is the national teacher. He is also a citizen of the Tang dynasty and an official of the Tang dynasty. Changing one's perspective and thinking about what happened to these 2 people is also a wonderful process. You 2 may check, but please be polite. The person in the carriage is... Having said that, Yuan Tiangang paused, bowed towards Chang'an, and then pointed above his head. The two officers were stunned. What was going on? How could they meet His Majesty while on duty today? Yuan Tiangang knew at a glance that they had misunderstood. Ah, the person next to him. The people around the emperor are naturally the ones who can make things happen at the touch of a button. The two officers bowed solemnly and lifted the curtain. In an instant, they both exclaimed in unison, "The Li family kid." Li Zheng raised his head and frowned. Haha, it turns out it's you guys. The two people were none other than Zhou Meng and Zhou Hao. After offending the Song family, these two guys were sent to guard outside the city. Recently, Cui Mu was busy with food issues and seemed not to have thought about them, so the two of them became the loyal officials at the city gate. Looking for death, the Imperial Guard frowned and was about to draw out the steel knife in his hand. Zhou Meng and Zhou Hao's faces tightened, and they suddenly realized that a huge danger was approaching their necks. So scary. At that moment, the coachman looked like a murderous devil. Okay, this is my friend, Li Zheng said calmly. I haven't seen you two for a few days. Why are you guarding the city gate? Yuan Tiangang's heart was beating fast and furious. When the two officers started talking about the boy from the Li family, Yuan Tiangang was stunned. He knew that the Imperial Guards would definitely take action. Who dares to disrespect the immortal respected by His Majesty today? He asked a lot of questions along the way and said a few more words. The Imperial Guard kept staring at him with fierce eyes. Needless to say, he must have received orders from His Majesty. If he touched the taboo, he would be killed without mercy. These two foolish guards actually called the immortal master like that. They are courting death. At that moment, Yuan Tiangang's heart was in a knot. But then, after a faint voice came from the carriage, Yuan Tiangang's heart was finally at ease. It turned out that he was the immortal master's friend in the mortal world. Hey, don't mention it. The county magistrate hasn't remembered that we are outside the city yet. Haha, County Master Cui is busy with official duties. I'm afraid he forgot. I'll ask for you later. Okay. Thank you very much. By the way, are you back from outside? Li Zheng smiled faintly. Yes, I went to Chang'an. Oh, and I have some important things to do today. Come to my house for a drink later. When Zhou Meng and Zhou Hao heard that Li Zheng had something to do, they immediately made way. Okay, you go do your thing first. We can come back later. The dried radish you have is really delicious. Chapter 98, High Emotional Intelligence, Yuan Tiangang. In the outer city of Qinghua County, Yuan Tiangang looked at the stone steps and sighed. Master, do you live here? When we get home, just call me Li Zheng and don't tell anyone. Yuan Tiangang nodded. Master, don't worry. Well, there are some things that I'm not convenient to do. You can do it for me. Since he was leaving Qinghua County in this place, Li Zheng would never let any regrets remain. It might be just Wang and her younger brothers and sisters who go to Chang'an, but the people in the Wang family must be settled. In fact, after living in Qinghua County for so long, Li Zheng really likes life here. But in the early Tang dynasty, some things could not be done in remote areas. The many restrictions gave Li Zheng a headache. Going to Chang'an now was the best choice, no doubt about it. At the doorstep, Gao Yang and Li Huai were sitting on the threshold discussing something. Gao Yang spoke seriously, and Li Huai kept nodding. As the two were talking, a carriage slowly drove by and then stopped in front of the door. In an instant, Gao Yang stood up. The person in this carriage was not an ordinary person. The manufacturing specifications of this carriage alone make it impossible for ordinary people to ride in it. Gao Yang had traveled all over the country and had seen countless carriages of noble people. He tried hard to recall whether the appearance and pattern of this carriage seemed familiar and where he had seen it before. Suddenly, he opened his mouth wide. Li Huai, this carriage is from Chang'an. Li Huai was stunned. What's wrong with coming from Chang'an? Li Huai has followed Li Zheng since he was a child. He believes that although people in the world are divided into different classes, no one is born noble. He looks down on the nobles, and even more so on the officials in Chang'an. The contempt in his eyes was extremely serious. Li Zheng heard the conversation between the two. Li Zheng slowly got out of the car. Ha, I've only been away for a few days, and you two are so arrogant? Of course, this was said to Li Huai. The expression on Li Huai's face was extremely interesting. At first, he was disdainful. After all, according to the young master's words, the one who looked down on the king and the princes was the most courageous person in the world. Now, his face was full of joy, his eyes were red, and he rushed over. Master, you're back. The Imperial Guard did not stop him this time. He knew that gods have their own way in the human world. His Majesty had specifically said that as long as this god did not get angry, there was no need for him to take action. Gao Yang bowed respectfully. Sir, how was your journey? Li Zheng patted Gao Yang's shoulder and said, That's good. Manager, Gao has worked hard these days. It is Gao Yang's blessing to serve you, sir. At this moment, Gao Yang's voice was trembling. Li Zheng returned from Chang'an in a carriage of this standard hiss. As expected of Mr. Li Zheng, is he going to Chang'an because he has been summoned by some high-ranking official? His eyes flashed with doubt, but also with joy. I brought back a lot of kelp today, and the old lady is making soup with it. Li Zheng grinned. Okay, then old Yuan, and you, let's talk at home. The Imperial Guard was stunned. He hadn't said a word along the way and hadn't revealed his name. Since the person in the car was a god, he naturally wouldn't care about him. But at this time, he was actually invited into the home of the gods. Yuan Tiangang looked at the stunned Imperial Guards and said, Old Yu, hurry up. Yes, go old Yuan. As soon as Li Zheng entered the yard, Li Dan and Li Qing rushed over to him, their faces covered with flour. Brother, we too can knead dough. Oh, then you guys are amazing. Li Zheng picked up Li Qing and touched Li Dan's head at the same time. Old Yuan, these are my brother and sister. Yuan Tiangang was stunned, suddenly not knowing what to say. After a moment of silence, his mind raced. Haha, sir, your brother and sister are so cute and smart. They must have a bright future. No matter how much flattery is worn, it never wears out. Could the immortals' brothers and sisters be such disgusting people? It's just that the way Li Dan and Li Qing walked seemed a little strange, as if they had been spanked. Did you two do anything bad? Did you get spanked by your mother? The two little guys started to stammer. Needless to say, they were in trouble. Yuan Tiangang looked at this scene, and a smile suddenly broke out on his face, which was originally a little conflicted. Little brother, little sister, come here. I'm your brother's good friend. I didn't bring anything good this time, so I'll give you these as a greeting gift. How about that? When Li Dan and Li Qing heard that there was a gift, they instantly became excited and clapped their hands and were about to rush over. But at this time, they seemed to remember something and looked at Li Zheng eagerly. Li Zheng smiled and said, Old Yuan, please don't spend money. Sir, it would be a waste for me to wear this jade pendant myself. It would be better to give it to my two lovely children. Look, he is worthy of being the national teacher. His speech is so smooth, like a spring breeze. Okay, you two should thank your uncle. Li Dan and Li Qing each had a jade pendant hanging around their necks. While shouting happily, they did not forget to salute Yuan Tiangang. Thank you, uncle. Yuan Tiangang was very happy and satisfied that the immortals family in the mortal world recognized him. Those two jade pendants were given to him by his majesty. But now, when he gave them away, he didn't feel sorry at all. Li Zheng smiled and said, You two, take good care of the jade pendant. This is a gift from your uncle, so you must cherish it. Okay, brother. Li Zheng smiled and said, Haha, let's sit down. In the courtyard, under the sycamore tree, in the pavilion, Li Huai and Gao Yang were trembling with fear. That old Yu seemed to have a strong aura and fierce eyes, and it was obvious that he was not a good person. That old Yuan was very versatile, and his words and actions were so smooth that Gao Yang was amazed. Li Huai, these two people are not simple. Li Huai nodded and said, I take back what I said before. These two people are indeed not simple. As the two of them were whispering, Li Zheng also smiled and said, You two go help my mother prepare the meal. Oh, and make more kelp soup. Yes, sir. Yes, master. As for Li Zheng, he slowly stood up and said, Old Yuan, old Yu, follow me. In the west courtyard of the Li family, Yuan Tiangang saw a shocking scene. More than a dozen cats and dogs lay quietly on the ground, lazily basking in the autumn sun. Sir, this. Haha, I took in some cats and dogs that couldn't survive the drought. Yuan Tiangong's eyes lit up, and his heart was shocked. Sir, you are so kind-hearted. You are indeed not an ordinary person. Yubian didn't dare to speak anymore. The big yellow dog seemed to sense the murderous aura from him. Its eyes showed alertness, and its tail stood up. Chapter 99 Yuan Tiangang. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Li Zheng looked at Yuan Tiangong's behavior and smiled. If there was a book called Emotional Intelligence in this world, Yuan Tiangang would have probably read it thoroughly. No wonder this guy was able to rise step by step from being a fortune teller to getting promoted and getting salary increases and finally becoming the imperial teacher of the Tang dynasty. Even Li Shimin could not forget him. Yu Bian was a little nervous. He looked at Yuan Tiangang and said slowly, Master, this big yellow dog is very ferocious. Yuan Tiangang was startled. Let's go in. No matter how ferocious these cats and dogs are, they belong to the Immortals family. Yu Bian resisted the urge to solve the problem in the face of danger and entered Li Zheng's house. Sir, this place is truly unsuitable for someone of your stature. Li Zheng waved his hand. In life, external things are unimportant. Even a bowl of rice and a jug of water are enough to make one happy and carefree. How much more so is a courtyard that can shelter one from the wind and rain? Haha, my status in this life is a little different. If possible, I hope to have thousands of mansions, sheltering the whole world from the coldest days of winter and keeping me as safe as a mountain even in the face of wind and rain. After Li Zheng finished speaking, Yuan Tiangang was excited. Sir, I have learned from your profound insights. On his way to Qinghe County, Yuan Tiangang had already sent people to investigate the grievances and disputes within Li Zheng's family. Those words seemed light, but they made Yuan Tiangang feel even more heavy-hearted. This includes the matter of Li Zheng's father and the matter of the Song family clan. The Song family is so bold that it would be fine if they only made things difficult for the immortals, but they even made things difficult for ordinary people. If the Tang dynasty were full of such clans, the world would be in chaos. At this moment, he had a question in his mind. I have a doubt. Please answer it, immortal. Go ahead. Then what should we do with the eldest and second sons of the Li family? Li Zheng's eyes narrowed in an instant, his eyebrows raised, and there was a cold look in his eyes. Them? What do you think, Imperial Master? Yuan Tiangang bowed solemnly. I have already investigated thoroughly. After the immortal entered the sea, the three brothers of the Li family, Li Ping and Li Xiang, tricked your father into going out to sea. They poisoned him along the way, which led to the ruin of the family and his eventual death from illness. During this period, they also used some despicable means to seize your family's business. Li Zheng was not unaware of this news. Zhou Ming and Zhou Hao drank too much one time and said the wrong thing. Although they didn't tell all the information, Li Zheng had guessed it almost exactly. Li Zheng's father was murdered. My eldest uncle Li Ping and my second uncle Li Xiang are not free from responsibility. Of course, these two idiots don't have the ability to do so. The key to everything lies in the people of the Song family. They occupied the top position in Qinghe County and tried to make Li Zheng's father their vassal, but unfortunately they did not succeed. Therefore, those who disobeyed must become dead. This is the reason why Li Zheng attacked the Song family first. National Master, I know about these things, you go and do it. Li Zheng didn't say much, just said lightly, you go and do it, which instantly made Yuan Tiangang excited. This is trust. After Cui Mu finished his official duties for the day and just stretched his body, he saw Cui Ning running in a hurry. Brother, there's a guy out there, known as the Tang Dynasty Imperial Master. Imperial Master of the Tang Dynasty? Yuan Tiangang. Cui Mu sighed and shook his head. In today's world, anyone dares to call himself the Imperial Master. How pathetic. A true imperial teacher is a peerless national scholar. Cui Ning frowned. That's right. I also think it's unlikely. The Imperial Master should be in Chang'an, but the token in that person's hand is not fake. Cui Mu looked at Cui Ning seriously. Are you sure? Of course it's confirmed. The man who claims to be the Imperial Master doesn't have a token, but the guard does. It's the waist badge of the Imperial Guard. I saw it when I accompanied my uncle into the palace to attend His Majesty's banquet. It's absolutely right. Hiss. Cui Mu began to wonder in his heart. Could it really be that Yuan Tiangang had come? Outside the county government office, Yuan Tiangang was calm and composed. Then he saw a young official slowly walking out. Qinghe County Magistrate Cui Mu greets the Imperial Master. Yuan Tiangang nodded and said, County Master Cui, thank you for your hard work. I am sorry to bother you by coming here uninvited. Cui Mu was a wealthy man, so he just smiled and said nothing more. Yu Bian, what is His Majesty's order? Yuan Tiangang waved towards Yu Bian. At this moment, the guard behind him took out a booklet with yellow edges from his arms, on which were written two powerful and vigorous characters. Edict. In an instant, Cui Mu was certain that this person must be the imperial teacher. Who in this world dares to forge an imperial edict? Moreover, this decree was indeed true. He had seen it with his own eyes. Generally speaking, the imperial edicts issued by the emperors of the Tang dynasty were either in the form of volumes, or in the form of exquisite imperial edicts like a book, or on a piece of silk. This imperial edict is definitely not fake. On this trip, The Tang Dynasty Imperial Master Yuan Tiangang will act on my behalf. If I were to come in person, I would act at your discretion. His Majesty the Tang Dynasty has never issued such an imperial edict. This is the first time. As soon as Yuan Tiangang finished reading, Chui Mu and Chui Ning knelt down to receive the order. All right, County Master Chui, let's go in. Chui Mu was feeling uneasy, wondering why the Imperial Master came to the tiny Qinghe County in person. He thought about it over and over again, and many thoughts flashed through his mind quickly. Could it be that the Imperial Master was also concerned about the county administration? Was he here to inspect me? Or is it to exorcise demons and understand the people's sentiments? Shouldn't this be the job of the inspector? In the county government office, Yuan Tiangang sat in the upper seat, while Yu Bian stood beside Yuan Tiangang, holding the hilt of a knife in his hand, his eyes as fierce as those of a tiger or wolf. Haha, County Master Chui is probably wondering why I came to Qinghe County. Don't panic and don't worry. I came here on orders from His Majesty to solve a problem for someone. Chui Mu was stunned. Could there be someone in Qinghe County who had connections with Chang'an? But it is also true that there are many hidden talents in Qinghe County. Many of the seemingly ordinary people may be descendants of a big family. This is why the various forces here are deeply rooted and difficult to balance. Who is that person? Haha, County Master Chui. Have you ever heard the name Li Zheng? Click. Qui muese arte trembled, Li Zheng. What happened to this Li Zheng? Who is he? Is his identity very special? Master, I know Li Zheng, but I don't know him. Haha, it's okay. Li Zheng's family once suffered a great disaster. This time, I came here for this matter. After Yuan Tiangang finished speaking, Chui Ning was already confused. Li Zheng, the 15-year-old Li Zheng? The Li Zheng who plotted the annihilation of the Song family? Chui Mu could hardly suppress the doubts in his heart. National Master, I wonder what Li Zheng's identity is? Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Chapter 100 something is wrong with area. Yuan Tiangang made up his mind that no matter how cruel things would happen in Qinghe County, Li Zheng's affairs were his affairs. Apart from anything else, just the discussions along the way had made him gain a lot. After all, the immortal was an immortal. Thousands of years had passed, but in the blink of an eye, he could see things so clearly. When will I be able to become like an immortal? Thinking of this, Yuan Tiangang looked at Chui Mu and said, in Qinghe County, there are 3 brothers from the Li family. The eldest brother, Li Ping, and the second brother, Li Xiang, used despicable means to seize the property of the 3rd brother of the Li family. They are bullying and dominating the market. They are despicable people. If it was just a normal question, Yuan Tiangang would only need to ask whether there was such a person. But Yuan Tiangang has now almost made it clear that no matter who these people are, they're all despicable and capable of doing all kinds of evil. It has to be yes or no. In an instant, Chui Mu felt the cruelty in Yuan Tiangang's words. Chui Mu had heard about the affairs of the 3 brothers of the Li family from Master Wu before. Now that he thought about it carefully, he was afraid that there must be a lot of tricks involved. Grandmaster, there is something wrong with this matter. Please give me some time to find out the truth. Haha, okay, Chui Mu. His Majesty has ordered that I must set out for Chang'an in 3 days. If there's any delay, it's fine with me, but His Majesty. Yuan Tiangang looked up to the sky and sighed. Chui Mu was in a state of confusion. The Chui family is now being watched by His Majesty. If something happens, any small incident may become the beginning of the Chui family's downfall. Although there was a high-ranking official named Chui Mingyan as the prime minister in the court, the prime minister was only a prime minister after all, not the emperor. Chui Mingyan is now under great pressure and has no time to take care of himself. We should be thankful that nothing goes wrong with the Chui family. Otherwise, why did they deal with the Song family clan with such drastic measures before? But now, the problem was thrown to him. If Chui Mu did as he was told, he must leave the emperor's document as evidence. Otherwise, if he used it as evidence in the future, the Chui family would be even more hopeless. But if Chui Mu doesn't do it, and the imperial master returns to Chang'an and casually disobeys the imperial order, then even gods cannot save them. Chui Mu felt very uncomfortable. Chui Ning was also extremely intelligent and immediately realized the danger. Okay, imperial master, I'll do it right away. Someone come. Chui Mu's eyes were sharp, and when Wu Shiye came in, he immediately showed suspicion. County Master, what are your instructions? Chui Mu said righteously. Master Wu, from now on, mobilize all your manpower, go through the files, and look for everything involving Li Ping and Li Xiang of the Li family. If you find any foul play, investigate thoroughly. Yes. Wu Qing's face twitched, but he was very excited in his heart. It's coming, it's coming, it's finally coming. That day, when Wu Qing was chatting with Li Zheng mentioned the Li family. Wu Qing didn't know Li Zheng at that time, so naturally he couldn't say much. But it's different now. After the last experience of giving a large amount of cabbage and radishes as gifts, Wu Qing already understood that these vegetables were worthless in the eyes of Mr. Li Zheng. What's more, the kelp business alone has already started, and the entire Wu family and their partner Gao Yang are making a fortune. It's simply pie in the sky. Who gave you this pie? It's Li Zheng. Wu Qing will never forget this, even if he dies. As soon as Cui Mu opened his mouth, Wu Qing immediately responded with all his strength. Yes, Your Excellency, I will investigate this matter thoroughly. Qinghe County began to become restless, and the officials were running hurriedly on the streets, heading towards the county government office. Cui Mu knew clearly that before today, or tomorrow morning, he had to find evidence of Li Ping and Li Xiang's crimes in the files, evidence that would make it impossible for them to turn over a new leaf. If not, you must have it. Even if you create it out of thin air, you have to have it. The Imperial Master is here. This is a death order. Cui Mu was extremely anxious, and the entire Qinghe County government office was extremely worried. When Arya heard that Li Zheng had returned, she came over with her things. After knocking on the door, she found that Li Zheng was playing with Li Dan and Li Qing in the yard. Li Zheng, you didn't even tell me you were back. Li Zheng turned around and smiled faintly. Arya, why are you here? Li Zheng suddenly discovered a problem. Why does Arya look a little different? The originally dark face was still dark, but this time, Li Zheng found that the black skin seemed to be intentional, as if some kind of paint was used. Li Zheng remembered that Arya had a strong and sturdy figure, but this time, Arya suddenly appeared and seemed a little slimmer than before. The most important thing is that Arya's eyes have always been bright, and today her eyebrows seem to be different from before. If his eyebrows were extremely thick before, today they seem to have returned to their original appearance. Li Zheng, you just ran away without saying a word. There's so much tofu pudding left uneaten. Hey, I have something urgent to do in Chang'an. Arya was pouting at first, but when she heard the word Chang'an, her face suddenly changed, and then she regained her composure in an instant. Chang'an? What are you going to Chang'an for? Go do something. Oh, is Chang'an big? Will you leave again after you come back? Li Zheng was a little curious. What happened to Arya? Arya, there's something wrong with you. What was wrong with him? Anyway, whether it was his appearance or his speech, everything had changed. Especially when Li Zheng mentioned Chang'an, Arya's expression suddenly changed. Although it was extremely brief, Li Zheng saw it clearly. Why did this little girl, Arya, suddenly become so strange? Li Zheng shook his head and said nothing, just smiled faintly. Come, Arya, sit down and eat something. I just fried some vegetable pancakes for Li Dan and Li Qing. Vegetable cake? What is this? There is no such thing as frying in the Tang dynasty. Arya instantly smelled the fragrance and was completely attracted. Li Zheng, what's your trick? Why are your cooking so delicious? Li Zheng smiled mysteriously. This is my secret. The mountain man has his own clever plan. Arya rolled her eyes and said, Tisk, if you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. I'll ask you to do it for me every day from now on. In ancient times, in the Tang dynasty, it was extremely bold for a woman to say this. Li Zheng was slightly startled, then smiled faintly. Okay. When Arya heard this, her face turned red. Li Zheng discovered another unnatural thing. He had never noticed it before. When the little girl's face turned red, there was something wrong. Fried food is only available in the Li Zheng family in the Tang dynasty. Arya is so happy that her mouth is full of oil after eating it. Li Zheng, you said it, remember it. After saying that, Arya ran away with her braids swinging and the bamboo basket in her arms, leaving behind a confused Li Zheng, drifting in the autumn wind. Chapter 101 Chapter 101 I'm determined to leave. In the afternoon, Wang Qian and Wang Dong sorted out their recent earnings. When Li Zheng saw it, he immediately smiled. Wang Qian and Wang Dong really chose the wrong industry. If these two uncles had chosen the so-called accountant industry earlier, they would have been able to make a career. Although they are old, they're all sweating and extremely excited. Xiao Zheng, look, my uncle has counted it twice. This much money is something I've never seen in my life. Li Zheng smiled and said, Uncle, this amount of money is just a small amount. You will definitely be able to earn more in the future. Wang Qian grinned. What are you talking about? My uncle is a rough man. All he wants in this life is to see your cousin get married and start a family, and to see that they are doing well. As for making money, of course it would be great, but if he can't, then so be it. Just having enough to eat is enough. Wang Xian and Wang Dong indeed thought so and did so. Li Zheng simply managed the profits. During the month he was away, he left a large amount of food and vegetables to Wang Xian and Wang Dong. Cui Mu bought all these grains and vegetables and sold them to the people in and around Qinghe County at a fair price so that they could have something to eat during this year of famine. This amount of money is not small, probably close to 300,000 yuan. 300,000 coins is only 3,000 strings of cash. Before Li Zheng left, he took out all the food and vegetables, including rice, wheat, and cabbage. This time, all the money Li Zheng had on him totaled to 740,000 coins. This number is indeed quite a lot. Uncle, you did a great job. After Li Zheng finished speaking, Wang Xian and Wang Dong were stunned. Even the dumbest or most taciturn person could hear many different flavors at this time. Xiao Zheng, what are you talking about? Haha, this is what we should do. You gave us a bite to eat, and we can't even handle this little thing. It's shameful. Li Zheng smiled and said, It's okay, uncles. Have you thought about a question now? What's the problem? The two asked at the same time. It's a clan issue. Li Zheng said seriously. The Wang family is still quite large now. Even though not everyone has enough to eat, at least everyone sees hope. Li Zheng finished speaking. I'm going to Chang'an soon. Qinghe County is too small, so Li Zheng has to leave. The Wang family can actually follow him. But from what Wang said, Grandpa Wang Heir does not intend to leave the hometown where he was born and raised. Li Zheng has actually already made a plan. Although he still seems to be facing difficulties everywhere, the future is promising and he has already established a firm foothold. Qinghe County can no longer accommodate his presence. If he stays here for too long, he might cause trouble in the entire Dengzhou prefecture. It would be better to go to Chang'an. Chang'an is closer and stricter than Dengzhou, but it is the center of the Tang dynasty. Xiaozheng, are you going to Chang'an? No, Xiaozheng, you've gone to Chang'an. We farmers can't do that. Wang Xian and Wang Dong looked at each other. Yes, you are an educated person, and to be honest, Chang'an is a place that suits you. We rough guys can still help you in Qinghe County, but in Chang'an, the two hesitated. They knew that after Li Zheng finished speaking, it might be difficult for them to see each other again. The journey from Qinghe County to Chang'an is long and dangerous, with high mountains and a long road. It also passes through the ancient Yinzhou area, which is now Hebei. There were so many bandits and robbers that in ancient times, leaving them there might be a lifelong experience. Haha, uncles, I have already made arrangements. After I go to Chang'an, you two, as the eldest and second brothers in the Wang family, will naturally shoulder your responsibilities. I have left you plenty of food, enough for the whole family to have enough to eat and drink this year. At the same time, I also have a share in the kelp business run by Manager Gao and Master Wu. I will give my share to the Wang family. After Li Zheng finished speaking, Wang Qian and Wang Dong were about to cry. Xiaozheng, you don't want us anymore? Li Zheng was at a loss for words. How could this mean he didn't want you anymore? We are still relatives, and I also have the blood of old Wang's family. I just want to Chang'an. But after thinking about it, Li Zheng understood the meaning. The mountains are high and the roads are long, and the carriages and horses are slow. The distance from the seaside to Chang'an will always exist. Even if we don't forget each other, we rarely see each other. That's why Wang Qian and Wang Dong said so. Seeing Wang Qian and Wang Dong sobbing with red eyes, Li Zheng comforted them. I will definitely come back often. Uncle, don't worry. I will definitely write to you before I come back. A distance of a few hours in later generations was a natural barrier in the Tang dynasty. In Qinghe County, if you have any difficulties, go to see Master Wu. The Wang family is not in a hurry to rise to prominence. After all, the rise of a family cannot be accomplished in just one generation. After Li Zheng finished speaking, Wang Qian and Wang Dong understood what Li Zheng meant. It's a good thing that our nephew is promising. He is an eagle in the sky, and we, the peasants, can't always stop him from flying. If you are an eagle, you must fly high in the sky, fighting against the strong wind and competing with the cold current. Xiaozheng, don't worry. We will definitely listen to you. Li Zheng smiled and said, Uncle, we need to eat the food and vegetables slowly for now. Don't spend the money you have. The Wang family must be frugal. Otherwise, sooner or later, we will squander our wealth. Wang Qian patted his chest and said in a loud voice, Xiaozheng, don't worry. I'll ask the teacher to write this into the ancestral precepts tomorrow. You all have to live a hard life for me and work in the fields. Li Zheng's face darkened. That's not what he meant. Forget it. Li Zheng knew what kind of uncle he was. Uncle, you need to work in the fields, but you also need to go to school. If the Wang family wants to prosper, they must send their young people to school and study. Others don't know the importance of reading, but Li Zheng does. Let's not talk about the era of the strict hierarchical system of the Tang dynasty. Let's just talk about later generations. People who don't read and people who do may not see the difference in the early stages, but when they reach a certain age, when they have accumulated a lot of knowledge, and when the understanding of life brought by knowledge is about to cause a qualitative change, earth-shaking changes will occur. Therefore, if the Wang family wants to rise, live and work in peace, and have a certain influence in Qinghai County, they must study. But we cannot be impatient about this, as studying and taking the imperial examinations is a long process. It takes several generations of effort to consolidate and develop the clan status. Uncle, go back and discuss this with Grandpa. Wang Qian and Wang Dong nodded, feeling a little reluctant. Chapter 102 Chapter 102 Murder and Arson Gold Belt. Late at night, a group of people broke into Li Ping's house. Butler Li Tai suddenly shouted, "Who is this? How can you be so blind? Don't you know that this is Mr. Li's residence?" Li Tai rubbed his eyes. He had fallen asleep when he suddenly heard a loud explosion outside the door. He became furious. In Qinghai County, is there anyone who dares to act wildly in front of Master Li? Ever since Li Ping seized the third industry of the Li family, he has become part of the gentry gathering area in Qinghai County, which is the legendary wealthy area. The security here is extremely strict. After all, every household has paid money to the government. But today, there are people who are blind. Rage welled up in his heart, and he was filled with evil. Come on, grab your weapons. Beat these blind bastards to death. What the hell is this? Why don't you open your dog eyes and see where you are? Fuck you. Before he finished speaking, a howling sound was heard in the night. Bang! The bullet hit the center. Li Tai felt his nose was sore and hot streams seemed to be gushing out of his nostrils. Under the dim light, he wiped his nose and suddenly found that the color of his hand was bright red. Ah, blood. These people are rebelling. Someone come. Catch the traitor. Faced with this scene, Cui Mu just sneered. Behind Cui Mu is Yuan Tiangang. Li Zheng's affairs are his affairs. He will participate in all operations in Qinghai County, watching them carefully and not daring to make any mistakes. Next to him was the Imperial Guard UBN. This guy had a cold look in his eyes as he stood in front of Yuan Tiangang. When the immortal was around, he might not be needed for protection, but when the immortal was in danger, he had to be the first to stand up. This was a military order. Military orders are as heavy as mountains. When soldiers receive orders, they must charge forward without regret, regardless of the consequences or whether they live or die. In the absence of the immortal, Yuan Tiangang is the one he protects. He is the imperial teacher of the Tang dynasty and a person trusted by his majesty, and no mistakes are allowed. Yu Bian looked nervous, his eyes cold and icy. Master, is this the seat of Qinghai County? Yuan Tiangang was stunned. Before he could say anything, Yu Bian spoke. In an instant, when Cui Mu heard this voice, he felt a chill in his heart. Go ahead, arrest them all, for rebellion. If Li Zheng were here, he would definitely find out that Shandong people's love for inverted senses has its origins and has existed since ancient times. The entire Li Ping's mansion was still quiet. Before the officials took action, the Black Cavalry had already entered the city and set up an ambush. At the moment the riot broke out, they acted like lightning, and anyone who dared to shout would be killed without mercy. The Black Knights are not ordinary soldiers. They are true killing machines. Of course, in war, everyone is a killing machine, but among these killing machines, there's always someone stronger than the strongest, and Li Er's Black Cavalry is the strongest. Li Ping's hair was disheveled, and his family members were numerous and kneeling on the cold floor. He did not dare to look up, but only glanced cautiously at the moon above his head. In an instant, a knife flashed, and his vision became dim. The world seemed to be crooked, and a scream came from behind him. No harm to family members? Don't forget who you are working for tonight. Cui Mu has never been a kind-hearted person. His kindness is directed towards others. As a child of a wealthy family, he puts his own interests first in everything he does. For the first time, someone was beheaded without going through the layers of approval from the court, and the entire family was wiped out. Similarly, Li Xiang couldn't sleep tonight. He didn't know if it was because the weather turned cooler after autumn or for other reasons, but he always felt restless and uncomfortable tonight. The concubine beside him muttered, "Master, go to sleep quickly." "Hey, Suehua, you don't understand. I always feel uneasy. Is something going to happen?" "Master, you are now one of the most powerful gentry in Qinghai County. You are protected by officials of all ranks in the county government, and your connections extend to Dangzhou Prefecture. The surrounding knights also give you face, and you have countless properties. What is there to worry about?" "Oh, I knew you had a little mouth." Li Xiang chuckled, a lewd smile on his face. "I knew you would never be able to stay in Suehua Tower in Dangzhou Prefecture. A woman like you will shine even in the dark night." "Master, you are bad. Hurry up, you little mouth." The sound inside the window did not affect the emotions of the two black figures in the darkness outside the window at all. There was no expression on their faces. Faced with such an intimate scene, they didn't blush or breathe heavily, and they didn't even blink. They are the Black Knights, and neither mountains of swords, nor seas of fire, nor gentle traps are their match. They firmly believe that only by eliminating all emotions can they become the strongest warriors. Killing is not the right way to go. After searching Li Ping's house, Cui Mu brought people to Li Xiang's mansion. Aha! If Li Ping is the mastermind, then Li Xiang can be considered an accomplice. But looking at the scale of the mansion, Li Xiang seems to know how to enjoy life better. Yuan Tiangang said slowly. In front of Cui Mu, he is a god. Cui Mu hurriedly saluted and said, "Master, Li Xiang is a very arrogant and domineering person. If he has a few coins in his pocket, he will shake and jingle them, as if he is afraid that others will not know about it. In comparison, Li Ping is a shrewd and calculating person. He is the truly dangerous one." Yuan Tiangang nodded and waved his hand. "Go ahead." "Yes." Cui Mu waved his hand, and the officers broke in. The servants and maids were in a panic. The two servants who were on duty late at night didn't even have time to react and became dead. As for the other servants, they were subdued the moment they started to get restless and dared not say a word. In the backyard, the thug hired by Li Xiang's family heard the noise coming from outside and jumped up, but when he just pushed the door open, a steel knife was placed on his neck. The silver moonlight reflected on the steel knife, and the man instantly wet his pants. On the smooth floor, Yuan Tiangong's face was grim. "Is this the local squire? I remember what that person said yesterday. Kill people and set fires for gold, but repair bridges and roads without leaving any corpses. Haha, if you are rich but unkind, the Tang dynasty won't mind taking back your wealth." Li Xiang was lying on the ground, pissing and shitting. Sir, what did I do wrong? I have always obeyed the law." Cui Mu's eyes were cold. "Law-abiding? The files are here, with all the witnesses and evidence. Behead them, and your entire family will be executed." Yuan Tiangang smiled faintly as he watched the bloodstains flowing on the ground. That person once said that things above etiquette and law, abiding by the law, are just the bottom line of human morality. Only the law can restrain him. Chapter 103, Silent Revenge. Cui Mu, if someone claims to be law-abiding in the future, you can call him a scumbag. Beads of sweat streamed down Cui Mu's forehead. Yes, what the Imperial Master said is absolutely right. Oh, by the way, clean up these two houses tonight. I don't care what method you use, someone will move in tomorrow. Cui Mu was stunned. Is there anyone who wants to live in this place? Yuan Tiangang turned and left without even raising his eyes. Yu Bian followed behind like a demon. That person is Li Zheng. Along the way, Yuan Tiangang talked about everything from astronomy, geography, law, and literature in order to get more guidance from Li Zheng. He was surprised to find that the immortal master was indeed an immortal master, and he really knew everything. Although some of the words were extremely profound, Yuan Tiangang always gained something from them. In the past, he thought that he could just rely on His Majesty the Great Tang. Now, he understood that His Majesty was only immortal after all, and that His Majesty would die one day, but the one in front of him was an immortal being. And these two houses will belong to the Wang family from now on. As for the strong Yin energy after killing someone, the lingering ghosts, isn't Yuan Tiangang here? There are still many people who can't sleep late at night. Sai Shisher sat in the tofu shop, looking at Arya with a serious expression. Did he really go to Chang'an? Mother, he really went to Chang'an. I saw that carriage. It seems to be the mark of Chang'an. Sai Shisher was completely different from the beautiful and fiery shrew she used to be. She sat upright, looking dignified without being angry, with a serious expression, and had the dignity of a wealthy family. Could it be that people from Chang'an are targeting us? Or did he know our identities? Sai Shisher fell into deep thought. Mom, I'm growing very fast at my age. If I only saw Li Zheng once a day, he wouldn't notice my changes. But after a month, Li Zheng saw the difference in me. Arya no longer looked rustic. Although the floral clothes she wore were old-fashioned, her natural temperament could not be hidden at all. We, mother and daughter, finally managed to escape from the Zheng family. Ha! If Li Zheng knew our identities and tipped off the family, we would have to continue to flee. Arya shook her head and said, Mom, I don't want to run away. I think Li Zheng is a good person and I want to marry him. Girl, after just a few meals, you've already become so unfaithful. Arya was extremely aggrieved. Tomorrow, the ink on your face needs to be more evenly distributed. It's too obvious today. How about I go and see him tomorrow in my true self? Sai Shisher suddenly sat up and said, No, if you do that, I'm afraid I'm doomed. I endured so much pain back then and took you away so that you wouldn't continue to suffer in the Zheng family. The Zheng family of Xingyang dominates the area, and we are no match for them. Mom, the Zheng family didn't find us. Sai Shisher sighed, thinking that girls cannot be kept at home when they grow up. If Arya were recognized by her original appearance, she would never have peace in her life. Zheng of Xingyang was vengeful. When she brought her baby daughter Arya out, she was tortured by the old woman Shui from the main house. She was lucky that she didn't die. But Li Zheng is indeed a good kid. Sai Shisher pondered for a moment. Well, tomorrow I'll go with you. Li Zheng, that brat, must agree, even if he doesn't agree. Otherwise, I'll die in his house. An officer came to the prison of Dengzhou Prefecture. This dusty man looks like a border guard. The bearded guest suddenly looked up, and when he saw the man, he was stunned for a moment, and then smiled. However, he no longer had any teeth. After all his teeth were pulled out, he could no longer make a proper sound. Did my brother ask you to come? The bearded guest gave all his wealth and soldiers to Li Jing, and went away to live freely and roam the sea. At that time, there was a young man beside Li Jing. The young man had a very strange appearance, even a little ugly, which was quite to the bearded guest's liking. The boy was also very familiar with the bearded guest. Unexpectedly, he has grown up. You, who did this? The man roared angrily. The bearded guest chuckled and said, It's okay, it's just a tooth. The general ordered me to take you to Binzhou. The man said with a bow. The bearded guest sighed at this moment. I had intended to talk to my brother after returning, but I didn't expect the meeting to be this way. Boy, you've done quite well these years. Godfather, I will tear the person who abused you into pieces. This man is Li Jing's confidant, and also the adopted son of the bearded guest. Lu Tong, don't be like this. Our hero is no less powerful than others. It's just that someone pulled out his teeth. Lu Tong roared, and someone immediately came to open the prison door for the bearded man. Lu Tong knew that if he didn't say this, the bearded man would definitely make the people pay with blood in the future. Lu Tong, you lead the way. My adoptive father hasn't seen my second brother in many years. Yes, Godfather. Li Zheng slept so soundly that he only harvested potatoes and shed a few cattle during that time. After the ranch was opened, the experience gained was extremely fast. Li Zheng was very happy when he saw the cows running around and eating grass, and the sheep were scattered around. In Chilichuan, at the foot of the Yin Mountains, the sky is like a dome, covering the entire area. It's probably just like that. I raised cows 3 times last night, and now my experience bar is growing rapidly. Upgrading a level 6 ranch requires 4,000 experience points, and Li Zheng has increased his experience points to 1,580 through occasional breeding. After planting another 5 acres of potatoes and raising 6 sheds of cattle, Li Zheng exited the system. He calculated the time and planned to go in once every 2 hours. Upgrading the ranch must be put on the agenda. The super farm is slow to upgrade, so we won't wait for it. But the super ranch will be very useful in the future. After getting up early in the morning, Li Jingmei drank a sip of spring water and stretched his body. Standing outside the door were Yuan Tiangang and Chui Mu. Yuan Tiangang was extremely respectful, while Chui Mu was a little surprised. National Master, is it done? Disciple is ready. The conversation between the two people was a bit frightening, and Chui Mu felt a tightness in his chest. What's going on? Why does the national teacher call himself a disciple? Why is this little guy Li Zheng so arrogant? Could he really be a disciple of a god? Did he really practice with the immortals for a period of time? Could it be that what Wu Qing said was true? Chui Mu felt his mind go blank in an instant. He now had only one thought. He wanted to find out the truth. But in this world, the truth is always in the hands of a few people. Coincidentally, Li Zheng is one of them. County Master, Imperial Master, please come in and sit down. In the yard, Li Dan and Li Qing were reciting, at birth, human nature is good. Natures are similar, but habits separate them. Chapter 104 Chapter 104 The Wisdom of the Old Wang Family. Hatred always makes people uncomfortable, so Li Zheng didn't even want to watch it. It would be good to take revenge personally, but when would the cycle of revenge end? It would be better to let professionals do their professional work and eradicate the problem directly. I believe Yuan Tiangang will understand. Li Zheng was about to ask, but he found that Yuan Tiangang and Chui Mu were staring blankly at the two little guys, Li Dan and Li Qing. These two little guys are very powerful now, as if they have come into their own. As for Li Dan, he can almost remember everything he sees. Li Zheng checked Li Dan's recitation yesterday, and he remembered every word of his previous homework. Li Qing is even more amazing, even better than Li Dan. The two little guys wake up every morning to review yesterday's lessons before starting the new day's classes. The appearance of the three-character classic completely stunned Chui Mu and Yuan Tiangang. Is this the knowledge of the gods? Yuan Tiangang asked Li Zheng excitedly, his lips trembling, pointing at Li Dan and Li Qing. Li Zheng waved his hand. It's just a rehash of what others have said, used as an enlightenment for children. My lord, this enlightenment can truly... No, it should be passed down through the ages. Li Zheng smiled in his heart. Of course, it is not only the three-character classic that will be passed down through the ages, but also the 100 family surnames and a lot of early childhood education materials. If children aged 7 or 8 do not have a sense of rhythm when reciting, they will not be able to appreciate the fun of it and can only force themselves to memorize, which will wear down their enthusiasm and patience. Yuan Tiangang was horrified and kept asking Li Zheng, Sir, can this thing be passed down from generation to generation? Haha, of course. Okay, immortal. I'll do it when I get back. Li Zheng nudda. Chui Mu was already trying to escape at this point. Shangxian, listen, what kind of title is this? What kind of word is this? No wonder Li Zheng dared to shout its song Li in front of the big guys, and no wonder a few words put the Song family in a dilemma. No wonder. Li Zheng always has an endless supply of food and vegetables. Where does he get them from? No one knows. It turns out that he is a god. As for whether Chui Mu believed it or not, of course he believed it. Could the words spoken by the Tang dynasty's imperial master be false? Even if Yuan Tiangang is fake, it is possible to make Yuan Tiangang think it is real, so it is definitely not fake. County Master Chui, the imperial master has explained my intentions. What do you think? Chui Mu was trembling with fear at this time and was afraid to speak. He had killed someone last night, and today he was facing this man who was called a god by the national teacher. He remembered that he had a long talk with Li Zheng all night long. Li, immortal, just call me Li Zheng. Li Zheng, Chui Mu apologizes for my previous ignorance. Li Zheng waved his hand. Haha, no problem. Originally, Mali family had 3 mansions in total. 2 of them should have been vacated. I'll leave the remaining 1 to County Master Chui. How about that? Kui Munojid. Don't worry, leave this to me. Even though that family bought the property from Li Xiang, they're not good people either. Their money wasn't earned legitimately. Before the Wang family members move in, the Imperial Master must go through and exorcise evil spirits and avoid disasters. Yuan Tiangang nodded vigorously. Don't worry, immortal. This is what I'm good at. Li Zheng waved his hand, and a pile of white radishes appeared out of thin air on the table. In an instant, Chui Mu's eyes widened. He looked at Li Zheng with dull eyes. How did this come about? Li Zheng smiled and said, Your Excellency, I appreciate your hard work. These 10 white radishes, 10 cabbages, and some rice are just a small token of my appreciation. Chui Mu has helped to advance the situation. It's not a big help, but it's a small help. Since you have helped, you should give enough, and everyone should be treated equally. Please keep this little gift for now, and I will give a larger gift to County Master Chui later. Yuan Tiangang frowned. County Master Chui, why don't you thank the immortal? No need for that. Let's exchange what we have and return the favor. County Master Chui is very kind. Imperial Master, please don't use your power to oppress others. Yuan Tiangang bowed and agreed. Wang had been standing behind and watching. Today, Li Zheng was sitting on a chair. One of the two people in front of him was a county magistrate, and the other was said to be no ordinary person either. He seemed to be from Chang'an and looked like an immortal. Could it be Li Zheng's fellow Taoist? Li Zheng has already expressed his intention to go to Chang'an, and Wang is packing today. This courtyard had just been renovated, but now it was about to be covered in dust. She naturally didn't like it. She held the tablet of the third son of the Li family, her husband. She sobbed for a long time. Xiaojing has made great progress. As his mother, I can't ruin his future. Old man, come with me. Let's go to Chang'an and take a look. Now that I have avenged my great hatred, I shall not wait any longer in Qinghe County. After Cui Mu left, many people came to Li Zheng's house. Wang Er came driving an ox cart. When he saw Li Zheng, he immediately smiled. Aha, my grandson is really promising. Grandpa came here today just to see you off. Grandpa, I should have gone to see you. Why did you come here by yourself? Huh, you thought Grandpa was old and his legs were not good? Li Zheng smiled faintly and quickly moved a stool for Wang Er. Many people came to old Wang's house today. Wang Er came, and Wang Sen also came. They looked at Li Zheng with a shy face and laughed. Wang Xian and Wang Dong stood beside Wang Er, while Wang Shan and Wang Hai stood behind Wang Qian and Wang Dong like two mountains. Wang Wu, Wang Lu, and Wang Qi all looked dejected, as if they had something to say. Yuan Tiangang looked at this scene, and suddenly his eyes were filled with tears. For some reason, he felt something indescribable. Is this the calamity of the mortal world? Is this what is called entering the world? Life is short, like the passing of autumn. To love, one must love boldly. To hate, one must take revenge with satisfaction. He remembered what Li Zheng had said on the way, and his eyes became brighter and clearer. He looked at Li Zheng gratefully, bowed silently in his heart, and turned to glance at Yu Bian beside him. Yuan Tiangang groaned. This guy is simply a cold-blooded person who doesn't understand the preciousness of family affection in the world. Li Zheng, Li Dan, Li Qing, Anving, Sat opposite. Wang Er is about to start lecturing. As the head of the family, he wanted to tell Li Zheng something. Xiaozheng, on your way to Chang'an, Grandpa hopes you'll be well. Grandpa has never achieved anything in his life. Our Wang family finally had you. Grandpa is very happy. There are just some things you have to remember. When you go out, be kind to others and don't bully them. Ill-gotten gains are unacceptable. We must have a clear conscience. Be a person of integrity. No one in our Wang family has ever broken their promise. After hearing these words, Yuan Tiangang looked at Wang Er in surprise. His heart was in turmoil. Although the grandfather of the immortal in this life was old, he was quite wise. Chapter 105 Chapter 105 Area's Secret. Grandpa, I will remember this. Well, not only do we have to remember it, but we also have to do it well. We can't be saints, so we just have to do what we should do and have a clear conscience. Today happened to be Li Zheng's last day in Qinghe County. When Li Zheng was cooking himself, Yuan Tiangang and Yu Bian didn't know whether they should go to help. Please help. Yuan Tiangang can't cook, and Yu Bian can't cook either. He can only kill people. If I don't help, it won't be appropriate to let the immortal do it alone while I just stand there like a club. Wang Er stroked his beard and looked at Yuan Tiangang. Sir, please sit down and rest for a while. Haha, I dare not, I dare not. Hey, there's nothing to be afraid of. Don't be polite. Xiaojing has been interested in gods and fairy tales since he was a child. I think you look like a Taoist priest. You must be Xiaojing's master, right? Yuan Tiangang had a sad look on his face and didn't dare to answer. Haha, it's okay. You don't have to admit it. As long as I know it, Xiaojing will follow you in the future, so you have to take good care of him. He is the only promising child in our Wang family. Yuan Tiangang wiped his sweat and said, Don't worry, I will do it well. Hey, I've known Xiaojing was smart since he was a kid, but I never thought he'd have a connection with you. Seeing your extraordinary bearing, I know the reason for Xiaojing's success has been found. When we get to Chang'an, I'll give him a beating and a scolding. If Xiaojing makes a mistake, I won't tolerate it. He's still young. Yuan Tiangang was about to cry. Father-in-law, please stop talking. How dare I attack the immortal? When Li Zheng and Wang were sorting vegetables, his face turned dark. This old man was going to push Yuan Tiangang against the wall. Yu Bian's face was extremely dark. When old Wang saw him standing there, he smiled and said, This must be an official. This figure, these arms, these buttocks, these legs, TSK, 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 TSK. Li Zheng almost dropped the water in his hand with shudder. Grandpa, please at least say something nice. He's a royal guard. You can't look at him like a sow. Yu Bian's face turned even darker and he didn't dare to say a word. Yuan Tiangang covered his stomach and tried to hold back his laughter. Yu Bian's eyes could kill people now, especially when he glared at Yuan Tiangang. In the afternoon, Li Zheng left a lot of money and vegetables and food to the Wang family, and then asked Yuan Tiangang and Yu Bian to help them move to their new home. Shui Mu was very efficient, and the city was now completely devoid of the scent of blood, as if nothing had happened the previous night. Yuan Tiangang stood in the courtyard where the murder had taken place the previous night. Before him lay a small table, upon which lay a yellow talisman and a peachwood sword. A string of copper coins pierced the hilt of the sword, the writing on it blurred, revealing it to be an old object. Tai Gong is here, all gods retreat. Yuan Tiangang started with Jiang Zia, and then he muttered something, and all kinds of strange sound were heard. Then he suddenly shouted loudly, and in an instant, the yellow talisman rose up, and then in the air, the peachwood sword seemed to have eyes, puff, directly pierced the talisman. The moment he pierced the talisman, a bright red mark appeared on the talisman. Lao Wang and others were stunned when they saw this scene. Wang Shan and Wang Hai's legs and feet went weak. Dad, there really is something. Don't be afraid. There are no cowards in the Wang family. Wang Qian said he was not afraid, but his legs and feet were already shaking. Wang Dong, who was leaning on him, was also trembling. The two brothers were leaning on each other, and if they were not careful, they might fall down. Li Zheng smiled faintly. Sure enough, it was the same method. Phenolphthalein turned red when it came into contact with alkaline water. TSK. I wonder how many people Lao Yuan has fooled with this. Then, a shocking scene happened. The talisman on the peachwood sword caught fire instantly, as Yuan Tiangang shouted. Li Zheng saw Yuan Tiangang's little movement. The white powder, if it wasn't white phosphorus, what else could it be? It doesn't matter whether others believe it or not, as long as the Wang family believes it. As soon as he went out, Li Zheng saw Li Huai. Master, you don't want me anymore? Haha, what are you talking about? I know you're going to Chang'an. Why do you want to keep me here? Li Huai was a little sad. Li Zheng smiled faintly and touched Li Huai's head. When your business reaches Chang'an one day, we will meet there. When the time comes, don't worry about having no friends on the road ahead, for everyone in the world will know you. Li Huai nodded vigorously. Master, I can do it. I can do it. Yuan Tiangang now only regretted that he didn't have one or two small notebooks to remember what Li Zheng had said. This sentence, don't worry about having no friends on the road ahead, everyone in the world knows you, is simply a famous quote. After everyone finished their work, Li Zheng also returned home. All the things for today were packed up, the carriage was ready, and everything was arranged properly in the house. In fact, Li Zheng wanted to give the Li family's old house to Sai Shisher and her daughter. But it seemed that they didn't come out today. Gao Yang helped to move things, while Li Dan and Li Qing took the big yellow dog onto the carriage. The other cats and dogs have been given to Lao Wang's family. These cats and dogs have been tamed, so there should be no problem. The big yellow dog is very clingy, so there's nothing I can do but take him with me. After everyone prepared several carts of things, Li Zheng looked at the old house and sighed. Manager Gao, if you see Arya and her daughter, give this house to them. Gao Yang nodded and said, Sir, you're going to Chang'an now. I don't know when I can see you again. Haha, you'll see it naturally when you go to Chang'an. Shopkeeper Gao, I still have a lot to teach you. Gao Yang was immediately excited when he heard this. Then please wait in Chang'an. I will go there regularly to study with you. Yuan Tiangang was envious. Gao Yang was just a businessman, but he could actually learn from an immortal. He was so lucky. However, when he learned that Gao Yang was studying the art of business, Yuan Tiangang became even more confused. The immortal master actually also knows the art of business? This immortal master is so terrifying. Li Zheng had just gotten into the carriage and looked back at the so-called outer city of Qinghe County when a voice came. Li Zheng, come here. The voice was none other than Sai Shisher, who said that Sai Shisher can't be found. Sai Shisher has always been there, but she looks a little different today. Li Zheng got off the carriage and walked towards the tofu shop next door. As soon as he entered the door, Li Zheng felt an unusual atmosphere. This, you are Arya? Li Zheng opened his mouth wide. Is this Arya? Impossible. Isn't Arya a round-faced, ordinary little girl? How could it be like this? Why is her face so delicate, even so high-end? The face of an unparalleled beauty. Her beauty was unparalleled, unmatched in the world. These are the only two words that came to Li Zheng's mind. He forgot who said them, but they were extremely appropriate here. Arya's face is always dark, but this area has fair skin and a pretty face. Hiss, I seem to have missed something. Chapter 106 Chapter 106 Area. Peerless Beauty. Zheng Liwan. Area is obviously a black girl. How could she become a white swan? There's only one reason why the ugly duckling turns into a white swan, and that is that it is already a white swan. But the real ugly duckling can never turn into a white swan. Li Zheng, don't you recognize me? This voice, this tone of voice. No, this is clearly another person. And that figure, Area, is strong and sturdy, while the woman in front of him has a graceful figure, perfect to the extreme. Li Zheng, you forgot about me so quickly. Area said angrily, familiar taste, familiar recipe. Li Zheng rubbed his eyes and looked at Area again, and suddenly remembered. I see. No wonder I always felt something was wrong yesterday. Arya, so you've been in disguise this whole time. Haha, but you never thought of the saying, when a man has not seen you for 3 days, he should be looked at with new eyes. If I saw you every day, I would definitely not notice anything. But that's how it is between people who know each other. I noticed when you didn't do your disguise right after not seeing you for a month. Li Zheng now finally understood what was wrong yesterday. This time, Arya's face was flushed, and it was light and fluttering, like a light cloud covering the moon, or like snow blown by the wind. Hiss! Unexpectedly, my neighbor is such a beauty, a true beauty in the world. Sai Shishir sat up straight. Li Zheng, sit down. Li Zim, fronat. There was something wrong with Sai Shishir. Where did the strength of that folk, shrew, go? Where is the boldness and vicissitudes of life in this voice? The voice clearly sounded like that of a lady from a noble family, with a sense of grace and elegance. When you hear some people's voices, you know they're on the 3rd level and you're on the 1st level. Li Zheng, Arya likes you very much. Are you willing to marry her? Li Zheng was stunned. No, why was it so sudden? Auntie, yes or no? Li Zheng gritted his teeth. In fact, if it was the original Arya, Li Zheng would not mind. Li Zheng had already planned it out. It would not be bad to spend a lifetime with a down-to-earth woman like Arya. The beauty that lasts for a long time is something that people of this era cannot appreciate. There are no ugly women, only lazy women. Li Zheng noticed that Sai Shishir was holding a short knife in her hand, and the blade was pointing at Sai Shishir herself. Li Zheng could imagine that if he didn't agree, she might actually commit suicide in front of him. Yes, that's good. Take her away. Li Zheng frowned. Auntie, you are asking too hastily. You have to tell me why. Sai Shishir sighed. I was originally a concubine of Zheng family in Xinjiang. Arya's name is Zheng Liwan, and she is as beautiful as my aunt back then. Haha, they say that beauty brings disaster, but my aunt didn't know that before. Later, I almost lost my life, and then I understood the truth. Li Zheng, someone from the Zheng family found this place a few days ago. Yesterday, I heard that you're going to settle in Chang'an, so I had this idea. Li Zheng smiled faintly. So that's how it is. The Zheng family of Xinjiang is one of the 5 surnames and 7 aristocrats, and is one of the 5 surnames together with the Chui family, but its status is much lower than that of the Chui family. Can a Zheng family member cover up the truth and persecute orphans and widows? In this world, the wealthy clans really have the final say. Aunt, do you mean to stay and fight those people? Sai Shishir was stunned. Li Zheng, what nonsense are you talking about? Auntie is planning to go back. The Zheng family's affairs will eventually be solved by the person who tied the bell. If I don't go back, this knot will never be untied, and Arya will never have a peaceful day. Child, when you get to Chang'an, you must keep a low profile with Arya. Annie has been watching you for a long time. You are a good child, and you will have a bright future. Your future is no weaker than those wealthy clans. My aunt entrusted Arya to you not on impulse, but after careful consideration. Li Zheng waved his hand, and his eyes suddenly became serious. You just kept talking by yourself without asking what I thought. Aunt, don't you want to hear my opinion? Sai Shishir sighed. Li Zheng, I know what you want to say, but the power of the Zheng family is not something you can contend with now. If you succeed in the future, remember to avenge your aunt. Sai Shishir sat on the chair, her eyes full of determination. Li Zheng interrupted Sai Shishir and asked, Who said you have to go to the Zheng family to apologize? Who said I can't protect Arya? Arya, also known as Zheng Liwan, suddenly became anxious. Li Zheng, you're still being stubborn. Still being stubborn. Li Zheng's face darkened. After all, you still think there are some forces in this world that you can't afford to offend. Don't worry. The Zheng family of Xinjiang is just a bunch of idiots. Let them come to me, They won't dare to say a word. Li Zheng's voice was cold, and at this moment, his aura changed drastically. Li Zheng, don't be impulsive. Think it over. This concerns the lives of everyone in both families. Andy's life alone is nothing. Li Zheng Siga. Sai Shishir thought she was on the third floor, and Li Zheng was on the first floor. In fact, Li Zheng had already been in the atmosphere. Haha, Andy, come with me. Pack your things. I will marry Area 2. Let's go to Chang'an. If Li Zheng doesn't agree, then so be it. After all, in Qinghe County, there will be no problem for Area and her daughter. But Li Zheng couldn't do it. The support that Sai Shishir and her daughter gave to the Li family made this a family that provided timely assistance. And Li Zheng also had to repay the favor. What's more, this area is completely different from that area. Li Zheng and Area were in one carriage. Sai Shishir and Wang were in another carriage, while Li Dan and Li Qing fell asleep in front of Wang and Sai Shishir. Li Huai, Gao Liang, Wu Qing, and Cui Mu stood in the distance, staring blankly at the carriage slowly heading towards Chang'an. Suddenly, several of them sighed, feeling extremely helpless. County Master, I told you this was a great god, but you insisted on letting him go. Can you blame me for this? There's nothing I can do. Li Huai, what was your young master like before? Li Huai's face darkened. Don't ask me, everyone. I just took over the cloth shop business, and I still have to deal with it. See you later. Yuan Tiangang drove the car for Li Zheng. No one could imagine that he, the dignified national master, had now become a pawn. But Yuan Tiangang enjoyed it. Yu Bian was responsible for protecting women and children. In the carriage, Li Zheng felt that the atmosphere was a little weird. Area. Zhengli, never mind. Let's just call her Area. Area blushed. It's all right. Why did you hide it before? My mother is afraid that her identity will be revealed and she will be killed. Li Zheng's face darkened. Why did the Zheng family of Xingyang want to kill you? Do they need a reason to kill people? Area's eyes turned cold. This was the first time Li Zheng saw Area look like this. When this look returned to Li Zheng, it became shy and gentle again. Li Zing, Merime. You finally agreed today. We've known each other for so long, and I've been thinking about it for a long time. I've even decided on a name for our child. Chapter 107 Chapter 107 The person you can't afford to offend. Li Zheng felt that his head was very big. Area, what's your name? Zheng Liwan. Area nodded. That's the name. Li Zheng felt as if he had heard this name in history books. Suddenly, he remembered a story. In this story, after Emperor Li heir of the Tang dynasty ascended the throne, he had some interactions with a woman. However, the woman had a quiet personality and did not want to enter the palace as a concubine, so she rejected the emperor's pursuit. This was also a regret in Li Heir's life. If Li Zheng remembered correctly, it seemed to have happened in the 7th year of Zhengwan, which was 7 or 8 years later. Zheng Liwan is actually a descendant of the Zheng family of Xingyang, TSK. Her beauty was beyond compare. Isn't this the right word to describe her? The most beautiful woman in the early Tang dynasty. She actually ended up in his hands. She even cried and made a fuss, asking him to marry her. Happiness came a little too suddenly, and Li Zheng now feels a little indigestion. Outside Shilapu, a group of people stood on the official road with cold expressions on their faces. They held steel knives in their hands, and each of them wore a gray gown. It's definitely the mother and daughter. Aha! You bastard! You actually dared to escape without permission. I will kill you without mercy. Brother, it's not good for us to kill him directly. Madam didn't say anything. You know shit. Madam said, if they're alive, we'll see them. If they're dead, we'll see their bodies. Doesn't that mean you can kill them? The man smeared dirt on his face. Hurry up and do it. It looks like the mother and daughter got into someone else's carriage and will be passing by soon. Who is so bold? I heard his name is Li Zheng, and he's a descendant of a businessman. There were dozens of them, all sent to kill these two women. At this moment, they looked serious, silent, standing still, waiting. We set off in the afternoon. In Shandong, there seemed to be a cold wind blowing through the dense woods, making a rustling sound. Li Zheng and Area were sitting in the carriage. Area, also known as Zheng Liwan, blushed at this moment. Li Zheng, you don't want to regret it, do you? Haha, what did you see me wanting to regret it? Besides, we've known each other for so many years. Do I look like the kind of person who would regret it? Li Zheng, why are you so weird today? Area doesn't need to pretend anymore. She looks like I'm going to reveal my cards, and I won't pretend anymore. It's up to you to marry me or not. Li Zheng was helpless. He knew Zheng Liwan. In the early Tang dynasty, There was a famous descendant of the Zheng family in Xinjiang named Zheng Liwan. She was naturally beautiful and a truly peerless beauty. Li Zheng never expected that Zheng Liwan was sitting in his carriage, right opposite him. Looking carefully at this girl who had been hiding for a long time, she had delicate eyebrows, bright eyes, eyebrows like crescent moons, a mouth like a cherry, and a very well-proportioned figure, which was perfect for her. Wouldn't it be great to have such a person as your wife? But Li Zheng was also in a dilemma. As a man, it is not a good thing to take advantage of someone in distress. What are you looking at? Arya looked at Li Zheng angrily. Of course I'm looking at the flowers. Where are the flowers in the car? A young girl is as beautiful as a flower. Isn't she a flower? Arya frowned slightly. You come again, Humph. I'm ignoring you. Li Zheng sighed and was about to speak when he heard Yu Bian's voice outside. Sir, someone is blocking the road. Yuan Tiangang stood up in an instant. Master, please wait a moment. Li Zheng was sitting in the carriage. He slowly lifted the curtain and took a look. Wow, there were dozens of men in black standing on the road in broad daylight. These people had strange things smeared on their faces, as if to hide their identities. How many people are there in Li Zheng's group? They were all women, children, family members, and Yuan Tiangang and Yu Bian. And what about the other side? Dozens of people quickly surrounded them. For a moment, Sai Shisher in the carriage in front was panicked. Sister, if I go out, they will definitely stop if they kill me. Sai Shisher understood why these people came here. The Zheng family of Xinjiang, known as the most righteous family in the world, actually did the most despicable things in the world. Anyone who affects their reputation will be killed. They always firmly believe in one thing. The dead will not speak, let alone ruin their reputation. Who is ahead, daring to block the road? Yu Bian's voice was extremely cold and domineering. In an instant, the air seemed to have an extra layer of solemnity. In the apocalypse of October, the autumn frost died, everything dark, the forests were dim, and yellow leaves on the official road were blown by the wind, blocking the way. The sky is full of yellow leaves floating in the air like rain. You don't deserve to know our identities. When Yu Bian heard this, he became angry. Who was he? If you ask who is the most powerful killer or bodyguard in the world, it must be him. Among the killers and guards in the world, who has the highest status? Of course it's him. While others serve their employers, he served the emperor. His Majesty once said that no matter what happens, he should be the first to rush forward. The knife in Yu Bian's hand is a little strange. You say it is a knife, but it is straight all over like a sword. You said it was a sword, but it clearly only has a blade on one side. When the other party saw the knife, he suddenly said for no reason, the knife pricks my hand. Yu Bian was stunned. Want to run? Not that easy. Just as he was about to fly out to chase after him, he was stopped by Yuan Tiangang. Don't fall into the trap. Yuan Tiangang is feeling miserable now. He wants to go up and kill the enemy. Anyone who dares to stop the immortal master from going to Chang'an is an unforgivable criminal. If the immortal master is in Chang'an, he can save the people of the world, and auspicious signs will continue to flow into the Tang dynasty. Dozens of men in black fled in all directions before they could even take action. Brother, what's wrong? Why are we running? Along the way, one of the men in black was clearly dissatisfied. Fuck you, if we don't run, are we going to die? Brother, I'm a little bit looking down on you. That person is just one person, at most two people, and we are dozens of people. The leading man gasped. Did you see that knife? It's used exclusively by the imperial guards. In the Tang dynasty, only those close to His Majesty can wield it. If we fight him, we will die. It was obvious that some of the men in black didn't believe it. Brother, are you scared? Whatever you say, killing someone can wait, but if we go against that person, we'll all die. He's alone. Haha, this guy alone is worth dozens of us. It's just that cruel. Several people were gasping for breath and hiding in the woods beside the official road, terrified as if they had survived a disaster. Suddenly, they heard the rustling sound again. This bird is still not quiet. It's already autumn. What is this? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, dark shadows suddenly appeared along with spears. Laugh, laugh, laugh. The men in black had just taken a few breaths when they suddenly discovered that their throats had been pierced. Chapter 108. Chapter 108. Is it right to always be like this? The Black Knights may be late, but they will never be absent. In the eyes of the Black Knights, these two carriages, the people in the carriages, regardless of gender, and the big yellow dog in the other carriage are all inviolable existences in this empire. Anyone who dares to have even the slightest thought will die. Even if you take a second look, You will be subject to questioning. Li Zheng lifted the curtain and asked, Master, are they gone? Yuan Tiangang walked over respectfully and said, Those people have already run away. Immortal Master, let's continue on our journey. Li Zheng nodded. It was getting dark. After setting off from Qinghe County, the several hours journey did not make Li Zheng feel any bumps. After all, it had been like this for the past month, and he had long been used to it. The two little guys, Li Dan and Li Qing, slept soundly all the way until the sun rose in the early morning of the next day. When they finally woke up, Li Zheng stayed and in on the official road last night and woke up early in the morning. In the super farm, Li Zheng completed the harvest of 5 acres of mature potatoes, harvested 40,000 kilograms of potatoes, and gained 50 experience points. Last night, Li Zheng was on and off in the super ranch, raising 6 waves of oxen in a row. Each wave had 6 sheds. As the number of cattle on the grassland increased, Li Zheng wanted to eat beef more and more. Plant 5 acres of potatoes. Raise 6 sheds of cattle. After washing his face, Li Zheng saw Yuan Tiangang waiting respectfully at the door. If this were to be told to others, no one would believe it. How could the great imperial master of the Tang dynasty be so servile? How could the famous Yuan Tiangang in history also have such a moment? Master, you're awake. Well, imperial master, there's no need to be so rigid about etiquette. I don't care about that. Yuan Tiangang bowed and saluted. Master, did you have a good rest last night? As soon as he said this, Yuan Tiangang felt that he had said something wrong. Doesn't a mortal still need a rest? What's wrong with me? Li Zheng chuckled. National Master, what brings you here? Although the distance between the front and rear cars was only a dozen meters on normal days, Yuan Tiangang usually did not dare to disturb Li Zheng easily. Coming here at this time must mean you have some weird ideas. The immortal master is indeed an immortal master. He can predict the future. Master, you must already know what I am thinking. Please enlighten me. After finishing speaking, Yuan Tiangang bowed and did not get up for a long time. Li Zheng was stunned for a moment. What kind of words are these? You asked questions, and you didn't even answer? You don't really think I'm a god, do you? Li Zheng sighed and patted Yuan Tiangang on the shoulder. Well, old Yuan, you have so many thoughts on your mind. How can I know which one to answer? When you're overwhelmed with thoughts, the best way is to speak them out. Draw a sword to cut water, and the water will flow faster. Drink a cup to drown your sorrows, and the sorrows will only grow deeper. We enter the world not to dwell on all the issues within, but to understand how to resolve them, how to comprehend them, how to reflect on them, and how to find the true path. Li Zheng spoke with great sincerity. A 15-year-old boy spoke like this to a 29 or even 30-year-old young man, acting very old-fashioned. This might seem very strange to anyone else, but to Yuan Tiangang, he not only did not find it strange, but enjoyed it very much. Master, then I will tell you. When I was dealing with the Immortal Master's affairs in Qinghe County earlier, I was too anxious. His Majesty's instructions were still fresh in my mind. The people of the Tang dynasty depended on the Immortal Master for survival. In desperation, I chose extreme measures. Does the Immortal Master blame me? Li Zheng was stunned for a moment. That's it. Why didn't you say so earlier? Haha, Imperial Master, you're being too kind. These matters shouldn't have been bothered by the Imperial Master. However, the world of mortals is full of complications. Compared to the plight of the people of the Tang dynasty, what I've personally encountered is but a drop in the ocean. The Imperial Master is decisive and resolute in his actions, and he is clear about right and wrong. How could I blame you? I will certainly tell Your Majesty about this matter in the future. I believe Your Majesty will be proud that the Tang dynasty has such a clear-cut and impartial Imperial Master. For those who practice Taoism, we must convince them with Taoism and shock them with great principles. As for officials, they naturally use power to suppress them and seek benefits for themselves. A Taoist official like Yuan Tiangang naturally had to combine the two. There are so many sayings about taking the world as one's own responsibility, and just picking out a few of them is enough for him to digest. Besides, Li Ping and Li Xiang of the Li family were killed along with their entire family, but Wang Shi didn't even blink an eye. It's conceivable how many strange things happened at that time. Li Zheng didn't think Yuan Tiangang was being excessive at all. Every place, every inch of land, every eaves, and every brick and tile in those 2 mansions are not innocent. Master, what you said is absolutely right. I understand. I understand it again. I don't know what he understands, but as long as I don't get entangled, it's fine. Well, since the Imperial Master has made his move, I won't say much. Imperial Master, Do you have any other questions? Yuan Tiangong's lips moved slightly, as if he wanted to say something but stopped himself. He had long been accustomed to the work of the immortal master in front of him. He now felt that he would not be surprised by anything this man who had lived for 1,000 years did. The day before yesterday, I ate a few dishes at the immortal master's house and found them to be exceptionally delicious. But that dish is different from that of the people in the Tang dynasty. It seems. At this point, Yuan Tiangang was a loss for words. For some reason, what he wanted to say was always like seeing flowers in the fog. He could see them, but he couldn't explain them clearly. Oh, you mean cooking? Haha, the imperial master is indeed very attentive. Not bad, not bad. Yuan Tiangang was immediately delighted by Li Zheng's praise. Master, why do you call it cooking? Ah, that's something I made when I had nothing to do. It's actually very simple. Just cook it with oil. It's like stir-frying. Yuan Tiangong's eyes narrowed, and a look of confusion appeared on his face. Cook it with oil? Master, this oil. That's all made with pig skin. In an instant, Yuan Tiangong's face changed. Master, eating pork? Li Zheng looked at Yuan Tiangong's expression and said earnestly, does the imperial master think eating pork is dirty? Haha, you don't have to answer me. The people of the Tang dynasty have always been ashamed of eating pork. I know this. What did pigs eat in ancient times? Of course, it was unclean food. The feed and bran used to raise pigs in later generations were edible by humans in this era. What's more, this year is a disaster year, so raising pigs naturally uses the excrement of grains. People in the Tang dynasty did not eat pork. Perhaps this was one of the reasons, but the more important reason was that they did not know how to cook it. In later generations, a pig could be made into many kinds of flours and was said to be full of treasures. It was an indispensable meat in everyone's daily meals. But, Imperial Master, have you ever thought, is it right to always be like this? Have they ever considered that it's because they can't cook? Chapter 109 Chapter 109 14 Character Mantra. Yuan Tiangang was stunned. Master, was there pork in yesterday's meal? Haha, the pork rib soup you ate actually contains pork. Those ribs taste delicious, don't they? Yuan Tiangang frowned slightly, thinking of the pork ribs and kelp soup at Li Zheng's house yesterday. The soup was mixed with fresh fragrance, and the meat was soft but not loose, melted in the mouth, and was extremely mellow. Is that pork? This time, Yuan Tiangang could no longer remain calm. He knew that anything that could shock the world would happen to Li Zheng. But this time, his heart was still surging. Pork can actually be done this way? Doesn't that mean? Yuan Tiangang knew Li Er's pain very well. Every time Li Er came to offer sacrifices to heaven, he would always ask him when heaven would send down auspicious signs. Yuan Tiangong's answer was different every time. Either he worked hard and diligently, and God would inspire him and bestow blessings upon him, or it could be an auspicious object, which the people among the people need to search for in many places in order to relieve the hunger of the people of the Tang dynasty. Master, I understand. Li Zheng asked curiously. National Master, what have you understood this time? Yuan Tiangang sighed at this time. The people of the Central Plains have always been reluctant to eat pork. This has been going on since the spring and autumn period, but they have never thought that pork can be cooked in other ways. Li Zheng thought about it and agreed. Although the food eaten by people in the Tang dynasty seemed to be varied, it was actually not very particular. They just steamed, boiled, or stewed food. Could stewed food be cooked? Rumor has it that during the Jingguan period, there was a man in Chang'an who liked to eat stewed snakes. He ate it every day. 2 years later, he died of a brain disease. People said that this guy was being retaliated by a snake spirit. All things have spirits, so he didn't dare to keep holding on to the snake. But Li Zheng knew the ins and outs of this story clearly. It was not a case of revenge by a snake demon. There were no demons in this world. Haven't you heard the saying? Since the Qin Shi Huang, the Chinese nation has prohibited all living things from becoming spirits. That man was killed by parasites. Parasites are invisible and intangible, and they are everywhere, especially in cold-blooded animals. If the temperature is not high enough, or if it is eaten slightly raw, it will enter the human body and multiply rapidly. Not only may it not be detected at first, but people will also find that their appetite has increased greatly, their bodies are full of vigor and strength, and they think it is a great tonic. Little do people know that this is a normal reaction of the human body, the body making its final struggle before death, a last hurrah. When the day comes that parasites appear, humans will be gone. Even when eating pork, The people of the Tang dynasty would eat it raw or half-cooked. Can this be delicious? Don't they know how to cook it well? Don't they know how to use aniseed? Master, your idea is very good. If you're interested, I can teach you how to cook pork. There are not many methods, just a few dozen. Hiss. Yuan Tiangong's eyes suddenly lit up. This is what it means to enter the world. The immortal master is different. In the Taoist belief, the purpose of entering the world is to practice, but there seems to be no one who can immerse himself in it like the immortal master and create various methods to resolve the problem. Disciple thanks immortal master. Disciple will spread these methods throughout the Tang dynasty and benefit the world. Then, people all over the world will be grateful to immortal master. Li Zheng waved his hand. Ha, no rush. We can talk about this on the way. Who would have thought that Yuan Tiangang, the imperial teacher of the Tang dynasty, who has been regarded as a god since ancient times, is now learning to cook from Li Zheng? Li Zheng himself was a little puzzled. My hometown isn't Chongqing, is it? How'd I end up working at New Oriental? Forget it. If I have the chance in the future to build an excavator, I will definitely let Yuan Tiangang learn from him. There are two giants in the training industry. If you want to learn cooking, go to New Oriental. If you want to learn excavators, go to Lanxiang. That's it. Li Zheng thought Yuan Tiangang was almost done, but this guy still didn't leave. Li Zheng is very anxious now. Area, no. It should be Zheng Liwan who slept in the ear room next to Li Zheng last night. He has to go over to check on her in the morning. According to Sai Shi, this is her future daughter-in-law. Wang also approves of Zheng Liwan. Since she can't resist, then just enjoy it. Feelings need to be cultivated first. It's not a good idea for Yuan Tiangang to refuse to leave. Why? Does the Imperial Master have something else to do? Master, I have nothing to do. I just want to ask about some situations. Oh, then tell me. Yuan Tiangang was a little cautious at this time. When I was investigating earlier, I found that the Immortal Master's father in the secular world had died of illness, and it was related to the bandits. Those bandits are just 20 miles ahead. How do you plan to deal with them, Master? Li Zheng sneered his heart. What to do? Of course, kill him. Repaying blood with blood, tooth for tooth, has always been Li Zheng's way of doing things. Of course, if someone respects me an inch, I will also respect them a yard, which is Li Zheng's standard of doing things. Inside the 15-year-old body is a soul that has witnessed 5,000 years of history. Li Zheng knows better than anyone how brutal the ancient bandits were. These people occupied a certain area and bullied the local people. Even the officials were helpless against them. The Black Wind Village is in front. Yes. Are there other forces? Master, there are 3 more. Okay, then I'll teach you a trick. Instantly, Yuan Tiangong's eyes lit up and he knelt down. Thank you, Immortal Master. Well, when you see that bandit, hold your 7-star sword in your hand and shout angrily. If heaven had not given me Yuan Tiangang, the sword path would have been dark forever. When Yuan Tiangang heard this, his heart suddenly surged and his blood rushed to his head. This sentence was so arrogant and intoxicating. But it feels so good. For some reason, not only was Yuan Tiangong's forehead shiny, but he also felt like he had a hint of immortality. Yuan Tiangang finally left. Li Zheng stood in front of Aria's door and knocked gently. Who? Im Li Zheng. The door opened, and Aria was dressed simply and without makeup. Li Zheng couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. No wonder Sai Shisher dressed Aria up like a country bumpkin every day and used some kind of disguise to make her look ugly. With Aria's appearance and qualities, it would be a big trouble if she were exposed in this small Chinga county. A mother and daughter who have no power or influence depend on each other, and the daughter is as beautiful as her mother. This is a fucking sin. Men will flock to her, and those with bad intentions will line up to find ways to harm the mother and daughter. Although she is dressed simply, it cannot conceal Aria's temperament and beauty at all. Li Zhengyu, her face is blushing. The blushing face of a young girl is really touching. It's okay. I just came to see if you were awake. We should get going. Li Zheng, my mother told me yesterday that she wanted to consummate the marriage. Huh? Li Zheng's forehead was full of black lines. This Sai Shisher wanted to make the rice a fait accompli now. Chapter 110. Li Shimon's confidence. Before Li Zheng could say anything, Aria became excited. Li Zheng, my mother said that men and women in this world are just little people created by the goddess Manhwa. One is born with a missing part of the body, and the other is born with an extra part. When a man and a woman come together, they can complete the body. But how would I know how to complete it? Aria sat at the table, dragging her head and shaking it constantly. Having been a lady from a wealthy family since childhood, She could not avoid being influenced by the atmosphere of the market over the years. She could always be gentle and polite when she was rational, but once she fell into deep thought, she would inevitably return to the habits she had developed over the years. This is the right way. This is Arya. However, Li Zheng could not agree with how Sai Shisher explained to Arya the issue of male and female creation. Or it could be said that ancient people lacked enlightenment in this area, and it was all up to men and women to see things in the fog and fantasize behind the beaded curtain. Arya, don't worry about this problem. When the time comes, it will come naturally. Arya nodded seriously, and Li Zheng also felt that his answer was fine. The two of them were completely unaware that the carriage had deviated from its track, and it seemed that the elementary school could no longer accommodate them. After setting off today, Yuan Tiangang kept shouting all the way, which made Yu Bian a little impatient. Master, why are you always making such a fuss? Yuan Tiangang raised his eyebrows. Ha, Commander Yu, you may not know this, but I am practicing the key points given to me by the immortal. If I encounter bandits or something like that someday, I will definitely try it out. Yu Bian's face was extremely dark, full of suspicion. Master, I'm not looking down on you. Your skills may be good enough for ordinary people, but I'm afraid you're still a long way from being able to deal with us. Those bandits must have some unique ways to be able to run rampant. If the Imperial Master can scare the bandits out of their wits with just one word, then Yu Bian will be washing the Imperial Master's socks for the next year. A smile appeared between Yuan Tiangong's brows. Haha, Commander Yu, are you going to place a bet? Although I'm not a big gambler, I'm still willing to give it a try when I meet a worthy opponent. I trust the immortal master, and you trust your experience. We'll see the outcome when the time comes. The Imperial City is majestic, but Lier has no intention of being majestic at all. Where the Imperial Master and the others? Your Majesty, news arrived this morning that the Imperial Master had already set off yesterday at noon. Well, that's good. I'll report back if you explore further. The man was dressed in black and did not go out through the main gate of the hall. His figure was erratic. Ordinary people would definitely think he was a ghost. If a master saw him, he would definitely be shocked. There is actually someone in this world who can train his body skills to such an elusive level. I don't know how much suffering he must have suffered in the past. As soon as the person left, Li Er sighed. Guanyin, do you think my gamble was right this time? Empress Changsun was the mother of a country and the model for the whole nation. Ordinary empresses did not participate in political affairs, but Changsun Wugo was different. She and Li Er had been supporting each other and fighting the enemy together since they met. They had long been of the same blood. Even if it was about the national system, she would silently watch any matter, big or small. When Li Er encountered difficulties, she would naturally put forward some of her own opinions. Your Majesty, you are just too worried. Well, potato, yes, that's the name. It's always been there. The Taiji Hall is still full of potatoes. Li Er originally planned to have someone clean it up, but he suddenly thought that if he cleaned it up, wouldn't he be exposing his own strength? No, the things given by the immortal must be kept secret. Your Majesty, every word the Xianchuo envoy said at the banquet today was directed at the Tang dynasty. I think Your Majesty should think twice before making any decision. Li Er smiled knowingly, took Empress Changsun's hand, and let her sit on his lap. Guanyin, if it were in the past, I would have thought it over again and again, and carefully weighed these relationships. After the decline of the Tiela tribe, they became the Xianchuo, relying on the Eastern Turks to do whatever they want. Now that the Eastern Turkic Khan has become my prisoner, they are still stubborn. It seems that the news of Jieli's defeat has not yet reached the grasslands. Li Er stood up and said, That's good. The Xianchuo tribe has very similar customs and diet to the Turks. If we can conquer them, we will surely be able to advance steadily in the future. Then, solving the Turkic threat will be a natural outcome. Empress Zhongsun smiled and said, Your Majesty is very thoughtful. I admire you. Aha, Guanyinbi, my edict has been issued. If Xianchuo insists on breaking the alliance with the Tang dynasty, there is no need for them to exist. In Binzhou, Li Jing's million-strong army is not just empty talk. Li Er's courage comes from potatoes. 100,000 kilograms of potatoes, that's real food. In order to verify whether this potato could solve hunger as food, Li Er only ate one at a time. He thought he was strong and had a big appetite, but Li Er only ate one and then said nothing. Choked, hold on. Half a potato is enough to fill one person. Confidence also emerged. Li Er had 100,000 kilograms of potatoes at home. When facing the foreign delegation, he did not hesitate and decided to go to war. At this moment, he was extremely grateful to Li Zheng. Looking at the posture of Empress Changsuan's youngest daughter, Li Er's hands became a little dishonest. The whole court was shocked, and everyone was confused. Why did His Majesty issue such an edict? Isn't it obvious that he wants to go to war with Zianchuo? Although the Tiela tribe declined, after changing its name to Zianchuo, under the protection of the Turks, its population and combat effectiveness seemed to have developed and improved. If a war was forced, it would be a thankless task. How could your Majesty do such a thing? Could it be that someone is slandering and misleading your Majesty? Dai Zhou was the Minister of Revenue, so he was naturally upset. The Tang dynasty's treasury was now empty, and the amount was visible on the books. He could never understand why His Majesty suddenly wanted to go to war. War is a costly endeavor. What happened after Emperor Yang of Sui's conquest of Goguryeo? The country fell into turmoil. The people were destitute. The gentry and bureaucrats oppressed the people excessively. Taxes were raised. The country was in disarray, and the generals were not able to lead. Finally, the empire was on the verge of collapse, and heroes rose up in rebellion, bringing the Sui dynasty to its knees. Why is Minister Dai so gloomy? Next to Dai Zhou were Du Ruhui and Fang Xianling. After the court session today, the three met in the official area of the Secretariat. Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui were the people Li Er trusted the most. When they saw Dai Zhou in such a state, they knew that something must have happened. Dai Zhou looked around and let out a long sigh. My two prime ministers, this is so difficult for me. Oh, why do you say that? Du Ruhui is eisbreitend. Fang Xianling even said bluntly, if anything happens, just speak out. Chapter 111. Chapter 111. The Turks panicked. You and I are officials in the same court. So what can't we talk about? Your Majesty is working so hard right now, and the Tang dynasty is thriving. Minister Dai seems so worried, and it makes us both feel quite uncomfortable. Dai Zhou looked around again, and when he was sure that no one was around, he slowly said, you two ministers, you may not know that His Majesty recently mobilized all the money in the national treasury, apparently to make a deal with the gods. This, immortal. The first thing Du Ruhui and Fang Xianling thought of was that day, when the young man was riding a giant beast on the Wei River. The young man looked ordinary, but his eyes were clear and pure, which was out of place in this world. When they were high up, Du Ruhui and Fang Xianling always felt that there was something wrong with the young man. It was not until later, when the giant beast was wreaking havoc in the Turkic camp, that the two of them suddenly woke up. He is a god. How can he be the same as a mortal? The young man's eyes were clear, yet full of depth, as vast as the starry sky. At that moment, Du Ruhui and Fang Xianling discovered a problem. They could not see through everything about the young man. Oh, there is such a thing. After all, Dai Zhou had already said it, and Du Ruhui couldn't pretend not to hear it, and he didn't dare to reveal the emperor's secret. After a moment of hesitation, he continued, don't panic, Minister Dai. We will go meet His Majesty right away to see how he is doing. The Tang treasury is indeed in trouble this year. As everyone knows, Minister Dai has worked very hard. Fang Xianling also bowed and said, if there is anyone in the world who can manage the Ministry of Revenue and the National Treasury in such an orderly manner, it must be Minister Dai. Although there was not much surplus grain this year, and the Tang dynasty's treasury was extremely empty, at least the salary of every official in the Tang dynasty was paid normally without any delay. This is the strength of Dai Zhou. After the two prime ministers left Dai Zhou, they immediately came to the palace. They were anxious. Prime Minister Fang, what do you think of His Majesty's transaction with the gods? Prime Minister Du, I really don't know the reason. That day, you and I both witnessed a miraculous scene. That person was not an ordinary person. Yes, that huge beast alone was as tall as a small mountain. I still remember the towering water column that pierced the sky and defeated Jieli Khan. The two of them chatted with each other until they arrived in front of the Yangxin Palace. Jieli Khan never returned, but there was no change in the Eastern Turkic camp. But in the royal tent, Jieli Khan's nephew Tuli Khan was getting restless. Zhao Dian, you're familiar with the Tang Kingdom. Tell me, why didn't your uncle get any news back from the Tang Kingdom? Zhao Dian, a former Tang Dynasty man and a former teacher, had some knowledge, but he was far inferior to any Confucian scholar in the Central Plains. Only in the Turkic people could he get a certain respect. In the end, he chose to betray his motherland. Watching the various wars between the Tang Dynasty and the Turks, although his heart was bleeding, There was not a trace of tears in his eyes. Instead, they were full of smiles. This cold emotion made him more and more excited. The humiliation I suffered in the Tang dynasty and the contempt I received in the Central Plains have now been returned to me. Look, you have been defeated, you are powerless, and you have been directly attacked deep into the heartland by Jieli Khan. All this is the reason why you do not value me. After hearing what Tuli Khan said, Zhao Dian's eyes lit up and he felt confident. However, the bamboo was too small and looked a bit strange, so he had no idea what was going on. Don't panic, Khan. The Tang kingdom is vast. Jieli Khan has triumphed all the way and gained countless rewards. If you were to reach the hinterland, news would naturally travel more slowly. But it's been more than 10 days. Tuli Khan was somewhat unwilling to accept this, as he knew that his uncle was one of the few great generals in the history of the Turks. Although he himself was not as powerful as his uncle, he would surely achieve considerable success under his uncle's leadership. Now uncle is gone? Disappeared? He panicked. What would he do without Jieli Khan? A lot can happen in 10 days, and a war can't last 10 days or even half a month. Zhao Dian, are you hiding something? Tuli Khan never regarded Zhao Dian as a human being, and he never felt that the Tang people were human beings in front of him. In those years, when he followed his uncle Jieli Khan to kill enemies on the battlefield, he did not think how powerful the people in the Central Plains were. In the past 10 years, the population and strength of the Turks have developed unprecedentedly, and his nostrils have gradually turned up, and his arrogance has gradually appeared. Faced with Zhao Dian's hesitation, he felt that something must have happened. Zhao Dian was at a loss at this time. He was originally a fool. There was no place for him in the Tang dynasty, so he came to the Turks to show off. He met the Tuli Khan who didn't know his worth, who asked him to be a counselor and even a national teacher. This was really blind for him. At this time, he also knew that if Jieli Khan was on the rise in the Tang dynasty, news would definitely be reported back. If there was no opportunity, or he encountered any crisis, then not only would there be no news, but something might even happen. He is just a counselor. How could he dare to make a guarantee? Khan, Jieli Khan is a man of good fortune, and nothing will happen to him. I believe you for now. Without Jieli Khan on the grassland, everyone outside Binzhou and on the grassland began to become restless. In Binzhou, Li Jing's army was excited at this time. General, naturally Khan, and his Turkic army seem a little restless. I know about this, General. Do you know what happened? I don't know. Li Jing fell in a deep thought. The Turkic army had always been strictly disciplined. When facing the Turkic army, only a few teams of the Tang army could gain an advantage. His own team was already considered pretty good, but the scenes happening on the grassland also amazed him, and he didn't know what was going on. General, how about we send out a small force of 3,000 men to conduct reconnaissance? The counselor beside him continued. Li Jing is not an impulsive person. He is able to be ranked alongside Li Er as the military god of the Tang dynasty. He has never been someone who gets carried away easily. Don't panic. Let them continue to mess around for a while. My brother should be arriving from Dengzhou by now. I'm going to go and welcome him. Li Jing thought of the bearded guest, his elder brother and sworn brother. The story between the three heroes of Fengshan was confusing and heart-wrenching. Later, the bearded man passed away and left Li Jing a large fortune, which was also the fundamental reason for Li Jing's rise to power. Li Jing's heart was filled with emotion. He met his elder brother again after many years. How should he start the conversation? At noon, the sun was high in the sky. Yuan Tiangang looked up at the sun and saw that everything was flat. This is the third day since we left. At this rate, we will reach Chang'an in less than 8 days. Chapter 1:12 Yuan Tiangang's martial strength. Master, the Black Wind Village is ahead. Li Zeng Nudda. I thought Black Wind Village was quite close to Qinghe County, but I didn't expect it to be so far away. Master, the Black Wind Stronghold isn't a bandit group based in Qinghe County. They've been wreaking havoc in Dengzhou and Yizhou for years. This time, I will definitely wipe them out. These days, Yuan Tiangang has been repeating the same mantra every day. While the two were talking, the sound of horse hooves was heard. The Black Knight appeared, only one person. Reporting to the Immortal, the identities of the people who blocked the road 2 days ago have been found out. Among them is someone from the Zheng family of Xingyang. Xingyang Zheng family? Sai Shi sure was right. Arya had been feeling uneasy these past few days, as if she knew some danger was coming. Why would the Zheng family of Xingyang attack these two women? The leader of the Black Cavalry, Chen Ziwen, shook his head and said, "My lord, I don't know. But you can check." Li Zheng Nudda. There are many things he didn't know about Arya and Sai Shishir. Even if Arya married him and Sai Shishir came to Chang'an, Zheng of Xingyang would probably not let it go. Li Zheng now really wants to know what these two women did to anger heaven and man that made the Zheng family so wary and jealous. So much so that so many people were sent to hunt him down. Perhaps Sai Shishir concealed something in order to let Li Zheng take Arya away. Go check it out, Li Zheng said lightly, and Chen Ziwen left quickly. Yuan Tiangang is currently studying the recipe written by Li Zheng. Master, this is amazing. This pork has a strong, fishy smell, but after this treatment, it instantly becomes clean. If the immortal master hadn't reminded me, I would never have known that pork could be cooked this way. Li Zheng waved his hand. I was born with talent that will be useful, imperial master. Perhaps the people of the Tang dynasty have never thought about this issue before. If you study it carefully, you will be the best chef in the world. Li Zheng felt a little weird. A godlike person became a great chef. Did the course of history change just like that? Yuan Tiangang held the pork he had bought along the way and began to study it on his own, while Li Zheng closed his eyes and rested in the carriage beside him. This road should be relatively flat. At nightfall, the carriage reached the foot of the mountain. Yuan Tiangang came over and reported, Master, Black Wind Village is on this mountain. Why don't we rest here tonight? I'll go up the mountain and kill them tomorrow. A national teacher and a monk, they both talk about killing people all the time, but Taoism and Buddhism are different, and they don't seem to care so much about it. Yuan Tiangang licked his lips excitedly. He was very familiar with the slogans he had been shouting every day these days. Okay, let's do it tonight. I'll wait for your good news tomorrow morning. Black Wind Village is located on Dadong Mountain. Although this hill is not high, it is covered with dense forests, making it easy to defend and difficult to attack. Even if officials want to get close, they will be discouraged. The mountain was crowded with people, and torches illuminated the dark mountain. In the dense forest, two men were shivering, with the knives in their hands stuck in the ground. They were warming themselves by the fire. What do you think Big Brother is thinking? He doesn't allow us to go down the mountain recently. That's right. If we don't rob people, how can we have food to eat? Do we have to farm? Farming? Are you kidding? Who can be fed by farming? That's right. In this weather this year, farming is a dead end. The two people were talking to each other, not knowing that two people appeared behind them at some point. The two men hid in the darkness and walked without making any sound. When the two bandits just stood up, the two dark shadows moved. The blade was pitch black, devoid of any emotion. With a flash of a knife, a bloody mark appeared on the necks of the two minions. After one attack, the two black men retreated back into the dense forest and continued to hide in the darkness. Needless to say, these two people are the Black Knights. They are responsible for clearing the way and removing obstacles along the way. But tonight is quite special. I heard that the National Master will also participate. Yuan Tiangang stood in front of the gate of Black Wind Village with a look of disgust on his face. Is this the Black Wind Village? This bandit's lair is too shabby. A wooden door that can be kicked open with one foot. Is this the mountain gate? If Yuan Tiangang had not suffered some hardship on the mountain, he would have thought these bandits were stupid people. The road up the mountain is indeed steep. Although the mountain is not high, there are many rocks and cliffs. If you're not careful, you will fall down. Although you will not be smashed into pieces, once you fall heavily to the ground, you will die. The people in Black Wind Village may be taking advantage of this and feel fearless. But they didn't know that the Black Cavalry's actions were more powerful than any force they had imagined. Yuan Tiangang shouted angrily. Listen up, people of Black Wind Village. You have been surrounded by me. Or rather, Yuan Tiangang's voice was so powerful that the entire forest seemed to roar as soon as he opened his mouth. He thought about how he would appear countless times along the way, but he never expected that he would be standing in front of the village gate and challenging others. As soon as Yuan Tiangang finished speaking, the entire Black Wind Village became restless. Who the hell comes here to seek death? Brothers, take your weapons and kill people. Who is so blind that he doesn't know where this place is? Brother, I'm going to capture that guy and cut off his head to use as a chamber pot. No one in Black Wind Village thought that the person shouting outside would be able to come down the mountain alive. When they poked their heads out one by one, they became even more confused. One person? Fuck, how can one person be so arrogant? Brothers, a fat sheep has been delivered to our door today. Look at the clothes that man is wearing. They're not cheap at all. There are also people in the mountains who know what they're talking about. These people have sharp eyes, Otherwise, they would not be able to tell who is the fat sheep in the crowd. In an instant, the mountain gate opened wide, and more than a dozen bandits rushed out with steel knives in their hands. They stared at Yuan Tiangang with their noses turned up, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Who do you think you are? How dare you shout in Black Wind Village? Tell me your name now. Yuan Tiangong's mouth curled up at this moment. If heaven had not given birth to me, Yuan Tiangang, the sword path would have been like a long night forever. Put down your weapons and surrender now, and I will consider reducing your sentences according to Tang law. Listen, is this human language? Yuan Tiangang now had no idea how arrogant he was. When he said these words to the bandits, everyone in the stronghold was in an uproar. Who are you looking down on? Grandpa is here to meet you. In the blink of an eye, a huge axe appeared out of thin air in front of Yuan Tiangang. Yuan Tiangang tilted his body slightly, already knowing his opponent's killer move. This man had been hiding in the night for a long time and never took action. It was not until the bandits came out of the Black Wind Village that he picked up an axe and chopped towards Yuan Tiangang. Chapter 113 Chapter 113 Approaching Chang'an. There are not many black riders going up the mountain, only about 100 or so. To deal with these bandits, they don't need to mobilize too much manpower. The important forces should stay with the important people at the foot of the mountain. As for the mountain, even if Yuan Tiangang lay there and was slaughtered, the 100 black cavalrymen would ensure that he was unharmed. This is the confidence of a veteran. The axe in front of Yuan Tiangang was swung vigorously, but it could not even touch Yuan Tiangang's hairs. Someone in the black cavalry was watching from a distance with a calm look, but he couldn't help but frown slightly when he saw this scene. If Li Zheng were here, he would definitely find that Yuan Tiangang's skills are really good, and he is not just bragging. Boy, you're too slow. Yuan Tiangang dodged and mocked at the same time. Try harder. Have you not eaten? Your axe is so weak. How can you kill someone? Forget it. A person like you being a bandit is a disgrace to the bandits. Shining, the sword flashed, and a different kind of silence seemed to come over the dense forest. At this time, Yuan Tiangang narrowed his eyes, muttered something, and stabbed out with his sword, hitting the man's throat. In an instant, everyone fell silent. The bandits watched what was happening and fell silent. This is a tough one. Yuan Tiangang licked his lips, drew his sword, and shouted angrily. If I, Yuan Tiangang, had not been born, the sword path would have been dark forever. This time his spirit was surging, his chest was pounding, and it seemed as if all kinds of heroic sentiments were bursting out. When Li Zheng woke up from the carriage, Yuan Tiangang had already returned. After not sleeping all night, Yuan Tiangang was a little tired, but the head of Linzhou in his hand proved that he was still excited. Master, I have accomplished my mission. This is the leader of Black Wind Village. This is the leader of a mountain stronghold 20 miles away from Black Wind Village. And this one is also a roadblock. I simply cleared them all out at once. Li Zheng frowned. Did the Imperial Master do it himself? I dare not lie. This is what I did myself. Li Zheng looked at Yuan Tiangang. Didn't they agree that this person had never served in the army before? It was said that Yuan Tiangang was a charlatan in the past. It was agreed that his fighting power was just a little higher than that of an average person. Is this called being better than the average person? This is probably a bit stronger. Chun Ziwen waited respectfully for Li Zheng on the side. My lord, the Imperial Master did not lie. Li Zheng smiled and said, Old Yuan, have you recited the spell? When Yuan Tiangang heard this, his tired eyes suddenly showed excitement. Master, you don't know. When I open my mouth, no one in the entire village dared to say a word. Although I haven't mastered the art of telekinesis yet, the bandits were frightened by me last night. I'm afraid those who manage to escape will never dare to be bandits again. Seeing Yuan Tiangang's excitement, Li Zheng knew that the homework would probably be a tough battle. Pack your bags and continue on your journey, heading west. The road is right under your feet. On the 7th day, when they stepped on the Guanzhong plain, even the big yellow dog became excited. Li Dan and Li Qing finally saw the flat field. They cheered and shouted, and threw themselves on Li Zheng. Li Zheng smiled without saying anything, looking at the distant horizon and the people working on it. Isn't it too abrupt that the 1,000-mile Guanzhong plain appears right in front of you? The Longzhong area is still a dense forest now, but in later generations, due to human development, this forest has long disappeared. The beginning of agricultural civilization was a process of destroying the original ecology. The farmers were extremely excited, each of them looking forward to harvesting something from the land before winter. But they don't know that this year is just the beginning. Disasters always occurred for no reason in the Tang dynasty, and they were reluctant to leave, as if they were full of attachment to the people of the Tang dynasty. There were 2 disasters in 3 years. There was a drought in the 9th year of Wuda. Was there no drought in the first year of Jingguan? There was a flood in the first year of Jingguan. However, after the flood was lifted, at least it was better than the 9th year of Wuda, as crops could be grown and the season was still there. However, they didn't know that just when they were able to have enough food, the locust plague came in the 2nd year of Jingguan. The locusts of this era were not as ferocious as those in later generations, but they still covered the sky and brought disaster to the world. When Li Zheng sighed, Yuan Tiangang was also scratching his head. Why does the immortal master sigh? Haha, it's nothing. I just think it's a bit ridiculous that so much land in Guangzhou has no harvest this year. Yuan Tiangang also sighed. God is kind and merciful, but it's obvious that what Buddhism says is wrong. Not only is God not good at giving birth, he also has no emotions. I believe that the people of the Tang dynasty can only face these difficulties with their own hands. What Yuan Tiangang said makes sense. Li Zheng suddenly felt that Yuan Tiangang's ideas were quite advanced. Thinking that transcends the times is lonely and will be excluded. This Taoist priest is a little unusual. Old Yuan, you are very thoughtful and wise. Master, you are too kind. I dare not. When Li Zheng praised him, Yuan Tiangang immediately became very nervous. In front of the immortal master, I am just a beginner and need to follow the immortal master. Chun Ziwen came to report again. Shangxian, imperial master, we will arrive in Chang'an tomorrow morning. Li Zheng Nudda. The news has been reported back to Chang'an. Tomorrow, His Majesty will personally go out of the city to welcome the immortal. This is something that I didn't expect. Li Er, such a proud man, would be so respectful to a so-called god of unknown origin. Li Zheng touched the heads of Li Dan and Li Qing. Arya stood behind Li Zheng, looking at Chang'an without saying a word, as if she was thinking about something. Send the message to His Majesty. No need. I don't like to be so loud. After Li Zheng finished speaking, Chun Ziwen immediately bowed and then trotted away. With the speed of the Black Cavalry, this news will reach Li Er's ears in an hour or two. Shishir and Wang were no longer young. After the long and bumpy journey, they were exhausted and were still catching up on their sleep in the carriage. Yu Bian was guarding the carriage. Whenever there was any disturbance, he would rush over and solve the problem immediately. In Chang'an City, the Zheng family mansion was brightly lit. The wealthy families are the overlords in Chang'an, and they are like local tyrants in the local area. They never felt that what they did was wrong, and they didn't feel that they had done anything wrong at this time. Who were the people in that carriage? Why did all the people sent out die? Master, I don't know who is in the carriage. It is said that his name is Li Zheng. Li Zheng? Is he from a Guanlong family, a royal relative? The walnuts in the old man's hands crackled as he rubbed them. Master, Li Zheng is just an ordinary person. Humph, just an ordinary person caused the entire army we sent out to be wiped out. How can this be justified? Chapter 114. Zheng family past. Master, although we have nothing to fear in Xingyang, is Shandong after all. Under the Qinghe Chui family, it is not good to start a war. So the people we sent out were extremely low-key. I just don't know who Li Zheng is. The old man tapped the ground with his dragon-headed cane, his eyes cloudy but deep. Now that they've arrived in Chang'an, we must seize the opportunity to act. Chang'an is not Xingyang, nor is it the territory of the Qinghe Chui family. Here, we must use an open strategy. Yes, Master is wise. A conspiracy may be resisted, but when an open conspiracy appears, no one can stop it. The Zheng family left an old man like me in Chang'an so that the children of the Zheng family could understand some truths. The old man had a white beard and an extremely arrogant look on his face. Master, you are talking about. The Zheng family has always been strong, so we need to be cautious in this matter of Zheng Liwan. The old man's eyes suddenly turned gloomy. It was said that the most famous surname in the world was Chui, but now it has changed. After your majesty ascends the throne, the 5 clans and 7 families will inevitably suffer an unprecedented blow, unless... The young man standing by didn't understand the old man's thoughts at all, and was sighing at this moment. Why are you sighing? Do you know anything about marriage alliance? If a woman from the Zheng family were to enter the palace as a concubine, I'm afraid the Zheng family would become like the Chang Sun family, and there would never be a time of desolation again. That is the true, noble, the existence that everyone in the Zheng family longs for. What was the point of an alliance between the 5 surnames and 7 families? It was nothing more than a mutual exchange of resources within one's own aristocratic circle. If one wanted to stand above everyone else, one had to figure out one thing: who to ally with. The royal family is the only one in this world that everyone needs to curry favor with. The old man of the Zheng family stroked his beard and said, "All right, now that we're in Chang'an, keep an eye on where they're going." After a night of rest, Li Zheng and others slowly appeared outside Chang'an City. Chang'an, as the center of the world during the Tang Dynasty, has begun to take shape. At this moment, it seems to be extremely powerful. With this foundation, it will not be a problem to dominate the world in a dozen years. Add to that Emperor Lier, who is extremely good at scheming. Wow, no wonder there was the prosperous Shangguan era. "Master, shall we go into the city?" Yuan Tiangang walked over cautiously. "Ah, thank you for your hard work, Imperial Master." "It's not harm, Master. You are so polite. It is my honor to be able to follow you." Li Zheng suddenly asked, "His Majesty is not here, right?" "Master, His Majesty probably doesn't know when we'll enter the city. The news we received yesterday said we'd enter in the afternoon. We've already arrived outside the East Gate early this morning, so His Majesty is probably still in the court." Attending court is an indispensable official duty for an emperor, similar to the group regular meetings in later generations. Every day, the heads of various regions will appear in the regular meetings. For such a big country, Li Air wants to obtain information and govern in an orderly manner, which depends on the daily court time. There are many people outside the city. If it is because there are merchants crowded outside Mingda Gate waiting to enter the city, it is understandable. After all, the Central Plains is the most populous place in the world, and the capital of the Central Plains is Chang'an. All merchants can only make money in Chang'an. Coupled with various trade policies, the current Chang'an city is like a super metropolis. But this East Gate is not Mingda Gate, but Yinqing Gate, and Xinchangfang is right into the city. The East Market is just on the north side of Xinchangfang. Li Zheng was looking at the crowds outside through the curtain, a smile on his face. What a beautiful Chang'an city. But suddenly, Li Zheng noticed Aria's expression. "What's wrong?" Aria looked a little unhappy today, and she didn't know why. "No, it's okay. Haha, this isn't your first time in Chang'an, right?" Aria looked at Li Zheng and fell in a deep thought after being suddenly asked this question. Of course, this was not her first time in Chang'an. 6 years ago, when she was still a child, she had been to Chang'an. What happened at that time made her feel sick, and she still feels nauseous when she thinks about it. As soon as Li Zheng saw Aria's expression, he knew something must have happened. If nothing had happened, how could Zheng Liwan and her daughter flee far away from home and settle down in a small Qinghai county for many years? How could they have disguised themselves in faraway Shandong and made a living by selling tofu without daring to make a big fuss? Especially Aria, who obviously has a beautiful face, but she always dresses herself as an ordinary woman, even a little weird and rustic. You know, if Arya reveals her true appearance, even her plain clothes cannot hide her temperament. "Arya, since you're going to marry me, the risk will naturally fall on me." Li Zheng's eyes were burning. Arya was not the kind of girl that could be won over by soft words. If he wanted her to tell the truth, he had to explain the interests involved. "I have the right to know what's going on here. You don't think that if I marry you, I will be safe from danger because I'm unaware of it, right?" After Li Zheng finished speaking, he stared at Arya's big eyes with deep eyes. It moved. Li Zheng saw that the watery eyes of Arya seemed to move. "I think you understand, but you must also have concerns. Rather than die in obscurity, I think I'd rather live clearly. Whether you tell me or not, danger will always come. If I knew the whole story, I could also prepare a plan to deal with it." Arya hesitated to speak, her chest heaving. "Li Zheng, Why?" She sighed and then spoke. It turned out that a few years ago, after the establishment of Li Tang, the old man of the Zheng family brought Zheng Liwan to Chang'an. At that time, the Zheng family of Xinjiang was in danger. Although they were wealthy and powerful, no one could guarantee that they would still exist. After all, after Emperor Wuda of Li Tang ascended the throne, he took drastic measures and launched a number of measures against the wealthy clans. For a time, everyone realized the crisis. Each wealthy family selected the most beautiful woman in their family and brought her to Chang'an, starting with the crown prince, the royal relatives, and the real nobles, and they went to the door like they were selling goods. Although Zheng Liwan was young at that time, she was not stupid. She is a person, a living person with flesh and blood, not a dead object. She never imagined that her great-grandfather, who had been so kind to her since she was a child, never treated her as a great-great-granddaughter, but as a valuable commodity. As long as the other party offers a suitable price, you can throw it out at any time. As for what it looks like after being thrown out, no one seems to care. Chapter 1:15 Chapter 1:15 The Great City of Chang'an. At that time, Zheng Liwan's little heart was filled with shadows towards Chang'an. This is also the reason why her mother Sai Shishir had to take her away from the Zheng family. You have a high status in the Zheng family, right? Li Zheng suddenly asked. Arya is not Shishir. She will definitely tell Li Zheng everything she has to say. Well, it's not the main house, it's the side house. The principal wife and the concubine. Why does this term sound so weird? The evil old society was so hypocritical. Haha. In that case, I can imagine the Zheng family's anger. These are a bunch of inhumane guys. Don't worry, Arya. I will avenge you. Sometimes women don't just want to hear the words revenge from your mouth. You're together every day, and Arya still doesn't know whether Li Zheng can avenge her. This was Li Zheng's attitude that she wanted. On this issue, Li Zheng's answer was correct. Li Zheng, those people have no bottom line. Arya's voice trembled as she spoke. Li Zheng smiled and said, I have seen many people without bottom line. From ancient times to the present, which wealthy family has a bottom line? Maybe it's just what people say outside, pretending to have a bottom line. He talks a lot about morality and ethics, but he is actually full of thieves and prostitutes. Don't worry, just leave it to me. The carriage moved slowly, and when the Chang'an soldiers saw the token, they all knelt on the ground. Yu Bian waved his hand and sat in front of the carriage with his head tilted back. Get up, let us go. The guard waved his hand and shouted, Let them go. The people around were all dumbfounded. There were separate passages for people to enter the city. The flow of people was not crowded, and the speed of people moving was fast. Carriages and merchants had their own lanes to enter the city, and when these carriages entered the city, they clearly entered through a gate on the side that had never been opened. Who is in this car? It's so powerful. Hush, hush. Didn't you see the mark on that carriage? We can't afford to offend it. The people of Chang'an are different from those of Qinghe County. They have seen the world and know the rules for the travel of important people. Naturally, they also know that these carriages can enter the city through that exclusive passage, and the people in the carriages must be of extraordinary status. On the other side, the merchants became restless, especially merchants from the western regions. Why? Why don't they have to queue? The soldiers defending the city were all retired veterans, and they looked at the bearded, blue-eyed merchant from the western regions with frowns and glares. You are a barbarian. Why are you so arrogant in Chang'an? Who do you think you are? The inherent pride of the Tang people is not something these outsiders can understand. They come to Chang'an to do business and behave humbly. If they meet a few people who look at them strangely, they will be ridiculed. They have long been accustomed to this. It's not shameful to be looked down upon for making money. What the general said is absolutely right. A blue-eyed woman slowly stepped out of the carriage and said, Thank you for your teachings, General. This woman spoke Central Plains Mandarin very well, and her voice was gentle, making people feel like they were in the spring breeze. Well, that's more like it. The soldier looked at the previously agitated Western region man with disdain on his face. You are even worse than a woman. Shame on you. The man from the Western regions had an angry look on his face, but he didn't dare to speak. The woman slowly got into the carriage, and the tranquility outside the city gate returned to normal. As crowded as ever, as noisy as ever, as always going from desolation to prosperity. The moment he entered Chang'an City, Li Zheng's ears seemed to explode, and all kinds of gossip suddenly poured out. Perhaps the person who spoke did not mean so, but Chang'an was too big and the city walls were too thick. Countless voices echoed in the city, but some of them were inaudible when they reached Li Zheng. He wanted to distinguish them carefully, but he had no clue. At this moment, Wang in the carriage in front became excited. Her excitement started with the two little guys, Li Dan and Li Qing. After all, the two little guys had never been out of Qinghe County. When they saw such a prosperous big city, all they could say was just two words, happy. Sai Shishir sat beside Wang Shi, and, after seeing her nervous expression, she said slowly, Sister, please don't get too excited. Chang'an and Qinghe County are only different in size. There is no other essential difference. Wang smiled. She had never traveled far in her life. How could she not feel her heart skipping beats when she saw Chang'an? Sister, you're right. I lost my temper. Has your sister ever been to Chang'an? Wang knew that Sai Shishir was not from Qinghe County, but she had never asked her where she came from. Today she also felt that compared with the mother and son of the Li family, Sai Shishir was very calm. Sister, I did stay in Chang'an before. Wang suddenly understood, so that's how it is. My sister has been living in Qinghe County for so many years since she left Chang'an. No wonder I always feel that you are a little different from others. To prevent piracy of Xiaohobo files, choose Xiaohu when searching for book robots. It is stable and reliable, and you won't fall into traps. Mother, I want to eat candy. Mother, those are pastries. They smell so good. Mother, I want to eat that hubing. The two little guys stuck their heads out and shouted wildly towards both sides of the street, chattering so much that they attracted the attention of passers-by. When people in Chang'an saw this scene, they would not think that these people were unsophisticated people coming from the countryside. On the contrary, the city of Chang'an has been welcoming to outsiders since the Tang dynasty. The children also amused the old men who were playing with birds nearby. They all laughed and stroked their beards. Wang in the carriage also laughed. Only Sai Shishir was worried. Chang'an, oh Chang'an, there are more troubles here. The carriage stopped, and Li Zheng saw where he was going to live. Master, this house is my disciple's residence in Chang'an. Please stay here for the time being. The mansion on Yushan Mountain will be completed soon. Yuan Tiangang bowed and spoke towards the carriage. A voice came from the carriage. The houses on Yushan Mountain should be built just like they were built in Qinghe County. Yuan Tiangang was stunned, and then a warm feeling came over him. The immortal master is worthy of being an immortal master. He is humble and doesn't care about external things in the world at all. Such noble character. This is why others can become immortals while I am just a Taoist priest. Study. Study hard. At this moment, Yuan Tiangang made up his mind silently. Arya was a little confused and asked Li Zheng cautiously, Li Zheng, why do they call you Immortal Master? Li Zheng smiled and said, it's just a name, it's not important. It might just be that the Imperial Master calls others differently. Huh? Li Zheng, you lied to me. You told me you knew magic. Arya suddenly remembered the day when Li Zheng stuffed a few cabbages into her hands and asked her seriously to keep it a secret. Huh? You remember all this? Huh? That's all we need to know. Chapter 116. Chapter 116. Do you also think there's a problem? Yuan Tiangang's mansion was built with Taoist charm. When Wang brought Li Dan and Li Qing into the house, she couldn't help but exclaimed, what a big yard! Li Dan and Li Qing were even more cautious. They pulled Wang's sleeves and hid behind her. Mother, is this big yard ours? Wang's face darkened. How can you two talk like that? This is someone else's house. Yuan Tiangang said hurriedly, don't mind, old lady, what's mine is yours. Don't be polite in my home. Except for Li Zheng, no one knows Yuan Tiangang's identity. Of course, they can guess a little bit about Yu Bian's identity. After all, the two little kids, Li Dan and Li Qing, were afraid of Yu Bian. Even if Yu Bian tried to tease the kids by making faces, the murderous aura in his body was unstoppable. Others don't know what's going on and always feel it's weird, but children get scared when they see something like this. Is this normal? Yuan Tiangang was a kind and friendly man. When he said this to Li Dan and Li Qing, Wang's face became a little embarrassed. Sir, we can't do this. We are guests, and we can't take over the show. It would be bad if two naughty kids destroyed something. Mister has already helped our family. If this... Yuan Tiangang waved his hands quickly. The Immortal Master said that his identity cannot be revealed in front of his family in this life. At this time, Yuan Tiangang stood up and said, Old madam, please don't be so formal. We are all family. When talking about his family, Yuan Tiangang was extremely excited. Just thinking about the feeling of being with the Immortal Master's family was exciting. Even if I don't become an immortal, I will probably gain a lot by following the Immortal Master throughout my life. Being remembered in history will naturally be a small problem. And after he finished speaking, Master Li Zheng did not even say anything to stop him or deny it. Very good. Li Dan and Li Qing nodded vigorously. Yuan Tiangang touched the two little guys' heads and said, as long as you two don't go upstairs and tear down the tiles, it's fine. Wang felt a little embarrassed and always felt that something was wrong. On the side, Shishir and Arya did not react at all. Especially Arya. After she knew the Taoist feelings towards Li Zheng, she understood why this man was so flattering. Of course, if she knew that the man who was trying to curry favor with Li Zheng was Yuan Tiangang and was the imperial teacher of the current dynasty, she would probably be even more amazed. Sai Shishir was a person who had seen the world. Faced with such a luxurious courtyard and mansion, she did not show much surprise, but was just a little puzzled. This courtyard is located in Chang'an. Ordinary people are not qualified to live there. The neighbors here are either rich or noble. If you're just an ordinary Taoist or a businessman, I'm afraid you wouldn't have this blessing. Saishi sure looked at Li Zheng and said in a low voice. Li Zheng didn't explain, but just grinned and said, Auntie, you're worrying too much. Just stay here. Old Yuan, let's go out later. Li Zheng said, let's go out together. The meaning was simple and clear, which was to go to the palace to meet the emperor. When Li Zheng returned, someone was waiting for him in the palace. Li Er had been waiting for the next 100,000 kilograms of potatoes for who knows how many days. While everyone was packing up and settling down, Li Zheng sat in the pavilion and opened the super farm system. During these 10 days, Li Zheng planted more than just a few potatoes. In 10 days, Li Zheng harvested nearly 250,000 kilograms of potatoes. Together with what he already had, Li Zheng now has at least 500,000 kilograms of potatoes. In the super ranch, Li Zheng saw cattle and sheep all over the mountains. These days, Li Zheng uses the ranch to breed 4 times a day, and each time all 6 sheds are busy. The super ranch has now been upgraded to level 7, and Li Zheng has also added new sheds to the newly upgraded ranch. The cattle and sheep that were bred before are now constantly reproducing on their own, and their numbers are even more terrifying. Standing in the super ranch, looking around, the mammoths are surrounded by white flocks of sheep and mooing cattle. Li Zheng was stunned. Was I a shepherd boy in my previous life? After casually planting 5 acres of potatoes and raising 7 sheds of cattle, Li Zheng came to his senses. Ivan Tiangang's footsteps interrupta Li Zheng's thoughts. Master, disciple is ready. Okay, then let's go into the palace. Li Zheng stood up. Yuan Tiangang looked puzzled. Master, you must have been exhausted on the journey. Do you want to change your clothes? Li Zheng smiled faintly. No need, your majesty is looking at me as a person, not my clothes. That's right. Even ordinary clothes can't hinder the charm of the immortal master. In the Western Region's inn, a woman sat at the table, wearing a veil, her blue eyes filled with indifference. Shada, you were impulsive today. Master, I know my crime, but at that time, I just wanted to test the soldiers of the Tang dynasty. The woman pondered for a moment. Fortunately, he's an important figure, and one you can't afford to offend. Otherwise, given the nature of Tang dynasty officials, they would remember you, and it would be difficult for you to live a good life in Chang'an in the future. Master, we have a mission this time. I don't know if we can complete it perfectly. 1 or 2 people will appear tonight to take over. Please be ready, Master. Shada, you did the right thing. The reminder was good. Tonight's meeting might be the key. The woman stood up, looked at the flowers on the windowsill, and fell into deep thought. Outside their house, 2 tall and strong men from the Western regions were holding scimitars that flashed with cold light, as if anyone who came here would be killed by them. In the Yangxin Palace, Li Er was extremely excited, and Li Zheng was sitting opposite Li Er. Shangxian, Your Majesty, just call me Li Zheng. In life, titles are unimportant. Li Zheng smiled faintly. National Master, please follow me from now on. Yuan Tiangang became excited. He wished he could follow Li Zheng every day. Li Er nodded, his brows relaxed. Li Xianren, how many potatoes can we find in this thick soil? How many copper coins has Your Majesty prepared? I don't have much here actually. The situation in the Tang dynasty this year is really bleak. I have exempted too many taxes, and the treasury has always been empty. Li Zheng shook his head and said, Your Majesty, this is not true. Everything in this world is an equal exchange. Your Majesty, have you ever wondered where this copper coin went? Li Zheng spoke without intention, but Li Er listened with intention. There were only these 3 people in the Yangxin Palace, and even Li Er's closest guards were waiting outside the door. Master Li, you mean? Yes, that's what Your Majesty meant. In an instant, Li Er's eyes became determined. It turns out I'm not the only one who thinks there's a problem. Chapter 117 Chapter 117 Asking Ghosts and Gods. Yuan Tiangang was a little stunned. What was the Emperor and the Immortal Master talking about? Were they keeping it a secret? Why do I feel a little bit confused? In fact, this is not Yuan Tiangang's fault. 9 out of 10 people have their own opinions about the general situation in the world. Yuan Tiangang followed Li Er in doing things and committed countless murders under the guise of heaven. What is Li Zheng's current status? Immortal. How can immortals speak so directly? How can we make those in the power centers identify themselves with their roles without using some mysterious things? People in later generations clearly know that there are no gods in this world, but they still believe in the existence of gods. On the one hand, it is due to the thousands of years of traditional culture, and on the other hand, it is due to ignorance and stupidity. Of course, there is another more important key factor. That is, the Chinese nation has a down-to-earth expectation in its bones, and this expectation will be shaken when faced with confusion and uncertainty. At this time, what else can we ask if not ghosts and gods? When businessmen first faced the rules, they knew that as long as they acted within the rules, they would make steady profits. At that time, they would not be superstitious. But when their business grows bigger and bigger and the rules of the world can no longer restrict them, they need a legitimate reason and support to protect the legitimacy of their breaking of the rules. Lier has now reached the top, and he needs a decent rule or law to support him. Yuan Tiangang naturally became the person who endorsed it. By chance, Yuan Tiangang, a man full of wisdom, became the national teacher. But Yuan Tiangang might not understand why so many bloody killings had to be done with his help. Now, when Yuan Tiangang fell into deep thought, Li Zheng smiled faintly. Your Majesty is right. It would be great if those copper coins were circulated among the people. But when it comes to money, if they are hoarded in the hands of certain people, disasters will surely arise when people are struggling to make ends meet. Isn't that what happened in the Sui dynasty? After Li Zheng finished speaking, Li Er nodded vigorously. Shangxian, it's not just the Sui dynasty. During the Wei and Jin dynasties, the disputes between the aristocratic families were extremely important. In troubled times, if you want to survive, you must rely on the corresponding aristocratic families. After so many years, I never thought they would still be like this in the Tang dynasty. Li Er's eyes flashed with ferocity. Seeing this scene, Li Zheng smiled in his heart. That's right, that's the idea. Li Er, don't let your imagination run wild. You have to think clearly. Among the 5 surnames and 7 families in the world, who is the richest? Think about it carefully. The most powerful families belong to the Qinghe Chui family and the Boling Chui family. Isn't it the Lu family of Fanyang that has the longest cultural heritage? The supreme ruler of the world is naturally the Li family. All Li families in the world are of the same blood. The Guanlong Li family and the Zhaojun Li family are the best among them and are all born nobles. When it comes to deepest roots, it is naturally the Wang family of Taiyuan. Relying on the unique geographical advantages and the large number of merchants in Shaanxi, it is natural that the Wang family has disciples all over the world. And the richest one was none other than the Zheng family of Xinjiang. Lier looked into Li Zheng's eyes and suddenly realized, I understand. Well, I'm glad you understand. Just go ahead and do it. Don't give me face. The Zheng family has already come close to us and even dared to rob us on the road. National Master, since you are here today, please tell me your fortune and see if the Zheng family of Xinjiang has any intention of rebellion. Li Er sat upright and said seriously that at this moment, he was the most honorable person in the world and the supreme emperor in this world. Yuan Tiangang was stunned. Your Majesty, this? How can you tell fortunes like this? Just tell me if you can. Li Er stared at Yuan Tiangang like a ferocious lion, as if as long as Yuan Tiangang said no, the emperor's sword would be hanging over Yuan Tiangang's head the next moment. Yuan Tiangang was the imperial master after all, so he smiled faintly. Your Majesty, what I meant is that the immortal master is here. How dare I, a mere Taoist child, show off my skills in front of him? Yuan Tiangang was very considerate and immediately saluted Li Zheng respectfully. Li Zheng knew this would happen, so he didn't refute it, but sighed, divination is just a way for confused people in the world to seek solutions. National Master, just go ahead and do it. If anything goes wrong, I'll take action. Li Zheng smiled and casually produced a few white radishes. Your Majesty, I got these white radishes from the land. They are very delicious. I heard that the royal chefs in this palace are very skilled. Is Your Majesty interested in a drink and a chat? Li Er smiled and stroked his beard. Excellent, excellent. In order to appear mature, the young emperor deliberately grew a beard, but he didn't know that true maturity lies in one's state of mind and demeanor, not in the stubble. Yuan Tiangang was about to cry. How could he dare to show off his little skills in front of an expert? He could almost imagine that if some irreversible results appeared after his divination, the Zheng family would probably eat him alive. He is just a small national teacher. Forget it. The immortal master has said it's okay. Why should I hesitate? Your Majesty is also watching from behind. From what Your Majesty said, Isn't it just about making Zheng family of Xingyang bleed heavily? Yuan Tiangang hardened his heart, gritted his teeth, and showed a determined look on his face. Your Majesty, please wait. Li Zheng also wanted to see how Yuan Tiangang, who was almost deified by later generations, performed divination and whether it was really magical. Yuan Tiangang waved his hand, and two Taoist boys appeared behind him. Each of the little Taoist boys was holding a box in his hand. When one of the boxes was opened, there was a whisk inside. Another box also opened, but the things inside made Li Zheng dumbfounded. That's true. Li Zheng was speechless. The thing inside was pitch black and covered with cracks. Was it a turtle shell or copper coins? It should be said that both. Yuan Tiangang bowed and saluted Li Zheng and Li Er. Master, Your Majesty, Yuan Tiangang never asks for reasons when he does divination. What do you want to ask today, Your Majesty? At this time, Yuan Tiangang looked like a national teacher, the real Yuan Tiangang. At this time, the guards on the side glanced sideways one by one. They also wanted to see what the Tang Dynasty's imperial master, the legendary deity, looked like when he was casting a spell. Li Er, on the other hand, was playing with the two white radishes handed to him by Li Zheng in one hand, with a smile on his face. It was as if he was saying, Imperial Master, please start your performance. I want to kill people with justifiable reasons and rob people with justifiable reasons. Li Zheng felt that the atmosphere had begun to change. Li Er's emotions were already in place, and now it depended on whether Yuan Tiangang's emotions were accurate. Grunt, grunt, grunt. The tortoise shell and copper coins were frantically shaken by Yuan Tiangang in a small box. He was dressed in a Taoist robe and was muttering to himself, If heaven had not given birth to me, Yuan Tiangang, the path of swordsmanship would have been like a long night. If heaven had not given birth to me, Yuan Tiangang, the path of swordsmanship. Chapter 118 Chapter 118 Out of nothing. Li Er understood Yuan Tiangang's Taoist magic for the first time, and his face turned ashen. Sir, what does this imperial master mean by this? Li Er asked Li Zheng with a dark face. Li Zheng also wanted to say that he didn't know, but after all, the label and character setting had been determined. He was the most real god in the Tang Dynasty. If he said he didn't know, it would be so cheap. Haha, Your Majesty, there is no need to understand the meaning of this. If there are gods between heaven and earth, and your heart is full of sincerity, the heavens will naturally know it. After Li Zheng finished speaking, he watched Yuan Tiangang's operation with a smile. It must be said that this guy is very good at everything he does. He seemed calm and composed, and the peachwood sword in his hand was waving in a mess. But to outsiders, to people who didn't understand him, Yuan Tiangang was simply a god. The flames on the peachwood sword suddenly rose up. There seemed to be a faint purple light flickering on the copper coin. At this moment, Li Er widened his eyes, stood up suddenly, and asked Li Zheng in a low voice with a burning gaze. Sir, what do you think? Li Zheng looked at Li Er, who was squinting his eyes, and finally understood that the emperor was now posing a problem for himself and Yuan Tiangang. Now, among the 5 richest surnames and 7 wealthy families in the world, one must be used as a chicken to scare the monkeys. The Zheng family of Xingyang, as the richest, naturally bore the brunt of the impact. They did nothing wrong, but they occupied too many resources in the Tang Dynasty society and were unwilling to give ordinary people a chance. They deserved to die. Li Er was a descendant of a powerful family, but he knew that he could not save the Central Plains by relying on these powerful families. Relying on these people to save the entire Tang Dynasty is just waiting for death. It's just a matter of time. He looked at Li Zheng with deep eyes. Your Majesty, this hexagram is full of vitality. As the saying goes, the grass on the plain withers and grows again every year. Wildfires cannot burn it all, but it will grow again in the spring breeze. Your Majesty, have you thought this through? Li Er did not answer directly, but looked at Yuan Tiangang, who was seeking immortality, and sighed. Before Li Zheng could speak, Yuan Tiangang exclaimed, Your Majesty, the Zheng family is rebelling. Li Er had been extremely calm, but at this moment a look of excitement suddenly appeared on his face. An emperor actually became happy when he heard that others were planning a rebellion? What kind of logic is this? Really, Your Majesty, Immortal Master, I will not tolerate any nonsense, but will interpret the hexagrams according to their meaning. Everything is determined by heaven, and I am merely the one conveying their meaning. At this moment, Li Er became excited. Haha, okay. The guards outside were all Li Er's confidants. When they heard the various noises coming from inside, they secretly took a few glances, but after these few glances, they dared not say a word. Especially when I heard that almost direct hint. Figure out whether Zheng family in Xinjiang is going to rebel. Regardless of whether they were rebelling or not, just this question made all the guards feel a chill in their hearts. It's over, your majesty is going to kill someone again. They looked at each other, and then slowly lowered their heads. Li Er's eyes were blazing. Master, do you know any evidence of their rebellion? Well, your majesty, this may be a bit difficult. Each of the 5 clans and 7 families has a master in charge. I am just a Taoist, and I cannot afford to offend them. Of course, if they really wanted to rebel, they would definitely reveal their true intentions. If we let the Imperial Guards investigate personally, they would definitely be able to catch them. Li Er is now looking at Li Zheng, constantly thinking about how to start. Nowadays, the emperor has to do things in a complete and orderly manner, and there must be reasons for everything, instead of acting arbitrarily. Where does this cause come from? Li Er fell into deep thought, and Yuan Tiangang was also in a dilemma. Behind him, several eunuchs and guards had already understood what was happening inside. The emperor of the Tang dynasty is going to kill someone. Li Zheng was not very old, and a smile appeared on his 15-year-old face. To Yuan Tiangang, this smile was a solid backing. Since the immortal master is laughing like that, there is nothing for me to worry about. Li Er saw Li Zheng smile and couldn't help asking, Shangxian, what do you mean? Haha, I didn't say anything. Li Zheng was stunned, then said slowly. This is what Li Zheng said from the bottom of his heart. He really didn't think about anything at this moment. He just thought it was funny, that's all. However, Li Er felt that something was wrong with his smile. His heart surged, and in an instant he understood something. Sir, you don't need to say more, I understand. Congratulations, your majesty. Congratulations, your majesty. Yuan Tiangang also took advantage of the situation and immediately started to flatter. At this time, Yuan Tiangang's head was covered in sweat. He looked at Li Er and Li Zheng and smiled. If he were in front of ordinary people, the imperial master of the Tang dynasty would definitely not look like this. He would definitely look like a master. But of the 2 people in front of him, one is the emperor of the Tang dynasty, the true ruler, and the other has long transcended the existence of this world. Yuan Tiangang dared not be disrespectful. Li Zheng discovered a problem. He just said something casually, but Li Er and Yuan Tiangang understood a lot of meanings. He had to explain. If Li Er became stubborn and the world became chaotic, and he was blamed later, it would be difficult to deal with. Your Majesty, please be cautious and do not make decisions rashly. Li Er was startled for a moment, then bowed to Li Zheng and said, Your Excellency is right. I will certainly be cautious. Haha, I'm so happy. My people have food to eat, and I have money too. I understand what the immortal means. It's like creating something out of nothing. Having said that, Li Er looked at Li Zheng with a half smile and blinked his eyes. Li Zheng was stunned for a moment. Looking at the surprised and helpless expression on Yuan Tiangang's face, he finally understood why the first 3 years of Li Er's reign were the most critical moments in the Tang dynasty. A fine horse and a fur coat worth thousands of gold can be exchanged for some wine. In Chang'an, the night is thick, and in the night market, the goods are dazzling and numerous. Rosanna was veiled, and her eyes were cold. Shah, where's the big shot you mentioned? Master, it's in the house ahead. After passing through the East Market and the West Market, a peaceful and wealthy area appeared in front of the 2 people. At first glance, there were only 2 people here, but when Rosanna waved her hand, a group of Western men with different expressions immediately jumped out behind her. They were all strong and powerful, with fierce eyes. You wait here. The Zheng family is one of the few nobles in Chang'an. Even in the entire Tang dynasty, it is a well-known family. Don't do anything bad out of impulse. Yes. At this time, Rosanna clenched the hidden weapon in her hand, put it into her sleeve, and then slowly walked towards the huge mansion with Shah. Chapter 119 Zheng Liwan comes to the door. Tonight, the Zheng family welcomed guests from the western regions. The servants of the Zheng family knew that the merchants from the western regions were all very good at scheming. They transported things from the western regions that were not available in the Tang dynasty, such as colored glaze, and sold them at high prices in the Tang dynasty to make a profit from the difference. It seems that the master is going to discuss business with the merchant from the western regions tonight. TSK. The figure of that woman is really arousing. Any man would probably not be able to control himself. In the main hall, The old man of the Zheng family looked at the veiled woman from the western regions and said with a sidelong glance, Haha, since you two are willing to come here in person to discuss cooperation, the Zheng family will also give you corresponding courtesy. But I have a question. Rosanna's face looked normal, but there were waves in her eyes. From the moment she entered the door until now, this old fox had not spoken a word about serious matters and had been wandering around in various places. Every time she wanted to get to the point, this old guy would change the subject. It was really annoying. Now, he is finally going to make a request, which is a good thing. A person who does business is a businessman, which means he is someone with whom everything can be discussed. Persia has always had friendly relations with the Tang dynasty. Now that the Tang dynasty is open to business, Persian merchants are naturally indispensable. Persian merchants possess the most diverse goods in the world. If they can enter the Tang dynasty, they will certainly benefit Mr. Zheng in the future. What Rosanna wants is simple, to enter the Tang dynasty and do business. It is now the 9th year of Wuda, and the beginning of Jingguan is about to begin. The Tang dynasty has no laws stipulating that foreign merchants can enter China and Chang'an. But China has always been a place where foreign merchants can make money, so they will naturally not miss this opportunity. When a new dynasty emerges, there must be new rules. Hearing that the newly enthroned emperor had killed his own brothers and forced his father to step down, he must have been a difficult person to talk to. Rosanna had no choice but to inquire through various sources. Only then did she find out that the Zheng family of Xinjiang had an old man in Chang'an who had a past relationship with the newly enthroned emperor and could smooth the relationship. So, she came here with Shadawa and sincerity. Haha, for small profit, opening the country's borders, do you think I Zhengshan would do this? My Zheng family is the richest in the world. Do we need this little money? Rosanna's eyes were suddenly filled with murderous intent. Although the murderous aura only flashed by, it still caught Zheng Chun's attention. Rosanna never dreamed that in the unstable Tang dynasty, the person in charge of foreign trade in the Ministry of Revenue would be this old, stubborn person. She came all the way from Persia not to listen to the old man's nonsense. She came to do business. Ha! But you're not an ordinary person, young lady. Even if other merchants from the western regions knew about my connection, they wouldn't dare to step in easily. You are really brave. The Zheng family of Xinjiang has accumulated wealth for many years and is considered to be the only one dominating the Central Plains. Naturally, they are full of arrogance. Hearing Zheng Chun's words, Rosanna remained calm and smiled faintly. Mr. Zheng, I don't understand what you said. When doing business, exchanging what you have and what you don't have is the traditional practice in the Central Plains and the Western regions. This is good for the Western regions and naturally good for the Tang dynasty as well. The Central Plains is known as the Heavenly Kingdom, but don't they even dare to open their doors to welcome guests? Ranasha smiled and didn't give Jing Chun a chance to speak. If Mr. Zheng can finalize the deal, I can give you 30% of the profits in the future. 30%? Too little. 50%. What does it mean to open your mouth wide like a lion? This is it. Any business from Persia, after passing through the Tang dynasty and collecting heavy taxes, 50% of it will belong to the Zheng family. Hiss. I can't even imagine this number. Zheng Chun narrowed his eyes, revealing his old fox nature. Luo Nasha smiled and said, Mr. Zheng, 50% is too much. How about 40%? I will give you the night-shining pearls I brought back from thousands of miles away today. Sate. Ranasha gave a soft shout, and instantly, Shadawa took out a small box from his arms. The box was black and looked extremely heavy. Zheng Chun's attention was instantly attracted. Night pearl? There's an old saying in the Central Plains that treasures like these belong to those with virtue. I think Mr. Zheng is a very suitable person. Okay, it's settled. When I meet His Majesty one day, I will definitely open a route for you and the Persian merchants. After coming out of the Zheng family mansion, Luo Nasha said nothing. Shadaw, who was standing beside her, had red eyes. Master, that's 50%. Humph, do you think I don't know? My father said that he can give you as much as you want. But the trade routes opened up hundreds of years ago cannot be cut off. Don't just focus on the immediate gains and losses. If the rules change in the future and the Tang dynasty opens its doors to welcome merchants from all directions, then we will be the ones who make the most money. Shadawa was still unwilling to give in. But why does this Zheng Chun seem so unreliable? He wait for death. In the Zheng family mansion, Zheng Chun played with the fluorescent beads and smiled brightly. Ha, this is a good thing. Sir, how did those Persians know you? Ha, these foreigners are not very smart. The Tang dynasty has never refused them from doing business in Chang'an. It's just that these people are too stupid. Your Majesty is currently preoccupied with the war and has not yet had the time to formulate laws in this area. Once Your Majesty establishes the laws, all the profits agreed upon today will be wasted. The butler beside him chuckled. Master, you are very wise. This is a case of getting something for nothing. Hush, don't tell anyone outside. Our Zheng family relies on His Majesty and the royal family for our business. What happened today is considered as overstepping your authority. If this gets out, you will be beheaded. Yes, yes, yes. Li Erda woke up laughing in the middle of the night. Send Yuan Tiangang to the palace. Li Junxian rode a fast horse in the middle of the night and came straight to Yuan Tiangong's residence, shouting loudly, which scared Li Dan and Li Qing, who were too excited to sleep at night. Yuan Tiangang was serving Li Zheng late at night. His face changed, and he ran out in a hurry. Master, why don't you come with me? Li Zheng waved his hand. His Majesty summoned you, so he must have something to ask you. What do you think? Yuan Tiangang bowed and saluted. Thank you for your teachings, Master. I was too reckless. Please rest first, Master. I will be back soon. Li Zheng's face darkened. You should have left long ago. It's already this late, and you insist on asking me all kinds of questions, disturbing me from doing what I like to do. As soon as Yuan Tiangang left, there was a knock on the door. Area, Zheng Liwan is knocking on the door. After Li Zheng opened the door, a burst of fragrance hit him in the face. Huh? What's going on today? The sun is rising from the west. Li Zheng couldn't help but teasing. Area blushed. Li Zheng, what does consummating a marriage mean? Li Zheng's face darkened, thinking that Sai Shisher must have taught him some nonsense again. Chapter 120 Chapter 120 Take-All Plan. In the palace, there was no crowing of chickens and no barking of dogs. It was as quiet as death. This is the most realistic situation inside the palace. In ancient times, Chang'an City was relatively prosperous, with bluestone roads everywhere. But in other places, even in the inner city, there are very few bluestone roads, and most places are still muddy roads paved with dirt. However, in the imperial palace, pebbles, bluestone slabs, and marble are all very normal. It is elegant and luxurious, full of a feeling of paradise on earth. Yuan Tiangang followed Li Junxian and asked, Generally, what happened today? Why is His Majesty so anxious? I don't know, Imperial Master. If you say His Majesty is very happy today, I do know. I'm a military commander, so I don't ask too many questions. Yuan Tiangang smiled and said, Thank you, generally. You have worked hard. Hey, what are you talking about? I have the Emperor's order, so I must fulfill my duties conscientiously. Imperial Master, please go in first. In front of the Tai Chi Hall, Yuan Tiangang pushed the door open cautiously. Unlike usual, Li Er sat on the dragon throne, but his eyes were always fixed on the potatoes. National Master, you are here. Your Majesty, you summoned me late at night, but did you? Haha, no pity, no pity. Something good is happening today, so naturally I have to witness it with the Imperial Master. After Li Er finished speaking, the historian beside him came out, stood in the shadows, and began to record with a brush. Yuan Tiangang was stunned and his heart ached. Your Majesty, how could you do this? There is something wrong with you. With a nervous mood, Yuan Tiangang finally mustered up the courage to speak. Your Majesty, why are you so happy and why is it so grand? You must know that among the officials of the Tang dynasty, only a handful of people had secret conversations with the current emperor whose conversations were recorded by historians. Although he was in charge of the affairs of the Imperial Observatory, it had nothing to do with the political affairs of the Tang dynasty, and Yuan Tiangang himself knew it. However, today, he was able to enter the palace and be recorded in the history books by the historians. There must be something fishy going on here. Li Er didn't waste any words. Imperial Master, I received a piece of news today. The Zheng family of Xingyang did some strange things behind my back, and this money went into their pockets. As for the Tang dynasty treasury, there's not a single cent to be found. Li Er is really only thinking about making money now. What's the bullshit 3 bonds and 5 constant virtues, the edict of repentance, the connection between heaven and man, and what an emperor should do? It's all bullshit. I just want to make money now. What exactly is the hexagram that the Imperial Master has predicted today? Tell me about it. Yuan Tiangong's heart tightened. It was all over. Today's hexagram was extremely peaceful. The fortune of the Tang dynasty was thriving without any setbacks. But at that time, His Majesty seemed to have the Zheng family in his grasp. He spoke in a fierce and vicious manner, without giving any explanation, and his eyes looked murderous. In desperation, Yuan Tiangang could only lie. What divination? What asking the heaven? Who is the heaven? The heaven is your majesty. He just wants a reasonable reason. Your majesty, today's hexagram is just as you imagined, a sign of national prosperity. However, there is a black line rising from the direction of Xinjiang. You must be extremely careful. Yuan Tiangang was not stupid. When he encountered the black-clad men from the Xinjiang Zheng family on the road, he did not see any fluctuation on Li Zheng's face. At that time, he thought that as an immortal who had lived for 1,000 years, he would not care about many things. But after today, he suddenly remembered that Master Li also had enemies in the mortal world of Qinga County. He did not make any demands, but just said lightly, "You deal with it." This forced Yuan Tiangang to use drastic measures to directly wipe out those people. As I said, now that we have entered the world of mortals, how can we forget hatred? Forgetting hatred is what Buddhists do, and daring to love and hate is the path of practitioners. Yuan Tiangang suddenly realized that the Zheng family of Xinjiang deserved to die. In addition, during the conversation between His Majesty and Li Xianshi today, it seemed that the richest clan in the world was mentioned. Yuan Tiangang knew that if he spoke today, the Zheng family would bleed or lose their heads tomorrow. Aha! The Imperial Master is indeed a prophet. Amazing, amazing! I have truly broadened my horizons today. With such a talent as the Imperial Master, and the help of the seemingly unearthed immortal Li Shangxian, my great Tang dynasty has no reason not to stand proudly in the world. As soon as Yuan Tiangang heard this, he knew that Li Er already had evidence of Zheng's guilt. The more Li Er said this, the more Yuan Tiangang dared not respond. "Master, I want to ask you something. Your Majesty, please speak." "Well, I don't necessarily want to kill people. It's just that the Tang dynasty's treasury needs money. Without money, how can I go to the immortals to exchange for food?" Li Er looked at Yuan Tiangang and said, "Why don't you do a few more divinations?" "Hiss! The Emperor's mind is so terrifying. One Zheng family is not enough. It seems that the current Emperor intends to use this opportunity to make the entire 5 surnames and 7 families pay a price." Yuan Tiangang was sweating profusely. He knew that if he didn't express his opinion tonight, he might not be able to leave the gate of Tai Chi Hall. Li Er was playing with a potato in his hand, while Yuan Tiangang was telling fortunes on the side, and the historian was carefully recording everything that happened. Money has now become Li Er's biggest concern. Where does the money come from? Of course, it comes from the big families like the 5 surnames and 7 families. Li Zheng and Arya were so affectionate. Arya wanted to sleep in Li Zheng's arms, and Li Zheng didn't resist. The girl's unique fragrance entered Li Zheng's nose. After the ends of her hair brushed across Li Zheng's face, Li Zheng felt his heartbeat quickening. Which young man is not happy? Which young girl is not in love? After 2 lives, Li Zheng is still a serious young man. At this moment, he is a little at a loss. The man has feelings, the woman has intentions. They are sitting under the moon and in the dead of night. From above the embroidered bed, a slight breathing sound could be heard, followed by a light snoring sound. Li Zheng was lying on the bed, lost in thought. Yes, it is sleeping, but this kind of sleeping is not that kind of sleeping. When Arya woke up from her sleep, her arms and legs, though as delicate as pearls and jade, were very strong. Perhaps it was because she had always been working with Sai Shisher over the years. When Arya lay on Li Zheng's chest, Li Zheng could clearly feel the movement of Arya's body. "I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep tonight." Since he couldn't sleep, he simply dived into the system. After drinking a big sip of spring water, Li Zheng let out a long sigh. In the super farm system, Li Zheng harvested 5 acres of potatoes, and 25,000 kilograms of potatoes were piled up like a mountain. Now there are 550,000 kilograms of potatoes in the entire warehouse, which is not a small number. After planting another 5 acres of potatoes, Li Zheng entered the center of the super ranch. Ever since the mammoth knew that the rabbit was going to use its nose as a transmitter, the entire ranch space became lively. The reason why Li Zheng kept breeding cattle was to solve a problem. The current Tang dynasty had no shortage of land, but it lacked agricultural productivity. Chapter 121 Chapter 121 Common People and Worker Ants. Productivity can be improved in terms of tools or in terms of labor. The most lacking labor force for farmers in the Tang dynasty is oxen. It is now the ninth year of Wuda, but the problem of oxen in the Tang dynasty has not been solved. The prohibition of slaughtering oxen among the people is also to ensure the output of the land. Expecting such a large piece of land to be cultivated solely by manpower? You must be kidding. Oxen are indispensable for plowing. During the Tang dynasty, beef cattle could not be used for plowing, so everyone from emperors and generals to ordinary people cherished their own oxen. This was the case with Aria's family's oxen when they were in Qinga County. Li Jing only lent the house out for one day, and when he came back, he had to clean it up and serve the person well. This is not a plowing ox. It is productivity. It is a treasure. When the mammoths were happily playing with cattle, sheep, and rabbits, their hill-like bodies became a supporting structure. The whole ranch was filled with joy. Li Jing smiled, and a voice came from the system. Successfully raised 7 oxen, gaining 70 experience points. Raised 7 more sheds. When she woke up in the morning, Aria's face was red. As for Li Jing, he looked tired and had dark circles under his eyes. This was not a big deal, but Aria was so ashamed and angry that she ran away, leaving Li Jing with a confused look on his face, like an innocent child. As soon as I walked out of the door, a face came up to me with a beautiful smile. Li Jing, I'll leave Aria to you from now on. Sai Shisher looked at Li Jing, put her hands on her hips, and said this. There seemed to be complaints in her words, and there was also a sense of helplessness. But looking at the smile on her face, there was no helplessness at all. That smile became like a flower. It was simply saying, hurry up and agree. Li Jing scratched his head and said, Auntie, don't worry. Alas, young people, you should handle yourselves in the future. My old body can't help much. Let's go, the world has changed. Yuan Tiangang didn't come back until noon, and when he came back, his face looked extremely ugly, as if he was exhausted. The moment he saw Li Jing, Yuan Tiangang burst into tears. The handsome and elegant Yuan Tiangang cried and lay on Li Jing's arm. Master, your majesty is really bullying me. Li Jing smiled. He knew what had happened without thinking. It was just about letting Yuan Tiangang take the blame. After some divination, God revealed that the road to prosperity and strength for the Tang dynasty must be paved with a large amount of money, and called on all officials to start contributing their own money. This call is just a call in name only. It is dispensable and should be done according to one's ability. This is indeed the case for ordinary officials. If you have some money, you can just give a little and contribute to the Tang dynasty. But for the 5 surnames and 7 families, it is not that simple. What Li wants is not that much. But at this time, Yuan Tiangang said, Master, His Majesty is going to have a showdown with the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. He asked me to do divinations last night, using the sky as a signal to force the 5 surnames and 7 hopes to pay the price. Today, all officials from the 5 surnames and 7 families have been detained and imprisoned. Your Majesty has spared no one except Prime Minister Cui Mingyan, who has made great contributions and has been spared. Li Jing was confused. No, Li, even if you want money, you can't be so direct. It's the 9th year of Wuda, and your reign hasn't even started yet. So you're just going to fight someone like that? Li Jing originally thought that Li would use a roundabout way to exploit him, but he never expected that Li was now crazy about money. Li Jing patted Yuan Tiangang's shoulder and said, Your Majesty, it's not your fault. You also know that the Tang dynasty is short of money now. What the Tang dynasty lacks is not money, but food and military rations. Your Majesty is an ambitious king, but also a wise ruler. He knows that if the Tang dynasty wants to gain a foothold in the world and avoid being bullied, it must stand up on its own. Li Jing sighed. Old Yuan, the strength of the military advisor is the only criterion, nothing else. The Tang dynasty's military strategist is extremely powerful, but without food and supplies, everything is in vain. You are the imperial master, so you must be brave enough to take responsibility. His Majesty needs you to take the blame. The Tang dynasty needs you to take the blame. As soon as Li Jing finished speaking, a loud shout came from outside the door. Good, well said. As expected of an immortal, you have won my heart. I admire you immensely. Li came in, and the fish and dragons were lurking. His face was normal. The autumn wind blew fallen leaves across his shoulders, and his long hair was blown up by the wind from behind. In the morning sun, Li's body was so domineering, desolate, and lonely. At this moment, he laughed out loud. I thought that since I became emperor, no one would understand my heart anymore. Today I discovered that the immortal had already seen through it, but just didn't say it out loud. It's hard to find a true friend at this moment. As Li Er spoke, his eyes became bleak. Li Zheng smiled faintly. Your Majesty's thoughts and ideas are actually very easy to guess. I am just making a random guess, so it's not worth mentioning. Hey, Immortal, you are too modest. It is my honor to think the same way as you. I came here today to ask the Immortal some questions. After Li Er finished speaking, he looked at Yuan Tiangang beside him and curled his lips. Yuan Tiangang immediately went to close the door tactfully. Sir, the 5 clans and 7 families are deeply entrenched and have not been established overnight. Today, I have decided to go to war with them. What do you think, sir? Li Zheng sighed. People's livelihood is different from spiritual practice. In spiritual practice, the master guides you, but the practice is up to you. But governing a country is different. The Tang dynasty has 20 million people, and every one of them is a flesh and blood person. I've always understood one thing. In the eyes of the bigwigs, these people are not considered human beings. I wonder if your majesty has ever seen an ant. Li Er was stunned and laughed. My lord, how could I have never seen an ant? Ah, that's right. Ants are also divided into several ranks. The highest ranking one is called the queen ant. She is the strongest ruler among the ants and is responsible for reproduction. Under the queen ant, there are other ants, similar to the nobles of the Tang dynasty. However, these ants are not numerous. They are only a minority. The largest number are the small ants that carry food grains all day long. They're called worker ants. Your Majesty, you can understand it this way. These ants are tools. Similarly, the common people of the Tang dynasty, the millions of ordinary people at the bottom of society, are also seen in the same light by the nobles. After Li Zheng finished speaking, Li Er fell silent. His breathing became heavy and his face turned ugly. His hands and feet were a little numb. He was young and strong, so he shouldn't be at the age where he should be numb. His eyes, however, became even more vicious at the same time. This world, after all, belongs to me and the people together, as long as your majesty understands. Chapter 122 Chapter 122 Meeting Gift. But why are these people like ants? And they're the lowest worker ants? Dievas Pazit. He looked at Li Zheng with confusion and a kind of mania in his eyes. After all, he was an emperor, and it was Li Er's first time as an emperor. It was inevitable that he felt unwilling, had some concerns, and had some worries in his heart. Who says that the hearts of great men since ancient times have been as hard as rocks? Your Majesty, Dong Zhongshu once said that the people are more important than the monarch. I don't really agree with this statement. Equality for all is the goal that practitioners like me pursue. Li Zheng said indifferently that after Yuan Tiangang closed the door, he had been standing in front of 2 important figures serving. One was the immortal master, and the other was the emperor of the Tang dynasty. He could not raise his head in front of the 2 of them. When he heard these words, suddenly, something in his heart seemed to be touched. Yes, who says one must be born noble or humble? Everyone is born from the womb. So is there need to rank them? Everyone is equal. These 4 words are an understatement, but to be able to say them, and to say them in front of the current emperor, is simply treasonous. Yuan Tiangang was trembling with fear. He was now a little confused. What was the point of following Master Li? Won't one day the gods be so angry and people so resentful that the immortal master rides away on his immortal beast, leaving me to be beheaded? He was anxious and waiting. Not only that, how will the 5 surnames and 7 families fight back in the coming days? Yuan Tiangang knew that he had become the target of public criticism. But for a long time, Li Er still didn't speak. After an unknown amount of time, Li Er finally let out a long sigh. Sir, this is a bit strange that everyone is equal. Haha, your majesty is absolutely right, but the ancient sages also mentioned some related concepts, such as the equality of all living beings. Li nodded. Then according to the immortal, these 5 surnames and 7 families should be killed? Li Zheng shook his head. They deserve to die, but the people don't. Your majesty, are you worried that after they fall, new 5 surnames and 7 families will rise up, and new aristocratic families will take their place, continuing the same trajectory as before? Obviously, Li Er was touched by what he said. Li Zheng smiled knowingly at this time. Once he understood the principle behind this, everything would be easy. The 5 surnames and 7 families, right? If you don't want to die, that's fine. If you want to survive, you have to pay. Land, money, whatever you can pay out. As for why we should take it out, isn't this simple? You can always find a pretext to accuse someone of something. Your Majesty, how about we do this? Li Dan and Li Qing were lying on the stone table. They hadn't seen their brother since early morning. The two little guys had finished reciting their lessons long ago, but Li Zheng still hadn't come out. It was already noon, so was his brother still sleeping? Mother, do you think my brother overslept? When Wang heard this, her face darkened. What are you two talking about? How can you say that about your brother? Wang just thought that Li Zheng and Arya were too crazy and were unwilling to get up in broad daylight. She didn't see Li Zheng go out in the morning, let alone Arya, so she thought so. But she had no idea that at noon, an important person would come. The entire mansion fell into silence. The servants who were not familiar with Wang and others remained silent and respectful, while the servants who knew the owner of the mansion were so frightened that they didn't even dare to speak. If you offend that person inside, you might not survive today and your head will be chopped off. When a hearty laugh came from a room where Li Zheng was resting, Wang couldn't help but look in that direction. Li Dan and Li Qing couldn't help but look up and ran over there. As soon as I climbed the stairs, I bumped into someone. At this moment, all the servants were instantly worried. Plop, plop. The two little guys were bounced back, then sat down on the ground, grinning and laughing. Although the two little guys, Li Dan and Li Qing, are young, and Li Dan even has a runny nose, they look extremely energetic and don't look like the dull country kids at all. Li Dan and Li Qing got up and rushed over to grab Li Zheng's arm. Brother, you're sleeping in again. Li Zheng chuckled. You too. Have you memorized your lessons from this morning? Brother, I've finished reciting it. Li Dan shouted excitedly, with snot hanging from his nose. Li Qing nodded and said, Brother, I've memorized it too. Li Zheng smiled and patted the two little guys' heads. Whatever delicious food there is in Chang'an today, I'll buy it for you. Yuan Tiangang was used to this scene along the way, but in Li Er's eyes, it was different. Li Zheng's plan, just now, was simply to penetrate Li Er's mind. It was made up out of nothing, secretly and fabricated out of thin air. The key point was that the other party had no chance to refute it all. Li Er is now full of curiosity about Li Zheng. He heard from Yuan Tiangang that Li Zheng was practicing in the secular world and was living in the Li family in Qinghe County in this life. There's also an elderly mother and younger brothers and sisters at home. Your Majesty, these are my younger brother and younger sister. I apologize for any offense I may have caused you. Oh, I'm so kind. What a cute little guy. Li Er took off the two jade pendants from his waist and was about to hand them over, but was stopped by Wang. Sir, this is not allowed. These two children are ignorant. Please don't bother with them. Wang knew that there were many important figures in Chang'an, and she could not afford to offend any of them. At this moment, Li Er saw Wang's expression and smiled knowingly. Haha, Li Zheng and I are close friends. This is the first time I've met two little kids, so I have to give them a gift. Come here, Li Dan and Li Qing, right? Take this. Uncle gave you a welcome gift. There were two jade pendants with dragon and phoenix designs. How could the two little guys, Li Dan and Li Qing, know that there were gifts to be taken? They first saluted respectfully, then took the gifts and shouted, Thank you, Uncle. This made Li Er very happy. Seeing Li Zheng's expression, Li Er felt relieved. It was not an easy thing to make this immortal owe him a favor. To enter the world, one must have various connections with the human world. Li Er guessed that the immortal had already realized this. Li Dan was extremely excited at this time. He rushed over and grabbed Li Er's arm. Uncle, are you a high-ranking official? While speaking, he did not forget to wipe his nose, but the movement was too small and Li Er did not notice it. Yuan Tiangang saw it, but his face turned dark and he didn't dare to say anything. Li Zheng saw it and didn't want to say anything. This Li Dan was good in every way, smart and clever, but this was the only bad thing about him. Li Er smiled slightly. Yes, Uncle is a high-ranking official. If anyone bullies you in the future, tell him, and he will help you vent your anger. When Sai Shishir, who was standing by, saw Li Er's expression, she suddenly remembered something and covered her mouth as she was about to scream. After Li Er left, Wang looked at the things in Li Dan and Li Qing's hands with a puzzled look on her face. Sai Shishir didn't know when she came out, but when she saw the two jade pendants, her voice trembled. Sister, can I take a look at this jade pendant? Wang Shi naturally would not hide it from others. Sai Shishir took the jade pendant in her hand and looked at the patterns and designs on it. She immediately understood that Li Zheng was not exaggerating when he said that he would take care of everything. With this pattern on jade, who else in the whole world would dare to wear it except that person? Is there anyone in the world who dares to wear ornaments with dragon and phoenix designs? That's bordering on treason. Sai Shishir was not a concubine in the general sense. After she married into the Zheng family, she was also the main character. At that time, Li Er was inspecting the four directions on behalf of Li Yuan. When he came to Xinjiang, he met the young hero who had just turned 20 years old. The crown prince at that time, His Royal Highness the Prince of Qin at that time, and now the Emperor of Tang Dynasty. What's wrong, sister? Oh, it's nothing, sister. You have to keep this jade pendant safe for the two children. Don't take it out casually. Wang was stunned. I know, my sister is right. It would be bad if the child were to lose his things. Yes, it would be bad to lose it, but if it was seen by someone with ulterior motives, it would be the beginning of even more trouble. If they were seen by ordinary nobles, they would certainly try to make friends with them. If they were seen by people with bad intentions and plotted against them, it would be difficult for these children of the Leaf family to turn things around. There are many scheming people in noble families. They are plotting and scheming every day. Ordinary people may not be able to understand what they are thinking, but once they start to think about it, there will be no peace in this world. The Zheng family once had some counselors who did a lot of things for the Zheng family. Some of these things were beneficial to the people, while some were simply a threat to the Tang dynasty. One didn't know the interests involved, but she sure knew it very well. Now that it's put away, that's fine. If Li Zheng wore it outside, no one would say anything, but if these two children wore it outside, it would just add to the danger. Looking at Sai Shishi's expression, Wang Shi was also a little confused. Sister, it's okay. Let's go eat. Lunch is ready today. On the dinner table, there were a few side dishes and bowls of rice, all prepared by the chef from Yuan Tiangong's mansion. Li Zheng didn't think much of it, and Wang Shi was even more pleased with it, as if she were sure. The two little guys took a few bites and put it aside with bitter faces, as if they were upset about something. What's wrong, you two? Li Zheng couldn't help but ask. Li Dan sighed like a grown-up, his two little hands resting on his cheeks. Hey, brother, this dish isn't tasty. It's not as good as what you made. Li Zheng looked at Li Qing. Li Qing was a child who could not lie. He ran over and pulled Li Zheng's sleeve. Brother, it is a little unpalatable. While Li Zheng was still wondering, he suddenly figured out a problem. What children eat depends on what their family eats. What taste can children have? They used to eat stir-fried dishes every day, so now they feel uncomfortable if they are asked to go back to the old routine of steaming, boiling, and stewing. Besiges, stirfried dishes do céu delicioso. It is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. The two little guys have just gotten used to eating fried dishes with Li Zheng, so it is natural that they can't swallow these original Tang Dynasty foods, even though they have been eating like this every day for the past few years. Forget it. Since you are not used to it, I will make something delicious for you later. When the two little guys heard this, they immediately jumped up and skipped to other places to play. At this time, Yuan Tiangang felt uncomfortable. He was tired after a whole night and thought that he would not feel so uncomfortable today. However, it seemed that Li Xinshi's brothers and sisters were not used to eating. This was not good. It was a slap in his face. Yuan Tiangang watched Li Dan and Li Qing leave, feeling very guilty. Haha, it's okay, old Yuan. I made these two little guys picky eaters. You know, they're used to eating stir-fried dishes, so that's exactly what happens. When Yuan Tiangang heard this, he suddenly understood. Yes, no wonder he didn't feel the food was delicious last night. When he thought about it carefully, wasn't it the result of eating fried dishes in Qinghe County and on the way from Qinghe County to Chang'an? Stir-fried dishes are really delicious, not only in taste but also easy to digest. After eating them, it doesn't feel like eating half-cooked stewed meat, which would cause stomach upset. After saying this, Yuan Tiangang himself felt that the food in front of him was a bit inappropriate. Now that I think about it, I actually miss those stir-fries and kelp soup. Li Zheng smiled and said, Don't worry, the kelp business will soon reach Chang'an. Qinghe County is not a big place, and Dangzhou Prefecture is not a big place either. Kelp grows in the sea and is everywhere. Shishir and Arya remained silent, but they didn't mind what they ate. Arya didn't dare to face Li Zheng because of what happened last night, while Sai Shishir didn't know how to face Li Zheng because of the appearance of that man in the morning. In the small Qinghe County, there was someone who had such a good relationship with the emperor. There were only a few people from ancient times to the present who could be called a close friend by the emperor. No one knew what the emperor of the time was like. The people he talked about as his best friends were different from those who ordinary people talked about. Although Sai Shishir has been making tofu in recent years, she understands the interest involved after marrying into a wealthy family. You said that others would just laugh it off, but when the emperor said it himself, it was completely different. After dinner, Sai Shisha remained silent until she took Li Zheng to a quiet place before she spoke. Li Zheng, Annie is asking you, is the person you know of a very noble status? Li Zheng understood that Sai Shisha was Zheng's concubine in her early years and was considered a member of the core circle. Unfortunately, she gave birth to a more beautiful daughter and encountered a bad time, and almost became a victim of political struggle. Haha, Andy, have you seen him? Why do you care whether I've seen him or not? Do you know who he is? Auntie, now that you know, don't keep a secret. Of course, it's best to keep it a secret. Li Er's identity still needs to be kept secret. After Yushan's house is built, Li Er will probably visit it frequently. If he is accidentally exposed at that time, it will be troublesome. Sai Shisha's face was now extremely wonderful. After thinking for a long time, she finally nodded vigorously. Don't worry, Xiaozheng. Annie will definitely keep this secret. No wonder you said the other day that the Zheng family of Xingyang was just a small family. Now it seems that you are indeed qualified to say so. Chapter 124 Chapter 124 Elephant. After lunch today, Li Zheng immersed himself in the system. In the super farm system, the 5 acres of potatoes had a good harvest of 25,000 kilograms. Li Zheng looked at the dark land and was extremely happy. This is all my own money. To be honest, I may need a lot of money in Chang'an. I am building a house now. Although I have temporarily asked Yuan Tiangang to mobilize craftsmen, once it is built, how can I have a nerve to let Yuan Tiangang pay for it? When people talk about you, they always call you master. Then you should behave like a master and set a good example. In the super ranch, Li Zheng smiled happily as he looked at the breeding oxen. From last night till now, Li Zheng has been up 3 times. There are 7 cow sheds, and it takes 2 hours to train a cow in each shed. After the super ranch was upgraded to level 7, the experience points gained also increased from 10 points per shed to 100 points per shed. That's 2,100 experience points. This progress is right in an instant. Unlike the super farm, the ranch is making rapid progress. Li Zheng knows that as long as he is willing, upgrading will become extremely easy. After raising 7 sheds of oxen, Li Zheng began to play with mammoths. The mammoth seemed to be a little taller at this time. When I looked up, this big guy had blocked my view. Master, I want a hug. I want a hug. With this size, it's not me who is hugging you, but you who is hugging me. Before Li Zheng finished his thought, a huge object instantly rolled up Li Zheng. In an instant, Li Zheng's body suddenly rose up and left the ground under his feet. In midair, Li Zheng looked at the mammoth's excited eyes and finally understood that this guy did not belong to this era. It must have lived with its kind in ancient times, otherwise there would be no way to deal with its coquettishness alone. As Li Zheng was tossed around in the air by the mammoth like a ball, there was a helpless expression on his face. Thoughts appeared in Li Zheng's mind one after another. Master, are you happy? Master, I still want to play. Master, you fly so high. Well, you are right. Everything you say is right, and everything you do is right. Just with your size, no one can beat you. The mammoth played with it for a while, then put Li Zheng on its head. Master, tickle me. Li Zheng's face turned even darker. What was going on? But it doesn't matter. Since there is nothing else to disturb him today, Li Zheng doesn't mind playing with the mammoth. Everyone else was petting cats and dogs, petting, but what about Li Zheng? He was petting an elephant, and it was a mammoth from ancient times. No one would believe it if I told them that it was the mammoth that took action first. After playing enough, Li Zheng came out of the system. The person in front of him was Arya, who was already fast asleep in his arms. Everyone was extremely tired last night, but they feel much better today. Li Zheng looked at this beautiful face and fell in a deep thought. Why did the Zheng family fall out with the mother and daughter? This peerless beauty is like a sharp sword in troubled times. Zheng Chun felt uncomfortable when he thought of that beautiful face. That year, he discovered early on that among the women in his family's later generations, there was one who was fresh and refined, completely different from the others. If beauty in this world has levels, ordinary women would probably be at level 5, and the best women from ordinary aristocratic families would be at level 4. As for the most talented and beautiful people in their families, they're already at the 3rd level and have almost reached the peak of appearance. And above this, there is something even more powerful. For example, some people are born at the 2nd or 1st level. These 2 types of people have existed since ancient times. Zheng Chun had seen many stunning women in his life, among whom Li Jing's wife Hong Fu was the 2nd most beautiful. But Zheng Chun always felt that Hong Fu knew still had some shortcomings, but he didn't know where these shortcomings were. When Zheng Chun saw the young Zheng Liwan, he knew that his granddaughter was amazing and must be a top-level existence. Where are the mother and daughter now? Master, there's a house in Yeezy Lane in West City. I don't know who owns it, but it looks pretty good. Ah, if nothing else, find someone to go and take a look. I don't believe that this mother and daughter can escape after reaching Chang'an. Zheng Chun sneered. Aren't there a lot of little hooligans in the western suburbs? There are also some wanderers from the western regions. They are very short of money. It just so happens that we have money. Wandering people make the world their home, earning one day's wages and eating one day's meals, and they are short of money. The Zheng family is not short of money and has never been short of money from the beginning to the end. So this business can be done by exchanging money for other things. Those people will definitely not refuse. Okay, sir, I'll do it right away. Zheng Chun is having a headache now. These mother and daughter are a big worry to him. Anyone who goes out of the Zheng family must know some of the family secrets. If they are not core members, they will not be able to know them. At that time, after this woman married into the Zheng family, although her husband passed away early, she was still the best among the concubines and one of the core members of the Zheng family. The secrets that this woman knows must be kept top secret. Otherwise, once they are exposed, the Zheng family will have no place to stand in the world. The Zheng family's rise to wealth was full of tears, blood, and sweat. After Li Er's speech in the court today, the people of the 5 surnames and 7 families were the first to panic. They were almost unable to resist the pressure from Li Er. It feels like you know you are not wrong, but others just want to find fault with you. Of course, the purpose of this criticism is money. Come here, prepare the treasures from all over the place, gather them together, and send them to the palace. The Zheng family is very wealthy, so Zheng Chun doesn't mind giving them more gifts. Your Majesty just wants money. Zheng Chun knew this better than anyone else, but what did your Majesty want the money for? To subsidize the people of the Tang dynasty? Now that the disaster year has just passed, there are more rich people, but there is no food. This is the greatest suffering. No matter how rich you are, if no one sells food to you, you will still starve to death. If it were a peaceful and prosperous era, the wealth accumulated by the Zheng family over several lifetimes might allow the Zheng family's children to have a seat in the court. He was at ease and content, more relaxed and happy than anyone else. But this year is different. These riches have become a burden, especially when everyone knows that you are very rich. In the year of disaster, the eyes of the emperor will be on you. The richer you are, the easier it is to be targeted. Your Majesty's actions are extremely simple and crude, unheard of and unseen before, and are simply naked plunder. The Zheng family of Xingyang had no way out. The evidence your Majesty produced was all true. Not only the Zheng family, but all the 5 surnames and 7 families could not escape. Even the second-rate families in Chang'an suffered. Chapter 125 Chapter 125 Believe in Science. Zheng Chun felt that if he did this, there shouldn't be any big problems, right? After all, he can accept the evidence of guilt that your Majesty has picked out and brought to light today. Among the 3 patriarchs of the Zheng family in Xingyang, he ranks 3rd. He can make this decision on any matter encountered in Chang'an. Even if His Majesty is dissatisfied with him, there is nothing he can do, right? Thinking of this, Zheng Chun felt extremely comfortable. It was just paying money, nothing more than that. As Zheng Chun played with the night pearl, his face glowed with a green glow. On the 3rd day after arriving in Chang'an, the house on Yushan had been built. Li Zheng and Yuan Tiangang came out of the south gate of Chang'an City and went all the way to the so-called Yushan. As for the other family members, they will come up after they are sure that there is nothing unusual in the newly built house, no special smell, and it is suitable for habitation. The moon shines brightly over the sea, and the pearls shed tears. The sun shines warmly over Lantian, and the jade smokes. Imperial Master, this jade mountain is renowned. Yuan Tiangang was driving when he heard Li Zheng's poem and couldn't help but turn around and smile. Master, your mind is full of wisdom. I admire you. There is indeed a rumor about Yushan. It is said that there are many days in a year when purple air comes from the east. It is said that immortals live there. Li Zheng smiled faintly. Old Yuan, you don't understand. You keep calling me Immortal Master, but I actually feel guilty inside too. What do you mean, Immortal Master? Yuan Tiangang was puzzled. Master, you are a true master, yet you are so humble. I will definitely follow you and learn from you. Li Zheng knew that this guy was wrong again. Old Yuan, you're wrong. I'm actually a human too. You say I'm an immortal, but I don't know my true nature. I only know that I'm a cultivator. If we really want to know if there are gods in this world, I guess there definitely aren't. Those people are just extremely powerful practitioners. The carriage stopped at Yushan Mountain. The gravel road on Yushan Mountain had not yet completely solidified and dried up, so this road was not suitable for the carriage to go up. If the river dries up one day, carriages will be able to pass through it unimpeded. Master, shall we just walk over there from now on? Yuan Tiangang was very happy in his heart. Today, Li Zheng was willing to tell him such profound words, which meant that he no longer treated him as an outsider. It seemed that he had gained the recognition of the immortal master after serving him these days. If you're not a god, then who else in this world is a god? It was rumored that there were immortals living in this jade mountain, but in fact, many jade miners have already explored every corner of the mountain and have not seen any. If there's a place where gods live, you're the one. When he was flattering, you would never think that Yuan Tiangang was the imperial teacher of the Tang dynasty, a well-known godlike figure revered by later generations. You would only feel that Yuan Tiangang's flattery was a bit stiff and sigh. Why did he become like this? Li Zheng waved his hand. Old Yuan, you don't understand. In this world, gods and immortals are all illusions. Only knowledge and wisdom are the most useful. To understand the world is knowledge. To be well-versed in human nature is writing, and the 5 elements and 8 crafts, as well as the art of strange craftsmanship, are all worldly wisdom. Yuan Tiangong's heart began to surge again. He didn't know why, but the immortal master's words had become more profound recently, but he seemed to understand them more and more. Master, that thing you mentioned last time. Science, yes, that's it. Is science a kind of wisdom? Li Zheng Sumilat. He remembered all of this. I just mentioned it casually at the time, but I didn't expect Yuan Tiangang to remember what I said so clearly. So he patted Yuan Tiangang on the shoulder and said, science is wisdom. All wisdom in the world can be explained by science, and science is the means to discover wisdom. You are in me. I am in you. Harmony yet diversity leads to unity. At this moment, above Jade Mountain, wisps of autumn fog rose, and a vast expanse of white fog suddenly appeared. A gust of wind blew, and the fog flowed in the mountain with the wind, as if an invisible pair of big hands were stirring up the invisible fog net in the sky. Every gust of wind is the lingering sound produced by a pair of hands moving the fog net. At this moment, Yuan Tiangang was thinking about what Li Zheng had just said, and his brain was working rapidly. He was muttering to himself, unable to stop. You are in me, and I am in you. Harmony in diversity leads to unity. Science is wisdom, and wisdom is science. Is Taoism also science? Is Buddhism also science? Is Confucianism also science? This gust of wind, this fog, this mountain, are they also science? All the wisdom in the world can be discovered through science. Yes. The more Yuan Tiangang thought about it, the more terrified he became. Suddenly, he had a deeper understanding of the word science. In his eyes, science has replaced so-called wisdom and become a symbol of the highest level. Isn't this a divine method? He said silently in his heart, Yuan Tiangang, you can do it. You must comprehend it carefully and don't waste the immortal master's earnest advice. This fog came strangely, and Li Zheng was not prepared at all. Since the fog had come, he would wait here for a while. When the fog cleared, he could go up the mountain. Otherwise, with the current visibility of less than 10 meters, if you accidentally fall down, you will be dead. He was fine. He immersed himself in the system. As long as he was still conscious and had the spiritual spring water in the super farm, his life would basically not be in danger. But Yuan Tiangang was not in the same situation. Old Yuan, what are you thinking about? Master, I always feel like I'm a little stupid right now. If you were stupid, there would be no smart people in this world. Then why can't I understand what the immortal master says? Old Yuan, you're talking about science, right? You have to believe in science. Studying changes destiny, and science creates talent. Didn't you also study first before you achieved what you did later? Yuan Tiangang listened to Li Zheng's words, sitting in the mist, his chin supported by his hands. His straight spine seemed to be a little strained at this time. Li Zheng was bored and picked up a stone from the ground and threw it into the thick fog. Suddenly, the fog seemed to move, and it didn't seem so thick anymore. Yuan Tiangang was stunned. Li Zheng was also stunned. What happened? Did I hit something? A southeast wind suddenly rose from the bottom of the mountain, and fog rose into the sky like hot steam from a kettle. Then, waves of rosy light appeared, and the white mist condensed on the sky above under the reflection of the rosy light. forming huge purple areas like curtains. Purple air comes from the east. Purple air comes from the east, Yuan Tiangang said excitedly. Chapter 126 Chapter 126 There is no such thing as a god. Li Zheng smiled slightly. Old Yuan, don't get excited. Master, don't deny it. Yuan Tiangong's face darkened, and he looked at Li Zheng with a questioning look. Although I didn't see clearly what you did just now, I saw you throw something in. How could the vast fog on Yushan Mountain suddenly disappear? Normally, the fog would take 3 days and 3 nights to dissipate. But the immortal master just did it casually. Hiss. Li Zheng was also a little confused now. His face turned red. This was clearly an accident. Okay? It wasn't even an accident. It could only be considered a natural miracle. Maybe this is science? Old Yuan, you misunderstood. I actually didn't do anything. I understand. Even though the immortal master didn't do anything, this Jade Mountain is welcoming the immortal master. Yuan Tiangang beat his chest and stamped his feet excitedly. The immortal master climbed the mountain. Jade Mountain bowed its head, and purple air came from the east for 30,000 miles. Li Zheng was also helpless. Yuan Tiangang seemed to be even more excited than himself. Old Yuan, you can't do this. You have to believe in science. Yuan Tiangang nodded at this time. Master, from this moment on, I will have great faith in science. Well, these gods and cultivators are all fake. There are no gods in this world. After Li Zheng finished speaking, he looked at the muddy road on the mountain path and couldn't help frowning. With a wave of his hand, a mammoth appeared out of thin air. Yuan Tiangang was still deep in thought a moment ago, but suddenly his jaw almost dropped to the ground. Oh. The moment he saw the giant beast, his eyes widened. The whole person was trembling with fear, excitement, and joy. That day, he heard from His Majesty that the immortal master had a magical beast that came and went like the wind and would come when summoned. This magical beast made the 100,000-strong Turkic army look like chickens and dogs. I thought I would never have the chance to see it in this lifetime. After all, the more I get to know the immortal master, the more I know that Master Li is not the kind of person who is high profile. At this moment, Yuan Tiangang was overjoyed to finally see the legendary fairy beast. This is that immortal beast. Li Zheng nodded and touched the mammoth's trunk. Look how cute it is. Yuan Tiangang nodded vigorously. Yes, how cute. But as far as he could see, he really didn't see anything cute about her, and Yuan Tiangang was muttering to himself. This fairy beast is somewhat similar to an elephant. Its huge nose is as thick as the pillars of the palace, and its 2 tusks are like spikes on a chariot, flashing coldly in the purple glow. Those huge eyes, rolling around, showed their immense intelligence. How could they be considered a fairy beast if they weren't smart? But the hair on its body was too long. The hair dancing in the wind was brown, but under the morning sun, it actually sparkled with golden light. Hiss is indeed a fairy beast, so terrifying. Well, it is just as the immortal master said, the more I look at it, the more I like it, and the more I look at it, the cuter it becomes. Let's go up the mountain. Mammoths have 2 tusks and 1 horn. Compared with the tusks, the horn is the most powerful. Li Zheng waved his hand, and as soon as he thought about it, the mammoth rolled him up with its trunk and put him on its back. Looking back at Yuan Tiangang, Li Zheng frowned slightly. Don't be so stingy. Let him come up too. The mammoth was somewhat reluctant. After all, who else but Li Zheng was worthy of riding on it? Master, the baby is not happy. Master, lift it up high. Li Zheng's face darkened. Stop making trouble and go up the mountain first. The mammoth then reluctantly dragged Yuan Tiangang up and placed him on its back. I don't know if it was intentional, but when its long nose rolled up Yuan Tiangang, it deliberately sneezed. The sneeze was quite loud, and a stream of water spurted out of his long nose in an instant. Before Yuan Tiangang could react, his body was already soaked, and he looked like a drowned rat. At this time, the idea of the mammoth came. Master, I'm so happy. Li Zheng was helpless. If there was a giant baby in the world, it might be this one. The mammoth lifted its legs and stepped over the mud, avoiding the stone path. Its huge body walked toward the mountain like a small hill. With every step he took, Yuan Tiangong's heart trembled a little. He was soaked to the skin, and the cold mountain wind blew across his body, but he didn't feel cold at all. On the contrary, the passion and excitement burning in him made him steam all over. Is this a magical method? This is the legendary fairy beast. So awesome. Master, you lied to me again. Yuan Tiangang was about to cry. Oh, how could I have lied to you? Li Zheng looked righteous, as if he knew nothing about it. Yuan Tiangang looked aggrieved. Master, you told me to believe in science, but you just summoned immortal beasts casually. Well, that's a bit unethical. But how can I explain the reason to you, old Yuan? Just figure it out yourself. I can't tell you that this guy is an ancient mammoth. That would be even more difficult for you to accept than a fairy beast. Haha, science and Taoism are actually interconnected. Li Zheng tried to calm Yuan Tiangong's little emotions. It was a delight to see the great imperial master showing such little emotions and looking aggrieved. While comforting him, he also had to be careful not to fool him. Otherwise, how could Yuan Tiangang believe it so easily? He was not stupid. He was just fooled by Li Zheng's identity at the beginning and was scared and didn't dare to think about anything. Now, after Li Zheng's guidance, Yuan Tiangang has adapted to the feeling when facing Li Zheng. Old Yuan, how can we, as cultivators of the immortal generation, be so easily shaken? You have to cheer up. What's wrong with science? What's wrong with the Tao? Aren't they all for serving the people? At this moment, Yuan Tiangang suddenly felt as if something lit up in his mind. The clouds parted and the sun came out, just like a tiny, invisible crack suddenly appeared on a dry stone, and in the crack, a mountain spring gurgled. Master, I understand. At this moment, Yuan Tiangang suddenly calmed down and was not as excited as before. Li Zheng felt helpless as he looked at Yuan Tiangang, who was struggling with his thoughts. People in this era tend to take unknown and powerful things as golden rules and always fall into their trap without realizing it. It seems this isn't just something the ancients did. It seems that people in later generations are the same. Thinking of this, Li Zheng himself smiled bitterly. The mammoth stopped because the house seemed to be approaching. When the mammoth stopped, it used its trunk to roll up Li Zheng and Yuan Tiangang and put them on the ground, then went into the super ranch. At this time, Yuan Tiangang was still wet and still in deep thought. He always says things that are hard to understand. Li Zheng patted Yuan Tiangang on the shoulder and said, Old Yuan, there's only one place like this on this mountain. Do you think it is here? Yuan Tiangang was awakened by a slap from Li Zheng and blurted out, Serve the people. Chapter 127 Chapter 127 Wang is in danger. At this moment, Yuan Tiangang shuddered and looked at Li Zheng with resentment in his eyes. Master, this is it. The two little guys, Li Dan and Li Qing, pestered Sai Shisher and Wang Shi to go out. Wang Shi was okay, but Sai Shisher still had some concerns in her heart. After all, this was Chang'an. Early this morning, Sai Shisher always had a strange feeling, as if something was about to happen. After thinking about it, there's nothing wrong since entering Chang'an. Could it be that someone from a Zheng family came to visit? There was no other way, so Wang and Sai Shisher could only take the two noisy little guys, Li Dan and Li Qing, out. When going out, Sai Shisher was more cautious and kept her eyes on the people around her. It's not that she was overly suspicious, but she had been on the run for so many years. If she didn't have a keen sense of smell, she would have been recognized and taken away by the Zheng family long ago. The Zheng family's influence is spread all over the world, so it is normal for Sai Shisher to be cautious. Li Dan and Li Qing are simply little bullies on the streets. They buy everything they see. Li Zheng left a lot of money for Wang, so Wang can buy whatever she wants. Even so, Wang, who was used to being frugal in her early years, was not so happy to spend money. Sai Shisher was always feeling uneasy. Every time Wang hesitated, she would take out money and pay for the two little ones. Sai Shisher had made a lot of money from the white jade tofu before. She knew some tricks of doing business in the world, but she never expected that Li Zheng's words would allow her to make so much money in a day. It wouldn't be too much to buy something for Li Zheng's younger brothers and sisters now. Thank you, Annie. The two little guys did not forget to grin at Sai Shisher. You two little naughty kids, it's been half the day. It's time to go back and eat. Li Dan and Li Qing were somewhat unhappy. Wang's face darkened. After dinner, you should take a nap at noon and recite your lessons in the afternoon. Otherwise, when your brother comes back and sees you playing around, he will definitely be angry. When they heard that Li Zheng would be angry, the two little guys stopped crying and making a fuss, picked up the things in their hands, and went home. Just when a few people were about to go back, Sai Shisher saw two strange people in her eyes. I seem to have seen these two people somewhere before. If ordinary people saw passers-by, they would not pay attention to them. Sai Shisher is different. She remembers almost everyone she met today. These two people have indeed been seen somewhere. But where have they been seen? From time to time, she would look at the two men strolling casually on the street. And suddenly, Sai Shisha remembered that they were at the doorstep of old Yuan's house. Sister, let's hurry up. Sai Shisha pulled Wang and the two children and just quickened her pace. The two men seemed to sense something and started moving immediately. Let's go, let's go. Wang was very puzzled. Sister, what's wrong? Sister, there's no time to talk. Hurry back. Okay. Wang knew, of course, that Sai Shisha rarely showed such a panicked look. Now that she was so anxious and flustered, something must have happened. But just as she entered a long alley from the corner of Shisha, Sai Shisha found that her way was blocked. Wang was confused, and Li Dan and Li Qing pulled her sleeves. Mother, I'm scared. Wang is now panicking. Sister, what's going on? Sister, don't panic. Let's run first. Just when he was about to turn around, he found that there were several big men in blue standing behind him. Haha, young lady, you made us look for you for a long time. As the man spoke, his eyes were cold and the stick in his hand snapped loudly in his palm. Sai Shisha felt that it was all over. The person you're looking for is me, not them. Let them go. Madam, I know this person has nothing to do with our affairs, but we in the Zheng family of Xinjiang never let go of gossip. So you understand what I mean, right? Sai Shisha felt completely disappointed. The person in front of her was Zheng from Xinjiang, who used to be her husband's subordinate. After her husband died, he seemed to have been sent to Chang'an. Now in Chang'an City, with no help from either side, Shisha felt that she was doomed. He still had something to rely on. After all, Zheng Liwan had not been caught. However, what about Wang and her two children? If you let them go, I'll go with you, and Wanner will go back too. Sai Shisha said lightly. At this moment, she no longer looked like the tofu Shisha, but a wealthy lady. Madam, you have to go back and talk to Mr. Zheng about this. Who the hell does he think he is? How dare he give me orders? Sai Xishi smiled faintly. If it weren't for his bad idea, I wouldn't have run away from home with Wanner. The Zheng family's affairs can be resolved. Wanner and I have been wandering around for many years and are tired of it. Sai Shisha squinted her eyes and smiled. But harming innocent people is not the Zheng family style. Even if I return home in the future, I will never be able to face my husband in the afterlife. Think carefully. Do you want to die with honor or live in disgrace? This was a threat, and in an instant, the man's face was full of hesitation. He knew this concubine of the Zheng family too well. She would rather die in glory than live in disgrace. She was a truly strong-willed person. Why bother with so much? Just catch him first. At the end of the alley, a man walked slowly towards them. He spoke unclearly, and his words were full of indifference. They're just a few ants. Kill them quickly. How can we easily get involved in the karma of our Zheng family? Sai Shisha's heart trembled. This man was the manager of the Zheng family in Chang'an, and also the confidant of the third elder among the three patriarchs. This person's words represent the third elder's opinion. Sister, I'm afraid I'll be a burden to you today. Find a chance, and I'll make you leave at the risk of my life. Sister, what's going on? One was completely confused by the situation just now. At this moment, Li Danha stood up and shouted, extremely scared. Don't come over here. My brother is a god. If you dare to bully us, he will definitely punish you. Yes, if my brother knew about this, he would definitely not forgive you. Wang's eyes lit up, and Shisha's eyes also lit up at this time. Sister, is the jade pendant here? Yes. As she spoke, Wang took out the two jade pendants, which were the gifts that Li Er had given to Li Dan and Li Qing. Sai Shisha shouted at this time. Open your dog eyes and see clearly. What is this? This is a gift from the emperor of the Tang dynasty. This family has a close relationship with the current emperor. Are you planning a rebellion? Rebellion. This label was extremely effective in the feudal era. For a moment, the entire alley was quiet. The Zheng family's stewards slowly walked over, looked at the dragon and phoenix patterns on the jade pendant, and fell into deep thought. Chapter 128 Chapter 128 Rosanna, the Brave One. This thing is fake. Catch it. Kill everyone who has nothing to do with you. His voice was cold and seemed to be devoid of any emotion. Sai Shisha was furious. This is the jade pendant that the current emperor carries with him. I don't know and I don't know. Ignorance is not a crime. These people are the family members of the current emperor's closest friends. I don't know. I only know that you are the sinners of our Xinjiang Zheng family. As they were talking, the minions and thugs rushed towards Sai, Shisha, and Wang. Wang had never seen such a scene before and was immediately panicked. Xiaozheng, I'm sorry for you. Mother, I'm afraid. Someone help. There was no one passing by in the entire alley, and Wang's shouting could not be heard at all. The huge Chang'an city was extremely noisy, and Wang's voice was drowned out by the city wall before it even got out of the alley. Wang had experienced the feeling of despair before. The last time he felt desperate was when Li Zhang's father had just died. The family had no extra food, and they were kicked out of Li Ping's house and sat in the Li family's old house waiting to die. Wang never wanted to experience this kind of despair again. Only then did she realize how powerful her son really was. The person who gave the jade pendant to Li Dan and Li Qing was actually the current emperor. That's the emperor, the greatest man in the world, no doubt about it. But these people in front of me don't care. Chang'an is really too complicated. Just when Sai Shishir and Wang were in despair, a clear and pleasant voice was heard. You really can bully a few women. The sound came from the next alley. Then the window was pushed open. A woman slowly appeared in front of the window, looking down at the scene happening in the alley. I thought the Tang dynasty was an enlightened nation, but it turns out they only bully women. The Zheng family steward took a look and felt that he had seen this woman somewhere before. Suddenly, he remembered, wasn't this the merchant from the western regions who had come to the mansion to give gifts a few days ago? Miss, please don't meddle in other people's business. Be careful not to get into trouble. Are you threatening me? Rosanna's eyes were cold. What was her status? If she were facing the emperor of the Tang dynasty, she might have to kowtow, but facing this small steward, her status was enough to crush him. She is a descendant of the Persian king and the only daughter of the Persian king. Her brother and his people conquered vast tracts of land, and the Persian Empire was now extremely powerful, on par with the Tang dynasty in China. Originally, I didn't want to get involved in this matter, but your threats make me very uncomfortable. Rosanna smiled faintly. Are you ready to bear my wrath? Do you know who I am? I'm the chief steward of the Xingyang Zheng family in Chang'an. So what if you're from the Zheng family of Xingyang? As long as you're not a royal relative, there's only one outcome for offending me, and that's death. A strong woman. In an instant, Wang and Sai Shishir looked at each other, as if they had grabbed a life-saving straw. Girl, please help report it to the police. Report it to the police. Wang shouted. Rosanna sneered. These people don't deserve it. Shut off. Sai Shishir's pupils constricted at this moment, and she felt unwell all of a sudden. As for Wang, it was the first time in her life that she saw such a horrifying scene. A man who looked like a monk jumped up from the top of the wall. The long knife in his hand seemed to have eyes. It flew straight out and pierced the body of one of the minions who surrounded him and others. Puff! The man fell down with a sound like a watermelon being pierced. But what was pierced by this knife was not a watermelon, but a real person. In an instant, Wang and Sai Shishir each covered the eyes of Li Dan and Li Qing. Can children watch bloody things? Until the last moment, the children are the first ones they will protect. After the man fell, Shaowal waved the knife lightly, and the knife seemed to have a spirit and flew back again. The ghostly operation instantly scared the others. The people that the Zheng family steward found were not random people. They were all desperate criminals in and outside Chang'an. Chang'an is so big, they always need some means to make a living. For these people, killing people for money is naturally the fastest way to make money. These desperados hide during the day and come out at night. They have no emotions in their hearts and are willing to sacrifice their lives for money. But deep down, they are still afraid of death. Especially after seeing Shadow move just now, everyone's eyes became blank, and then fear filled their pupils. Ghost! Damn it! Run! You say these scoundrels are brave and aggressive? They're also afraid of death. You say they don't dare to kill? But when faced with the weak, they give up their timidity and strike hard. The bad nature of human beings is clearly revealed. The Zheng family steward watched these people flee in all directions, looked at the foreign man standing on the wall, and frowned. You guys have ruined things. I'm afraid your business won't work out. The steward of the Zheng family recognized the woman and the man named Shadowa. They entered the Zheng family mansion that day for the purpose of trade. At this time, the Zheng family manager used this as a threat, thinking that it would work and that the other party would put the overall situation first and give up the so-called bravery. But Rosanna in the window just smiled faintly. You Middle-earth people are also bullying the weak? If I see this kind of thing, I will intervene. If you say these two women are unforgivable criminals, I will definitely give you the opportunity to take them away. But are these two children also sinners? Ranasha sneered. How about trade? I will naturally meet with His Majesty. I must take care of today's matter. I will manage what you Tang people dare not manage, and I will also manage what you Tang people dare to manage. In a word, I'll take care of today's affairs. Ranasha is the daughter of the Persian royal family. In terms of status, she is naturally not comparable to this little follower. Even the steward of the Zheng family is not worthy of his attention. Seeing that his thugs were gone, the Zheng family manager and his two men were unable to defeat the man named Shada, so they naturally left in shame. Wang and Sai Shishir were still nervously covering the child's eyes, their palms full of sweat. The two men fell heavily to the ground. Li Dan and Li Qing could no longer suppress their fear and burst into tears. "Mother, I want my brother. Mother, I'm afraid." Sai Shishir's legs went weak, and she looked up at the woman weakly and saw a pair of blue eyes. "Thank you for your help, lady. I dare to ask for your life. I will come to thank you one day." Rosanna didn't even want to answer. She just waved her hand. "You guys should leave quickly. It's not safe here." The guy named Sha also grinned at this time, put away his knife, and slowly climbed up the wall. Chapter 129. Chapter 129. My name is Li Tai. It was not until they returned to Yuan Tiangong's residence that Sai Shishir and Wang Shi burst into tears. In Chang'an, facing a group of ruffians in a trap that had been set long ago, two women with two children would probably never be able to come back today if someone hadn't come to their aid. Wang looked at Li Dan and Li Qing, feeling extremely guilty and sobbing. Although Shishir didn't sob, she couldn't help but shed tears. There was a Taoist boy in Yuan Tiangong's mansion. He was a child who often followed Yuan Tiangang around and played with him. He was about 13 or 14 years old, with a sharp gaze and a righteous look on his childish face. Seeing Wang and Sai Shishir crying inconsolably, he was naturally puzzled. "Two sisters who bullied you." When Sai Shishir saw the little Taoist boy, she immediately felt that he looked unfamiliar. "Kid, it's okay. We're okay." The child was very clever and called herself sister instead of aunt, which made Wang and Sai Shishir very happy. No matter when, women always want others to praise them. Wang touched Li Dan and Li Qing's heads. Although the two little guys are still in fear, they don't seem to be as scared as before. "Little brother, his surname is Zheng." That person said he is from the Zheng family of Xinjiang. When Li Qing saw the little Taoist boy with a righteous look on his face, he immediately spoke. Saixishi sighed and said to a child, "What's the use? We have to wait for Li Zheng to come back." Li Zheng went to Yushan Mountain to see the newly built house today. Why hasn't he come back yet? Yushan is just a small hill. What's so good about it? At this time, the little Taoist boy frowned. The Zheng family of Xinjiang is so powerful. The little Taoist boy's face was full of smiles. "Don't be afraid, sisters. I will help you vent your anger." "You," Wang burst into laughter. "Don't go. Those people are very fierce." Sai Shishir directly grabbed the little Taoist boy's hand and said, "Child, you're a good child. Sister knows that those people are too fierce. Someone will naturally deal with them later." The little Taoist boy shook his head. "Whenever there's injustice in the world, we must draw our swords and help. My father told me to come here and learn from a true immortal. I must become his disciple. I don't believe that immortals can act so timidly." The little Taoist boy's face looked normal, and he spoke many words of justice. At this time, several people wearing strange clothes hid behind a pillar. When they saw the little Taoist boy's hand being held by Shishir, they suddenly became nervous. Where did this woman come from? How dare she lay her hands on the second prince? Stop yelling. Don't you see that the second prince is very happy now? That won't do. Your Highness is worth a fortune, and this woman is too abominable. What are you yelling about? His Majesty asked the second prince to come here to learn skills from the gods. The Imperial Master didn't say anything, so what are you saying? Of course the Imperial Master is a deity. I never said he wasn't. The two men had shrill voices, their beards were neatly trimmed, and their voices had a feminine quality. If Li Zheng were here, he would definitely be able to tell that these two people were eunuchs. "Little brother, my name is Li Dan. My name is Li Qing. What's your name?" The little Taoist boy stood with his hand behind his back, a smile on his face. "Hey, as for me, we all have the surname Li. Mine is Li too. My name is Li Tai." Li Tai. When my brother comes back soon, I'm going to tell him that we've made a new friend. His name is Li Tai." Li Dan was extremely excited. Today, there were only women at home. She finally saw a man and immediately took Li Tai's hand. Her nose stopped running, and she looked like a clean and fair little baby. "Li Dan, Li Qing, my two sisters, don't worry. I'll find a place for you in a moment." Wang and Sai Shishir just thought the child was joking. After surviving the disaster, they naturally recovered slowly. But Li Tai didn't think so. He smiled faintly and said to Li Dan and Li Qing, "Brother and sister, come play with me. Okay? Let's play hide and seek." Okay. Brother Li Tai, let's go play now." When they heard about playing, the two little guys immediately became happy, and the fright they suffered today seemed to disappear in an instant. When Li Zheng came back from the mountain, it was already evening. At this time, the sky above Jade Mountain was filled with the setting sun, and purple air was lingering, making Li Zheng think that he had really arrived in a fairyland. Yuan Tiangang was drooling at the side. He kept slapping his forehead and said, "Master, if I had asked His Majesty for Jade Mountain at that time, he would definitely have given it to me. Oh my, this place with abundant spiritual energy is really wonderful. Perhaps this is the fate between the immortal master and Yushan." Li Zheng smiled and said, "Old Yuan, you're going too far. You were the one who said that this Yushan land existed. Haha, I think only immortal masters are qualified to live in Yushan. People like me should just stay in Kixingwen." As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan Tiangang seemed to be muttering something, and suddenly leaned over and lowered his voice. "Master, can this disciple build a small house nearby, so that I can live with you?" Li Zheng smiled and said, "Of course, Lao Yuan. You can come whenever you want. It's lively here with people around. I don't think there are many people on Yushan Mountain." In the carriage, Li Zheng dived into the super farm. The potatoes planted yesterday yielded a profit today. After piling up 25,000 kilograms of potatoes, Li Zheng planted another 5 acres of potatoes. From the time he started working to now, Li Zheng has entered the super ranch 3 times, each time with 7 sheds of cattle. A total of 2,100 experience points were gained, which is getting closer to 8,000 upgrade experience points. Raise 7 litters of pangolins. Li Zheng gave the order. The reason for giving this order was naturally because Li Zheng saw a lot of rocks on the mountain. These rocks were either lying across the road or could not be weathered. After so many years, they were still jagged. If this Jade Mountain did not produce jade, it would definitely not be a feng shui treasure land. It is not so easy to release the pangolins. Digging around in the mountains and forests will definitely be useful. The house was completed yesterday. Today, there's a huge warehouse in the courtyard, surrounded by molten iron, which contains the money Li Air used to buy potatoes. Li Zheng left part of the money in Qinghe County to Lao Wang's family, and took the rest away with him. As for where he kept it, it was naturally placed in the super farm system. Li Zheng himself might not have thought that on the farm, only one thing can come in and not go out, with the exception of money. "Master, we're home." Yuan Tiangang hadn't finished speaking. Wang's anxious, sobbing voice came. "Li Dan, Li Qing, where have you been?" Chapter 130. This is the bad guy. When Li Zheng heard the voice, he thought to himself, "Oh no, could it be that these 2 little guys got lost while playing in the city? Mother, what happened to Li Dan and Li Qing?" As soon as Li Zheng finished speaking, he got out of the carriage. As soon as she saw Li Zheng, Wang burst into tears. "My poor child, I almost harmed your brother and sister today." In the feudal era, not only did men not treat women as human beings, but women themselves seemed to treat themselves as human beings. Especially at this time, Wang Shi opened her mouth and said that she almost harmed her younger brothers and sisters. But what about herself? She never mentioned it. When Li Zheng heard this, he knew something might have happened. Li Zheng supported Wang and looked at Sai Shishir, who was standing beside him. Sai Shishir knew that what happened today should not be concealed. It was okay to tell it or not, but what should she do if such a situation happened again in the future? The threats from the Zheng family are every day, and now both children are gone. She is now convinced that it was the people from the Xingyang Zheng family in Chang'an who were behind this. "Li Zheng, and he wants to tell you something." Li Zem fronut. When he saw Sai Shishir's expression, he knew that the matter must be complicated. Yuan Tiangang listened on the side. Li Zheng and Sai Shishir took less than 5 minutes to recount what happened today. Being surrounded by the Zheng family, he was rescued by people from the western regions. When he returned home, he met a man named Li Tai. Then Li Dan and Li Qing followed Li Tai and disappeared. Wang is now almost fainting. Any mother who cannot find her child will definitely cry and scream. At this time, the woman is desperate. Li Tai. Li Zheng suddenly recalled that this Shishir had a name called Li Tai. At this time, Li Zheng looked at Yuan Tiangang and said, "Old Yuan, let me ask you, has someone extraordinary come to your family?" Yuan Tiangang understood what he was saying and nodded. "This is the one who was sent to learn from you." Li Zheng let out a long sigh. "Mother, Don't worry, Li Danhe is fine. Wang was stunned. Are they both okay? Do you know where they are? Li Zheng certainly knew that if what Sai Shishir said was true, Li Dan and Li Qing would be playing with Li Tai now, and it was very likely that Li Tai was killing people indiscriminately in the Xingyang Zheng family's mansion in Chang'an. According to Yuan Tiangang, Li Tai is Li Er's second son, Li Er's most beloved child, and the child who looks most like Li Er. When did he come here? If nothing unexpected happens, he just came here today. Li Zheng nudda. Since Li Tai had come, it showed that Li Er had also put in a lot of effort. As for the woman from the western regions, Li Zheng planned to go back and see her and personally express his gratitude. Chang'an is indeed different from that small place in Qinghe County. Qinghe County, at least you're safe at home. If you go out, at least there are officials from the city patrolling back and forth, so naturally nothing serious will happen. But Chang'an is different. It is well connected and has all kinds of people. There are always things you can't imagine happening there. In Chang'an, the lower class people are not considered human beings. In the eyes of the upper class, they are just tools of consumption and sources of money. It is easy for the nobles to kill people. Although the Zheng family of Xingyang was not a noble family, the 5 surnames and 7 families were very popular among the people. At that time, in the Tang dynasty, men were proud to marry people with these surnames. Cui, Zheng Wang, Li, and Lu. Although it is not necessary to be one of the 5 surnames and 7 family names, as long as the surname is this, there is no problem. The power of the 5 surnames and 7 families is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. A force that even Li Er is afraid of should not be underestimated. Now, the Zheng family of Xingyang and I have become enemies. It's time to go and see it. Old Yuan, do you know where the Zheng family's residence is? Of course I know. Well, let's go over there. My brothers and sisters, my mother and aunt, are not people they can touch. Li Zheng smiled coldly. Of course, I will try my best to use earthly methods to solve the problem. If that doesn't work, I will take action myself. The corners of Yuan Tiangong's mouth twitched. What happened to Chang'an? Why doesn't this Zheng guy just live a good life? Isn't it good to be alive? On the way from Qinghe County to Chang'an, they were robbed by people, including those from the Zheng family of Xingyang. Why is it still haunting Chang'an? Yuan Tiangang then asked softly, do you have a grudge against them? I didn't have it before, and I didn't know it, but now I have it. The Zheng family must be ignorant of their own limitations by making enemies with the immortal. Think about the magical beast I rode today, the turtle. Its body is like a small mountain, and it runs flexibly and freely in the mountains. I heard from your majesty that this magical beast raised the 100,000-strong Turkic army to the ground. Is your Zheng family more powerful than the 100,000-strong Turkic army? At this time, Yuan Tiangang also understood one thing. The reason why His Majesty asked him to stay by Master Li's side was to let him solve problems using worldly methods. Instead of being forced into a helpless situation, Master Li took action personally. Even if we don't consider those who have offended others, we must consider the people of Chang'an. Who can withstand such a shock? The soldiers defending the city of Jingyang are still spreading the story that gods appeared in the Tang dynasty. Get the car ready. Go now. The Zheng family of Xingyang has always been harmless in Chang'an. This is their external personality. They have no connection with any aristocratic family. They seem to be extremely upright and never quarrel. But they are rotten to the core. Seeing that the visitors were 3 children, several servants immediately sneered. Little Taoist priest, does your master know that you are coming to our house? Huh, you can't make it a Taoist temple anymore? Won't be a servant in our Zheng family. Li Tai had never been insulted like this before. His brows were like a sharp sword. He looked at the servants and said in a youthful voice with supreme authority, let the old man from the Zheng family get out. Otherwise, I will make sure you don't see the sun tomorrow. When Li Tai shows off, he is also very cool. As the second son of Li Er, he inherited Li Er's spirit, courage, and intelligence. Oh, boy, you are so arrogant. Today I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders. Li Tai was happy and laughed out of anger. You? Are you teaching me a lesson on behalf of my elders? Ha, do you deserve it? Li Tai, Li Dan, and Li Zheng were standing at the door. Li Tai came out today without any credentials, so naturally he couldn't even get in. I am furious, but I can't let it out like this. I have to let the Zheng family know the price of bullying the elderly, the weak, women, and children. At this moment, a voice came, am I worthy? We, the Zheng family of Xingyang, will teach anyone a lesson. No one dares to say they are unworthy. As soon as that voice came out, Li Dan and Li Qing pulled Li Tai's arms tightly. Brother Li Tai, this is the bad guy. Li Dan didn't care about that. He remembered the voice very clearly. Chapter 131 Chapter 131 My father is the emperor. When Li Tai heard this voice, he felt mixed emotions. Isn't the Tang dynasty ruled by the Li family now? How could it be that my father, who is such a virtuous man, would have such a minister? This young family of Xingyang, under the feet of the emperor, actually dared to kill people without asking any questions. Even after being found, he still spoke so shamelessly. At this time, Li Tai narrowed his eyes, and the prince's aura was undoubtedly revealed. Who are you? Tell me your name. Li Tai was very dissatisfied when he was told that he should teach on behalf of his elders. When I came here today, my father specifically told me that I must learn more, practice more, and study harder from the immortal master. But today the immortal master went up the mountain, and he didn't see him. Of course, Li Tai didn't know who the immortal master was. He only knew that the mansion belonged to Yuan Tiangang. Then Yuan Tiangang is naturally the immortal master. Moreover, I heard from many ministers that Yuan Tiangang was indeed worthy of the title of immortal. It's just that my father asked me to come here to learn from the Taoist priest instead of learning how to govern the country. Something doesn't seem right. After Li Tai finished speaking, he was thinking a lot in his mind. The Zheng family member in front of him didn't seem to bite at all. Why are you pretending to be so high and mighty? Who do you think you are, that you dare ask me to reveal my name? Even if your father came, he wouldn't dare to do anything to our Xingyang Zheng family. Don't even mention you guys. Even the current emperor has to give our Zheng family some face. Originally, Li Tai thought that he had vented his anger and that he could settle the score later. After all, you can't take what ignorant people say seriously. But the last thing this person said made Li Tai furious. Even the current emperor has to give you some face. Oh, you Zheng family can do anything, but you're really good at bragging. No one of your business is so good. It turns out you're all just swindling people. The person who came was Zheng Yulai, the former subordinate of Sai Shishi's husband, and now the trusted assistant of the Zheng family in Chang'an. I, Zheng Yulai, have been in the Zheng family for so long, and I have never seen such an arrogant person. Li Tai touched Li Tai and Li Qing's heads and said, Brother and sister, did you hear what he said? Brother Li Tai, he said he had never seen such an arrogant person. Li Dan was the first to raise his hand to answer. Li Tai nodded and pointed at Zheng Yulai. What a coincidence, I see you today. Who is the head of your family? Tell him to get out. I will only give him one stick of incense. If you miss this time, you will bear the consequences yourself. At this time, Zheng Yulai was a little nervous looking at Li Tai. This 13 or 14-year-old boy didn't seem to care about him at all. Moreover, it seems that he no longer calls Zheng family of Xingyang. Kid, I'm in a good mood today. Come on, arrest him and make his father kneel at the door for 3 days and 3 nights to apologize to our Zheng family. Elite doi fronet. This request was simply courting death. Misfortunes sent by heaven can still be survived, but misfortunes brought upon oneself cannot be survived. Zheng family of Xingyang, you forced me to do this. You too should remember what he said today. When you see my father again, remember to tell him exactly what he said. Li Tai looked at Li Dan and Li Qing with a smile. Li Dan and Li Qing were only a few years old, so naturally they took everything Li Tai said as their own. Such a majestic older brother, except that he was a little worse than their own brother, was actually not bad. The two little guys nodded vigorously. Come out. Li Tai waved his hand, and several people appeared in the dark alley on the side. One of them, dressed in cloth, looked at Zheng Yulai in front of him with eyes wide open. Who do you think you are? What you said today represents the Zheng family of Xingyang. Zheng Yulai put his hands on his hips and said, Hey, you guys are shameless, aren't you? Yes, that's what our old man said. Why don't you ask about the status of the Zheng family of Xingyang? Among the 5 surnames and 7 noble families in the world today, our Zheng family of Xingyang ranks 3rd. Li Tai was silent now. Every time Zheng Yulai said a word, he would add another shovel of soil to the Zheng family's grave. Zheng Yulai's arrogant look was so cute in Li Tai's eyes at this moment. General Li, did you hear that? Your Highness, I heard it. The two people spoke very quietly, but Zheng Yulai's ears were a little sharp. What? Your Highness? Holy shit, Your Highness's father. Isn't that the current majesty? Countless thoughts flashed through Zheng Yulai's mind. Suddenly, his vision went black and he fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth, unable to move anymore. Your Highness, do you really want to go in? General Li Junxian, my father asked you to accompany me today. Don't you want to do something important? Li Tao is all smiles. Although he is young, he is a smart man. Compared with his elder brother, Li Changxian, although Li Tai is not as steady as Li Changxian, he may not be as good as his elder brother in governing the country. But he knew that if he became emperor, the world would not be a bad place. What's more, he doesn't want to be emperor now. Your Highness, this. You are such a fool. Li Tai listened to Li Er's political discussions every day and knew long ago that the Zheng family of Xingyang had become a thorn in his father's side these days and must be removed. Moreover, that day, he hid in the place where his father and mother were having a heart-to-heart talk and heard some things about Zheng family in Xingyang. He was sure that if Li Junxian dared to enter the Zheng family mansion in Xingyang to arrest people today, he would be promoted to a real general tomorrow. Guomein, you heard everything I just said clearly. Do you think I need to repeat myself? I understand. Li Dan and Li Qing were a little scared when they saw this pleasant-looking but somewhat fierce person who suddenly appeared. Don't be afraid. Just follow me. I won't let you suffer any loss. After all these years, Li Tai finally felt that he had found a refreshing feeling. Is this the feeling of protecting others? Pretending to be an ordinary person, then suddenly revealing his identity, and then looking at the other person's frightened look, Li Tai felt a little refreshed. When Li Zheng arrived at the Zheng family mansion, he found that no one dared to stop him. Everyone knelt on the ground, and Yuan Tiangang was even more puzzled. Master, what happened? Hee. Maybe the second prince has come down. Yuan Tiangang was stunned. How did the immortal master know about the second prince? Huh? Why am I being stupid again? He's the immortal master. What doesn't he know? As a mortal, will the immortal master dislike me if I keep asking such stupid questions? In the mansion, as soon as Li Zheng entered, he saw the Zheng family members kneeling on the ground. The old man with white hair and beard was crying inconsolably. Li Dan and Li Qing saw Li Zheng at this time and immediately stood up from in front of Li Tai. Brother Li Tai, that's my brother. Li Tai smiled faintly, while Li Junxia nodded and looked at Zheng Chun as he began to lecture him. Li Zheng looked at this scene and smiled. The author has something to say. Please give more support. Chapter 132. The Unrepentant Zheng Family. You, the Zheng family of Xingyang, are so arrogant. Not only do you bully the people, you even try to kill them to silence them. Your so-called making friends is all fake. You have done something wrong, yet you refuse to repent and are still speaking shamelessly, defying His Majesty. Ha! Every word your Zheng family said today, I will convey to His Majesty. Ha ha! Especially the part about making your father kneel outside the Zheng family's gate, and that part about teaching you a lesson on your father's behalf. When Zheng Chun heard this, his eyes went dark. Who were these people? What happened today? Why did they find the Zheng family's daughter-in-law? Even though Li Zheng's family was a hindrance, they finally caught her. But when the Zheng family steward came back, he only said one sentence. The woman from the western regions had taken action and killed someone, so there was no way to continue. Later, Zheng Chun was resting at home when he heard the noise outside. It was no big deal, but the old man was almost scared to death in an instant. Zheng Yulai, you're a fucking fool. The other party's subsequent words clearly set you up for a trap, and you actually crawled into it yourself. Even if you made the slightest mistake, it wouldn't have put my Zheng family in such a miserable situation. This old minister knows his fault. I hope your majesty will forgive me for our old friendship. Li Tai waved his hand. Ask his majesty. I don't know what my father would do in his majesty's absence, but the rude words spoken by those people from the Zheng family today bordered on rebellion. Your majesty, my father, is that someone you can talk about at will? Li Tai didn't give him any chance at all. Old man Zheng, is it true that your family bullies others? Let's do the math. Okay, then let me ask you, those two children almost died in your hands. Is that true? When Zheng Chun heard this, he knew he couldn't admit it. Those two children were just civilians. If he admitted it, it would be a violation of Tang law and almost tantamount to treason. No one could have expected that the Zheng family of Xingyang, which was once at its peak, would now be in such a state of decline. If Xingyang knew the current situation in Chang'an, they would probably be furious. Zheng Chun's voice trembled. Your Highness, what happened today was a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? If they die and you tell me it's a misunderstanding, what will you do? Zheng Chun remained silent. Haha. When commoners face nobles, it seems that if a noble kills someone, all he needs to pay is a cow, right? Zheng Chun could no longer remain silent. Li Zheng, who was standing aside at this time, was watching Li Tai's operation, his heart full of surprise. This little fellow is only about 13 or 14 years old, but he speaks and acts in the style of the air. He gives a slap in the face and then a sweet date, and uses threats and inducements to the extreme. Your Highness, these two children are not ordinary children. Yuan Tiangang rushed in, and he was now going to add the final fuel to the fire for the Zheng family of Xingyang. Master, you are here. Li Tai became excited. Isn't the immortal master his father was talking about Yuan Tiangang? Zheng Chun saw Yuan Tiangang as if he had found a life-saving straw. Master, please save me. This was an unintentional act today. Yuan Tiangang smiled faintly. Master Zheng, destiny cannot be violated. Either they say he is a charlatan, or they say it is fate, and put a big hat on him. Even if the other party wants to resist, he has no chance to refute. First gain an overwhelming advantage in the big picture, and then find the opponent's loopholes in specific matters. Master Zheng just treats these two children as ordinary kids and bullies them at will. I've heard a few things. Where's your family's steward? Before Yuan Tiangang finished speaking, the manager was pulled out by Li Junxian. The manager was only about 40 years old, young and strong, with a lively look in his eyes, but now he was half dead, with feces and urine all over his body. These two children are wearing jade pendants bestowed by the current emperor. When you see them, tell them that a dead person will not reveal secrets. Your Majesty's jade pendant. You actually pretended not to see it? If this isn't treason, then what is it? In an instant, Zheng Chun realized that although the Zheng family of Xingyang was now at its peak, their arrogance and pride had also reached their peak. Zheng Chun made up his mind and stared at the two children, Li Dan and Li Qing. At the same time, he also saw the 15-year-old boy. He sighed inwardly, but his face was even more stubborn. Your Highness, the Zheng family of Xingyang has been diligently serving the Tang dynasty since the first year of the Wuda era. Even if they have no merit, they have certainly made great contributions. Although some people in the palace made outrageous remarks today, these are merely their personal actions. I have already retired and have not been to the court for a long time. When my eyes become dim, I will definitely discipline you strictly. Zheng Chun said in a deep voice. Li Tai is not an old hand, so he gets a little nervous when facing an old hand. What the old guy said was not an exaggeration. This is indeed the case. When the sting operation is too obvious, some words no longer count. You don't admit it? Your Highness, I'm not denying my mistake, but I hope Your Highness will show some leniency for the Zheng family's hard work and dedication over the years. Li Tai shook his head. You said you would let me off the hook, so I'll let you off the hook? Zheng Chun certainly knew that once the second prince returned to the palace and told the current emperor about it, what happened today would become the fuse. The huge flames will plunge the entire Zheng family into a raging fire. Your Majesty, Old Chun and the Zheng family of Xingyang have contributed so much to the Tang dynasty. They are just. Having said this, Zheng Chun stopped. When Li Tai heard this, he finally understood. So this is what you, old man, meant. People in your Zheng family are precious, but they are ordinary people. Their lives are not worth much. Yuan Tiangang stopped talking after he finished speaking. At this moment, he sneered and sentenced Zheng of Xingyang to death in his heart. Look at you guys. You have accumulated so much wealth over the years, but you have failed at this critical juncture. You thought about the lives of your Zheng family members, but didn't you realize that the young man in front of you didn't care about your lives at all? Old man Zheng, you're going too far. All beings are equal. When Zheng Chun heard this, he laughed arrogantly. He knew that even if what happened today came to the attention of His Majesty, there would not be any big problem. It's nothing more than a punishment. Master, are you kidding me? I'm the patriarch of the Zheng family in Xingyang. What about him? Yuan Tiangang was stunned for a moment. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Li Zheng's expression and immediately shut up. Li Zheng walked over slowly at this time, sighing in his heart. He heard the conversation between Zheng Chun, Li Tai, and Yuan Tiangang very clearly. In this era, the Zheng family of Xingyang was indeed a cancer in the Tang dynasty. The Zheng family of Xingyang, a powerful aristocratic family. As Li Zheng spoke, he smiled faintly, but sighed in his heart. It seems that the matter of establishing authority should start with you, the Zheng family. Chapter 133 Chapter 133 You are in trouble. Zheng Chun almost questioned him in public. I am the patriarch of the Zheng family in Xingyang, and I have made contributions to the Tang dynasty. Who is he? Yuan Tiangong's face changed slightly. Why did you have to offend the immortal master when there were so many people you could offend? Li Zheng did not answer directly, but sighed slowly. Alas, the rich are feasting and drinking, while the poor are freezing to death on the streets. When prosperity comes, the people suffer, and when decline comes, the people suffer too. Although the four families of Cui, Lu, Li, and Zheng have been descended from their ancestors, they still rely on their old territory, are proud of their greatness, and call themselves scholars and officials. Li Jing's cold voice came, but with a smile on his face, he was comforting the young hearts of Li Dan and Li Qing. Whenever the 5 surnames and 7 noble clans marry their daughters to other clans, they demand a large dowry, considering the higher the price, and they set the contract based on the amount, just like merchants in the market. This is extremely detrimental to customs and violates the Book of Rights. I don't understand why the 4 surnames of Shandong are so proud of themselves, and why do people value them so much? Li Zheng revealed the essence of the matter in one sentence. The young Li Tai, sitting on a chair, looked at Yuan Tiangang after hearing these words. Master, this person is amazing. Li Tai's face flushed, and his big eyes were full of excitement. He is definitely a talent. I will go and make friends with him when the time comes. Yuan Tiangang immediately stopped him. No, 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 Your Highness, this is not an ordinary person. His Majesty asked you to come here to study. Before he could finish, learn from him, Li Tai interrupted Yuan Tiangang and said, I know. It's about learning and practicing it from time to time. Ha ha ha. Li Tai is smart, but all smart people have one small flaw, which is laziness. Yuan Tiangang wanted to continue speaking, but Li Tai did not give him chance. Yung Chun, right? Did you hear that? Zheng Chun's face changed drastically at this moment. He looked at Li Zheng, his heart in turmoil. Fortunately, this man was just a commoner. Otherwise, if such a person was in the court, the 5 surnames and 7 families would be uprooted. Historically, the 5 surnames and 7 families relied on their long-standing social accumulation, and these families almost reached their peak during the Wuda period. At that time, Li Yuan compared himself to Liu Bang, but was despised by these people. They have only one attitude towards the emperor. If you are a good emperor, everything will be easy. If you don't know how, we will teach you. If you don't want to do it, fine, we'll find a way to find someone else. At the beginning of the Tang dynasty, Li Yuan felt very uncomfortable facing this ancient clan power passed down from the Zhou dynasty. Now that Li Heir has ascended the throne, the decline of the 5 surnames and 7 families is inevitable. A few days ago, Li Heir used various reasons to ask them to pay money. Paying money is a small matter. The key is to see whether they are obedient. Zheng Chun's words today made Li Zheng feel that the opportunity had come. Your Highness, among the 5 surnames and 7 families, the Zheng family of Xingyang is the most prosperous and commercial family in the world and is extremely important to the Tang dynasty. But Emperor Wuda governed well, and your Majesty is now even more diligent and capable. Yet the world remains impoverished. Where is all the money gone? I would like to ask His Royal Highness the Crown Prince to convey this matter to His Majesty. Boom! When Zheng Chun heard that there was less and less money in the world, his eyes suddenly became sharp. The Zheng family made a lot of money from their business. But isn't this how it should be? Boy, who do you think you are? Zheng Chun was furious. How dare you, you little brat, speak so brazenly? Li Tai waved his hand and said, Zheng Chun, I think this friend is right. Li Tai crossed his legs, without any of the demeanor of a prince. Think about it. All this money has been earned by your Zheng family, but you don't give it out. The money in the world will only become less and less. I just feel like you guys are just like stingy people. You really don't want to spend a penny. Li Zheng followed up on Li Tai's words and said, the 5 surnames and 7 families are just ordinary people. How dare they call themselves nobles? Is this an attempt to rebel? Zheng Chun was so angry that he couldn't breathe. He pointed at Li Zheng's nose, but he found that his vision was a little dizzy. Yuan Tiangang whispered a few words into Li Tai's ear at this time. In an instant, Li Tai's face turned red, and he pointed at Zheng Chun and cursed. Who are you referring to? What do you mean? Are you going to rebel? Zheng Chun was stunned and looked back at the second Prince Li Tai, his face full of questions. What on earth had happened today? He now has no idea who he has offended. Could it be those 2 children, just because His Majesty bestowed jade pendants on them? Could it be the woman who was with Zheng family's daughter-in-law today? That woman is just an ordinary peasant woman. How could she have any status? Who are you, and why are you framing my Zheng family? Aha, Li Zheng. Li Zheng, A buzzing sound slowly rang in Zheng Chun's mind. Li Zheng. Is he the one who brought Zheng family's daughter-in-law and granddaughter to Chang'an on the road? Is he the son of the peasant woman today? Is he also the older brother of these two frightened children? Ha ha ha! You unruly commoner! How dare you run wild in my Zheng family? Someone break his legs! Li Tai was anxious because Yuan Tiangang had just revealed Li Zheng's identity to him. Hearing this, Li Tai was so shocked that he couldn't find a hole to hide in. Li Tai stood up at this moment. Zheng Chun, what are you doing? Where's Li Junxian? Capture this old man. Yuan Tiangang was speechless now. Your Highness. Oh, Your Highness. Does the immortal master still need your protection? But you have to show your attitude. You have to deal with Zheng Chun. As for why Zheng Chun wants to know, wait until he goes to the prison to figure out himself. Li Er sat in the Taiji Hall and did not laugh out loud as he distributed potatoes to the soldiers. Zheng Chun was arrested by Li Tai, just like that. Li Junxian, standing beside him, trembled and said, Your Majesty, is it right for the second prince to do this? Yes, of course. Li Er narrowed his eyes. Your Excellency is a blessing to the Tang dynasty. Where do you think these potatoes came from? These will be the food supply for the Tang dynasty in the future. This is exactly what we need when marching and fighting. It's a good omen. Only 5 cents a pound. Find a reason to requisition the Zheng family's land in Chang'an. After Li Er finished speaking, he suddenly slapped his forehead and said, Oh, there's one more thing. Advertisement to the world. Anyone willing to trade freely can enter the Tang dynasty and pay taxes according to the standards set by the Ministry of Revenue. If you abide by the law, you'll get some reductions. Li Junxian was suspicious. Your Majesty, I will go then. Go ahead. Li Junxian followed Li Er to fight, and the two were very familiar with each other. Privately, Li Er was also very polite to Li Junxian. He thought that Li Junxian was his lucky general, who would often rush out of danger. Zheng family, that's it. A mere 10,000 taels of silver. And you think I'm going to give up? Ha ha, you're overthinking it. Speaking of which, I really have to thank Master Li. He's amazing. Just a few words awakened me from my dream. After saying this, Li Er couldn't help but murmur. The rich are feasting and drinking, while the poor are freezing to death on the streets. Chapter 134. The first lesson of the Tang Dynasty Prince. In Chang'an City, the official news was known to everyone within a day. Chang'an is a bit big, but it has so many people. With everyone talking, the news that His Majesty has opened up trade soon spread to every corner. Naturally, Rosanna also heard this news. After hearing this news, Rosanna's face turned pale. The Zheng family of Xingyang has gone too far. Master, that old man surnamed Zheng deserves to die. I'm going to kill him right now. Rosanna waved her hand. Haha, it's just a knight shining pearl. My Persian Empire is also a vast country. We don't care about this mere pearl. It just feels bad to be deceived. I really don't like being deceived. Shadow Awe scratched the bald part on the top of his head, and at the same time, he pulled the hair growing on both sides of his head. Master, what should we do? Don't move for now. Inform my brother to start trading. Every period of peace after turmoil in the Central Plains is the best opportunity to make money. Rosanna understood Middle-earth and everything about this nation. Her teacher was a Confucian scholar who had fled from Middle-earth. Although he was unknown in the Central Plains, he gave Rosanna enlightenment about Middle-earth. After the establishment of the distant Persian Empire, some merchants traveled thousands of miles from distant Persia, experienced wars and hardships, and finally arrived at this exciting Tang dynasty. In the third year of Wuda, merchants from outside the region came from thousands of miles away, which is also recorded in history books. Throughout history, at any time, Middle-earth has always been regarded by foreigners as the place with the best business atmosphere, without a doubt. That's why Rosanna was anxious. Rosanna endured so much hardship while crossing the ancient Silk Road just to facilitate trade. Master, that old man from the Zheng family is really going too far. How about I go and teach his family a lesson? I heard that the Zheng family also has many young people in Chang'an. Shadowwall licked his lips. He was Rosanna's bodyguard, skilled in martial arts and skilled in using a scimitar. Naturally, he would do things to vent Rosanna's anger, which was easy for him. There's no rush yet. After returning from the Zheng family mansion yesterday, Li Zheng started moving with Wang, Li Dan, and Li Qing. Move out of the city overnight. Chang'an is not a place to stay for long. If the Zheng family alone can do whatever they want, what about the other aristocratic families? Each of them is even worse than the Zheng family of Xingyang. Master, Everything has been moved. In front of the small courtyard on Yushan Mountain is a sea of clouds, with a small hill behind it. The east and the west are connected as far as the eye can see, and they're extremely elegant. People who don't know would think they're living above the clouds, like in a fairyland. Old Yuan, the workers haven't been paid yet. Tell me how much you spent. Li Zheng doesn't intend to owe this money. Master, this is... Your Majesty has already given it to me, so you don't need it. Li Zheng shook his head. Old Yuan, do you know why I was so angry with Zheng from Xingyang yesterday? Yuan Tiangang shook his head. Li Zheng pointed to the yard in front of him. There were 3 courtyards in a large area with many rooms. Wang, Li Dan, and Li Qing were adapting to their new living environment. See? This is where the money comes in. The Zheng family of Xingyang values their surname. It's definitely not enough to just come in without leaving. The money for the craftsmen who built this courtyard cannot be paid by your Majesty just because of your concern. Whoever should pay should pay. Similarly, the Zheng family took advantage of their status and saved a lot of money, storing it in a dark cellar. They were even unwilling to take it out for circulation, even though it had become moldy and smelly. Li Zheng looked at Yuan Tiangang and said, money that is not in circulation is just junk. This is why I say that there is less and less money in the world. Yuan Tiangang is a little confused now. This is related to national affairs. Can he get involved? Beside the two of them, Li Tai had been listening attentively today, his face turning red from time to time. It was because he recognized the wrong person yesterday and tried to make Li Zheng his retainer. Your Highness, do you understand the logic behind this? Li Tai nodded excitedly, but after thinking carefully, he realized that something was wrong. There were still some things he didn't understand, and he couldn't pretend to know something he didn't. Master, just call me Li Tai. Father said that once I come to you, I will obey you in everything. Li Zheng smiled and said, then don't call me master, just call me teacher. Li Tai bowed and said, Teacher, there is something I don't understand. You say, if the Zheng family of Xingyang falls, will other families take over and devour it? Then, over time, will such a behemoth emerge? Li Zheng nodded. Not bad, not bad. Li Tai, your idea is very good. Yuan Tiangang has become an outsider now. Of course, when discussing political affairs, isn't he an outsider? The fact that you have this idea shows that you are a gifted child. You look at things from a developmental perspective rather than just focusing on the present. This is a basic quality that a child of the royal family should possess. Li Zheng's words made Li Tai very excited. Being praised by the immortal master, he could go back and brag about it to his elder brother and third brother. Teacher, this is what I think. If we can't stop the rise of other families, we might as well let the Xingyang Zheng family continue to exist. We can give them a false reputation and let them live a life of drunkenness and dreams. It was also the first time that Li Zheng heard Li Tai speak. The mischievous look he showed yesterday could not be considered Li Tai's true form. After hearing Li Tai's ideas today, Li Zheng finally understood why Li Er liked Li Tai in history. Li Chengxian was a natural-born prince and was very stable, while Li Tai was unconventional and dared to think and practice. When conquering the world, people like Li Tai are most needed. As for defending the world, Li Tai might find it a bit difficult. After all, his mind is too flexible, and something bad might happen if he is not careful. Anything that happens to the royal family affects the happiness and safety of the people all over the world. That's a good idea, but have you ever thought about solving this problem fundamentally? Li Tai was stunned for a moment and shook his head. Haha, okay, this is your first assignment since you started studying with me. Think about it carefully and come up with a reasonable strategy within 10 days. Li Tai was extremely excited now, and when he looked at Yuan Tiangang, his eyes were full of pride. By the way, you changed into this Taoist robe. Who told you that a cultivator must dress like this? Elite Dlusheth. He was only 2 or 3 years younger than Li Zheng, but when it came to invisible wisdom, there was a world of difference between them. Teacher, I'll go change it right away. As Li Tai turned to leave, Yuan Tiangang couldn't help but ask, Master, Your Highness, do you think I'm encouraging him to become emperor? Yuan Tiangang did not answer. Silence is the best answer. Perhaps there's something wrong with this, but the world now belongs to the Li family. Chapter 135 Chapter 135 Zheng Liwan is also okay. Li Zheng didn't really think about it that much. You'd say Li Zheng doesn't hold grudges, right? Li Zheng firmly adheres to the principle of tooth for tooth, blood for blood. You say Li Zheng holds a grudge, but Li Zheng himself has forgotten many things. But Zheng of Xingyang dared to do evil in the street, almost putting Wang and her younger brothers and sisters in danger. If Zheng of Xingyang doesn't die, he will be disabled. Old Yuan, there are too many wealthy families in the world. If we want to eradicate them, we need to innovate, we need drastic measures, we need reforms, and we need courage and determination. Li Zheng's voice was calm, but Yuan Tiangong's heart was in turmoil again. He originally thought that the immortal master was a cultivator and had no interest in governing the world. Unexpectedly, the immortal master was really omnipotent. Disciple will remember the immortal master's teachings. Look at him and call me teacher from now on. Yes, teacher. Old Yuan, you have to remember that everything is ready. Only the east wind is needed. Li Zheng pointed at the layers of white mist between the Jade Mountains. After all, everything in the world is chaotic and unclear, just like this fog. It takes skill to see through the clouds. Teacher, how can we see through the fog? Yuan Tiangang himself became interested. This is simple. Look beyond the surface to see the essence. Make adequate preparations, and you will see the light. As he was speaking, the fog seemed to have sensed the situation, and the early morning sun slowly began to emerge from the mountains in the east. Sure enough, as soon as the sun came out, the clouds became thinner, as if they were afraid of the sun's rays. In less than a moment, they retreated back into the dark corners of the mountains, never daring to look directly at the sun again. The bright autumn day shines on my face, feeling warm. Yuan Tiangong's heart was filled with excitement. Today, the immortal master taught him the principles of all things, and even the sun changed accordingly. His words came true. Li Zheng's face turned black, and he was so angry that he couldn't speak. Because Yuan Tiangang was holding a small notebook, and the small brush in his hand was also writing furiously. Immortal master's words are followed by the law. The clouds are cleared, and the sun is revealed, unprecedented in history. Although the disciple Yuan Tiangang cannot reach the same level, his heart yearns for it. It turns out that Lao Yuan likes to write a diary. Xiao Zheng, this yard is too big. We don't need it. Wang sat at the stone table and looked at Li Zheng and asked cautiously, how much will this cost? Li Zheng thought for a moment. Mother, this courtyard was not bought with our money, but with Lao Yuan. Lao Yuan will be learning from me in the future. What to learn? Study business like Gao Yang. Wang was puzzled. Not really. That's what it is anyway. Li Zheng is a god. This concept and logic does not work for Wang. What kind of god are you? Didn't I raise you with great effort from childhood to adulthood? If you are a god, I am the mother of a god. Anyway, you have to be well. Old Yuan has helped us a lot. At first, I thought you were just following old Yuan. Li Zheng forced himself to suppress his laughter. Mother, it's okay. What you said is right. We and old Yuan are helping each other. This yard is for you and the two little ones to sleep on the east side. When the two little ones grow up, you can sleep in the middle. Arya and I will stay in the west courtyard. A look of joy appeared on Wang's face. Xiao Zheng, I used to think Arya was a good girl. You are also a dull person. Look, she has changed a lot since she grew up. She's so beautiful now. Where can we find such a good girl? Wang blinked and looked at Li Zheng seriously. It's not just hard to find. This Arya's name is Zheng Liwan, the most beautiful woman in the early Tang dynasty. How many people like her do you think there are in the entire Tang dynasty? Of course, China has never lacked handsome men and beautiful women since ancient times. What is lacking is the eyes to discover them, and the luck to live in the sun after being discovered. Haven't you seen that brothels have always been home to the most beauties, and they are often called the most beautiful women, and even emperors of all dynasties have fallen in love with them. In the feudal era, if a woman was too beautiful but did not have a strong family background to support her, she would be very miserable. Not to mention the feudal era. Even in later generations, a poor woman who is too beautiful will definitely be overwhelmed by various temptations and eventually lose herself in the world of feasting and drinking. Mother, Arya is a good girl. I will definitely cherish her. In fact, Li Zheng himself was unwilling to take advantage of others. But then again, Arya had feelings for Li Zheng over the years. Of course, Li Zheng himself didn't mind what Arya was like, because the two of them knew each other too well. It's not too much to be a bit Versailles now. After all, who doesn't want his wife to be beautiful? After experiencing the turmoil of the past 2 days, Sai Shishir is now much quieter. Wang and Sai Shishir have tidied up the entire house in the morning. The 3 courtyards were built according to Li Zheng's old house in Qinga County. The only difference is the size of the pattern. This time, the big yellow dog finally had enough space to play, but it seemed that there was only the big yellow dog in this space and no other animals. After packing up, Li Zheng entered the super farm system. After 2 waves of potatoes matured the day before yesterday and yesterday, Li Zheng already had 500,000 kilograms of potatoes in his hands. In fact, this is not much. Lier has a huge demand for potatoes. The copper coins in the warehouse are neatly stacked in 10 large boxes, and all of them have been stored in the system space by Li Zheng. In the super ranch the day before yesterday, pangolins had already shown signs of reproduction. More than a dozen pangolins from 2 nests were now huddling around on the grassland, perhaps feeling a little uncomfortable from being bullied by the geese. Plant 5 acres of corn and raise 7 litters of oxen. The system really does what it says. There are a lot of oxen now, and Li Zheng doesn't mind eating 1 or 2 for fun and then selling some to Lier later. Li Zheng released some of the geese, and their cackles immediately began to echo in the yard. The entire courtyard of the house is very spacious, and there are many rooms on the west side of the courtyard. Yuan Tiangang and Li Tai each have one. Li Tai and Yuan Tiangang, who had just fallen asleep, heard the goose's cry and rushed out immediately. Then the 2 of them looked at Li Zheng in amazement. Xian, teacher, I remember we didn't buy a big goose. Haha, if you want it, you can have it. Li Zheng smiled faintly and waved his hand. The big goose appeared, and several rabbits appeared out of thin air in the open space. They pricked up their ears and stared at the surroundings vigilantly, as if they were full of fear of this unfamiliar environment. Li Tai and Yuan Tiangang looked at each other, their minds blank. Really, it's divine. False gods advertise their magical powers everywhere, while real gods just tell others that there are no gods in this world, and then ride on their magical beasts and disappear into the clouds. Yuan Tiangang was about to cry. Li Tai also cried. Yuan Tiangang cried with joy, while Li Tai felt that he had a chance of becoming an immortal. Chapter 136. Sorry, I don't understand dog barking. The big yellow dog and Li Dan and Li Qing ran around wildly, getting familiar with the new environment. In the new environment, only the little rabbit was quiet. The lunch was extremely sumptuous, cooked by Li Zheng himself, which made Li Tai very greedy. In Li Zheng's opinion, they were all ordinary home-cooked dishes, but Li Tai didn't know. He didn't recognize the same vegetables when he saw them, and felt strange when he saw a new grain. Especially the corn, it was so delicious, leaving a lingering fragrance on the lips and teeth. The yellow corn kernels were so bright that I didn't want to waste even a single bit. Li Tai, your father asked you to come over. Is he at ease? Li Zheng asked. Teacher, my father said that once I get here, I will study hard with you. Then why don't you go and learn from the teachers? They're all old-fashioned people who need to learn, but my father said that learning from you is the most important thing. Li Tai chuckled, and the 2 of them chatted back and forth, understanding each other tacitly, as if they were just chatting about family matters. Wang and Ario were stunned and didn't react. Sai Shisher said nothing and was extremely respectful to Li Tai, which made Li Tai very angry. After dinner, Li Tai found Sai Shisher and said, Aunt, if I were somewhere else, I would be a prince, but here, I am just an ordinary boy named Li Tai, a student. Do you understand? Never do this again. Sai Shisher nodded and was about to salute when Li Tai stopped her with a wave of his hand. Excuse me, this won't happen again. It's so hard to find a place that's different from the palace. I hate cow bugs the most. Sai Shisher didn't dare to speak, for she was afraid of saying the wrong thing. Why is this prince different from ordinary princes? This seems very similar to when that person was still a prince. At that time, His Royal Highness the Prince of Qin was approachable and not so pretentious. It's like a familiar scene. The father and son look exactly alike. Back then, Sai Shisher was also full of admiration for Lier. Just that one secret glance at him was unforgettable. Now seeing the appearance of little Li Tai, Sai Shisher herself was also very happy. In the evening, Li Zheng was feeding the rabbits with carrots, which made Yuan Tiangang feel distressed. Teacher, those carrots are so precious. Should we use them to feed rabbits? It's okay. These rabbits are born to eat vegetable leaves and carrots. I fed them cabbage this morning, but they didn't seem to be very willing to eat it. Yuan Tiangang was speechless. Listen, this is how gods behave. If the rabbit doesn't want to eat, replace it with carrots. The last time this carrot was in the palace, His Majesty talked about it with great relish, saying that it was food from the immortals and was rare in the world. Today, seeing Li Zheng feeding the rabbit was something that is hard to obtain in this world. Yuan Tiangang felt sad. By the way, who was the person who saved my mother and aunt? Have you found out? Li Zheng gave Yuan Tiangang such a task yesterday, and Yuan Tiangang immediately mobilized all the power of Taoism to search for him. But after all, it is a place where people from foreign lands live, so there are always some things that are alienated. Finally, at the Persian Hu temple, someone mentioned this Persian woman. His words were extremely respectful, and it seemed that he was a person of some importance. As for the place of residence, it was the Persian mansion in the West Market. In the West Market, there's a place where the Hu people gather, especially the Persians, called the Persian residence. That woman seems to live there. Li Zeng Nudda. Persian? Are you sure? It's definitely true. The guards beside that woman have a very unique appearance. Their heads are completely bald, with very long hair on the sides. Li Zheng was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Ha ha. As expected of a Mediterranean guy, his hair is also Mediterranean. Let's go visit him later. The question Li was pondering was what was happening in Persia now. According to the normal development process, the current Persian royal family should be at the end of its glory, or even has begun to decline. The Persians are still so active. It seems that they have not been attacked by the Arabs and Tocharians yet. The Silk Road is really great. Once it becomes a bridge between the world, the whole world becomes one. That night, I heard Your Majesty say that the Persians were anxious to open trade because they were seeking a safe haven. Persia was plagued by frequent wars, and its national strength was declining. Your Majesty had just ascended the throne and had not yet begun to address this issue. The Persian woman found Zheng Chun and gave him the night pearl, hoping that he would facilitate this matter. Li Zheng felt like he was about to laugh out loud. Go find Zheng Chun at this time? Isn't it obvious that this is the wrong direction and the wrong person? You know, after Lier ascended the throne, he quickly promulgated trade laws, almost to comprehensively improve the economic development of the Tang dynasty. Persians are so weird. The West Market is extremely prosperous tonight. The Hu people have also come out. Small vendors are squatting on the roadside, and the stalls are full of goods. Beautiful glass, beautiful glass. It's the best gift for your wife and friend. The guy selling glass, why does it smell like mutton skewers? This accent is unique. Hu Bing, Hu Bing. The man selling Hubing had a nice voice. After all, this thing was like steamed buns, and the people of the Tang dynasty could afford it. The people of Chang'an are still rich, so the consumption here is naturally high. Since Li Zheng didn't bring Li Dan and Li Qing with him today, he doesn't have to worry about buying anything. Just ask Yuan Tiangong's people to help buy things for the house. Wang and Sai Shishir are not allowed to appear in Chang'an at will for now. When the number of Hu people increased, and the places decorated with lights and lanterns in the West Market became unusually concentrated, Li Zheng knew that he had arrived at the Persian residence. As the name suggests, Persian residence is where Persians live, but there are not only Persians here, but also Hu people from other places, such as the Arabs, Tocharians, etc., collectively known as Hu people, living here. In Chang'an, there were Persian Hu religions and even Hu temples, which shows how frequent various cultural and economic exchanges were during the Wuda period. Make way, make way. Can't you see my young master wants to buy something? Everyone is equal in front of Lioli. Few people in the Tang dynasty at that time had ever seen the world, and things like color glaze were extremely valuable. The minions led the way, and behind them was the nobleman, dressed in a satin blue brocade robe. When he appeared, Li Zheng felt that his aesthetic taste was challenged. This so-called playboy is too weak. The satin blue folic acid is okay, but the shaky steps and dark circles under his eyes make people know at a glance that this guy's been partying every night and has long been drained of his wealth and power by wine, women, and power. What are you looking at? Hey, I'm talking to you. If you look at me again, I'll dig your eyes out. Yuan Tiangang was looking at the young man and laughing when a servant in blue clothes stopped him. I'm talking to you. Are you looking for death? Yuan Tiangang was stunned. Oh, sorry, I don't understand dog barking. Chapter 137. Creating a master out of nothing. Facing everyone except Li Zheng, Yuan Tiangang acted like a superior god. Li Zheng looks approachable, and Yuan Tiangang looks more like that immortal. Looking at the boy, Yuan Tiangang blurted out, his words full of confidence. For a moment, the boy's face turned green. Who are you talking about? Who is the dog? Explain it to me clearly. But when he was about to take action, he stopped abruptly. The young servant in green was not the kind of person who was tactless. If he wanted to survive in Chang'an City steadily and live a long life, he had to be sharp-eyed and flexible. Just when he was looking fierce and ruthless, he saw the jade pendant on Yuan Tiangong's waist. Hiss, that's Fu Lu Shou. That is not something that ordinary people can wear. Ordinary people may be lucky enough to wear one of the three patterns of Fu, Lu, and Shou. According to the Tang Dynasty law, anyone who wears jewelry with all three patterns of Fu, Lu, and Shou cannot be underestimated. Instantly, the servant's face changed. Ah, I'm sorry for being rude. My young master is drunk. Please forgive me. Yuan Tiangang was confused, and Li Zheng was also a little bewildered. Could it be that after moving from Qinghe County to Chang'an, the IQ of the entire people has also improved? Just as Yuan Tiangang was about to speak, Li Zheng said calmly, "This won't happen again." With these 4 words, the matter was settled instantly. The young man in blue clothes suddenly stepped back respectfully, pulling the drunk young man in blue satin brocade clothes away. The people around them all looked sideways, especially the Hu people, and some Chang'an people who were walking around, all staring at Li Zheng and Yuan Tiangang. Who are they? The He family's young master doesn't dare to provoke them. I'm afraid they are not important people. It's possible. There are many important people in Chang'an. If you throw a stone on the street, you will hit 1 or 2 of them. Have you never seen these 2 people before? The older one has an extraordinary temperament, and the young one next to him is like a child. TSK, you don't know this, right? When the He family's young master was causing trouble for the young lady in his early years, everyone thought he was just a child. Li Zheng didn't care what these people said. After all, they had the right to speak. It's just that the young man's voice was a bit loud when he was drunk. What? Who cares who he is? Who can I not afford to offend? I'm good friends with the young master of the Zheng family. Do you know what the Zheng family is? The Zheng family of Xingyang is one of the 5 surnames and 7 families. Li Zheng, who had just walked a few steps out, heard this, and he and Yuan Tiangang smiled at each other. The Zheng family of Xingyang? Perhaps they will soon pass away. The Persian mansion in Chang'an today is considered one of the better residential houses in Chang'an. After all, in the West City, if a building does not meet the standards, officials from the Ministry of Works will definitely order it to be demolished immediately. This place feels like the southern urban village that Li Zheng had seen in later generations. The houses are densely packed, and the crowds are mixed. The noise is so deafening that it is impossible to tell where this place is from a distance. But once you get close, all sorts of strange languages start to come out. Yuan Tiangang's mansion was not far from the West Market, so it was no wonder that Wang and Sai Shishir had problems with their 2 children in the West Market. They must have gotten lost while shopping. Yuan Tiangang led Li Zheng to a small house that looked like an inn. It had 2 floors and an attic. The workmanship was average, but the materials were solid. Pushing the door open, they saw people of all kinds, some with blonde hair, some with white hair, some with gray hair, all staring at the 2 people who had just come in with puzzled looks. Among them was a bearded man who puffed out his chest and walked towards us aggressively with his bare arms. Although this is Chang'an, and although this is the territory of the Han people, the Hu people are still very arrogant when they are at home. At this moment, a voice came in surprise. "Jacob, go back." "So, it's Mr. Yuan." The man walked out slowly, and without looking, it was a monk. However, this monk is different from ordinary monks. He is a foreign monk. "Master Jingjue, I told you I would come to see you, but you didn't believe me. Now I'm here." Yuan Tiangang and the monk hugged each other. "Let me introduce you. This is my teacher. His last name is Li." "Teacher, this is Master Jingjue, a disciple of Master Xuanzang of the Saiyan Temple." "Xuanzang? Dang Sanzang? Dang Mong?" A hint of excitement appeared in Li Zheng's eyes. He never expected that he could meet Xuanzang again. However, the monk in front of him looked to be over 30 years old. Xuanzang was his master, so he must be quite old too? "So it's Master Jingjue. I've heard of you for so long." The startled monk spoke in a bright voice. "Since he is Mr. Yuan's teacher, he is also my teacher. We are brothers. So who is who?" Yuan Tiangong's face immediately turned dark. It was obvious that the 2 were good friends and seemed to be close acquaintances. Yuan Tiangong's face was dark not because of any other reason, but because of Li Zheng. "This is my teacher. Why are you a monk getting involved? Besides, the immortal master is very busy. It is because of my Yuan Tiangong's service and the intercession of your majesty that I have the opportunity to call the immortal master teacher. What gives you the right to do that?" Seeing Yuan Tiangong's dark face, the alert monk was a little surprised. "Old Yuan, what's wrong with you? Are you sick? Why do you look so grim?" "It's okay. I just happened to make some herbal medicine today. Don't worry about what it is. Just drink it first. If it's the right one, it might cure your illness." Yuan Tiangong's face turned even darker. "Listen, These are some vicious words. Li Zheng smiled at this time. Master Jingjue, Master Xuanzong is... Haha, teacher, you don't know this. Master Xuanzong is my master. When I was a bandit, I was converted by Master Xuanzong. Since then, I have been following him to learn Buddhism. He is the most famous holy monk within hundreds of miles of Chang'an in the Tang dynasty. He is highly versed in Buddhist teachings and is only 25 years old this year. He was surprised to hear that Xuanzong spoke so convincingly that for a moment, Li Zheng thought Xuanzong was an old man. 25 years old, this is correct. In history, Xuanzong had not yet set out for India at this time, so he was naturally very young. Haha, I see. I'd like to meet him someday if I have the chance. Li Zheng smiled in his heart. It was a question of when Xuanzong planned to go to India. However, according to Li Zheng's idea, if someone has the opportunity to go to India, it definitely cannot be to obtain scriptures, nor can it be to engage in diplomacy. There's only one way to go to India, and that is to send a large army. There is only one goal, and that is to conquer. The enemy must be beaten so hard that they dare not raise their heads. From now on, they will not dare to breathe when they see the descendants of the Chinese. Putting aside Xuanzong's matter for now, Yuan Tiangang whispered, "Are these people the girl's subordinates? Be careful. That's not an ordinary girl." Chapter 138, Chapter 138, Fairies in the Sky. What? Could it be some fairy from heaven? Shoo. Stop talking and keep your voice down. The monk Jingjue was from the western regions, so he naturally knew what it looked like when these men in front of him got furious. That's the Persian royal family, a true daughter of heaven, a true princess. When Li Zheng heard this, his brows furrowed slightly. Something big must have happened in Persia. Persia sent someone here, and the person they sent was a princess, so it was definitely not just for the so-called trade. Perhaps they were also trying to see what kind of person the newly enthroned emperor of the Tang dynasty was. Perhaps they have a bigger plan. Wait a moment, I'll go and make an announcement. As soon as the startled monk went up, Yuan Tiangang said cautiously, "It took a lot of effort to find this girl this time. Her information is only known to a few people. If those people didn't know my identity, they would definitely want to kill me." Li Zheng understood that Yuan Tiangang was personally handling this matter. No wonder this matter could not be carried out before he went out. It's okay. We're here to thank them, not to provoke them. As they were talking, the Hu people standing by looked at them with cold eyes, as if they were ready to eat the two Tang people at any time. One of the Hu people was still chattering something inaudible. Although Li Zheng could not understand what those people meant, judging from the man's expression, he was sure that what he said was not good. "Mr. Yuan, come up." Yuan Tiangang was surprised to hear the monk's voice, and his brows were filled with joy. The huge courtyard finally returned to its previous state of restlessness and noise, and no one paid attention to Li Zheng and Yuan Tiangang anymore. At the end of the stairs is a flat and spacious platform. On the platform, a woman stood with her hands behind her back, facing away from Li Zheng and others. "Master Jingjue, what is this person's name?" "Ha, the Persian princess Ranasha." Yuan Tiangang nodded and looked at Li Zheng. At this time, Li Zheng didn't care about so many formalities. Since he came here to thank others, he had to be polite. Under the moonlight, Rosanna's figure was graceful and extraordinary, truly rich and colorful. A string of words flashed through Li Zheng's mind. Big. There was a saying circulating in Chang'an that women from the western regions were bold and lively, with a unique charm. Ordinary merchants and nobles would go to Pingkangfang to seek pleasure when they had nothing to do. Whenever a woman from the western regions arrived, the young men in Chang'an would always flock to her. This is true. However, the person in front of him was not a singing girl in Pingkangfang, but a real royal from Persia. "Thank you for yesterday, young lady." Li Zheng spoke calmly, and Rosanna slowly turned around, the veil on her face fluttering in the wind. Yuan Tiangang also slowly bowed at this time. When Rosanna looked at Li Zheng, there was a hint of surprise in her eyes, as if she was surprised at how young Li Zheng was. "Who are those two sisters to you?" "Mother and aunt." Rosanna snorted and paced slowly. "Chang'an is a mixed bag of good and bad people. You have a grudge against the Zheng family of Xingyang, so you should be careful. As women, I save them for no reason." Li Zheng smiled and said, "It's a good thing that the girl is chivalrous and has justice in her heart and the world in her mind. I have always insisted on not letting good people suffer losses. Please accept this small gift, young lady." Rosanna frowned. "A small gift? Why didn't I see it?" The boy looked to be about 15 years old, and despite his youthfulness, he possessed a calmness and an indescribable temperament. Rosanna always felt that there seemed to be something about this boy that attracted her attention, and she couldn't help but take a second look at him. Hearing the word small gift at this time, Rosanna frowned. She came here empty-handed, and I didn't see any small gift from you. Li Zheng smiled faintly, reached into his sleeve, and 3 large cabbages appeared instantly. This is Chinese cabbage. Rosanna is from Persia. Persia is the same as the Tang dynasty. In the past years, vegetables were rare. Yes, I accept it. There were ripples in her light blue eyes. Rosanna knew that in Persia, it was relatively easy to eat meat. After all, most people use meat as their staple food. However, it is extremely difficult to eat green vegetables. Although there are some, they're all green vegetables that are difficult to distinguish, and you may even get poisoned if you're not careful. Don't worry, there's more. Li Zheng took out again and found 3 more cabbages. Rosanna's eyes lit up. Are this young man's sleeves that big? Carrots, radishes, corn, potatoes, eggplant. Li Zheng would give a little of each, and he would never hesitate to repay those who helped him with generous gifts. Rosanna's face under the veil was a little uneasy, and Li Zheng could see the twitching corners of her eyes. These things are... Rosanna didn't know how to start. Yuan Tiangang laughed secretly in his heart. What's wrong with the Persian princess? Have you ever seen something created out of thin air or taken from the air? Have you seen potatoes, corn, radishes, carrots, and what is that black and purple thing? Yuan Tiangang himself fell into deep thought. Miss Luo, these are just some vegetables and grains. They're just a small gift. Please accept them. Rosanna took a deep breath, her towering chest heaving. Okay, I'll take these. However, there is one thing I don't quite understand. Can you explain it to me, sir? Li Zheng nodded when he heard it. It is human nature to reciprocate and return favors. In a dark alley, I heard a sister holding a jade pendant, which was given by the current emperor of the Tang dynasty. Is it true? Ah, the teacher is a close friend of the emperor of the Tang dynasty, so this cannot be false. Yuan Tiangang answered quickly. Li Zheng glanced sideways and said, No, old Yuan, why are you so anxious? This is a fun question and answer session between me and the girl. Don't snatch it away. Could it be that you, a Taoist priest, have been tempted by worldly desires? But it's okay. It's a bit difficult for me to answer this question myself, so it's not bad to let Yuan Tiangang say it. Humph, you're so young, only 15 or 16, and you're such a close friend of the emperor of the Tang dynasty? In Persia, liars and thieves are hanged. Rosanna was obviously a little annoyed. A gust of wind came from somewhere, and the veil on her face slowly fluttered up. Although it only fluttered for a moment, Li Zheng still saw her face that was as finely crafted as a doll. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart that Rosanna has an extraordinary appearance and a unique charm. Haha, these are just empty titles, not worth telling to outsiders. Miss Luo, do you have something to ask His Majesty? Li Zheng smiled and went straight to the point. There's no point in going around in circles. Since you're a Persian princess, perhaps what you need is to meet the emperor. Rosanna pondered for a moment, a trace of sadness flashing across her beautiful eyes. Can you help? Chapter 139, Chapter 139 Monster, revealing his true form. Rosanna was looking at Li Zheng at this time, and she became excited. The upright and firm body was trembling constantly. The waves were turbulent for a while. After all, it was a matter of life and death for Persia, and meeting the emperor was her purpose after the trade. Could she not be nervous? Could she not be worried? Could she not be emotionally unstable? After 2 lifetimes, Li Zheng was still a young man and had never seen such a scene. At this moment, Li Zheng felt that his concentration was disturbed. Li Zheng now hopes that there will be no blood flowing out of his nostrils. If at this moment a great monk holding a bowl and carrying a cassock shouted angrily, "How dare you, you daring monster, disturb my concentration!" The mighty heavenly dragon, the Buddha, Ksitigarbha, the Prajnaparamita Buddhas. What a monster! What a monster! Li Zheng had seen many beauties like this on TV in later generations, but this was the first time he had seen her in person. Miss Luo, what do you want to see His Majesty? Li Zheng took a deep breath, thinking that he could calm down, but a unique woman's body fragrance hit him in the face. Rosanna, there's something wrong with you. Outside the attic, Yuan Tiangang and Monk Jingjue were shivering in the autumn wind. Yuan Tiangang was fine as he was dressed warmly, but Monk Jingjue did not seem to have anticipated that there would be dew in late autumn at night. National Master, is that really your teacher? Exactly. At this age, maybe 15 or 16. What's wrong? Do you doubt that the teacher is qualified to teach me? The shocked monk smiled bitterly and shook his head. No, no, I absolutely didn't mean that. I just think it's too unbelievable. Haha, when you worship Xuanzang, no one found it incredible. I was shocked to realize that this is the truth. The difference is that I was a bad guy who was conquered by Xuanzang at that time, while Yuan Tiangang was the imperial teacher of the Tang dynasty. How powerful must a person be able to conquer the national teacher? And he's only 15 years old. Hiss. Old Yuan. Can you introduce him? I want to follow him too. No. Monk Jingjue, you're going too far. Old Yuan, you are too stingy. Yuan Tiangang knew that it would take a lot of effort to learn from Master Li Zheng, let alone walking from Qinghe County to Chang'an and back. Would you try? Yuan Tiangang was very attentive when serving Li Zheng along the way. Although Li Zheng didn't care, Yuan Tiangang put a lot of effort into it. Don't monks have masters? Why are you competing with me for that? While talking, the two saw a strange man. This man always had a scimitar in his hand, and his face looked as if everyone owed him hundreds of taels of silver, and his eyes were extremely cold. Who is this person? Yuan Tiangang asked while eating melon seeds. This guy is Shada, a true killer and warrior. Look at the calluses on his knuckles. He's an expert with a knife. The startled monk said cautiously. Yuan Tiangang nodded. So he's a guard. At this moment, in the attic, Li was sitting opposite Rosanna. Li Zheng, what do you say? Rosanna saw hope and naturally wanted to seize it urgently. She asked Li Zheng to come in and talk alone in order to clear things up. Just now she explained the reason why she met with the emperor of the Tang dynasty. Although she did not explain it in detail, the key information was roughly consistent with Li Zheng's guess. The Persian Empire was now beginning to crumble, and as its mighty war machine rusted and even broke down, its disintegration could be complete in an instant. Among the Persian royal family, Rosanna's status is extremely noble. The Persian king sent her to the Tang dynasty, both to ask for troops and to give her a way out. Trade is just a cover. Li Zheng suddenly remembered the records in history books. In 3 to 5 years, Persia would disintegrate. The powerful and arrogant Persian Empire would be completely destroyed and severely bullied by the Arab Tocharians. Then their nobles all fled to the Tang dynasty for refuge. Historical records show that when they met 1 or 2 Persians on the road and asked them their surnames, as long as their surnames were Li, it was the surname given by Emperor Lier. This shows that these two people were previously nobles in their respective countries. Who says foreigners don't seek stability? Who says they like war and displacement? Try to get them used to a stable life. There is no problem seeing His Majesty. I can speak, but whether His Majesty sees him or not is his problem. I cannot influence it. The most important point is that His Majesty is a wise ruler. If you conceal anything, His wrath will descend from the sky. You must have heard the rumors about him, right? After Li Zheng finished speaking, he looked at Rosanna with his big eyes. Rosanna leaned slightly to the side. Li Zheng, of course I know this. Rumor has it that His Majesty the Great Tang is extremely cruel and an out-and-out thug. I heard that he had made great military achievements and was a true emperor who could fight. Just now, wait for my news. After Li Zheng finished speaking, he slowly exhaled, tilted his head, and asked quietly, Are you really only 17 years old? Rosanna looked into Li Zheng's curious eyes, chuckled, and took off her veil. How old do you think I am? Li Zheng just wanted to applaud loudly. Judging from Rosanna's age, especially her face, she is about 17 or 18 years old, not much different. However, she possesses a maturity beyond her age. Li Zheng, I also have a question for you. How did you and the emperor know each other? Where did you get this carrot from? Don't you Tang dynasty men like women like me? Do you have a box up your sleeve? In the attic under the moonlight, although the voices were just whispers, giggles could be heard from time to time. Yuan Tiangang sighed endlessly. Is it easy to be a princess? Suppress your desires. Don't eat too much. Don't laugh too loudly. And don't reveal your thoughts. When there are too many rules, human nature will naturally be suppressed. Even the Persian Empire was like this. The oppression of people in slave society and feudal society is unimaginable and outrageous. On the way back, it was already dark. Yuan Tiangang was very curious. Teacher, what did you talk about with Miss Na Luo? You two look so happy talking to each other. Li Zheng smiled, but said nothing. Some things cannot be said casually. You can't say that we had a romantic talk, right? When they entered the attic and spoke frankly to each other, Li Zheng started to tease Yuan Tiangang. Teacher, what did the Persian princess say? No matter what Yuan Tiangang asked, Li Zheng just smiled and said nothing. Yuan Tiangang understood at this time that the immortal master must have done something extraordinary in there. Since it involves the secrets of the immortal master and the diplomacy of the Tang dynasty, it is better not to ask. Just looking at it like this, could it be that something unspeakable happened in there? What are you thinking about? Some things can only be discussed after they are finally concluded. People who practice Taoism should seek truth from facts. Chapter 140. The Blame Master Yuan Tiangang. When I got home, Arya had been waiting for a long time. Although Arya was dressed simply, her beautiful figure could not be concealed by ordinary clothes. Li Zheng, you smell good. Arya frowned. I want to see a woman and got infected accidentally. Arya's eyes instantly filled with tears. She pointed at Li Zheng's nose and said, "You actually went to see another woman." Li Zheng stood up and pinched Arya's little face. "Can't you wait for me to finish speaking? That girl saved my mother and your mother." Arya immediately remembered that it was the woman from the western regions. Then she was overjoyed and threw herself on Li Zheng. While they were hugging each other and falling asleep, Li Zheng turned on the system. 5 acres of corn yields 10,000 kilograms. After harvesting, Li Zheng planted another 5 acres. The corn cobs have a refreshing fragrance that makes people feel relaxed and happy. The Tang dynasty was really nice. At least most of the time, it was a true pastoral idyll without the hustle and bustle of traffic. When you enjoy it, it doesn't matter whether it's true or not. Yuan Tiangang received a carrier pigeon letter from a Taoist boy today. His face changed, and he paced back and forth in the yard. His anxious and restless look made Li Zheng's family laugh. Li Tao was also puzzled. The project was still going on. Although he was not in the palace guards would definitely deliver any book he needed on time. "Old Yuan, stop wandering around. I'm reading." "Hey, Your Highness, I've encountered something." Yuan Tiangang was about to cry, and Li Er put all the blame on him. The 5 surnames and 7 families are now filled with righteous indignation and insist on asking Yuan Tiangang for an explanation. Being the imperial master of the Tang dynasty is not easy. At critical moments, one must be brave enough to take the blame, be good at it, and even be able to bear the blame well, with grace, with momentum, and even with glory. "It's so hard for me." Yuan Tiangang roared to the sky. "Old Yuan, imperial master, please don't be like this." Although Li Tai is young, he is better than anyone else at speaking in official language. You need to reflect on your mistakes. It's just that simple thing. Others don't know what happened, but Li Tai knows. The current emperor, Li Tai's fatherly heir, asked Yuan Tiangang to divine late at night, and the result naturally became the reason why Li Er took action against the 5 surnames and 7 families. At least that's how it looks to the 5 surnames and 7 famous families. Now that they're coming one after another, Yuan Tiangang doesn't dare to go back to the Qixing temple. "Old Yuan, this is no big deal." Li Zheng reminded from the side. "His Majesty must have a purpose in letting you take the blame. Besides, this is God's will. Are they going to make God obey them completely?" Yuan Tiangang was worried, but he would listen to Li Zheng's words. "After turning my eyes, it seems that this is the truth. I'm not the one speaking, I'm just a messenger. As for divination, the result is determined by fate. You see, the immortal master speaks with great skill. Teacher, I will stay on Jade Mountain these days and will not go back. Although it is destined by heaven, there are bound to be fools among the 5 surnames and 7 families." Yuan Tiangang's mansion in Chang'an has been surrounded by people, but the servants don't care. You can surround it if you want. It's the master's business and has nothing to do with us who are doing the work. Not far away, in a carriage, a man looked at the scene through the window with a smile on his face. Make a fuss, make a fuss. The more violent the fuss, the more I will know who is causing trouble. Li Junxian. The driver outside the carriage responded instantly. I am here. Have someone keep an eye on what's happening here. Which family is it, what did they do, and whether they pose a threat to ordinary people. Keep a clear record. Don't leave anything out. Li Junxian could now almost imagine what would happen to these wealthy clans if His Majesty took real action in the future. All the trivial matters are dug out to become your evidence of guilt. Li Er had no choice. In recent days, all the potatoes stored in the palace have been thrown out. Where they be left? The Tang army had a huge demand for potatoes, and Li Er became interested. Coincidentally, there was money in the national treasury, so he thought of looking for Li Zheng. Let's go to Yushan. Rosanna also slowly walked out of the house early in the morning. The unique logo of Bosnia is a symbol in the Tang dynasty. This symbol can save you from a lot of trouble, such as the trouble caused by not understanding the etiquette of the Tang dynasty. Even if you accidentally say something wrong, Tangren will wave you away and not care anymore when he sees the sign. Above Yushan Mountain, colorful clouds are flying today. Early in the morning, Li Zheng stands on the edge of the cliff, stretches himself, and leads Li Dan and Li Qing to do radio gymnastics. Li Tai also starts to learn in earnest. In the end, Yuan Tiangang also joined in. Although these actions seem extremely childish, Yuan Tiangang has no intention of letting them go. The things that the immortal master teaches his younger brothers and sisters are all good things. Don't ask, learn more, watch more, and practice more. Li Tai saw that he didn't exercise often in the palace, and soon he was sweating profusely. Teacher, what is the name of this set of movements? This set of exercises, which middle school students across the country, well, you can just call it radio gymnastics. Broadcast gymnastics? Yuan Tiangang was a little confused and looked puzzled again. What is this broadcast? Li Tai watched Li Zheng and Yuan Tiangang chatting excitedly from his side. He also wanted to know what this broadcast was. Haha, this thing can only be understood but not expressed in words. Let's spread it widely. That's enough. You have never seen a broadcast, so how do you know what it means? Yuan Tiangang was about to speak when Li Zheng's gaze stopped him. That look seemed to be saying, "Are you 100,000 wise?" The sound of horse hooves could be heard from the foot of the mountain. Yuan Tiangang and Li Tai looked over from the mountain path and said, "Teacher, someone is coming." There were two carriages, one in front and one behind. The carriage in front had the unique Persian markings. The driver had a calm face and a fierce look in his eyes. In the carriage behind, the driver looked even more dissatisfied. "Your Majesty, I will step forward and ask him to move aside." "No need. You've been saying this all along. Since they're not assassins and we're all going up the mountain, let's go together." Li Junxian sighed helplessly. "Yes, Your Majesty." Outside the carriage in front, Xiaohua whispered, "Master, there are people following us. Should we kill them?" "Xiaohua, don't always think about killing people. Now that we are in the Tang dynasty, we must act like civilized people." Rosanna's voice drifted out slowly. "Let them follow. Let them follow." Both carriages stopped in front of Li Zheng's house. Xiaohua and Li Junxian looked at each other, and the situation was tense. Xiaohua is a guard and a murderer. Is Li Junxian a good person? Chapter 141. Chapter 141. The strong man locks up Li Junxian. "Friend, what do you mean by following me?" Xiaohua narrowed his eyes, his hand already grasping the steel knife. Li Junxian sneered, anger boiling in his heart. "I follow you. I think you are plotting something bad up ahead." Xiaohua groaned. "My master is of noble status. A commoner like you knows nothing. Leave now, or don't blame me for being ruthless." The sound of sand was cold, and the cool autumn breeze blew, making Li Junxian even more excited. This feeling is too familiar. The autumn wind is blowing coldly, and the battlefield is just two armies facing each other. Li Junxian, who has the blood of war flowing in his blood, suddenly became interested. "When I was killing the enemies on the battlefield, I never hesitated. Were you a mere guard? There is a noble person in your car, but not in mine. The most noble person in the Tang dynasty is here. Who are you, a villain? Oh, who is your master? Is it a mule or a horse? Take it out for a walk." Li Junxian was very proud. With the emperor behind him, he was naturally not panicked at all. Xiaohua's eyes were cold. "Do you want to fight?" "Ah, just in time. I haven't stretched my muscles in a while." "Please." Lier is in the carriage, his face is black now, and you two are fighting, and you're still being polite. "Li Junxian, we can spar, but just keep it to a certain point." "Yes." Lier got out of the car by himself and walked towards Li Zheng's yard with big strides. But before I reached the door, I heard a familiar shout. "Father, I'm here. Father, I'm Xiao Tai." Lier followed the sound and saw that Li Tai was on the tree. There was a tall sycamore tree in front of Li Zheng's house. It was not easy for trees to grow on Yushan Mountain. If you want the scenery here to be beautiful in the future, you have to deal with the stones. Li Zheng released all the pangolins. With them, things should improve in a few years. "Why are you climbing so high?" In front of Li Zheng, Li Er deliberately restrained himself and did not reveal his identity. The child missed his father and watched him come up from the mountain. Li Er's face darkened. "I told you to study hard with the teacher, but you actually climbed a tree?" Li Tai climbed down from the tree in no time. At the same time, Li Er was very familiar with the person under the tree. As soon as he saw Yuan Tiangang, Li Er burst into smiles. "Old Yuan, are you confident in my work?" Lier schmoil was training. Do you dare to say no? Behind Lier, a person slowly came out of the carriage, with a fragrant breeze blowing in his face. It turned out to be a woman. My guards are sparring with the guards of your family. People who practice martial arts always have this kind of hot-blooded spirit. Please don't blame me, sir. Haha, it's okay. I've explained it before. That's enough. That will be best. Lier was muttering to himself at this time. Although the woman was wearing a veil, she looked quite spectacular. As expected of an immortal, he has a really sharp vision. Ahem, girl, let's go in. Lier broke the awkwardness, and Yuan Tiangang and Li Tai on the side naturally led the way. What is Li Zheng doing now? Since there are guests coming, he naturally needs to prepare some food and drinks. Wang and Sai Shishir were busy marinating the meat. If you want to make pork delicious, you must get rid of the fishy smell. Make some cooking wine or something, marinate it for a while, and the fishy smell will naturally be gone. Hello, sir. Lier remembered what Li Zheng said. When there are outsiders present, don't call them immortal, but just call them sir. So it's old Liu and Miss Luo, Li Dan and Li Qing. Your Uncle Li is here. Li Zheng shouted, and in an instant, the west yard was in chaos. Li Dan and Li Qing were running in front, followed by a big yellow dog. Uncle Li, you are finally here. This is our new friend, Da Huang. Li Dan said excitedly and introduced his good friend, Da Huang, to Lier. Da Huang, go say hello to Uncle Li. The big yellow dog barked reluctantly, and Lier was instantly overjoyed. Okay, Li Dan, your little brain is getting smarter and smarter. You can even tame a big yellow dog. Li Qing pulled Lier's sleeve and said, Uncle Li, come here. I'll give you something delicious. Lier gestured to Li Zheng, and then he became childish and followed Li Dan and Li Qing to the west yard. Rosanna looked at Li Zheng and asked, when are you going to let me see the emperor? A letter arrived this morning, saying that the war in Persia was raging. It seems the letter was sent 3 months ago. Li Zheng smiled and said, Your Majesty is busy with many things. It's not easy. When the time comes, fate will naturally come. Yuan Tiangang nodded vigorously at the side. Yes, that's right. Teacher is right. When the time comes, fate has arrived. Li Tai was also applauding on the side. What the teacher said was very wonderful. The emperor of the Tang dynasty was right in front of you, but you didn't know who he was. It means we are not destined to be together. Fate. Then, Rosanna frowned. She was a little panicked. Haha. Fate is unpredictable, but I think it won't be far away. Li Zheng grabbed a big goose from the side. The goose made a cackle and looked a little scared. Today I'm going to make goose stew in an iron pot. Yuan Tiangang and Li Tai were already drooling. The name of stewed goose in an iron pot sounded delicious. Yuan Tiangang took the knife, Li Tai plucked the hair, and the east courtyard was in full swing. Outside the door, 2 men hugged each other, panting. If someone didn't know, they would think something shameful had happened between the two of them. Not only were they sweating profusely, but their faces were flushed as they looked at each other. If it's not a strong man locking up a man, then what is it? In this way, even if 2 people look at each other in the eye, they can still be seen as affectionate. Brother, your methods are very clever. I admire you. Shadowall was very excited. Finally met a real master. Since ancient times, people who practice martial arts have always liked to compete with masters. Li Junxian was also deeply moved. Brother, your skills are amazing. This knife is amazing. I admire you. Judging from your swordsmanship, you're not a local. Li Junxian asked for no reason. Shadowall was stunned, feeling that something was wrong with these words, but he couldn't figure out what it was. Li Junxian knew he had said something wrong the moment he opened his mouth, and his face turned red. His face is not a local face, so naturally he is not a local. It's funny to see that this person's knife skills are not from here. I'm from the western regions, a guard at the Persian royal court. Persian royal court? Shadowall nodded. I said the people in the carriage were of noble status, and there must be a reason for that. Li Junxian nodded vigorously at this time. This Shadowall was very straightforward. So he also said, the person in my carriage is on par with yours. We two have to keep this a secret. We must not let the noble know, otherwise. I understand, brother. Let's go in. Please. The two of them were polite to each other. Chapter 142, A Worldly Wise Approach. It turns out that not everyone likes to eat goose stewed in an iron pot. At least people in the north may like this kind of food, with a stronger flavor and extremely fragrant taste. But people who have been to the south don't seem to like it very much. Li Junxian, when he was a child, went to the Jiangnan region with his parents for a period of time. The resources there were abundant, and the food there was neither salty nor bland, which was fundamentally different from the heavy taste of the north. But when he saw others eating with relish, Li Junxian couldn't help it. Not only did he eat himself, he also urged Shaowan next to him to eat. These two guys are now in cahoots with each other. They're simply in cahoots. You two aren't going to fight anymore? Li Er asked with a smile while picking up some dishes. Li Junxian and Shachitu started shaking their heads like rattles. We're just sparring, Shaowan said seriously. Li Junxian chuckled. What we're sparring about isn't martial arts, it's fighting routines, and it's not about punches and kicks without words. Sparring isn't about killing, it's about the ways of the world. Li Zheng almost spit out a mouthful of rice. So you guys are using the worldly wisdom to play your game? I heard from Yuan Tiangang that you were on the verge of a fight at the door before, and you seemed determined not to give up until you beat the other party to death. There were too many guests today, so the children and women of the Li family ate in the side room. Only Rosanna, Shao, Li Er, Li Tai, Yuan Tiangang, Li Junxian, and Li Zheng could eat in the main hall. Li Zheng took out a scallion and said, Here, try this. We Tang people can't eat without this. I'm from Shandong. You know Shandong green onions. They're known all over the world. After Li Zheng finished speaking, he thought Li Er and others would be eager to try it. But he discovered a problem. Everyone was looking at him. Scallions were introduced to the Chinese region from the pre-Qing period. At that time, in the entire Qinghe County, Li Zheng was the only one who ate scallions in this way. Yuan Tiangang looked at Li Zheng from the side, his face full of anticipation, as if saying, Come on, show it. Li Tai also held the green onion properly, but he didn't know how to eat it. Li Zheng was not vague at all at this time. He rolled the pancake, green onion, and meat and put them directly into his mouth. Snap! After a crisp sound, juice came out from around the wrap, and Li Er's throat moved suddenly. Li Zheng, is it okay to eat like this? Li Zheng looked up and said, Old Li, be more confident and remove the word ma. After leaving the palace, Li Er no longer considered himself the emperor. At least that's what he thought. Today at Li Zheng's house, he had a lot of fun playing with the two little guys, Li Dan and Li Qing. The childishness that he hadn't had for many years was finally released today. But the big yellow dog was always on guard against him. Not as casual as when he was in front of Li Dan and Li Qing, and he never opened his belly in front of Li Er. Is this the spirit of killing? Am I not down to earth enough? At this moment, he looked at Li Zheng and was about to roll up the green onion when he suddenly heard Li Tai next to him shout, Delicious! Ever since Li Tai came to Li Zheng's house, he had no taboos when it came to eating. In the past 2 days, he followed Li Dan and Li Qing and learned bad habits. Onions and garlic are indispensable when eating. The people who eat them may not know what they feel like, but those who watch them eat will definitely think that the food is unusually delicious. In an instant, Li Junxian and Shaohua smiled at each other. The two guys who appreciated each other even took the pancakes and exchanged polite words, and then imitated Li Zheng's way of chewing them. Yuan Tiangang kept watching everyone eat until the end, when Li Er moved and even Rosanna moved, but Yuan Tiangang still did not move. He was very confused. Why did Master Li seem so carefree when he ate, as if he had seen through the world and returned to nature, and every bite he took was full of innocence? Why don't I have that feeling when I look at others? It's hard to describe this experience. Yuan Tiangang thought about it over and over again, but still couldn't find the words to express what he meant. When he also started to roll up the pancake with green onions, he suddenly had an idea. He looked at other people eating, and the food didn't taste like the immortal masters. After having a good meal and a good drink, Li Zheng asked Rosanna to wait for a while, and he took Li Er into his study. In the study, Yuan Tiangang and Li Tai stood beside Li Er, and outside the door was guarded by a capable guard like Li Junxian. But at this time, Li Junxian was so excited that he ate too much and kept burping. When he opened his mouth, he could smell the taste of green onions. Li Er's face was very dark. The wise and mighty emperor now wanted to curse. But the Li in front of him is an immortal, so he can't just curse at him. Of course, I am the emperor and he is an immortal, so it is always okay to complain a few words. My lord, the smell of these green onions is a bit. Hiccup. Rushing. Li abrupt angrili. Li Tai on the side laughed. Li Tai thought that this smile would make his father spoil him a little and teach him to eat less in the future and only eat until he is 70% full. But unexpectedly, when he looked up, he found that his sneer was met with Li Er's fury. How dare you laugh at me, kid? Li Tai quickly waved his hands. Father, it's not what you think. I'm not that kind of person. Don't think I won't punish you just because you're smart and clever. Lier had a dark face, while Yuan Tiangang beside him saluted respectfully. Your Majesty, His Highness's action was unintentional, so don't worry about it. This morning, the sky was filled with purple clouds. The immortal master calculated with his fingers that it must be the arrival of a distinguished guest. Your Majesty must have something extremely important to tell you when he left the palace. Only then did Li Er remember that he had come out for something. Haha, immortal, I have come here from the palace today to visit you for an important matter. Li Zheng slowly stood up and handed a fruit to Li Er. I don't know where the pears in Chang'an City were bought from. They are very juicy, and eating one after a meal is very thirst-quenching. This, Li Er took the pear handed to him by Li Zheng and was a little confused. My lord, what I mean is, no hurry, your majesty. We need to digest our meal after eating. We can't rush. Let's rest first. Li Er's heart suddenly skipped a beat. There is something behind the words of the immortal. Is this a hint to myself that I can't be impatient with potatoes, but have to wait for the entire Tang army to digest them and wait for specific distribution measures to be implemented within the army? The immortal is indeed very wise. In the past few days, Li Er discovered a problem. Although the Tang army had food, it still maintained its previous state and the morale of the army was not boosted, which made him a little puzzled. He was an expert in military affairs, but he was powerless. Was there something wrong with him? Looking at Li Zheng at this time, Li Er ate the pear with a crunch. The reason why Li Zheng gave Li Er the pear was that he felt that Li Er had eaten too many green onions and the taste in his mouth was a bit pungent. Chapter 143, Your Majesty, do you dare to take a gamble? Li Er looked anxious and embarrassed just now. Garlic and green onions are delicious, but the taste is really strong. So, Li Zheng let Li Er eat a pear to quench his thirst. At this time, Li Er had finished eating and his inner drama was over. Naturally, he could no longer hold back and asked, Sir, do you still have the earth essence from before? Haha, 100,000 pounds this time. Sir, 100,000 caddies is too little. I am the emperor of the Tang dynasty. The Tang army needs a large amount of food to pacify the grasslands and deal with the border troubles. It is very necessary. After Li Er finished speaking, Li Zheng roughly understood that Li Er now wanted to take advantage of the high morale of the Tang soldiers to defeat the Turks in one fell swoop and pacify the grassland. Li Zheng sighed. Your Majesty, what does it matter if we have food? The Tang dynasty has long suffered from the Turks. The Turkic steppes have spent decades developing a powerful military force, and it cannot be pacified overnight. If we force a fight, I certainly believe the Tang dynasty will win, but the outcome at that time may be extremely difficult to accept. After Li Zheng finished speaking, he looked at Li Er and let him make his own choice. Li Er's eyes flickered, and he fell in a deep thought. At this time, Yuan Tiangang and Li Tai stared at each other and fell silent. Of course, Li Tai knew what kind of person his father was. He was a powerful man who had long been known to be a god. There is a story that has been circulating in the palace. It is that on the battlefield that year, Li Er, accompanied by Yu Qigong and Cheng Yaojin, rode a horse and shook Lu Haida's 300,000-strong army. Of course, Li Tai knew many versions, and the version told by Li Er himself kept changing. At the beginning, there were 3,000 people, then 30,000, and then it developed further and somehow became 300,000 people. Things that can make him feel embarrassed must be things that are extremely difficult to decide. Although Li Tai was young, he knew that if he wanted to become emperor, he had to learn from his father. Yuan Tiangong's expression remained calm, his eyes full of wisdom. He knew that his majesty had to make a decision now. Today, on Mount Yushan, although your majesty's decision may seem simple, it actually determines the direction of the Tang dynasty in the future. That battle must be fought, but the question is, when and how? Is it appropriate now? Although Yuan Tiangang is not proficient in military affairs, he is good at fortune-telling. He is good at observation, understands people's livelihood, and knows the current situation of the Tang dynasty. If your majesty insists on going to war, will the Tang dynasty still have money to let the immortal master cultivate the essence of heaven and earth in the future? No. The most important thing to do now is to expand the financial channels of the Tang dynasty and boost the people's livelihood. Li hesitated. He looked at Li Zheng and said, Sir, what do you think I should do? Li Er is indeed a little confused now. Li Zheng's timing of appearance was also wrong, giving Li Er the wrong confidence at the wrong time. Let him think that he can fight now that he has food. But Li Zheng's food did not appear out of thin air, but actually required money to buy. This is fair and realistic. This is Li Er's dilemma. Li Zheng smiled faintly, slowly stood with his hands behind his back, and stood in front of the window. This issue is extremely complicated. In the early years of the Jingguan period of the Tang dynasty, both the national economy and the people's livelihood were problems. It can be said that after the Wei and Jin dynasties, the land of China was riddled with holes, and people finally found the foundation for their survival in the Sui dynasty. Now is the time to regain their confidence. When do people feel confident? Of course, when they have money in their hands, a sense of security in their hearts, and a home with land, a house, a wife and children. The Tang dynasty had none of these factors. However, the threat posed by the Turks still existed. Jelly Khan was considered a relatively outstanding politician and military strategist in Turkic history. Li Er is not bad either. He just has a different mission to carry. All Jelly Khan needed to do was to ensure that the Turks had enough food to eat. But Li Er was different. He wanted to ensure that people in the world had a solid foundation for life and no worries about food and clothing. The pattern determines the height. At this time, Li Zheng looked at Yuan Tiangang and Li Tai and said, "You two should go out first." Li Tai was obviously a little disappointed. It was a great loss for him not to be able to hear the immortal master's teachings to his father. Yuan Tiangang suddenly realized something. Things were about to change in the Tang dynasty. Perhaps the immortal master has already found a solution to these problems. The people of the Tang dynasty are blessed. The Tang dynasty is blessed. Yuan Tiangang pulled Li Tai out, and Li Junxian stood guard at the door with his hand on the knife, as if anyone who dared to break him would be faced with his bombardment of knife lights. Inside the room, Li Zheng looked at Li Er and said, "Your Majesty, you are the son of heaven, and you are the hope of the people of the Tang dynasty. The Turkic issue is a big deal, and the Tang dynasty issue is also a big deal. You don't have to solve one before you can solve the other." Before Li Zheng finished speaking, Li Er's eyes lit up. Over the years, he rarely thought about this problem. Even after ascending the throne, facing heavy pressure from court officials and so many accusations, he still insisted on his own views. But he did not realize one problem. That is, can external enemies and internal troubles be solved at the same time? It's not impossible. It's just a little difficult. Li Zheng also knows the hardships involved. What Li Zheng can provide at present is no military support, only food supply. The beginning is extremely difficult. Li Er, I know you are an extremely ambitious emperor, but you still have to be down to earth when doing things, although this does not affect your gazing at the stars. Your Majesty, despite all my words, the Tang dynasty is not strong enough, but it can become stronger. Since the time of Yin Huang, the Chinese nation has been distinct from other races. The Chinese people have worked tirelessly to open up the mountains and forests, not for war. Even the Qin Emperor and Han Emperor, despite their glorious military achievements, endured many years of hardship. Stability is the best promise they can make to the people. Li Er frowned. "My lord, I understand what you mean, but the Tang dynasty can't wait any longer." "I can't wait any longer." Li Zheng smiled faintly. "Why wait? Can't we just take the initiative? Do you want to be an emperor with a glorious reputation for the rest of his life? Or a role model for emperors whose reputation will be passed down through the ages? Do you want to be a steady king who never makes mistakes? Or do you want to be an emperor who shoulders the fate of the world? Do you want to be someone who is constantly hesitant and indecisive, helpless, and can only sigh in old age? Or do you want to be someone who is happy to avenge his enemies, who is daring, and who has no regrets about his life, heaven, earth, and the people before his death?" Li Zheng's voice became more and more fierce. He was stirring up the passion in Li Er's heart. As an emperor, one needs to suppress the passion in his heart. Otherwise, any wrong decision will bring disaster to the whole world. The most obvious example is King Zhou of Shang. Later generations say that King Zhou of Shang was incompetent and ruthless, but in real history, his extravagance was just a minor issue. Which emperor was not extravagant? Which emperor did not have 3 wives and 4 concubines, and 3,000 beauties in his harem? Chapter 144. Could it be a biological enemy? In a sense, King Zhou of Shang simply made the same mistakes that any emperor would make. There are many people who are more despicable than King Zhou of Shang. During the Wei, Jin, Southern, and Northern dynasties, many emperors ruined the Chinese nation because of their own whims. The country was torn apart for more than 100 years, and the turmoil made it difficult for later generations to let go. They are all worse than King Zhou of Shang. King Zhou of Shang's mistake was not with women, but with a fatal mistake that overthrew the rule of the Shang dynasty. People in later generations have understood history and know that King Zhou of Shang took in a large number of captives and used them as laborers. During years of war, a large number of captives began to rebel, leaving the country empty-handed. This led to the subsequent Battle of Jiulu. Li Er is facing the same situation now. If he makes a wrong move, he will lose everything. At this time, Li Er faced Li Zheng's questioning and began to think. His eyes were bright and sparkling. Although he was a young emperor, wrinkles already appeared on his forehead in less than half a year. His health has begun to decline, but his eyes became brighter and deeper, like the sun in the sky. Master, please make it clear that I am willing to give everything for the Tang dynasty. I don't know whether this is true or not, but when a person becomes an emperor, he definitely hopes that his descendants will still be emperors. There is only one way to achieve this, and that is to ensure that the Tang dynasty will last for thousands of years and remain stable forever. Your Majesty, do you want to play a big game of chess? Think. Okay, then I will stay in this mortal world and play some fun games with your Majesty. Li Zheng turned around and took out some papers from the table behind him, on which were written Li Tai's topics. How to break the class stratification and deal with the siege of clan rights by the 5 surnames and 7 aristocrats. Li Er looked at the papers and the words on them, and the expression on his face became more and more excited. In the end, his body began to tremble. He bowed respectfully towards Li Zheng. The wisdom of the immortal is beyond my reach. Your Majesty, I didn't say I wrote this. It was written by your son Li Tai. I just added fuel to the fire. Yuan Tiangang and Li Tai were waiting outside and were so bored that they just watched the big goose and the big yellow dog fighting. Creatures like geese cannot tolerate yellow dogs. Geese are naturally proud and think that all places are their territory. If anyone dares to invade, they will fight. The big yellow dog obviously didn't want to cause trouble. Its golden hair was shaking, and it didn't even want to lift its eyelids as it went in front of Li Dan and Li Qing. With the protection of their owner, the geese naturally did not dare to act rashly. They cackled angrily and returned home in defeat. Rosanna sat at the stone table, drinking water. Xiaohua was a little impatient. Master, who is this Li Zheng? How come he doesn't know how to respect others? You've been waiting for this long. Rosanna glared at Xiaohua. Your temper hasn't changed in all these years. I remember you hating evil and being impatient since we were little. I never thought you'd still be like that. Li Zheng and old Li naturally have something to say, so let's just wait here. The affairs of Persia do not allow Rosanna to be petty. There is no trivial matter in family and country, and the Tang dynasty is the only existence she can rely on now. Rely on the Turks? The Turks wanted to swallow up the entire Persian Empire. The Arabs and Tocharians had been coveting it for who knows how long. Suddenly, the door opened. In the east courtyard, there was hearty laughter. Li Er was extremely excited. The immortal's methods are very clever. I will go back and digest it well. I will send someone to get food tomorrow and also send copper coins. Li Zheng waved his hand. The copper coins are not for me. Just leave them outside the door tomorrow morning. Li Er looked at Li Zheng in surprise. That was 500,000 yuan. Aren't you afraid of losing it if you leave it outside the door? Li Er was naturally very happy when he got a satisfactory answer. Li Junxian finally smiled beside him. It seemed that His Majesty had gained a lot today. Li Junxian, tell Dai Zhou to send the money over overnight and cooperate with the immortal to take the potatoes away. 100,000 kilograms of potatoes is not a small number, and the transportation work will take at least the next day to complete. Rosanna walked over slowly at this time, and beneath her graceful figure was a heart that refused to give up. Li Zheng, it's my turn now, right? Li Zheng smiled faintly. Miss Luo, the person you want to see will naturally know that you want to see him, so just ask for it. Li Er was here, so he naturally knew about this matter. Trade was a good thing, since the money of the Tang dynasty could not be taken out of the hands of those nobles and gentry. It would be better to let foreigners come and do business and bring money to the people of the Tang dynasty. Before Rosanna could speak, Xiaohua frowned and said, Li Zheng, are you kidding us? Li Junxian also stood up at this time. How can you speak like that? You should be respectful when speaking to the master. Don't think that just because your master is of noble status, you could be so presumptuous to him. Do you want to fight? Ha, you think I don't dare? You dare. Bullshit. If I don't pin you to the ground and give you a good beating today, I'm not named Li. Xiaohua was not to be outdone and sneered. If I don't beat you up and strip you naked today, I won't be called Shadowah. Come on, come here, come here. Why should I go over there? Li Zheng was speechless. Are you two blood enemies? Weren't you fine when you were eating? Isn't the fight not about fists and feet, but about human relationships and social etiquette? Why has the social skills approach disappeared now? Lier and Rosanna looked at each other with calm expressions. In that case, I'll go back first. Li Zheng bowed and said, no thanks. As soon as Lier left the house, Rosanna asked anxiously, Li Zheng, you lied to me? Li Zheng quickly waved his hands. No, I don't know. Don't spread rumors. According to Tang Dynasty law, spreading rumors will result in a beating. Rosanna narrowed her eyes. Ha! Li Zheng, you said you wanted me to meet His Majesty, but you're so perfunctory today. Am I that easy to bully? Li Zheng was helpless because the emperor was right in front of him. Ha ha! Li Tai, Lao Yuan, you happen to be here too, so bear witness that I didn't bully a weak woman. Li Tai nodded excitedly, and Yuan Tiangang also nodded silently. You have also met His Majesty, the Great Tang. You could just go and ask for an audience with him. He will definitely give you an answer. Li Zheng shrugged and said, Rosanna still hadn't reacted at this time. Me? When did I meet the emperor of the Tang Dynasty? Could it be? Hiss. Rosanna was no longer calm. Could it be that the man just now was the emperor of the Tang Dynasty? Is this 14-year-old boy in front of me, named Li Tai, the prince of the Tang Dynasty? Chapter 145 Chapter 145 Revitalization Plan Step 1. In an instant, Shadowah also understood something, and his face changed drastically. Li Zheng, is that the emperor of the Tang Dynasty? Li Zheng Nudda. Who says it's not true? It's just that only the rich or the noble can eat at my house. We all get along in a normal way. Miss Luo, you should come and stay for a few days and get used to it. Rosanna didn't even blush when she heard what Li Zheng said. It was said that women from the western regions were bold and lively. When they met someone they liked, they would express their love boldly without any intention of hiding their emotions. That's not necessary. I'll enter the palace tomorrow. Rosanna was so angry that she was shaking all over. Her graceful body was rising and falling. The water was shimmering and the waves were surging. Li Zheng was a little overwhelmed for a while. Haha, since Miss Luo is going to the palace to meet the emperor, that would be the best. Humph, I won't need you to pass on messages from now on. Li Zheng did not answer, with a faint smile on his face, just stroking the big yellow dog's head. Rosanna's face was filled with anger and embarrassment. She had a great chat with Li Zheng last night, so why was he so unromantic today? Aren't you beautiful? From Persia to the Tang Dynasty, he had never met a man who was not attracted to him. Is it that the boy is too young? After I meet the emperor, I will come to see you again. Shadowah snorted coldly, followed Rosanna's footsteps, and hurried out. Yuan Tiangang smiled at this time. Congratulations, master. You have won another heart. Li Zheng glanced sideways. Old Yuan, what you said is not very authentic. Am I that kind of person? No, of course not. Yuan Tiangang was talking nonsense. How could the immortal master be disturbed by the mortal world when he travels in it? There was never a lack of flattery in the palace, but when the heir wanted to hear the truth, no one would tell him. Isn't that a strange kind of flattery between the lines? Even a straightforward minister like Wei Zheng would leave a little room for Li heir to back down. Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui had met Li Zheng before. They had witnessed the miracle on the Wei River with their own eyes and were now convinced of Li Zheng. Do you two understand what I mean? After Li heir told Li Zheng's thoughts about the 5 surnames and 7 families, Du Ruhui and Fang Xianling felt a surge of emotions. Your Majesty, this is indeed a good idea. Your Majesty, I agree. Scholars across the world who wish to succeed and serve the Tang Dynasty must be able to endure hardships. However, the current world situation cannot be solved simply by enduring hardships. Fang Xianling stood up, bowed, and said, if the 5 surnames and 7 noble houses remain, they will intermarry. In the end, the court will be filled with people from the 5 surnames and 7 noble houses. Your Majesty will no longer be your Majesty. The country will no longer be a country, and the people will not have peace. Well, this method was told to me by the immortal. Although the immortal did not specify how to do it, the method of the imperial examination must be taken seriously. From now on, the 2 of you will be in charge of the imperial examinations. The world's best and brightest will surely come to Chang'an, and all will fall within my grasp. Fang Mao and Du Duan, the 2 men who formed the backbone of the Tang Dynasty's prosperous Jingguan era, looked at each other in bewilderment. Why was His Majesty so careless today? Could it be because of the immortal's guidance? But the imperial examination is not something that can be achieved in a day. Your Majesty, I have something to say. Go ahead. Lier had already given the order, so he was naturally a little impatient. Going out to eat was not considered impatience. He just wanted to go back quickly and think carefully about what Li Zheng said. The imperial examination system is extremely crucial. I believe that there are still not many people in the Tang dynasty who study. I am afraid that we won't see any results in the next 10 years. The found it. I agree with what the immortal said. A century-long plan relies on education. If we don't start today, I'm afraid that in 10 years, the Tang dynasty will still be the same, while the 5 clans and 7 families will only grow stronger. If Tang dynasty scholars want to pass the imperial examinations and become Tang dynasty officials, they must go through the imperial examinations. From today on, we will open up new avenues and build schools. Anyone of appropriate age must attend. Duru Hui's eyes flickered. Your Majesty, if this were in Chang'an, it wouldn't be difficult to accomplish. But in a remote place in the countryside, I'm afraid the people would starve to death without this child's labor. Lier didn't care about that. Would the people of the Tang dynasty have less food for a year if one of their families had one less child to farm the land? When it comes to land, 7 parts are determined by nature, and 3 parts depend on human diligence and hard work. Since the harvest will not change much after having one more child, why not let the child go to elementary school? The immortal said that if that child's ancestors had only been farming for generations, the people of the Tang dynasty would have lost hope. A nation without hope will rebel. Lier stood up and said, "You too, water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it." The 2 ministers, the 2 prime ministers, were both Lier's confidants. To them, this sentence was like a huge rock falling into a pond. For a moment, the water splashed, and the 2 felt their hearts surging in their minds. As expected of an immortal, this sentence reveals the true meaning of being an emperor. Your Majesty, has the immortal returned? I would like to pay you a visit. Lier frowned. The immortal is busy. I have asked Li Tai to study with him. The future of the Tang dynasty depends on you. If my child is not capable, I will replace him. Fang Xuanling's heart was as clear as a mirror. His Majesty kept talking about the immortal. It seemed that he had indeed realized something through his contact with the immortal. Moreover, Li Tai, the smartest child in the entire royal family, was also sent to the immortal realm to study. That meant that the throne of the Tang dynasty in the future. Your Majesty, what about the crown prince? Duru Hui did not want chaos in the world. The crown prince was destined by heaven, and the firstborn child would be the crown prince. No one wanted to repeat the tragedy of Lier, and no one wanted an unhealthy trend to emerge in the royal family of the Tang dynasty, to become emperor by killing one's brothers. No more talking. I'll show you something good. Lier cleverly avoided the topic. There is a curfew in Chang'an tonight, but the carriages coming and going seem to never stop. On Yushan Mountain, at the door of Li Zheng's house, there was a huge box filled with copper coins. Li Zheng looked at the copper coins in the box and shook his head and sighed. How long can this money last? He doesn't even know how to save money. This was said to Lier. There were so many things in the Tang dynasty that needed money to settle. Wouldn't it cost money to open warehouses to provide disaster relief? Wouldn't it cost money to purchase food? Lier spent money like water for potatoes. However, 5 cents per pound was still affordable for Lier. This time, the 5 surnames and 7 families are trying to scare the tigers, and they are probably going to panic. Especially the Zheng family of Xingyang. Those people in Xingyang are probably unable to sleep at night, fearing that the current emperor will give them a wake-up call. With a wave of his hand, the copper coins went into the warehouse in the super farm system. Chapter 146. Chapter 146. Let the world feel happy together. Carriages sped back and forth, and the palace seemed to become bustling. A long line of carriages headed towards the outside of Chang'an City, as if heading towards Yushan. There is a curfew in Chang'an tonight, and no one is allowed to go out. The people of Chang'an in the Tang dynasty finally experienced what those people in Luoyang felt. I just couldn't sleep all night, and I watched the soldiers marching rapidly on Chang'an Juke Street through the cracks in the window. In some streets, there were people looking at the soldiers with cold eyes and sneering smiles on their lips. Brother, what are they doing? Aha! Is Li Shimin trying to poke a hole in Chang'an? This is already the 2nd curfew recently. Brother, we still have to take revenge, but Li Shimin never shows up. It's better not to show up. If he showed up every day, I tell you, I would have succeeded in assassinating him long ago, humph. The people who were talking faced each other, their faces full of anger. Let's not talk about it anymore. The prince was very kind to us back then. Li Shimin didn't come out because he was afraid of our reputation. I just don't know where the other brothers from the Changlin army have gone. If someone were here, they would definitely find out that this group of people were the Changlin army organized by Li Yuanji back then. They were the real hooligans and ruffians in Chang'an. What they did before was to serve Li Yuanji and Li Jiansheng. They take care of things that the prince is not convenient to do, and they also do the dirty work that the prince cannot do personally. Just like the minions of Li Yuanji and Li Jiansheng. But good days are always short-lived. This summer, there was a deafening cry of killing outside the Xuanwu Gate, and then they found that many of their brothers seemed to have disappeared completely. Afterwards, they were even more surprised to find that the brothers who did not have time to escape were also thrown into prison one by one and never appeared again. They hated him so much. In their eyes, Li Shimin was not worthy of being emperor. He is a villain who usurped the throne. Then some people from the Changlin army began to spread the news that Li Shimin was a disaster to the world and was the reincarnation of a monster. Then the few remaining troops of the entire Changlin army were reduced to a dozen or so again. Today, there are only 3 of them left. Brother Wu, aren't you well informed? When will Li Shimin be able to leave the palace? The man called Wu De was not tall, but he had a fierce beard on his face. As the saying goes, if you lack height, you can make up for it with a beard. The other 2 men had strange faces like the rocks in a graveyard, with weird shapes, and it was obvious that they were not good people. The 3 of us don't dare go out. Although I'm well informed, we'll be questioned as soon as we go out. It won't be easy to deceive those officers and soldiers in Chang'an. Brother Wu, we don't need to be afraid. At worst, our heads will fall off, but we'll just have a big scar and be a brave man again in 20 years. The wrinkles on Wu Da's face were stretched out, and a smile like a chrysanthemum appeared on his face, but there seemed to be some helplessness and other meanings in this smile. What about 20 years later? What about losing heads? What kind of people were in the Changlin army at that time? Others might not know, but didn't he know? What do you mean by well-informed? The ones being deceived are these 2 hotshots. There was no other way. I had to survive. I didn't dare go out during the day, so at night, I went to the casino in King Longfang to work as a waiter and stole some things when I had nothing to do. This was the only way I could make a living. Not stealing? Not robbing? Why? His Majesty the Third Prince was so kind back then, and we enjoyed a few good days. Now listen to me. We should bide our time and make money. We'll go to the King Longfang casino tomorrow, and once we've made enough money, we'll make a comeback. Wu De continued to fool these 2 guys. You know what? As soon as Wu De spoke, the 2 men's eyes started to glow green, and they were extremely excited. It's no different from cheating anyone. Liars in this world are always sanctimonious. The 2 guys squatted at the window, watching the soldiers rushing to and fro on the street outside, and they fell into deep thought. The cars flow like water, and the horses ride like dragons. Maybe this is the palace tonight. 100,000 kilograms of potatoes were piled up in the Taiji Hall. Li Junxian was helpless. Your Majesty, why don't we put it in the palace storehouse? Li Junxian, are you teaching me how to do things? Li Er said indifferently. The first time the immortal appeared, he threw out 100,000 kilograms of potatoes out of thin air. Now, we're still putting them here. Not only now, but in the future, there must be a place like this in the Taiji Hall to store the things given by the other immortal. When Li Junxian heard this, his forehead was immediately filled with black lines. So he began to seek help from Du Ruhui and Fang Xianling, 2 prime ministers of the Tang dynasty. At this time, Du Ruhui was yawning repeatedly, and when he saw the potatoes, he became excited. Your Majesty, although the Taiji Hall is nice, is still a bit small. Why don't you choose a place in Chang'an to store it? What is the Taiji Hall? The front is the palace where the emperor holds court, and the back is the imperial study. And in the middle, there's a pile of grain? That's too unsightly. Li Er heard this and said, My dear minister, there is no need to persuade me. I have already decided that the Taiji Hall will be converted into a warehouse. As for the Taiji Hall being occupied, the affairs of the original Taiji Hall will be transferred to Ganlu Hall. Everyone frowned. Ganlu Palace is the place that the current emperor of Tang Dynasty least wants to go after ascending the throne. Of course, Li Er had never been to Ganlu Palace since he was a child, especially after Li Yuan became emperor. He is not qualified to go. There is only one person who can go to Ganlu Palace to rest and live, and that is the prince. Li Er is not the crown prince, so naturally he cannot go. Even after Li Er became emperor, he didn't want to go. He wanted to tear down the Ganlu palace many times, but was stopped by his ministers. Now, His Majesty is actually using the Ganlu palace? All this is because of the immortal named Li Zheng. As expected, no matter how great the hatred is, it will disappear in front of the immortal. Li Er was the first to enjoy the 100,000 kilograms of potatoes. Recalling how Li Zheng roasted potatoes, Li Er was also not vague. Late at night in the palace, a large group of soldiers stood in the Imperial Garden. In the Imperial Garden, Li Er's face was smoked black like charcoal, but his two eyes shone in the moonlight. He was thinking about how to use these potatoes and whether the distribution in the army was reasonable. How was the imperial examination conducted in the Tang dynasty, and how was intermarriage between the 5 surnames and 7 families prevented? 10 years is too long. I must seize the day. If I were the immortal Li Zheng, what would I do? Li Er picked up a potato that was almost baked, gently peeled off the skin, and then began to suck it and put it into his mouth. This feeling of satisfaction is great. But Li Er didn't want to just have fun himself. He also wanted the people of the world to have fun with him and have enough food to eat together. Chapter 147 Chapter 147 The Honest and Beard-Faced Guest. Li Er did not hesitate at all and did not give Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui any chance to refute. Since the matter had been decided, let's do it. My mind is made up, just do it. Every minister, from childhood to adulthood, fantasizes about having an unprecedented and shocking love affair with his country, from elementary school to the imperial examination, all the way westward without any remorse. The word country is more attractive to these ministers in the world than any woman. Love is not expressed in words, but in actions. This has been the case with the relationship between officials and the state since ancient times. There are many people who are eloquent, but there are more people who work in a down-to-earth manner. Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui looked at each other. Your Majesty, are you planning to activate the Ganlu Palace? Prime Minister Fang, if we activate the Ganlu Palace, won't we be impeached by the ministers? Prime Minister Du, you've forgotten that although His Majesty cherishes his reputation, when the world's great trends are moving forward, His Majesty is always the one who can seize the trend. Du Ruhui stroked his beard and paced back and forth. Prime Minister Fang truly sees things clearly. Just now, Your Majesty said that Xiang Zhuang's sword dance was aimed at Pei Gong. He was ostensibly using these potatoes to occupy the Taiji Hall, forcing him to use the Ganlu Hall. In fact, they're using this opportunity to weaken the status of Ganlu Palace. How smart! Both ministers were Li Er's right-hand men, and both were smart people in the world. It was easy for them to see what Li Er meant. Only Li Er was standing alone in the Taiji Hall, looking at the huge pillars. If these pillars could be removed, he would certainly do so and use them to store potatoes. A person slowly walked out beside Li Er. Your Majesty, do you really want to use this Taiji Hall as a cellar? No? Daizhou, what do you mean? Your Majesty, I believe that the Taiji Hall is of great significance and can certainly be used as a cellar. After all, the mountains of potatoes in the Taiji Hall mean that the people of the world have enough to eat. Daizhou bowed respectfully and continued. But Your Majesty, have you ever considered whether it would be better to build another one? Daizhou still didn't know what Li Er had gotten from the so-called immortal. But looking at the pile of potatoes, he understood that His Majesty did not waste the money in vain. Since the huge Taiji Hall is to be used as a warehouse, it is not advisable to waste resources, so why not build a warehouse? Your Majesty, you will certainly receive more from the gods in the future. Although this Taiji Palace is already the largest palace in the Tang dynasty, it is only a palace after all. The goods will increase in the future. Li Er was very pleased. Daizhou was like a pillow sent to him when he was sleepy. He was worthy of being the Minister of Revenue appointed by him. Daizhou, I think so too. The immortal said that there will be more food and vegetables in the future. The Taiji Hall alone will not be enough. I also plan to build a place specifically for storing these foods. Daizhou bowed. Your Majesty, please leave it to me. This warehouse will be completed in no time. Li Zheng had said long ago that there was no need to worry about the storage of these potatoes, and Li Zheng was not lying about this. If the potatoes are all grown in the soil, then storing them may be a problem. After all, they may go bad if they are exposed to the strong sun every day. But there is no need to worry about storage for potatoes from super farms. At this time, Li Er took out a roasted potato from behind his back with a smile and handed it to Daizhou. When the fragrant smell emanated, Daizhou's eyes widened. Thank you, your majesty, for the reward. When the three northern rivers were defending against foreign vassals, the soldiers inevitably missed home. The cold wind blew, and although it was not the coldest time of the year, Li Jing could already feel the longing in the hearts of the soldiers. Brother, do you miss home? As soon as Li Jing finished speaking, the tall guy beside him laughed and said, Second brother, as soon as I see you, I won't miss you anymore. Brother, the world is your home. Wherever there are brothers, that's home. If this isn't the bearded guest, then who else could it be? The bearded guest had his teeth pulled out by some people in Qinghe County, and the blame was naturally put on the Song family. When Li Jing published a letter to question the matter, Cui Mu directly pushed Song Li and Song Yang to the forefront. These two people are already dead. There's no more death. But someone has to be punished. As a result, the Song family became scapegoats, and the descendants of the Song family who were exiled to remote places were dragged out one by one, regardless of gender, and became coolies. But what is puzzling is that in these days, the teeth in the bearded man's mouth have grown back. Although they are still relatively tender, at least they do not affect his eating. For the bearded man, it seems that as long as he eats well, he can grow wildly. His muscles became strong and powerful again, and his whole body exuded a strong, masculine aura. Even in the military camp of millions of troops, he stood out. In order to show off his muscles, the bearded man's favorite thing to do is to stroll around the camp shirtless. Li Jing looked at his sworn brother and sighed. Brother, don't worry. We will return to Chang'an another day. Hey, what's wrong with this borderland? Li Jing, I'm not the kind of person who covets wealth and fame. Li Jing smiled bitterly in his heart. You are indeed not a person who covets wealth and fame, but you are a man who dares to kill people just to save the country. Wasn't it good to be in the Tang dynasty? He had to become a pirate, fighting the Japanese, the people from the Ryukyu Islands, those from the distant seas, and those from the southeast. Later, he would occasionally harass Feng Ong in Lingnan. Li Jing now wondered if his brother was born to like making trouble, like fighting, and was always busy. Second brother, you don't know this. I don't have many brothers in my life, but I will never let any of my brothers suffer any loss. I had nothing to eat at sea some time ago, so I had to become a pirate. Although the people under my command were extremely vicious, they're all dead. Big brother, you can come out this time. I have already thought about it. The bearded guest stood up, holding a huge leg of lamb in his hand, and said, I want to join your army, brother, and earn some military merits for you. When Li Jing heard this, he was filled with gratitude. The bearded man actually joined the army and was willing to contribute his strength to the Tang dynasty. This is a rare thing. Brother, I'm very happy that you are willing to join the border army. All the glorious military achievements are yours, and I absolutely cannot take them away from you. The bearded man was not the kind of person who could stay content. His eyes flickered as he looked at Li Jing, who had forgotten his true nature in his joy. Second brother, I want to go to the Turkic steppe and try it out. I, your eldest brother, have always wanted to fight the Turks. Then I'll give you 50,000 soldiers and horses. The bearded guest grinned. 50,000 is too much. 5,000 is enough. In a month, the 5,000 soldiers will return. By then, I will establish my own power on the grassland. After the bearded guest finished speaking, Li Jing's face turned green. Chapter 148 Sparks Fly. Li Zheng hugged Arya and immersed himself in the gentle embrace. Li Zheng, you're poking me. Li Zheng, you're pressing my hair. Since ancient times, it seems that when women face men, especially when they sleep in the same bed, they always say the same few words. After the classic hair press, Li Zheng also felt bored. Arya, go to sleep. No, I want to hear your story about following the immortal. Li Zheng smiled and looked at the star-speckled embroidered cloth above the bed. In fact, immortals are just people who have transcended vulgar interests. Why? Are you interested in this? Arya's big eyes blinked, and she snuggled into Li Zheng's arms. Suddenly, a fragrant breeze blew, and Li Zheng felt a little itchy. Okay, let me tell you a story about Jiang Ziya. When Arya fell asleep, Li Zheng slowly calmed down and entered the system. 5 acres of corn have matured. Li Zheng broke off a corn kernel and smelled the unique and satisfying fragrance of corn. In the super ranch, Li Zheng saw oxen working all over the mountains and sheep walking everywhere, and Li Zheng was very excited. The mammoth is now bullying small animals everywhere. The little rabbit is fine. After all, if it hides, the giant can't find it. But where can you hide cattle and sheep? Li Zheng had a dark face, pulled the mammoth's big ears, and tried to persuade it kindly. You said you were messing around? You're not messing around. Look at the cow hair and wool on your horns and the black dirt on your tusks. Why don't you have martial ethics? The mammoth looked aggrieved, and its big nose swept across Li Zheng's face, obviously acting coquettishly. I want a hug. Li Zheng put his hands on his hips and said, I can't hold you. After the third wave of oxen breeding was completed, Li Zheng himself couldn't understand the current number of cattle. There were too many of them. However, there is good news. The super ranch has been upgraded. The super ranch has now reached level 8, and Li Zheng immediately bought a new shack. According to the reproductive capacity of the super ranch, it may not be long before Li Zheng can lead a large army of animals to sweep the world. Even though the little rabbits are so cute and have no fighting power, they can't be defeated by their large numbers. The pangolin went first, digging out the ground, and the little rabbit followed closely behind, making a mess. Just when the enemy was overjoyed, the cattle and sheep rushed forward and the elephants attacked. The picture is so beautiful. Li Zheng made a sound. What new animals have been unlocked? The system panel lit up at this time. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked a new animal, the mandrill. Li Zhen Fronat. Mandrill? Isn't this a kind of monkey? After unlocking the monkeys, Li Zheng had no intention of raising them. After all, there are too many monkeys and it would be difficult to manage them. Besides, there are not many trees on the grassland. When Li Zheng thought of this, he suddenly discovered some problems. At the border of the endless grassland in the distance, there seemed to be a lush forest. What you say is what you say. Raise 8 nests of mandrills. Mandrills alone are definitely not enough. We also need monkeys. As for what use are these guys? They are very useful. After all, wherever Li Zheng points, they will hit. In the real siege, this can be equivalent to the presence of millions of intelligent soldiers. When a mandrill appears, its ghostly face can easily scare the enemy. As Li Zheng begins to sort out the roles of animals in the super ranch, he also begins to think about how to deal with future changes. After planting 5 acres of corn in the super farm, Li Zheng fell into a deep sleep. When Li Zheng woke up early in the morning, he found 2 more people at his door. If not Rosanna, then who? Look at the sun. It seems to have just risen. Why is it here so early? Is there something wrong? Rosanna walked in with her hands behind her back, without any courtesy, and sat down at the stone table in front of Li Zheng's door. You have to take responsibility. Arya had just finished dressing up, and the moment she came out of the house, her eyes met Rosanna's. Rosanna was not wearing a veil today, and when the 2 women saw each other, a strange smell suddenly began to fill the air. Li Zheng smiled faintly. Miss Luo, I need to discuss what you said with my wife. Wait here for a moment. After saying that, Li Zheng pulled Arya into the house. Rosanna looked puzzled. Does this matter of going to the palace to meet the emperor need to be discussed with your wife? Who is your wife? But to be honest, that girl is really pretty. At that moment, Rosanna herself felt ashamed of herself. Rosanna's beauty is recognized throughout Persia. In her entire life, she has never met a woman who makes her feel ashamed of herself. But just now, in front of this woman, she subconsciously avoided eye contact. At any time, no one dared to look her in the eye, especially women. Master this. Shadowal was a little unhappy. His master was of noble status, so why did problems always arise here? It's okay, just wait for him for a while. There's always a kind of competition between beauties. No matter how you see others, you will always compare them with yourself, especially beautiful women. Seeing that the other party has such a husband, Rosanna would naturally feel indignant. In terms of status, family background, ability, and beauty, I seem to be no worse than that woman just now. Why is her husband such a powerful person? What about me? I'm still single now, and I feel jealous. There was a sour smell in the air. Li Zheng looked at Arya's face at this time and was very puzzled. Don't think too much. She is the one who saved your mother and my mother. She came here today for other reasons. It's definitely not what you think. Arya pouted. When had the beautiful Zheng Liwan ever been treated like this? The confidence in her beauty since childhood made her accustomed to countless flatterers. But when she came to Li Zheng looked at her as if she were an ordinary person. You don't have to explain to me, and I don't want to hear it. That's what happens when a woman gets angry. You don't want to hear why you're so gloomy. Rosanna is also a miserable person. You share the same suffering. You were kicked out of your home, but she has a home but can't return. She can go back, but after you go back, whether your home still exists is another matter. Arya has been enduring all this time and has never been able to vent her emotions. When she heard that Rosanna had the same experience as her, she suddenly felt a little empathy in her heart. We are both wanderers in this world, so why should we roll our eyes when we meet? Seeing that Aria's mood was right, Li Zheng continued to comfort her. Everyone has their own helplessness. You have yours, and she has hers. As for us, we can only do what we should do and live a good life. If you can help others, then you should help them a little, right? Chapter 149. Rekindling the Banner of Persia's Hope. People always think that sparks fly between men and women, but they don't know that sparks fly between beautiful women as well. Sometimes this spark will start a prairie fire, and sometimes this spark will ignite the hope of love. This is true for both sparks, regardless of gender. This time, Arya's eyes became gentler when she looked at Rosanna. Why? If you don't go yourself, what do you mean by asking me to go? Li Zheng got straight to the point. This woman from the western regions is thick-skinned. She is not a woman from the Tang dynasty. She traveled across mountains and rivers from faraway Persia not to chat, but to trade for money and for Persia. In fact, Li Zheng knew that the demise of Persia was an inevitable trend and no one could avoid it. Even if Rosanna went to see Li'er and Li'er agreed to send troops, so what? The wheel of history took on the form of Arabs, ruthlessly rolling over the face of the Sassanid Empire, leaving behind a string of oil hopes fluttering in the wind. Perhaps this is the legendary saying that too much is as bad as too little. At their peak, the Sassanid Empire of Persia, the Kushan Empire of India in Central Asia, the Eastern Han Dynasty in East Asia, and the Roman Empire in Europe were known as the four countries that dominated Europe and Asia. By the Tang Dynasty, it was still in decline and could not be recovered. The big tree is about to die. How can it be saved? Rosanna's last hope had actually been shattered long ago, simply because she was involved in the game. I'm not familiar with His Majesty of the Tang Dynasty. Even if I had the Persian king's order, I would not be able to get His Majesty to send troops to support us. Since the Emperor of the Tang Dynasty can eat at your house and chat with you, then you must be of extraordinary status. Li Zheng shook his head. My identity is actually very ordinary, but you regard me as extraordinary. You are like this, and so is your majesty. Persia is gone, Rosanna. You should think about your escape route. As soon as Li Zheng finished speaking, Shadawa suddenly became extremely furious. What did you say? You're talking nonsense. My Persian Empire is incredibly powerful. How can a child like you discuss this? Shadawa had already pulled out the knife in his hand. If Li Zheng dared to say another word, his head would fall off on the spot. At this time, Li Zheng smiled faintly. What? Are you dissatisfied? The Persian Empire is already falling apart. I'm just telling the truth. Say that again. Shadawa was furious. Rosanna's face looked ugly at this time, and her already fair face became even paler. Are you telling the truth? Others don't believe Li Zheng, but Rosanna does. After all, the person who can make the emperor his friend is not an ordinary person. This person is definitely not an ordinary person, as he can make the Tang dynasty's imperial master become his disciple wholeheartedly. I need to consider what he said. But Rosanna was unwilling to accept it. How could he fail when his brother was so powerful and so wise? Persia will surely rise again and return to its glory. But when this thought popped in her mind, she suddenly realized that she seemed to already know the result. The man in front of me, no, it should be said that he was just a boy. He stood there, and every word he said seemed to be irrefutable. Li Zheng, tell me, is what you said true? It's true. Li Zheng sighed. If you don't believe me, you can wait 10 years and see. I will help you with whatever you do in the meantime. Is there really no chance? Rosanna's eyes moved, mixed with moisture. Li Zheng knew that this was not impossible, but the Sassanid Empire had indeed become a distant memory. The only chance was to let Rosanna rebuild a new empire. The new empire must break down the old system, abandon the old traditions, and appear in this world with a brand new look. Such an empire requires too much effort, and she cannot accomplish it alone. The collapse of a building is not something that can be accomplished overnight. Before the building collapses, the corrosive forces day and night have already made the entire building unsustainable. Why keep a building like this? Keep it for the new year? Rosanna, Miss Luo, if you want to restore the glory of the Persian Empire, I'm afraid it's impossible. The Persian Empire's trend is irreversible. As soon as these words were spoken, Rosanna's eyes lit up. She felt the different meaning in Li Zheng's words. This won't work, but there may be other ways. Please enlighten me, sir. Is there any other way? Li Zheng smiled. Rosanna was indeed smart. It's not a strange idea. If the old doesn't go away, the new won't come. If the wildfire can't be extinguished, it will grow again in the spring breeze. It's impossible to restore the old Persian Empire, but you can build a new one. A new empire? Rosanna's eyes seemed to be illuminated by fire. At this moment, her eyes were filled with a light that should have been extinguished, but at this moment it was ignited by an unknown flame. The torch was created to preserve the fire. By preserving the fire and passing it on, civilization can continue and wisdom can be passed on. But that's not easy, right? Of course it's not easy. Li Zheng said without hesitation. The old system is a huge mountain weighing down everyone. No one can immediately break away from the old past, unless the new order gives them hope and time to tolerate and adapt. Why did Persia fall? The old ideals were lost somewhere, and new ideals have yet to emerge. If there's a new ideal, I hope it is you. If you are the new light, then in the Sassanid lands above the mountains, there are those who will follow the light. If you are the only light, no matter what, in the darkness, you can always make people see you. Li Zheng is a continuous pyramid scheme 3 times. He had a bold idea, which was to let Rosanna establish a new regime through struggle on the original territory of Persia. This regime just happened to try to use a vision that was ahead of its time to copy an entire social system from later generations to see if it could be implemented in this dark and cannibalistic era. Thinking of this, Li Zheng looked at Rosanna. Even if you don't have many people around you right now, even if you're in dire straits and can't even protect yourself, you must understand that if someone is willing to follow you, you must shine and contribute. A single spark can start a prairie fire. In an instant, Shadawa's face turned red. For some reason, he always felt that the sun was a little dazzling today. No wonder a Persian fortune teller had told him that hope lies in the east. It turns out that hope really is here. Rosanna felt mixed emotions. The situation of the Persian Empire was described so clearly by an Oriental man in such a casual manner. She had never thought about establishing a new country, but now she did. Chapter 150 Rhubarb, extraordinary. Mr. Li Zheng, Rosanna still can't fully understand it, but Rosanna knows what she should do. Li Zheng nodded. That's right. The Internationale is indeed loud and powerful. Come, learn from me. Sing with me. Arise, you starving and cold slaves. Arise, you suffering people of the world. As soon as Li Zheng opened his mouth, a majestic aura came over him, and in an instant, Shadawa felt his blood boiling. He is a killer, but also a suffering man, who is born willing to be a slave, who is born willing to be a tool for others. He has no choice. But now, Li Zheng seemed to have given him a reason to choose. In the autumn in Yushan, the early morning sunlight is a little dazzling at first, but then begins to fade. The dazzling light is only temporary. Only the lasting light and heat are the best gifts the sun gives to the earth. The method Li Zheng proposed was not just a spur-of-the-moment solution. Although Rosanna was just a woman, she was a member of the Persian royal family after all. At this moment, she reacted. Mr. Li Zheng, Rosanna is willing to be your slave. Please come out and help me. Rosanna knew that the power of resentment and anger could only be realized by the man in front of her. Although I couldn't quite understand the song just now, the flavor of it was indeed shocking enough. It seemed as if some force kept whispering in her ears. Rise up, you starving and cold slaves. Rise up, stand up. Rise up and kill them. Li Zheng saw that his words had taken effect, and then he waved his hand towards Arya in a very nonchalant manner. Come, my dear, come and chat with Miss Luo. We are both wanderers in this world, so why should we know each other before we meet? Arya is a true lady from a noble family. Although she has suffered a lot outside over the years, the noble aura in her cannot be erased by these hardships. A person's character can be seen at the age of 3. As the saying goes, it is difficult to change one's nature, and Zheng Liwan's nature is that of a daughter of a wealthy family. While Li Zheng was watching the 2 girls of equally extraordinary identities talking together, he gestured to Shadawa and quietly left the yard on the east side. In the yard, Li Zheng was petting the dog. The big yellow dog was particularly well-behaved today. It was naturally well-behaved when it saw Li Zheng. Li Zheng was the human being who gave life to it and its little brothers. But today he is not going to demolish the house or commit sins, which is a bit confusing. There was a tuft of white hair on the big yellow dog's head, and Shadawa saw it clearly. Mr. Li Zheng. Those words just now made Shadawa admire him wholeheartedly. Facts have proved that as long as you know how to fool people, you can not only conquer women, but also men. Shadow didn't know how powerful you are before, and I'm sorry for offending you. Li Zheng waved his hand. Haha, ignorance is not a crime. We Chinese never care about the angry shouts of the ignorant. Sir, I mean to say this big yellow dog is extremely unusual. Shadow caught Li Zheng's attention. What's unusual about the big yellow dog? When I met this big yellow dog, it was already dying and almost starved to death along with a group of cats and dogs. And now you tell me it's unusual? Hee, why is that? Shadawa's eyes flickered and his expression was extremely humble. Sir, all dogs in this world have the same coat color, which is common all over their bodies. If there is any abnormality in the coat color, it is not a big deal. Only the area between the eyebrows has an unusual fur color. This means it's definitely not an ordinary dog. In Persian terms, this is the dog of the king. What a pity. King's dogs are so rare. In Persia, I've only seen 2 since I was a child. Li Zheng looked at the big yellow dog in surprise. Big yellow, is what he said true? How could the big yellow dog understand these human languages? It just kept trying to get into Li Zheng's arms. How do you prove it? Simple. Find the most ferocious hunting dogs in Chang'an and see what they do when they see Da Huang. At this time, Li Dan and Li Qing came out to endorse, and Li Tai could not catch up with them. Brother, am I running fast? Da Huang, how fast can I run? Li Zheng's face darkened. The big yellow dog barked excitedly twice. Woof woof. Li Dan immediately ran away happily. When Li Tai passed by Li Zheng, he was out of breath and asked, Teacher, how come Li Dan and Li Qing can run so fast? Li Zheng was also a little puzzled. How could these 2 little guys possibly outrun Li Tai? One is 7, the other is 8. And what about Li Tai? 14. Li Tai is only slightly younger than himself. As for Li Zheng himself, although he was only 15 years old, his body had already reached the height of an average adult. He just looked extremely immature and didn't look like an adult. I don't know about that either, but Li Tai, why are you chasing them? The teacher gave us a task, and we had to complete it before we could go play. Li Dan and Li Qing finished it themselves, and then they insisted on taking my homework away. I had no choice but to catch up with them, get it back, and continue studying. Li Zheng smila taukuarli. So that's how it is. As soon as the big yellow dog's head was touched, it immediately knew what to do and rushed towards the west yard. When it appears, it looks as proud as a victorious general. Li Dan and Li Qing were having their sleeves pulled by it, and the rice paper in their hands was Li Tai's homework. Look, the big yellow dog still has to take action. Sir, this big yellow dog is truly extraordinary. Please wait here while I go to the city to find Hound. After Shadawa finished speaking, he rode down the mountain alone without caring about Rosanna. Li Zheng couldn't stop it. Hey, Da Huang, what's so special about you? Can you sing a little song? Can you play the supporting role? Li Zheng instantly remembered that among the crosstalk performers of later generations, there was a man named Da Huang, and he couldn't help laughing. The big yellow dog didn't know what Li Zheng was laughing at. When he heard Li Zheng's laughter, he immediately arched his head and licked Li Zheng's mouth. No, FFFF, I've brushed my teeth. For some reason, there are more monkeys on the territory of Yushan today. These monkeys have agile bodies and can climb over mountains and hills as if they were walking on flat ground. However, there are very few trees in Yushan Mountain. When these monkeys finally reached the woods, passers-by saw a horrifying scene. A dozen strange faces looked at them, making chirping sounds, which seemed to be excitement and fear. Ghost! Passers-by were frightened, but the monkeys were not afraid of them at all. The mandrill was commanded by Qin Yi to stand guard in the woods at the foot of the mountain. Whenever there was any movement at the foot of the mountain, Li Zheng would be the first to know. Now that we have mandrills, the next step is to have some monkeys, at least not so scary monkeys. Chapter 151, Chapter 151 Night Pearl, Life-Threatening Pearl. Lier is now sitting in the Taiji Hall. Since Dai Zhou has gone to build a new warehouse, when will the potatoes in the Taiji Hall be distributed? In the Tang army, the Zhuo had already started moving, while Lier was sitting on the dragon throne nearby, playing with a bead in his hand. The pearl did not belong to anyone else. It was the night-shining pearl that was found in Zheng Chun's home after he was arrested. The moon shines brightly over the sea, and the pearl is shedding tears. This night-shining pearl is a rare treasure, so Li Er naturally likes it very much. Li Junxian, come here. Li Er's voice was lazy, with a hint of complacency in it. When Li Junxian heard the Majesty's voice, he didn't want to go over. After all, he didn't know what kind of majesty he would have to face or what kind of problems he would have to face after going over. Li Junxian, What are you doing? Li Junxian appeared very reluctantly. He knew that His Majesty must be very proud now. With so many potatoes here, the Tang army would not lack food. It would be strange if His Majesty was not happy. A few days ago, Your Majesty got a lot of money from the Zheng family and other wealthy families. Now he's a little bit arrogant. It would be really bad to undermine Your Majesty's confidence at this time. Your Majesty, I am here. Well, you're here. Take a look at this knight shining pearl in my hand. What do you think? Li Junxian raised his head slightly, feeling extremely shocked. The bead was as big as a fist, and it glowed brightly in the gloomy Tai Chi hall during the day. No wonder Li Junxian recently discovered that none of the windows in the entire Taiji hall were open. At first, he thought that His Majesty didn't want anyone to see Potato. But now it seems that it is not the case at all. Your Majesty, why is he playing with a night pearl? Your Majesty, let's put this thing away. Li Junxian mutaret. Li Er frowned, his face displeased. Li Junxian, what did you say? Speak louder. Your Majesty, I think this night shining pearl is not a good thing. Your Majesty should be careful. It is better to put it away for now. Li Junxian, I didn't expect you to fall for this. The ancients often said that the rare treasures in the world belong to those with virtue. Am I not considered a virtuous person? Li Junxian bowed. Your Majesty, I dare not speak rashly. Your Majesty is definitely not a person without virtue. It's just that this bead, no matter how I look at it, I always feel that something is not right. Li Er touched the beads, looking unconvinced. Tell me what's wrong. Your Majesty, when I was a child in Jiangnan, I also saw night shining pearls. At that time, some people said that night shining pearls do not emit light on their own, but absorb sunlight to emit light at night. Li Junxian said very seriously, I remember that when I brought this pearl back, it was placed in a box. Your Majesty has never taken it out to the sun. It is a bit strange that it shines like this. Li Er thought it made sense. Let's go to Jade Mountain and visit the immortal. Your Majesty, the Empress said that Your Majesty must handle official business in the palace and cannot leave the palace at will. The Queen also said. Li Junxian began to stammer. Oh, what did the Queen say? Li Er narrowed his eyes. No one in the harem was allowed to interfere in politics, but the Queen Zhongsun Wugo was an exception. She was his first wife and had followed him through life and death. Their love had long surpassed that of this world. Li Er never imposed any restrictions on Empress Chang's son. The Empress said that if Your Majesty must leave the palace, you must inform her. Li Er's beard was all curled up. What? Who should I tell? I am the Emperor of the Tang dynasty. Can't I leave the palace? The Queen is just a woman. Do I need to tell her clearly where I'm going? Before he finished speaking, a majestic voice came. Your Majesty, you are so angry. I heard that Your Majesty is in Taiji Hall today, so I specially made lotus seed soup and brought it here to warm Your Majesty up. This Taiji Hall is cold and damp right now, and even the windows are closed. Your Majesty should not stay here any longer. Li Er wanted to get angry, but he became timid in an instant. He was so arrogant and stern just now, but now he is the most henpecked husband in the Tang dynasty. When Li Junxian heard that the Queen was coming, he tactfully withdrew. As a subject, he should not worry about the affairs of His Majesty and the Empress. Li Er chuckled. Guan Yinbi, what are you doing? Your Majesty, I just heard someone say that I am a woman. No, who dares to say that? It must be Li Junxian. This guy is really asking for a beating. Tomorrow I will fine him 1 month's salary. That won't do. Your Majesty, why would you punish him? He's right. Li Er held the night pearl and smiled faintly. He couldn't let him continue talking, otherwise the secret would be exposed. Guan Yinbi, what do you think this is? Your Majesty, is this a night shining pearl? As soon as Empress Changsun saw the night pearl, she immediately became excited. This was copied from Zheng Chun's family. Just the Zheng family has such a treasure. It seems that the 5 surnames and 7 families have accumulated a lot of wealth. Having said that, Li Erqian licked the corner of his mouth, not knowing whether it was because of the attraction of wealth or the attraction of the tremella and lotus seed soup. Faced with the lotus seed soup on the table, no one in the Zheng family mansion in Xingyang City dared to touch it. Zheng Chun is the 3rd elder of our Zheng family. Although this generation of the Zheng family is not as prosperous as in previous years, it is not something that can be shaken by any random person. Starting tomorrow, the Zheng family will start to keep a low profile. At the same time, we'll find some spies and assassins. If anyone makes our Zheng family unhappy, will make them unhappy too. When such a decisive and murderous voice appeared, the entire Zheng family ancestral hall was in a state of silence. The Zheng family of Xinjiang has many people serving as officials in the court. Compared with the Chui family, it may be considered small, but compared with ordinary clans, it is already the ceiling. But when the new emperor ascended the throne, everything began to change. The newly enthroned young emperor seemed to have a special hatred for the 5 surnames and 7 families, and the question of whether the wealthy clans were secretly hoarding troops was raised more than once in the court. In private, they used even more diverse methods. No one knew how much money the 5 surnames and 7 families had spent recently, and even the officials in the court were dumbfounded. But none of the 5 surnames and 7 families dared to move. They knew that the Guanlong family was not to be trifled with. The current emperor dares to take action against his own family members, let alone them. Father, that man seems to be called Li Zheng, and he is from Qinghe County. Qinghe County? The old man turned slowly. Isn't that Chui's hometown? Father, I suspect that the Qinghe Chui family is behind this. Yeah, I understand. Li Zheng, who was far away in Yushan, was now explaining to Rosanna what it meant to surround the cities with the countryside and seize power by force, especially against the chaos in Persia. He told Rosanna directly that this was a long process. Rosanna knew the danger, and the more she listened, the more frightened she became. Mr. Li Zheng, I plan to move in here and study with you day and night. Li Zheng's heart trembled, and he looked at Arya. Would this girl misunderstand? Chapter 152 Chapter 152 Which Dog Dares to Make a Sound? Looking at Arya's appearance, Li Zheng sighed. Although having 3 wives and 4 concubines was very common in the Tang dynasty, it was abnormal for a strange woman to live in the house. Even if Li Zheng allows it, will Arya allow it? Does Shishir Wang allow it? Even if everyone agrees, doesn't Rosanna want to maintain her reputation? Reputation? She is Persian. What reputation does she need? Li Zheng was slow to speak, and Rosanna became anxious. Arya stood up and said, Come on, sister. My husband will tell you everything he knows. Women tend to be emotionally attached to each other. I don't know what kind of agreement Zheng Liwan and Rosanna reached. Why has Arya suddenly become so reasonable? Isn't she worried about Rosanna at all? Especially every time Arya saw Rosanna's high chest, she would always ask Li Zheng, How can I be like her? Upon hearing that Arya agreed, Rosanna looked at Li Zheng and said, Since my sister said it's okay, please answer, sir. This person is really going too far and is taking advantage of the situation. Li Zheng, don't want your body. You just need to stay away from me. It's okay for Li Tai and Yuan Tiangang to be here. After all, they're really learning from us. But what about you? You are a woman. Just before Li Zheng opened his mouth, a cry of surprise came from outside the door. Sir, look, your big yellow dog is the true king of dogs. When Li Zheng heard this, he heard bursts of dogs roaring. At some point, a mandrill appeared overhead and jumped onto Li Zheng's shoulder. In an instant, Rosanna and Arya turned pale. Li Zheng stood up and touched the mandrill on his shoulder. The mandrill knew what was going on and jumped onto the wall, then disappeared outside the courtyard wall. Only a series of chirping sounds remained for a long time. Outside the door, Li Zheng saw a big yellow dog and a dozen black hounds. Li Zheng remembered this thing. When he was in Qinghe County, he had seen the hunting dog in the home of Li's second uncle. He heard that it was extremely rare and ferocious, and ordinary families could not afford to raise it. Such a hound made Rosanna and Arya, who had just followed out, cover their mouths. Li Zheng, nothing will happen. Shadal, what are you doing? Li Zheng waved his hand and said, It's okay. At this time, Shawa saw Li Zheng coming out and said, Sir, look, this big yellow dog is just standing there. The dozen or so hounds dare not move. 2 of them are scared to pee. Li Zheng took a closer look. You wouldn't believe it. The hounds had extremely ferocious eyes. But if you looked closely, you could see that their hind legs were already trembling, as if they were facing an extremely terrifying existence. The big yellow dog was lying on the ground with a bright look in his eyes, as if the little guys in front of him were nothing but air, and he was licking his golden hair. No, it's not golden. It should be yellow hair. But the white hair between his eyebrows seemed to shine even more brightly at this moment. More than a dozen hunting dogs surrounded the big yellow dog, but none of them dared to move. Under the big tree in front of the door, the big yellow dog was strolling leisurely without even raising his eyelids. The hounds were already nervous. On the courtyard wall, Li Tai and the 2 little ones lay on the wall, covering their mouths, and dared not make a sound. Really? Li Zheng smiled faintly. Da Huang, it's time to go home. Normally, the big yellow dog would lie outside, not knowing what it was looking at. Now, when the big yellow dog heard Li Zheng's voice, it slowly stood up, and its hair shook a few times. The moment the hound saw the big yellow dog stand up, they all squeaked, wagged their tails, and walked meekly to the big yellow dog, sniffing around cautiously, as if trying to please it. The big yellow dog sneezed and barked, and the dozen or so hunting dogs ran down a mountain like crazy. The mountain path was mostly made of rocks, and the hunting dogs fell to the ground, grimacing in pain but not daring to cry out. Li Zheng was confused. Does this big yellow dog really have something? The king of dogs? Li Dan and Li Qing cover their mouths. So the big yellow dog is so powerful. Rosanna and Arya saw this scene through the crack in the door and breathed a sigh of relief. Li Zheng was also sighing in his heart at this time. He touched the big yellow dog's head and rubbed it gently. You are so amazing. From now on, you're not allowed to be aggressive. All our things, whether they are humans or dogs, must be treated well. If you want to fight, let other dogs do it. Li Zheng seemed to be lecturing, but in fact he was praising. At that moment, just now, the big yellow dog just stood up, and the hunting dogs, which were originally ferocious, suddenly became obedient. This reminded Li Zheng of a poem. If I don't speak first in spring, no insect will dare to make a sound. Li Tai was so excited. Look, I told you what I was saying. Your big yellow dog is absolutely amazing. Last time I played with it and forgot to wash my hands. After I got home, the hunting dogs in the palace didn't dare to get close to me. As soon as I got close, they peed all over the floor. Tell me quickly, you too, where did this big yellow dog come from? Li Dan and Li Qing had no idea about this. They were extremely happy, but they only vaguely remembered that one day, the big yellow dog was suddenly brought back to the yard by their brother, who also asked them to find some hay to make a nest. Li Tai was envious and opened his eyes wide. Is it your house just like that? This is too. No, tomorrow I'm going to bring all the dogs in the palace here, and I'm going to make the big yellow dog give birth to some sons. Li Tai's eyes flickered, and he was extremely excited. The big yellow dog licked Li Zheng's hand and was about to enter the gate when he heard screams on the way up the mountain. Where did the wild dog come from? Fuck, have you eaten shit? Are you crazy? Why does this voice sound so familiar? Li Zheng thought that this seemed to be the voice of Li Junxian, the general standing before Li Er. Li Junxian is now the commander of the palace guards and a real general in Chang'an City. Compared with other generals who have to seize military power as soon as they enter Chang'an, he is more glorious. After all, he is the captain of Li Er's guard. Hearing Li Junxian's cry, several mandrills came out from the bushes nearby and chirped at Li Zheng. Li Zheng's face turned dark. Just now, Li Er and Li Junxian went up the mountain, riding tall horses, and encountered hunting dogs that were scared away by the big yellow dog. The horses were frightened and fled in all directions. Li Junxian killed 2 wild dogs, and Li Er was behind Li Junxian. That's all the information the mandrill conveys. Li Junxian came out, but he looked a little embarrassed. Who is it, without a bit of civility? So many hunting dogs, so ferocious, don't you know how to use a leash? What if it bites someone? Even if no one is bitten, what if the flowers and plants are stepped on and the ants are crushed to death? There was no piece of Li Junxian's casual clothes left intact. Although he was not injured, it was obvious that he was a little scared. Chapter 153, Fluorite. Li Junxian walked while shouting and cursing. Do you have any sense of public morality? Don't you know the danger? I have to go to court tomorrow. The voice sounded like crying and complaining. When Li Zheng heard it, he couldn't help laughing. This guy was wronged. The hunting dog that was just scared away by the big yellow dog is now causing trouble for Li Junxian. Li Er was walking behind Li Junxian, his body spotless. It was obvious that the previous incident did not scare Li Er at all. Hee. Li Junxian, are you hurt? Your Majesty, I am not injured. Li Er nodded. That's good. You were extremely brave, just now, fighting the vicious dog. You will be rewarded handsomely when you return today. Li Junxian was just about to open his mouth to thank the emperor, but when he heard these words, he felt something was not right. I am a military general of the Tang dynasty and the commander of the palace guards. How could I fight with a vicious dog? Why does it sound weird? Li Zheng felt relieved when he saw that Li Junxian had no injuries on his body. There was no rabies vaccine in the Tang dynasty. If Li Junxian was bitten and got rabies, Li Er would probably faint in the toilet crying. Li Junxian is Li Er's right-hand man. When Li Jing gets old and Ho Junji also gets old, Li Junxian will take over. But now, Li Er smiled foolishly as if he had no idea how scary it was. Old Li, why are you free again today? Li Zheng smiled and crossed his arms. Li Er bowed and smiled. Isn't this a treasure passed down from generation to generation in my family? I'd like you to appreciate it. Oh, this is rare. Please come in. Li Zheng and Li Er acted like a double act, and they didn't forget to say to Rosanna beside them, Look, a big client is here today. Can you see the treasure? Sitting in the small courtyard to the east of Li Zheng, Li Er had a mysterious smile on his face. Li Junxian on the side kept shaking his head. He always felt that there was something wrong with that thing, but he couldn't resist His Majesty's stubbornness. Is that what a night shining pearl looks like? I heard that night pearls are pearls from the sea, and they're extremely elegant with the essence of the sun and the moon. However, the one in your Majesty's hand does not seem to have any other beauty except that it emits a green and creepy light. Rosanna also opened her eyes wide at this time. After all, the treasure that the Emperor of the Tang Dynasty found rare must not be an ordinary item. Shadow was also very surprised. He stared at Li Er with his big eyes. At this moment, he seemed to have forgotten that the person he was staring at was the Emperor of the Tang Dynasty, not an ordinary old Li. Li Junxian was covered in rags, and although he was not bleeding, he was in a very depressed mood. When he saw Shadow staring at the current emperor like that, he immediately became furious. Bold! Shadow was very confused. Stop it! I'm looking at the baby. Li Er was sitting upright on a stone bench at this time, with a smug look on his face, as if saying, Come here quickly. I will show you a treasure. Now the effect is very good. This is awesome. Even the big yellow dog stuck its head out and squeezed in between the people, wagging its tail and sticking out its tongue, wanting to get a glimpse. Li Zheng had long been accustomed to Li Er's attitude. People in later generations had no idea what kind of person Li Er was. Who said that Li Er was a typical emperor? He was clearly an atypical emperor who had ideals and beliefs in his heart, but his behavior was more down to earth. This is somewhat similar to Zhu Yuanzhang, but there are some differences. Li Er knew how to be down to earth, while Zhu Yuanzhang suffered greatly and had no choice but to do so. Both of them are model workers in imperial history. But when Li Zheng saw what Li Er took out, his face turned pale. This model worker doesn't treat himself as a human being. The moment Li Zheng saw Li Er take out that thing, he hurriedly jumped out, jumping and skipping, without any sign of being an immortal at all. The big yellow dog understood his owner's thoughts. When he saw the thing, he retreated faster than Li Zheng. There was also a violent cry. Woof woof! Woof woof woof! Li Er waved his hand and said, Ha! Da Huang, I will definitely be prosperous, so you don't have to congratulate me like this. As soon as Li Junxian saw Li Zheng's posture, he immediately realized that something was wrong. Before he could speak, Xiaohua spoke. This is not ours. Isn't this thing? Rosanna's mouth twitched at this moment. After much difficulty, she gave Zheng Chun a night pearl, hoping that he could do something, but Rosanna was shocked to discover that Zheng Chun was a liar who dared to deceive his superiors and subordinates. People like this deserve to be cut into pieces. But the night pearl was priceless and had already been given away. What was once regarded as a treasure by her father, an elder brother, was taken out by Rosanna for Persia in an attempt to make a last-ditch effort. No one would have thought that this thing would fall into the hands of the Emperor of Tang Dynasty. Oh, you two actually know the origin of this thing. Rosanna's expression was gloomy at this moment, and a hint of hatred appeared on her fair face. Of course, this hatred was not directed at Li Er, but at Zheng of Xingyang. Sir, I brought this from Persia. The more Li Er heard this, the more confident he became. Look, Li Junxian, what did I say? I told you this thing has a provenance. It's definitely a genuine night-shining pearl, and it's of the highest quality. Li Junxian didn't dare to ask or say anything. Li Zheng's heart was pounding. This is a fucking night pearl. What kind of night pearl does Li Zheng have never seen? The manufacturing industry in later generations was extremely developed, and things like night-shining pearls were no longer rare. Moreover, in chemistry class, Li Zheng learned that there are many stones in the world that are like night pearls. In chemistry, it is called a strong radioactive substance. Still being stubborn, Li Er. Oh, Li Er, you want to die, but we want to live. Old Li, put this thing down and let's talk it over. Li Zheng said cautiously, Of course you can play with this thing, but you can only play with it at home, not in my house. When the big yellow dog heard Li Zheng's voice, it also barked wildly. Li Er frowned. What? Is there something wrong with this thing? I love it. After Li Er finished speaking, he rubbed it on his face, fearing that the radiation would not be able to penetrate his skin and penetrate into his bone marrow. Miss Luo, you're familiar with this thing. Tell me about its origin. Seeing that he couldn't persuade Li Er, Li Zheng stood in the distance and shouted. Upon hearing this, Rosanna said, I brought this night-shining pearl from Persia. To be honest, my father and elder brother loved it very much. This time, I brought it to the Tang dynasty for business, but I didn't expect it to end up in Mr. Li's hands. I can prove this. My master brought it from Persia. It was kept tightly closed along the way and never opened until that day, when he took it out and gave it to a man named Zheng. Shadowah spoke quickly and stubbornly. Rosanna sighed. My father once said, as long as Persia is there, the pearl is there. Chapter 154 Chapter 154 The Stone That Will End the Generations. But before coming to the Tang dynasty, I struggled with my thoughts for a month and made a decision that went against my ancestors' teachings. I brought this night-shining pearl to the Tang dynasty and exchanged it for money, hoping it would help my country. Li Zheng was originally thinking about how to persuade Li Er, but now, when he heard Rosanna's words, Li Zheng almost laughed out loud. Why do these words sound so familiar? Isn't this the line from the commercials that used to appear on TV? The point is, Rosanna's serious expression is very similar to the serious nonsense of those pseudo-experts. Li Junxian, do you have anything else to say? Li Er was not going to save face today, but had to tell Li Junxian that this thing was a good thing, and you, Li Junxian, didn't understand. You were a fool. Li Junxian looked at Li Zheng helplessly. He knew that if anyone in this world knew what the thing in His Majesty's hand was, it must be the immortal Li Zheng. He's a real god. Well, Lao Li, put down the stone and don't be impulsive. Yeah, that's right. Put it down, put it aside, further away, further away. Let's talk properly, without any other nonsense. Li Er looked at Li Zheng suspiciously and put the night pearl in his hand far away. Li Zheng let out a long sigh. The radiation range of fluorite does not exceed 10 meters. I'm very safe now. Now my big yellow dog is safe. Now Li Junxian is standing beside him, and he is also safe. Let Li Tai come over and take a look. No, Lao Li, don't. Li Zheng sighed. The universe is vast and has given birth to countless precious things. Old Li, what you have in your hand is truly priceless. In fact, Li Zheng wanted to say that if that thing was used in nuclear reactions, it might really be priceless. After all, things that carry radiation are sometimes rare metals. But in daily life, it is a deadly poison. Miss Luo, your father and elder brother like this stone very much, right? Yes. Rosanna nodded seriously. It's okay. I gave it away after I came to the Tong, and I don't plan to take it back. Li Er touched his chin and looked at Li Zheng and Li Junxian proudly. How is it? I'll tell you. No, Lao Li, listen to me. Li Zheng said seriously. If this thing is a night-shining pearl, I will give you 100,000 kilograms of potatoes for free today. That's a good feeling, huh? Li Er suddenly realized that something was wrong. Would the immortal rather go against the will of heaven and force himself to have potatoes? This is not right. Why did you run so far? Li Junxian, come here, I have something to tell you. Li Er's face turned ashen. Li Junxian would never go over there. I shook his head frantically. At this point, it's not a matter of disobeying the order. That thing might really be able to kill people. Li Zheng continued, this thing is fluorite, not a good thing. The ancients often said that treasures belong to those with virtue, but what they said is bullshit. Even if Confucius were reborn, he wouldn't dare show this thing off. After all, playing with other treasures might cost money, but playing with this thing could cost your life. Anyone who comes into contact with this kind of fluorite will lose all their hair within 3 months. When Li Zheng said this, Rosanna's eyes lit up. Shadowah was also touching his bald head at this time. He recalled all the things that happened when he was trying to snatch this night pearl for the king of Persia. People who come into contact with it every day will feel like they can't eat, they feel weak, they get tired easily, and for some reason, they just want to sleep. Later, your noses will bleed and your faces will turn pale. You Persians don't count, you are already pale. Then he fell ill in bed, his face pale and his skin cracked. Every time Li Zheng mentioned a symptom, Rosanna's face became uglier. These descriptions from Li Zheng's mouth are not groundless. Rosanna clearly remembered that her father was still strong and healthy the year before, but in the second year, somehow, his health deteriorated. His appearance changed every month, and he became more and more haggard. Until Rosanna came to the Tang dynasty, her father and brother seemed to have fallen ill one after another. I thought my father and brother would be fine, but halfway through, She received news that her father had died and her brother was getting better. Could it be that this stone is to blame for all this? Li Zheng looked at Rosanna. You know what happened, right? Rosanna nodded frantically. Of course she knew what had happened. What had happened was the biggest nightmare of his life, and something he would never forget. My father, my elder brother. At this time, Rosanna finally burst into tears. Lear was also in trouble. Looking at the stone, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. When I thought about the secret things I did with Empress Changsun last night, I always seemed powerless and felt like my body was hollowed out. Lier insisted that it was Empress Changsun's responsibility, but Empress Changsun insisted that it was Lier's own problem. At this moment, the truth is revealed. Lier immediately jumped up and said, Li Junxian, throw him out. At this time, Li Zheng grabbed Li Junxian, who was about to rush over, and wave his hand towards the wall. In an instant, several ghostly-looking creatures rose into the air and jumped into the yard. It's the mandrill. The mandrill picked up the fluorite and was about to throw it away. Lier felt a little painful now. He took a look at the monkey's face and was stunned, at a loss. Wait, Li finally spoke. Mr. Li Zheng, is this thing, really that bad? Be more confident and remove the word question mark. This thing is really bad. It's a murderous devil. Li Zheng is not trying to scare people. Lier said with a sad face, throw it away. Throw it away. Li Zheng would not throw away the fluorite, although it was indeed dangerous. Li Zheng planned to let the mandrill hide it first, so that he could give it to others later. Why do the ancients often say that only those with virtue can possess the pearl, and those without virtue will soon die if they get the night pearl? The reason is very simple. Whoever takes that thing will die within 2 years. For some people, the grass on their graves will be 3 feet high after 2 years. Li Junxian gripped the knife handle nervously. Rosanna looked ashen, and Shadowwa was even more convinced that his bald head was caused by the fluorite. Li Zheng looked at Lier and said slowly, Old Li, if you want the night pearl, you have to ask Fenglong to find it for you. There are plenty of them in the South China Sea. Of course, Fenglong may not find it for you. You can exchange it for other treasures. Even if those treasures are dug out from the ground, they're still much better than the one in your hand. You have to know that things dug out from the ground can be cleaned by washing them. But this thing is the devil at heart. Lier was about to cry. He slept with the fluorite in his arms all night last night, and the fluorite rolled to his lower body in the middle of the night. Chapter 155 Chapter 155 Zhuan Woman Remnants. Lier now really wants to take off his pants to see if there is anything wrong with his body. Li Zheng, I won't talk to you anymore. I have to go back. I will ask someone to clarify today. If it is really as you said, when the time comes, Old Li, let me take care of your city wall, okay? The city wall is naturally the Great Wall. Before Li Zheng traveled through time, he happened to see a joke about a child. The adult asked, What do you want to do when you grow up? The child was calm and composed, saying, I want to be an architect. The adult continued to ask, Architect? There's so many tall buildings. I want to build a great wall. Li Zheng blurted out now. Li Er's expression turned grim. You're such a good fellow, Li Junxian. You knew this thing was wrong, but you didn't say anything. Humph. Zheng Chun actually used this thing to harm me? How despicable. Li Erei was so angry that he almost let the cat out of the bag. Li Junxian was helpless. Okay, Your His Majesty, everything you said is right. You are right even if you say that I, Li Junxian, am a woman. At this time, Li Zheng looked at Rosanna and said, If I am not mistaken, your father and brother were also killed by fluorite radiation. This thing just came out of the soil. How can it be considered a treasure? Fluorite has always been a terrifying thing. When Lier came back from Li Zheng's house, his face was pale. He lay on his dragon bed for a whole day and night before waking up. While Empress Changsun was taking care of him, she was also wondering where the emperor had gone. How come he's like this right after coming back? He called Li Junxian and started questioning him. If he didn't ask, he wouldn't know. But once he asked, he would know something. So, Li Junxian finally relaxed a little and became the target of the mixed doubles between the emperor and his wife again. Time passed quickly, and Li Zheng taught Li Tai, Li Dan, and Li Qing in the yard every day. I have to say that Li Tai is still very smart, but this little guy is a little restless. I don't know why, but among Li Er's children, only Li Changxian is relatively good, while the other children are like the reincarnations of monkey spirits. Li Tai was lively and active, and Li Dan and Li Qing also learned bad habits from him, although Li Tai was indeed smart. For 3 whole days, Li Zheng and Arya were being affectionate with each other all the time. Rosanna had just moved in today, and she was already feeling extremely uncomfortable with Li Zheng and Arya's affectionateness. You two are so unscrupulous in broad daylight. Isn't this what you Tang people hate the most? Rosanna put her hands on her hips, expressing her dissatisfaction. Li Zheng didn't have any objections. Haha, yes, if the Tang people did this, it would definitely cause dissatisfaction, but I'm in my own home. Is this also immoral? After Li Zheng finished speaking, he continued to look at Arya. Come, eat grapes. Li Zheng, go on and tell me the story. I want to hear what happened to Jiang Zia. Haha, that Jiang Zia was later despised by people and even gods. Why is that? Hey, isn't it because he did something that angered the heavens and the people? Jelly Khan felt that he had been forgotten. Now he was lying on the bed like a dead man. I hate it. Jelly gritted his teeth as if he wanted to tear everything in front of him into pieces. But what about him now? Apart from his head, what else can he move? He wished that the entire Tang dynasty would be buried with him. But when he was exhausted, he could only shout at the people outside to come and feed him. Hey, Jelly Khan, how are you? The voice was full of oppression. Who are you? Me? Naturally. I'm the one who's going to help you. The voice came from a man in a black cloak who slowly walked out of the darkness, his face covered with scars. These scars are knife marks. Do you remember now? Ah, you are the one from Changlin army. It's me. Before Li Jiansheng was killed by Li Er, there was a brave and skilled warrior in the Changlin army who was loyal to Li Jiansheng. He died in the Xuanwu Gate incident. I didn't expect you to be alive. Feng Li, I know you want to kill the current emperor, right? Jelly Khan laughed wildly, but as he laughed, his breath began to shorten. Feng Li was one of Li Jiansheng's 3 most trusted confidants. The other 2 were Wang Gui, one of the 4 most famous prime ministers in the early Tang dynasty. He was forced out of Chang'an and later recalled by Li Er. Another one was Luo Yi, who was fighting outside and was not with Li Jiansheng. When he came back, the situation of the Tang dynasty had been determined. Li Er bestowed the title of Prince of Yin on Luo Yi. However, the Prince of Yin just came back to take a look and then ran away. Even Guoxing could not change Luo Yi's ruthlessness, and he was destined to fight Li Er to the end. Feng Li was the most low-key of the 3. People thought that he chose to compromise in resisting Xuanwu Gate. But in fact, Feng Li and Li Er struggled to the end, but were powerless to save the situation and had to crawl out from the pile of dead bodies. Qin Shu Bao, Su Maogong, and others are not comparable to him. Feng Li, but he has a way to make Li Er die in an unclear manner. There are many things you can't imagine. Feng Li sneered. Where's your military token? Haha, you want to borrow the power of the Turks? Dream on. Jelly Khan was physically disabled, but mentally strong. Although he was paralyzed all over, he still kept a clear mind while lying on the hospital bed. If Li Zheng were here, he would definitely sigh that he was simply the ancient Helen Keller. Of course, Jelly Khan's situation seemed to be more serious than Helen Keller's. Haha, that's not up to you. I know your military token is always with you. Let me see where it is. Feng Li held a dagger in his hand. He knew the Turks, and he also knew Jelly Khan. I remember you like to hide important things on your back. Haha, I also know that you will swallow something when you're in danger. Feng Li was like an executioner, his eyes flickering and the knife marks on his face were clearly visible. Come on, relax. You're unconscious anyway. I just took a little bit out of your stomach. Jelly Khan was stunned. This guy was a devil. On the first day of November in the 9th year of Wuda, Jelly Khan died in Chang'an. In order to express his respect for this old rival, Li Er gave him 1 acre and 3 mu of land for burial. Of course, the words on the stone tablet were not words full of respect. Whoever offends China will be punished, no matter how far away they are. This is simply a way to establish authority. The situation in the Tang dynasty was turbulent, but Li Zhengze was not aware of it at all. Yushan has now truly become a fairy mountain, with a cold atmosphere everywhere. Brother, why is it so cold outside? Li Dan was very puzzled. It was only November, but the wind outside was as cold as a knife. Li Dan, the beauty of April has faded, and the peach blossoms on the mountain are just beginning to bloom. As the ground gets higher, the temperature gets lower. Li Dan now understands what altitude and height difference are, and could do simple calculations. Chapter 156 Chapter 156 Yushan Base Construction Plan. These days, apart from farming, Li Jing also lets Li Tai study with Li Dan and Li Qing. At the same time, I also have to teach Yuan Tiangang and Rosanna. Yuan Tiangang was fine, But every time Rosanna listened to Li Zhang's lecture, there was something wrong in her eyes, and this look made Arya extremely resistant. Women understand women best. Rosanna doesn't look like she's listening to the class at all. There are stars and moons in her eyes. Wearing thick fur coats, Wang and Sai Shishir lay in the yard to bask in the sun. Li Zhang, when will you and Arya give birth to a big fat boy? Your mother and I are fine now. Every time Li Zhang faced Sai Shishir's bold questioning, he would run away in shame. Arya is only 16 years old. Having a child at this age? What a joke. At this time, the super farm had already reached level 6. After upgrading to level 6, Li Zhang's favorite tomatoes were available. These days, Li Zhang has been planting tomatoes like crazy and now has 500,000 kilograms. On the super ranch, Li Zhang slowed down the pace of development these days. After all, the threat is not that big now. After a few days of rest, he harvested 2 crops a day. Even so, as of today, the super farm is exactly level 9. The things unlocked at the 9th level super ranch are different. Fergana horse. Plant 6 acres of tomatoes and raise 9 sheds of Fergana horses. When something happened in the system, Li Zhang had already looked up at the sun. Li Zhang was standing in the yard, looking up at the sky slightly, when Yuan Tiangang approached cautiously. Master, I have just realized something and would like to ask you a question. Li Zhang ignored him and looked at the sky above him calmly. He looked at the dark clouds slowly approaching in the sky and said calmly, don't disturb me from looking at the sun. Yuan Tiangang raised his head curiously and, imitating Li Zhang, stared directly at the sun. There are 2 things in the world that cannot be looked at directly. One is the sun, and the other is the human heart. People's hearts are complicated and cannot be looked directly at. That's because people need to hide their secrets and privacy. You cannot look directly at the sun because if you look at it for too long, your eyes will go blind. The many days of tranquility also allowed Yuan Tiangang to enter a learning state. Master, are you saying that the sun contains the secret of the great Tao? No. Don't you think the sun is very warm today? Shouldn't we go out for a hike in the mountains? It was autumn when we arrived at Yushan. It was already late autumn now. The dew and condensed frost weighed down the persimmon trees on the mountain path, making them unable to lift their heads. It's a pity about the persimmons in autumn. Li Zhang's family alone cannot eat them all. Li Zhang's family doesn't need any labor at all these days. The monkeys all over the mountains are Li Zhang's hands and eyes, and there are also a few alert mandrills. Now, when you slowly walk down from the front peak of Yushan Mountain, you can always see a bunch of red buds hiding on the branches. But without the leaves, the monkeys' red buds were exposed. Yuan Tiangang followed Li Zhang reluctantly, wearing simple clothes. Although the fur was nice, it was a bit cold. On the mountain road, a man with a cold look in his eyes had been waiting for a long time. He waited so long not to prove anything nor for revenge. He was just hungry. After taking the military token out of Jieli Khan's stomach, Feng Li knew that he could command the Turkic army. But I am in Chang'an now, and it will take some time to go to the Turks. He stared for a long time and knew that the people in the suburbs of Chang'an were all victims of drought. They had no dry food or money at home. The early years of the Jingguan era were approaching, and everyone understood that if the Tang dynasty experienced another drought, it would be the end of it. Every time he looked at the family on Yushan Mountain, he was envious. But there was something strange about this family. They kept the lights on at night, and there was a yellow dog in the yard. Whenever Feng Li approached, the yellow dog would stand up alertly. Although it didn't bark, Feng Li felt it was very dangerous. Dogs that bite don't bark. The yellow dog's eyes exuded a sense of crisis in the dark night that made Feng Li's heart palpitate. Seeing that young man and the guy next to him, who was less than 30 years old, finally go out today, Feng Li knew that his chance had come. Kill the man and take his belongings. Feng Li had seen this family eat some strange things and had also smelled the tempting aroma of beef. He had never seen this family go out or even go down the mountain, but seemed that they always had more food than they could eat. For 10 consecutive days, he was like a hungry killer, craving for blood. He moved his steps still fast. He was hungry and bloodthirsty. Li Zhang was looking up at the frostbitten persimmons on the mountain path, but unfortunately, he didn't have time to pick them up. Suddenly, his brows furrowed. Yuan Tiangang was still immersed in the beauty of the persimmons all over the mountain. Master, where do your persimmons come from? I've never seen anyone in your family go out to pick them. Haha, just some little tricks. A lot of information appeared in Li Zhang's mind, and that information came from the sentry monkeys and mandrills. There was a man on the mountain slowly approaching him and Yuan Tiangang with a knife in his hand. Old Yuan, you've been here for a long time. Isn't it time to go back and take a look? After all, the Qixing Temple still needs you to go back and take charge of the overall situation. Otherwise, in a few days, all the Taoist priests in the Qixing Temple will shave their heads. When Yuan Tiangang heard what Li Zheng said, sweat immediately broke out on his forehead. Yes, it seems like I've been out for a while. What should I do with the people in Qixing Temple? They're the pillars of Taoism. Although there are always people looking after them in the Qixing Temple, nothing serious will happen. But Yuan Tiangang, the leader of the Taoist sect in the world, disappeared for a month without any explanation? This won't do. You should go back and take a look now. Besides, cultivation is up to the individual, not me. Li Zheng sent Yuan Tiangang away because he wanted to do something that could be done. The next thing is to persuade Li Tai to go back. We can't let Li Tai and Yuan Tiangang see monkeys, mandrills, Arabian horses, and other strange animals everywhere in the mountains, right? The place of Yushan will definitely leave a significant mark in the history of the Tang dynasty, but not because of the Yushan mining project, but because of the breeding project. Yuan Tiangang was anxious. After bowing to Li Zheng, he grabbed 2 persimmons and ran down the mountain frantically. As for Li Zheng, he was looking at the bushes beside him and smiled faintly. Come out. Li Zheng's voice was neither loud nor soft, but just loud enough for the person in the bush to hear. When Feng Li heard this voice, he did not feel any panic in it. Instead, it was as if this person had spread out a big net, waiting for him to step into it. Chapter 157 Chapter 157 Monkeys and Grandsons. Feng Li was originally a cautious person. If not, he would not have survived the night when the incident happened at Xuanwu Gate. Sometimes it takes courage to stay alive. Feng Li was not a famous general in history, but he was not an unknown person either. He was full of confidence in his ability to kill, and he firmly believed that the young man must have a lot of money. At least, when he put the knife to the boy's neck, the boy would definitely use all his money and food to buy his life. He had been a bandit, a thug, and had lived a life of hardship in the military. He knew that the more precious things a person possessed, the more he valued his life. This young man didn't look like a miser at first glance. Feng Li also understood that there was a severe drought in the world and the people were not able to eat enough. But this young man's family had no shortage of food or money. He lived on Yushan Mountain like an immortal. He must be extraordinary. People like this should be very afraid of death, right? The more he thought about it, the more proud he felt, and the more he felt that the road ahead was full of light. Kill this boy and get the money. Head north, killing and marching all the way. When you reach the Turks, you can mobilize troops and march south to fight a decisive battle with the Tang army. Prince, oh Prince, you died too early, otherwise you would have been able to see what I, Feng Li, did. This time, for your kindness, and also for myself, Feng Li. Feng Li's heart was boiling with blood, and the hunger he had felt for many days seemed to have completely disappeared at this moment. But when his blood was burning, Feng Li suddenly felt that he was being stared at by countless eyes. That creepy feeling really makes people feel cold. No, the atmosphere is a little weird. What about the boy? What about the others? He looked around for the young man, but couldn't find him. He was clearly under the persimmon tree just now. But where did he go in the blink of an eye? Feng Li was a little panicked. He couldn't let the fat sheep he had caught run away. He took a slow step forward, licking his cracked lips. The thorns on his body seemed unable to hurt his skin. The hilt of a knife in his hand was shining from his grip, and the sweat in his palm had soaked through the bandage. Rustle. There was a rustling sound above his head for no apparent reason. Although the sound was faint, when a person was extremely tired and nervous, such a tiny sound would cause his nerves to react suddenly. Feng Li suddenly raised his head and swung the knife in his hand. But the sword wind was whistling, and there was only cold wind in the air. After the knife missed, Feng Li finally had the strength to look up, and he saw a strange face. This face has gray stripes and hairy traces, a bit like a mountain monster or a ghost in a vernacular novel. In an instant, Feng Li's sweat became even thicker. The thing above his head was hanging upside down on a tree branch, just out of Feng Li's reach. Even if he waved his knife, he couldn't reach it. The long tail wrapped around the branches and floated back and forth. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The cry seemed to mock the stupid behavior of the human in front of it. Ghost! This was Feng Li's first reaction. He wanted to escape. At this moment, he finally understood why the young man dared to live in the mountains. He is a devil. But as soon as he moved his feet, he found that he was stepping on empty air. After the screams were heard, a figure walked out from behind the huge tree trunk. Sitting on Li Zheng's shoulder was a huge mandrill, the leader of all mandrills. He put his arms around Li Zheng's shoulders and excitedly called out in Li Zheng's ear. Li Zheng smiled and said, "Okay, you did a good job." The mandrills became even more excited, and the whole mountain was filled with excited shouts. Mandrills and monkeys, gathered in groups, have now become Li Zheng's ears and eyes. After simple training, these monkeys and mandrills have actually acquired preliminary combat capabilities. They threw stones, scraped thorns with branches, and used some simple traps. Under Li Zheng's command, they were familiar with the route. One monkey might not work, but thousands? Li Zheng did nothing for the past 10 days except raising monkeys. There were 3 or 5 cubs in each litter, and now there are nearly 500. When 500 monkeys show their claws, few people can deal with it alone. Even Li Junxian can't do it. The big yellow dog heard the monkeys cry and rushed over quickly. After seeing Li Zheng, it wagged its tail and licked Li Zheng's palm very obediently. "Don't worry, I'm fine. Da Huang, take the monkey and go look for that person. He's probably at the foot of the mountain." Since arriving at Yushan, the big yellow dog has become familiar with the entire Yushan. "This is a small thing. I'm familiar with it." "Woof woof." The big yellow dog barked and ran down the mountain. The monkeys and mandrills led the way, climbing on the dead trees. The big yellow dog followed the guidance of the mandrills and monkeys and ran all the way to the pile of rocks at the foot of the mountain. Li Zheng released dozens of pangolins today. These little guys are silly and extremely cute. Li Dan and Li Qing also like them very much. With pangolins, the stones in the entire mountain will be cleared away quickly. With more animals, plants can slowly grow. Yushan is actually not bad. It just lacks a little time to weather. Once the rocks are weathered and there are more animals, the entire mountain will naturally be filled with fertile soil. Judging from Li Er's intention, Yushan belongs to Li Zheng. Li Zheng wanted a farm, so he planned to build Yushan into a huge breeding base, the Tang Dynasty Oxygen Bar, a real paradise. Li Zheng looked at the inhuman-looking guy who was brought back by the monkeys, and a smile appeared on his face. This person also had a strange tiger talisman on his body. This tiger talisman was different from the one used in the Tang Dynasty. Li Zheng had seen the tiger talisman from the Tang Dynasty on Li Junxian, but there was an eagle engraved on this tiger talisman. Li Dan and Li Qing were still young, and Wang, Saishishir, and Arya were all women and children and were not suitable to participate in such scenes. It would be best to entrust this matter to Li Tai, who has loved wielding swords and guns since he was a child. Ever since Li Zheng demonstrated to Li Tai what a nunchaku is and taught him a few lines of the word, Li Tai has been mumbling and talking all day and night, and all he says is that martial artists should remember that benevolence is invincible. Li Tai was called by Li Zheng to the warehouse where the money was stored. Although it was empty, Li Tai was extremely excited. He recognized these large boxes, which were the unique marks of the imperial palace. He knew that these boxes might have come from his father. "Teacher, what's the matter with you calling me here? There's a man here who tried to rob and kill. I caught him. Please interrogate him." Li Tai was extremely excited. He licked the corner of his mouth and a bright light appeared in his eyes. This is exactly the same as Li Er. Chapter 158. Young people have no martial ethics. Li Zheng was sitting on a chair nearby, eating tomatoes. Li Tai had his nunchakus tucked in his waist, and then he tied the guy up with ropes. Li Zheng was stunned by the kidnapping technique. This technique is not an ordinary technique. Li Tai said that he tied it randomly, but it was not a random binding. "Definitely come prepared." "Li Tai, who did you learn this from?" "Teacher, I learned this method of tying people up from Uncle Yuchi." "Yuchi Gong?" Yes. Is his face very dark?" Li Zheng vaguely remembered that he seemed to have seen Li Er on the way river, with a dark-skinned man standing in front of him. Yes, I used to think that Uncle Yuchi's face was tanned, but then he fell ill and stayed at home for a month. I found that his face was still as dark as before." Divine Dr. Sun also said that Uncle Yuchi really has a dark complexion. It's natural. Li Tai is eloquent and knows a lot about these gossips. It can be seen that he has put a lot of effort into this area in his daily life. "Okay, I get it. You won't die if you tie him up like this, right?" "No. I left him away to vent his anger." While Li Tai was speaking, he picked up the cold water that had been prepared long ago and poured it over. The well in Li Zheng's home is natural spring water, which Li Tai cherishes very much. Li Tai planned to use this cold water to water the flowers and trees after washing his feet yesterday. Feng felt like he was having a nightmare. In the dream, he was running in the vast lush without any precautions or concerns. Of course, there is not a glimmer of hope. Confused and bewildered, suddenly, heavy rain fell from the sky, freezing me to the bone. Hiss! He opened his eyes, and the water at the corner of his mouth seemed to have a strange taste. It's you, he saw Li Zhang. You young man, you have no moral principles. Oh, what moral principles can I have with a bandit like you? After Li Zhang finished eating a tomato, he took out another one from the farm warehouse, washed it in the spring water on the farm, and then it appeared in his hand. Are you still going to say that I, a young man, have no martial ethics, and am here to cheat and attack you, an old comrade who knows how many years old? Feng Li's eyes showed confusion. Bang! A dull sound sounded behind him, and the piercing pain made his tears flow out all of a sudden. These are not tears of crying, but a natural state when people face pain. Tell me, who are you? What do you do? When Li Tai's childish voice came, Feng Li was startled. He felt that the voice was somewhat familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. He struggled to raise his head and try to break free, but found that the ropes on his body were tied very skillfully. The more he struggled, the tighter it became. He saw Li Tai's face and suddenly thought of something. Are you the Emperor's second son? Feng Li sneered. Ha ha. You dog Emperor. You are so unkind and unjust. You deceive the Emperor and kill your brothers. You will be punished by heaven. Li Tai was furious, and he threw the nunchakus in his hand at Feng Li with a grunt and a ha-ha. You curse again? You say it again. The screams finally stopped, and Li Tai was tired. Li Zhang shook his head and sighed slightly. Li Tai, your physical strength is not good enough. Starting tomorrow, you'll have to run up and down the mountain in the morning. Yes, teacher. The people on the ground were already covered in blood. Although Li Tai was young, he inherited Li Er's ruthless character. I shall always keep my name and surname. Feng Li, the city gate assistant minister. Family. Li Zhang actually laughed this time. Li Er seemed to have mentioned the matter of Xuanwu Gate during a casual chat. This was the first time that Li Er talked about the matter of Xuanwu Gate in front of Li Zhang and in front of others. At that time, Li Er mentioned the city gate minister Feng Li and felt it was a great pity. Although this person seemed mediocre, he actually had some talents. If he could be used for his own benefit, it would really be possible. At that time, Li Zhang thought Feng Li was dead, and Li Er also thought so. Now, this regret is about to turn into anger. Family. Ha, I never heard of him. Li Tai pouted. You are the one who wants to harm my teacher. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Are you worthy? Feng Li laughed out loud. Am I worthy? I'm not worthy. Little Li, do you know who gave you the scar on my face? It was given by your father. Your father who deceives the emperor is cruel and ruthless and is intolerable to heaven and earth. Don't let me get out alive. I'm going to kill him. Feng Li was terrifying when he got tough with his words. No wonder when someone tried to dissuade him from opening the city gate, he still insisted on his own opinion. Still being stubborn, still being stubborn. Li Tai's nunchaku started again. Li Zhang said to Li Tai, send a letter to your father and ask him to send someone to take the man away. You should also return to the palace. You can study, but your parents should also be with you. After Li Zhang finished speaking, Li Tai saluted respectfully. Li Zhang was quite surprised by Feng Li's appearance and the tiger talisman with an eagle on it. Of course, Li Zhang accepted the tiger talisman himself, so that he could show off when he returned to the grassland in the future. If this thing were to flow into the Turks, the entire Turkic region would probably continue to be in chaos for several years. It's exciting just thinking about it. At this time, on the Turkic steppe, a group of people were escorting prisoners wearing strange armor. The leader had a wrinkled face and was eating a leg of lamb while laughing heartily. Lu Tong, what do you think of my martial arts skills? How do they compare to those of the past? The bearded guest asked with a smile. Li Jing's personal guard, also the adopted son of the bearded man, said respectfully, foster father is even more powerful than he was back then. Ah, that's right. These Turkic captives are all unconvinced, right? Take them back. I will fight them one by one every day and defeat them one by one. Although the bearded man looks like a rough man, he knows how to command his subordinates and win people's hearts. He also knew that the Turks were stubborn and straightforward, and if he told them to surrender directly, they would definitely not surrender. But they believe in the strong, and with the big promises made by the bearded guest, they will definitely be able to conquer their own army. In the Binzhou camp, the bearded guest looked at the Turkic captives and smiled faintly. Aren't you all Turkic warriors? Why is this happening? Haha, I won't bully you either. Now choose a group of 3 and fight me. If you can beat me, I'll let you go. The bearded guest said calmly. The group of Turkic captives were surrounded tightly. They were unarmed and were making chattering sounds. They are communicating. Have you chosen? Just the three of you. Three people walked out slowly, and the bearded man narrowed his eyes. Come on, come here. Are you afraid? Chapter 159. Chapter 159. Bragging and feeling good all the time. Arrogant people have capital. The three Turks were like angry beasts, but they were facing an even more ferocious beast. The beast never gave them any chance or time to react. In a short time, the Turkic captives lay on the ground, three of them in a row. Are you a family of three? You look neat and tidy even when you're defeated? The bearded guest taunted wildly. The Turkic captives were furious, and three more came out. That's right, the bearded guest sneered, and the effect seemed to have been achieved. Being conquered often begins with anger. Li Jing looked at this scene and felt a chill in his heart. It seemed that he himself could not see through his elder brother. Forget it, as long as he can deal with the Turks, everything will be fine. Lu Tong understood Li Jing's thoughts, and his face became gloomy at this moment. In the cold Liaodong, even the breath was steaming. Li Jing, the highest general of the Tang dynasty, was in a state of ups and downs as he wrote quickly. The letter was sent to Chang'an. When Li Er saw the letter sent back by Li Tai today, he immediately asked Li Junxian to take people out. An hour later, Li Er saw Feng Li. But at this moment, Feng Li was like a madman. His eyes were full of blood, and he roared madly, "You dog emperor, kill you." Li Er sighed. "Li Tai, how did the immortal catch this guy?" Li Tai bowed and smiled. "Father, I don't know either. I only know that the immortal master's abilities are profound and profound. I can't learn everything. I can only start from the basics and learn the basics." Li Tai first gave an introduction. Otherwise, it would be difficult to tell what he had learned when his father asked him later. "I was quite lazy when I was with the teacher. I just ate, drank, and had fun. Although it was a bit hard and not lively, I was very happy." Did the immortal display his magical powers? Li Tai's eyes flashed. Lying was something he had been familiar with since he was a child. When he was a child, in order to eat fish, he caught koi and asked the imperial kitchen to cook them, which scared the chef so much that his face turned pale. Didn't he eat it in the end? When asked about it, his expression remained calm, showing no fear at all. Lying is a basic quality that a royal child should have. At this time, Li Tai straightened his clothes and coughed lightly, his voice a little louder. "Father, the teacher asked me to sleep a little longer today, but I've long been accustomed to waking up at the crack of dawn." Li Er frowned and thought for a while. He felt that this statement was believable, so he nodded, although there was a look of doubt on his face. Teacher went out with the imperial preceptor this morning to pick persimmons. As you know, there are many persimmon trees on and around Yishan Mountain. Teacher felt it would be a waste not to eat them, so he made persimmon cakes for me. I brought back a big box for you. Some of them were made by the children themselves. Li Er was extremely happy. "Okay, Chinke, now you are acting like a decent person." Well, Li Er is no longer called Li Tai. Calling him Li Tai means alienation. Calling him Chinke means that Li Tai's words touched his heart. "Father, I got up this morning and sat in the yard studying math." "Yes, math." The sky was originally gloomy, but suddenly a colorful glow appeared in the sky, followed by the sound of gusts of wind whistling past. When the child rushed out to see, he saw a thief in the mountains holding a steel knife, trying to kill the teacher like a mad dog. At that moment, the child panicked and rushed to fight the thief with the nunchaku taught by the teacher in his hand. At this point, Li Tai's face showed a slight nervousness and indignation. Li Er looked at his son carefully and nodded. He felt that what his son said did not seem to be false. It happened so quickly, without even glancing at the man. The teacher opened her mouth and a clear voice came out. Having said that, Li Tai did not forget to keep the other person in suspense, swallowed hard and paused. His hands were moving like a storyteller. The more Li Er listened, the more he felt something was wrong. If Li Shangxian wanted to cast a spell, then there would be no problem, but why did Li Tai's description seem strange? Forget it. Let's listen to what he says first. "I saw a mist coming out of the teacher's mouth, which instantly transformed into sharp swords. His words were followed by magic, and he shouted softly, 'Suppress.' Li Tai learned all these things from Yuan Tiangang. After all, at Li Zheng's place, Yuan Tiangang spent all day studying and serving Li Zheng, and telling Li Tai some folk stories about gods and immortals. Li Tai is young, smart, and has a strong memory. After doing it a few times, he can remember it clearly. The flying sword circled in the sky for a while, forming a huge sword net that surrounded the thief in an instant. The teacher said that God is merciful and kind, and then he asked me to tie up the thief and send him back, saying that it was to give my father an opportunity. The more Li Er listened, the more he felt something was wrong. This Li Tai was definitely talking nonsense. Since Li Shangxian has never taken action, no one knows his methods. Li Er himself didn't know, but he knew one thing. That is, if Li Shangxian wanted to subdue someone, he definitely didn't need to do so many fancy things. The last time I saw Li Shangxian holding a potato, it was simply a miracle. There was not even time to react before the entire Tai Chi hall was filled with the shadow of the potato. Li Tai, please continue. That's it, father. That's it. Haha. Then tell me, what is this opportunity? Li Er laughed at this time. He basically knew that what Li Tai said might be half true and half false. Li Tai's eyes rolled. This man's name is Feng Li. Li Er nodded in satisfaction. Feng Li? Isn't he dead? Li Er was paying attention to this person at this time. Suddenly, he found that after the knife marks on this person's face were removed, he really looked exactly like the city gate minister Feng Li. Hiss! He is worthy of being an immortal, so terrifying. Without even looking at it, he said it was an opportunity. Li Er looked at Li Tai and asked seriously, did immortally interrogate this person? Father, no. The teacher just said it lightly. It was an opportunity. Li Tai patted his chest to assure. There was no turning back for him now. He was determined to praise his teacher highly. Although he didn't know what the teacher's abilities were, they were definitely not bad. As long as the teacher is capable enough, he won't have to endure the bombardment of those pedantic scholars every day in the palace. It's just that the child interrogated him himself and found out the origin of this person. Li Er sighed. Feng Li, I've been mourning your death for a long time. I never thought you would be like this. Come, kill me. Feng Li's gone crazy now. Frightened by the mandrill, tortured by Li Tai, and threatened by Li Zheng, he has become a complete lunatic. Do impu. Hurry, kill it and feed it to the dogs. Lievas impatient. Chapter 160 Occupy the mountain and become king. Become bigger and stronger. Chinke, you're not bragging, are you? Li Er sighed at this time and suddenly asked. Li Tai pointed to the top of his head in panic. I swear, if I lie, I'll be bitten by a dog when I go out, I'll sprain my ankle when I walk, and my ancestors for 18 generations will suffer. Stop. Such ruthless words. Lievas anxios. You little bastard, just swear if you want to. Why are you mentioning me? Your ancestors for 18 generations have had me as their father. Can't you just speak properly? Okay, I'll trust you for once. When will you return to the mountain this time? Li Tai knelt on the ground and said, Father, I think I'm extremely intelligent, but the things my teacher teaches are too profound. I have only learned the basics. I hope to return to my teacher as soon as possible and study hard. Li Junxian whispered a few words to Li Er at this time. Li Er laughed instantly. You little brat, the immortal asked you to come back and stay with your father for a few days, but you don't want to stay at home at all. What? Is the palace not good? The palace maids and eunuchs can't play with you? Can't a famous scholar teach you? You go back in 3 days. Li Tai knew that he had one and winked at Li Junxian. Silver really worked. The teacher was right. There was no one in the world who didn't like silver. As long as it was something insignificant, they were willing to lie for silver. Originally, it would take at least 10 days or half a month to stay in the palace. But now 3 days is enough, and 1 day less is 1 day less. Having lived in the palace since childhood, he felt very depressed. Although there were not many fancy and attractive things on Yushan Mountain, and it was even very austere, Li Tai liked the feeling between the world and the shackles. More importantly, it felt so good to brag today. No wonder the teacher said that bragging feels good for a while, and it feels good all the time if you keep bragging. Have you heard? Feng Li seems to have been arrested. Impossible. General Feng Li is so powerful. How could he be captured? What's wrong with being strong in martial arts? He uses his brain, not his arms. The three of them looked at each other, sighed, and had confused eyes. What should we do? It seems that the Dog Emperor's life must be spared. Wu De, Chun Lu, and Wu San, the 3 minions, now don't know what to do. Feng Li was their backbone. Although they survived, the problem was that they could not find a place to stay in this huge city of Chang'an. Without Feng Li around, how should they cope? This is a problem. Why don't we go and seek refuge with General Luo Yi? He's in Yin County, a place known for its true heroes. Then we can follow him and conquer the world together. These people have no concept of the country in their minds. On the one hand, they are ruffians and don't need to think about this at all. On the other hand, the troubled times have just ended. How can people know whether the Li Tang regime is a stable regime? In particular, there are a wide variety of rumors among the people, and it is difficult to judge the remnants of the Changlin army. Now that General Feng Li has been captured, we have to think of a way out. Chang'an is not a place to stay for long. There are too many people and too many eyes. The Emperor's spies are everywhere. The three of us brothers have all lived on the edge of a knife. Let's go. Where are you going? I think it's a good idea to be the king of the mountain. Wudava Stund. Occupy the mountain and become the king. Being a bandit? It's not impossible, but being a bandit also requires manpower. Then what about our manpower? Chen Lu looked at Wu De and said, it doesn't matter. Manpower is a simple matter. Previously, the brothers of the Changlin army scattered everywhere. Isn't that what we did back then? We scattered like stars in the sky, and then gathered together to stir up the storm. That's right. Wu Sanyi slammed the table. We three brothers were all powerful men back then, but we've ended up like this today. That bastard emperor is so despicable. Chen Lu smiled faintly at this time. It's okay. If we want to start a rebellion, it's actually very simple. Choose a rich place, find a valley, and then call the brothers of the Changlin army. Ordinary officers and soldiers won't pay attention to places like this. They're no match for us in fighting in the mountains. Chen Lu smiled ghostly. He had been a bandit in his past, and his career experience was extremely complex and diverse. Bandits and robbers? It was just something he was familiar with. Also, the mountain cannot be too far from a city, and it needs to be relatively desolate and sparsely populated. Chen Lu, what you said makes sense, but where can we find such a mountain? Wu San raised his own question. These mountains are everywhere, but given the current situation in the Tang dynasty, it's hard to find a city. Chen Lu also fell into deep thought. At this time, Wu De muttered, a place closer to the city, a place with more wealth, a place where the soldiers and officials don't care, a place where there are few people. I think there's a good place. Uda shote isitedli. Where? Wuda, tell me. Wuda scratched his head. Hey, Yushan. Jade Mountain? In an instant, the three people's eyes lit up. Yushan is indeed a good place to go. It happens to be very close to Chang'an. It just so happens that Chang'an is also very prosperous, with many merchants coming and going, tut tut tut. It just so happens that the Tang army right now simply doesn't have the time to bother with places like Yushan. Not many people like to go to Yushan. It's perfect. The three of them laughed out loud, their faces full of pride. There shouldn't be many people on Yushan Mountain, right? A place like Yushan is all rock. There are no people there. Even if there are people, they are all poor and can be killed easily. Haha, right? Wu De laughed wildly. The three of U.S. brothers will be the gods of Yushan from now on. There can only be one god in Yushan, and that is us three brothers. First, rob the wealthy merchants. Then recruit soldiers and horses, each armed with a broadsword and a Fergana horse. TSK, grow bigger and stronger, and create greater glory. The three little thieves were sitting in the house drinking, and they looked a little drunk. Dreams are something that can make people intoxicated. So many compromises and dregs are done in the name of dreams. On Yushan Mountain, Li Zheng carefully came down from the persimmon tree and put the last unpicked persimmons from the tree into the basket. Arya stood under the tree. It was late autumn, and she was dressed in red, like a bright red embellishment on the mountains. It's not that there are no trees on Yushan, but that there are too few of them. To be more precise, the trees are too concentrated on the south side of the mountain. The mountains are all red, the forests are dyed red, and except for that maple forest, most of the rest of the place is stone. Among the maple leaves, monkeys are jumping from time to time. From a distance, they look like red elves. What was jumping was the monkeys, but Li Zheng, I don't want to eat persimmons anymore. Li Zheng clapped his hands and looked at Arya. You definitely can't eat too many persimmons. You're so greedy that you have to eat them every day. Before she finished speaking, Arya's face turned red again. Hate it, I just think it's sweet. Li Zheng touched Arya's head and said, let's go back. Chapter 161 Chapter 161 The Persian Princess Becomes a Concubine. Although the top of Jade Mountain looks bare, changes have begun to take place inside. After Li Zheng released dozens of pangolins again, these tireless animals began to look for suitable habitats in nature. In Yushan Mountain, the monkeys ignored the large rocks, but the small ones were moved to the valley and to the bank of Danyang River by the monkeys and mandrills. The Danyang River bank, which was originally muddy everywhere, has become well organized. But the river water is a bit deep in late autumn. If you accidentally fall in, Even a monkey cannot escape. Of course, the big yellow dog doesn't seem to mind. It likes water and likes to swim in it. There are other changes in Yushan as well. There is more and more fog in the mountains. When ordinary people look at Yushan from a distance, they always feel that it is foggy everywhere. But when they are in it, they find that the fog has unknowingly reached their feet, just like a fairyland. Wang made a lot of bacon today. When they were hanging it under the eaves to dry, Li Zheng came back with Area. Li Zheng, are you back? What do you mean by working class? What does proletariat mean? Rosanna was like a curious baby. She was only 18 or 19 years old, and her temperament was that of a girl. However, she was standing on the shoulders of the huge Persian Empire, so she couldn't help but be girlish. She was eager to learn any knowledge she had never encountered before from Li Zheng. In the past, she always felt that her father was too respectful of the wise men of Persia, believing that they only had brains but no military power and could not help Persia become stronger. But now, she finally understood a truth. Wisdom can be transformed into power, and once wisdom becomes real power, such power is unstoppable and immeasurable. It is even more immeasurable, so powerful. These concepts. Li Zheng was interrupted by Area as soon as he opened his mouth. Area had a graceful figure and a beautiful smile. Sister, don't be anxious. Let Li Zheng wash his hands first. Li Zheng and Area entered the house, drew a basin of water, and were washing their hands when Area suddenly said, Li Zheng, what do you think if Miss Luo became your concubine? Li Zheng hadn't wiped the water off his hands when sweat started to form on his face. This is also possible? Area, this is not a good idea. They treat us as friends. We can't. It's okay. I've actually tried to test you many times. Rosanna seems to have a strange affection for you. Area is smart after all, and a woman's understanding of another woman is incomparable to a man's. Besides, Rosanna is not an ordinary woman. She could be a concubine. Now Area, also known as Zheng Liwan, already knows that Li Zheng's identity is extraordinary. If she is not mistaken, that Li Tai must be the son of a nobleman. There is definitely something wrong with old Li, who used to come here often. Old Yuan, on the other hand, looked like an immortal and only became humble in front of Li Zheng. Area followed Sai Shisher to sell tofu and met many people. If these people were ordinary people, then what were the people Area had met before? So Area inferred that Li Zheng might really be a godlike existence. And Rosanna is also quite good. As a Persian princess, it is not shameful for her to be a concubine. Li Zheng's face darkened. Area, you're really going to screw Rosanna over. They're still thinking about restoring their country. We just need to live our own lives. Arya pouted. You keep saying you're living a peaceful life, but nothing you do seems like something you should do. Li Zheng was stunned. There was something else behind these words. No wonder it is said that Zheng Liwan was the most beautiful woman in the early Tang dynasty, without a doubt. I see. This intelligence and sharpness alone are enough to put many men in the world to shame. That's not possible. As for me, I only love you in this life. Area, we've been together for a long time. In the past, you were Area, and I didn't know what you looked like. At that time, I didn't dislike you, and you didn't dislike me either. Why do you despise me now? Do you want to find me a concubine? Are you going to ask someone to share the pressure with you? Li Zheng's mouth was like a machine gun, not giving Area any chance to react. After saying a lot of things, Area didn't know where to start. Just as he was about to speak, Li Zheng came up to him. Soft lips always make men intoxicated, and that state is different from drinking. When you get drunk, you feel empty. And being intoxicated by tenderness will make people feel extremely satisfied. Rosanna waited outside anxiously, then walked in cautiously. As soon as she entered the door, her fair face turned red. This Li Zheng and Miss Zheng, don't you know how to hide away? Rosanna's voice interrupted the sweetness between Li Zheng and Arya. Arya blushed and ran back to the house. Li Zheng smiled faintly. Miss Luo, are you anxious? You scoundrel. If you don't know how to cherish your reputation, you should at least think about the girl. Li Zheng smiled faintly. That's my wife, and this is my home. I'm expressing my love to my wife in my own home. Is that okay? Rosanna's towering chest heaved, and for a moment, it was like a raging tide. Okay, I can't convince you. Now is that okay? I'm going to start studying today. This little incident was nothing to the Persian girl. She was angry that Li Zheng wasted her time in broad daylight. With every day that passed, Persia's hope weakened a little. It would be strange if she was not anxious. At this moment, She suddenly looked up at Li Zheng, who was talking about the proletariat, and her eyes became brighter. Now, there was only one person in her eyes, a person whose whole body shone with the light of wisdom. Arya didn't leave either. She hid aside, secretly looking at Rosanna and laughing in her heart. Look, you say no with your mouth, but your body is very honest. Sister, look at your little eyes. Is there something wrong? Without Li Tai and Yuan Tiangang at home, Li Zheng felt a lot more empty. As Rosanna's bodyguard, Xiaohua had watched Li Dan and Li Qing's radio gymnastics with great disdain over the past 2 days. He thought it was just something for children to play house with, and was of no use at all. When Li Dan and Li Qing told him that this was taught by his brother, Xiaohua's attitude suddenly changed. So it was taught by the teacher. No wonder it's so obscure and difficult to understand. Chapter 162, Chapter 162, The Three Idiots of the Chonglin Army. The two little guys, Li Dan and Li Qing, had no idea about this. They only knew that the bearded, bald man was doing radio gymnastics with them, and he looked very serious. Xiaohua's heart was filled with joy, but when Li Junxian appeared, this joy turned into a little unhappy. When Li Junxian led the convoy up the mountain, his face was extremely excited. Seeing Xiaohua doing some childish actions, he immediately looked disdainful. Oh, Xiaohua, the greatest guardian of Persia, actually practices with a child. Not bad. The sarcastic words made Xiaohua's shiny forehead look a little ugly. Li Junxian, what are you talking about? Ouch. Are you dissatisfied? Li Junxian directed others to move things to the warehouse in Li Zheng's house, while not forgetting to tease Xiaohua. I don't agree. Want to fight? Let's fight. Li Junxian wiped the sweat from his forehead. He was indeed a little tired when he trekked all the way to the top of the mountain. But facing Xiaohua, he didn't want to lose it all. The two men were punching and kicking each other, and all social etiquette was thrown out of the window. The process of the fight between the two was also very clear. They used ruthless and unscrupulous moves from the beginning, and there was no sign of any uprightness in their moves. This is no wonder. Li Junxian is a warrior, and his goal is to kill the enemy. If he still insists on being fair and just on the battlefield, wouldn't it give the enemy a chance to kill him? A soldier has only one requirement when he goes to the battlefield, and that is to kill the enemy and win. Why does he care about morality? The generals and soldiers who were righteous and moral have long been buried deep under the loess, and the grass on their graves is 3 feet high. As for Xiaohua, he is a ruthless person with no moral principles, and he will take people's lives if he attacks. The first round of exchanges between the two was indeed quite exciting. Li Dan and Li Qing were very excited. Li Dan, look, they're fighting so fiercely. It's like the monkeys fighting in the mountains. Yeah, but I think it's more like the fights between those puppies that De Huang used to lead. They were fierce, but they were just really fierce. Li Junxian and Xiaohua were abruptly interrupted from continuing their sparring session by the chatter of the two little guys. Li Junxian felt angry, but he didn't dare to vent his anger on the children, because they were the immortal's younger brothers and sisters. So in desperation, he slapped himself in the face. Seeing that the situation was not good, Xiaohua grabbed Li Junxian's hand. Brother, forget it, brother, forget it. We are all just kids. Why bother to argue with each other? I lost, brother. At this time, Li Dan and Li Qing were still shouting. Look, they seem to be discussing something. Did they go too far? They're still apologizing. It seems so. Oh, that's boring. I couldn't do it after just a few hits. Didn't my brother say that they were both heroes? What my brother said must be right. Maybe the two of them want to be affectionate with each other. Li Dan said, scratching his head. Li Qing heard this and said, No, by Qingqinghua, I mean between men and women. My brother told you not to talk about this. Brother Li Tai also said that a real man should know what's wrong with this thing. Li Junxian and Xiaohua sat on the doorstep, feeling extremely depressed. In the end, the ways of the world still returned to the two of them. This fight can't start. Generally, how are you? Li Zheng's voice came. Li Junxian suddenly stood up and saluted. Mr. Li, my master asked me to come here today to deliver something. And by the way, I know. Is it still the same? Same old. As usual, if it's 100,000 kilograms of potatoes, that's 500,000 yuan. Li Junxian came over to give him money, and Li Zheng gave him potatoes. Okay, follow me. Xiaohua, please wait outside for a moment. Li Dan shouted at this moment. Brother, these two uncles were being so affectionate just now. Li Qing's timing in covering his mouth was a little slow, and Li Junxian and Xiaohua suddenly lowered their heads. Li Zheng's face was also very dark. Don't use idioms if you don't know them. Li Dan, go and copy the three-character classic 10 times. At the foot of Yushan Mountain, three people looked at the tire tracks on the ground and fell into deep thought. Chun Lu, there really is someone here. Besides, the ruts look so deep, it must be a wealthy family. Chun Lu shook his head. Who would live on Jade Mountain? Is this a good place? That's right, it's a deserted place, very steep. Except for the people who go up there every year to collect jade, it's just a dead mountain the rest of the time. Would you like to live there? I don't want to. Do you? I definitely don't want to. Only a fool would live on Jade Mountain. Anyone who wants to live on Yushan Mountain is a fool. Yeah, idiot. Ha ha ha. The three people spoke one by one, and suddenly a question came to mind. Aren't the three of them just trying to become the kings of the mountain? And we also want to occupy Yushan? Wu Da's face flushed. Brothers, that was just a joke. Yes, it's just a joke. Wu Sen also said. Well, I didn't take it seriously. Three people who are determined to be the most ferocious bandits in the Tang dynasty are now scolding themselves while scolding others. It is so ridiculous. Why don't we go up there and take a look tonight? There must be a wealthy family up there. Uda suggested. No rush. We need to go back and discuss this matter carefully. Of course. Besides anything else, I was a grain transporter back in the day. I knew right away from the wheel tracks that they were traces of grain being transported. TSK, TSK. The first sum of money is here. When the three people left stealthily, they did not notice that there was a strange monkey on the tree behind them that was smiling like a human. If they had seen this smile, they would have found it extremely terrifying. The mandrill scratched its head, made a squeaking sound, then jumped down, looked around a few times, and ran up the mountain using its hands and feet. In Chang'an City, the three brothers had just entered the city when they met a familiar person. They knew this man, and he stood in front of them, blocking their way. What? The three warriors don't recognize me. You are. Wu Da's mind was a little slow, and he couldn't remember. Chen Lu quickly thought of something and asked, Brother, are you Zheng Qinqiu? Haha, it's rare that Brother Chen still remembers me. Chen Lu looked suspicious. Zheng Qinqiu used to be a fireman in the Changlin army, which means he was a cook. But Zheng Qinqiu is eloquent and seems to be more capable than the three of them. Although the Changlin army was disbanded later, it is obvious that Zheng Qinqiu is doing better than the three of them now. Brother Zheng, where did this come from? Hey, you three brothers, you're already alienated. I came here today because I have something important to discuss with you all. What's the big deal? Haha, killing people and stealing their wealth? Is that a big deal? For a moment, the three of them looked around at the same time. When they confirmed that there was no one around, they licked their lips, their eyes flashing with brilliance. Calculate. Chapter 163, Chapter 163, this kind of thing. In fact, Zheng Qinqiu was very reluctant to look for these three people. Among the Changlin army, these three people are the dumbest, and their nickname is very famous. The three idiots of the Changlin army. This name was used to mock them, but they didn't care at all. They even kept saying, look, there's a Changlin army up there. I am proud. But he had to find these three people. After all, these three guys are the most reliable people in the Changlin army and are also the most influential. He is mainly stubborn and always does what he says, which makes him an anomaly among the cunning people in the Changlin army. The more important reason is that these two guys are relatively honest and easier to fool. If they are not easy to fool, why bother talking to them? Haha, it's been a few months since we last met. If you three are interested, we can talk. Mr. Zheng has a plan now. I think you three will be interested in it. Zheng Qinqiu grinned, took out a silver ingot from his sleeve, and placed it on the wine table. The empty tavern was completely silent. This ingot of silver must be worth 10 taels, right? That's 10 strings of cash. At least 8,000. Hiss. Zheng Qinqiu was the adopted son of the eldest branch of the Zheng family in Xinjiang. The reason why he was adopted was because Zheng Qinqiu had once saved the life of the eldest son of the Zheng family. Although the old men in the Zheng family were good at calculating, they were still very grateful to their benefactor. At that time, Zheng Qinqiu had just emerged from poverty and knew that it was better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish, so he chose not to take the money and wanted to join the Zheng family to seek a job. As a result, he became the adopted son of the eldest wife. Although his status was not high, at least the Zheng family gave him trust. At that time, Zheng Qinqiu's mission in the Changlin army was to contact the third prince and others, and to pull strings for the Zheng family, so that it would be convenient for the Zheng family to have contact with the court. But everything was ruined by the Xuanwu Gate incident. This time when he came back, he wanted to find the murderer, the person who could kill the evil Li Zheng. Isn't he from Qinghe County? and his surname is Li, not Shui. The three idiots looked at Zheng Qinxiu and fell into deep thought. After a long time, the three of them chose to agree. At this time, Zheng Qinxiu burst into laughter. I pay you kill people, no matter how many of you there are, the money is the same. How much? 100 strings of cash. Yes. The three of them were all stunned. 100 strings of cash? That's something they can never earn in their entire lifetime. Chen Lu was now moved. He was considered to be the smarter among the three people, but if he was really smart, he would only be scolding himself when he scolded others. They would not choose Yushan as their base. If Li Zheng knew what these three stupid thieves were thinking, he would probably laugh out loud. If Li Er knew that these three people wanted to attack Li Zheng, he would probably laugh even if he was angry. In this way, the three idiots of the Changlin army obtained financing. This was an extremely insignificant event in the history of the Tang dynasty, and no one thought that this would succeed. But it was this little thing that made Li Er recall it with such fondness. Li Zheng took a look at the situation on the farm today and frowned. The upgrade of this super farm is too slow. Land cannot be purchased at a higher level, and it takes a lot of time for crops to grow. It is still level 6, but there are more types of crops. Li Zheng has saved a lot of tomatoes these days. Compared with super farms, super ranches are much faster, but the number of animals raised is not as terrifying as that of crops. In the past few days, Li Zheng raised some pangolins, continued to expand the monkey army, and also produced 9 stalls of Fergana horses. There are 9 stalls of Arabia horses, but actually there are only 9 horses now. With a cycle of 2 hours, there are only 27 horses in total. But Li Zheng was not in a hurry at all. These 20 or so horses were just the beginning. The super ranch is growing fast now, which also means the upper limit is high. Li Zheng's goal is to have huts all over the super ranch's grassland. Although the super farm grows slowly, it has the advantage of large quantity, and its upper limit is not low. In a later stage, it can basically support the people of the Tang dynasty. According to the previous introduction of Super Farm, when you reach a higher level in the later stages, you can unlock various strange plants, medicinal herbs, flowers, etc. Li Zheng. Arya held Li Zheng's hand and said excitedly, I told you, it's up to you now. Li Zheng was confused. What happened? Could it be? Arya really convinced Rosanna. Li Zheng faced the fierce wind on the cliff and smiled faintly. For Persia, Rosanna will give up some things. Li Zheng didn't know whether Rosanna's heart was true or false, but there must be something related to Persia mixed in it. Love should be pure. Otherwise, no matter how beautiful your face is, how hot your body is, or how seductive your behavior is, it is nothing but a mirage, hidden in the fog, and cannot be considered real. In that case, let's take it slow. To be honest, this matter still depends on fate. Li Zheng sighed and muttered to himself. It's all because of this night. It's too seductive and drives people crazy. Li Zheng is already familiar with drinking water and taking a walk after meals. Li Titus came back. Yuan Tiangang came over today. After paying his respects to Li Zheng, he hurried to the Qixing temple. I'm afraid he had encountered something. Li Tai was lying in the room and snoring. Li Dan and Li Qing also fell asleep after being comforted by Wang Shi and Sai Shi. Li Zheng wanted to continue drinking water. Standing outside the yard, the cold wind blew, and Li Zheng always felt restless in his heart. This feeling is too primitive. Li Zheng seemed to vaguely understand something about this primitive desire. He looked back at the room and sighed. No one knew what the two women were discussing, but they definitely put some stimulant or something in the water. No wonder the more water I drink, the more I can't control myself. Just as he turned back to the yard and was about to give Arya a good criticism and education, a mandrill suddenly appeared and landed on Li Zheng's shoulder. There are 30 people at the foot of the mountain, climbing up with knives in their hands. What the mandrill saw was what Li Zheng saw. Mandrills don't know everything about humans, but Li Zheng knows. Are there any enemies coming up the mountain? Who is so blind again? Li Zheng's not up. There are too many rocks in Yushan, and the 30 people were shivering in the cold wind. Chen Lu, you said you can go up, but how can we go up? There are only rocks here. Chen Lu's face was icy. Everything about you is good, except for this one thing. You haven't even started anything yet, and you're already cursing. How can someone like you accomplish anything great? Chapter 164. The Dumbest Thief. Chen Lu is not stupid. His IQ is just that of an average person. But he understood that if he wanted to accomplish great things, he had to be ruthless. Although I don't know why, isn't that what the Crown Prince and the Third Prince did when they saw the Changlin army's glory? If you don't want to do this, get out. The man said nothing more, and a trace of resentment flashed across his face. The people behind were now just sitting on the ground, rubbing their ankles carefully. Brothers, protect yourselves. Today, we're going up the mountain. That guy is a wealthy man. Although we don't know what's going on up there, the 30 of us brothers will definitely capture him. That guy will have no choice but to die. After Chen Lu finished speaking, everyone tensed up. They were originally trembling a little, but now their blood was boiling. The moonlight was quiet, but from some unknown moment, there was always a rustling sound in the woods and the mountains. The dead leaves fell to the ground, ruthlessly covering every inch of the ground beneath our feet. Only those who have walked on the land know whether it is stones or traps. The 30 remnants of the Changlin army are now crying. If I had known that being a bandit was so difficult, I would have given up. It wouldn't have been like this when I went to King Longfang in Chang'an to move goods. Is this eating meat and drinking wine with big mouthfuls? Just climbing the mountain is hard, and you want to be the king of the mountain? How dare you use this godforsaken place as your base camp? The wind blowing in the middle of the night alone is enough to freeze you half to death. Everyone was muttering in their hearts, but when they remembered that the money Chun Lu gave was enough, they kept silent. These 3 idiots are really something. For the sake of money, just be patient with them. After walking a few steps, the person at the back suddenly felt his feet drop and let out a scream. Everyone suddenly looked back in the cover of night, but they couldn't see anything. It was a pitch-black night, a terrifying one. Chen Lu, why don't you light a torch? Torch? Wouldn't that alert the enemy? Chen Lu suppressed his unhappiness and wanted to curse. These people are not good at anything except eating. When we invited them to dinner today, they were so crazy, as if they hadn't eaten for several months. They almost finished eating the plates. Fortunately, Wudu was quick-witted, otherwise someone would have licked the plate and broken it. To protect your Xiaohu documents from piracy, choose Xiaohu, a stable and reliable robot that won't let you fall into traps. What happened? No. Who made that noise just now? Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. There had been moonlight, but now it was gone. It was pitch dark, and no one could see the road ahead clearly. The fallen leaves under my feet were piled very thickly, making a crunching sound when I stepped on them. From time to time, I stepped into a mud pit and had to spend a long time to pull my feet out. Li Zheng was sitting in front of the courtyard gate with a cold look in his eyes. The mandrills kept coming up the mountain to report the situation below, and Li Zheng almost laughed out loud. Are there really stupid thieves in this world? Li Zheng originally thought that thieves should at least be like those in Black Wind Village. Not to mention other things, they should have the basic qualities of fighting and combat, right? But now he discovered that a place like Black Wind Village, although insignificant under the iron hoofs of the Black Armor Army, was already superior to the bandits in all parts of the Tang dynasty. No wonder it can become so big and strong. It's just that the corporate culture is not so good. The bandits in the Black Wind Village seem to have some problems with their brains, and they are quite stubborn. Looking at these stupid thieves now, although Li Zheng didn't know where they came from or where they were going, their behavior was too funny. There's a main road, but they don't take it. The gravel road is uncomfortable, so the small path in the mountain stream is comfortable. The ground was covered with fallen leaves, making it impossible to see the road conditions. In addition, the moon had disappeared and it was pitch black. How could no one light a torch? Are they too poor to buy torches? In just 50 meters, they had already lost 3 people. But this still did not arouse the vigilance of these people. Li Zheng took out a tomato and threw it to the mandrill. The mandrill shouted excitedly, held the tomato, and started to eat it. These are traps made by monkeys and mandrills. They're very simple. Just dig them in the ground. Below the big pit are gravel and some strange mud pits. If you fall into them, you will probably die immediately without making any sound. It is like a swamp. This is what it's like in places where no one appears all year round. There are a lot of rocks under the fallen leaves under your feet. There are so many rocks with sharp edges. Some of them are round, but it is easy to sprain your ankle. Even if some of them have sharp edges, if you don't step on them and get hurt, who would know that they are so sharp? Li Zheng smiled faintly. If these people walked forward a few dozen meters, they would probably despair. The road before them is death. The path they took up the mountain led to a cliff. The monkeys and mandrills were ready, and the pangolins were digging the ground not far behind them, trying to cut off these people's retreat. Perhaps this is the most aggrieved robber in the world. Brother, there seems to be no road ahead. How do you know? No, that place looks foggy and scary. Upon hearing this, Chen Lu's face was filled with impatience. I, Chen Lu, have also been on the brink of death and knight-errant. How could I be afraid of this today? Brothers, let's go over there. This is the way up the mountain. Just as they reached the edge of the cliff, the monkeys and mandrills in the mountains let out loud, sharp, sneering laughs almost at the same time. The monkeys' laughter is still chirping. Normally, when ordinary people hear it, they know it is a monkey and don't think too much about it. But tonight was different. These people were guilty as thieves. It was a dark night with strong winds. They were trembling with fear in this empty and deserted valley. They didn't even know how many people they had lost along the way. The monkeys laughed so hard that the sound echoed for a long time, everywhere in all directions. At this time, even the most powerful robber would be scared to death. Ghost! There's a ghost. Don't panic, don't panic. Then, there seemed to be a sound coming from above my head. The sound was so familiar, mixed with the whistling wind. Li Jing laughed at this time, and at this time, the monkeys started throwing stones. After practicing for so many days, the monkeys should be able to throw stones with some accuracy, right? The narrow valley must be in a terrible state now. When Li Tai woke up, the sun was already shining on his butt. As I came out rubbing my eyes, I saw Li Zheng standing outside the yard gate. Teacher, you're up so early. Haha, Li Tai, you sent a letter to your father, and I accidentally arrested some people. Li Tai rubbed his eyes, feeling extremely horrified. There are more than 20 of these people. Teacher, how did you catch it? Li Tai's heart is now full of curiosity. Li Zheng smiled and said, What are you thinking about all day long, little guy? I just asked the monkeys to throw some stones. Li Tai nodded frantically. I know I was wrong. I will write a letter to my father right away. Li Zheng sat outside all night last night and listened to the screams. Tuepter satakusikumintavisi, tuepter satakusikumintavisi trekik eli toi. After a night, the heat in Li Zheng's body disappeared. After drinking the spring water in the super farm, Li Zheng felt completely refreshed. Not only did my fatigue disappear, but my body also seemed to become warmer. There was a heavy frost this morning, but Li Zheng didn't feel cold at all. It just left Li Tai dumbfounded. Li Tai is now trying to find a way to blow the whistle again. He has no choice but to do so. Otherwise, he will have to go back to the palace. I must make my father feel that I am learning some real magic here. So Li Tai thought for a while, picked up the pen, and began to let himself go. Father, today the immortal master displayed his magical powers and captured over 20 bandits. He may seem ordinary, but he is truly unpredictable. With a wave of his hand, all the beasts in the forest responded. With a raised hand, a massive formation formed within Jade Mountain. Huge rocks fell, clouds rolled, and the sound was like thunder. Li Tai was extremely satisfied with his work. He thought that after seeing this, his father would not let him stay back for a few more days, right? The mandrill came to Li Tai. Li Tai handed the envelope directly to the mandrill, then clapped his hands and walked out with satisfaction. This baboon belongs to the immortal master and only listens to the immortal master. When it reaches the foot of the mountain, the hidden guards will naturally get the letter, and it will reach the palace in 1 hour. Li Zheng was very worried when he saw these bandits looking half dead. They were not dead, but they were all scared silly. Li Tai, do you know them? Teacher, I don't know them. Oh, Li Zheng nudda. Then how did these people target him? Li Tai, look at that man. He's dull and has a weak will. Go and interrogate him. As soon as Li Tai heard the interrogation, he immediately became excited, and the violent nature in his little heart began to show up again at this moment. In the iron warehouse, Li Tai licked the corner of his mouth and looked at the guy in front of him who had just been awakened by him with cold well water, with a devilish smile on his face. Li Junxian soon appeared in the open space outside the door, but this time, Li Junxian felt something was wrong. Sir, it's nothing, just some petty thieves. However, General Li needs to interrogate them thoroughly. I always feel that this matter is a bit strange. Li Zim Fronat. There was no one living on Yushan Mountain. Why did someone appear here twice in a row? Was he trying to harm him? If Feng Li was an accident and he just wanted to rob money and food, then what about these people? As soon as Li Junxian left, Li Tai laughed out loud. Teacher, this thief confessed. It's like this. After hearing the so-called confession, Li Zheng was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Li Tai, you are a prince, you can't lie. Are you sure you didn't exaggerate? Teacher, how dare I lie to you? I might have exaggerated a little in front of my father, but what I just said was absolutely true. Li Zheng himself was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. 3 stupid thieves, with a group of brothers, wanted to go up the mountain to kill people and then use Yushan as their base. Yushan being a bandit's lair? It's simply ridiculous. Especially when he heard Li Tai's statement of the bandit's idea, he laughed out loud. Teacher, this is the dumbest thief I have ever seen. Who says it isn't? Li Er faced Li Tai's letter and looked at Li Juanxin's confession after the interrogation and fell into deep thought. The power of the immortal is so terrifying. I originally wanted to send more people to protect the immortal's relatives in a mortal world, but now it seems that it is completely unnecessary. Especially the ability to command hundreds of beasts in Li Tai's letter, which is like the ability to move mountains and fill the sea, and to make the entire mountain serve as a large formation, is a legendary method. Your Majesty, the Imperial Master has arrived. Yuan Tiangang arrived. An hour ago, Li Er sent someone to find Yuan Tiangang. At this time, Yuan Tiangang looked tired and his clothes were a little messy. Your Majesty, I, Yuan Tiangang, greet you. Master, did you steal a chicken last night? Li Er looked at Yuan Tiangang and began to laugh. Ha! Take a look at this letter and tell me, is what's written here true or false? Yuan Tiangang took the letter and knew it was Li Tai's handwriting at a glance. The words used on it were extremely familiar, as if they were from one of his own storytelling novels. Huh! Why are they moving mountains and filling the sea, using mountains as a battle formation? Command all the beasts? The more Yuan Tiangang looked at it, the more outrageous it seemed to him. Immortal masters would never use such means. Immortal masters have always been simple and crude. They would either use worldly means or simply let the divine beast appear and stomp it to death with one foot. But His Majesty's questioning is a test for the second prince, which is difficult to handle. Forget it. The immortal master is on the mountain anyway. He is omnipotent and a true immortal. Couldn't he have this little trick? Yuan Tiangang then steeled his resolve and gritted his teeth. Your Majesty, every word the second prince said is true. Not a single word is false. Oh, according to you, the immortal is really willing to use thunderbolt methods. Yuan Tiangang nodded when he heard Li Er's words. Your Majesty, after following the immortal master for a while, I discovered a problem. What's the problem? It's about the immortal master. He's an approachable person. You might say he's ordinary, but his words and actions are extraordinary. You might say he's extraordinary, but he hides it very well. Yuan Tiangang frowned and bowed, saying, Your Majesty may not know that if the immortal master has an enemy, he likes to resolve it with worldly means, using open conspiracy, which is justifiable. But if they encounter a difficult enemy, or one that the immortal master dislikes, such as the Turkic army, the immortal master will use immortal beasts. Under other circumstances, the immortal master would not want to take action. In the words of the immortal master, everything has a balance, and he cannot break this balance. The more Li Er listened, the more shocked he became. Sure enough, as expected, Yuan Tiangang, if the immortal master hadn't said that he didn't want to be the national master, you would have been dead long ago. Good. Yuan Tiangang, it's a good thing that you're here today. Can you tell me if I can change the rules of the imperial examination now? Yuan Tiangong's face darkened, and he knew that nothing good was going to happen today. His Majesty had asked him to come before, just to listen, but ever since the immortal master appeared, His Majesty had clearly already thought through every decision, yet he insisted on having Yuan Tiangang come and participate, so-called following the will of heaven. Last time, people from the 5 surnames and 7 families went to the 7 Stars Temple every day to cause trouble. If Yuan Tiangang had not returned in time, the 7 Stars Temple would have been gone. Your Majesty, this... Haha. Imperial Master, are my words no longer effective? Why not let the immortal speak to you? Li Er began to threaten. Yuan Tiangang immediately knelt on the ground and said, I dare not. I will start preparing now. Li Er nodded and said, That's right. Chapter 166, Chapter 166, the Imperial Palace converted into a warehouse. Li Er wanted to change the imperial examination system from the moment Li Zheng asked Li Tai to start researching the subject. This idea deeply stimulated the feudal Emperor Li Er. He used to think that as long as he worked diligently and loved the people, he could improve the happiness of the people of the Tang Dynasty, ensure that the people of the Tang Dynasty had enough food and clothing, would not fall into depravity due to hunger, and would not lose their morality due to helplessness. But he suddenly discovered that in front of his grand goal, there were 7 big heads lying on the mountain. These 7 big heads opened their bloody mouths and kept devouring everything of the people. From that moment on, Li Er decided to start a brave attempt. He remembered what Li Zheng Shangxian had said. Do you want to be an emperor with a glorious reputation for a lifetime, or an emperor who will rule for eternity? A lifetime of fame, but nothing accomplished, can only plant saplings for future generations to enjoy the shade. But it will be different for thousands of years. He was bold in innovation, bravely stood at the forefront, and cut off all 7 heads. Li Er's life achievements will be remembered for thousands of years. But Li Er is not satisfied with just these. He has great ambitions. What the Emperor Qin Shi Huang and Emperor Wu of Han failed to do, Li Er, will do. What the Emperor Qin Shi Huang and Emperor Wu of Han did, Li Er, will also do. In short, Li Er, will become the greatest emperor in Chinese history, no doubt about it. Asking Yuan Tiangang to divine was just a process. It was usually easier to get things done in the name of God. Looking at Yuan Tiangang sweating and divining seriously, Li Er knew that the result would definitely be what he wanted. It has to be yes or no. Immortal Li Zheng is indeed amazing. He is prepared for the future and hits the nail on the head. If Immortal Li Zheng had been around back then, all the problems would have been solved once and for all at the beginning of the establishment of the Tang dynasty. At this time, Li Er's side, the Tang dynasty had not yet been completely unified. The situation of warlords fighting for power had ended, but only most places had returned to peace. There were still some kings who ruled a certain area and did not want to surrender. Li Er sneered, and his eyes became colder as he looked at the divination tortoise shell. Daizhou now feels like a fool. He finally managed to vacate the Taiji Hall, but now the Ganlu Hall has to be demolished as well. His Majesty's thoughts are really hard to understand. In the past, when he followed His Majesty, then His Royal Highness the Prince of Qin, he had never encountered such huge troubles. At that time, His Royal Highness the Prince of Qin was happy to avenge his enemies and was invincible in battle. He would discuss any idea with his confidants, make bold assumptions, and make careful decisions. But what about now? Why is His Majesty the Great Tang acting so impulsively? Can this Tai Chi Hall be used as a warehouse? If this were used as a warehouse, it would probably become the most expensive warehouse in the world. What's more, there would definitely be people in the court who would constantly impeach it, saying that the ritual system was collapsing. The job of being the Minister of Revenue is really difficult. In addition to calculating the money and grain of the Tang dynasty, he also has to calculate how to spend every penny. Unfortunately, the Emperor of the Tang dynasty is a person who cannot afford to be poor. Daizhou stroked his beard and sighed as he saw the warehouse in front of him surrounding the entire corner of the palace, even some small gardens, and just short of accommodating the harem. The officials from the Ministry of Works looked at Daizhou, sighing, and felt puzzled. "Sir, why are you sighing?" "Haha, you don't understand." "Well, if you don't tell us, how can we understand?" "If you tell us, I might be able to help you solve your problems." Daizhou glanced at the official from the Ministry of Works. "You're good in every way, except for your habit of flattery. This warehouse is so huge, but it only occupies a corner of the palace. What if His Majesty feels that it's a little small in the future?" The official smiled bitterly, then bowed solemnly. "Sir, if Your Majesty feels this place is too small, we can continue to expedite the construction of a new warehouse in the East Palace." Daizhou frowned. "Humph, such lewd words. The palace is the palace. Why so many warehouses?" The official was not in a hurry. He just smiled faintly and said respectfully, "Your Excellency is right. This palace is the palace. How can it be used as a warehouse? But, Your Excellency, think about it. If Your Majesty feels that the warehouses here are too small, how many warehouses will Your Majesty need?" Daizhou thought about it and realized that this was indeed the truth. "My lord, think about it. By that time, His Majesty will undoubtedly need a large amount of warehouses. But there is also a problem. By that time, the warehouses His Majesty needs may not even be enough in the Imperial Palace. The world is so big that if everything were put together, the Imperial Palace would naturally not be enough." But Daizhou could never understand why His Majesty would need so many warehouses. Of course, the main reason was that he had not seen Li Zheng wave his hand, and 100,000 kilograms of potatoes appeared out of thin air and piled up in the Tai Chi Hall like a small mountain. "The warehouse will be completed today. You may report this to His Majesty." Daizhou was looking at the small official from the Ministry of Works in front of him with a smile on his face. This young official was only about 28 or 29 years old, but he was extremely smart and Daizhou liked him very much. "Sun Kong, you're quite good. It seems I misunderstood you before. I thought you were talented, but you were always flattering others. That's really not right. After what you just said, I think I understand what you mean, hee hee." Sun Kong nodded and bowed. Li Zheng knew that Li Er said the warehouse was built and that he was going to spend money. Faced with Li Er's excitement, Li Zheng was too embarrassed to refuse. Your Majesty, have you thought it through? Li Er was extremely excited. My lord, of course I have made up my mind. If I want to be an emperor praised by all the generations, I must be bold in innovation. What's the point of such a huge palace? It's just empty and looks like a wasteland. It's better to turn it into a useful warehouse. Also, the West Palace is deserted and cold, and the Yeo courtyard is unnecessary. What's the point of having the descendants of some criminals exiled here? Li Er complained a lot, and suddenly his eyes tightened. My lord, I have always believed that the imperial examination system is a good thing, but this year the system has changed, and someone is needed to implement it. Li Zheng finally understood that the Tang dynasty was short of talent, and Li Er was in a hurry to recruit people. His words that all heroes in the world were within his grasp were quite arrogant. In fact, within 2 years, Li Er himself would have figured out the role of the imperial examination reform and then implemented it. Li Zheng just brought the time forward a little. The imperial examinations will certainly face resistance. Your Majesty, don't you have someone suitable to oversee this? Li Er shook his head. Indeed not. The people around him were either military generals or had important tasks to do. There were also civil officials such as Feng Mao and Du Duan, who were both Li Er's confidants, and countless civil officials. However, very few of those civil servants were trained by Li Er himself. Chapter 167. When persimmons are mentioned, father is kind and son is filial. If you say there are, yes, but people like Wei Zheng and Wang Gui have had grievances with me in the past. I shouldn't ignore them, but the imperial examination cannot have any mistakes. I can't use them. Li Zheng didn't say anything. Come on, it's time to show off. Li Er's respectful look left Li Tai standing beside him dumbfounded. When Li Tai was serving tea, his eyes were rolling around, and suddenly he thought of something good. Persimmons. The teacher said today that we can't finish the persimmons at home, so we need to take them out and dry them in the sun. It just so happened that his father came, so he asked him to take some back and eat more. Li Er had no appetite for this, and his mouth was bland. Sir, what do you think of Wu Shige? He is the confidant of the retired emperor. Although his talent is unknown, his loyalty is unwavering. Li Zem Fronat. Wu Shige, Wu Zetian's father? He's got a knack for business, but he's probably not suited for anything else. Besides, a businessman becoming an examiner? Are you trying to get Wu Shige killed? Seeing Li Zheng silent, Li Er frowned and said, if it really doesn't work, let Minister Fong and Minister Du go. Li Zheng waved his hand and said, Your Majesty, the son of destiny is in Chang'an. If you are willing to look for him, I am willing to tell you a little bit. Li Er's eyes lit up instantly. Please enlighten me, immortal. Although I am the son of heaven, I am inevitably blinded by my own shortcomings. The immortal has a broad vision and lofty aspirations. This son of destiny will surely be able to take on the task. Li Zheng smiled and asked, How do you know he can do it? Aha, the person recommended by the immortal must not be missed. Li Er and Li Zheng had a tacit understanding. At this time, Li Tai said cautiously, Father, this is a persimmon cake I made myself. When Li Er heard this, he immediately put down the persimmon cake he was chewing. A painful expression appeared on his face, and Li Tai's face began to twitch. Chinke, did you make this yourself? Are you planning a rebellion? Li Tai's head went blank with a bang. Rebel? No. Father, I just want to be filial. Your Majesty, I see that your father is very busy and toilsome. How could I possibly think of rebelling? Rebellious son, come here, we'll have a good talk with you. When Li Er called Li Tai over, Li Tai's buttocks tightened subconsciously. This scene seemed familiar. When he was a child, whenever he made a mistake, his father would tell him to go ahead with these words and then spank him with a cane. Father, I dare not go over there. Don't worry, I won't hit you. I'm the emperor. My word is my bond. How could I possibly lie to you? Li Tai looked unconvinced and shook his head repeatedly. Father, please eat slowly, my son. Don't go. Stop. Father is so kind and gentle, not the kind of violent person. Chinke, come here. Let me tell you something. Are you coming over here or not? Li Er, who had a kind face, had anger in his eyes because he was angry with Li Tai. It was not for any other reason. After he ate the persimmon cakes that Li Tai sent back last time, he had diarrhea for 3 days. The sequelae were so obvious that now no one in the entire palace dared to mention the word persimmon cakes. He hadn't thought of it when he saw Li Tai, but now Li Tai brought it up himself. How could Li Er tolerate it? Li Zhengzi sat calmly aside, laughing in his heart. It was true that before mentioning persimmon cakes, the father was loving and the son was filial, but as soon as persimmon cakes were mentioned, there was chaos. Li Tai's screams were endless, and Li Er's shouts were heard in between. You're not washing your hands. You are unhygienic. I'll let you eat dried persimmons. Li var sviting profusely. He finished his work and was very satisfied. Just as he sat down on the chair, he found a note on the table. Discuss the gains and losses of government affairs. Li var confused. My lord, this is... This is a question. Your Majesty can read it out in the court and ask all civil and military officials to write letters to express their opinions. In this way, the truly suitable person will emerge. Lier was a little puzzled. Sir, why don't you just tell me directly? Hey, Your Majesty, let everything take its course. This is a difficult matter to achieve, so there will naturally be some minor setbacks. Your Majesty, don't be impatient. After Li Zheng finished speaking, he handed over a persimmon cake. Li Er's face instantly became as ugly as a persimmon. Don't worry, this is what I did. It's very clean. Li Er finally let out a long sigh and complained, My lord, you may not know. When I saw Qin Kei's filial piety that day, I was careless for a moment and never considered that Qin Kei has never liked to fight since childhood. How could? I was so careless. Li Er scratched his head and smiled bitterly. The person that Li Zheng left for Li Er should be in Chang'an now, and he's also a fellow villager from Qinga County. After Li Er left, Li Zheng lay on the bed, immersed in the system. 2 days ago, Li Zheng harvested 2 crops, one of rice and one of wheat. The food consumption at home has been relatively high recently. The little ones are all big eaters. Not only humans need to eat, but chickens, ducks, geese, and even the big yellow dog also need to consume food. Corn kernels are also a good choice for feeding geese. We planted 6 acres of potatoes. Then Li Zheng stood in the super farm and started petting the mammoth. As soon as the mammoth saw Li Zheng, it moved its big head closer. This big head was bigger than Li Zheng himself, and it was extremely difficult to stroke it. How come you're so big? Hey, are all animals in your ancient times like this? So, when will this super ranch unlock things like dinosaurs? Li Zheng muttered to himself, and the mammoth suddenly became dissatisfied. Master, the baby wants a hug. Master, what evil could an elephant have in mind? Li Zheng sighed and scratched the mammoth's big nose. In the past 2 days, Li Zheng has been raising more and more Arabian horses. Although he only conducts 1 round of breeding every day, it is obvious that the number of Arabian horses has reached 45. No, we need to speed up the process. System, I've always had a question. Do I really have to personally manage the crops and animals here? Isn't there a little bit of automation? As soon as Li Zheng raised his question, the system gave an answer. Host, after the farm and ranch reach level 10, they will be fully unlocked and there will be no taboos. So this means I've reached level 10? However, the super ranch will reach level 10 in the near future, but the super farm will not. With such slow efficiency, it will take some time. But there is so much time left. How could there be so many things going on in the Tang dynasty that require Li Zheng to work 996,007 every day? Keep raising horses. Li Zheng was happily lying on the mammoth's trunk and said lazily. Suddenly, foals of the Arabian horse appeared in 9 shacks. General Chang He of the city gate is scratching his head so hard today. Your Majesty, why don't you just let the civil officials write these things? It's really embarrassing for me, a military commander, to write this stuff. Chapter 168. Chapter 168. You are the master and apprentice of Huanong, right? Chang He sat at home, feeling extremely depressed. He was not a powerful official, but just a small general who was only in charge of the city gates. What kind of benefits can the city gate of Chang'an in the Tang dynasty bring? Not only is the benefit small, but the responsibility is also heavy. The real money is little, the work is heavy, and the responsibilities are heavy. Any slight mistake may cause changes in Chang'an. His Majesty entrusted him with an important task, so Chang He naturally could not act recklessly. He worked diligently every day and did his best to defend the city. But this article, which discusses national politics, how should I write it? The tip of the brush was bitten to pieces, but Chang He still couldn't compose a single word. Master, that child has come to see you again. Chang He was extremely worried, but suddenly his brows relaxed. Yes, I am a rough man and can't write these articles, but that kid is different. He is a real genius. Even though he grew up alone, he is a man with a deep mind and is well-read. Okay, Changhe was very happy and strode out to greet the child. It has been 2 days since Li Er issued the order, and it seems that few people in the court, both civil and military, have submitted answers that satisfy Li Er, especially the things about him and his father Li Yuan. No one dares to write or speak. Li Er sat in the imperial study, looking at the memorials submitted, and was extremely angry. In the vast Tang dynasty, with so many civil and military officials, not a single person dared to raise the issue of father and son. While they have their own opinions on governing the country, they're all cliches. I know that. This Wei Zheng is making me mad. Do you think everyone in the world is stupid? Are you the only one who's smart? Empress Chang's son looked at Li Er through the curtain, seeing him in a state of panic and cursing, and felt very distressed. But I'm just a woman and should not comment on state affairs. What should I do? Li Junxian was guarding outside the door. When he heard the foul language coming out of the imperial study, his face turned ugly. Your Majesty is in a bad mood every day, and when he is in a bad mood, he takes his anger out on himself. Even though we are relatives, he cannot always be like this. Are these civil and military officials really so bad? Thinking of this, Li Junxian suddenly felt fortunate that he didn't have to write this article about the gains and losses of government affairs. As military commanders, how many of them could read better than me? Back in the day when we were fighting, the military documents had to be written by others, but I could at least do it myself. TSK, TSK. Thinking of this, Li Junxian laughed out loud. The guard beside him heard Li Junxian laughing and asked cautiously, General, if you have any good news, please tell me, so that I can laugh too. Li Junxian rolled his eyes. Just do your job. You only know how to have fun all day long. His Majesty's safety rests on your shoulders. How can you covet that little bit of fun? Hey, General, you don't know. How could His Majesty be in danger in this palace? With General Li here, we are naturally relieved. Everyone likes to hear flattery. Li Junxian sighed at this moment. Tell me, among the generals in this court, is there anyone who can wield literary talent and display his talent? The guard chuckled and said, General, this question is too simple. Think about it. Apart from General Li Jing and General Ho Junji, which other general can compare to you, General? This is exactly what I want to hear. Yes, this kid is talented and can be molded. Li Junxian touched his chin, crossed his arms, and was very satisfied. Well, you can't say that. I can only read and write, so I can't be considered talented. General, you are too modest. If I could be as talented and eloquent as you, I would be satisfied in this life. Haha, you're such a big shot. Although it's a bit exaggerated, it's true. Li Junxian was naturally very happy to be flattered. Just when he was immersed in his contempt for those uneducated generals, he suddenly heard a voice. That is His Majesty's voice. What a Changhe. Well written. It's clear and to the point, and it really wins my heart. Li Junxian's face turned green outside the door. He was feeling smug just now, but suddenly his face turned ugly. Changhe, the one guarding the city gate. He doesn't even know how to read. How can he write? The guard who was flattering the horse on the side was also confused. What he had just said was now contradicted in his face. He was afraid that his flattery would backfire. Li Junxian, tell Changhe to come see me. Li Zheng recommended a person named Ma Zhou to Li Er. He was born in a humble family and lost both his parents. He was well-read and talented since childhood. More importantly, Ma Zhou was never just a talker. He was a real talent with his own insights. Could he be an ordinary person who was discovered by Li Er during the Zhengguan period and later rose from a commoner to the prime minister? Li Zheng sat in the house, stroking the goose's head and thinking about which one to eat tonight when he couldn't help laughing. Li Tai was sharpening a knife. When he saw Li Zheng laughing, he couldn't help but run over. Teacher, is the knife okay? Can we kill the goose now? Can we eat roast goose now? You are so young, and as a prince, you only know how to eat. Haven't you noticed that you have gained a lot of weight since you came to me? He looks like a little fat boy. Li Zheng waved his hand. It's not hot yet. Keep sharpening the knife. Ma Zhou is the most suitable person to be the chief examiner. He has no background, no connections, and does not need any advice from anyone on his career. He only needs to be loyal and serve Li Er, and everything will become natural. This man is accustomed to the sufferings of the world and is extremely cruel. If anyone dares to act recklessly during the reform of the imperial examination and cut off the path for the advancement of scholars, Ma Zhou will not hesitate to chop them with a knife. This person is really nice. Li Tai, come here. Li Tai, who had just sat down to sharpen his knife, stood up again. Teacher, what do you want? This goose is calling so happily today. I'm afraid it has encountered something happy. Why don't we eat it? The expression on Li Tai's face became interesting. The goose is a good thing happen, eat it? Hmm? What's the reason? But soon, Li Tai realized that the whole family wanted to eat the goose. So no matter what the reason was, it didn't matter. Being able to eat roast goose is better than anything else. Rosanna had been looking at Li Zheng with strange eyes these past few days, and she would often ask Arya, "Is there something wrong with your husband?" Arya is definitely protecting her husband. They usually laugh and joke with each other like sisters, but at this moment, she will naturally not give in. That's not the case. Maybe my sister isn't attractive enough. These words made Rosanna fall into deep thought. Could it be that the way Tang Dynasty men looked at women was different from that of Persian men? That shouldn't be the case. Don't all men in the world like big ones? Chapter 169 Chapter 169 Beauty Scheme. Rosanna was naturally unwilling to accept that her plan had failed, so she remained calm and composed. Sister, what you mean is that I haven't tried hard enough. Arya was stunned. If a woman as beautiful as you can't conquer a man, then maybe you're not trying hard enough. Rosanna bit her lip, her eyes moving around in thought. Now during the meal, they have divided into two groups. One group is Wang, Saishishir, Li Dan, and Li Qing. The other faction consists of Li Zheng, Arya, Rosanna, and Li Tai. If Yuan Tiangang is there will naturally be Yuan Tiangang as well. Wang once wanted Arya to go to the inner room to eat instead of eating outside like Li Zheng, but Arya refused. Zheng Liwan is a woman of character and pride. Just because it doesn't happen in front of Li Zheng doesn't mean it doesn't happen in front of others. After some friendly communication with Sai Shishir, Arya finally compromised. She would appear in the inner room and also outside. Today, Arya was eating in the inner room, while outside, Li Zheng and Li Tai started to feast on the food. Li Tai didn't care about that. He was born a prince and knew that his identity was extraordinary since he could remember. At present, except for Li Zheng and Li Er, he was completely respectful to them. No one else was in his eyes. While Li Zheng was serving the rice, Rosanna began to cautiously test Li Tai. Li Tai, can you do my sister a favor? Li Tai raised his head, looked at Rosanna, then looked at the meat in the bowl. After a moment of silence, he chose to continue eating the meat. Rosanna was furious and cursed in her heart. It was bad enough that Li Zheng was unromantic, but his disciple was the same. How could this be possible? If all the men in the Tang dynasty were like you, how could they do business? In fact, Rosanna didn't know that Li Tai didn't go to see her because he saw that something was going to happen between her and her teacher. Rosanna thought that Li Tai would be the catalyst, but she was completely wrong. After Shadowall finished eating, he became alert, but after a while, he discovered a problem. Li Junxian had arrived. Oh, brother Li, how come you have time to come up today? Don't ask, just fight. Shadowall had just finished his meal. He didn't know Li Zheng's identity, but he knew that Li Zheng was an excellent cook. He ate a little more today, and his throat was full. No, I ate too much and I'm afraid I'll throw up. Haha, you don't dare, do you? Li Junxian said sarcastically. Li Junxian was in a bad mood. Chang'e could write such things, so he was naturally indignant. Why? A person like Chang'e who can barely read was rewarded by His Majesty. He worked diligently, and although he did not write about the gains and losses of the government, he followed His Majesty and made great contributions. Why? In terms of achievements, you, Chang'e, are not even worthy of carrying shoes for me. Li Junxian. Oh, forget it. I feel upset, so I naturally want to find Shadowall to fight. But Shadowall didn't respond. A lewd smile appeared on his bearded face. Brother Li, were you rejected by the girl? Li Junxian's eyes were wide open with anger. He was a handsome man with an elegant demeanor. How could he be rejected? Nonsense, Shadowall. I've disliked you for a long time, and today I want to fight you to the death. Shadowall's heart shuddered. It's over. This guy forced a fight. There is no way to refuse the challenge. Now that things have come to this, let's have a good fight. Don't panic. Let me prepare. Shadowall stood on the edge of the cliff with a serious expression. As the cold wind blew, he reached his hand to his throat. Vomit! Vomit! After making several disgusting noises in succession, Shadowall let out a long breath, with something strange still stuck to the corner of his mouth. He muttered, what a pity, what a pity. What a shame to waste such a delicious meal. After Li Tai had eaten and drunk his fill, he slipped away. Rosanna looked at Li Zheng, and her eyes were filled with spring water. Li Zheng, the weather is nice today. Li Zheng looked up and slowly put down the goose leg in his mouth. It's really good. Why don't you eat it, girl? Although goose legs are delicious, I always feel uneasy and can't eat them with peace of mind. When Rosanna looks melancholy, Her light blue eyes can indeed emit electricity. Is Qin immortal? No, he is an ordinary person, just an ordinary person with a golden finger. Any ordinary person would feel pity in the face of such temptation. Women in later generations all like to use this trick, pretending to be pitiful for no reason, and then win the sympathy of men, and then use various small actions and tricks to make men misunderstand. When men are about to pounce on them, they pretend to be pitiful and show that they have no such intention. But at this time, will men listen? After a tacit communication, the man, looking at the woman's tearful yet satisfied and dependent look, will surely make a vow. I will never let you down. Li Zheng has seen this kind of routine many times. It would be strange if Rosanna in front of me didn't use this trick. Li Zheng continued to gnaw on the goose leg, but a foot had already climbed up his leg without him noticing. Instantly, Li Zheng smiled faintly. What does Miss Luo mean? I don't mean anything by that. I just think the weather is perfect today, and it's a good match for you and me. Who did you learn this from? Li Zheng's face darkened. He slowly stood up and wiped his mouth. Miss Luo, there are two things I hate most in my life. Ideals that are not pure enough, and feelings that are not pure enough. Both are hypocritical, and I don't like hypocrisy. Li Zheng finished speaking and turned to leave. Rosanna's chest heaved with anger. Li Zheng, just wait. This princess will definitely take you down. Li Zheng had not walked far yet, so he was naturally curious about this sentence. He also wanted to know what Rosanna's methods were. After Li Zheng entered the house, Rosanna smiled slowly, put away the goose legs that Li Zheng had just eaten, and said with a smile, "See, you still got caught. Last time it was just the normal amount, and it seemed that Li Zheng was extremely strong. So this time, let's not talk about anything else. Let's start with 5 times the amount. I, Rosanna, am of noble birth, and no one dares to go against what I want. Li Zheng doesn't care about that. Your motives, Rosanna, are not pure, so naturally I cannot agree to it. You are beautiful, but are you more beautiful than Zheng Liwan?" Li Tai raised his head and asked, "Teacher, is Miss Luo interested in you?" Li Zheng did not answer directly. Instead, he lifted up his robe and sat on the chair. "Li Tai, you don't have enough homework today. It just so happens that I have a new course for you." When Li Tai heard this, a terrifying signal flashed across his face. "Teacher, I know I was wrong. I will complete my homework conscientiously." The fight outside the door was over. Li Junxian was like an exhausted man. When he saw Li Zheng, he bowed down to him. Chapter 170, that's a ghostwriter. This Li Junxian is completely different from the Li Junxian of the past. The previous Li Junxian was like a proud rooster. When he raised his head, it seemed that nothing could stop his yearning for life. But now, he is more like a drowned rat. There was no way. He looked as if he had suffered a heavy blow. "Sir, I really don't understand. Am I not as good as Chang He?" Li Zheng smiled faintly. "General Li, who is Chang He?" "My lord, you don't even know Chang He? I'm at a huge disadvantage then." The resentment and blow in Li Junxian's eyes made it seem as if he had lost his fighting spirit. If this young general loses his fighting spirit, I'm afraid Li Er himself will have to take the blame. "Generally, what do you mean? Please explain clearly." Li Zheng certainly knew what Li Junxian meant, but how to solve the problem had to be explained by Li Junxian himself. "Sir, didn't His Majesty send out an edict to all civil and military officials a few days ago, asking them to submit a memorial about the successes and failures of state affairs? I don't need to write anything because I am His Majesty's personal military officer, but the other generals have to write. Tell me, of all the generals who can enter the imperial court, which one isn't a big, strong man? Not many can read, and even fewer can write, let alone fully express their thoughts." Li Zheng saw Li Junxian's arrogancia. No wonder this guy started fighting with Shadawa at the slightest disagreement. He had been like this since the first time they met. "Oh, I didn't know that. So, tell me, why do you resent Chang He?" Li Junxian was about to cry. "Who am I? Who is Chang He? I've been familiar with military books since I was young. So what's wrong with him? He's just a warrior. How can he write such a thorough article?" Li Zheng burst into laughter. Li Tai on the side was also a little surprised. When he saw Li Zheng laughing, he naturally knew the reason. If the article was written by Chang He himself, Li Tai felt that he could give up. Li Zheng nudda. That's right. If Chang He didn't show up, how can Ma Zhou show up? Ma Zhou's early appearance is a good thing for Li Er and the Tang dynasty. You, Li Junxian, are just a little stimulated. It has nothing to do with you. Why do you have to compare yourself with others? Now, he has his retainer Ma Zhou, who is unparalleled in talent and learning. What about you? Do you want to go up and compete with Ma Zhou? Lier was probably frightened by Ma Zhou's literary talent. Within 2 days, Li Junxian should know the reason. At this time, Li Zheng pointed at Li Tai calmly. Where's the bag? Where's the pen? Li Tai untied the bag from behind and then took out a brush. Li Junxian frowned. My lord, are you telling me to be tolerant, keep writing, and one day surpass Changhe? Li Zheng shook his head. Li Junxian pondered deeply, a look of worry on his face. Then, immortal, are you saying that I should be as open-minded as a bag? Li Zheng shook his head again. Li Junxian was puzzled and continued to look sad, but he stared at the cloth bag and the pen, still not knowing what it meant. General Li, you don't understand what the teacher means, do you? Li Tai became sarcastic, and his smiling face looked like he deserved a beating. The smile on that face was extremely unpleasant, but Li Junxian didn't feel uncomfortable at all. He was a prince, so what if he said a few words to you? Just when Li Junxian was at a loss, Li Zheng sighed. Changhe is just a ghostwriter. In an instant, Li Tai suddenly realized and exclaimed repeatedly, Oh, teacher, so that's what you mean. Li Junxian's brows relaxed in an instant. Li Junxian came over and asked Li Zheng, isn't it just to feel at ease? The ancients sought immortality in the Tao, asked about a bright future, asked about wealth and prosperity, and asked about the path of life. Wasn't it just to seek peace of mind when they were confused? Feeling at peace with oneself is an indescribable state. The first time the bearded man felt at ease with himself for killing someone was on this Turkic land. The number of prisoners captured last time was not many, only about 2,000 or so, 1,000 of whom were conquered by him by force, and the others were accidentally beaten to death. The Turks believed in the strong. When they saw the powerful martial arts of the bearded man, they regarded him as a god of war. As winter approaches, the strong wind on the grassland cuts across the bearded man's face like a knife, but his heart is warm. Brothers, Chiu Ranku, was rejected by the Tang dynasty, but I have found my place in the Turkic people. Why are we fighting back? It's because there are bad guys in the Turkic royal court. They have plunged the Turks into an irretrievable situation. In the past few days, the bearded man has been using some persuasive words and his powerful military force to brainwash the Turkic captives. Now, he had conquered these so-called Turkic warriors both physically and mentally. Hula. The bearded guest could not understand the Turkic people's babble, but there was a Turkic man next to him who knew the official language of the Tang dynasty and naturally translated it for him. So the bad guys must die. There will be a war between the Turks and the Tang dynasty, but not now. If you want to defeat the Tang dynasty, you must first defeat the bad guys in the Turkic royal court. The words, there are bad people in the royal court, became a flame in the eyes of all the Turkic captives. Even though there are only 1,000 people, the fighting power of these 1,000 people has been completely ignited by the bearded guest. Led by the bearded man, 1,000 men continued to charge and fight on the Turkic steppe. This year is particularly cold. On the Turkic steppe, people began to pile up grass and prepare for the cold. If they can survive this cold season, everything will be fine. But what if the roads are blocked by heavy snow this year and the grass on the grassland is frozen? Then all the good luck for the coming year may be gone. Without cattle and sheep and without a way to survive, some people will die, and there may even be plagues on the Turkic steppes. This is how it is to live by the weather. The Turks don't know the reason, but they know how to avoid risks. The road was long, and the bearded man led these brainwashed Turkic captives along the way with a hungry, wolf-like look in his eyes. Although life at sea is comfortable and there is no one to control you, you really have to rely on the weather for your livelihood. It is different on the grassland. There are cattle and sheep everywhere along the way. You can kill weak Turkic groups at will, and you don't need any reason to rob cattle and sheep from those who don't resist. In less than half a month, the bearded guest had expanded his territory on the grassland to nearly 100 miles. Eat meat with big mouthfuls, drink wine with big gulps. Isn't that just like that? But when this news reached Li Jing's ears, he showed worry. Lu Tong, I understand my brother. If he can live peacefully on the grassland, he must have some ulterior motive. I always feel that it is not right. You must monitor him at all times. Don't worry, General. I will keep an eye on my adoptive father. Chapter 171. Are there really immortals in this world? Li Jing could not have imagined the changes in the Turkic steppe. During the days when Jieli Khan was missing, the steppe was indeed much quieter. A soldier came running in at full speed. General, urgent news. Li Jingting stood up immediately and walked towards the soldier who reported the news. Give me. After opening the bamboo tube, Li Jing saw the densely packed words inside. He glanced at them and then carefully checked them word by word. General, this is Your Majesty's secret decree. Ah, this has nothing to do with anyone else. Back off. Lu Tong was very tactful. That was the secret decree from His Majesty, and no one else could read it casually. It's related to the secrets of the Tang dynasty. Li Jing said to Lu Tong, treat the messenger well. He is Your Majesty's personal guard. Yes. After Lu Tong left, Li Jing began to think about it. Potatoes? 200,000 pounds? Where are these potatoes? Does it have to be shipped here in winter? There's no shortage of military rations on the border right now. We can at least keep going until April next year. After April, new rations will appear. Li Jing was puzzled and kept muttering, potatoes, potatoes. It can be stored for several months without spoiling. This is a good thing. Come here, call the Emperor's personal guard. I have something to ask him. The messenger was already very tired, but the moment he saw Li Jing, he still performed the great military salute. Li Jing is now the Minister of War, the real first military commander of the Tang dynasty, equivalent to the Minister of Defense in later generations. It would be impossible for such a person to lead troops to fight in person in other times, but this is the Tang dynasty in the early years of Jingguan, and the Turks are a big threat. If Li Jing doesn't come, Li Er will have few people he can trust. Of course, Ho Junji could do it, but Ho Junji was also responsible for the defense of Liaodong. Everyone has his own niche, and Li Jing and Ho Junji are no exception. After the tired guard saluted, Li Jing couldn't wait to ask a few questions. Are you sure there's something called potatoes in the Tang dynasty now? General, the potato thing does exist. His Majesty purchased it himself. Who did you buy it from? Of course, it's the immortal. The entire palace knows about this. When Li Jing heard the word immortal, he immediately frowned and said, nonsense, there are no immortals in this world. Li Jing was a decisive and unrestrained killer throughout his life. He killed too many so-called immortals in the tribes on the grassland. But he never imagined that one day such a person would appear in the Tang dynasty. Such a person was a liar, a disaster to the country and the people, and he would not be satisfied unless he was killed. General, you don't know that with a wave of the immortal's hand, potatoes are everywhere. His Majesty likes it very much. The second prince has even been sent to study with the immortal. The guard said anxiously, Your Majesty once said that if there is an immortal in this world, it must be him. Li Jing was holding a sword in his hand at this time. Nonsense. What makes you think he is an immortal? I, Li Jing, have spent my entire military career. What kind of immortal have I not slain? What kind of monster dares to disrupt the government in Chang'an? Come, prepare your horses. I'm going back to Chang'an and killing that monster. Lu Tong immediately stopped Li Jing and said, Marshal, you can't do that. Why not? I am enough. Even though I am alone, I am like a million-strong army. Li Jing was full of vigor and had a ferocious look on his face. But the guard in front of him still had a tired expression. General, the matter of the immortal is not determined by Your Majesty alone. The Imperial Master has also confirmed it. There is one thing you don't know yet. Oh, tell me about it. Li Jing sneered. His expression seemed to say, Go ahead and see what you can say. If you can't explain why, you must be bewitched. The guard was not in a hurry and said calmly, That day, on the Wei River, a Turkic army of 100,000 men approached Jingyang City. The situation was critical, and His Majesty had decided to personally lead the 30,000 defenders of Chang'an into a desperate battle. The moment Li Jing heard the news, he was about to explode. When did this happen? Why didn't I know about it? General, His Majesty has forbidden this matter from reaching the front. Is His Majesty safe? General, His Majesty is safe and sound. That day, the Turkic Khan Jieli was extremely arrogant and kept questioning us. When a situation became critical, a young man descended from the sky, and the magical beast under him was as big as a mountain. When the guard said this, his eyes lit up, and it was obvious that he was not lying. Li Jing knew that lying was not that clever. The guard's eyes were extremely sincere, as if every time he recalled that scene, it was like a ray of sunshine shining on his face. The immortals pointed the way, and the immortal beasts attacked. The Wei River was almost drunk up by the immortal beasts. The water flow blocked the way for the 100,000-strong Turkic army and flooded the Turkic court. Then Jieli Khan tried to escape, but was defeated by the immortal beast from dozens of miles away. He was bedridden and became a cripple. A few days ago, for some unknown reason, Jelly Khan suddenly died, and his stomach was ripped open. Li Jing's mind is now full of question marks. How is this possible? How could there be immortals in this world? What the hell is that fairy beast? A fairy beast as big as a hill? Jelly Khan was captured? Dead? His stomach was even cut open? In an instant, Li Jing had forgotten his doubts. He only thought of one thing now. That is, whether the Turkic tiger talisman was in Jelly Khan's stomach and was stolen. The guard was dazed, exhausted from days of running. General, the potatoes will arrive soon. His Majesty said that these potatoes will ensure the army has no worries about food, and there will be more later. Li Jing calmed himself down and tried to clear his mind, but the restlessness in his heart could not be quieted. A Turkic army of 100,000 strong, elite troops? Just gone like that? No wonder the grassland is so quiet these days. The disappearance of Jelly Khan was not groundless. It turned out that he died on the territory of the Tang dynasty. In an instant, Li Jing remembered his sworn brother, the bearded guest, and he burst into laughter. Okay, this is really a good time. The bearded guest went deep into the grassland and became a tick on the Turkic people on the grassland. With the ability of the bearded guest, although there were only 1,000 people, as long as he was given time, it would not be a problem for him to become bigger and stronger. Is this how we are going to solve the Turkic threat? Li Jing's heart is now filled with excitement. After so many years of life and death, he is already old. If he can solve the Turkic problem, he will surely go down in history. General, the guard asked cautiously. Oh, you've worked hard. Please go back and rest. The guard nodded. Then I will withdraw. I have been traveling for days and need a rest. I will return to report later. The potatoes will be here in a month, and the general will know when he sees them. Chapter 172 Lao Yuan, give up. Yuan Tiangang is feeling very uncomfortable now. It feels like 1,000 horses are galloping through his heart, and the fatigue on his face has not disappeared in these days. If you have something to say, please speak up. Why go to such great lengths in front of my 7 stars temple? Yuan Tiangang couldn't help it. The Taoist temple was crowded with people. There was no roaring of dragons or tigers in the Qixing temple, and people were watching the excitement everywhere. It is human nature to like watching fun and gossip. Yuan Tiangang himself is a gossip maniac, not to mention the general public. It's just that in the past, Yuan Tiangang watched others have fun, but today he was being watched by others. The Imperial Master is a master. Why would he bother to argue with us ordinary mortals? Besides, the Imperial Master is solely responsible for his own actions. We haven't caused any trouble for the others in the 7 Stars Temple. The person who was speaking was wearing green clothes and looked like a servant at first glance. But judging from their posture, they were not ordinary servants. Yuan Tiangang knew that these people were servants of the 5 surnames and 7 families. They were all difficult to deal with. They were making trouble in front of the 7 Stars Temple, just to disturb your peaceful place. This situation has lasted for nearly half a month. If Yuan Tiangang had not come back, the Taoist temple would have been demolished. The 3 large characters Kixingwen, bestowed by His Majesty, are now hanging crookedly on the door. That's too much. This is intolerable. Uncle can tolerate it, but Aunt can't. Don't bully people like this. After all, I am a national teacher. But Yuan Tiangang knew in his heart that in Chang'an, in the imperial palace of the Tang dynasty, he was indeed the imperial teacher. But when you get to the Qixing temple, no matter how powerful the imperial teacher is, His Majesty will not care about you. You're just a Taoist priest, so just do your own thing. These people took advantage of the Tang law and did not cry or make a fuss. They just sat in front of the door and refused to leave. More than a dozen people gathered together, blocking the door and making the entire gate of the Qixing temple impassable. What's wrong with the Taoist temple? It's said to be a place for cultivation and seeking immortality, but Yuan Tiangang knew in his heart that people in the Taoist sect also need to eat. You people have no moral principles. You come to cheat, to attack, to disgust a 29-year-old young man like me. You've all made enough noise, so the people behind this can say whatever they want to say. Yuan Tiangang couldn't help it. It was his wish to learn from the immortal master, but he couldn't just ignore the 7 Stars Temple, right? The affairs of the temple were in good order, and their apprentice was young and promising, but they really had no way to deal with this group of people who were not fighting or making trouble, but were calm and peaceful and were disgusting people here. Evicting someone? Did they break the law? Not only are they not breaking the law, they even sit in front of the Taoist temple and call it praying sincerely and not giving up until their wish is achieved. Grandmaster, we just think the land in front of our 7 stars temple is clean. Please don't think too much about it. Yes, yes, don't think too much about it. The 2 servants in blue looked like they deserved a beating, but had they done anything wrong? At this time, Yuan Tiangang thought of Li Zheng. Yes, we should ask the immortal master about this matter. These minions cannot be beaten or scolded. They are really difficult to deal with. Beating and scolding them today is giving them an opportunity. If they spread rumors in Chang'an one day, it will be difficult to deal with them. What about the immortal national master of Qixing Temple who bullies people, does not respect the elderly, and does not allow people to burn incense sincerely? Yuan Tiangang of Qixing Temple is not a human being. He beats and scolds pilgrims and has no conscience. Yuan Tiangang knew all too well the methods used by this group of people. He was also feeling uncomfortable at this moment. He had taken the blame for his majesty a few days ago, and that day, he had anticipated the situation today. But since his majesty has given the order, is there anything I could do about it? The Taoist temple is full of young Taoist children. How can they be a match for these people? Qingfeng, Sulai, prepare the horses. There are 2 little Taoist boys. One is Qingfeng and the other is Shulai. Both are names. However, Yuan Tiangang was puzzled at the time. Why did he give them such meaningless names after drinking too much? The horse neighed, and the sound was heard before the people set off. On top of Yushan Mountain, a solitary peak towered into the clouds. Li Zheng felt something was wrong with his body. Li Zheng felt hot all over and dizzy, but he didn't think much of it. He just thought he was sweating all over after eating roast goose. Taking a nap after a meal is normal. While drowsy, Li Zheng heard Arya's voice and didn't think much about it. When Li Zheng woke up, there was a woman lying next to him. In an instant, Li Zheng broke out in a cold sweat. The smell of this woman was not right. Not Arya. Looking closely, who else could it be but Rosanna? Are you falling into the trap? Li Zheng carefully recalled how he felt after dinner today, and suddenly realized that Arya and Rosanna were here again. This time, the dosage will definitely be larger than before. Arya, how come you only know how to cheat your husband? Shouldn't we point our guns at the outside world? Li Zheng looked at the woman beside him thoughtfully and still put clothes on her. Now that I have arrived in the Tang dynasty, why should I still cling to my so-called obsession? Being surrounded by beautiful women and having many wives and concubines, isn't that also a kind of life? Thinking of this, Li Zheng straightened his clothes, slowly stood up, walked out of the house carefully, and when he closed the door, he did not forget to be careful. Just when Li Zheng left, the woman on the bed suddenly opened her eyes and a smile appeared in her blue eyes. Li Zheng, you can't run away now, right? Rosanna slowly stood up, still wearing Li Zheng's coat, with the corners of her mouth raised, like a victorious queen. The door opened and Arya came in. Sister, how is it? Rosanna's face was flushed. Normally, she would be calm and collected, but she was at a loss as to what to do after what happened today. Who says women from the western regions behave promiscuously? Who said that women are passionate and unrestrained? That's just appearance. Women all have their own true love in their bones, but the way they express it is different. Li Zheng was sitting at the door with a slightly twisted look on his face. There was no one outside the door. Only the goose and the mandrill were having fun. After the mandrill teased the goose, it quickly climbed up the tree. The goose was provoked, and in order to defend its territory, it flapped its wings frantically and made angry sounds at the mandrill on the tree. But why can't I hear anger in this voice? Gah gah gah. Master, 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 save me. The sound was panic-stricken and louder than that of goose. The sound of horse hooves was extremely chaotic. Who else could it be but Yuan Tiangang? Li Zheng raised his head slightly. Why is the imperial master so panicked? Master, those people from the 5 surnames and 7 famous clan asked someone to sit outside the 7 stars temple. This has an impact on ordinary people burning incense and fortune-telling. If this continues, their reputation will be Li Zheng's Milat Fainli. Who branded this? Whose scar is this? Lier is really a troublemaker. He takes the 5 surnames and 7 famous wealthy families to fleece the sheep and simply does not treat them as human beings. Now, Yuan Tiangang, who took the blame, is a warning to the 5 surnames and 7 families. Li Zheng sighed inwardly. Old Yuan, just give up. Chapter 173, Chapter 173, I have a hot spring lake. Yuan Tiangang had a sad face and stood respectfully in front of Li Zheng. Do you think your expression is wonderful? Yuan Tiangang was stunned. What did the immortal master mean by this? Shouldn't I be sad? Master, didn't you say that we should experience extreme joy and extreme sorrow? I didn't say worrying solves problems. Li Zheng slowly stood up, his face calm. Did those people cause trouble at your Qixing temple? No, they just sat there. This method is not fair. Old Yuan, you don't understand. There are no such things as fair and honest means in this world. It's just that when some people use them, they're normal means, and when some people use them, they are sinister villains. Li Zheng looked at the fog swirling in the mountains in the distance, and an idea flashed through his mind. The last time Feng Li came over, it seemed like an accident, but the bandits who came later did not seem to be an accident. During the interrogation, they mentioned a man named Zheng Qinxiu. Zheng family of Xingyang. It's them again. Behind all the above-board means are conspiracies and intrigues. Before Li Zheng traveled through time, he had loved reading historical allusions and stories since he was a child. In the gaps between those historical stories, darkness covered the sky, and it was impossible to see any light from the sun. Old Yuan, to deal with these people, you have to be more ruthless than them and use more drastic methods. Yuan Tiangong's eyes were serious, and his expression tensed. Master, are you asking me to be decisive and retaliate against their provocation? Li Zheng looked at Yuan Tiangang and nodded. That's what I mean, but it's just one meaning. Can't you just turn around? Do we have to understand it literally? These people don't follow martial ethics, so you can do that too. Haha. Lao Yuan, of course you can. But you also have to think about whether there are other means. Li Zheng patted Yuan Tiangong's shoulder with a smile. They like to sit, but you don't let them sit. They like to gather around, but you don't let them gather around. Before Li Zheng finished speaking, Yuan Tiangong's melancholy eyes were as bright as stars. Master, I understand. Although Li Zheng didn't know what Yuan Tiangang understood, he must have understood something. So he could only answer, it's good that you understand. It's good that you understand. Yuan Tiangang bowed. Master is a master. He saw the crux of the problem right away. After Yuan Tiangang left, Li Zheng continued to feel depressed. Dive into the system and bring the mammoth out. On top of Jade Mountain, a young man rode on the back of a mammoth, traveling through the clouds and mist. The gravel crackled under the mammoth's huge feet and was even crushed into dust. Passers-by not far away looked at Yushan from afar and let out bursts of exclamations. Why is it going to rain today? Why is it raining? Look up at your head. That's right, it's sunny. Why is there thunder? A group of people laughed at the person who asked the question. You are a scholar after all. How can you be so stupid? But it's clearly thundering there. Could it be that there is some extraordinary person on Mount Yushan? Or some extraordinary thing happened? The scholar looked up from time to time, and in his eyes, it seemed as if there was a figure slowly moving forward in the clouds. It was nothing to be laughed at by his companions, but he always felt uneasy in his heart, until his eyes were blurry. He finally let out a sigh of relief and thought, forget it. Let's go back quickly. The weather is getting colder and colder. Mammoths were passing through the mountains, and mandrills and monkeys were not to be outdone. Waves of noise and clamor were buzzing in Li Zheng's ears. Since moving to Yushan, Li Zheng has never taken a close look at the situation there. Today he is taking this opportunity to take a good look. There were jagged rocks between the peaks and valleys, but after being cleared away by the monkeys, there seemed to be fewer of them. Only the large, angular rocks were still there. When the mammoth came out, it was like a little naughty boy stepping on a balloon. With every step, the rocks turned into powder. The air was filled with smoke and dust, and the sound of rocks being crushed could be heard everywhere. There is a river to the south of Yushan Mountain. The Danyang River is a tributary of the Weishui River. However, in late autumn, this tributary seems to show signs of rising. Less than 5 miles after walking out, Li Zheng discovered an interesting place. The heat wave is overwhelming and the humidity is different from other places. It is clearly late autumn, the season when everything withers but the flowers here are still blooming. The fallen leaves on the ground are also green, and the corpses of blooming flowers are scattered under your feet. Let's go and take a look. Li Zheng smilat finally. This is a hot spring. The appearance of hot springs in a place means that it was a volcano many years ago and is now a dormant volcano. The structure of the central plains of China is stable. Generally speaking, hot springs are rarely seen, but there are exceptions. Who can guarantee that the plate was so stable hundreds of thousands, millions, or tens of millions of years ago? You are not a worm in the belly of the earth. The mammoth felt the warm breath and took every step carefully. Ha ha ha, not bad, not bad. Li Zeng Lauga. Under his feet was a huge natural hot spring lake. When the hot air came out of the lake, it was a bit scorching. The temperature was not low, at least 30 degrees higher than human skin temperature. I didn't expect to see a hot spring here. I'll have something fun to do in the future. Li Zheng was already prepared to bring Arya to the hot springs. And of course, there was also Rosanna, who had just been added to the account. A staircase needs to be built here. We need a path here. Pebbles will do. We need to put a bench here, so we can sit and rest when we have nothing to do. Unfortunately, there is no cement. Since he was here, Li Zheng didn't hesitate. In no time, his thick clothes disappeared, and he rushed forward with his naked body. The water temperature is a bit high, but the small puddle next to it is pretty good. When the mammoth steps in, a water channel appears. Lying in the puddle, Li Zheng was extremely happy. Seeing that his master was so comfortable, the mammoth also felt a little eager to try. But as soon as his huge hoof tested the water in the lake, he let out a happy cry. The monkeys in the mountains chattered one by one, as if they had heard some call, and rushed towards the small valley. Li Tai is solving a problem. Although the problem is not difficult, the method is extremely strange. He needs to ask Li Dan and Li Qing how they usually solve problems. A linear equation in 2 variables? What is this? Where's the teacher? Why is he always not here when I want to ask a question? Looking up from the window of his room, Li Tai opened his mouth wide. What is that? Outside the window, he saw a dense group of monkeys running towards one direction in Jade Mountain. Chapter 174, Chapter 174, Ranch Level 10, Invincible. Li Tai stared, feeling a little overwhelmed. This magnificent scene hiss. Of all these monkeys in the whole world, I'm afraid only the teacher can mobilize them, right? There are so many monkeys. How can we make them listen to one person? Li Tai began to fantasize in his mind. If I could mobilize an army of monkeys wherever I go, there will be one on my shoulder, one on the tree above my head, a monkey holding a stick following behind me, and a monkey leading the way in front of me. When Li Tai thought of this, he actually laughed out loud. When he came out of the hot spring, Li Zheng's face was filled with smiles, and all the distress of being plotted against today was swept away. Since you can't resist, just enjoy it. After all, Rosanna is a nice person. The mammoth and the monkeys were wandering in the huge hot spring lake. It must be said that the mammoth was quite good at playing with water. Such high-temperature water seemed to have no effect at all in its nose. As for Li Zheng, he was walking slowly beside the hot spring lake and had walked 3 or 5 miles without realizing it. Isn't this Jade Mountain too uncomfortable? Why are there so many rocks? Touching the stone that was more than 1 meter tall, Li Zheng sighed in his heart. Isn't this development too difficult? Li Zheng had originally planned to use the entire Yushan as his base, but after seeing the hot springs, he felt relieved. At least he didn't have to wait until next spring to start planting trees. The released pangolins are working hard to cultivate the surface soil, and the monkeys are also providing nutrients by eating, drinking, defecating, and urinating all day long. But where is the place to put the stones? The sunlight above his head was a little dazzling today. Li Zheng just looked up and found something wrong with his hand. For a moment, Li Zheng's heart skipped a beat. The palms that were originally white with a rosy complexion were now dark, as if they were smeared with ink. No way. Could it be that just soaking in a hot spring is like being poisoned in a martial arts novel? Or did I encounter an old man with a white beard? What kind of adventure did this bring? But there's nothing abnormal about me. Li Zheng looked at his palm and always felt that this scene was familiar. Suddenly, a light flashed in Li Zheng's mind. Yes, I've been in the Tang Dynasty for a long time, and it seems that I am becoming more and more unfamiliar with the later generations. Aren't these black marks on my hands left by me when I was a child carrying honeycomb coal for my parents at home? Turning back suddenly, Li Zheng's heart suddenly surged, sweating all over, and he gasped. Hiss! The road we came from was densely packed with stones, piled up like mountains, with black traces mixed in, flashing a strange black color in the sunlight. Li Zheng Loga. Ha! God help me. The Industrial Revolution can begin. He had just accidentally touched too many stones. But Li Zheng himself did not realize that those stones were not just stones. That's coal, and it is a large surface coal resource. For 2 consecutive days, Li Zheng stayed indoors and concentrated on raising monkeys and farming in the system. System, can I take out the seeds and plant them? Host, that requires the super farm system to be at level 10. System, tell me, can these monkeys and the like actually open up a mountain and build a road? In principle, if the host is willing, they will certainly execute it. Li Jing showed a big smile on his face. Yes, that's it. For 10 consecutive days, Li Jing stayed in the house except for eating. Arya looked at Li Jing lying on the bed in a daze with empty eyes and felt very distressed. Rosanna had a showdown with Wang and Sixashi. This showdown was not a big deal, but Wang was shocked. She said frankly that Rosanna was of noble status and she was afraid of causing any disputes. With the successful persuasion of Arya and Rosanna, it was no surprise that Wang and Sai Shisher were both smiling. Li Dan and Li Qing found a new sister-in-law, and Li Tai also found a new master's wife. Everything was so harmonious. The only discordant one is Li Zhang. Rosanna was also very depressed. She had given him everything, so why was he like this? For 10 consecutive days, whenever Rosanna opened her mouth or wanted to make a move, she would find that Li Zhang had already laid down and fallen asleep. After Arya and Rosanna discussed it, they thought Li Zhang was angry and were thinking about how to make Li Zhang change his mind. Sister, has this happened to my husband before? Arya shook her head. I didn't have that before. I don't know what happened. Is it because of me? Rosanna began to feel depressed and even doubted her life. Sister, this won't do. We have to think of a way. Arya smiled gracefully, so beautiful that the moon and flowers would be ashamed of themselves. Rosanna was extremely heroic and the most beautiful woman in the world. The two women lowered their heads and huddled together. They talked for an unknown amount of time before finally revealing an evil smile. If Li Zhang saw this smile, he would definitely think that these two women were sent by God to collect debts. Since you have been given a super farm system, you should also be a little tired. We're all farmers. We all need arable land. Others have 1 acre each, so you can have 2. But Li Zhang now has no time to care about these things. For 10 consecutive days, Li Zhang has been like a farmer hoping for a good harvest in the system. At the super farm, Li Zhang planted potatoes as usual. 10 days later, on 6 acres of land, he had another 300,000 kilograms of potatoes, which were piled in the warehouse like a mountain. Is 300,000 kilograms a lot? The last time Li Junxian came, he specifically mentioned that His Majesty would want 300,000 kilograms next time. Why not sell it? It's a waste if you don't make money. The super farm is really exciting. Li Zhang would keep a close eye on the time every day. He would basically come in once every 2 hours. When he was tired, he would lie on a mammoth's back to rest. When he was not tired, he would stare at the shacks. On the first day, Li Zhang raised 5 waves. That day was also the day Li Zhang came back from the mountains. After a sleepless night, Li Zhang discovered that the super ranch had been upgraded. Isn't level 10 the beginning of unlocking advanced goods? Sure enough, after that moment, Li Zhang discovered that the experience progress of the entire super ranch seemed to have disappeared and was frozen at level 10. Then some strange patterns appeared and the grassland became huge. There is no limit on the number of shacks, but they cost money. A shack costs 10,000 coins, which is not the only thing, but buying the latest unlocked animals for breeding also requires a lot of money. For example, the golden monkey is fragile and expensive and has no other uses except for its good looks. Of course, being pleasing to the eye is also a function. Just to raise a litter of golden monkeys would cost 10,000 yuan, but also unlocks some irresistible temptations. Taodai, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Hiss. Just a string of numbers behind the money needed to purchase the breeding stock made Li Zhang gasp. Tens, hundreds, thousands, and millions. In the end, Li Zhang himself couldn't count them anymore. If this is converted into gold, it would have to be at least 10 million taels, right? Chapter 175 Chapter 175 Teacher, have you survived the tribulation? Before level 10, it was like a novice village. After the super ranch reached level 10, the system's benefits were instantly withdrawn, as if saying, you have to walk the future path on your own. Li Zhang made a bold decision at that time, a decision that went against his original idea. At the beginning, Li Zhang just wanted to survive, farm well, live in a corner of Qinga County, be self-sufficient, and live a few days of carefree life. But now, Li Zhang saw those rare and ferocious beasts between heaven and earth, those in legends, stories, reality, and even prehistoric beasts. Looking at it this way, the mammoth really doesn't seem so attractive. No wonder the system directly opens the ranch and sends a mammoth. You are running on the ground, and although your skin is thick, you are still just a flesh and blood body after all. Humans and wild beasts are not like this. Humans can fly in the sky and hide underground, and can destroy the earth with a wave of their hands. It's just a little too aggressive and too expensive. It seemed unlikely that he could afford it at the rate he was accumulating money. Even if he could, did the Tang dynasty have that much money? Even if he combined all the money in the entire Tang dynasty, he might be able to give it a try. Emptying the entire Tang dynasty to buy a mythical beast? Li Zheng was not happy about that. What was the point of that? The world is gone. Who are you showing off to? Ordinary animals are cheap, with tigers, eagles, lions, leopards, etc. costing only 1,000 coins per litter. Then there are some rare animals, such as golden monkeys and giant pandas, which are all priced at 10,000 coins. Then there are the more ferocious animals, which can be captured for 20,000 coins. Marine animals too? $1,000,000 a whale. Is this a coin-raising game? Of course not, but they do have something in common, which is raising divine beasts. Li Zheng still wants the divine beast. The Tang dynasty does not have enough money and cannot drain it all, so it can go to the Turks, Persia, and the grasslands. Aren't there other countries to the west? Going all the way along the Silk Road and heading towards Europe along the Ancient Road, aren't the 4 ancient civilizations all there? Times have changed, and now our thinking needs to change. This is the beginning of a development game, and also the beginning of conquering the world. A tall building starts from the ground, so you have to raise monkeys and mine coal first. After all, it's winter. So for the rest of the time, Li Zheng raised monkeys like crazy. In the past, each animal cost 1 copper coin per shed, so the number of monkeys increased dramatically during these days. Li Tai saw many monkeys appearing in his teacher's house every day and then jumping into the mountains and never to be seen again. 10 days later, Li Zheng came out, facing the sun, full of energy. My beard has grown a little longer and my body looks a little tired. Shave, take a bath, or go to the hot springs. As soon as the thought came to mind, Arya's voice came. Li Zheng is fine, he's out. Huh? Why does that sound so wrong? What do you mean by I'm out? There was a commotion in the yard. When Wang and Sai Shishir looked at Li Zheng, the sorrow in their hearts seemed to be released all at once. Xiaozheng, are you okay? Mother, I'm fine. I just had some thoughts these days, so I just lay there and thought about them. Wang covered her chest, her eyes red. That's good, that's good. I saw that you had no appetite and thought you were. How was that possible, Mother? I'm not that kind of person. Sai Shishir smiled and nodded at Li Zheng, then left with Wang. Husband, I made soup for you. Rosanna's voice sounded a little guilty, like a thief's guilty conscience. Li Zheng stared at the cooked soup for a long time. Arya's eyes flashed at this moment. Husband, I promise this time there is nothing. It's okay, Arya. We've known each other for a long time. Just tell me what you want. Don't keep trying to trick me like this. When Li Zheng had a gloomy face, Arya knew she was wrong. She pounded her chest with her little fists and acted like a spoiled child and a spoiled child. I didn't do it on purpose. Rosanna blushed. Husband, it's all my fault. It's okay. I'm hungry too. Picking up the soup bowl, it was good, with good color, aroma, and taste, and the temperature was just right. After finishing it in one gulp, Li Zheng waved his hand and said, You guys clean up and follow me to a place later. There was joy in Rosanna's eyes. This Li Zheng finally accepted her. After the 2 women left, Li Tai rushed over excitedly, covering his mouth with tears in his eyes. Teacher, have you overcome the tribulation? Overcome tribulation? Li Tai, you are a prince. You cannot jump to conclusions about certain things. I just rested for a few days. How come I was in trouble? Could it be that there has been a lot of commotion outside these days? Li Tai nodded frantically. I understand, teacher, I understand. The tribulation that Master endured was a tribulation that affected both the heavens and the human beings. I didn't want to spread it to others, and I certainly didn't want to cause any disturbance to the people of the world. I finally understand why the teacher chose to live in this Jade Mountain. Although the teacher is an outsider, he has a pure heart. Li Tai will learn from him for the rest of his life. Li Zheng was about to speak when Li Tai continued. When others overcome tribulation, the heaven and earth are in chaos. When a master overcomes tribulation, the heaven and earth dare not say a word. That is because the master's realm is so profound that he no longer needs to fight against the heaven and earth. As soon as the thought comes, the tribulation is overcome naturally. Li Zheng wondered if Li Tai had read too many vernacular novels. Aren't the vernacular novels of the Tang dynasty even of such a high standard? Li Tai. Li Tai, who was talking incessantly about gods and ghosts, was suddenly brought back to reality by Li Zheng's voice. Believe in science. Science. The mathematics I teach you is science. and the physics and chemistry that Li Dan and Li Qing learn is also science. Li Tai's eyes lit up. Teacher, is science the same as magic? I've discovered that since I learned mathematics, I've been able to handle the math masters at the Imperial Academy with ease back in the palace. My father even praised me, saying that my studies with my teacher were not in vain. Li Zheng's face darkened. You've learned math, and you're going to mess with those old guys? Shouldn't this be put into practice? We're those old men in the Imperial College. They are old and have only studied a few topics in their entire lives. There is no soil for mathematics to germinate here. You have so many formulas and mnemonics in your head. Wasn't that a dimensionality reduction attack? What is there to be proud of? Eli Doi. Teacher, please speak. From now on, you must speak less. Talking too much can lead to mistakes, for one thing. Most importantly, you are a prince, so you must act like one. Li Zheng took out a razor from the house and shaved his beard into the water from the tank while talking to Li Tai. Li Tai smiled bitterly. Teacher, actually I don't want to be a prince. You also know that my father is the second child in the family. I'm also the second child. My brother is a good man. I've been taught how to be an emperor since I was a child, but my brother is the crown prince. Li Tai held up his face and looked worried. The prince also has troubles. I don't want to argue, but I can't help it. Only here with you, Master, can I eat well, sleep soundly, and live like an ordinary person. Chapter 176 Chapter 176 Li Tai, you must also believe in science. After listening to Li Tai talking for a long time, Li Zheng felt that his ears were stuffed with too much stuff. It was just right, so Li Tai continued to calculate the problem, while he took Arya and Rosanna with him, and then summoned the mammoth. Li Tai, remember, believe in science. Before he could finish his words, the mammoth howled and disappeared into the clouds and the mountains. Li Tai stood there, unable to calm down for a long time, as if there were waves of the sound of the Tao spreading in his heart. Science must be magic. Yes, we must believe in science. On the mammoth, Rosanna asked immediately after hearing the word science. Husband, what does science mean? Science is the study of the principles of all things in the world. Then can I learn it? Rosanna's big eyes blinked, and her huge breasts were about to touch Li Zheng's face. Of course you can learn, but some things depend on talent. Rosanna's eyes lit up even more. Husband, I want to learn. It's really not good to rub against each other. Although they're already husband and wife and should be intimate, this is in public. There are so many monkeys and mandrills watching in the wilderness, and at worst there is a mammoth underneath. Can't you just pay attention? The monkeys built a small pavilion above the hot spring. The pavilion was extremely simple and looked like a thatched pavilion. It seemed that it could only be used to shelter from wind and rain. For Li Zheng, this is enough for now. Although the mandrills and monkeys are not that strong, they're more numerous than the monkeys. Li Zheng was very satisfied. The king of mandrills on the side chattered a few words to Li Zheng, and Li Zheng's eyes showed joy. In the valley next to the hot spring valley, the coal had been picked up by monkeys and piled up in a cave in Yushan. As for who owns the cave, who cares? Yushan was assigned by Li heir to Li Zheng, so the cave naturally belonged to Li Zheng. Husband, this is... The mammoth jumped into the huge hot spring lake, swam for a while, and then disappeared. Li Zheng smiled faintly. That's my good friend. He lives here and usually doesn't come out. Husband, why is it so big? What kind of animal is that? Rosanna is a curious baby. Arya is a woman from the Tang dynasty, so she naturally knows not to ask questions that she shouldn't ask. But Rosanna is a Persian princess. From childhood to adulthood, she has only had the right to think about how to answer others, not the right to refuse others. Li Zheng smiled inwardly. Can you take a good hot spring bath? Here, wear this. The two women shyly went into the changing room. When they came out, they were already wearing light gauze, showing their curvy and graceful figures. Li Zheng looked at this scene and felt that his nose was about to bleed. Yushan hot spring, warm hibiscus tent. When they returned home, the two shy women lay in Li Zheng's arms. Li Zheng always felt that something was wrong today, and many of his wishes did not seem to be what he wanted. But the body tells him, I want it, I think about it. Arya, did you too put something in the soup? Arya blushed. Husband, how can you say that? Am I that kind of person? How can you wrongly accuse a good person for no reason? As soon as Li Zheng heard this, he knew it was almost true. Arya would not lie, or maybe she would, but her sophistry made no sense at all. She must be feeling guilty. At this time, Rosanna raised her head and acted coquettishly. Women are animals that always do strange things when they do something wrong. Teacher, teacher, you are okay. Suddenly, a noisy voice came from outside the door. Before Li Zheng could say anything, Rosanna and Arya became angry. Get out, the two women said in unison, pointing outside the door. This was Yuan Tiangong's voice. At this moment, he had a sharp gaze, held a sword in his hand, and stood in front of Li Zhengmin. The demon girl from Persia. Today, I, Yuan Tiangang, will slay the demons and protect the people of the world. If heaven had not given birth to me, Yuan Tiangang, the path of swordsmanship would have been as dark as ever. Hey! Li Zheng's face was so dark that he really wanted to dive into the quilt, into Arya's arms, and into Rosanna's chest. It's shameful, so shameful. Nonsense, Rosanna shouted softly. After all, she is a Persian princess. How can she stand being called a witch? Humph, you bold monster. I can tell at a glance that you are not human. You are on this jade mountain, and you have harmed my teacher. You must die. Li Zheng sighed and pulled Rosanna back. Don't be impulsive. I'll do it. After putting on his clothes and opening the door, Yuan Tiangang saw that it was Li Zheng, and his face was filled with joy. Teacher, you. Let's go over there and talk. Sitting on the chair, Yuan Tiangang now began to serve tea and water. Old Yuan, are you having a seizure today? Yuan Tiangang was stunned. Master, although you have great magical powers and great supernatural powers, you can't withstand the harm of evil spirits. The other day, the second prince sent a letter saying that you seem to be going through a tribulation. However, the matter of overcoming the tribulation is of vital importance to the safety of the entire world, yet the immortal master lies motionless in bed, his eyes glazed over. He must have been bewitched by that Persian witch. Li Zheng frowned. Old Yuan, I'm really not a calamity survivor. Miss Luo is not a monster. You are not married yet, so you won't understand even if I tell you. Yuan Tiangang blushed. No, could it be? Hiss. He took a deep breath and thought of a possibility. Disciple knows I was wrong. Suddenly, Yuan Tiangong's attitude changed drastically. Disciple was reckless just now. I never thought that the immortal master, who teaches everyone, could actually tame that evil doer. Li Zheng was too lazy to talk to him. Old Yuan, I'll teach you one more thing. After Li Zheng finished speaking in Yuan Tiangong's ear, Yuan Tiangong's face became interesting. Isn't that what Buddhism says? Buddhism and Taoism are one family. We are all practitioners, but our methods are different. Don't pay attention to so many worldly prejudices. Master, what you said is absolutely right. I will keep it in mind. Well, whether it's a white cat or a black cat, as long as it can catch mice, it's a good cat. Li Zheng said and slowly stood up. Taoism and Buddhism. If you can cultivate yourself, that's the great way. Disciple understands. I will practice diligently now. So, when Li Tai sat in the house and wanted to read carefully, he could always hear the huge noise coming from the cliff outside the yard. You are such a daring monster. How dare you show off your mere skills in front of an expert? Great and mighty heavenly dragon, great Luo magical spell. Yuan Tiangang practiced seriously, and Shadow also listened attentively. Do you think he doesn't want to learn? That's impossible. Rosanna didn't know who Li Zheng was, but Shadowwa had vaguely heard of Yuan Tiangang, the Tang Dynasty's imperial master, calling him Li Zheng the Immortal. I have already learned the radio gymnastics, so is there any problem with learning another one? Thus, in the valley, the trio began. Yuan Tiangang, great and mighty heavenly dragon, Buddha Ksitigarbha. Great and mighty heavenly dragon, Buddha Ksitigarbha. The valley echoed. Great and mighty heavenly dragon. Heavenly dragon. Chapter 177. Chapter 177. Come out, tiger. Money need money. Who has money? Li Er. The Tang Dynasty treasury. But what if Li Er has no money? Li Zheng thought about it carefully and realized that this was a problem. If you earn Li Er's money and spend it, that would naturally be the best. Money that circulates is like living water and will not rot. But the problem is, Li Zheng has no idea where the money went after the super farm was digested. The super farm couldn't absorb much money. After all, it only cost 1 copper coin to cultivate an acre of land, and buying an acre of land only cost 10,000 copper coins. How much can I spend? Even if I reach level 10, it's only 10 acres of land. At most, 100,000 coins. But it's different in the super ranch. Now after the super ranch reaches level 10, it swallows money. For example, the green dragon is what Li Zheng wants most. Who doesn't want to ride a dragon and fly into the sky? The worst case scenario is that gorgeous tiger. As long as you don't meet Wu's song, everything will be fine. That tiger alone cost 100,000 coins, and he wanted more than one. So much money disappeared out of thin air, which was equivalent to the currency of the Tang dynasty becoming less and less due to its own consumption. Once, twice, three, 5 times? After 10 times, there would definitely be an impact. This is a difficult situation. System, besides copper coins, is there any other way to buy those things? Do I have to use copper coins? The system was silent for a moment. When the super ranch reaches level 10, privileges are unlocked and can be exchanged for copper coins or items of equivalent value. This includes, but is not limited to gold, silver, copper, jade, jewelry, etc. Of course, value needs to be determined by the system. At this moment, Li Zheng remembered that there was a strange golden badge on Rosanna. Li Zheng slowly opened his eyes. Madam, let me see the golden badge on your neck. Rosanna now trusts Li Zheng very much, so she naturally did not forget to take it out. Li Zheng looked at the sign, but had already estimated the value in the system. This plaque was given to me by my father. It's made of pure gold. It's a truly fine item, priceless. Li Zheng smiled and said, it's not that exaggerated. To me, it's priceless. Rosanna also started pounding her chest with her little fists. Of course, this little fist may be the result of practicing martial arts since childhood. Although it is enjoyable, it does make me feel chest tightness. The system gave a value judgment. A gold medal, 10 taels of gold, is approximately equal to 100,000 coins. Huh, that's it. Priceless? Li Zheng Siga. The value of these worldly things might be nothing more than a material judgment for the super farm system, without any emotional extension. An old item that has been passed down from ancient times to the present is probably worth a lot of money. Its real value is nothing more than its use value. However, the emotional value and some reference value that people attach to it are too much to bear. The so-called incredible value is nothing but delusion. The system is dead. People only look at its use value. What is this? Li Zheng calculated the money in his hand. After converting it, his money was only more than 1,000 taels, less than 2,000 taels, which was far from enough for some large beasts. But it shouldn't be a problem to have a few tigers at home now, right? Li Zheng did it right away. He smiled faintly and said, raise 2 tigers. As soon as Li Zheng finished speaking, a light blue ripple flashed on the system interface, and 2 little guys appeared in 2 empty spaces among the 20 shacks. It's not like Li Zheng hasn't seen young tiger cubs before, but it must be so fun to touch this thing for the first time, right? I just feel a little sorry for the money. Just now, it was 200,000 coins. The money statistics on the system panel changed from 1.66 million coins to 1.46 million coins in an instant. Li Zheng drank a sip of spring water, picked a tomato, and put it in his mouth, then lay comfortably in Rosanna's arms, closing his eyes and enjoying the days with his wife, and warm bed. Rosanna looked at the red fruit in Li Zheng's mouth and was puzzled. When did this thing appear? She didn't see where Li Zheng went to get it. Li Zheng, what kind of fruit is this? Rosanna saw that the fruit was bright red, and when she saw Li Zheng bit into it, it seemed soft, with juice flowing out and giving off a fresh smell. Suddenly, my stomach started growling. Li Zheng smiled slightly. Why? You want to eat? Forget it if you don't want to give it to me. Unlike Arya will only tell you, I think. Rosanna is the type of person who has to give it to others. Since she was a child, few people dared to disobey her orders. When she came to Li Zheng, she could only say this to avoid embarrassing herself. Go get a basket and ask Arya to come along. The basket was not big, but there were about 10 tomatoes in it. After Rosanna and Arya washed them, they gave some to Wang and Sai Shishir, and also gave quite a few to Yuan Tiangang, Li Taishacho. Arya's eyes flashed. Every time something new appeared here with Li Zheng, she was the first to know about it, but this time it was different. It was Rosanna who knew it first. That won't work. Although on the surface they're all wives, regardless of age, it is obvious that I was the one who came first. This involves a topic about the territorial awareness of females in the group. Li Zheng didn't care what you 2 girls were thinking. He just lay down and welcomed the arrival of winter. 2 hours later, Li Zheng opened his eyes. In the system, on the grassland, Li Zheng saw a funny scene. 2 gorgeous tigers were lying on the ground, lazily basking in the sun. The surrounding cows, sheep, monkeys, and other animals, upon seeing the tigers, came up to them and showed their courtesy. Especially the mandrills, They would comb the hair of the two tigers, pick out lice and scratch their itch when they had nothing to do. The two tigers acted like bosses. The cows and sheep used their horns to tickle them, and the monkeys served them on the side. The contempt chain and food chain in the biological world were clearly revealed. You know, on normal days, cattle, sheep, and mandrills do not interfere with each other. They each have their own territories. Only at times like this can you see them getting along with each other, like familiar strangers. When the mammoth woke up, Li Zheng was even more confused and at a loss. The two tigers turned over in an instant, their expressions serious, with determination and vigilance in their eyes. Then they walked slowly towards the mammoth, with its hair standing upside down, which was extremely terrifying. The mammoth snorted coldly and shook its big nose. At this moment, Li Zheng was dumbfounded because he saw the two tigers instantly tuck their tails between their legs and began to show their courtesy to the mammoth. One tiger scratched the mammoth's nose with its sharp claws, as if trying to scrape off the dirt. The other tiger went even further and directly rode on the mammoth's head and began to tickle it. The originally ferocious face became unusually gentle. Is this the tiger? Chapter 178, Chapter 178, Big Cat. His eyes were squinting, one of them twitching like a mammoth's eyelids. He was cautious and trembling, looking like a dog licking a tiger. No, it should be said that he was licking a tiger. He looked as if he was afraid that the mammoth would get angry, and he was doing his best to be a service provider. Is he the best technician in the animal kingdom? The mammoth was enjoying himself and just didn't notice Li Zheng's appearance. Li Zheng kuga em. The mammoth's ears suddenly stood up, and its body moved slowly. The two tigers stood up in an instant and jumped off the mammoth's back like lightning. Moo! The long and resounding sound that permeated the super ranch space made Li Zheng feel a breath of primitive times coming towards him. When the two tigers saw Li Zheng, they no longer had the tails between their legs. The mammoth needed to be flattered, but Li Zheng was the real master. Master, I want a hug. This is feasible. After all, mammoths are too big. Although they can stay outside the system for a long time, it is ultimately beyond the imagination of real people. When the people of the Tang dynasty see mammoths appear, won't they think they are monsters? Tigers are different. Their bodies are relatively acceptable. The two tigers hugged Li Zheng's arms and legs, acting coquettishly, with their bellies facing the sky, squinting their eyes, and showing a big smile. This smile made the word king on their foreheads seem to disappear. You told me this is a tiger? The mammoth was also very excited, and its big nose was rubbing against Li Zheng's chest. Master, I want a hug. Master, lift it up high. Well, you think I'm as strong as a mountain, right? The two tigers did not show any weakness either. Master, I want a hug. Master, I need a scratch. Master, lift it up high. Li Zheng was helpless, but then he thought, what bad intentions could a kitten have? It was time, so Li Zheng comforted and praised the mammoth, and threw a pile of potatoes and tomatoes to it, which were the mammoth's favorite food now. Of course it liked the corn, but it had to spit out some of it, and it seemed very annoyed. The mammoth was so excited after being praised that he rolled on the ground. It didn't matter that he rolled over. The cattle and sheep quickly moved away, and their eyes were simply horrified. One thought after another floated through Li Zheng's mind. Run! That idiot is going to act funny again. It's weighing down my grass. When the two tigers appeared in Li Zheng's yard silently, the goose went crazy for a moment. The big goose that was originally in the yard and was dominating the ground started to cack, and suddenly became quiet. From this moment on, I dare not say a word. The big goose, which originally walked with its head held high and its neck held high, now folded its wings, almost hiding its head in its white feathers, curled up in the corner, and even walked with a sway. Normally, its wings would be over 2 meters long when spread out, but now, it was docile, like a frightened little bird. Yes, what bad intentions could the big geese have? Why did you put two tigers in front of us? The two tigers changed their activity scene and became excited instantly. Roar! The tiger roared in the mountains and forests, and the clouds and mist swirled over the entire Jade Mountain. The tiger's roar echoed for a long time. This shout was so loud that when Yuan Tiangang and Shadowhua heard the sound, their faces changed drastically and they rushed into the yard. Arya and Rosanna ran out of the door, their pupils constricted and their hands covering their mouths. Sai Shishir and Wang Shi went to Chang'an to buy things today and didn't know all this. Li Tai and Li Qing heard the tiger's roar and rushed out desperately. Who wouldn't want to see a tiger? They say tigers eat people, but they've never seen one. In the east yard, Li Zheng was pounced on by two tigers, which kept licking him and acting coquettishly. Li Zheng ignored them. The big cats were so cute. Let's talk about it. These big cats are getting more and more demanding and insist that Li Zheng scratch their bellies. This stunned Yuan Tiangang. Xian, teacher, what's going on? Hey, sir, be careful. I'm here to kill this tiger. Shadowall was not willing to be outdone and was about to attack with the steel knife in his hand. Li Zheng waved his hand. Shoo. The two little guys are enjoying themselves. Arya was so scared that she was about to cry. She hid behind Rosanna and trembled in fear, almost crying out loud. Rosanna had seen tigers since she was a child, so she was naturally on guard. She had taken out the dagger hidden in her sleeve. If anything happened to Li Zheng, she would rush up and tear the two tigers into pieces. As soon as Li Dan and Li Qing entered the yard, they exclaimed, "Brother, is it a big tiger?" Li Zheng looked up and said, "Come on, both of you." Li Dan and Li Qing were a little scared. After all, it was a tiger. In the past, their mother always told stories about tigers eating and harming people. But why was their brother fine? The two little guys looked at each other and finally chose to believe their brother. After all, their brother had never lied to them. The big yellow dog stood in front of Li Dan and Li Qing, barking and biting its mouth, as if expressing its anger towards the two big cats. The two tigers grunted as a response, and they licked Li Zheng's hands happily with their tongues. Bring it on. Finally, the big yellow dog stopped trying to stop them, but his hair stood on end and his tail was raised high, as if he would attack at any moment. This is my brother, and this is my sister. From now on, you two and the big yellow dog will be responsible for protecting them. Do you understand? The two tigers immediately turned over and lay in front of Li Dan and Li Qing, rubbing their big heads against Li Dan and Li Qing's legs. The two little guys were petrified. Brother, this. Don't be afraid. Touch them. Petting a dog, a big cat, and a mammoth is such a great feeling. There are also some unwritten rules among animals. For example, the big yellow dog did not look at the two new guests in a good mood. After all, there is a first-come, first-served principle. The two tigers were also very sensible and were willing to be the younger brothers, keeping to themselves and playing together, at least with Li Dan and Li Qing. Li Dan and Li Qing each rode one, with the big yellow dog leading the way. The two tigers carried Li Dan and Li Qing around in the mountains. On Yushan Mountain, Li Dan and Li Qing's range of activities expanded again. Yuan Tiangang and Shao couldn't stop talking all day. Until night fell, the two guys whispered outside the door. Shao, have you ever seen a tiger? Do you think a tiger would submit to a human? Shao rolled his eyes and said, Not only have I seen it, I've also killed it. Yuan Tiangang rolled his eyes, boasting. Teacher can definitely tame a tiger. That's natural. But how does he make the tiger live peacefully with the big yellow dog and the rest of us in this house? Shao fell into deep thought. It seemed that he only knew how to fight and kill. How could he tame? If he can be tamed, why should he kill him? Chapter 179. Chapter 179. Li Tai was scared to death. At night, Rosanna and Arya were on each side of Li Zheng, acting like spoiled brats in front of him. Li Zheng, tell us what's going on with that tiger. Nothing much, just raised it when I was little and got familiar with it later. Li Zheng found an excuse to get away with it. Obviously, Rosanna was not satisfied with this explanation. Her light blue eyes swept over Li Zheng, and her white fingers also stroked Li Zheng's chest. Husband. When Arya heard the word husband, she was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. She knew Rosanna. After spending so many days together, she knew that Rosanna was definitely not the kind of charming girl she was when she acted like a spoiled child. The cold and aloof, yet irresistible image she had before was completely gone. At this moment, Rosanna's eyes flickered and her voice was so gentle that it made Li Zheng's heart tremble. Speak nicely. Husband, I just want to know how to make this tiger obedient. Li Zheng smiled faintly. Aren't you also a tiger? Aren't you also obedient? In an instant, Rosanna's defense was broken. Why am I a tiger? Tell me about it. I'm so gentle. Li Zheng's face darkened. So gentle that I need an aphrodisiac. There was another burst of singing and dancing in the room. When Wang and Sai Shishir came back, Li Tai was carrying a lot of bags on his back and was escorted by two guards. As soon as he got off the carriage, Li Tai looked nervous. Oh no, I feel murderous intent. The two guards immediately became nervous. Feeling murderous? Is there an assassin here? The two guards became nervous and drew their long swords. Wang and Saishi were startled. Xiaotai, don't scare your aunt this. Li Tai smiled coldly. Auntie, please wait in the car for a while. I'll go take a look. Something's not right at home today. On weekdays, whenever someone passes by, the geese will definitely cack and the monkeys in the trees will chirp. Even though we came back a little late tonight, it shouldn't be so quiet, right? Also, the big yellow dog didn't come out. Li Tai's face was gloomy at this time, and the two guards were nervous, waiting for Li Tai to open the door. Li Tai squinted his eyes and looked inside the gap in the door. What he saw was so sudden that he took 3 steps back and sat down on the ground. Who the hell keeps a tiger at home? Li Tai just looked through the crack in the door, and the big yellow dog came into his sight first. The big yellow dog was lying on the ground, licking its yellow fur. The white fur on its head was extremely obvious under the light of the lantern. But beside the big yellow dog, there were 2 huge black shadows crawling. What is that? Then he is a tiger. Although Li Tai lived in Taiyan's mansion since he was a child and later in the imperial palace, he had seen tigers before. Li Er once took Li Tai with him on a military expedition. In the mountains of Qinling, Li Tai once saw a ferocious tiger. Li Tai had also seen it in the hunting grounds every year. The tiger was simply omnipotent. It was not afraid of flocks of sheep, pheasants, and even hunting dogs. It would bite them and then eat them up. How come there are 2 tigers in the house? Li Tai was trembling, his little brain spinning rapidly. Could it be? He could only think of one thing. That is, this was raised by the immortal master. Apart from the immortal master, who else in the world could keep a tiger at home without taking any care of it, not to mention locking it up with iron chains and let it live in peace with the big yellow dog? Don't worry, I'll try again. Li Tai pushed the door open carefully. The sound of pushing the door startled the big yellow dog. The lazy big yellow dog, who was originally too lazy to care about anything, seemed to realize something and let out a cry. Woof, woof, woof. Li Tai pushed the door open, carefully opening a crack before slowly sticking his head out. The moment Li Tai stuck his head out, 2 gusts of wind came over instantly. Then there was a very strange smell. Li Tai looked to both sides and saw 2 huge heads lying in front of his head. The facial patterns were very familiar. The big mouth was open, with fangs inside, flashing coldly in the moonlight. Li Tai subconsciously wanted to retreat, but it was too late. The 2 tigers slowly stretched out their tongues and licked Li Tai's face. Wang sat in the main room, looking at Li Zheng with a worried look on her face. Xiao Zheng, I'm not saying this to you, but there's nothing wrong with having cats and dogs at home. After all, the wealthy families in Chang'an City have so many different kinds of dogs and cats. But your 2 tigers also. Li Zheng was a little embarrassed and could only pat his chest and assure, Mother, there are definitely no other problems on my side. Although the tiger is a tiger, it is obedient. Yuan Tiangang was crying at this time. Teacher, I'm obedient, but look at Li Tai, he just peed his pants. Li Tai's eyes widened. Old Yuan, that's too much. Finally, the matter of raising tigers was finally settled. After all, Li Zheng had specifically instructed that the tigers would only move against people who were hostile to the big yellow dog. As long as the big yellow dog did not move, the 2 tigers would not make any moves either. What's more, Li Dan and Li Qing are very fond of her now. Raising a tiger is a disaster, Your Majesty. Wei Zhang's face was full of ferocity, and he was determined to compete with Li Er. Haha, Wei Zhang, I know what you mean, but what exactly do you mean by tiger? Your Majesty, Ma Zhou is just a commoner. How could a commoner suddenly become the chief examiner of the Tang dynasty? This is inappropriate. Wei Zhang emphasized, his face ashen. This is a provocation. There are channels for all Tang dynasty officials to be promoted. Ma Zhou is just a small retainer, but now His Majesty values his article so much that he is going to be the chief examiner of the imperial examination? How can this be? Isn't this just smashing the faces of the scholar officials to pieces? If this were possible, then who would need the imperial examination system in the future? Wouldn't anyone in a noble family be able to enter the imperial court with the right essay? Li Er smiled and said, Haha, Wei Zheng, you think too much. That Ma Zhou is not a tiger. Wei Zheng interrupted Li Er and said, Your Majesty, Ma Zhou is not a tiger, but the group he represents is. To govern the world, we must follow the Tang laws and have rules. The officialdom has its own rules, and the people have their own rules. The intersection of the 2 rules is the grassroots officials. Wei Zheng was the imperial censor, a leader among civil servants, and the Shangshu Zhui Cheng of the Tang dynasty. Of course, the emperor and his ministers often quarreled in the court, and the officials had long been accustomed to it. Cheng Yaojin often said that Wei Zheng was a stinky and hard stone, and Yu Qigong also felt that Wei Zheng was going too far. But Li Er couldn't resist liking him. Although Wei Zheng represented the Shandong gentry, the suggestions he put forward were quite good and were truly for the benefit of the Tang dynasty. Li Er was determined to build a prosperous era, so naturally he needed such people to assist him. Chapter 180. The Smelly and Tough Wei Zheng. Facing Wei Zheng's questioning, Li Er stood up and said, "The establishment of the prosperous Tang dynasty is not a matter of a day or a night. Talent is the most crucial factor. I heard a saying the other day, talent is the foundation of everything. Only when there are more scholars in the Tang dynasty will the Tang dynasty prosper." Wei Zheng was stunned. Why did this sentence sound so strange? "May I ask, Your Majesty, who said this?" Li Er was stunned, his eyes filled with dissatisfaction. "What? You still dare to question the words of the immortal? The immortal doesn't bother with you, but you are still angry? Although you, Wei Zheng, are the Shangshu's Wucheng, but think about it yourself. How much worse are you compared to the immortals? I have to savor these words carefully, let alone you. I thought this in my heart, but I couldn't say it out loud." Li Er walked slowly. "Wei Zheng, regardless of who said this, I will tell you a truth. The world's best talents are all within my grasp. This is no joke. How many schools are there in the world now? Talented people are all trained in schools. It's okay for the rich, but what about the poor? Ma Zhou is a typical example. I think if Ma Zhou were to serve as an official in the imperial court, it would surely give hope to scholars all over the world. God will also be moved by my sincere heart and send down talents regardless of their background." When talking about heaven, Li Er started to laugh. "I asked the national teacher the other day, and he said this was heaven's will." Wei Zheng was confused. "It is God's will, it is God's will, it is God's will." When the civil and military officials asked Your Majesty to write a self-criticism edict some time ago, they also said it was God's will. But now Your Majesty turns around and does this, giving someone a taste of their own medicine. How wise. Who doesn't know whether it is God's will or not? Your Majesty, the Ma Zhou incident will surely lead to numerous impeachments. Please reconsider. Well, Wei Zheng, you've reminded me well. I think so too. Your Majesty, the people of Ma Zhou are talented, but their moral character. Wei Zheng frowned, seeming very hesitant. "Ah, who is Chang He? He's the kind of person who can make him completely devoted and feel that he's not bad. What do you think?" Li Er lay back and leaned back tactically. Wei Zheng thought about it and had the answer in his heart. Who is Chang He? A man so devoted and willing to sacrifice his life for His Majesty. On that night, at Xuanwu Gate, Chang He remained unknown, yet he gave everyone a chance. If Your Majesty could not break into Xuanwu Gate at that time, all your efforts would be in vain. Since he is the most loyal person to His Majesty, then Ma Zhou should be no bad person. Your Majesty, I understand. Li Er smiled faintly. Wei Zheng, I know that among the wealthy clans, the Shandong gentry, you are all very dissatisfied with my approach to things. But you have to know who owns this world. I have shown mercy and left them a chance to live. If they go there again, I will kill them without hesitation. Wei Zheng knelt on the ground and said, Yes, Your Majesty is absolutely right. I have one more thing to ask." "Ah, go ahead." "Your Majesty has been away from home for a while now, neglecting your duties and neglecting some matters. I would like to ask Your Majesty whether you have been out for fun, whether you have been lingering in the world and hanging out with others." Li Er didn't take it seriously at first, but when this scoundrel came out, Li Er's nose became crooked. He pointed at Wei Zheng and cursed. "You are a scoundrel. Your whole family is a scoundrel. I went outside the city to meet an extremely talented person. If it weren't for his advice, I might not have been able to accomplish some things. Do you have any objection to this?" Wei Zheng knew that if he said it again today, His Majesty might really draw his sword and kill someone. "Your Majesty, I have no objection, but there are many rumors in the court. Since Your Majesty is meeting with a wise man, I am naturally relieved." After leaving the imperial study, Wei Zheng's face was very gloomy. There's been a lot of construction going on Jade Mountain recently. Could it be that His Majesty is keeping a mistress? No, whether it's a man or a woman, Your Majesty, this is not a good habit. The world is still unsettled, and the Tang dynasty needs Your Majesty to focus on it. As for the people on Yushan Mountain, I would like to go and meet them. After Li Zheng got up, he brushed his teeth in the yard. Yuan Tiangang was much smarter this time. He got up early and found salt from a salt mine in Longzhou. We use a lot of salt at home, Lao Yuan. So please go there more often when you have nothing to do. Yuan Tiangong's face was filled with discomfort. Master, can this be eaten? Be more confident and remove the word ma. Li Zheng picked up the sledgehammer and gestured. Watch this. Next time you bring back salt, or just smash it like this. Then what? Then ask Li Dan and Li Qing. They both know this method. My mother knows it too. Area. Zheng Liwan knows it too. Yuan Tiangang nodded and bowed. Hey, hey ha. Who would dare to imagine Yuan Tiangang doing physical work? This physical work should be done by Li Zheng. There are not many people in the world who can let the national master do physical work at home, right? Li Dan and Li Qing were so excited looking at the big tiger that they even wanted to pull its beard. Finally, he was stopped by a big yellow dog. Li Zheng happened to see this scene, his face darkening. You are not allowed to pull out the whiskers of animals from now on, especially those of big yellow dogs and tigers. Brother, why? Don't you have to shave off your beard when it grows long? What are the whiskers of cats, dogs, and tigers used for? They're used to measure distance. Li Zheng gave a wink, and immediately the two tigers stood up, stood at a corner beside the courtyard wall, and started to pass through the inside of the water tank. Look, the tiger is trying to get through. Watch carefully. Does it poke its head out first to let its whiskers pass through? Li Dan and Li Qing's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, the beards seemed to have indeed passed away. Yes, as long as their beards can pass through, their bodies can naturally pass through too. Think about it. If you pluck out their beards, how will they get through some narrow places? Li Dan and Li Qing suddenly understood. Rosanna, who was standing by, took a small notebook and wrote it down quietly. She was no longer so upset. How could Li Zheng even know this? Coupled with Tiger's previous gesture of friendship towards Li Zheng, she even suspected that Li Zheng must have been Tiger in his previous life. The two big tigers were tall, more than 1 meter tall when standing up. The two little guys, Li Dan and Li Qing, were not much heavier either, so they rode on them and headed straight for the valley. Although the weather was cold, the fur coats kept the weather from being too cold. At least, the two little guys were not cold. In the afternoon, Yuan Tiangang came running over in a hurry. Teacher, this method of making salt is amazing. Yuan Tiangang came over excitedly with a small bag of salt. He just followed the methods of the two children, Li Dan and Li Qing, and started steaming and filtering. At this time, a small bag of fine salt is what he collected. Chapter 181, is that important? Silence, we can't talk about this thing casually, we just use it for our own use. Yuan Tiangang was puzzled. There's no one around here. I thought if this thing spreads, people all over the world will no longer have to worry about having salt. Well, this isn't enough. Just eating salt won't solve some problems, but at least it's something. Li Zheng sighed. Do you think this method is good? Yuan Tiangang nodded vigorously. Li Zheng also knew that this method was good, as it could make money, and with the money he could sell the divine beast, but there was only so much money in the world, and the system on his body could only bring in money but not give it out. Are there so many copper mines in the world? Sir, this is a move that will benefit the world. If it truly works, the people of the world will build a shrine in your honor and express their gratitude for your kindness for generations to come. Is that important? Li Zheng raplia indifferently. Yuan Tiangong's heart skipped a beat. None of this matters anymore. This is an achievement that will last for thousands of years. How can it not be important? Can anyone who is remembered by the world be just an ordinary person? Emperors of all dynasties have tried to achieve this, but they have never been recognized by the world. If you say this to the emperor of the Tang dynasty, I'm afraid he would wish to become an immortal the next moment. But you, forget. The person in front of you is not an ordinary person. He is a real immortal. Why would he care about such false reputation? He has lived for 1,000 years. So, is there anything wrong with living for a few thousand more? Yuan Tiangang suddenly realized that he had just used worldly concepts to speculate about Li Zheng. This was wrong. At this moment, the more Yuan Tiangang looked at Li Zheng, the more he admired him. His eyes also became extremely bright. Li Zheng shudarat. No way. Why was Yuan Tiangang looking at him like that? Could it be that he has some improper thoughts? Come to think of it, Yuan Tiangang stays in the Taoist temple every day and has no female relatives. He is not married yet. At his age, he would be considered a bachelor in later generations. Doesn't he like men? Yuan Tiangang bowed and said, Master, you don't come over here, just stand there and explain clearly. Li Zheng immediately showed a look of disgust. Master, Yuan Tiangang didn't know what was going on and was a little at a loss. I just thought about it. Master, you're a man of high moral character, so you don't need it. but the people of the world do. Why don't you spread the word on your behalf, so that the world can benefit? Li Zheng was also hesitating at this time, and suddenly he thought of something. Does this thing have to be bought with money? Uncertain. You don't need gold. Silver will do. When the time comes to settle, we don't need copper coins. There are countless copper mines and silver mines in the world. Am I worrying too much? Who will sell it? Of course it's His Majesty the Great Tang. Well, that's about right. Li Zheng stood up and said, the method of making salt is not difficult, but it involves some complicated operations that require carefulness. Old Yuan, you are kind-hearted, and I cannot refuse you. From now on, you will do this with His Majesty. Before Li Zheng finished speaking, an angry shout came from outside the door. You bold lunatic! How dare you disobey the current emperor? Li Zheng was stunned. Who is this person? Who else could the person outside the door be but Wei Zheng? This guy followed the people protecting Li Tai's guards early in the morning and carefully reached the bottom of the mountain. At this time, the guards were delivering winter supplies to Li Tai, so he hid in the carriage and followed them up the mountain. I had just gotten off the car when I heard some brazen talk coming from the yard. This person wants to do business with your majesty? And the voices were one young and one familiar. Yuan Tiangang was furious. Where's my sword? Where's my sword? I want to see who dares. Huh, it's him. Tisk. When Yuan Tiangang saw Wei Zheng, he immediately became intimidated and hastily put down the sword in his hand. Then he said sarcastically, Hey, isn't this the minister of Shangshu? How come you have time to come on a private visit today? Upon hearing Yuan Tiangang's words, Wei Zheng immediately sneered. So the imperial master is here. Haha, these days I often hear that His Majesty and the imperial master are hanging out outside the city. I've been wondering if His Majesty is hiding something outside the city. So it's on this jade mountain. Wei Zheng was very proud and thought he had discovered some new world, and he looked disdainful. Master, it's okay for you to wander around the world. After all, you can make a living wherever you go. These words hurt people's hearts. Wei Zheng was a scholar and looked down on charlatans like Yuan Tiangang, so naturally his words were not right. Yuan Tiangang's face twitched. Sir Shangshu, what do you mean? I didn't mean anything. Imperial Master, please don't think too much about it. Please don't think too much about it. Wei Zheng is simply the representative of Tang dynasty literati and an old yin-yang master. However, the degree of yin and yang in his words seemed just so to Li Zheng, but Li Zheng had seen a real yin-yang master. Some of the jokes are so touching that you can't refute them. Teacher, this is Wei Zheng, the minister of the left of the Tang dynasty. Li Zheng slowly stood up. Haha, it turns out to be Lord Wei. Li Zheng smiled faintly. I wonder what's the matter with you coming here today? While speaking, Li Zheng did not forget to wave at the two tigers. Wei Zheng narrowed his eyes and asked, Why don't you kneel before me? Wei Zheng, how brave. Yuan Tiangang was furious. Who do you think you are? Your Highness is also here, studying with the teacher. As the prince's teacher, I have to kneel when I see you. This time, it was Wei Zheng's turn to feel uncomfortable. Your Highness? Which Your Highness? Could it be the second prince? Wei Zheng was a little nervous. These days, someone in the court had submitted a memorial saying that the second prince was missing and only returned to the palace once every 10 days or half a month. The gentleman in the palace also didn't know where the prince had gone. So the second prince is here. Yuan Tiangang, as the imperial preceptor, not only did you bewitch His Majesty, you also brought the second prince with you. Your Highness is like the rising sun now, a good time to study diligently. But you are so kind as to bring him out. Does Your Majesty know? Is it worthy of the Tang dynasty? As expected of a scholar, he starts by making big claims. Yuan Tiangang is used to this kind of behavior, as he has been an official before. Your Excellency, it's too much to say that. The second prince came here to study. Wei Zheng looked around the courtyard and asked, Studying? Who did you learn from? With you? You taught him fortune-telling for a living. This mouth is really poisonous. Li Zheng almost laughed out loud. No wonder Li Er gets a headache easily. Your employees are like this. Not only do they not follow your ideas, they also scold you for no reason. The key is that there is something wrong when they open their mouths. How can you not get a headache? Li Er, thank you for your hard work. I didn't know before, but now I know. It turns out that in order to establish the prosperous Tang dynasty, in addition to those external enemies, you also had to endure Wei Zheng's sharp tongue every day. Are you learning from this little brat? Chapter 182 I advise you to be kind. Facts have proved that Wei Zheng was not only harsh on the air, but also harsh on everyone he went. His mouth seemed to be soaked in snake venom. When he saw Li Zheng, he immediately shifted his fire. Yuan Tiangang, don't think you can just find a random young boy to pass him off as the real one. I've never seen anyone this young who can teach the current prince. Haha, young man, are you 16? Yuan Tiangang was furious. You can insult me. What's wrong with me? Yuan Tiangang, telling fortunes on the street. I don't steal or rob. I just make money with my own skills. No, I make money. What's wrong with that? Yuan Tiangang never thought that there was anything wrong with fortune-telling for people on the street. He had already understood it. Tao and magic are two different things. With Li Zheng's guidance, Yuan Tiangang has seen through the affairs of the world. Faced with Wei Zheng's insulting words, he just frowned. Although he was angry in his heart, he was a civilized person after all and would not argue with a mad dog. But when Wei Zheng insulted Li Zheng here, Yuan Tiangang's anger was completely ignited. Some flames cannot be explained away by just saying, Wei Zheng, that I didn't mean it. Wei Zheng, do you know who you were talking to? Wei Zheng sneered. Your Majesty has been bewitched by you and has lost interest in state affairs. The imperial censor's petitions have all been ignored by your Majesty these past few days. Is it because of me, Wei Zheng? Yuan Tiangang rolled up his sleeves and asked, If not you, then who else could it be? You're a stinky hardstone. Even the toilet despises you. Wei Zheng smiled faintly. The imperial master has lost his composure. I would like to ask this young man, is he 16 years old? Has he ever been to school? Does he hold an official position in the court? Li Zheng waved his hand, signaling Yuan Tiangang not to speak anymore. Sir Shangshu, you come to my house and treat me like a guest. I never said anything about who wants to be your guest. Li Zheng sighed in his heart, still being stubborn. No wonder Li Er had a headache every day. Later, when he was fighting in Goryeo, his health deteriorated. So it wasn't Empress Jiangxuan's fault, but yours? Wei Zheng, what did you ask me? Li Zheng chuckled. Oh, by the way, you asked me if I'm 16? Excuse me, I'm a little over 15 years old, a little short of 16. You asked me if I have any official position? Li Zheng shook his head and sighed. I'm sorry, I don't have an official position either. But I know that if I had an official position, it would definitely be much higher than yours, Wei Zheng. Ridicule. Blatant sarcasm. Wei Zheng looked at the child in front of him and said, You little brat, you're talking nonsense. Aren't you afraid of getting your tongue stuck? Li Zheng waved his hand lightly at this time, and two rustling sounds were heard in the corner of the east courtyard. A big yellow dog also slowly appeared behind Wei Zheng. De Huang, close the door. Wei Zheng frowned. How dare you? When he turned around, he saw the big yellow dog closing the door. He had seen puppies juggling, but he had never seen such a sensible dog. Even humans are no different, right? Haha, you're just a dog, and you dare to bark in front of me? I'm the right prime minister of the Tang dynasty. Who the hell are you? National master. You are just deceiving the ears of the people of the world. This is too much. For every one sentence Yuan Tianyang said, Wei Zheng could reply with 10. You little brat. How dare you do anything to me today? Wei Zheng's words became tough, and he really had no limits. Li Zheng ignored him. After the big yellow dog closed the door, Li Zheng smiled. Two shadows slowly appeared in front of the side wall of the east courtyard. Low growls were heard slowly, and Wei Zheng's heart skipped a beat. Why does this voice sound familiar? I seem to have heard it somewhere, but I haven't heard it for a long time. In an instant, a strange dark shadow appeared in Wei Zheng's eyes. Hiss! Tiger! Tiger! It's not that he hasn't seen tigers before, but the last time he saw one was when he followed the current emperor to hunt. At that time, the tigers were like creatures that could be slaughtered at will. Although they were the king of beasts in the wilderness, they were just lambs under the bows and arrows of hunters. Does this young man have a tiger at home? Wrong. If your majesty comes to Yushan Mountain whenever you have nothing to do, doesn't that mean your majesty is raising a tiger? Wei Zheng's mind was in a mess and his body was weak. When his legs were shaking, his brain went blank. Even so, his mouth remained stubborn. At such a young age, you actually keep a tiger at home. This is a serious crime. Yuan Tiangang, as the imperial master and a Tang dynasty official, you actually allowed others to raise a ferocious tiger and kept it secret. I will definitely report you. Still being stubborn, still being stubborn. Li Zheng and Yuan Tiangang looked at each other, basically speechless. If an ordinary person were in this situation, facing the uncertainty of life and death and surrounded by fierce tigers, he would definitely be confused. Even if he wasn't confused, his mind was blank, his body was limp, and he would have collapsed to the ground, with feces and urine flowing everywhere. But Wei Zheng was different. He was still standing. If you can stand, you are a hero. It can be seen that Wei Zheng is a man of many bones. Sir Shangshu, you don't know that I fed the tiger a piece of meat this morning, and it might not be enough for it to eat, so I have to inconvenience you a little. Yuan Tiangang had a grim smile on his face, but handsome men don't seem to be that scary when they smile grimly, so it doesn't have any deterrent effect at all. But this is not important. What is important is that the tiger has slowly moved towards Wei Zheng. Wei Zheng's face was gloomy, his mouth trembling. He pointed at Yuan Tiangang and wanted to say something, but his eyes were already closed. Li Zheng smiled faintly, wanting to see how tough Wei Zheng was. Teacher, I finished it last night. Can I take Tiger out to play? When Li Tai's voice came, Wei Zheng felt like he had grabbed a life-saving straw. Your Highness, save me. Your Highness, save me. Wei Zheng danced and shouted loudly, looking like a dying man who saw the light from despair. Yuan Tiangang laughed loudly, and Wei Zheng felt like 1,000 horses of fear were galloping through his heart. You laugh, you still laugh. If you can do it, go for it. Li Tai frowned, walked out slowly, and then saw Wei Zheng. Wei Zheng, why are you here? Your Highness, there's no time to explain. Save me. Li Tai saw 2 tigers pacing in front of Wei Zheng. While walking, they even showed their desire to eat from time to time. Teacher, let's not scare the elderly. Li Zheng waved his hand. Haha, it's okay. I don't have to scare him. Wei Zheng was so exhausted that he could not even cry. Aren't you just trying to scare me? The tigers are out. If I accidentally take a bite of this, how can I live? Yuan Tiangang also echoed. Yes, we were just playing a game with Master Wei Zheng. Don't take it seriously, Yuan Tiangang, I advise you to be kind. Chapter 1, 83 Young People Have No Morals. Wei Zheng didn't know how many times he said this in his mind. Li Tai greeted the 2 tigers and rode on them. Wei Zheng looked at Li Tai's actions at this time and understood something in an instant. Is what Yuan Tiangang said true? The second prince came to this villa on Yushan Mountain just to study. Just now, the second prince called that young man teacher. The young man seems to be only a little older than the second prince. Is he really a teacher? Is he really comparable to the prince's mentor? How terrifying this person must be. You must know that the Enlightenment teachers of the Tang Dynasty princes were all senior members of the cabinet and elders in the Imperial College. People like Li Gang were even famous in history. This young man actually gained the recognition of His Majesty? It's over. Wei Zheng felt that he was going in the wrong direction. Wei Zheng, you should go back quickly. Otherwise, you will be scared by the Imperial Master again. After Li Tai gave the reminder, he rode the tiger out. Following Li Tai were 2 little naughty boys, one about 7 years old and the other about 8 years old. Because they could not reach the tiger's back, the tiger had to squat down. After the 2 children climbed up, the tiger slowly stood up, full of energy, and the power of the king of beasts burst out instantly. Roar! The tiger roars in the mountains, and the wind makes the sound. The dragon dives into the deep pool, and the waves surge. This statement is absolutely true. Although we don't know what it feels like for a dragon to enter a deep pool, the sound of a tiger roaring in the mountains is definitely heart-stirring. The moment the tiger came out, Wei Zheng collapsed to the ground and could not get up again. Yuan Tiangang said with a smile, Sir, I was just joking, don't you mind? Of course, the minister is certainly a magnanimous person. How could he possibly bother with a fortune-teller like me, who only has a name for himself? That would be so demeaning. Yuan Tiangang's words now deliberately hurt Wei Zheng's feelings, making him feel uncomfortable. Oh, heaven. Oh, earth. Why did you let me come to this place? Wei Zheng stood up and rushed out without looking back. This time, he no longer had the calm and elegant demeanor he had before. The qualities of a civil servant were completely absent in him. He was like a frightened rabbit, and his journey down the mountain was extremely bumpy. The mandrills and monkeys laughed wildly, and Wei Zheng became even more frightened. Young people have no sense of public morality. Li Zheng smilat. Today was the day when Li Junxian came over, and it was time to make some money. Yuan Tiangang looked at Li Zheng and continued, Teacher, we were just talking about the salt business. Old Yuan, can you do business? Of course you can, teacher. Although Tang officials cannot make a living according to Tang law, at least their families can. Yuan Tiangang grinned at this time. I also have a wife. Li Zheng was stunned. Old Yuan, can you get married? I'm a Taoist priest, not a monk, huh? As he spoke, Yuan Tiangang smiled faintly. Teacher, if you are willing, I will report to His Majesty that this salt-making business can definitely be done. Of course it can be done. How could Li Zheng not know that this thing can be done? Gao Yang had mentioned this once before in Qinga County. There was a reason why Li Zheng didn't allow Gao Liang and Wu Qing to touch this business at that time. At best, Wu Qing was a legal advisor in the county government and a temporary worker. Gao Yang is a businessman. How can you two become so big and powerful? You can do kelp business, but don't touch things like salt. Even if you can make money in the short term, after a while, His Majesty the Tang Dynasty will directly confiscate the tools used in the crime based on the principle of what's yours is mine and what's mine is still mine. At that time, you had no say in it. Okay, talk to His Majesty. Yuan Tiangang ran out excitedly. Needless to say, this matter could not be delayed. Taoism is also short of money. Li Junxian came at dusk. This time, Li Junxian directly brought in 1 million yuan. Li Zheng frowned slightly, and after walking around the warehouse, he slowly said, "General Li, does His Majesty only want potatoes now?" Of course. Potatoes are extremely needed in the Tang army. Not only are they good for fighting hunger, they're also delicious. You call them vegetables, but they're actually no different from grain. Since you want it, then forget it. I'm short of money anyway. Okay, go in and carry it first. It's 200,000 pounds. Be careful when you go down the mountain. After Li Junxian bowed to Li Zheng to express his gratitude, he began to move things with the palace guards. Potatoes are now a confidential matter of the Tang dynasty, and Li Heir values potatoes as much as the gold and silver treasures in the national treasury. Because of the appearance of Li Zheng, Li Heir changed his previous extravagant lifestyle and started to live a frugal life. Why? To save money, to rise, to make the Turks lose their way quickly. Li Zheng didn't care what Li Heir was like. After receiving 1 million yuan, Li Zheng now had nearly 2.5 million yuan in his hands, which was more than 2,000 taels. This number is considered a good family in the Tang dynasty. Although it is not a top-tier wealthy family, it is at least a wealthy family. You have to know that the people's sentiments in the Tang dynasty in the early years of Jingguan were extremely bad. For ordinary people, if they have a few taels of silver in their hands throughout the year, they are considered rich. Have ordinary people ever seen silver? 1 tael of silver may be a year's income. When Li Zheng asked Lao Wang's family to sell cabbage, everyone in Lao Wang's family ran away very fast. With food and accommodation provided and a small income, they wished they could live such a good life every day. After collecting the money, Li Zheng dived into the system. In the past 2 days, the system has been turned upside down. Potatoes are still grown in the super farm, and what Li Heir lacks most now is potatoes. However, in the super ranch, mammoths have begun to run around with cattle and sheep in an orderly manner. The number of Arabian horses also increased this time. Li Zheng thought carefully and headed straight for the Hot Spring Valley. Next to the Yushan Hot Spring Valley, Li Zheng released the Fergana horse. The hooves of these Arabian horses were as big as bowls. After coming out of the system, they seemed to have gained freedom in an instant and neighed excitedly. Although the number is not large now, there are only 200 horses, and 20 huts cannot produce too many at one time. Li Zheng was extremely happy. All the blood horses in the system have come out, so I can use this to ask Li Heir for money. Of course, the most important thing is that Li Zheng wants to make room for the tigers to thrive freely. Raise 20 litters of tigers. 20 nests. That's $2 million. Li Zheng now only has more than 2.4 million coins in his hand, and this time, 2 million coins disappeared directly. Then, the roaring little tiger appeared in the 20 huts. Of course, their calls are not howling now, but the calls of kittens. Meow, meow, meow. Everyone in the super ranch was learning to meow together. Chapter 184. Cold Wind from the North. The mountains and plains were full of cattle and sheep. The bearded guest was extremely excited when he saw this scene. It was just too cold on the grassland, and the frostbite on his hands was showing signs of recurring. In the past few years at sea, he rarely encountered frostbite. Occasionally, he would get blisters on his hands and feet, but they would heal in a few days. How can you not get bubbles if you often float on the sea? Someone bring me some wine. The bearded guest narrowed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and poured the liquor directly onto the chilblains without any hesitation. He tried to rely on the power of the liquor to add a little more warmth to his hands. But the problem was that the liquor was just an anesthetic, and the real weather was still bitterly cold. Damn grassland, it's so cold. Tomorrow we'll attack the larger tribe and take over their tents. The bearded guest now felt a little regretful. Life on the grassland was not so easy. No wonder the Turks had to attack the Tang dynasty, even though they could eat beef and mutton and drink kumis. He now has 3,000 men, and these 3,000 men can be said to be carefully selected, and each one is braver than the other. The bearded guest is very good at selecting people and can tell at a glance whether a person is capable or not. Then after he showed his true colors, there would always be some people who were beaten to death by him. Of course, the rest, after accepting his brainwashing, naturally became his tools. These tools also need to be maintained. As soon as the bearded guest opened his mouth, everyone's eyes were filled with wolfishness. The Turks now have no backbone like Gieli, and Tuli and Yehu have begun to compete for the position of overlord of the grassland. During this period, the bearded man launched a series of surprise attacks and gained a lot of things. But no matter how much he earned, he could not stop the Turkic war. He and his brother Li Jing had different ideas. Li Jing certainly hoped that the Turks would be as chaotic as possible, but he hoped that the Turks would be intact, leaving him little room for erosion. When he drank some wine, he recalled what happened that night in Chinga County. That night, the terrifying mechanism left countless holes in him and his brothers. If he hadn't run so fast, he would have died long ago. Even so, the wound on his foot was still unbearably painful in the cold weather, which greatly affected his combat effectiveness. That boy's weird smile was brilliant, but like a demon from hell. It's all his fault. Otherwise, I would have robbed some money and food and lived freely on the sea. In the border area, Li Jing squinted his eyes and looked at the carriage in front of him, feeling a little confused. Is this a potato? Yes, it's potatoes. Is this the military ration? Black potatoes are sometimes really hard to understand. You say they're edible, but to people who don't know them, they really look unappetizing. You say it's inedible? This thing is really delicious, especially when it's prepared in various ways. This time, the army was also equipped with a special cook. This cook came from the palace and studied how to eat potatoes every day. Everyone, today's military rations are these potatoes. The cook bowed to Li Jing and then spoke slowly. This is the big boss in the imperial kitchen in the palace. Li Jing has seen him many times. Unexpectedly, His Majesty sent him directly to the border. Haha, Steward Tang, since you've come to the border this time, when will you be back? The imperial chef Tang Niu looked at the great general in front of him and never expected that a steward of the imperial kitchen could be so respected by the general. General, you are too kind. Your Majesty sent me here this time to popularize the cooking method of potatoes. Tang Niu said this with a bit of embarrassment. After all, for a long time, the Tang army had to rely on potatoes as rations. Li Jing's face twitched. No matter how delicious this thing was, it was not okay to eat it every day. After a long time, people become numb. He recalled that when he was a child, his family was very poor and he could only eat steamed cornbread all day long. At that time, even a child knew that if he ate it every day, he would get tired of it. What's more, what about the Tang dynasty soldiers now? They are not children anymore. Steward Tang, does His Majesty have any further instructions? Tang Niu smiled and saluted. General, I don't know about this. You still need to send a letter to His Majesty. Okay. Thank you for your hard work. Li Jing waved his hand at this time. Lu Tong, arrange food and accommodation for Chief Steward Tang. The weather in Shuafeng is very cold. Remember not to let Chief Steward Tang catch a cold. Tang Niu waved his hands repeatedly at this time. General, absolutely not. Once I enter the army, I am just a cook, just like everyone else. How can I ask for so much? When Your Majesty was in the army, he was no different from an ordinary soldier. I'm just a cook. How can I be treated specially? Li Jing nudda. Yes, Tang Niu is a smart man. Of course, how could someone who wasn't intelligent possibly sit in the position of the head chef of the Tang dynasty's imperial kitchen? Good cooking skills? There are many people in the world who are good at cooking. Good character? When serving the emperor, it doesn't matter whether you have good or bad character, as long as you demonstrate good character. To put it bluntly, know how to behave. But Li Jing began to mutter in his heart again at this time. He picked up the potato and weighed it in his hand. It was indeed very heavy and smelled of soil. He casually pulled out the dagger from his waist for self-defense, and with a flick of the knife, the potato broke into two halves. The milky white juice was left behind, and the feeling of sweetness with a hint of astringency made Li Jing very intoxicated. General, you can't do that. The cut potatoes won't keep well and will turn black. Li Jing looked at Tang Niu. What's the logic behind this? Tang Niu was a little embarrassed and hesitated. General, I don't know the truth behind this, but your majesty does know it." Li Jing waved his hand and asked Tang Yo to go and rest first. He picked up one and started roasting on the fire. "Baked potatoes, your majesty said they taste good." Every word about Shuofang's affairs is extremely crucial to Chang'an. Of course, Li Er didn't know what Li Jing was eating or drinking over there. He only knew that his potatoes should be arriving soon. Li Er sat on a pile of potatoes, looking at the memorials from the north. "Haha, this bearded man is quite something." As Li Er sneered, Li Junxian felt a little uncomfortable. "Your Majesty, it's time for you to go to court." Li Erting stood up immediately and said, "Going to court? What for?" Li Junxian's face changed. "What? His Majesty isn't attending court anymore? Your Majesty woke up late last night and stared at these potatoes in a daze. Now he is riding on them. And even so, your Majesty is still in high spirits. Besides, don't want to go to court? How could the Emperor not attend court?" Li Er waved his hand. "Li Junxian, you forgot that today is a day off." Chapter 185. Wei Zheng, the argumentative person. "By the way, as soon as the sun rises, ask Dai Zhou to come see me." Li Junxian looked at the Emperor in front of him, feeling a little suspicious. When Dai Zhou appeared, he brought someone else with him. This person was none other than Wei Zheng, the right prime minister. "Dai Zhou, you're here. Why are you bringing a stubborn stone with you?" Li Er is very happy now. He wants to make money, the money hidden in wealthy families. "Your Majesty, the stubborn stone is..." Dai Zhou glanced at Wei Zheng, standing beside him, and suddenly understood. Although your Majesty and Wei Zheng respect each other very much, they are not forgiving in their words. After all, your Majesty is young, and the reason he suffers from headaches every day is largely because of Wei Zheng. What's more, most people can't accept Wei Zheng's mouth. When Wei Zheng worked for Crown Prince Li Jiansheng, it was unknown how Li Jiansheng could tolerate it. No wonder Wei Zheng was not valued at that time. Dai Zhou smiled and said, "Your Majesty, you are joking. Wei Zheng is a pillar of the country. How can you joke like this?" Li Er then touched his chin and said, Yes, Dai Zhou, you are right. I was a little abrupt. Oh, I forgot to ask you. You are the Minister of Revenue. Do you know how to make money?" Dai Zhou frowned slightly. "Your Majesty, I know a thing or two." "Know something? That won't do. You need to think of a way. I want to extort money from the 5 surnames and 7 families. Without money, the Tang dynasty can hardly move forward." Li Er stood up and threw a potato over. Dai Zhou held the potato in his arms and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty. I'll do it right away." He knew, of course, that the Emperor's orders had to be acted upon immediately. But where and how should he do it? He was in doubt. Wei Zheng's eyes were red at this moment. "Your Majesty, on that Jade Mountain, Yuan Tiangang humiliated me and threatened me with a tiger. He truly deserves to die. I wish to report him. Yuan Tiangang has been spreading lies and misleading the people. He has deceived your Majesty and the second prince, and has done whatever he wants on Mount Yu, oppressing the good people. This is what civil servants are like. They open their mouths and wear big hats, and they're basically righteous and seem to want to put the other party to death." Li Er found Wei Zheng's gnashing teeth extremely funny. What is Wei Zheng talking about? If I don't know, are you going to tell me that the day on Yushan is the night in the Tang dynasty, and the night on Yushan is the day in the Tang dynasty? It's a bit too much to confuse right and wrong like this. What's wrong? Wei Zheng, you're not usually like this. Why are you so indignant? Did you suffer a loss? Li Er's expression is as annoying as Li Tai's, but the expression on Li Er's face is very sophisticated and clever, so clever that you really think he cares about you. Wei Zheng's face twitched twice. "Your Majesty, this is from the bottom of my heart. Please listen carefully." Am I not listening carefully? Wei Zheng felt speechless. "Wei Zheng, just tell me, have you suffered a loss?" Li Er knew the situation on the mountain, and Wei Zheng would definitely not make trouble here unless he suffered any loss. Putting the immortal aside, Yuan Tiangang wasn't the kind of person to take kindly to. What about Li Tai? Although his son was only 14, if he saw Wei Zheng and was in a bad mood, he would naturally say a few words. Wei Zheng's trip to Yushan was very timely. "Your Majesty, I went to Yushan, and now I understand that Your Majesty is living a life of extravagance and debauchery." "Yeah." Wei Zheng didn't even raise his head, as if he didn't want to see Li Er's expression, and just started to perform exaggeratedly. "Your Majesty, the Imperial Master is on Mount Jade, raising a ferocious tiger. This will bring disaster to the country and the people. We must be on guard. This is one of them. Lieva Stunt." Wei Zheng ignored Li Er's reaction and continued. Your Highness is young and should study diligently. It is inappropriate for him to study with a young boy on Mount Yu at this time. There are many great scholars in the palace, and the teachers of the Imperial Academy are the pillars of the Tang dynasty. If the second prince wants to become a talented person, he must emulate the sages. Third, that man on the mountain is a fraud, a mere child. The expression on Li Er's face was wonderful. Raising tigers? Why didn't you tell me about this? So you guys are secretly happy, leaving me alone and feeling depressed in the palace? If I had known there was a tiger in the mountain, I would have gone to have some fun. As an emperor, he naturally felt that there was nothing he could not conquer. What happened to the tiger? But some of what you said, Wei Zheng, was too much. What does it mean to deceive the world and steal fame? Do you know if I really got a good deal when I spent money on potatoes? With a wave of his hand, 100,000 kilograms of potatoes immediately appeared before his eyes. After multiple investigations in the Dali Temple, it was confirmed that they indeed appeared out of thin air without even a trace of disguise. Do you think such a person is a fraud and a thief? I can suppress the 5 surnames and 7 families with just one sentence. Is such a person a fraud? If such a person is considered a fraud, then what are you, Wei Zheng? Li Er stroked his chin. Wei Zheng, do you think I've been extravagant outside? Have I set up a private treasury? Haha, I'm telling you the truth. The one on Jade Mountain is a true hermit master. You see, he's only 15 years old. Li Er smiled mysteriously, but there was a hint of coldness in his smile. Wei Zheng shuddered. His Majesty's smile seemed to have some deep meaning. It had been a long time since he saw such a smile. Could it be that I really misunderstood? Li Junxian, go up the mountain early in the morning. Yes, Your Majesty. At this time, Dai Zhou sighed. Your Majesty, I have something to say, but I don't know whether I should say it or not. Then don't say it. Li Er fought back against Wei Zheng with just one sentence. His Majesty, Wei Zheng said anxiously, wanting to restore his image in Li Er's eyes today. After all, I was reckless and careless this time. But Li Er just waved his hand lightly, and the scene was extremely awkward for a while. Wei Zheng felt bitter, but he knew that His Majesty did not hold a grudge, and perhaps everything would be fine tomorrow. Daizhou, why can't you help me? Daizhou was also feeling uncomfortable at this time. He was standing here, not knowing whether to leave or not. You, Wei Zheng, should just do your job well, write your documents well, and do something useful when you have nothing to do, instead of arguing with His Majesty every day. Now, you want to control everything His Majesty does. Do you also want to control where His Majesty goes to the toilet today? Daizhou didn't say anything, and the situation became even more awkward. Your Majesty, I, Yuan Tiangang, request an audience with you. Yuan Tiangang is here. Li Er showed a look of joy. Wei Zheng also breathed a sigh of relief, and Daizhou felt as if he had been pardoned. Yuan Tiangang, National Master, please come quickly and take over this embarrassing position of mine. Yuan Tiangang came in excitedly with a happy look on his face. After he returned to the Qixing Temple, he did not sleep all night. Those disgusting people at the door were still there, but after Yuan Tiangang got the secret book from Li Zheng, those people became fewer and fewer. God, it's getting colder after all. Last night, after Yuan Tiangang carefully studied the method of making salt, he finally came to a conclusion. This is the magic of immortality. He felt a divine aura surrounding his head. Chapter 186, Salt Making Method. Your Majesty, I'm sorry to hear your presence. I have an urgent matter. Li Er was not angry at all. Yuan Tiangang, his scapegoat, was the one who made great contributions to him when he extorted money from the 5 surnames and 7 families. You can't just let the horse run without letting it eat grass. Ha, Imperial Master, what good news brought you here? As soon as Li Er saw Yuan Tiangang's expression, he knew that something good was going to happen today. Yuan Tiangang was looking at Li Er with a smile at this time. Your Majesty, I am? Wei Zheng, are you here too? Minister Dai is here too. Your Majesty, the law is not to be passed on to others. If someone else said this, Li Er might frown, but Yuan Tiangang was different. He was a national teacher. This is the most extraordinary person in the Tang dynasty, besides Li Zheng. He said that his teachings would not be passed on to anyone else. It was so grand, so there must be something important to report. Daizhou was very tactful and said, Your Majesty, I will take my leave first. Wei Zheng smiled faintly at this time. Master, what evil things are you planning? Li Er stopped him immediately and said, Hey, Wei Zheng, You should also pay attention to the way you speak. I know you mean well, but your words are so blunt that they're bound to be misunderstood. Daizhou, you don't have to leave. Imperial Master, please speak. Yuan Tiangang was a little embarrassed. He had spent an entire night figuring out the method of making salt. After understanding it according to the immortal master's ideas, he drew a picture. It took a lot of effort. Although he didn't know the principle, at least he had restored it. These two people are both civil servants, and they don't know anything about it. Can they listen here? Your Majesty, since the two ministers are present, Your Majesty also requires me to say that I have only one request. This matter must not be spread to anyone else. Lier nodded. Li Junxian, go guard outside the door. Anyone who comes within 10 steps will be killed. Yes. Yuan Tiangang nodded in satisfaction. Your Majesty, I have obtained a method for making salt. Salt production? Lier originally thought it was good news, but when he heard the word salt making, he immediately lost interest. Isn't the method of making salt to extract it from brine? Yes, the Tang dynasty is short of salt now, but the problem is that there is still vinegar and coarse salt in the world. His Majesty? I'm talking about refined salt, extracted from brine or... Lier's eyes instantly revealed murderous intent. Yes, no one should know this news, not even Wei Zheng and Daizhou. At this moment, Wei Zheng's face suddenly changed, and Daizhou took a deep breath. Refined salt, extracted from brine or... This hiss. Lier stood up and looked at Yuan Tiangang. Have you tried it? Your Majesty, I have personally tested it and found that from 10 kilograms of brine, 1 kilogram of salt can be extracted. This ratio is not low. There are tens of millions of minerals in the world, and there are countless salt mines. As long as the method is found, there is no way that the Tang dynasty will be short of salt. There was a burning look in Lier's eyes, and his eager gaze was almost murderous. This was top secret. Salt is an essential food for the daily life of people all over the world. If you don't eat salt for a day, you will feel weak. But what if it takes 10 days or half a month? People at that time walked unsteadily and without any strength. If this continued, not only would the people suffer, but the entire Tang dynasty would be in trouble. The whole body is weak, the mind is in a trance, and the hands and feet twitch at the slightest provocation. Can such a country survive? Is there a shortage of salt in the Tang dynasty? Lack. Coarse salt exists, but it only meets part of the demand and replaces refined salt. Is this method of making salt really so effective? Your Majesty, I am willing to guarantee with my life. Yuan Tiangong's eyes were eager. There was no trivial matter in the country. He spoke today. Once he convinced Your Majesty, the entire Tang dynasty would use this method to make salt. If not, he will never be able to atone for his crime, even if he dies 9 times. Daizhou didn't know the reason, but he believed that Yuan Tiangang would definitely not talk nonsense. Wei Zheng was different. The reason he was ridiculed by Yuan Tiangang today was that he himself did not believe in the so-called supernatural powers at all. Master, is this method really so magical? Wei Zheng was suspicious, with a dark face full of contempt and disdain. Yuan Tiangang got angry as soon as he saw Wei Zheng. This guy was making trouble on Yushan Mountain, not only disturbing the immortal master's meditation, but also clamoring to come back for revenge. Why are you everywhere? What? Wei Zheng, you don't accept it. Are you dissatisfied? Not, don't you believe it? This is very interesting. Yuan Tiangang is provoking. Wei Zheng's face twitched a few times at this moment. Thinking about how he had lost his composure during the day, he suddenly became furious. Haha, Imperial Master, what do you mean by that? If you can do this, I, Wei Zheng, will naturally be happy, and the people of the world will also be happy. The prosperity of the Tang dynasty is only a matter of time. But if you deceive the world and steal the reputation and speak nonsense, you will bring disaster to the country and the people and make a mockery of the world. Wei Zheng never talked about imperial power, as he didn't know what it could do for him. He only cares about the common people. Of course, it is impossible for him to have no selfish motives. He didn't know anything about salt and iron, but salt, especially refined salt, was extremely expensive and was controlled by a wealthy family in Shandong. This wealthy family also had close ties with Wei Zheng. This has always been the case in the imperial court. Even a wise man like Wei Zheng could not avoid being caught in the whirlpool of politics. But the way he spoke was really troublesome. Lier couldn't stand it, and Yuan Tiangang got angry when he heard it. Originally, Yuan Tiangang didn't think much of it. After all, he always heard Wei Zheng and the emperor arguing in the court. But recently, for some reason, he always felt that Wei Zheng was really unreasonable. Perhaps it was because after spending some time with the immortal master, he gained some insights. And when he looked at Wei Zheng, he always seemed extremely stupid. Haha, your words don't count in this matter. Let's see the truth in action. Lier nodded and said, Grand Master, stop arguing with Wei Zheng. Don't you know who he is? Wei Zheng. Dai Zhou was delighted. Your Majesty, you are right. I have long disliked Wei Zheng. He doesn't do his job properly, and all he does is play tricks with his words. Yuan Tiangang took out a scroll at this time. His sleeves were originally Taoist robes and were extremely wide. As soon as the scroll came out, Lier immediately became excited. When he opened the scroll, he saw that the vigorous and powerful handwriting was none other than Yuan Tiangong's. What about the pattern above? It's not someone else's work either. It's also Yuan Tiangong's. Lier's eyes flickered. The patterns are clearly organized, and each picture is labeled with a corresponding explanation. Whose handwriting is this? Your Majesty, I drew the picture, but the method of making salt is definitely his. Li Erlong was delighted. Let's go now. I want to thank him on behalf of all the people in the world. He, of course, refers to Li Zheng. Wei Zheng was very dissatisfied and wanted to go and see. Chapter 187 Chapter 187 Dogs Can Do Business. Li Zheng stood on the edge of the cliff to relax early in the morning. The monkeys shivered and hid in the hot spring valley. The blood horses also wandered around in the hot spring valley. Animals are like that. Once they find a suitable place, they don't want to leave. And what about pangolins? They pop out of the soil from time to time and wander around. The two tigers always howled in the mountains for a while in the early morning before they would stop. At this moment, they were lying at Li Zheng's feet, acting like cats and acting coquettishly. Li Zheng squatted down, sat on a small stool beside him, and began to comb the hair of the two big cats. Did you eat a pheasant last night? Can you clean the blood from the corner of your mouth after eating it? My brothers and sisters still want to play with you. You can't just stay like this. You have to be clean. A cat that doesn't like cleanliness is not a good cat. Do you understand? The two tigers buried their heads in Li Zheng's chest and kept wagging their tails. This action must have been learned from the big yellow dog. The big yellow dog knew that after eating bones and meat, especially raw meat, he had to drink water and rinse his mouth, but the two tigers could never learn this. This is human nature. Li Zheng patiently cleaned the meat flakes and residues from the teeth of the two tigers, then smiled with satisfaction. These two tigers are good in every way except that they use wastewater. They need several large basins to take a bath, and another basin even for rinsing their mouths. Suddenly, the two tigers stood up straight. At that moment, the power of the king of beasts was fully displayed. Their heads turned towards the direction of the mountain, and Li Zheng couldn't help but turn his head to look. On the mountain road, I saw a carriage in front, slowly moving up the mountain on the gravel road, shaking and bumping. Who else could the driver be but Li Junxian? Behind them were two small carriages. These two carriages looked rather shabby and seemed to be the carriages of court officials. As soon as Lier got off the carriage, he took a deep breath. What came into view were two huge tigers. Each tiger was as tall as two people combined. Not to mention anything else, the tail alone was about 3 feet long. Hiss! This tiger is huge and looks quite heavy. Perhaps the weight of 2 ordinary adult men is equivalent to the weight of a tiger. No need to look, these 2 tigers definitely have good food. Sir, what's going on? Lier started to speak, but Li Zheng didn't turn around. Instead, he said leisurely, It's just a tiger. Your Majesty, there's no need to worry. It's not that Li Zheng didn't want to look back, but he had a stiff neck last night, and it felt bad to turn his head back abruptly. What's more, we are already sitting there, and the sunrise is about to begin. The sunrise over the sea of clouds looks so beautiful and leisurely. What's so good about you, Lier? You are not handsome, and you don't look different every day. But the sunrise is different every day. Wei Zheng frowned, and Daizhou is also very curious. Who is this young man? When His Majesty comes, he doesn't even come to pay his respects. More importantly, His Majesty seemed to have gotten used to it. He didn't seem to be angry at all. This is outrageous. Yuan Tiangang spoke cautiously at the side. His voice was so low that it was barely audible, and only Lier could hear it. This is the tiger that the immortal master raised when he was bored. Your Highness also rides on it for fun. Oh, Qingke wants to ride it for fun too. Haha, that's natural. These 2 tigers will only hurt their enemies, and generally won't hurt people. Yuan Tiangang smiled faintly. Your Majesty, do you know what this tiger usually uses as its command? What? That big yellow dog. The two people spoke in very low voices, just whispers, which made Wei Zheng and Dai Zhou beside them feel uncomfortable. We are both ministers, so why can you, Yuan Tiangang, be so close to His Majesty? We don't accept it. Of course, Dai Zhou would not show his dissatisfaction. He would just play his role silently. Wei Zheng's dissatisfaction was shown on his face. Your Majesty, what did you talk to the Imperial Master about? Get out of the way. Li Er and Yuan Tiangang said almost at the same time in annoyance. At this time, Li Er said cautiously to Li Zheng, Sir, this tiger won't bite people, right? No, Your Majesty, it's okay. Come and sit down. The place where Li Zheng sat was very close to the cliff, only 2 or 3 meters away. Li Zheng had built a fence around this place. Going further? That was impossible. After Li Er sat down, the tiger next to him didn't even raise his eyelids, as if he was too lazy to pay attention to Li Er. This made Li Er dissatisfied. You are just tigers, and I am a dragon. Huh? What's with that expression on your face? Are you looking down on me? What expressions did the two tigers have? They felt comfortable being tickled by Li Zheng, and were grinning and arching their bodies. Although after standing up, the tigers were so big that Li Zheng had to raise his hand to barely surpass them. But under such a huge body, they actually had the hearts of 2 kittens. Is the immortal really willing to share the salt-making method? No problem. Then why don't I give the immortal some compensation? Li Er was a little cautious. How could he not be? If this method of making salt had been found by someone else, Li Er would have simply used it and given them a reward later. But it's different now. Even though Yuan Tiangang emphasized many times that it was the immortal who asked him to give it to Your Majesty. But he still had to go up the mountain to confirm it in person and express his gratitude. Li Er could offend others at will. But the immortal was the kind of person who would save his life and save the Tang dynasty. What's more, even if they were to fight, once the immortal waved his hand and used his magic, Li Er would even doubt whether he could be the opponent. You can't afford to offend such people, so you have to get along well with them. No, let's do a business. Li Zheng smiled faintly, but made Li Er worried. It turns out that the immortal likes to do business. Sir, tell me, if it's not difficult for me, then it will definitely be possible. Haha, that's very simple. Salt is a vital commodity in the world. Li Zheng smiled faintly and tilted his head slightly. But Your Majesty, have you ever thought about who would be best able to control this commodity? Die Stund. Of course, it would be best if it was under the control of the royal family. But people in the royal family don't know how to do business. You must be thinking that the royal family doesn't know how to do business, and perhaps can't control a thing or two, right? Die Stund. The immortal is worthy of being an immortal. He saw through his thoughts at a glance. In fact, the truth is very simple, and Li Zheng doesn't even want to say it. At this time, he smiled slowly. Your Majesty, you are the emperor, so you must naturally assume this responsibility. Besides, you don't need to know how to sell salt. You can just put a dog there, and it will sell well. Li Zheng's words made Li Er look embarrassed, but there is no way to refute it. Royal family members always lose money when doing business. The most important thing is that it is involved in various other relationships, which will make the entire court corrupt and is not advisable. Chapter 188. East City is not at peace. So what does the immortal mean? It's simple, salt. You just have to find a way to collect it back yourself. The price can be lower, but for every pound of salt, I take 1 penny from it. Your Majesty can give it to me in gold or silver instead of copper coins. Same thing for potatoes in the future. Lievas Ovachat. The immortal had said before that copper coins must be used as the transaction currency, which made Li Er very uncomfortable. Now silver has gradually become popular. Of course, gold is still the hard currency, and the ratio between silver and copper coins is not very stable yet, so it will naturally take time. But as long as the immortal said so, he would definitely be able to do it. Thank you, immortal. Your Majesty, you don't need to thank me. 1 penny per pound is a lot of money in the territory of the Tang dynasty. I can't use this stuff myself. Salt is a mineral. When you exchange minerals for minerals, it will naturally return to the earth. As soon as Li Zheng said this, Li Er remembered the potato incident. I understand, immortal. Can I pet this tiger? Wei Zheng and Dai Zhou could never understand why His Majesty was so respectful and humble after going up the mountain. Who was that young man? Even as they descended the mountain, they stared at each other, bewildered. Only Li Junxian stood by and reminded them, My lords, this matter is top secret. Anyone who casually reveals it will be killed. Is what you said true, General? Your Majesty said so. Hiss. What secrets does this young man have that make His Majesty the Tang Dynasty pay so much attention to him? Li Zheng doesn't have much money on him now. 460,000 coins is just over 400 strings of cash. It's time to go to Chang'an and spend some money. So early in the morning, Li Zheng asked Yuan Tiangang to prepare the carriage and set off with Arya and Rosanna. Today, Chang'an is still prosperous and bustling, as if this place has never been depressed. Li Zheng didn't have much time in Chang'an. In front of the city gate, he stuck his head out and said, "Old Yuan, how many soldiers are there defending Chang'an?" Yuan Tiangang smiled bitterly. "Teacher, please don't ask me. I don't dare to tell you." "Okay, I'll ask His Majesty." Arya and Rosanna both hugged Li Zheng, but Arya was thinking about how to buy rouge and powder, while Rosanna was thinking about how to meet the emperor again and ask him to send troops to Persia. Her wishful thinking would certainly not be implemented. Putting aside the current situation of the Tang dynasty, the mountains in Persia are high and the roads are long. How can supplies be obtained along the way? The team is so long and requires a lot of manpower, so there will be consumption along the way. The food and fodder must be sent before the troops move. Where does the money come from? It is impossible for Li Heir to give up the foundation of the Tang dynasty for an unrelated country. What's more, the Tang army now has a more important task, which is to guard the border. Even if we take a step back, the Tang dynasty is now in the process of saving itself. How can those who are in the process of saving themselves save others? If this was a business, Li Heir would definitely not do this kind of business. Rosanna's business is extremely risky. Even if it succeeds, what about the profit? Almost none. Li Heir is a smart and capable person. He is definitely not an ordinary person. Among the emperors throughout history, who is not a man of great talent and strategy. They were respectful and humble to Li Zheng because they were frightened by Li Zheng's methods and believed that Li Zheng was an immortal. In Chang'an City, he found a tavern, threw down a tale of silver, and then Yuan Tiangang went where he should go. After all, there were plenty of places to eat, drink, and have fun in Chang'an. As for Li Zheng, he was so comfortable with his two wives. It was extremely strict for women in the Tang dynasty to go out on the streets. If an ordinary woman went out on the street, especially an unmarried one, she would definitely be reported to the police and arrested. Chang'an was relatively better off, because from time to time, there would be maids from various mansions going out to the street to buy rouge and powder for the young ladies. "Husband, I want to eat this." Arya is a foodie, but this foodie has an advantage that others envy but cannot achieve, which is that she never gets fat no matter how much she eats. When Li Zheng was cooking at home, Arya was the one who ate the most. He had never seen her exercise, let alone move, but she just didn't get fat. Rosanna's figure is so explosive that it seems that eating more will not have any effect on her. "Okay, bye. Li Zheng smiled faintly, and the East Market was right in front of him. The East Market is a market in Chang'an, equivalent to a grocery market in later generations, where most of the daily necessities can be bought. For the people of Chang'an, the things in the West Market are too expensive. They're all necessary items that ordinary people don't need. As for the East Market, the goods inside are all daily necessities, including food, clothing, housing, transportation, eating, drinking, defecating, and urinating. This is the people's livelihood. Likewise, snacks and some delicacies are extremely diverse." Arya picked up the cake and frowned after taking a bite. "It's not as good as Gaoji's." "Huh. It seems like it's time to write a letter to Gao Yang." Arya blushed. "It's so far away. If Manager Gao sends it here, won't it be spoiled?" "No. I asked him to send the recipe and method over, so we can make it ourselves." Rosanna looked at Arya, who jumped up excitedly, her face full of calmness. The East Market was a mixed crowd, with all kinds of brokers and porters walking on the streets early in the morning. "Li Zheng, our family needs a maid, too." Li Zheng was stunned. That was right. Now Wang and Sai Shishir had become real noble ladies. They were not short of money, so of course they would not be asked to work anymore. Cooking at home was taking turns between Wang, Sai Shishir, and Li Zheng. It's time to find a cook and a few maids. They had to find a pawn shop. Li Zheng was the kind of man who would do what he said, so he pulled a man who was passing by and asked, "Hey, sir, can you tell me where the pawn shop is?" When Li Zheng asked people questions, he naturally had to be more polite, and he certainly couldn't be stingy with the pastries he had just bought. Come on, try it." The man blushed, a little embarrassed. "Sir, this dental shop is at the end of the East Market. You can go there. This cake is from Hutchison Cakes." "Thank you very much, sir." Li Zheng smiled and said, "Why are you being polite? I don't know the way. You helped me find the way and gave me some cakes." Isn't that what I should do? The man chuckled and said, Sir, if the pawn shop was in the West Market, it would be better. The East Market has been quite uneasy lately. Li Zheng was stunned. Did something happen in Dongshi? I advise you to be more cautious, sir. Bring more people with you when you go to the Yang. They are very evil-minded. The Yang belongs to the 5 elements and 8 jobs, so it is natural for them to be cruel and ruthless. Li Zheng has also read books on this subject. For a period of time, people in later generations hated these people of the 5 elements and 8 works very much. They once thought that they were not presentable and were truly the lowest class. There is a reason for this. Haha. Thank you, brother. I will be careful. Chapter 189. People in the dental industry are not considered human beings. Since you want to buy a maid or something, you must look for girls from good families, especially those who have been cheated but still have hope in their hearts. In this era, if a woman went to work as a pawnbroker, it meant she would never have a chance to make a living. The best outcome would be to be bought by a good family. Being able to be a maid smoothly is considered good. If they encounter landlords and bullies or people with ulterior motives, they have no chance or ability to resist. Especially when encountering some vicious pawnbrokers, in order to make more money, they will definitely sell the products to brothels. These people don't tell the truth. If they take action, this woman will probably be ruined for the rest of her life. Such situations exist in every era. Li Zheng took area in Saishishir and walked towards the end of the East Market. Along the way, Li Zheng saw the desolation behind the bustling and prosperous life of the people of Chang'an. Young and strong men were shouting and yelling on both sides of the road, and from time to time a few men who looked like wealthy businessmen would come and take them away. They followed behind one by one, looking proud, as if they were very successful in their lives. Li Zheng knew that these people followed the rich people and could only move a certain amount of things in a day. They would get paid today, but it would not count tomorrow. After today, what about tomorrow? Some skinny or old men had lifeless eyes as they watched the rich men's gazes pass over them. When their eager eyes met coldness, they still greeted the coldness and indifference with enthusiasm and passion, knowing the outcome. Li Zheng, look at that jewelry. It's so beautiful. I want one. Arya bought things along the way. Rosanna naturally looked down on these folk things. After she followed the Persian caravan to Chang'an, she began to learn about Chang'an. She doesn't like the things sold in the East Market. If it were she, sure, I might be able to attract her attention. At the end of the East Market, where it meets Changelfang, is a dark, open space. The sun is shining brightly, but the cold seems to be eroding every inch of the land here. Li Zheng looked up and felt very disappointed. Is this a place for people to stay? Looking around, you can see cages of all sizes scattered around your feet. In this life, or in the previous one, Li Zheng had never seen anyone being held in a cage. Even if you see it in TV dramas, they are just pretending to be criminals. Of course, Arya had never seen this scene before. She carefully held Li Zheng's arm and did not dare to act rashly. Rosanna seemed to be used to it. She pulled Li Zheng's hand and rushed inside. Li Zheng sighed and walked carefully. There was no other reason. There was so much filth underfoot, and these people in the dental office seemed unwilling to clean the ground at all. The East Market was already in a mess, and it was even more embarrassing when it came to the trading place of the pawn shops in Changelfang. The smell is not pungent, but it is unpleasant. Obviously, this is not a place where normal people can live. There are only 2 kinds of people here. One is the human trafficker. The other is the slave who can only wait for his fate to be controlled by others. Are those children, slaves, and women who have no identity, no past, and no future considered human beings? You bastard, I'll let you pee in the cage and make the ground dirty. No one will buy you. I'll beat you to death. What are you looking at? There are no steamed buns today. You'll starve to death. People who are not treated as human beings naturally have no spirit in their eyes. There is only darkness and despair in their eyes. There are many people whose destiny is not in their own control, but when your fate is entirely determined by a few coins thrown by others, no one has the idea of resisting. This is the feudal era, not too far from the previous slave era. Even the old customs of the slave era often still exist in the darkness at the bottom. Lizem Fronat. In the cage, a young girl had a gloomy face. It was obvious that her eyes did not have the numbness of the others. Instead, there was a gleam of brilliance in them, as if she was planning to escape at any time. Unlike the others, her face was slightly clean. She looked about 18 or 19 years old, with a thin body and dirty clothes. But the filth under his body was still there, as if he was helpless in a desperate situation. She had no choice. Li Zheng, look how pitiful she is. Shall we buy her? Arya had never suffered much hardship since she was a child. Even when she later started selling tofu, she did not experience much danger because Shishir protected her very well. Where her compassion overflows, Arya can't control it. Li Zheng was fine, as Rosanna stopped Arya's irrational behavior. There's murderous intent in this girl's eyes. You can't buy her. If you keep it at home, it will definitely cause trouble, Rosanna said in a deep voice. Then she explained to Li Zheng, my dear, the daughters of ordinary families who are sold are all timid and eager to be bought and get out of this dark place as soon as possible. But look at this girl. There's only resentment in her eyes. Of course, if it's just resentment, it's understandable. But she must be very smart and want to cover it up, especially after she saw us just now. She started to cover it up. She's flexible and able to conceal her inner changes. I'm afraid this girl's background isn't very clean. Li Zheng waved his hand, and someone immediately ran over. Sir, what kind do you want to see? The person who came over was a young waiter from pawn shop. He squinted his eyes and looked very capable. He was not tall, but when he smiled and saluted just now, there were traces of calluses on his hands. What kind? What kind do you have here? Li Zheng is not very old, but he has a strong aura, and the clothes he wears are not something that ordinary people can afford, so naturally the servant does not dare to underestimate him, especially when seeing the two women accompanying Li Zheng. Both of them were as beautiful as fairies. Could ordinary people in Chang'an City afford to support them? The key is that there's a foreigner. Young master, many new sprouts arrived yesterday. They are all here. The boy waved his hand, and several men who were sitting on the steps and sneering at him moved away one by one. At this time, Li Zheng discovered that behind them were girls around 13 or 14 years old, curled up in cages like frightened cubs. These are children sold by farmers in Xinsan County, 50 miles outside Chang'an. As you know, during the years of great disasters, there was no food. When winter came, families couldn't even afford to eat, so they sold their daughters to raise their sons. The servant stopped here. Basically, there was no need for him to explain the rest in detail, as everyone understood it. Of course, Li Zheng understood. But is it also like this in Chang'an? You said that in Qinghe County, he could see farmers selling their daughters when they were about to starve to death. But this is Chang'an. Xinsan County is only a few dozen miles away from Chang'an. Chapter 190. Can you outrun a tiger? This farmer's daughter is stout and capable of doing rough work. She's also skilled with her hands. Although she's a little clumsy, she's hard-working and down-to-earth. And you see, this appearance is quite pretty. If the young master, Li Zheng felt a little disgusted. Of course, this was the case with all dental practices, but Li Zheng himself just couldn't accept it. Rosanna asked in a deep voice at this time. This farmer's daughter is not very good. How much is that girl over there? The shop assistant took a look and said, Oh, the girl is obviously from a wealthy family. She knows what she's worth. Just say good things, don't say bad things. People in the dental industry want to hear the truth. It's difficult. We caught that little girl in Longzhong last month. She was very difficult to deal with. We put in a lot of effort to catch her. Oh, do you know her identity? I'm not sure about that, but he's definitely clean, just has a stubborn temper. Li Zheng Siga. The words of the man in the dental shop were becoming more and more erratic. Look, that little girl is pretty and usually quiet, never saying a word. It's not much, just 10 strings of cash. Rosanna sneered. 10 strings of cash? Are you a businessman or a robber? The servant said with a smile. Miss, you are going too far. Of course we're doing business. It's just that the girl has a good foundation, so she's worth the price. Of course, our dental practice also needs to make money, right? Rosanna continued to smile coldly. Really? Why is that little girl so beautiful? 10 strings of cash isn't a lot for a wealthy family in Chang'an, but for the past month, no one has shown interest in her. None of those people who just passed by were willing to take a second look. Your tricks of deceiving people are not enough. As if Rosanna had touched a sore spot, the pawnbroker's face changed in an instant. Girl, be careful with your words. He lowered his voice, as if he didn't want to be heard. In the pawn shop, the more difficult the goods are, the more they have to be hidden. They are waiting for a sucker. It was obvious that this girl was a difficult target. Anyone who had been in the pawnbroking business for a long time, or anyone who was arranged by a wealthy family to buy a maid, must know her. The price is only asked when it comes to new faces. The servant had already made up his mind that it would be best if this troublesome guy could get out. But what he never expected was that this woman not only pointed it out, but also said it out loud. I'm just telling the truth. Rosanna was not afraid at all. Shadow was hiding nearby, and Li Zheng was here. Why should she be afraid? She has been practicing martial arts since she was young and has martial arts skills, so why should she be afraid? Hey, you don't know what's good for you. You don't even know how to appreciate my kindness. Huh. There are all kinds of people in the pawn shop. This morning, everyone had nothing to do, but when they saw someone causing trouble, they jumped out immediately. Especially when they saw that Li Zheng was young and that Arya and Rosanna had pretty faces. They smiled playfully and licked their lips. We are only here to buy a maid and don't want to cause any trouble. Li Zhengfeng's calm voice came slowly. Oh, you've already gotten into trouble. The servant suddenly had a dagger in his hand. Today, you either have to pay a lot of money to avoid disaster. We in the pawnbroker industry are not easy to deal with. Boy, give me 10,000 strings of cash, or no one in Chang'an can save you. Or, these two young ladies stay, TSK, TSK, TSK. Li Zheng frowned. I didn't finish what I said just now. We don't want to cause trouble, but we are not afraid of it. Just the three of you? The young man burst into laughter, and the strong men from the dental clinic behind him also started laughing. With my small body, I can beat 10 people by myself. 10 is too few. I can fight 20. The servant smiled coldly, the dagger in his hand flashing in the cold wind. Tell me, how can you talk to us about this? At this time, passers-by quickened their pace. Who is this guy? He's causing trouble in the pawn shop. Don't you know how ruthless and cruel these people are? That's right. The man behind Boss Show at the pawn shop is a big shot in Chang'an. I heard that even the current emperor wouldn't touch him easily. What do you know? The man behind Boss Show is a nobleman from the Tang dynasty. Is this true? Someone in the crowd immediately raised the question. Haha, do you know why this boy's so tough? It's not just because he's Boss Zhou's nephew and his last name is Zhou. The man smiled slowly, a smug look on his face. Anyone in the pawn shop who breaks the law, as long as they're not rebelling, TSK, TSK, you know how powerful that person is, right? This. Everyone gasped. Could it be that it's from the palace? Hush, be careful with your words. Be careful with your words. But I'm afraid it's a pity for this young man today. He met such a vicious person. It's a pity, and those two girls. The crowd's discussions continued, but their voices became lower and lower, and increasingly unclear. Li Zheng smiled as he looked at the servant boy. In the super ranch, a tiger roar was heard. With a wave of his hand, a gorgeous tiger appeared behind Li Zheng. Everyone only felt a flash before their eyes, and an invisible oppression suddenly appeared. Roar! The tiger roared and growled, and in an instant the atmosphere changed. Tiger! Tiger! Run! In an instant, the onlookers stepped back one by one. Those who tripped fell backwards and then rolled and crawled. Their originally clean bodies were now covered with dust and mud, and their clothes were soiled, but they didn't care at all. Damn, that's a tiger. It can kill you with one bite. In the corner of Chang'an East Market, restless sounds quickly began to spread. At this time, the people in the dental clinic were also panicking. They had never seen such a scene before. Under normal circumstances, if anyone caused trouble in the pawn shop, they could just rely on their numbers to deal with him. But today this guy actually got a tiger from somewhere. What's going on? How did this tiger appear? Zhou Lang, what should I do? The people behind the servant began to panic. Zhou Lang squinted his eyes, and his legs began to go weak. Boy, you're looking for death. Come on, there's so many of us, but we only have one tiger. Let's eat tiger meat and drink tiger bone wine tonight. Li Zheng smiled faintly. Can we talk about this? He shook his head, sighed, and waved his hand again, and another tiger appeared out of thin air. As the saying goes, there can't be two tigers in one mountain. It means that there can't be two kings of beasts in the same territory. But at this moment, this rule seemed to be broken. Two. Hiss. Brothers run. Zhou Lang also wanted to run, but he had only taken 2 steps when the tiger blocked his way. No matter how fast you run, can you outrun a tiger? Chapter 191. Chapter 191. Where's the tiger? What's more, it's at both ends. Zhou Lang looked at the tiger's ferocious face, his eyes went dark, and he fell down. The restless East Market quickly attracted the attention of patrol officers in Chang'an. Yongzhou Prefecture has a large number of personnel in Chang'an. Chang'an County and Wanyan County are the 2 hardest-hit areas in Chang'an. Compared with other neighborhoods in Chang'an City, there are many ruffians in these 2 places. After the new emperor ascended the throne, the entire Chang'an began to patrol strictly. There must be a team of yamen runners and constables in each of the 3 streets. Who's making noise? When the yamen runners heard the commotion, they summoned the constables and rushed towards the yamen. He was yelling and cursing as he ran. What's Zhou Lang doing every day? This place is making a commotion every few days. He can't even keep quiet. Hush, we'll take care of anything that happens. We can't touch Zhou Lang, so we can just arrest the two troublemakers and take them back. You don't know this, right? Not only can we not touch Zhou Lang, we can't touch Zhou Lang's minions either. It's really infuriating. Although the Yamen runners ran fast, they were very resistant to this brokerage in their hearts. The reason? Of course, it's because the people behind this pawn shop are incredibly troublesome, and everyone knows it. What are you doing? The moment the bailiffs and constables appeared, they saw a boy, two women, and Zhou Lang lying on the ground. Come here, catch him. Li Zheng turned around and looked at the Yamen runners who surrounded him with a faint smile. The people around who were originally scared away by the tiger now gathered around one by one, stretching their heads out curiously, wanting to see what was going on. They heard that a big tiger had appeared. Wait, Li Zheng didn't speak. Rosanna spoke first. I'm a Persian princess. I have come to the Tang dynasty as a guest of His Majesty. How dare you touch me? When they heard the word Persian princess, the people around them immediately gasped. The Persian envoy, no wonder. But aren't those men and women from the Tang dynasty? It seems like Zhou Lang has hit a wall this time. That's right. Zhou Lang doesn't do good deeds on a daily basis. Now, someone is here to punish him. The officials and runners were knowledgeable and experienced, so when they saw Rosanna, they naturally understood that the Ministry of Rights needed to intervene. Although the Ministry of War can arrest criminals, anyone who violates the Tang law will naturally be arrested by various government offices and officials under the Ministry of War, but foreigners are not included in this trip. So, it's Her Royal Highness the Princess. I'm so sorry. The bailiff said he was disrespectful, but he didn't mean that. May I ask Your Highness what happened? Rosanna took Li Zheng's arm and said, Today, my husband, my sister, and I went shopping and came across this pawn shop. The people there were tempted by our beauty and wanted to make things difficult for us. The faces of the Yamen runners changed. Although the Persian princess was nothing compared to the royal family of the Tang dynasty and was at best a noble, her status was definitely not low compared to ordinary people. This not only concerns the relationship between the two countries, but also Your Majesty's reputation. He has cursed Zhou Lang 1,000 times in his heart. His Majesty has just issued a decree to open up trade. These Yamen runners work hard all day and stay up late. Isn't it just to fulfill His Majesty's decree and ensure normal trade in Chang'an? The Yamen runners gritted their teeth and looked at Zhou Lang lying on the ground. Zhou Lang woke up groaning. He was shocked by what he had just seen. At this moment, when he saw the Yamen runner appear, he immediately felt like he had grabbed a life-saving straw. Sir, hurry, save me. Master Jun, save me. This man has tigers, 2 tigers. Zhou Lang's voice received no response. The Yamen runners just looked at him coldly. Zhou Lang, you have offended someone you shouldn't have offended. Zhou Lang's face was filled with fear. He looked around, but there was no sign of the tiger. General, I didn't lie to you. This kid is raising a tiger in Chang'an. Many people saw it just now. Really, I didn't lie to you. He had already started mumbling incoherently. The bailiff continued to sneer. Tiger, where is the tiger? Why didn't I see it? If there really was a tiger, the whole city would be in an uproar by now. Zhou Lang was desperate. Master Jun, believe me. Come here, arrest him. Zhou Lang was arrested, but at the same time, the Yamen runner smiled faintly, bowed to Rosanna, and said, Your Highness, you must also come back with us and explain clearly what happened today. Rosanna looked at Li Zheng. At this moment, the bailiff's heart skipped a beat because it turned out that the real culprit was not the princess, but the young man. A group of Yamen runners looked at the young man, whose clothes were not particularly luxurious, and wondered which wealthy family in Chang'an he came from. The woman said that she was a Persian princess, which might not be a lie. Some time ago, news came from the place where the Hu people gathered in the West Market that the daughter of the Persian king came to Chang'an and lived in seclusion, as if she wanted to meet His Majesty. So who is this man? Li Zheng smiled faintly at this time. Is it okay not to go? The bailiff was startled. Sir, we are also acting in accordance with public order. Please come with us. Li Zheng smiled faintly. Well, I'll let them go with you. I have other things to do today. All right. When the officer saw that Li Zheng was so young and that his face was not red or out of breath, and his expression did not change, and he was still calm and composed, they knew that this young man was of great importance. Li Zheng found Yuan Tiangong's carriage, proving that Yuan Tiangong was nearby. Sure enough, a handsome man walked out of the restaurant next door. Who else could it be but Yuan Tiangang? Old Yuan, follow this military officer back and register. Tell him that I was blackmailed while buying a maid from a pawnbroker. Fortunately, these military officers intervened in time, and I was spared. When Yuan Tiangang heard this, his face immediately turned gloomy. Who is so bold? Hey, no matter who it is, this matter is over. Why bother taking it so seriously? Li Zheng waved his hand. Yuan Tiangang looked at the officials and regained his imperial master's demeanor. Let's go to Jingzhaoyin, right? After everyone left, Rosanna was still thinking about the girl, and so was Arya. But if that girl was from a good family, she wouldn't be ignored, right? He found the person who managed the pawn shop in the East Market, spent 5 strings of cash, and bought the girl. There were 3 maids bought back. 2 of them were obviously girls from good families. They were cautious, about 15 or 16 years old, trembling with fear and not daring to move. The girl who had made Arya feel so sympathetic at the beginning now squinted her eyes, which were extremely bright. Thank you, sir, and thank you both ladies. I will definitely repay you for saving my life. Rosanna smiled faintly. Look, this one speaks more fluently than the other 2. Chapter 192. Chapter 192. Your name is Yuan Tiangang? Zhou Lang was kneeling in the yamen, while Yuan Tiangang was standing beside him with his nose in the air. Zhou Lang sneered, Huh, your young master, right? No matter where he's from, he has to kneel down and apologize in front of the pawn shop tomorrow, or I'll break his legs. Yuan Tiangang didn't say anything. He wouldn't even look at these people who were bullying the lower class. The magistrate of Chang'an County came out. He was not good-looking, even a little ugly. What happened? The sound was extremely sharp, even a little unpleasant, like a crow buzzing in your ear. The bailiff told the man what had happened in his ear. The Chang'an County magistrate narrowed his eyes, and the voice came again. I thought it was just a common fight. Come on, give each of them 10 lashes and send them back. Chang'an County, although it is just a county, but it has the word Chang'an in its name, which makes it different. No matter who says it, Chang'an County is always better than other places. The magistrate of Chang'an County was naturally full of arrogance. In his opinion, this matter was no big deal at all. Of course, it's not a big deal. All kinds of things happen every day in Chang'an City, big and small. Fighting? It's just commonplace. The city of Chang'an was in chaos during the Wuda period. But at this time, Yuan Tiangang was unhappy. Just as Yuan Tiangang was about to speak, the ruffian Zhou Lang spoke first. My brother is Zhou Jiekuan, a senior official in the imperial court. The Chang'an County magistrate suddenly broke out in sweat. Zhong Daifu? Zhou Jiekuan? That was an official of the 4th rank, able to enter the court and have access to the imperial court. Zhou Lang. Zhou Lang. So this guy's the Zhou Lang from the pawnbroker business? Chang'an County magistrate Ji Sonda felt a pang in his heart. That's not something you can afford to offend. Since you can't afford to offend, just say it another way. Your brother is useless to anyone. However, considering this is your first offense, I will fine you 1 yuan, and this will not happen again. As a relative of a Tang Dynasty official, you must be strict with yourself and correct yourself. You must not act recklessly. Zhou Lang was immediately excited when he heard this. Yes, thank you for your insight. As for this one, no matter who he is, drag him down and give him 20 lashes of the cane. Yuan Tiangong's forehead was all black. Okay, just now it was all 10 strokes of the cane, but now it's 20 strokes? Does that mean not only do I have to be beaten even if I'm not at fault, but I also have to beat the other person as well? The magistrate of Chang'an, right? Yuan Tiangang sneered. I wonder if you, an official below the 6th rank, have ever been to the imperial court? But it's not your fault. You've never been to the court, so naturally you wouldn't recognize me. After Yuan Tiangang finished speaking, he looked at Zhou Lang and asked, What's your brother's name? Zhou Jiekuan? I'm sorry, I don't know him, but I think he must know me. Zhou Lang raised his head and looked at Yuan Tiangang coldly. I don't know where you get this confidence from. I advise you to take care of yourself and stop talking nonsense. As soon as Zhou Jiekuan's name came out, the Chang'an County magistrate knew that he could not afford to offend him. More importantly, Zhou Jiekuan was the 2nd prince's man and was said to be very close to the 2nd prince. If the 2nd prince gained power in the future, he would be a very popular person. Some people say that the brothel is backed by the palace, which is definitely not groundless. So Ji Tsonda is now very worried that he has provoked someone he cannot afford to offend. After all, he is just a small official. Small officials should not fight with high-ranking officials. A higher-ranking official can crush a person to death. In Chang'an, if you throw a brick, the person you hit might be a high-ranking official. Thinking of this, Ji Sonda coughed dryly. Ahem, silence. This one. What's your master's name and surname? Yuan Tiangang was stunned. My master? How can it be okay for a great Tang dynasty imperial teacher to be treated with such contempt in the office of the Chang'an County Magistrate? This won't do. My last name is Yuan. I'm asking what your master's surname is. Ji Sonda was a little angry. He was the magistrate of Chang'an County in the Tang dynasty. Although he had no position in the court, he was the boss in this court. Facing the man who still refused to kneel, he narrowed his eyes and said, Come here, this man is talking nonsense in court. Give him 50 lashes first. Yuan Tiangang was not panicked at all and took out a jade pendant from his sleeve. There is a pattern painted on it, which is the yin-yang fish, and the golden lace inlaid in it shows his identity. This thing is the standard equipment of the Tang dynasty's imperial teacher, and he only wears it when attending court. It's an honor. I am Yuan Tiangang. Who dares to act recklessly? The court was in complete silence. Only Zhou Lang said proudly at the side, Yuan Tiangang? Your name is Yuan Tiangang? Who the hell knows Yuan Tiangang? But he didn't see that Ji Sonda's face turned green, and a foul smell began to spread from under the table. Ji Sonda was scared to death. This child is so energetic. Let's call her Xiaowan. This child is so steady. Let's call him Xiaojing. Li Zheng looked at his mother Wang and felt helpless when he heard what she said. These two kids are about 15 or 16 years old. One of them has rough hands, and it's obvious that he does a lot of farm work. You say he's strong, so why is he called Xiaowan? And this one, who didn't dare to say a word, didn't dare to look up from beginning to end, and you called her Xiaojing? That's fine. But when it came to the third girl, it was obvious that Wang was a little unsure. Sai Shishir came over at this time and said, Son-in-law, this girl looks smart and clever. How about you give her a name? No need. I have a name. My name is Xiaoying. Sai Shishir's expression immediately changed. Since you have a name, it's fine. But you have to understand one thing. If it weren't for my brother-in-law's kindness, you would still be suffering in the pawn shop, living a life worse than pigs and dogs. When you get home, just be at peace. Xiaoying wanted to speak, but looking at Li Zheng's expression, she didn't say anything. She just pursed her lips as if thinking about something. In fact, it's no wonder that these three girls are dull. After all, who can see two big tigers as soon as they enter the yard? Whose yard would you see a few kids playing on tigers as soon as you enter? Okay, the room is where you take a shower. Go take a shower yourself. After the three little girls came out of the bath, Li Zheng realized that Rosanna had a really sharp eye. Although the other two little girls came from miserable backgrounds, they didn't look bad either. They would definitely become decent-looking girls when they grew up. This little shadow, Hiss, he was 19 years old, the same age as Rosanna, but there was a heroic look in his eyes. You two younger ones, go follow Li Dan and Li Qing. Li Zheng, you take care of this older one. When Sai Shishir saw Xiaoying's appearance, she was also muttering in her heart, but she thought that the only person in the family who could make this little girl surrender was Li Zheng. There's no way. This is the girl that my daughter likes. Poor family, they insisted on buying it back. Shishir is knowledgeable and experienced, and she can tell at a glance that this girl is not a maid. In the east yard, two tigers were lying at Li Zheng's feet, and Xiaoying was standing in front of Li Zheng. Chapter 193. Erlongshan, Female Bandit. Your name is Xiaoying? Flower playing shadow. That's a nice name. Where was your family from before? Erlong Mountain. The water that Li Zheng had just put into his mouth was sprayed out in one gulp. Erlong Mountain? Isn't it a den of robbers? Sir, it's green forest. Li Zheng blushed and said, Haha, sorry, I didn't expect that. Then how did you end up here and become a pawn shop's merchandise? Generally, such women would either become the king of the mountain or find an opportunity to get married early. I guess there must be a reason why she is not married at the age of 19. Sir, although you are young, you have a very active mind. Huan Nongying's eyes were sharp, and it was obvious that he had killed someone before. 2 months ago, Erlongshan heard that an important figure passed by and wanted to kill him, but he was wiped out by a group of black-clad government troops. My father died, so I naturally ran away. But that guy is really despicable. He has no moral principles and even drugged my drink. Having said that, Huan Nongying frowned and pouted. Men in black? Longzhong? Could it be the Black Armored Army? If the Black Armored Army did it, then what happened 2 months ago couldn't have been because of me, right? Li Zheng thought of the place Erlong Mountain that Chen Ziwen seemed to have mentioned. Is this a bad fate? Never mind. Let's settle down first. If you don't say it, and I don't say it, who will know? Li Jing took a look at the girl. She did have the air of a mountain bandit, carefree and unruly. But for some reason, she looked extremely pretty. The reason why she couldn't be called a beauty was because she was compared with Arya and Rosanna. Compared with Arya? Zheng Liuan was a peerless beauty in the early Tang dynasty, a figure recorded in history books. Compared to Rosanna? Not to mention anything else, just the figure is so different. Okay, now that you've escaped, what are you going to do next? Don't worry, sir. People in the Green Forest know how to repay kindness. Since you saved me today, I will serve you like a slave. If anyone attacks, the sword in my hand will not be a pushover. Li Zheng's face darkened. Is there anyone who wants to attack my place? It seems unlikely. What's more, the world of martial arts is not about fighting and killing, but about human relationships and worldly wisdom. Those who engage in violence and killing should have been put in jail long ago. Did you see that guy? Yeah, he's the one squatting outside, staring at the sky all day long. His name is Shada, the best fighter in Persia. If you were under his control, you wouldn't be able to survive even a single move. After Li Zheng finished speaking, Huan Nongying suddenly became depressed. Sir, what do you think I should do? Stay here for a while. You are still young and have a long life ahead of you. Huan Nongying is obviously not cut out to be a maid. If she could be a maid, there would probably be few people in this world who couldn't be one. What did you do in Erlongshan originally? The one who chopped people down is my father, the head of Erlong Mountain. Forget it. Let's not talk about this topic anymore. Just at this moment, Li Tai walked in slowly. Teacher, old Yuan hasn't come back yet. It's okay, he should be fine. Of course Yuan Tiangang would be fine. Now he was sitting in the seat of the Chang'an County Magistrate, and the Chang'an County Magistrate Ji Tsongda, next to him, was almost scared to tears. I didn't know it was the Imperial Master who was visiting. Haha, it's okay. Today's incident was indeed abominable. What should we do according to Tang law? Grandmaster, according to Tang law, you should be beaten with 50 military sticks. Well, let's do it. Now that he has the support of the Imperial Master, why should he be afraid of the senior official Zhou Jiekuan? But Ji Tsuna still hesitated. Grandmaster, I know that you are a great man and don't bear grudges against villains. But Zhou Jiekuan is the second prince's man. Second prince? How could the second prince befriend an official who is less than a fourth-rank official? Are you kidding me? Yuan Tiangang stood up slightly. The second prince has long since given up the desire to compete for favor. He is currently studying with a hermit master. I guess he himself doesn't even know that he has a retainer like Zhou Jiekuan. Yuan Tiangang was not a rigid person. He thought that maybe there was something wrong with the people around Li Tai, and they accepted money from Zhou Jiekuan, which was why they gave such a signal. The Li family's affairs are really a mess. Although Ji Tsongda was not good-looking and extremely ugly, he was down to earth. His eccentric temper did not matter, and he handled all the affairs, big and small, in Chang'an County quite well. When he heard Yuan Tiangang's words, he immediately reacted. So there have been changes in the palace too? Isn't it said that the second prince is smart and has long wanted to emulate your majesty and seize the throne in one fell swoop? Hiss! Zhou Lang had no idea what had happened and was half dead when he came out. Ji Tsongda understood one thing today, that is, you can't judge a person by his appearance. As soon as he saw Yuan Tiangang's majestic and handsome appearance, he knew that he was not an ordinary person. He didn't even kneel down and was so imposing that he had to make a mistake. And that Zhou Lang, his legs were already broken, and he had provoked the Tang dynasty's imperial master. So how could he be safe? Ji Tsongda personally escorted Yuan Tiangang out. Outside the county government office, he couldn't help but ask, Grandmaster, was the person who clashed with Zhou Lang today really the Persian princess? What's a Persian princess? With that man's status, the Persian princess is only worthy of being his concubine. This is only because of the persuasion of his family. Otherwise, the king of Persia wouldn't even be worthy of carrying his shoes. Keep a low profile and keep this matter to yourself. After saying that, Yuan Tiangang walked away. Ji Tsongda sighed on the side. Look at him, the imperial master of the Tang dynasty, with such a broad mind and such magnanimity. The Yamen runner beside him was puzzled. Sir, is he really the imperial master of the Tang dynasty? Is he the immortal? Hush, don't make a sound. Forget it. Anyone who dares to tell others will be severely punished. Sir, you know my mouth. I swear to heaven, if this gets out, I will be struck by lightning and left to die in the wilderness. In Chang'an City, news came from nowhere that Yuan Tiangang, the divine figure and imperial preceptor of the Tang dynasty, was harassed by a small servant in the East Market. He then displayed his magical powers and used magic to shock the people around him. The story became more and more bizarre as it spread. In the end, Yuan Tiangang, the imperial teacher of the Tang dynasty, discovered a man from the pawnbroking business who was doing all kinds of evil in Chang'an. He could summon thunder and fire from heaven and earth and control life and death from thousands of miles away. But at night, the whole city of Chang'an was filled with lightning and thunder, and the Yamen runners were trembling and dared not go out. Old Yuan, my identity hasn't been exposed, right? Master, your identity disciple did not tell me. Jitsundo was so scared when he saw me that the matter was resolved. Yeah, I see. At night, there were bursts of thunder, and raindrops came from nowhere and fell down so casually. Every autumn rain brings a chill. This is probably the last autumn rain. The coldness in the air was really uncomfortable. After Li Zheng finished drawing the blueprint, he crawled into the quilt. Rosanna and Arya had already warmed the bed for Li Zheng. Li Zheng did not fall asleep directly, but wandered around the super farm. After harvesting 2 crops of potatoes for 2 consecutive days, Li Zheng planned to plant a crop of eggplants. Li Dan and Li Qing were arguing today and wanted to eat eggplant. Chapter 194 Chapter 194 Super Licking Dog Li Tai. What the 2 tigers? Li Er came early in the morning and stared at the 2 tigers in a daze. The boxes he brought today were not as many as before. After all, gold and silver are always more valuable than copper coins. Li Zheng was stretching at the gate, and when he saw Li Er, he looked confused. Your Majesty, do you really have to go up the mountain on this rainy day? Haha, please forgive me for laughing, immortal. I hope to give more potatoes to the soldiers of Shuafang. How much will it cost this time? 300,000 pounds. After Li Er's wave of purchases, there were only 270,000 kilograms of potatoes left in the system. Li Zheng's money, converted into copper coins, now amounted to nearly 2 million coins. This is the right speed. Your Majesty, the Tang soldiers are fighting outside, and it's not enough to just have food and drink. I have some Fergana horses here. Although there aren't many, Your Majesty can buy them. Li Er was sitting at the door, lost in thought. A Fergana horse? Really? I'll buy it. Li Zheng smiled and said, Your Majesty, there's a hot spring valley under this jade mountain. I have raised all my Fergana horses there. Li Er looked at Li Zheng as if he had seen a savior. My lord, where did you get this Fergana horse? Your Majesty is very curious? If this is a secret, you don't have to tell me. I will still be grateful. Nothing special. I raised them myself. Of course, I went to the northern frontier and found some remnants of the Fergana horses there. They have very pure bloodlines. There were 2 ferocious tigers, one with Li Zheng riding on it and the other with Li Er riding on it. Li Tai wanted to follow, but found that he could only ride a horse. The horse's legs became weak after seeing the tiger, and it could not move. After finally pulling all the potatoes, Li Tai discovered that the horses ran wildly when they reached the foot of the mountain, as if they were seriously frightened. In the valley, Li Zheng pointed to the dark stone in front and said, I brought this thing from Ma Bei. If you want to know how to use it later, Your Majesty, please come to me and I'll try it first. This valley hot spring is really lovely, and the Fergana horses are all around. Li Er was riding on the tiger, feeling very excited. Finally, he mustered up the courage to speak. Sir, I have already tried the method of making salt. It can indeed produce refined salt, extremely fine. As for the price, it's in accordance with the immortal's request. 1 cent per pound will be paid to the immortal, and I will take 3 cents and put them into the national treasury. The other 2 cents are the cost. I am very relieved to let my trusted confidant among the nobles do this. That's right. If Your Majesty can control the method of making salt yourself, I will be relieved. This method is against the will of heaven. I have also put in some effort and lost some of my lifespan. Li Zheng Siga. Li Er's face turned red with excitement. My lord, don't worry. I will never take this salt-making method for nothing. That is Li Zheng. If it were anyone else, Li Er would take it if he said so. The Li family members were unreasonable, especially Li Er. He set his eyes on the throne and wanted to take it, and he got it. With his confidence, what is there that he dare not do? But when he came to Li Zheng, Li Er had witnessed Li Zheng's magical powers with his own eyes, so he naturally restrained himself. He doesn't want to be the emperor today and become the late emperor tomorrow. The reason why Li Tai was sent here to serve Li Zheng well was to show sincerity. He never expected that Li Zheng had obtained a Fergana horse from the northern border. You have to know how far it is from Saibei to Chang'an. Hiss. Think about the distance, and then think about Li Tai's words. This immortal is really powerful. After seeing the Fergana horse, Li Er naturally made up his mind. Sir, no need to say more. This sweat-blooded horse immortal, please give me a price. Ah, the reason why the Fergana horse is so valuable is because of its excellent endurance. Your Majesty, after you get it, you can breed it yourself and reproduce it first. If the reproduction rate is slow, I can go to the northern frontier a few more times. Li Zheng smiled faintly. As for the money I picked up, it's 1,000 taels per horse. May I ask, immortal, how many horses are there now? Less than 200. I'll pre-order 100 horses and send the money tomorrow. They didn't even have to wait until the next day. Before the afternoon, the 100 powerful horses were pulled away by Li Er. But before leaving, Li Er did not forget to take Li Tai with him. In the palace, Li Tai faced Li Er's questioning and hesitated, his eyes rolling. Father, the immortal master's methods must be kept secret. Dievas Fulius. Do we have to keep a secret between you and me, father and son? Why did I send you there? However, since it is father who asks, I can certainly tell you. I just hope father will keep his secret. Li Tai changed the subject and asked, was he really thinking about keeping it secret just now? Not entirely. What he was thinking about was how to describe the immortal master's journey back and forth between Saibei and Chang'an overnight. He hasn't seen it either, so he needs to organize his words a little bit. Ahem, father, I was resting that night when I heard a noise outside. I sneaked out to take a look and saw the immortal master riding on Tiger. The tiger sprouted wings from its back and took off, soaring through the sky and transforming into a beam of light, heading towards Maobei. I was so surprised that I didn't dare to sleep. I sat by the window, waiting for the immortal master to come back. I remember it very clearly. It took about a quarter of an hour, and I ate 2 corn cobs and 2 tomatoes. Then, a light outside the yard illuminated the night sky. The child opened the window, and a cold wind blew in. But at the same time, the immortal master also returned. That night, horses neighed outside. I didn't know what was going on at first. But today, when my father explained it to me, I suddenly realized that the immortal master had gone to Maobei to bring back the Fergana horses. Li Tai spoke in a very convincing manner, adding some exaggerations from time to time. Li Er was also stunned when he heard it. Thinking of the magical powers that Li Zheng had displayed before, he no longer doubted the truth of what Li Tai said. Okay, Qingke, you've worked hard. Go to the Ministry of Internal Affairs and get 100 taels of gold. Buy whatever you want. Li Er is generous now. The reason for this is that the 5 surnames and 7 families have been a little scared recently and have been sending money to Li Er from time to time, especially those headed by the Chui family of Qinghe, who would give away 10,000 taels of gold without blinking an eye. So he started spending money lavishly. Li Tai was very satisfied. Just as he was about to go out with the gold, he saw his brother, his royal brother, Li Changqian. Greetings, my royal brother. Li Changqian's face turned pale, as if he was frightened. Qingke. The eunuch beside him coughed. Li Changqian immediately changed his tone. I have something to ask my father. Li Tai bowed respectfully. My royal highness, do you know the 3-character classic? When Li Changqian heard this, his brows lit up and he nodded vigorously. Without finishing the conversation, the 2 people turned around and left. Only Li Tai and Li Changqian knew this signal, the 3-character classic, which meant they would meet in 3 hours. Chapter 195. Chapter 195. The prince is missing. 3 hours later, Li Tai and Li Changqian squatted in a corner of the imperial garden. Qingke, I haven't seen you for a long time. Where have you been? I went to Yushan Mountain to study with my teacher. Yushan? Is it fun? Royal brother, you don't know, Jade Mountain is very fun. I ride a tiger out for fun every day, but the lessons are a bit difficult. The teacher's knowledge is quite impressive, but if you go and learn, it will definitely be easier. Li Changqian smiled bitterly. You've been away these days, and there's no one to play with me. Before, we 2 brothers had to deal with the eunuch's words every day, and our ears were worn out. No matter what others say, the emperor has always been confident in you. Hearing Li Changqian's bitter words, Li Tai also sighed. Actually, my teacher is an immortal. Father asked me to go there to learn from him so that I can assist my brother in the future. Immortal? Li Changqian didn't hear anything else but the word immortal. Are there really immortals? Li Tai was stunned. Brother, listen to me. Immortals are not important. Important, very important. Li Chengxian looked embarrassed. He had been happy for a while since he was a child, when he lived in Tian's mansion. But after he moved into the palace, he became depressed. Why are you depressed? That was naturally because there were too many rules in the palace. Before, he could go wherever he wanted to play, and he took his younger brother Li Tai everywhere. His figure could be seen everywhere in Chang'an City. But now, the scope of his activities is limited even to the imperial palace. There are many places that you can't go to. I was just locked up in the palace, so I'm naturally not used to it. He was very envious of his younger brother, who could run around everywhere. Brother, why don't you come out with me? I received 100 taels of gold today. Let's go out and have some fun. No, delicious food is definitely not as good as the food at the teacher's house. Let's buy some gifts and then go to Yushan. Li Chengxian was stunned. Is it okay? It would be bad if we were discovered. Royal brother, as long as you tell the immortal master, father will definitely not blame you. Is it really possible? Sure. Li Tai smacked his lips. Royal brother, you used to be braver than me. Li Chengxian was about to cry. He felt very depressed in the palace. He didn't expect Li Tai to go out and play without him. He felt wronged. The two brothers acted as soon as they said it. It was not a big problem to hide someone in Li Tai's carriage. However, when they had just entered Pinkang Fang and wanted to buy some delicious food and fun things, the palace behind them was in chaos. The prince is missing. Oh no, the prince is missing. Li Erlong was furious and ordered Li Junxian to find the prince. Otherwise, he would chop off his head. In the end, Li Junxian just blurted out, "Let the imperial master calculate it, and you'll know. Then let the imperial master come." Li Zheng looked distressed when he saw Li Tai and the strange boy appear. "Teacher, this is my royal brother." It turns out to be His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince. Li Chengxian was a little embarrassed. Immortal Master, I dare not call you Prince. Just call me Chengxian." Li Zheng smiled and said, it's okay. I'm here now, so why bring a gift?" Li Chengxian really brought a lot of gifts. Under Li Tai's command, they included osmanthus cakes, cloth, winter fur coats, and children's toys. I heard that the Immortal Master had a mother, an aunt, 2 wives, a younger brother, and a younger sister at home, so naturally Li Chengxian had to show courtesy. He is not Li Tai. He knows the importance of etiquette very well. Perhaps he learned it when he was trapped in the palace. When I arrived, it was time for dinner. "Come, Chengxian, there's plenty of food today. Eat as much as you want." Li Zheng was not shy. Although Hua Nongying could not cook, she could chop wood. She was very strong, and the angle was just right. It could be considered a unique skill. When asked, she said that when she had nothing to do in the mountains, she would chop wood and practice chopping people. "Are you the trainee who has been practicing hacking for 2.5 years? Like singing, dancing, rapping, and chopping wood?" While Hua Nongying was serving Li Zheng's table, there were also 2 maids serving the people in the inner hall. Li Chengxian had never seen these delicious foods before. He had never seen corn before and didn't know how to eat it. Li Tai became the demonstrator, chewing the corn cob with such delicious taste that Li Chengxian couldn't help himself in the end. "Potatoes, beef, and you can even eat beef? Smells so good. What is this? It looks weird." Li Tai ate while muttering, "Don't be polite, my royal brother. Eat it, it's delicious. This is a potato, this is corn, this is a carrot, this is pickled white radish, this is an eggplant, and here are tomatoes and eggs." Perhaps because he had never eaten stir-fried dishes before, Li Chengxian ate too much. When he burped at the end, Li Zheng clearly saw that Li Chengxian's stomach was bulging. After eating and drinking, the 2 brothers naturally rested in the same room. But Li Chengxian still couldn't understand why the Immortal Master was a child who looked younger than himself. "Qingke, that Immortal Master is so young. Is he really an immortal?" "Royal brother, you are the crown prince of the Tang dynasty. Be more confident and remove the word moth." Li Tai said confidently, "Master Immortal's abilities are unique in heaven and earth. You should have read the letter I wrote to my father, right?" Not really." "Then let me tell you about it." "No, tell me about those 2 tigers first. I was looking at them while I was eating just now, and I felt terrified. When Yuan Tiangang was called away by Li Er late at night, he did not forget to stuff a steamed bun with eggplant sauce in his mouth. This is probably the only restaurant that can cook in the Tang dynasty. According to the Immortal Master, if the craftsmanship is good, better oil can be made instead of lard. Yuan Tiangang used to think pork was fishy, but now he loves eating pork. Just because you use the wrong method and don't know how to cook it, you say the pork is not tasty? What kind of logic is this?" When he arrived at the palace, Yuan Tiangang was confident. As soon as Li Er opened his mouth, Yuan Tiangang started to show off. Your Majesty, I dare to guess that Your Majesty is asking about the whereabouts of the Crown Prince. Lieva Stunt. National Master, you are truly amazing. You have never been this amazing before. Yuan Tiangong's face twitched. Wasn't that just a scam before? Haha, Your Majesty, I've learned a lot from studying with the immortal master these days. Then tell me, where did the prince go? Why is there no one in the palace? Yuan Tiangong frowned. Your Majesty, I just saw two purple stars wandering below your Ziwei star, running side by side. I think they are the crown prince and the second prince. Perhaps the two of them are together, perhaps wandering around Chang'an. Lievas furious. What jerk Li Tai is. He took the crown prince out of the palace. Damn it. I want. Your Majesty, don't panic. The crown prince has been in the palace for a long time, so naturally he wants to leave. If your calculations are correct, you will definitely see the crown prince at the immortal's house tomorrow. Chapter 196. Chapter 196. Build an iron stove to warm yourself. When Lier heard this, his forehead was covered with black lines. Yuan Tiangong, are you sure? Haha. Your Majesty, I just observed the celestial phenomena at night and calculated with my fingers. The crown prince and the second prince are carrying dragon energy and have not gone far. They should have just left the city gate. Yuan Tiangong couldn't say anything for sure. If he said that he saw the prince at Li Zheng's house and had dinner together, wouldn't that be exposure? Then what do I need to do? The Tang Dynasty Imperial Master must also demonstrate some magical powers and roles in order to gain the Emperor's trust and make this position more stable and long-lasting. As long as the result is good, even if you're the current Emperor, what can you say? Yuan Tiangong's little thoughts are hidden very deeply. To be able to gain a foothold in the court, the imperial teacher of the Tang Dynasty is definitely not an ordinary person. Lier agreed with it deeply and believed it without a doubt. National Master. Without any anxiety, Lier naturally slowed down his voice and spoke normally. If something happened to his son, the slander of some civil servants would be confirmed, saying that the country would be in turmoil and that there would be punishment from heaven. There was already a drought before, and Lier didn't know whether the Tang Dynasty could withstand the turmoil, but the palace, especially Lier's relatives and family, would definitely not be able to withstand any turmoil. Li Yuan is still alive now. If anything happens, Li Yuan will definitely die when he hears about the incident. By then, the emperor would certainly be left alone, which is really not worth it. Go back now and see if the prince and Qin Ke have gone to the immortal. Li Junxian is following you. If there is any news, have him report back immediately. Yuan Tiangong nodded. Yes, Your Majesty. Li Chengxian and Li Tai sat cross-legged on the stools. They had trouble digesting the food they ate and couldn't sleep. Brother, do you know what kind of meat we're having dinner? Isn't it beef? There's one more thing. Is that chicken? That's pork. Li Tai blinked and whispered to Li Chengxian. Li Shengqian panika. Pork? Why can't I tell it's pork? It's not that he has never eaten pork. He had eaten pork since he was a child. When he followed his father to the army, he had eaten pork. At that time, he decided that he would never eat pork again in his life. It is fishy and tastes bad. It is simply the most unpalatable meat in the world. In comparison, beef seems to be much more fragrant and delicious. But today, he ate pork without realizing it. And Li Chengxian didn't even notice it? Royal brother, you don't know that the immortal master has lived for more than 1,000 years. You have to keep this a secret from me. Just know it. Li Shengqian nudda biguruzli. After all, he didn't want to cause any trouble right now. The immortal master said that most food in the world requires certain methods to be cooked. In the past, people didn't seem to know how to cook pork, so the taste was very bad. Pork was called cheap meat. But once the immortal master takes action, things inside become different. Li Tai smacked his lips, seemingly savoring the taste. When I first learned it was pork, I was also puzzled. How could there be such delicious pork in the world? I thought the immortal master had used some magic, but later I discovered that the immortal master was such a great person that he didn't need to use magic to deal with such a small problem as pork. It seems that he made some kind of cooking wine to remove the fishy smell. Then the pork became incredibly delicious. Li Chengxian began to drool again. It was pork that he once hated the most, so why did he miss it so much now? How do you make cooking wine? I forgot, royal brother. That's the immortal master's secret. I'll help out in a few days and see if I can learn it. Li Chengxian was very excited. Be sure to tell me when the time comes, otherwise I won't be able to eat anything I want in the palace. At this point, Li Chengxian was puzzled again. Why are the dishes in the immortal master's house different from ordinary dishes? Royal brother, you're talking about stir-frying, right? Stir-frying is of course delicious, But the immortal master said that people are short of oil now. This oil must be extracted from pigs, sheep, and cattle. TSK, 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 TSK. The two princes were obviously very full, but they couldn't stop discussing the delicious food and didn't fall asleep until the second half of the night. When Li Junxian pushed the door open and saw the prince here, he immediately felt relieved and breathed a long sigh of relief. Prince, it's good that you are here. Haha, I'm happy to see my brother today. I want to have a long talk with him all night. Go back and tell father that I will be back tomorrow. Li Zheng couldn't sleep at night, so he walked out of the yard. After yesterday's rain, the weather got cold too quickly today. It was time to quickly build the iron stove. There are piles of black coal or outside the door. These are all good things. They're open-pit coal mines. I didn't expect that there is one in Yushan. The open-pit coal mines mined in later generations were all in the northwest region, and even in Qinghai, where natural coal mines were everywhere. But no one would have thought that such a coal mine could be found on Yushan Mountain near Chang'an today. After the monkeys moved the coal, things became much more convenient. The drawings had already been drawn, so Li Zheng naturally couldn't delay. If it snowed in a few days, it would be difficult to deal with. Do it right away, without any delay. Li Zheng called Yuan Tiangang directly. After Yuan Tiangang came back, he couldn't sleep. When he heard Li Zheng's voice, he got up immediately. I drew this blueprint myself. Find 2 blacksmiths and have them cast a mold using molten iron, then roll it together. Cover the inside with clay. I'll need 5. Li Zheng took out a large silver ingot and handed it to Yuan Tiangang. Yuan Tiangang was startled. Master, I have it. This is for the craftsman, not for you. As soon as Yuan Tiangang saw the silver ingot, he knew that the thing on the drawing was extraordinary. Pouring molten iron is just a matter of less than half a string of coins, but the immortal master actually gave so much. That's a bit too much, immortal master. That's fine. The craftsmen have worked really hard, working overnight to make it. So it's understandable that we give them more. Yuan Tiangang had just left and was heading towards the village at the foot of the mountain when Li Zheng felt a gust of wind blowing towards him. In this gust of wind, it seemed as if some particles were hitting my face. It's snowing. The first snow of the 9th year of Wuda came a little later than usual. Although winter had already arrived in November, it did not start snowing until December. The snowflakes fell silently, as if they were painted by something, and the yard was soon covered with a layer of fine white mud that was visible to the naked eye. Lying on the bed, he found that Arya had already fallen asleep, and Rosanna's big eyes were staring at Li Zheng. Why aren't you sleeping yet? Li Zheng asked softly. Rosanna's arms, as white as lotus roots, wrapped around him. Chapter 197. A move that benefits the world. I don't want to sleep. So what do you want to do? Rosanna licked her lips. It can be said that women from the western regions are bold. At this moment, she lay on Li Zheng's chest, her breath as sweet as orchid, and the hot air she exhaled fell on Li Zheng's chest. Do what love does. Li Zheng frowned. Who did you learn this from? You said that in your sleep. At this time, it was difficult for Arya not to wake up. After all, Rosanna's voice was really loud. The iron stove was made. When Yuan Tiangang returned in the wind and snow, he could no longer recognize the way back. There are not many people on Yushan Mountain, and it was a desolate and remote place with few people, so Yuan Tiangang couldn't find a way at all. Heavy snow covered the entire Lantian County, and along the way, Yuan Tiangang's horse became a little slack. Where's the road, anyway? There are more roads around Kixingwen, but there are no roads on the official road in Lantian. Yushan is right in front, but where to go becomes a problem. There were 5 large iron barrels in the carriage. The immortal master said they were stoves, but you couldn't see them at all. Just as Yuan Tiangang was hesitating, he heard a familiar voice. Squeak. Huh, isn't that the sound of a monkey? Monkeys. Those are the monkeys on the mountain. Yuan Tiangang stuck his head out of the carriage and saw a monkey squatting on a big tree branch outside. The white snow covered the entire tree trunk, and the red color of the monkeys but looked extremely eye-catching in this situation. Lead the way quickly, I can't find the way. The monkey seemed to understand Yuan Tiangang's words. It jumped off the tree and quickly got into the carriage, seeming to enjoy the warmth inside. Then he rode on the horse, and the carriage slowly started to move. It was the first time Yuan Tiangang saw such a smart monkey. It was like a spirit. With the stove at home, things immediately became different. The chimney was also made according to the blueprint. The iron pipe used for torture was a hole dug in the window, and a bamboo pipe was used outside with a small porcelain jar hanging on it. This was the case in all 5 rooms of the house. After the stove was lit, coal was thrown into it, and the whole house slowly began to warm up. Wang and Sai Shishir were amazed. Wang wanted to ask Li Zheng what this was, but was stopped by Sai Shishir. It's their own thing, so they should know about it. Xiao Zheng is not an ordinary person. There are some things we can't ask. Only then did Wang give up her curiosity. Li Dan and Li Qing were happy because they finally didn't have to freeze their hands and feet. Brother, you are amazing. What is this? This is called an iron stove. It will keep the house warm in the winter. You too won't have to worry about your hands shaking when you read and write in the future. Li Dan and Li Qing excitedly hugged Li Zheng and acted coquettishly. Li Tai and Li Chengxian were looking at the stove, lost in thought. They were trying to figure out whether they could get some of this thing in the palace. After all, the stoves in the palace were different. They were all charcoal braziers with a strong smell. In winter, palace maids and eunuchs needed to watch over them from time to time. Otherwise, the smell in the room would be really unpleasant, and it would give you a headache when you got up. I heard that someone died there before, but now this stove is at home, and the room is so small, there is not even a smell, and I don't have a headache. I took a nap at noon, and my face is not red, and I'm not out of breath. Nothing happened at all. It's really a good thing. Brother, you don't think the same as I do you? Shout high. I feel it's likely the same. The 2 brothers chuckled, grinning and showing their white teeth. Arya and Rosanna were afraid of the cold, so they hid in the house, while Li Zheng took Shua and Yuan Tiangang outside to sweep the snow. Li Tai and Li Chengxian trotted over. Then Li Tai bowed respectfully and said something in Li Zheng's ear, and Li Zheng laughed out loud. This thing is nothing. The blueprints are on the table. Go get them yourself, and ask the palace to make more. Eli Doi nodded excitedly. The craftsmen in the palace worked extremely fast. In less than half an hour, the goods were ready. However, Li Er looked at the huge iron bucket and had no idea what it was used for. Father, this is the stove my teacher asked me to make. Stove? Li Er shook his head. Is this thing any good? Li Er is usually very polite when facing his children. The teacher built a few stoves at home today, and the room became warm immediately. They just needed some coal to burn. I also had someone bring back a big bag of coal. My brother said that if father could use a stove like this, he would be very happy. Li Er looked at the stove. It seemed that one stove was not enough in such a huge palace. Li Tai took out the black coal from the bag calmly. When the black stones appeared, Li Er thought of where he had seen these stones before. This is Chinke. What is this thing called? Coal. Oh, where can we usually find this coal? Father, please don't ask. Let me show you. In a flash, Li Tai held the big chimney pipe and started digging holes in the window of the imperial study. Li Chengxian was not to be outdone and fanned the flames. In a moment, the whole room was filled with smoke. Cough, cough, cough. Li Er had a dark face, said nothing, and kept coughing. The smoke was very choking. He did not stop them, but wanted to see what his 2 sons were going to do. Since this thing can be used in the immortal's home, why can't it be used in the palace? Li Er is very patient. After a while, the smoke dissipated and Li Er finally felt something different. The room became warmer, and there was a warm atmosphere everywhere. Li Er was very satisfied. Li Tai and Li Chengxian had dark marks on their faces, but now when they grinned, their teeth looked even whiter. Chengxian, Chinke, you did a great job. This iron stove is really useful. Li Chengxian paced back and forth. Father, this iron stove has no smell, so I won't get a headache sleeping on it. The smoke goes outside through the pipe, but it seems I need to hang a small porcelain bottle outside. Li Tai then explained, the teacher said that there's some poisonous oil in the smoke, and it has to be collected. Otherwise, it'll drip onto the ground and be hard to clean up. Li Er no longer thinks about this problem now. His face is full of hope. This thing is not expensive to make. It seems that it can be made by pouring molten iron, and the coal seems to be everywhere. If the people of the Tang dynasty could use such an iron stove, wouldn't the whole world not be so cold in winter? Early this morning, when Li Er got up and saw the ground covered with snow, he was delighted. He firmly believed that auspicious snow meant a good harvest. There is heavy snow this year, so there will definitely be a good harvest next year. Chapter 198. You can fight only when you are full. It's snowing in Guangzhou, so naturally there will be no peace in the north. It was too cold on the Turkic steppe, and the bearded guest felt like a fool. Even though it was as warm as spring in the tent, it was freezing outside and no one dared to go out. Even though they were wearing thick sheepskin, the Turkic warriors seemed to be sealed at this moment and could not exert their full strength. The bearded guest was anxious. Although he had already occupied a piece of Turkic territory, and his territory was within 100 miles, who knew what the situation would be like next year when the strong wind started to blow? Chief, there are not many cattle and sheep left. Huh? How come so fast? Don't we have thousands of them? The bearded guest frowned, his eyes as loud as copper bells. Chief, we have thousands of cattle and sheep, but too many have frozen to death. People on the grassland don't eat the cattle and sheep that have frozen to death. We have almost eaten all the living ones. The bearded guest gritted his teeth and said, "Who says that things that died of freezing cannot be eaten? Cook those frozen cattle and sheep. I don't believe it. As long as we can survive this winter, the Turkic restoration will be just around the corner." The Turks were in a bit of a dilemma, but this was not without precedent. It was said that more than 30 years ago, heavy snow on the grassland froze the cattle and sheep to death. The Turks had no choice but to start eating the dead cattle and sheep. At that time, after they forcibly endured a winter, the rise of the Turks began. This is also a last resort. Just eat it. There is hope if you can get through it. Li Jing was very happy when he read the letter from the bearded guest. He knew that he had already guarded Binzhou tightly, and it was basically impossible for the Turks to attack. The Turks have so many younger brothers, such as the Uyghurs and the Xianchuo. As long as they dare to move, Li Jing's army will march on them and immediately destroy their roots. Do they dare to move? They don't dare. However, eating too much potatoes will always make you bloated. Although there are many ways to cook them, and Tang Yo from the palace has worked very hard, the soldiers can't eat potatoes every day these days, right? Butler Tang, what can I eat with these potatoes? Replying to the general, His Majesty said that this beef stew with potatoes is quite good, but there are very few oxen working the fields, so I'm afraid. Alas, the Tang dynasty is short of oxen. Although this general has the right to fight for them, it is not a good thing after all. Oh, yes. I remember now that His Majesty once said that potatoes can be paired with pork. Li Jing was confused. Who would eat pork? If the soldiers were allowed to eat pork, they would probably mutiny tomorrow. If the soldiers are outside and don't eat well, they will have no strength. How can they fight? Manager Tang, are you serious? Yes, General. I know a way to make pork taste better. When the big pot was set up in the army, Tang Niu began to teach the firemen how to remove the fishy smell. He only knew that this method was told to him by the imperial master before he set out, and that His Majesty had also specifically instructed him not to use it unless absolutely necessary. But in this border area, heavy snow may fall at any time, and there is no other food but potatoes. Isn't this a desperate situation? There was no other way. The soldiers in the army needed to eat now. His Majesty asked him to come so that the army could eat and drink well. He had almost taught Huo Tujin everything, and his face was solemn at this time. This method comes from an immortal. He said, "There's nothing inedible, only cooks who can't cook. We are the firemen in the army, responsible for cooking for everyone. Although I, Tang Niu, am the imperial chef, I also built up my skills bit by bit. I am handing this method over to you today because of your Majesty's kindness. There aren't many cattle and sheep in Shuafeng, but there are plenty of pigs. Today we will let these people in the army know that pork can also be extremely delicious." The fire troops began to move. When Yuan Tiangang gave this method to Li Er, he also gave a copy to Tang Niu. Li Chengxian had never eaten pork in the palace, mainly because everyone always avoided him when eating delicious pork. "There's nothing I can do. You said you don't like eating that stuff, so Li Er won't force you." In less than half a day, there was no sound in the entire army. Everyone ate with relish, wolfing down the food. Tang Niu wiped the sweat off his face, finally feeling relieved. Li Jing looked at the stewed vegetables in the bowl, picked up a large piece of fat meat with chopsticks, and waited for the soldiers to eat. If the soldiers don't like it, he will definitely find a way to solve everyone's food problem. I've tried all the different ways to cook potatoes. If I keep eating them like this, I'm afraid I'll vomit. But today is different. Once the pork comes out, the potatoes also become delicious. After being stewed in a big pot, the potatoes actually have a meaty aroma, are soft and delicious just like mud. Tasty. This fat is so delicious. Tang Niu smiled faintly at this time. "General, this is all thanks to someone who taught me well. I just don't know how they came up with this method. As a chef like me, if I could have a few more such flashes of inspiration in my lifetime, I would be happy even in death." What Mr. Tang said resonates deeply with me. If I hear the truth in the morning, I can die in the evening. Come, let's eat together. All the soldiers did the same thing, which was to squat on the ground, holding their bowls, and huffing and puffing as they ate one bowl, then two bowls. Everyone's face was lit with excitement. Li Jing thought about when he came to Binzhou. It was still summer, and the soldiers still had some food, but at that time His Majesty was in a difficult situation. The Tang dynasty was suffering from drought and had no additional food supplies. If Binzhou was lost, the Tang dynasty would probably be invaded by foreign tribes. Nowadays, the food problem has been solved, and there are ways to eat pork that can make it delicious. Great. The Turkic threat can be resolved next year. I'm afraid the grassland is not peaceful now. Manager Tang, was this method taught by the Imperial Master? That's what the Imperial Master said, but Your Majesty actually said it came from an immortal. Immortal? That's the immortal who brought out the potatoes. Li Jing fell into deep thought. He didn't believe in ghosts and gods, but at this moment, he had to believe. He now really wants to return to Chang'an and see what the immortal looks like. Ho Junji should be arriving in Shuafeng soon. When the time comes, I will let him take over my position and I will go back to retire. After years of fighting, Li Jing began to miss home. When Li Dan and Li Qing eat eggplants, they always eat all of them. Today, Li Zheng used the freshly boiled lard to make eggplant pancakes for the two little guys. He mixed the green onions, ginger, garlic, and shredded radish together, kneaded the dough, and then made them into pancakes one by one. When eating, they used chopsticks to tear them apart. Li Dan and Li Qing ate almost a whole bowl of them. Brother, this is delicious. Of course, your brother's cooking can be delicious. Beside Li Zheng, the big tiger stared at the thing on the flat iron pan, opened its mouth wide, and meowed. Chapter 199 Chapter 199 Old Versailles. Once the tiger started to act coquettishly, Li Zheng naturally wouldn't let them wait in vain, and the big yellow dog was naturally indispensable. It's just that the tiger has a huge appetite, and the big pork chop in the morning is not enough for him. Now the two tigers are the ones who eat the most food in the house. The big goose is in fear all day long, fearing that it will become food in the tiger's mouths. Li Dan and Li Qing were keen on feeding the tigers at first, but now they run away when they see food being fed. It was simple. After feeding the two tigers, they felt that their arms no longer belonged to them. Li Zheng. Arya shouted excitedly. What's wrong? I was just roasting this potato on the stove. It's delicious. With the stove, Arya and Rosanna seemed to have discovered a new world and started roasting all kinds of things. Corn was good, and it was delicious when roasted. Potatoes were also good, but other things, such as radishes, could not be roasted in the same way. Carrots were not suitable either. Li Zheng's face darkened. Wait a moment. It's snowing today. Let's eat something delicious. A group of people gathered in front of the big stove in the main hall. Li Chengxian went back. Yuan Tiangang and Li Tai were still there, and Shadowal was also sitting beside them to help. Xiaohuan and Xiaojing were naturally happy picking vegetables and washing the meat. The two little girls had rarely eaten meat at home, so they stared at the pork and mutton being skewered. Huan Nongying had a blank expression on her face. These past few days, she seemed to have only been serving Li Zheng and didn't care about anyone else at all. Although this woman was not extremely beautiful, Arya and Rosanna felt threatened. The heroic aura of this girl is so attractive. Even women like it, let alone men. The whole family gathered around the stove, and Li Zheng started his work. This is barbecue. Today I'll show you what a real foodie is. Li Zheng likes eating barbecue very much, not because he was rich before he traveled through time, but because he remembered the first time his father took him to eat barbecue when he was in college. At that time, his father handed him a cigarette. Li Zheng doesn't know how to smoke, but he still lit it. My father said, after smoking this cigarette, you will be the man of the family. When you grow up, you must be a man and take responsibility. That cigarette represents Li Zheng's transformation from a child to a man. Li Zheng would secretly save money to eat barbecue. Before traveling through time, he had just come back from eating barbecue, but he only ordered a few skewers because he had no money. Since coming to the Tang dynasty, he has never tried this way of eating. Everyone was singing one string after another, and the atmosphere in the whole hall was extremely joyful. Even Hua Nongying smiled today, her face covered in oil from eating. Huh, you're actually eating something delicious. You didn't even take me with you. When Li Er's voice came, Li Zheng was stunned. He turned around and saw that it was Li Er who was wearing a thick fur coat, and there were traces of snow on his body. Yushan is really hard to find. They should have built a small path back then. Li Zheng smiled faintly. Old Li, you came at the right time. There's still so much meat left to eat. Li Er was not polite either. When everyone in the house had left, and only Li Er, Yuan Tiangang, and Li Tai were left, Li Er finally spoke. Sir, I came here today for a reason. Li smiled. He had the iron stove, but the coal was running out. When Li Chengxian and Li Tai went back, they didn't bring much with them. There was a stove wherever Li Er appeared, so it naturally wouldn't take more than 2 days. But there's no coal? Li Zheng handed over a piece of pork belly. After it was roasted, it was sprinkled with peppercorns, pepper, and salt, giving off an enticing aroma. My lord, you are indeed a god. You know all this. Li Er opened his mouth wide. There's no need to think. Li Er should have other ideas now. Your Majesty, please tell me if you have any questions. I am an outsider, and there are many things that I don't care about. Li Er stood up and bowed, saying, Sir, the method of manufacturing the iron furnace is crucial. The people of the Tang dynasty need this. I beg the immortal to pull out even a hair to benefit the world. A smile appeared on Li Zheng's lips. That's it. 1 penny, as usual. Li Zheng didn't ask for much, just the same as usual, which meant that Li Zheng would take a penny from every iron furnace sold. Li Er bowed. Thank you, immortal. Your Majesty, there's no need to be so polite. This is just a deal between you and me. Li Er ordered another skewer of pork belly and licked his lips. The immortal is also very knowledgeable about business. I don't understand. Li Zheng is actually not good at doing business, but he can't resist the development of information in later generations. Your Majesty, you're overthinking it. I've never seen money before and have no interest in it. Looking back, the happiest times for me were when I was in the tribe and could eat an extra piece of fruit every day. Dievas Holifeet. When was that time? Your Majesty, you are a man of high character and integrity. I admire you immensely. Now that the immortal has returned to the mortal world, his 2 beautiful wives at home are truly peerless. This is truly a beautiful story. Li Zheng handed over a mutton skewer and said, Your Majesty, I'm actually face blind. Face blindness. This face blindness means I have no judgment on people's appearance. I don't know what is beautiful or more beautiful. I don't even know whether my 2 wives are beautiful or not. Li Er's face began to twitch. The immortal's words were too discouraging. If there was anyone in Li Er's entire harem who could compare to these 2 people, he would not want to leave the palace and stroll around Pingkangfang for no reason. Was Empress Changsun beautiful? Of course she was, but beauty is relative. Turning my grief and anger into appetite, I had no choice but to start eating mutton. He ate it up in no time, and soon, more than a dozen skewers were gone. Li Tai was carefully serving his father at the side, and was also sighing at this time. Li Er ate a string of strange things and immediately frowned. Is this beef? It's beef. My lord, this? Oxen are too rare in this world. Haha, Your Majesty wants oxen for plowing? That's very simple. As soon as Li Zheng said it was very simple, Li Er's eyes lit up immediately. Does the immortal have a solution? Come by for me. I'm honest and trustworthy. Li Zheng stood up and waved his hand. 2 cows appeared in the open space outside the door mooing. It was freezing cold, and the environment suddenly changed from grassland to snowy and icy, and they seemed a little uncomfortable. This. Li Junxian had never seen Li Zheng act in this way before, and was stunned for a moment. As soon as the 2 oxen appeared, the 2 tigers became excited, thinking they were their food, and rushed over immediately. Your Majesty, there are not many oxen working in the world. Come, I have plenty here. Not to mention anything else. When Li Zheng first unlocked the super ranch, the cattle he raised were spread all over the super ranch. Chapter 200 come out, Siberian Tiger.